Family, Senju Gumu was on the Ninja Academy's arena, slowly taking off my clothes in front of everyone. As a result, my hundreds of pounds of outerwear shattered the arena, leaving the genius Sarutobi Hiruzen dumbfounded. Back then, I was just a lazy fish and my girlfriend had crossed over to become an Uchiha child. For her sake, I decided to put in the effort, so here I go. Let me tell you, everyone was stunned at that moment. They were just watching me, leisurely starting to take off my clothes. The crowd below was cheering, saying I must be trying to use my looks to charm them. But the next second, with a loud bang, my outerwear, weighing at least a few hundred pounds, directly smashed the arena, creating several cracks. Everyone at that moment, including the genius boy Sarutobi Hiruzen who was fighting me, had their eyes nearly popping out. This story has to start from the beginning. Back then, I was lying in the yard like a lazy fish soaking up the sun when my maid, Sister Hiryu, ran over to urge me, "Young master, the Ninja Academy's opening ceremony is today. Aren't you going?" I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids and replied, "Not interested. Besides, that old man Tobirama doesn't like me anyway. Sister Hiryu, he treats me like air, and you still call me young master? Let me tell you, my identity is a bit awkward. Senju Gumu, my father is the newly appointed second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. But he looks at me like I'm just a stone by the roadside, completely neglecting me. Why? Because I have no talent for ninjutsu. I'm just an absolute underachiever." When Sister Hiryu heard me call the second Hokage that old man, her face turned pale, and she quickly told me to lower my voice. I thought, what's there to be afraid of? That old man probably wishes the Uchiha clan's crazy folks would take me out to avenge his dead brother. While I was complaining, suddenly, I heard a ding in my mind. Detected that the host's girlfriend has been taken away by a big truck, currently crossing over to become a Uchiha. Goodness, I jumped up like a carp. My girlfriend, we were about to get engaged in our last life, but then a dump truck came and gave us a buy one get one free deal, and we both crossed over. I came a few years earlier, and she just arrived, and she became a child of the Uchiha clan. The system is simple, called the emotion harvesting system. As long as I can make her emotions fluctuate, I can draw lots to become stronger. Family, who understands? 1 second, I was a lazy fish ready to give up, and the next second, the light in my eyes changed. My aura instantly switched from lying flat to effort mode. Sister Hiryu was stunned, saying she had never seen me with such a serious expression. Of course, how could I not be serious? My girlfriend is here if this world dares to be boring again. It'll personally liven it up. Let's go, Sister Hiryu. I stood up, blocking the glaring sunlight with my hand, to the Ninja Academy. It's time to show these people something. Sister Hiryu looked at my determined back, probably thinking, that's it, my young master seems to have been possessed. But she didn't know. This isn't possession, this is a lazy fish turning over. And it's a massive turn. When I rushed to the Ninja Academy square, wow, there was a massive crowd. The selection was almost over, and my dad, Senju Tobirama, was giving his inauguration speech on a high platform, while 38 little kids who passed the assessment stood below, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha Kagami. I pushed through the crowd and shouted, wait, I haven't taken the exam yet. My gaze scanned frantically among those 38 people, finally locking onto a girl with long black hair. Her face was as exquisite as a work of art, wearing the Uchiha clan's attire, looking adorably out of place. In that moment, I almost cried. It's really you. You looked silly when you were little, and you still look like that when you grew up. Family, who understands? Just at that moment, I made a decision that defied my ancestors in this life. I will marry this evil little ghost of the Uchiha clan. My shout immediately attracted everyone's attention. That Sarutobi Hiruzen, looking quite friendly, walked over and said, "This student, the assessment has already ended." The gloomy-looking Shimura Danzo, next to him, echoed, "Yeah, it's over. Just go where it's cool." On the high platform, my cheap old man, Senju Tobirama's face darkened instantly. He appeared in front of me with a body flicker technique, his gaze as cold as an ice knife. "You're late, the assessment is over. If you want to enroll, wait until next year," he said, each word clipped and devoid of emotion. Can I wait? My girlfriend is inside. I immediately put on a face of dedication to Konoha. "Hokage-sama, please give me a chance. I yearn to become stronger and shine for the village." But the old man was unyielding, no. Being late means paying the price. As the atmosphere froze, a cheerful voice came from behind. "Second brother, you can't say that. It's a good thing for young people to be ambitious and willing to give him a chance." I turned around and saw my uncle, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding crowd erupted, as if they had seen a star. Seeing the situation, my dad knew that if he continued to refuse, he would lose face, so he could only coldly say, "Since my brother has spoken, he'll make an exception." If you want to enroll, you must fight one of them and prove your strength. He turned to the 38 students and asked, who is willing to spar with him? As soon as he finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward. Teacher, I am willing. My dad nodded in satisfaction. His expression seemed to say, I know my son's character Hiruzen. Beat him up so he understands the harshness of society. So, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and I were left on the arena. The audience was buzzing, and not a single person believed in me. Of course, Hiruzen had just performed a Ani against 5, being the star student of this cohort. Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite polite, and he came up to bow. Hello, my name is Sarutobi Hiruzen. I coolly replied with 2 words, Kamoku. The moment the battle began, Sarutobi Hiruzen created distance, throwing several shurikens to block my movements, then opened his mouth to cast fire release. Great fireball technique. That coordination and proficiency clearly showed he was an experienced fighter. I awkwardly rolled to avoid it, but I still got scratched by several shurikens. I knew clearly that this guy had been holding back, not using his full strength. It seems I need to get serious too. I steadied myself, my eyes sharpening. Then, under the puzzled gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the entire audience, I began to take off my clothes. The audience erupted in confusion. What the hell? Why is he taking off his clothes? Is he trying to seduce him because he can't win? Laughing to death, just stalling for time. Even Danzo was shouting, Hiruzen, don't hesitate, take him down. Only my uncle Hashirama seemed to see some meaning in it, smiling at my dad. Second brother, your son doesn't seem as useless as you said. My dad frowned, clearly not understanding my actions. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to ask what I was doing, I let go. Boom! That outerwear I took off fell like a massive iron weight, crashing down onto the arena, causing the entire platform to tremble, and several cracks appeared on the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen's jaw almost dropped to the floor. Only then did he understand why I had been struggling so hard to dodge. He looked at the cracked ground beneath my feet, and his gaze instantly changed to one of respect for a strong opponent. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. Bro, please don't respect me. We agreed to go easy. After shedding the weight, I felt as light as a swallow. Sarutobi Hiruzen got serious and immediately launched an enhanced version of fire release. The flames were much fiercer than the great fireball from before, almost covering a third of the arena. But my speed was different now. With a nimble jump, I dodged to the edge of the arena. Sarutobi Hiruzen's shuriken followed closely, coming at a tricky angle. I stomped the ground hard, shattering it, and used the debris as cover while I kicked up several times, accurately sending all the shuriken flying, and charged right in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. We instantly entered a close-quarters combat showdown. I have to say, in pure physical combat, I had the upper hand. At that moment, my father in the audience couldn't stand it anymore and shouted from outside the ring, Hiruzen, what are you doing? Take this seriously. Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled, realizing that his leniency had been discovered. A hint of apology flashed across his face, and then he quickly created some distance. Water release, water pillar, lightning release, electric current. Wow, a combination of 2 elemental jutsu. I knew that there was no way this jutsu genius would engage me in hand-to-hand combat. The water pillar chased after me like it had GPS. I failed to dodge in time and was hit directly, the lightning in the water instantly paralyzing my whole body, making my internal organs feel like they were vibrating. When the attack ended, I knelt on one knee, smoke rising from my body. The audience below was already buzzing about the outcome, with Danzo smiling happily. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked over and asked me, are you going to admit defeat? I staggered to my feet and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Admit defeat? Unless you knock me out, that's not happening. As soon as I finished speaking, my father's icy voice came through. Stop it, Gumu. You've already lost. I turned my head sharply and stared at him. I haven't lost. I'm still standing in this arena. Get down. The chill in his gaze intensified, an invisible pressure instantly enveloping me, heavy as a mountain. If it weren't for my years of training under heavy loads, I would have collapsed to the ground. But I still braced myself, standing straight, staring blankly back at him. He probably found it puzzling. Why has this salted fish suddenly become so tough today after 10,000 years? Of course I have to be tough. In the past, I was alone, with nothing to lose, and I could live however I wanted. But now she's here. I will never allow anyone in this world to hurt her. I turned my head, my gaze sweeping through the crowd, looking at Uchiha Shinsui, who was huddled in fear. Uchiha Shinsui was surprised, emotional points 100. Uchiha Shinsui felt fear, emotional points 200. Congratulations. Host, first harvest, reward of 10 consecutive draws, guaranteed to yield quality rewards. At critical moments, my dear girlfriend really comes through. I silently thought, lottery. Thank you for your patronage, Jade. Congratulations, host has learned. Frenzy Blade Technique. Congratulations, host has learned. S-Rank Spacetime Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique. Damn, Flying Thunder God. A surge of immense memories flooded into my mind, and I felt calluses forming on my grip as if I were holding a knife. My entire aura changed completely in an instant. My father and my uncle both sensed something was off, and even that pressure was withdrawn. Ryuzaki, don't go easy on him. Let him see reality. My father still doesn't have faith in me. Sarutobi Sasuke also had a serious expression, ready to get serious. I ignored them and walked straight to the edge of the arena, disregarding the people below who were mocking me. My gaze fixed on Jing Shui. Hey, you over there. Jing Shui was taken aback for a moment, cluelessly pointing at himself. Are you calling me? The people around quickly scattered, fearful of being associated with me. I squatted at the edge of the arena, smiling as I said, Of course it's you. Or should I call it air? Can I borrow the sword behind you for a moment? The main idea is that as long as I'm not embarrassed, the one who should be embarrassed is the other person. Jing Shui was stunned. Her expression seemed to recall something. The first time we spoke in our past life was also when I loudly borrowed a pen from her in the exam room. She probably remembered something, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted a bit. Then she took down the long sword from her back and tossed it up to me. As I grasped the long sword, my fighting spirit was instantly ignited. Sarutobi Sasuke became more serious when he saw I had a weapon. In the audience, Danzo was still heckling, You don't really think having a sword will let you win against Sasuke, do you? What a pipe dream. I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. With my sword at my waist, I slightly crouched down and slowly closed my eyes amidst the shocked gazes of everyone. What is going on? Has he given up? Of course, facing a ninjutsu monster, what use is a sword? Only Hashirama and my father sensed something was off. They felt the dangerous aura emanating from me, a state of extreme focus, a fusion of offense and defense. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing me with my eyes closed, didn't he dare to launch a sneak attack, but under my father's cold gaze, he had no choice but to act. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet. A massive fire dragon roared as it charged towards me. The heat was so intense that it distorted the air. I took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. A white breath escaped from the corner of my mouth, and my robes fluttered without wind. Crack! The sound of the long knife being unsheathed clearly rang in everyone's ears. Whoosh! An extremely fast, invisible slash flashed by, and the roaring fire dragon was instantly cut in half without even making a sound, vanishing on the spot. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted sharply. At the moment I drew my blade, he instinctively dodged to the side. A deep cut appeared on the ground where he had been standing. Before he could catch his breath, I had already crossed through the flames, charging at him with my knife. I knew that the strongest part of the drawing technique was the first strike. It had to be a quick battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very clever. Using the force from being pushed back, he leaped into the air and quickly formed seals, shadow clone technique. Two Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared simultaneously. One using Earth style, Earth Wall to seal off my retreat, while the other used Lightning style, Body Flicker to paralyze my movements. Danzo, watching from below, was dumbfounded. This was an A-rank ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage. This damn Hiruzen was indeed getting special treatment, with the Earth Wall blocking my path and lightning spreading out. I instantly fell into a desperate situation. My uncle Hashirama sighed. Alas, it seems it's over. In any case, this kid has already qualified for admission. Second brother, don't cause trouble later. I'll protect this person. The second brother had nothing to say. He could only hold his nose and accept it. But that face of his looked as unpleasant as someone just pulled out of a toilet. Just as he accepted it, the arena exploded. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still there pretending to be cool, combining with the shadow clones to perform a fire and earth combo, while muttering apologies. It's over. As a massive fire dragon charged at my face, I thought to myself, what are you doing? Does anyone understand? In the blink of an eye, Sarutobi suddenly felt that the Wi-Fi connection with his clone was cut off. Let me tell you, this kid, Gookie, never intended to clash head-on. That kunai he threw earlier was just a decoy. Just as Sarutobi's shadow clone dodged the kunai, Gookie vanished with a swish and reappeared behind a shadow clone. Flying Thunder God slash. With one clean cut, the shadow clone burst into a cloud of smoke. The entire arena went silent, jaws dropping everywhere. People whispered to each other, What's going on? Am I seeing things? Did Gookie open a heavenly eye? Is he more abnormal than that ninjutsu freak? Danzo, listening nearby, had a face as dark as a pot bottom, cursing, damn it, another competitor won. Even the girl named Uchiha Shirzue was stunned, blinking in surprise. On the edge of the arena, my uncle Hashirama's aunt was grinning from ear to ear, constantly glancing at my second brother Tobirama, with a look that clearly said, "All right, second brother, you really care for your son, teaching him your ultimate skills?" I tell you, Tobirama was quite embarrassed at that moment, coughing for a long time, thinking wildly, I didn't teach him. This ninjutsu is S-rank difficulty. I developed it myself. Where on earth did this brat learn it? Could he have sneaked into our ninjutsu library? This matter is not over. Tobirama suppressed his inner doubts and in an instant appeared on the stage, first comforting his precious disciple Sarutobi, saying something like failure is the mother of success. Then he turned to the stoic Kamuki and said, "You have qualified for enrollment. Come to class at 8 tomorrow." Kamuki replied, "Okay, Lord Hokage," without a hint of extra expression on his face, and then turned to leave, looking incredibly aloof. Tobirama watched from behind, his mouth nearly curling up to the sky, thinking this brat is still sulking with me. As he focused his gaze, he realized, hey, the direction that kid is heading towards is that Uchiha girl, right? His brows immediately furrowed. Kamuki, being an action-oriented guy, walked straight up to the long-haired girl, returned her knife, and said, "Thanks, I'm Kamuki. What's your name?" The girl, named Uchiha Shizuku, felt uncomfortable under his fiery gaze, tucked her hair behind her ear, and quietly said her name, not daring to meet his eyes. I tell you, Kamuki's stare was as if he wanted to swallow her whole, which scared the poor girl, causing her emotional value to spike. He then went along with it, saying something like, "The weather is nice today, let me treat you to a meal." But Shizuka didn't dare to accept, hugging her knife and darting away like a rabbit. Later that night, back at home, Kamuki had just started to train with weighted iron blocks when his maid, Hiryu, marveled at how skilled his swordsmanship had become. Just as she finished speaking, Hiryu's expression changed, and she instantly appeared in front of Kamuki. "Young master, someone is here." Turning around, to his surprise, it was Tobirama. This old man hadn't come home in half a year, but today he actually showed up. Being impulsive, he got straight to the point, silencing Kamuki with a single question. "Where did you learn that flying thunder god technique?" Kamuki, being nonchalant, lay back on the stone with his legs crossed and teased him. "Oh, dear father, you busy man actually found time to come home?" Then he added cheekily, "By the way, flying thunder god, nice name, I'll call this technique that from now on." I told you, this line directly burned the Tobirama CPU. What does that mean? Didn't you steal this move? Gumu looked serious. Steal? Father, do you think I'm that kind of person? Tobirama glanced at him and seemed to believe he wasn't lying. But then Gumu added, "I took it openly and honestly." Tobirama exploded, thinking this kid really went to the ninja library, and just as he was about to blow up, giant, Mu pointed to his own forehead. I got it from the talent in my own brain. It was only then that Tobirama realized he had been played by this rebellious son. He didn't say anything, as long as he knew it wasn't learned through theft. He left with a dark face and a body flicker. The next day at school, as soon as Gumu stepped out, he ran into a short-haired girl named Zhuangqin Xiaochun, who was trying to get close, saying how amazing he was yesterday. Did Gumu care? No. His eyes were like they had radar, immediately locking onto the tall, straight black-haired figure walking alone ahead. That fan emblem on her back was unmistakably Xingshui. He instantly turned into a hungry wolf, swiftly chasing after her, leaving Zhuangqin Xiaochun behind, unable to finish her sentence. Meeting again, what a coincidence, Xingshui classmate. As soon as Gumu spoke, he startled Xingshui, causing her to shiver. This girl was also a bit timid, scared to death. Yet she stubbornly said she wasn't used to being around people. She curiously asked, "Yesterday, with so many people having knives, why did you choose me?" Gumu smirked and said, "Maybe because you're cuter?" Xingshui panicked, repeatedly waving her hands, saying a genius like him shouldn't joke with her. Seeing her scared and wanting to hide, Gumu simply replied, "You're quite right," cutting off all her prepared rejections. When they entered the classroom, well, the seating was assigned, and Gumu was placed right in the VIP observation seat in the middle of the front row, directly facing his father's ice-cold face. Was he happy about it? Looking back, he saw Xingshui was assigned to the second-to-last row by the window. He was internally cursing who arranged these seats. The next moment, the whole class watched as the fierce guy who had been killing it yesterday stood up from the front row and walked straight to the back of the classroom. The people he passed were so scared they didn't even dare to look up. In the corner, Danzo squinted, thinking, is he coming for me? Fine. I'm not made of rice balls. He just stood up, ready to take the initiative, saying he didn't expect you to be so sharp. But Gumu completely ignored him, brushing past and sitting down in his original spot next to Xingshui. Family, who understands? Danzo's expression at that moment was like a pure old man looking at his phone, completely frozen. Gumu didn't even look up and said, "Change seats, I don't like the front." Danzo, still foolishly asking if he was serious, had Gumu directly tear off his nameplate and say, "My dad doesn't lie to me, you can go back now." Danzo, dazed, believed him and hurriedly ran to the front row to sit with Sarutobi Hiruzen. With the obstacle cleared, Gumu turned to look at Shui, who was shrunk into the corner of the bench, laughing mischievously as he leaned closer. Shui was so scared she couldn't speak properly. "Gumu, classmate. You're too close." Gumu pulled out a pen and drew a line on the chair, completely cornering Shui with barely any space to move. The little girl was on the verge of tears, quietly saying, "Can you not bully me?" Just then, Tobirama walked in and immediately saw his son in the back row punishing the evil Uchiha brat. Although he didn't know why he was sitting in the back, this kid, he was truly his son, doing great. Tobirama stood on the podium and began to talk about the will of fire that burns eternally in the land of Konoha. I tell you, Gumu was yawning, almost falling into a deep sleep right there. He turned his head, and to his surprise, Shui was still diligently taking notes. Truly a top student. Can this be tolerated? Gumu leaned over and snatched Shui's notebook, starting to read. The definition of the will of fire? Highlighted? Shui, classmate. You're quite good at studying. Shui's face turned red, hurriedly waving her hands, telling him to put it down, saying the teacher had already noticed this side. She shouldn't have said anything, but as soon as she did, Tobirama on the podium immediately snapped. "That student over there, get out." All the eyes in the class turned to them. Everyone saw. Oh, it's Gumu, so it's fine. Gumu saw Shui frozen there, looking like the sky was falling, and stood up. Tobirama wanted to add that he was talking about the two of them, but Gumu didn't give him the chance, his tone colder. "All right, don't say anything. We're leaving." After saying that, he grabbed Shui's wrist and walked out of the classroom under the blank stares of the entire class. Once in the hallway, Gumu didn't say much, just let go of her hand and stood there. He knew he had instigated this, and directly said to the system in his mind, 10 consecutive draws. After a series of thank you messages, he directly got an S-level Win-style ninjutsu called Dead Prison Cage. Just as he got a new toy, he subconsciously rubbed a small whirlwind in his palm. As a result, the suction was too strong, and Shui lost her balance, falling directly into his arms. Gumu, now in troll mode, held onto her without letting go, teasing, "Shui, classmate, what are you doing? Are you throwing yourself into my arms?" Shui's ears turned red from embarrassment. This scene, coincidentally, was caught by Tobirama, who had come out early to check on the situation. When he saw the two of them being so close, he couldn't hold back and thought, "What is this Uchiha brat up to? Tempting my genius son?" He coldly asked, "What are you two doing?" Gumu even gave him a thumbs up. "Teacher, you're really smart, you guessed it." Tobirama snorted coldly and turned to leave. But as soon as he left the academy, he immediately summoned the Umbu. "Go check on that Uchiha Shui. What's her background?" The next day in class, Gumu saw Zhuangqin Xiaochun occupying his seat again, chatting with Shui. He cleared his throat, giving her a friendly look, and Xiaochun immediately apologized and left. Just as he sat down, Shui weakly said that she had decided to switch seats with Xiaochun because she thought Gumu must really dislike her. After hearing this, Gumu directly stood up, walked over to Xiaochun, and with a smile, asked, "I heard you're planning to let Shui switch seats?" Xiaochun was so scared her soul almost flew away, frantically shaking her hands. No, I don't plan to switch anymore." With the problem solved, Gumu returned to tell Shui the outcome. Shui looked at Xiaochun in the distance, who was apologizing with her hands together, and could only smile wryly, resigned to her fate. At lunchtime, Shui cautiously took out a bento box, and when she opened it, there was just one rice ball topped with a bit of seaweed. She pushed the lunchbox to Gumu, saying she wasn't hungry. Gumu's heart sank. He realized this girl might not come from a well-off family. He finished the rice ball in 2 bites, and then stroked his chin, deliberately saying, "This flavor is too rich. It doesn't seem like a product of this world." I tell you, this sentence completely stunned Shui, making her heart race and emotions soar. She stammered an explanation, but Gumu, without saying a word, grabbed her wrist and dragged her out of the classroom under the curious gaze of their classmates. "Where are you taking me?" Shui asked anxiously. "Of course, I'm taking you to lunch," Gumu said confidently, completely ignoring the protest from her stomach. They went straight to a noodle shop, and as soon as the owner saw Gumu, he was extremely enthusiastic. "Oh, young Master Gumu, what brings you here?" Gumu directly ordered 2 large bowls of beef noodles, specifically requesting extra meat and vegetables no scallions, and a light flavor. Jing Shui quietly said she had no money. But Gumu pressed her down, saying, "It's okay, I don't have to pay for the noodles." Jing Shui was stunned, thinking this shop was owned by him. Gumu shook his finger and said, No, I improved their noodle shop's recipe, so I got a lifetime free noodle privilege. I have to tell you, the expression on Jing Shui's face at that moment was just incredible. It was as if the words, "Are you kidding me?" were carved on her face. Changing the formula could lead to a lifetime of free service? Wow, that must be some revolutionary innovation, turning a bowl of Yao ramen into a Michelin 3-star dish. As soon as the noodles were served, Jing Shui became even more unsettled. That broth, those noodles, those toppings, damn, isn't this just authentic Japanese tonkatsu ramen? This thing hasn't even been invented yet. Moreover, the flavor hit her preferences so precisely, it felt like the odds were stacked like a Pinduoduo discount. She instantly realized this bad guy must have come from the future, lurking around with her. All right, you want to act? I'm game. Jing Shui immediately channeled her inner Oscar-winning actress, picked up a chopstick full of noodles, deliberately made a sound of delight, and then showed an expression of happiness that looked like she was about to faint. I tell you, she even stole a glance at Gumu, and sure enough, that guy's mouth was almost stretched to his ears, clearly enjoying it. Well, that is solid evidence now. After finishing the noodles, Jing Shui pretended to offer to pay. But Gumu waved his hand and said to forget about the money. Just bring him 2 rice balls tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Jing Shui looked up at the sun, her face turned pale, and she exclaimed, "Oh no, I'm going to be late for work." Then she dashed off like the wind. Gumu watched her back without chasing after her, instead leisurely turning to a corner nearby. The next second, a figure emerged from the shadows. Guess who? Danzo. This guy appeared like a ghost and said, "Gumu, finally found you. The Hokage has something to discuss with you." Oh snap. The private lesson from the second Hokage is finally starting. On the way, this little brat Danzo tried to get chummy, asking Gumu, "You and that Uchiha seem pretty close, huh?" I tell you, Gumu's expression changed faster than flipping a page. One second he was all smiles with Jing Shui, and the next second he turned icy towards Danzo. He shot Danzo a sideways glance and said, "You talk too much. Are you itching for a beating?" Danzo was momentarily speechless but still mustered the courage to advise. "Let me remind you, keep your distance from Uchiha people." Gumu rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "That's hilarious. I'm here bonding with my future wife, and you, a single dog, wouldn't understand anything." He couldn't be bothered with Danzo and instead opened the system in his mind to start a lottery with 1,500 emotional points for a 15-time draw. Going all in. Thank you for your patronage, X13. Wow, this drop rate is incredible. Just as Gumu was about to express his excitement, the system chimed twice. Congratulations. Host has double chakra amount. Congratulations. Host has obtained the legendary sword demon, Sword Muramasa. Well, finally, he didn't hit rock bottom. Doubling chakra means using big moves will be as easy as sprinkling water. And this demon, Sword Muramasa, sounds powerful, although the description says it might devour the user's mind. Looking cool is all that matters. Soon, Danzo brought him to a large lawn where the second Hokage Tobirama was already there with several students. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Kagami, and Tikon Natsum. Wow, this is basically the elite class of the future Konoha. When Tobirama saw everyone was gathered, he immediately announced, "Let's start the first special training, draw lots for battles." Tikon Natsum turned back to joke with Gumu, saying, "Gumu, I hope I don't draw you." Gumu replied flatly, "Don't worry, if I draw you, I won't hold back." Natsum was speechless, thinking to herself, "Thanks a lot." As the matchups were drawn, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen against Uchiha Kagami, and then Danzo started jumping around like a monkey, shouting, "Who is number 2? Who is number 2? Gumu slowly raised his hand. I tell you, when Danzo saw the expression on Komu's face, which was neither a smile nor a frown, his face turned green. Just a moment ago, he was saying he wanted to beat him up, and now the opportunity had come. It was simply fate's arrangement. However, he still put on a tough front. "Come on, I'm not like the kind of person who lets up like Hiruzen." The two squared off, and without a word, Danzo flew into the air and began to shoot a flurry of shurikens. What was the result? Komu didn't even draw his sword. He simply put his hands in his pockets and moved like he was strolling, drawing a dragon with his left foot and a rainbow with his right, easily dodging all the attacks. "Danzo, stop messing around." Komu extended one hand, and the cursed blade, Muramasa, appeared out of thin air. "If you don't show your true skills now, you'll miss your chance." Both Danzo and Tobirama, who was watching from the shadows, were shocked. What kind of ninjutsu is this? A summoning weapon without a scroll? Space-time ninjutsu? Did this kid develop his own flying thunder god? Danzo didn't dare to slack off and immediately began to form hand seals, using his most proficient wind release, vacuum wave. Countless invisible wind blades sealed off all of Komu's escape routes. But would Komu dodge? He didn't dodge at all. He lowered his body, striking a pose to draw his sword. Let me tell you, when you see a swordsman crouching down, you should run. Frenzied breath, draw sword slash. Boom! While the wind blades were still scraping the ground, Komu's figure vanished in an instant, and when he reappeared, the blade was already just a few centimeters from Danzo's neck. Danzo froze, his heart racing, feeling a chilling sensation on his neck, as if he had already died once. You lost. Komu expressionlessly sheathed his sword. You got stronger again. Danzo was dumbfounded. He thought he could dodge, but that guy's speed was even faster than his wind release. Unacceptable. I wasn't prepared just now. Let's go again. Danzo couldn't take this humiliation and demanded a rematch on the spot. Okay, I'll indulge you. Komu, known for his helpful nature, thought since someone was eager for punishment, he had to oblige. This time, Danzo was truly anxious, throwing wind-release vacuum balls and shurikens like they were free, the density of attacks making it impossible to dodge from the front. But Komu just shook his head and casually said, "What a hassle." He gathered wind chakra on his blade and, facing the barrage of attacks, swung his sword. In an instant, a massive tornado erupted, directly sucking in all of Danzo's attacks, not only failing to harm Komu, but instead providing him with a buff. Danzo couldn't escape, caught by the tornado's immense pull, and was finally swept into the sky, giving his shurikens and wind blades a 360-degree immersive experience, crashing down with a thud, his clothes tattered, eyes vacant, completely wrecked. The nearby groups were dumbfounded, and Konoha's Haruno Sakura was left speechless. What level of ninjutsu is this? After everyone finished, Tobirama began to give comments one by one. He told Hiruzen that he was too soft-hearted, and to Sakura that she shouldn't have confronted someone head-on, giving feedback to everyone. Danzo, seeing that the teacher was about to leave, panicked and stood up to ask, "Teacher, what about my battle with Komu?" Tobirama glanced at him, then at Komu, who was watching the show with interest, sighed, and said delicately, "Danzo, if you want to fight Komu, you still need to practice more." The implication was clear. The gap between the two of you is too great to comment on. Danzo immediately fell silent. Komu then patted his shoulder and sincerely said, "Danzo, don't be discouraged." Just as Danzo was touched, thinking this guy had changed, Komu continued, "If you're weak, practice more. If you can't handle it, then don't play." The teacher made it quite clear, didn't he? Danzo nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as he was about to explode, he suddenly bowed 90 degrees and shouted, "Komu, please teach me wind-release ninjutsu." Good heavens, this move left Komu completely stunned. The next day in class, as soon as Komu entered, he saw Shizukawa peeking at him. He walked over and greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, Shizukawa." Shizukawa's face turned red, thinking this bad guy, pretending to be innocent while being a fellow traveler. She thought she was caught sneaking a glance, especially when she saw Komu kick a small stone on the ground as he walked. Just like in her previous life, her heart was even more certain. Seeing her nervous expression, Komu started to tease her. "Today's Shizukawa is also quite cute." This line completely broke Shizukawa's defenses, because in her previous life, this guy loved to hold her hand and suddenly say something like that. In an instant, various memories of blushing and heart racing flooded back, and her ears turned bright red. Komu noticed the system back-end dinging with an increase of 300 emotional points and was bewildered, wondering what this girl was thinking, causing such a strong emotional reaction. "I've hidden my identity well. It shouldn't be exposed, right?" Well, indeed, it was hidden well, just short of engraving "I am a time traveler" on my face. At that moment, Tobirama walked in and announced that today they would have a practical combat class on the playground, and the results would directly affect whether they could graduate early. The classroom erupted in chaos, and only Shizukawa's face drained of color. She had never even fought before. Seeing her lose her glow, Komu moved closer and said, "Don't be afraid. I'll help you." Shizukawa's eyes lit up. "Really?" Komu gave a thumbs up, looking serious. "I'll be right beside you cheering you on." Shizukawa's face instantly fell again, like a deflated koala. Indeed, this guy was still the same as before, just enjoying teasing people. When they reached the playground, the matches began with random draw lots. Komu's first opponent was from the Hyuga clan, named Hyuga Tetsu. The guy started trembling as soon as he saw his opponent was Komu, stumbling over his words. Komu held a wooden sword, striking a pose. Just as Tetsu finished forming his seals, and before he could activate his Byakugan, Komu flashed behind him and executed Frenzied Breath, Draw Sword Slash. The wooden sword returned to its sheath, and the guy rolled his eyes and fell to the ground, defeated in an instant. After taking care of his opponent, Komu looked up and saw Shizukawa being pressed and beaten by a chubby guy, who happened to be Akimichi Torufu, the same one who had a small training session with her yesterday. My little girlfriend is in a bit of trouble. Xiaodao Qifeng is helpless, pounding the ground with his multiplication technique while shouting, "Classmate, don't just dodge, fight back." Jing Shui, feeling embarrassed, quietly says, I'm afraid of pain. Xiaodao Qifeng was confused. Afraid of pain? What kind of ninja are you? He almost wanted her to concede, but Jing Shui was quite stubborn and said she didn't want to come in last. All right. Xiaodao Qifeng seized an opportunity when she was distracted and suddenly accelerated, throwing a punch. Jing Shui looked at the increasingly large fist, her face turning pale, and closed her eyes. Just at that critical moment, a figure flashed by and pulled her out of the way, holding her in their arms. Jing Shui opened her eyes, trembling, and saw the familiar face of Gumu. In that instant, her eyes turned red. Gumu held Jing Shui and turned to Xiaodao Qifeng with a smile, saying, "Buddy, she doesn't have much combat experience. How about we let this round go? If you want to fight, I can practice with you." Xiaodao Qifeng didn't dare to refuse and quickly waved his hands, saying, "It's her who won concede. I don't like fighting girls." He wasn't stupid. Anyone could see that Gumu was protecting this girl. Gumu lowered his head, wiped the tears from Jing Shui's eyes, and gently said, "Just concede. I'll teach you later." Although Jing Shui was unwilling, she nodded and told Xiaodao Qifeng, "I concede." In the next match, Gumu faced Sarutobi Hiruzen. He glanced at the loser bracket to see Jing Shui's opponent was Hinata Tetsu, the one he had just defeated in seconds. "Oh no, that guy looks resentful. Please don't vent on my girlfriend." Gumu felt anxious and said to Hisashi, "Let us settle this with one move." Hisashi, being the nice guy he was, agreed without much thought. However, as soon as he created 2 shadow clones and hadn't even begun to form seals, Gumu used his already prepared Flying Thunder God technique to instantly appear behind him and took out all the clones with one swift strike, ending the battle. Hisashi was left stunned, not even realizing what had happened before Gumu vanished again. On the other side, in the loser bracket, finally, I get to fight someone strong. Hinata Tetsu activated his Byakugan and viciously attacked Jing Shui, blaming that troublemaker for putting him in the loser bracket. As he roared, he used the Bagua Palm to push Jing Shui back repeatedly, and blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. Jing Shui gritted her teeth, hair disheveled, standing up time and again. She knew she had to change. She could no longer be afraid of pain, seeing that she still wouldn't concede. Hinata Tetsu laughed even more maniacally. "Still want to fight, huh? All right, let us continue." He looked at Jing Shui's cute face and thought it would be quite satisfying to make a girl like her cry and beg for mercy. "Classmate, let us see my newly learned technique." Bagua, breaking mountain palm. He gathered blue chakra in his palm, smiling wickedly as he charged at Jing Shui. Just as his hand was about to hit her face, a kunai whizzed through the air and landed at Jing Shui's feet. In an instant, Gumu appeared out of nowhere, kicked Hisashi squarely in the face, sending him flying. "You little brat, is this how you hurt your classmates?" As soon as Gumu finished speaking, he turned around and saw Jing Shui's dusty, pale face with a glaring bloodstain at the corner of her mouth. Gumu suddenly fell silent. He slowly turned back to look at Hinata Tetsu, struggling to get up not far away, his eyes devoid of warmth. "You little thief. You're quite ruthless, aren't you?" Jing Shui tugged at his sleeve and softly said, "Gumu, I concede. I can't beat him. It's all right. Go over there and rest." Gumu patted her head and then walked step by step toward Hinata Tetsu. Today, he had to set an example, or else anyone would dare to step on others. Hinata Tetsu looked at Gumu's grim face and felt his legs go weak, sitting down on the ground and scrambling backward with his hands and feet. Gumu, what do you want? I'm not your opponent. Now you're scared? Weren't you so proud earlier?" Gumu squatted down and grabbed his collar. "Aren't you fond of bullying the weak?" "Gumu, big brother, I was wrong. I didn't know she was so close to you. Please let me go." Hinata Tetsu was about to cry. "Fight back." Gumu completely ignored him. I really made a mistake. Didn't I tell you to fight back? Can't you understand?" Under Gumu's pressure, Hinata Tetsu could only tremblingly throw a punch. However, before his fist even touched Gumu, he felt an overwhelming force hit his stomach, sending him flying like a cannonball and crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. This huge commotion drew everyone's attention. Even Tobirama came over. He checked Hinata Tetsu's injuries. A few broken ribs, but thankfully he wasn't dead. With a cold face, he walked up to Gumu. Gumu, what do you mean by this? You're a winner. What are you doing here? Just as Jing Shuei was about to step forward to explain, Gumu grabbed her hand. Facing Tobirama's gaze, Gumu said expressionlessly, "That guy intentionally harmed a classmate. I was just stopping him." Tobirama stared at him for a few seconds, then glanced at the nervous-looking Jing Shuei before coldly saying, "I will investigate this matter. The village will not allow anyone who harms their comrades to exist." Let's leave it at that. After the practical class ended, the results were posted. Gumu, undefeated. Ranked first. As for Jing Shuei, she lost all her matches coming in last. Jing Shuei looked at the list expressionlessly, said, "I'll go first," and quietly left. She could hear the praises for Gumu around her, as well as some girls' disdainful comments about her. Gumu watched her dejected figure, and his eyes instantly turned cold. He suddenly turned around and said to the gossiping girls, "You better keep your mouth shut. If I hear any bad rumors, I'll be the first to take action against you." The girls turned pale with fright, nodding like little chicks, not daring to say another word. As for the rest, I couldn't care less. I'll tell you, that old man Danzo came buzzing around like a fly, saying he would take care of it and make those people shut up. I didn't even bother to look at him. My mind was solely on my little girlfriend Jing Shuei. Does anyone understand? I'm just afraid she might get hurt and do something stupid. After all, this world has no cheats, starting off pure hell. Thankfully, she didn't do anything stupid. She just quietly wiped her tears and returned after adjusting herself. The next day in class, wow, the whole classroom fell silent as soon as I walked in, like it was on mute. I made my way to sit next to Jing Shuei, greeted her, and she responded with a droopy hum before laying her head on the desk. My heart sank. Oh no, why didn't I get to scare her today? Is she not afraid of me anymore? Just then, she suddenly turned her head, her big eyes staring at me. Gumu, I always feel like you look familiar. I had 1,000 grass mud horses running through my mind, but I still wore a cheerful smile. Haha, it's been a few days. Isn't it normal to get familiar? I couldn't let my guard down now. I was counting on this little advantage to get stronger. She huffed, her little face full of dissatisfaction, as if to say, "You bad guy, still not being honest? You want to say it first, huh?" Just as we were at this extreme tug of war, the old stickler Tobirama came in with a stack of test papers and immediately began the exam. I was stunned. I'd already time traveled. How could I still escape taking a test? The results came out quickly, and I, gloriously, was dead last. Shirzue was in the top 5. Why wasn't he first? Haha, that old Tobirama is also a die-hard Uchiha hater. He subconsciously can't stand seeing Uchiha kids take first place. This operation left me dumbfounded. It was simply absurdly far ahead. After the exam, he directly called out, "Uchiha Shirzue, come to my office after class." Can I let her go alone? Absolutely not. I just followed her. When we got to the office, that old guy in the doorway immediately tried to assert his authority over us, writing something with his head down, completely ignoring us. Then when he finally looked up and saw that I'd come along, his brows furrowed as if he could squash a fly. "Gumu, why are you here?" "Just passing by, taking a look." I plopped down in a chair like I was at home. Seeing my demeanor, he probably got used to it and got straight to the point, picking up a report and putting pressure on Jing Shuei. "Uchiha Jing Shuei, after these few days of observation, I think you don't have the potential to be a ninja, so you can withdraw from school." I tell you, as soon as these words came out, Jing Shuei's face turned pale. I exploded at that moment, and before she could react, I spoke first. "Why?" Fei Jian looked at me with a cold face. "Do I need to report to you about my work?" "Fine." I stood up directly and stared at him. "That teacher, I also plan to drop out." Jing Shuei was anxious and wanted to persuade me, but I stopped her with a gesture. "What a joke. My little girlfriend has left. Why should I bother with school? I went to school just to, cough cough, to be her classmate." Fei Jian's old face couldn't hold up at that moment. His eyes were like knives staring at me. "Gumu, are you serious?" Of course. I wasn't backing down at all. If you can dismiss a student without reason, then there's no point in me staying here. Who knows when it might be my turn. In the end, he had no choice but to relent, saying something about feedback from classmates that Jing Shuei's performance in practical training was lacking. I immediately pounded my chest. All right, I don't care who said it. I'll solve her practical issues. Just wait for the results in the next practical class. Only then did he nod, mainly because he was afraid I would really drop out. As soon as we left the office, let me tell you, Jing Shuei's little eyes were off. I felt uneasy. I was about to explain that I just couldn't stand the unfairness when she suddenly burst out laughing, covering her mouth, her eyes curving like a crescent moon. What are you laughing at? I was dumbfounded. Her gaze felt like she could see right through me. Sure enough, this little rascal, when lying, still liked to cover it up with a dry cough, just like in my previous life. Oh no, I'm done for. She suddenly grabbed my hand, and I was so startled that I quickly pulled it back like a frightened cat. Goodness, her stare was like that of a predator. And I instantly recalled how in my past life, she made my junior who wanted to ask me out become shy and withdrawn. This is bad. I think I've exposed myself. To keep my promise, that day I gambled all my system lottery rewards and ended up with wind release again. This broken system really intends for me to become the wind shadow, right? The next day after school, I took Jing Shuei to a deserted little grove for special training. I initially thought she would be shy, but she agreed faster than anyone else and even took the initiative to spar with me. Fine, let's do it. However, as soon as we started, her speed and hand seals were only at the level of an ordinary student. I used wind release and blasted her away several dozen meters, landing her face first in the dirt. So, during the day, I was milking benefits in class, and at night, I was her sparring partner. Jing Shui's strength was rapidly increasing. Soon, the second practical class came around. However, something outrageous happened. I drew lots, 3 seconds each, and was killing it. When it was Jing Shui's turn, she faced Uchiha Q in her first match, the so-called genius from their clan. I could see something was off. That kid's eyes were already spinning with Sharingan. Seriously, using the Sharingan against an ordinary student, how shameless can you be? The result was that Jing Shui was completely crushed. Even worse, all her subsequent matches were against the top students in the class, and she lost every single one, ending up at the bottom with no wins. I suspected someone was tampering with the draws, but this was just too unlucky. Jing Shui's mindset completely collapsed, and she told me she wanted to take a break from school for a while to be alone. I thought that was fine, let her take her time, but what about my benefits? Sigh, there's nowhere left to milk. I thought she would be back in at most half a month, but in the end, it turned into more than a month. She just disappeared. Now I'm really worried. Could something have really happened to her? As soon as class was over, I rushed straight to the Uchiha family's territory. After a lot of effort, I finally found out where she lived. I pushed the door open, and it swung wide. The inside was empty and tidy, but there was just no sign of life. A sense of foreboding instantly enveloped me. I rushed up to the second floor, pushed open a room, and the curtains were drawn tightly. The room was pitch black. I saw a lump on the bed, completely still. I tell you, my hands were shaking at that moment, and my mind was filled with the worst thoughts. I trembled as I lifted the blanket. I saw her. Jing Shui was lying there, wearing a white dress, her hair messy, with no light in her eyes, like a broken doll. Luckily, she was still breathing. Jing Shui, I'm here, I'm Gumu. I sat by the bed, my heart aching. Her hollow gaze moved slightly, and then tears fell like beads from a broken string. Gumu. She hugged me tightly, shaking all over, and suddenly burst into tears, crying heart-wrenchingly. Who understands what family feels? My heart was shattered into pieces. After she cried for more than half an hour, her emotions finally stabilized. I asked her what had happened. She spoke in fits and starts, saying that after she dropped out of school, someone had written her a threatening letter, telling her to never return to the ninja academy, or they would kill her. At first, she thought it was a prank and didn't take it seriously, until the next evening when she came home and found a severed head at her doorstep. At that moment, my mind went blank. It's okay, it's not your fault. I held her tightly, my voice trembling. Next, you can come stay with me. With me around, no one can hurt you. At that moment, she looked up, her eyes filled with tears, and asked that question. Classmate Gumu, you are that Gumu, right? Can I still hide it? Fuck the system. I'm not pretending anymore. I touched her head and smiled. Well, I'm also a traveler. With me here, no one will be able to hurt you in the future. Thank you. I'm glad I have you. She buried her head in my arms again. Although her body was still trembling, I could feel that she was at ease. I held her in my arms. The murderous intent in my heart was already boiling. I didn't care who did it. I was absolutely going to make those scoundrels pay with blood and flesh. After bringing her back to my home and settling her down, it was already night. Once I confirmed she was asleep, I tell you, the fire in my heart could no longer be contained. I changed into a black outfit for the night and directly climbed out of the window. My bodyguard, the elite ninja Hyuka, tried to stop me, saying that the knights in Konoha are not safe. I swiftly dodged her, placing my blade against her neck, silencing her with my strength. I left her with one sentence: keep an eye on her for me. Then, I jumped into the dark night of Konoha. Before long, I spotted 3 sneaky individuals and followed them into the Uchiha clan's territory. These guys were heading to a pretty remote area not far from the Shirzue family. Just as I was crouching in a corner, preparing to see what they were up to, there was a sudden loud crash. A shadow burst through the window, flying past me like a broken sack, with a large hole in its chest, clearly not surviving. Immediately after, an angry roar came from inside the house. "Who are you? And why have you infiltrated the Uchiha clan?" I was just about to reply with guess, when I noticed the guy next to me had his face covered with a black cloth, which I accidentally pulled off. Wow, he had a face like an uncle. Completely unrecognizable. This guy opened his mouth as if to say something, but then he suddenly coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, his head tilted. And hey, he just passed away. I was speechless at that moment. Dude, can you at least finish your last words before dying? Your KPI still needs that final push. Then, I heard 2 whooshing sounds behind me, and 2 other ninjas in black rushed past me like headless flies, shouting urgently, "Fire 3! Hurry up! This is a Uchiha trap!" At that moment, I just saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone, and I thought, who the hell is Hussein? When I turned around, I was shocked to see a long line of Uchiha coming at me like they were throwing a banquet. Now, I'm in trouble. Even if I jump into the Pacific, I can't clear my name. There's no choice but to be forced to run away with those 2 unfortunate souls. To be honest, I could escape easily with Flying Thunder God, but I can't. I need to figure out whether these 2 have anything to do with my family's Jing Shui. As we were running, the one called Shimizu Tano seemed to have realized something, turned around to glance at me, and noticed that my physique was off. I was too young, but he hadn't fully processed it yet when several Uchiha security team members in green vests suddenly emerged and surrounded us. I want to tell you that at that moment, I was not only calm, but even a bit excited. Hey, finally I could fight for real. The guy named Tianai next to me looked at my ignorance with contempt in his eyes, probably thinking to himself, where did this little kid come from? Thinking this is just a game? Just don't wet your pants later. There were 6 Uchiha in total, 1 Chunin and 5 Genin. Quite an impressive lineup. The rookie named Yamashita had already started analyzing the gap between us and the enemy, asking his older brother Tianai, "Bro, can we really do this?" Tianai ignored him and turned to me, saying, "Little brother, in this situation, the only way to survive is to join forces." I laughed at the time, my tone carrying a hint of electronic music. "Who told you I was teaming up? You'll regret it." He dropped such a harsh line, probably thinking I was about to be taught a lesson by reality. The Chunin from the Uchiha clan over there also noticed me, an unofficial member, but he didn't take care and directly ordered, "I'll hold off that Chunin. You guys cooperate with the security team and take down those 2 small fries first." When T and I saw this situation, he knew he was going to be in trouble, gave me a fierce glare, and actually charged back, planning to buy time by fighting 1 against 3. As for me, I teamed up with that rookie Yamashita and faced the 3 lower ninjas from the security team. Family, who understands? These Uchihas were really going all out. Shuriken came flying at me like they were free, aimed straight at my life. I felt no pressure anymore. If they wanted me dead, what was there to explain? It was just a matter of whose blade was faster. The 3 security members worked quite well together, using shuriken to clear the path and fire techniques to seal my movements. Yamashita panicked directly, flailing around like a headless chicken. And me? Elegant, always in style. With a single hand gesture, the demon blade Muramasa appeared in my hand. A flick of my wrist, and with a flash of the blade, clang, 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 all the shuriken flying towards me were precisely cut in half. Yamashita, next to me, was dumbfounded, probably questioning his life. Is this guy using a Sharingan too? Hey, we're fighting here, don't lose focus. I instantly appeared next to him and kicked him away, right where he had just stood. A row of shuriken popped out of the ground. Annoyed by his presence, I simply used Flying Thunder God and threw him into a corner, leaving a mark on his leg for good measure. Reflect on this properly. Now, not only was Yamashita stunned, but the 3 from his security team were also confused. How did our triangular encirclement suddenly lose 1 person? My voice came softly from behind them. Do 1 or 2 of you really like to daydream this much? Losing focus in battle can get you killed, you know? As soon as the words left my mouth, there were 2 soft thuds, and 2 of the 3 were already lying down. The last guard, looking at the blood dripping from the tip of my knife, began to tremble. What have you done? I didn't even change my expression, too lazy to respond to him. With a flash of the blade, a head flew up. It was just a matter of seconds to take out 3 lower-ranking Uchiha ninjas, nothing to worry about. The thought that Jing Shui might commit suicide because of these people's mess made my heart feel chillingly calm. On the other side, Tianye's eyes were about to pop out. There was no way he could take down 3 Uchiha lower ninjas so quickly, even if he risked his life. While he was still in shock, The Uchiha Nin had already knocked him to the ground along with his last two subordinates. Just when he thought he was about to meet his end there, I casually walked over with my sword slung over my shoulder, as if I were out shopping. The fight's not over yet. He was almost out of breath, but still yelled at me, "Aren't you? Cough, cough, escaping?" Escape? I smirked. Aren't they the ones who should be escaping? The next second, a violent wind erupted around me. The blade danced wildly, and the wind howled. By the time Tianyi reacted, the two Uchiha ninjas were already lying on the ground lifeless, and the last Nin, his body riddled with wind blades, also convulsed and fell. Tianyi was completely stunned, watching me slowly sheath my sword, probably having never seen someone use wind release in such a way alongside swordsmanship in his entire life. I suddenly appeared in front of him, grabbed him, activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and directly brought him to the foot of the mountain by the wall. The young man at the foot of the mountain exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Tianyi, you're still alive." The next second, he witnessed a scene that would haunt him for life. I swiftly turned and struck with a knife, and with a sound of PU, I brutally pinned the just rising Tianyi to the ground. They had escaped, but not completely. They had just come out of the wolf's den and into my tiger's mouth. What are you doing?" The young man named Yamashita panicked completely. I stepped on Tianyi with a cold tone. "What are you doing? Can't you understand this?" Tianyi, however, was more experienced than him. He coughed up blood and said, "I'll tell you whatever you want to know." He knew that if I wanted to kill them, they would have been done for long ago. The Uchiha clan? I was a bit surprised after hearing their background. Now that Madara is gone, what kind of cattle and horses dare to step on the Uchiha's head? I drew my knife and signaled for someone at the bottom of the mountain to bandage him, then continued to interrogate. Upon learning that this was their first operation, I felt relieved. The matter of the still water mother had nothing to do with them. I looked at the two of them, who were so desperate for revenge that they were willing to risk their lives, and suddenly had an idea. I bluntly pointed out that they had fallen into a trap tonight, and that there was no hope for revenge in the future, completely shattering their mindset. Sure enough, Tianyi was a smart person, and he immediately knelt down with Shanxia, saying that as long as I was willing to help, they would be my willing servants. All right, seeing this opportunity come knocking, how could I refuse? I can help you, but you have to listen to me. I had them return to the clan, using the name of their second elder, who shares the same grudge against the Uchiha, but is timid and has no real power, to secretly win over those passionate clansmen. That old man, who wouldn't want to take advantage of a free power. Even if things get exposed in the future, he can claim ignorance and perfectly shift the blame. I also gave them a secret code. If things were exposed and the clan leader talked to them, they should send a letter to the station of the clan. With just 3 words, the melon is ripe. Finally, I asked them the name of the clan leader's son, Shimizu Aoyama. After everything was settled, I sent them away and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the rooftop of my home. As soon as I appeared, I felt Sister Inglio's presence instantly awaken from her sleep. It seems I need to learn how to conceal my presence from her in the future. It was almost dawn, so I simply sat cross-legged and felt my wet bone Forest Sage mode. When I opened my eyes, black patterns appeared on my face, and I felt like I could punch a cow to death, but it consumed a lot of chakra, so I could only maintain it for a minute. After dawn, I went to class at the academy. That girl Jing Shui probably hasn't slept well these past few days, so I told her to rest more at home. Just thinking about the grievances she's suffered made the killing intent in my heart uncontrollable. When I arrived at the academy, I radiated an aura that made others keep their distance, scaring my classmates quite a bit. In the combat class, there was no suspense. I won every match, easily defeating the second place Shinra and the third place Danzo. After school, I noticed Shimizu Danzo's envious and resentful little eyes, so I took the initiative to walk over. "Shimizu Danzo, do you want to become stronger? I can teach you." He looked up in surprise. "Really, Gumu?" I smiled kindly with a slight upward curve of my lips and said, "Rather than my name, I would prefer if you called me adoptive father. Once a teacher, always a father, right?" Tuan Zhang's face turned green, thinking I was playing with him. I turned to leave, and when he saw I was serious, he glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen not far away, gritted his teeth, and immediately chased after me, shouting, "Wait, adoptive father, teach me the secrets of wind release." To prevent me from leaving, he called out twice. I nodded in satisfaction and patted his shoulder. "Very good. Today I have gained a foster son. My son, come with your father." Danzo's face turned bright red. Fortunately, there was no one around, otherwise this embarrassing moment would haunt him for a lifetime. In the small forest behind the mountain, I looked at Danzo, who had a face full of curiosity, and asked him to show me his strongest wind release technique. "Wind release, air cutter," he shouted with great momentum. and a huge wind blade slashed towards me. I, holding a training wooden sword with a barely visible wind chakra wrapped around the blade, casually waved it and shattered his wind blade. I casually rambled on a few lines about how the intensity wasn't enough and suggested increasing the chakra output, which left him a bit stunned. After chatting for an entire afternoon, I finally revealed my true intentions. My son, looking at your living conditions, your family must have a decent status in the clan, right? This kid Danzo was quite alert and tried to change the subject by questioning my family background. I shot back directly. Your family elders wouldn't happen to be the clan leader, would they? Are you all planning a coup? The moment those words left my mouth, I keenly sensed his breath quicken for a moment. Although he vehemently denied it, that reaction had already betrayed him. It was almost certain. I drew a big pie for him and said I would teach him to attach wind release to weapons another day, which made him so happy that he stayed behind to practice on his own. As soon as I left his sight, the smile on my face instantly disappeared. This group is indeed up to something. It seems they have long wanted to stir trouble, and now, let me add fuel to the fire. After using the Flying Thunder God to return home, it was already dark. I saw Jing Shui sitting alone in the yard, lost in thought, and her little appearance made my heart ache. I jumped down to keep her company and talk for a while, and her eyes finally brightened up again. Dinner was prepared by Sister Ing Lu, featuring salmon. The three of us were having a meal, but I interacted too much with Jing Shui, and Sister Ing Lu immediately expressed that she was full of dog food, feeling like a 200-watt light bulb, suffering from tons of damage. Late at night, I still couldn't sleep. I lay in bed and opened the system, went all in, and surprisingly got something good. Breath concealment, which can hide most of my presence. Simply tailor-made for me. After changing into my night gear, I used the Flying Thunder God to arrive on the roof of a hidden high-rise in the city and began to scan the entire city with wind perception. Soon, I discovered a team of swiftly moving ninjas. Judging by their attire, they were from the Umbu. My curiosity got the better of me, so I quietly followed them. They made their way to the edge of the forest and stopped in front of an abandoned wooden house, where the mission was to eliminate the terrorists inside. I followed them into the cabin, and just as I reached the second floor, I saw a shadow-like figure crash through the door like a cannonball, already lifeless in midair. The captain's furious roar echoed from inside, claiming that the intel was wrong and that the enemy was an elite Jonin level. Another team member was about to retreat when his body was instantly sliced into several pieces by several black threads. Damn, this is too brutal. The masked ninja slowly walked out of the shadows. It was Kakuzu. He actually said that this place is the ancestral home of the Senju clan, and he came to seek revenge on the first Hokage. As I watched him extend his arm with black tentacles, about to rip out the heart of the last Umbu captain, I couldn't bear to watch any longer. I directly activated the Sage mode, and a blade of wind, compressed to the extreme, was swung out, instantly severing his tentacles. Kakuzu squinted his eyes, not noticing my position. The Umbu captain, saved, looked at the direction I was hiding in with a confused expression. Who are you? I pressed my voice and said, Aren't you leaving? Are you waiting to die? My Sage mode could only last for a minute, and I didn't have time to waste with him. Want to leave? Kakuzu was furious, and the masked monsters behind him immediately emerged, unleashing a torrent of wind, lightning, and fire ninjutsu. The Umbu captain was instantly gravely injured, and I activated the Flying Thunder God that I had set up outside just a moment before the attack hit, disappearing in an instant. Kakuzu stared at the empty room, bewildered, rubbing his eyes, thinking he had fallen under an illusion. Hey, that old guy was still rubbing his eyes. I tell you, I almost had a close call. This guy's strength is truly impressive. The 3 consecutive ninjutsu he unleashed sounded like directed explosions, and my wooden house was instantly reduced to splinters. Luckily, I escaped quickly. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been about saving someone, but waiting to be saved. And guess what? Just as I dodged, that guy crawled out of the ruins like a Terminator, holding an Umbu brother in his hand, and with one punch to the heart, it was swift and decisive. He looked at me with a gloomy expression and asked if I wanted to escape. I was dying of laughter. My Sage mode was about to expire. So I turned the tables. Old buddy, you should think about how to run away first. As soon as I finished speaking, a tornado descended from the sky. Wind release. Dead prison cage. With a loud crash, a giant storm mixer trapped him inside. That old guy initially thought I was going to have a 1v1 man-to-man battle with him. His thought process was quite unique. By the time he realized what was happening, I had already slipped away, leaving him with a cool silhouette and an increasingly larger tornado. The commotion directly attracted the big boss, Hashirama. As for me, I had long since run to a safe distance, standing with my hands in my pockets, enjoying the show. I hadn't even finished eating my melon when suddenly a voice popped up behind me, giving me a jolt. I turned around and saw, oh my, it's that old man with 1,000 hands. How did he appear like a ghost? And the look in his eyes, something's off. He can't possibly see me as an enemy, right? Does anyone understand? Without saying a word, I used Flying Thunder God to make a run for it. But that old man seemed to have full map hacks. Wherever I flashed to, he'd follow me the next second. He didn't even need to use Flying Thunder God. His speed was so fast that my naked eye could barely keep up. It was like a physical cheat. In the end, a massive wave crashed into the Dragon King Temple, and with a water wave, he completely blocked me from all directions. That scene was even more exaggerated than my previous S-rank wind release. As soon as I saw there was no way to escape, I could only shout, Dad. Biological Dad. Are you really going to act in the name of justice against your own son? Upon hearing my voice, he finally put away his kunai. Wow, just now he was really ready to give me a Flying Thunder God / combo. He came over and asked me, so what was that all about? I casually made something up, saying I encountered a few ninjas from a certain country and helped some masked brothers. He changed the subject and pretended to ask casually, I heard that recently someone from the Uchiha clan has been staying at your place. As soon as I heard it, I understood and the key point came. I directly acted it out for him. Dad, don't worry. I'm getting close to her just to win her over. And then I'll use her to gain control of the Uchiha clan. Isn't this all for you? I tell you, the expression he had at that time, even though he still had that iceberg face, the curve of his lips that couldn't help but rise was simply the mission of the Master Version 2025. He was still saying that it was too much to bully classmates, but the satisfied look in his eyes was about to overflow. Just as we were chatting, my big brother Tobirama popped up with a big smile. Huh, what are you two so happy about? It scared my dad so much that his face froze. Afraid that big brother would hear our little plan to wipe out the clan. The next morning, as soon as I opened the door, wow, Uchiha Shure, the little cutie was already there waiting for me with a backpack, her little eyes shining like she had seen her idol. When we got to school, I went straight to my dad and got to the point. Uchiha Shure wants to return to school. What is the process? My dad, with his official tone, said, all right, but you have to show me that she has the potential to become a ninja. Then he quickly arranged a match. Who was the opponent? Hyuga, the same guy I beat up last time. I was like, huh? This old man is definitely doing this on purpose, seeking revenge. When we got to the square, as soon as Hyuga heard my dad backing him up, his confidence shot up, and he looked at me with a provocative gaze. Clearly wanted to take revenge on Jing Shui in front of me. The match began, and that kid immediately used a bagua reversal, spinning like a top to protect himself. But what he didn't expect was that Jing Shui was no longer the weakling he used to be. Just when that kid thought he had victory in his hands and was about to hit with a void palm, Jing Shui suddenly took a clever step back, dodging the attack, and then delivered a whip kick right to his face. That kid still wouldn't admit defeat and rushed at Jing Shui again, yelling. This time, Jing Shui activated his two-tomo Sharingan. In that brief moment of eye contact, Hyuga completely froze, then got knocked down with one punch, with the blade pressed against his neck. Did you think it ended there? That kid couldn't handle the loss. Without verbally admitting defeat, he tried to sneak attack Jing Shui from behind while he turned around. Can I let him succeed? I had already left a Flying Thunder God mark on Jing Shui. As soon as he raised his hand, I instantly flashed over and kicked him, sending him flying right into the wall, knocking him out on the spot. My father casually coughed a couple of times, announced that the situation was stable, and then slipped away, keeping his achievements and name hidden. A week passed, and the chess pieces I'd set up finally started to move. On a dark and windy night, I donned my night clothes, resembling an assassin from a certain creed, and used a Flying Thunder God technique to reach my little informant at the bottom of the Shimura Mountain. He reported to me that their clan's elder wanted to negotiate peace with them. I instructed directly, agree to it, and go seek refuge tonight. But everyone should be smart about it, and be careful not to get silenced. I casually asked, is your elder's son named Danzo? After giving my orders, I used a teleportation technique to arrive at the Uchiha compound. What was I doing? Causing trouble. A few patrolling Uchihas approached to question me, and I couldn't be bothered with small talk. I drew my sword and unleashed a furious blade strike. With a few swift movements, I took down an entire patrol squad. This stirred up a hornet's nest, and one Uchiha Jonin exploded with rage, ready to seek revenge at the Shimura clan. As for me, in the next moment, I had already teleported to Danzo's bedroom. The kid was sleeping soundly. Without saying a word, I threw a few shurikens to wake him up. Just as he was about to run, I struck from behind and made a cut on his back. His father, the elder, heard the commotion and rushed over at lightning speed, using wind release to push me back. Upon seeing his precious son injured, he was furious. It's the Uchiha. Lock down the entire clan and drag him out. Isn't a coincidence? Just as the Shimura clan was under lockdown, with everyone being captured like in a steel barrel formation, that hot-headed Uchiha Tetsushin snuck in all by himself, holding a sword. The moment he entered, he was stunned. Hey, having a party late at night? The Shimura clan members saw him and exclaimed, "What a guy! The killer dares to come back." Now it was a mess. It was like dropping yellow mud in 1's pants. Whether it was shit or not, it was still shit. Uchiha Tetsushin also had a bad temper. Alright, since you all have set up an ambush, then today, Grandpa will unleash a massacre. Let me tell you, a J-nin is a J-nin. Uchiha Tetsushin, all by himself, with his 3-tomo Sharingan, was simply rampaging among the people of the Shimura clan, like he had activated a god mode. In the end, the clan leader, the elder, and the second elder of the Shimura clan, 3 J-nin, directly joined forces to surround and beat him up. Where's my dad? He was already standing on the roof like a ghost, watching the whole thing with a cold expression. Guess what happened next? It was 3 against 1, and he almost got counter-killed. Can't he play? That Uchiha Tetsushin was like he was on steroids, using a Jinjutsu to hold the Shimura clan leader in place. And just as he was about to chop off his head with a knife, at that critical moment, whoosh, my dad flashed in. With one hand, he directly grabbed Uchiha Tetsushin's wrist, and with a crunch, he crushed the bones. The Shimura clan leader was so scared he nearly lost his mind. And when he saw my dad arrive, he let out a deep sigh of relief. My dad still has a seam of face. And he said to Uchiha Tetsushin, "Evil little Uchiha, are you being so ruthless?" Uchiha Tetsushin was also stunned when he saw the newcomer, Hokage. Hokage-sama. Let me tell you, that scene back then was incredible. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, looked just like a final boss, emanating a bluish-purple low pressure. Chakra pouring out like it was free. Uchiha Tetsushin was so scared he almost crumbled. I bet he couldn't even remember how to breathe. That pressure was something else, like Mount Tai pressing down on you. Our chakra in front of him was like a small puddle meeting the Pacific Ocean. It was on a completely different level. Tobirama didn't even lift his eyelids, just said 2 words, "Take him away." In a flash, several masked umbu appeared from the shadows like ghosts, quickly bound Uchiha Tetsushin, and dragged him away for interrogation. The members of the Shimura clan were dumbfounded. Then Tobirama issued a gag order. Not a word about this to anyone today. If anyone asks, just say you 3 teamed up to take him down. I was thinking, wow, Tobirama's prejudice against the Uchiha is practically ingrained in his DNA. 3 against 1, and they still ended up heavily injured. Yet he concluded that the Uchiha are inherently evil executioners. That logic is something else. And the scene shifted. And guess what I saw when I woke up the next morning? The atmosphere changed dramatically, folks. As soon as I stepped outside, I saw Senju Ayaka and Uchiha Shirei, 2 girls, busy preparing breakfast. Shirei was wearing a little apron, her hair tied up, and when she saw me, she immediately broke into a sweet smile. "Good morning, Komoku." I leaned in and saw they were making buns. Ayaka was so excited. "Young master, this idea is from Shirei. We're using fermented dough to steam the meat filling. It tastes amazing." The look in her eyes was like she had found a pile of gold ingots, sparkling with excitement. Shirei was a bit shy, giggling, and then eagerly asked me, "Komoku, do you want to eat buns?" Let me tell you, I understood that look all too well. I grinned and said, "Of course. I love buns, you know that." I casually brushed the flour off her hair. The little girl's face turned red, and she sneakily glanced at Ayaka. When she saw Ayaka didn't react, she sighed in relief and muttered, "You're such a goof." When the buns were ready, I tried one, and wow. It was exactly the taste I loved. Ayaka immediately said, "Shirei, let's partner up and open a bun shop. It's going to be a hit." Shirei looked a bit dazed, like a frightened little hamster, and looked to me for help. I nodded at her, and she quietly said, "But I don't have any money." I'll wave my hand, I'll cover it. "Ayaka, we can use my savings as startup capital." I was joking, but this was definitely a future business opportunity. That is how we decided to open the bun shop. A week passed just like that. It was around this time that things went wrong on the Uchiha side. They held a clan meeting once a month, and when the vice clan leader called the roll, he noticed, "Hey, where's Uchiha Tetsushin? Where is he?" A young man named Uchiha Shana timidly raised his hand. "Report, vice clan leader. Tetsushin has been missing for a week." "What the heck? Missing?" I suspected it was the Shimura clan's doing. As soon as I said this, The temperature in the meeting room dropped by 10 degrees. The Shimura clan? That little second-tier family? Damn it, they dare to mess with us Uchihas. We need to take action. If something happened to Tetsushin, I would make their entire clan pay. Let me tell you, those Uchiha Jonin exploded at that moment. All of them like firecrackers. The Vice Clan leader Kuden-T stopped them and weakly advised them not to make too much noise. Watching helplessly as a dozen Jonin turned into shadows, rushing out with murderous intent. Meanwhile, I was out strolling with Shirzue on the newly built commercial street, discussing where to set up the bun shop. Shirzue looked up with her bright eyes. Komoku, let us open it here. It will definitely be bustling in the future. She was so cute it was almost unfair. Just as I was about to nod, I suddenly felt a gust of ominous wind behind me. Wow. A massive wave of chakra surged past in an instant. That speed was all Jonin. Shirzue was startled, and I quickly pulled her into my arms to avoid that gust. Watching the murderous backs of my fellow clansmen, I was excited and told Shiro, let us go. Let's watch the show. When we arrived, the Shimura clan was already surrounded with no way out. In the patriarch's courtyard, Danzo's father, known as Shimura Danpei, was acting as the clan leader. A subordinate rushed in, rolling and scrambling. Patriarch, it's bad. We're surrounded by the Uchiha. At first, Danpei remained calm. Uchiha, do they dare come? However, when he heard that over a dozen Nin had arrived, I tell you, his foot that had just stepped out suddenly came to a screeching halt in mid-air. His expression froze, and he cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment. Ahem. This matter requires careful consideration. First, let us notify Lord Hokage. The family members, who understood nothing, could see I was drenched in sweat. The acting patriarch must have cursed his ancestors 100 times in his heart. Over a dozen Nin? This was clearly a setup to annihilate the clan. Outside, the Uchiha were already growing impatient. Leading them was a one-eyed elite Nin, carrying a big sword, radiating a menacing aura, clearly someone who had crawled out of a pile of corpses. He issued an ultimatum. You have 30 seconds. If the patriarch doesn't come out, we will break in. The Shimura clan's guards were weak in the knees. The pressure was so intense that it was hard to even stand. I pulled Shinsui away to a distance, holding her small hand to give her a sense of security. The little girl looked a bit scared and asked me, do we really have to watch? I said, it's fine. We're not the only ones watching the show. When the 30 seconds were up, the one-eyed Nin swung his sword. Brothers, charge! Swish! 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 Over a dozen Uchiha Nin tore through the Shimura clan's defenses like tigers descending a mountain. The screams echoed, and the other clans watching the spectacle began to murmur. Oh my god, the Uchiha are at it again. They're so lawless. Doesn't Lord Hokage do anything about it? Upon hearing this, Shinsui's face turned pale. She realized that these butchers were her kin. The disdainful gazes around her pierced through her like needles. Seeing that my goal was achieved, I quickly pulled her away. Ignore them, we're going home. On the way, Shinsui looked very downcast. So, our clan is this warlike? I squeezed a little hand and said very seriously, they are them, and you are you. If anyone bullies you in the future, tell me, and I will dig up their ancestral grave. With a laugh, the little girl's gloom lifted a bit. Meanwhile, the Uchiha army had already reached the core area of the Shimura clan. Damn it, the patriarch still hasn't come out. Brother Ironheart wouldn't really be in danger, would he? The one-eyed elite Nin's eyes turned red. Just then, they sensed 2 chakra signatures at the Nin level approaching. Shimura Danpei came out with the second elder and his confidant, Shimura Tani. I tell you, Tani's face turned green. He was one of the executors of the assassination of Shinsui's mother, and now seeing this situation, he probably recalled the fear of being dominated by the Uchiha on the battlefield. Danpei forced himself to remain calm. What brings you Uchiha to the Shimura clan? The Uchiha Vice Clan leader smiled coldly and said, we're looking for someone, Uchiha Ironheart, who is said to be missing here. Danpei's heart sank, but he still spoke the truth. We have seen him, but he was taken away by Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage? Yes, he came here to cause trouble, and was taken away. The one-eyed Nin was about to say to go find the Hokage for the person, when a cold voice suddenly rang from behind them. No need, I have already arrived. Senju Tobirama appeared out of thin air. With one sentence, the entire scene fell silent. The Uchiha, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, instantly became as obedient as ducks with their necks grabbed. Tobirama glanced at them, his gaze as if looking at a group of unruly children. So, what business do you have with me? The Vice Clan leader still maintained some respect and recounted the matter of Uchiha Ironheart's disappearance. However, Several of his clansmen behind him had already begun to exude killing intent. After all, Tobirama was the enemy who had personally killed their former vice-clan leader, Uchiha Izuna. Tobirama explained expressionlessly, "I have my reasons for capturing people. Uchiha Ironheart infiltrated the Shimura clan with the intent to assassinate their patriarch. Is that reason sufficient?" Upon hearing this, the Uchiha vice-clan leader was left speechless. This was a serious crime against the regulations of Konoha. But the one-eyed elite J-Nin was unconvinced. He directly stepped forward and said, not humble nor arrogant, "Lord Hokage, Ironheart would never act without reason. There must be hidden circumstances. Have you investigated thoroughly?" Good heavens, this directly killed the conversation. Tobirama's gaze instantly turned cold. "What? Do I need to report to you when I do my job?" As soon as the words fell, a bunch of Umbu appeared around them, surrounding the over a dozen Uchiha J-Nin. Not to mention him, just you guys attacking a fellow clan family in broad daylight and slaughtering companions. Do you treat the laws of Konoha as waste paper? That one-eyed J-Nin was also a tough nut. He stood against Tobirama's heavy chakra pressure and shouted word by word. "Even if you are Hokage, you have no right to be the dictator. We need the truth." The vice-clan leader beside him turned pale, cursing his teammate in his heart. Tobirama smiled coldly. "Very well. I now suspect you have traitorous intentions. Apprehend them all. Those who resist will be killed without mercy." Just as blood was about to be spilled at the scene, an exasperated yet gentle voice came from the sky. "Second brother, don't get worked up. Madara is gone. We should treat their clansmen patiently." What the hell? It's the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The god of Shinobi's appearance immediately quelled all the anger in the air. The Uchiha rebels also wilted. After all, the difference in strength was there. Seeing his elder brother speak, Tobirama could only reluctantly explain. Uchiha Ironheart is seeking revenge. But the bottom line is that he must not kill the J-Nin of the village. So, is there a problem with my capture? The vice-clan leader hurriedly added, "Lord Hokage, our clan has also had many lower ninjas die mysteriously recently. Ironheart must have acted impulsively because of this." Tobirama snorted. "I'm also investigating this matter. Shimura clan, you also need to investigate who is causing trouble. Consider today's incident a lesson for you." His gaze swept over Danpei, clearly suspecting him. As for Uchiha Ironheart, he will be detained for a month before being released. With the matter said to this extent, the Uchiha vice-clan leader could only leave in disgrace. Once they left, Tobirama fixed his gaze on Danpei, his eyes sharp as a knife. "Danpei, who in your clan is provoking the Uchiha?" Danpei trembled in fear, hurriedly saying he didn't know and promised to investigate thoroughly. Tobirama sneered. "Playing with fire will lead to self-immolation. This time I was here, but next time, your clan may really be annihilated." After saying that, he took his naive elder brother away. Once everyone left, Danpei's face immediately darkened, like a venomous snake, calling his confidant Tanny into the meeting hall. He began to interrogate Tanny about what he had done, but didn't delve too deeply. This old fellow had great ambitions and was now entirely focused on how to seize the patriarch's power completely. Tanny lowered his head and retreated. His expression was unreadable. But I knew this kid definitely had ulterior motives. That night, in the Hokage office, Tobirama received a secret report from the Umbu. "Lord Hokage, we found a letter sent from the Shimura clan to the relay station, which was then sent to the Hyuga clan." "Hyuga?" Tobirama frowned. The waters were getting murkier. "On that same night, I once again transformed into a shadow and sneaked onto the roof of the Shimura clan. After the commotion caused by the Uchiha during the day, their night patrols were as lax as paper. I found that all the Umbu monitoring the area during the day had actually withdrawn at night. I wondered to myself, was this a trap set by Tobirama? Was he trying to use someone as a pawn to kill, or to lure the snake out of its hole? But it didn't matter. Even if it was a trap, if I wanted to leave, no one could stop me. I quietly made my way to the roof of the conference hall and happened to hear the voices of the Shimura clan spies below. How are the injuries of the villagers and clan members being handled? I tell you, every single one of those Chunin in the clan has been opened up big time. They won't be able to get out of bed for at least a month." Bang! That old guy from the organization exploded on the spot, smashing his fist on the table and cursing Uchiha like a mad dog. "Goodness, let me tell you, that kid T&I looks honest. But he's sneakier than a coal mine full of bees." He immediately leaned in and said, "Clan leader, this is a good thing. Let's take this opportunity to win people's hearts. By the time the old clan leader gets better, the chance will be gone. And won't the whole Shimizu family have to listen to you then?" Upon hearing this, the organization guy's eyes lit up. praising Tianya's cleverness and immediately assigning him to handle the matter. Tianyi lowered his head, his mind racing with calculations. If he weren't afraid of losing, he would have wanted to deal with that organization guy right then and there. The two of them walked out one after the other. And let me tell you, just as that old guy from the organization stepped out the door, Tianyi suddenly put on a show and shouted, "Clan leader, be careful," and pushed him down into the mud. With a thud, Tianyi himself felt like he had been stabbed in the back, flying backward. The organization guy was still dazed. He turned around, and there wasn't a soul in sight. But the next second, the air around him exploded with wind and pressure. There was nowhere to hide. Immediately, I tell you, the scene was incredible. Countless shadows rushed out, their knives faster than lightning, unleashing a frenzied attack on the airborne organization guy, giving him the windman's happy slash. That scream was heart-wrenching. The organization guy was slashed in the air like a spinning top, blood spurting everywhere. And he became a bloody mess, finally crashing to the ground and passing out from the pain. Tianyi pretended to be shocked, crawling over and saying, "Clan leader, are you okay?" But deep down, he knew this was all arranged by my mysterious big brother. Seeing that the organization guy was still breathing, he quickly picked him up and took him to the hospital, this move instantly boosting his favorability. The scene shifted. Guess who did it? That's right, it was me. Using the Flying Thunder God technique to return home, hiding my achievements and fame. Now the entire Shimizu family is practically in my hands, isn't it? When I got back to my room, lo and behold, that little girl Jing Shui was actually waiting for me. Under the moonlight, she looked so worried. It melted my heart. I smiled and asked what she was thinking about, and she jumped in surprise, realizing and patting her little chest, saying she was so glad I was back. Late at night, she came running to me and immediately twisted my face, questioning where I had been, saying she was very worried. Could I take this grievance? I immediately counterattacked, giving her face a good squeeze with both hands. The feeling was quite nice. After a couple of moments, she surrendered with her hands up. Once we were done, she seriously told me she was really worried about me. I patted her head and promised to come back earlier in the future. This girl was mumbling and grumbling, but in the end, she still told me to be careful. I intended to give her a loving hug, but this little girl blushed, pushed me away, and said to talk about it later, even asking when she would become my wife. Hey, I said it's only a matter of time since we were already engaged, right? That one sentence left her stuttering, and she muttered, "I'll go first," running away like a startled rabbit. Sigh. I was just joking. This girl is too shy. The next morning, Jing Shui was still sulking over yesterday's incident, ignoring me completely. At the Baozi shop, Sistering Lu was experimenting with new flavors, and I joked with Jing Shui, mouthing little wife, which scared her into hastily agreeing to the 70 to 30 profit-sharing deal, fearing I might say it out loud, which made me laugh. After breakfast, we headed to school, and along the way, this girl was still pouting, puffing her cheeks like a cat ready to scratch. I asked if she was angry, but she denied it, saying we agreed to act as classmates in front of outsiders. I said Sistering Lu didn't count as an outsider, and only then did she realize she was sulking herself, looking rather foolish. Just as I made her laugh, I turned around and bumped into Danzo, all wrapped in bandages. Heading to school too. Jing Shui curiously asked what happened to him, and I casually said, maybe he has hemorrhoids, which made her burst out laughing. But then she remembered she was still mad and immediately put on a serious face, turning her head away haughtily. When we got to the classroom, things got even funnier. Someone had written a love letter to my dear Jing Shui. She simply tossed it to me and said, "You go refuse it," handling it like a pro. Just as I finished speaking, my cheap old man, the second Hokage Tobirama, walked in, directly announcing that he would select a group of people for early graduation. He read off a list of names, and both Jing Shui and I, along with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, were on it. He said we would be grouped in threes, led by a Jonin. Guess what? He actually dared to separate me from Jing Shui. Could I tolerate that? I immediately raised my hand and said, "Teacher, I must express my dissatisfaction." The whole class was stunned. Tobirama's face darkened, and he ordered me to his office. Jing Shui quickly followed. When we got to the office, I got straight to the point, saying I wanted to be in the same group as Jing Shui because we work well together. Tobirama tried to play it cool, saying ninjas shouldn't have emotions, and being emotional is a big taboo. I stopped pretending and said, "Old man, are you pushing me?" Let me tell you. Jing Shui beside me completely froze. That expression. Who understands? Her CPU was about to overheat. Only then did she realize that her future father-in-law was actually the second Hokage. Seeing that I was about to flip the table, Tobirama couldn't hold back anymore, sighed, and finally relented, agreeing to let us be in the same group. But with one condition. When we become Chunin, we must join his elite guard. I turned to look at Jing Shui, and she was still blinking her big eyes, not having processed it yet. I knew she would definitely agree, so I immediately accepted. As soon as we stepped out, Jing Shui was still in a daze. I teased her, saying, "What's wrong, little silly girl? Are you so happy about doing missions together in the future that you can't speak?" Only then did she snap back to reality, pinching me and asking why I didn't tell her sooner. I reassured her that it was fine. Even if that old man disagreed, I would still choose her. This girl blushed, saying she hadn't agreed yet, and I immediately teased, "Then I'll go start a harem." Tsunade would be a good choice. Goodness, she exploded on the spot, her little hands pinching my soft flesh at my waist. Her jealousy was off the charts. Just as we were messing around, Tsunade actually popped around the corner, smiling and saying, "It seems I'm in the same group as Komoku." Jing Shui's expression instantly dimmed, and in her little head, I could imagine an 80-episode tragic drama playing out. I quickly flicked her forehead and explained to Tsunade that we had requested a group change. In the afternoon, I want to deal with that love letter guy. When the kid saw me, his legs turned to jelly. In just a few words, I scared him so badly he promised never to disturb Jing Shui again. I also asked him to help me investigate who had been spreading rumors about me and Jing Shui, saying I had my eyes on her. If I heard it again, I would deal with him first. TSK, look at this weather, the poor kid is sweating, better go wash up properly. I tell you, that guy runs faster than a rabbit, afraid that I would eat him. Are you bullying honest people again? My girlfriend, Uchiha Shirzue, immediately came over with a look that said, "Are you up to no good again?" I was not happy at that moment and said, "What do you mean by bullying? I'm a good person. I was just concerned about him and told him to go home and rest well." All right. Shirzue directly linked her arm with mine and said, "Stop being silly. Let us hurry up and meet our leading Jonin teacher. I wonder who the other teammate is." I casually replied, "I hope it's not a guy." As soon as I finished speaking, I felt a tightness around my waist. Shirzue's small hand was like a crab claw, smiling sweetly. Why not? My survival instinct kicked in instantly, and I quickly said, "Of course, I'm just afraid you'll be taken away by some wild man." Only then did she hum in satisfaction and shake her head. I tell you, this girl is really possessive. In her world, no one else can fit in besides me. Before long, we arrived at the meeting place. I looked up, and wow, everything went dark in front of my eyes. How is it? The man standing under the tree looked serious, wearing a green vest and with long hair, giving off a very rigid vibe. Shirzue curiously asked me what was wrong, and I said, "Nothing, just hope this guy doesn't cause trouble." Just then, the transfer student, Sako, arrived. Seeing us, she seemed quite happy. What a coincidence. Looks like we really are teammates. Shirzue also smiled and greeted her, but I was internally complaining, what coincidence? This is simply a fateful connection. At that moment, the cold-faced man finally spoke. "Hello, my name is Naruto, and I will be your teacher from now on." He glanced at us, his gaze lingering on me for half a second longer. I bet he recognized me. Sure enough, he continued, "Let me make it clear. I don't take lazy waste under my wing. If you don't listen, I will directly apply for a replacement. My goal is to bring you to the Chunin level, where anyone who can snatch this bell from me can consider themselves graduated." As he spoke, he shook the 3 bells hanging from his waist. Folks who knew this bell-snatching tradition started so early. He asked if we had any questions, and both Shirzue and Sako said no. He then looked at me. "What about you?" I shrugged, "None. Let me tell you, Naruto is the son of the elder of our Senju clan, and he is quite stubborn. I had seen him a few times at family gatherings, and he always looked down on me, saying I brought shame to our clan. Given that, Naruto casually said, 'You 3, come and me together, let me see your skills.' The expression on his face was as if he could easily handle us with one hand. I directly told Shirzue and Sako, 'You 2 go first.' Sako was a bit confused and quietly asked me, 'Gookie, do you have a plan?' I stroked my chin and said seriously, 'My plan is for you 2 to go first, and I'll support from the back. It's all about companion style, OB. Sako was speechless, while Shirzue trusted me and nodded, drawing her sword and charging ahead. Fine, Sako sighed and followed her. Seeing this, Naruto laughed. 2 girls charged and shouting. And what about me? I found a big rock, elegantly laid down, and prepared to watch the show. In that posture, anyone who didn't know would think I was the teacher. Naruto's expression was one of displeasure. He was probably thinking, just as the rumors said, a lazy waste. As a Jonin, he had no time to care about our little ninja school affairs. He had no idea that I was already wreaking havoc at school. Unbeaten. "Naruto-sensei, we're coming." Shirzue initiated with a fireball jutsu, and Saka followed up with a big windmill shuriken. And what was the result? It was like a child's play in front of Jonin. Naruto dodged easily with a body flicker. But just as he landed, let me tell you, the excitement came. Hiruzen had somehow circled around to his side, her eyes flashing with bloodlust as she activated her Sharingan. She slashed her sword at him. Naruto's pupils shook in shock. The Uchiha clan. He must have cursed the second Hokage, my dad. 1,000 times in his heart. You knew my brother died at the hands of the Uchiha, yet you send me a Uchiha child. What do you mean? But his movements were not slow. He quickly drew a kunai and started fighting with Hiruzen. The sparks flew. At first, Hiruzen was able to attack. But as the fight went on, she fell into defense, and soon her Sharingan could barely keep up with Naruto's speed. With a loud bang, Hiruzen was kicked away. Sokka was about to suggest we use tactics when Naruto suddenly shouted, "All right, stop fighting." He looked at the two girls and said, "I have a rough idea of your strength. Now, please state your names. I am Zenkai Saku. I am Uchiha Shitsui." Hiruzen even pointed at me. "That over there is Guki." "Oh, I remember." Naruto nodded and glanced at Hiruzen's Sharingan, his eyes full of disdain. Then, he turned his attention to me. "So, Guki, should you come over to train now?" I yawned and waved my hand. "Naruto-sensei, you go ahead with them. I don't think I need it." This statement directly infuriated Naruto. "Don't need? Is this your excuse for slacking off? I really don't know how you graduated from the Ninja Academy. You're exactly as the clan members said, hopeless." He said this without leaving any room for feelings. I didn't team mind after all these years. I had heard enough to be numb to it. But Saku was directly stunned. "Clan members? Teacher, you and Guki are from the same clan?" She was about to ask when she turned around, and wow, Hiruzen's face was as dark as a pot bottom. That look in her eyes was fierce, as if someone had touched her treasure, exuding an aura of "don't mess with my man." Folks, who understands? My love-struck best friend was about to explode. She stepped forward, glaring at Naruto, saying each word clearly. "Naruto-sensei, I want to allow you to say that about Guki. He is very strong." This was the first time in her life she had argued back with a teacher, all for me. "Oh." Naruto was amused by her anger, his smile full of mockery. "Is that so? Then how do you want to prove it? If he only has your level of skill, that would really disappoint me." Sokka was anxiously pulling Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, don't get worked up." But Hiruzen wouldn't listen. She was about to rush up to prove it when my slow voice came from behind. "Forget it. I'll handle it myself." Hiruzen turned to see me, and her expression softened a bit. Naruto looked at me with a cold sneer. "Come on, Guki. Let me see what your arrogance is based on." I scratched my head, still looking like I hadn't woken up. "Oh, then Naruto-sensei, you better be ready." Then I told the two girls, "You two go over there and wait. I'll have a chat with Naruto-sensei." "What? You want to fight me alone?" Naruto laughed, even more happily, probably thinking I was an ignorant little brat. I replied, "Let us give it a try. You have to try everything, as they say. Trying is the first step to dying." Although Hiruzen and Saku were worried, they obediently walked away. As soon as they sat on a rock, preparing to see how far I could go against a Jonin, they turned around and found I had also sat down next to them. Hiruzen had a look of confusion. "Huh? Guki, when did you come over? Weren't you going to fight?" I pointed to Teacher Naruto, who was still frozen in place not far away, and said, "Fight? What did I say? I wanted to fight. Didn't I just say I wanted to have a simple chat with Teacher Naruto? It's already done." "Huh?" Xiaoqun was also confused. "What did you two talk about?" "The teacher looks like he's stuck." "I don't know, you can go over and take a look," I said, casually shrugging my shoulders and lying down next to Jingshui, watching her with great interest. "Hey, this girl looks pretty when she's angry." Jingshui's face turned red under my gaze, and she dragged Xiaoqun towards Teacher Naruto. "Teacher Naruto, are you okay?" Jingshui waved her hand in front of him. Ahem. Teacher Naruto seemed to suddenly come back to his senses, his expression shifting from vacant to terrified. "Today's training ends here. I'm leaving. I'll notify you when there's a mission in the future." After saying that, he ran away without looking back, his back looking very flustered. Let me tell you what happened the moment they turned around. I instantly appeared in front of Naruto, delivering dozens of strikes in a second, none of which hit him. But the wind from each strike grazed his skin. By the time he reacted, I was already back behind Jingshui and the others. The guy must have been scared out of his wits. He was probably thinking, how is this little brat's strength so terrifying? This is the level of an elite Jonin. How old is he? Who would believe this if I told them? What kind of monster did the Hokage assign to me? He even started to fantasize that I had been intentionally hiding my strength to see who was human and who was a ghost. Goodness, this imagination is wasted not writing novels. On the way home, Jingshui was bouncing around like a little deer, asking me what I had said to the teacher. I casually made up a story. I just told him that if you don't go home soon, old Wong next door is going to take advantage. Is that true? More real than pearls. Although she didn't believe me, she didn't ask more. On the other side, in the Hokage office, Naruto rushed in with a pale face and cried to my dad. The second Hokage, Senju, Tobirama, Hokage-sama. You've ruined me. Why didn't you tell me your son has the strength of an elite jonin? He absolutely did not want to be my teacher anymore, saying it was a humiliation, making him feel like a clown. After hearing this, my dad's expression changed. Oh, elite jonin? He originally wanted to use Naruto to pro my abilities, but unexpectedly found a trump card. Soon it was evening. My godmother had gone out, and it was just me and Jingshui at home. I lay on the tatami, weakly calling out, Jingshui, I'm hungry. What are we having for dinner tonight? Jingshui, who was practicing swordsmanship in the yard, wiped her sweat and turned back to me with a charming smile. Do you want to eat first, take a shower first, or eat me first? I suddenly got a jolt, thinking this girl was playing with fire. Just when I was about to say something, I saw a familiar white-haired figure appear behind her out of nowhere. Jingshui was still unaware, smugly provoking me. Playing with fire? You're not capable anyway. What are you afraid of? As soon as she finished speaking, a cold and serious voice rang out behind her. What did you say? Where's Gumu not capable? Good grief, my dad, Senju Tobirama, had returned. Jingshui froze, her face instantly turning bright red. Hokage-sama. What did you get here? My dad stared at her expressionlessly. Let's not talk about that. First tell me, where's Gumu not capable? I couldn't watch any longer, lying on the tatami and shouting, Hey, old man, you come back and bully my wife. What do you mean by that? My dad finally turned his gaze to me and smiled. You little rascal. This is my house. Can't I come back? He sized me up and got straight to the point. Kid, my umbu is short on people. Are you coming? Umbu? What's that for? You can think of it as a secret organization that maintains the stability of Konoha. It sounded good, and I was a bit interested, but I wasn't going. My dad's face darkened. Why not? I haven't passed the assessment from my guiding teacher yet. I casually found an excuse. Naruto? He is no longer your teacher. With your current strength, you're already qualified to be a guiding teacher. Here's the deal. You come to Umbu, and I'll directly give you the position of squad leader. You can pick your own team members. Jingshui was stunned listening from the side. When I heard that, hey, this condition is pretty good. All right, but I have one condition. Uchiha Jingshui must be my team member. Jingshui hadn't reacted yet when my dad's oppressive gaze locked onto her. She could only nod. I am willing. Good. My dad immediately made the decision. I now appoint you as the leader of the 4th Division of Umbu. Specific details will be sent over later. You won't need to go to classes anymore. Just wait for my missions. After saying that, he vanished in an instant. Jingshui was still dazed. Gumu, what is going on? Are we spies now? Just as she finished speaking, a shadow threw 2 sets of clothes and a manual into the room, instructing us to report to the base in the morning, and then the person disappeared. Damn, another early start. I wailed. Jingshui was already excitedly opening the package. Wow, there are masks. I want this fox one. When she came out after changing, I opened my package and my face turned green. Why don't you get a cool fox mask while I get a dog head mask? I seriously suspect that the Umbu just dissed me. Jingshui was wearing a black tight suit, her hair in a high ponytail, and wearing the fox mask, her figure. TSK. She noticed me staring at her and asked, What's wrong? Is there a problem? I propped my chin up and said seriously, Nothing. Just wanted to ask if you need me to prepare a glass of milk for you in the mornings from now on. She was taken aback for a moment, then immediately reacted, looking down in the direction of my gaze. She quickly covered her chest, her face turning as red as an apple. You lecher, so shameless. I calmly replied. A gentleman is lustful but not lewd. It arises from emotion but stops at reason. After hearing this, Jingshui completely broke down, both angry and amused. You bad guy. Using what you learned. She suddenly remembered something and said sourly, Are you not satisfied? Still thinking about that little junior who confessed to you when you graduated from high school? She's sweet and fragrant, calling you big brother with every breath, stealing your heart away. I quickly interrupted. Cough, stop. That little junior can't compare to my little wife. Oomph. Jingshui pouted, her face still flushed. Men's words are deceitful. You cook for yourself today. After saying that, she ran back to her room, but the corner of her mouth couldn't be suppressed. I was left in despair. Oh no. Tonight, I would have to eat instant noodles again. But when I got to the kitchen, just as I boiled the water, Jingshui came out again. I was making plain noodles, and what was she making? Braised pork and stir-fried vegetables. The aroma made my mouth water, especially that pot of braised pork. I felt like my eyeballs were about to fall out. Jingshui noticed my gaze, her lips curling up in a smug smile, letting out a proud hum. When all the dishes were served on the table, she suddenly pushed the glistening, trembling bowl of braised pork in front of me. Here you go. I don't like eating meat. She turned her head away, muttering softly, It's not because I'm soft-hearted. It's just that this time the cooking isn't good. Yes, it's not good. Family, this is textbook-level tsundere. I picked up a piece and put it in my mouth. It melted in my mouth, the meat flavor so good, I wanted to cry. While eating, I said, I knew my dear wife is the best. This taste should only exist in heaven. It's hard to find on earth. While drinking water, Jing Shui was choked and turned red in the face. Nonsense. Who's your wife? Although she retorted, the expectation and satisfaction in her eyes couldn't be hidden. I quickly finished the meat and pushed the remaining lean meat in front of her. Here you go. I know you don't like greasy food. You little glutton. You must have been secretly drooling just now, right? Nonsense. I wasn't drooling. She got flustered, her little face turning bright red. After I was full, I stood up and said, I'll wash the dishes later, just leave them there. I'm going to take a shower first. With that, I went upstairs. Actually, I wasn't going to take a shower at all. I returned to my room, quickly changed into my night clothes, and, with a flying thunder god technique, I disappeared from the spot. When I reappeared, I was already at the residence of the Shimura clan. Although the plan was already arranged, I still needed to confirm it with my own eyes to feel at ease. As soon as I landed on the rooftop, a figure turned around warily. When he saw it was me, he finally relaxed. Don't worry, it's me. I jumped down beside him. This person was one of my pawns, Shimura Yamashita. He looked around to make sure no one was there before quietly asking, My lord, do you have any orders? I lowered my voice and said just 6 words. Take me to see Tanaka. Upon hearing this, the kid's eyes lit up, and he eagerly led me inside. I tell you, when I pushed the door open and took a look, good grief, there was Tania sitting there, probably still pondering how to climb the ranks. As soon as he saw me, he jumped up from his chair in a flash, looking extremely respectful, and hurried over to ask, My lord, what new instructions do you have? Nonsense. I'm not here for a vacation without any instructions, right? I rolled my eyes in my mind, but kept my mouth steady. How's the situation with the second elder? Replying to my lord, nothing much. It seems he really has tacitly accepted that I'm in charge. All right, what about you? How many people in the clan are siding with you now? He thought for a moment and said, according to your previous guidance, those who had grievances during the war and some from the elders faction are basically on my side. Roughly speaking, 2/3 of them support me. Not bad, kid. I nodded and directly got to the point. Bring me the list of Uchiha enemies that I asked you to prepare. As soon as he heard this, his eyes lit up like a little light bulb, and he immediately pulled out a scroll from his pocket and handed it to me. I opened it and saw, 2 Jonin. I shot him a questioning glance, and Tania immediately smiled awkwardly. My lord, there's really no way around it. A few years ago, there were still Chunin like me, who knew the Uchiha folks would suddenly level up while fighting. Who understands our families? Those Uchiha warriors have the words battle king etched in their genes. I didn't dwell on this matter for long and continued to ask, the investigation you were supposed to conduct about the assassination of Uchiha, do you have any leads? Besides you, who else is involved with them? We looked into it, sir. It seems to be someone from the Hyuga clan. Hyuga? I raised an eyebrow. Who specifically? I'm not sure about that. I just heard it from the patrolling brothers. All right, this information is enough. I suddenly had a clearer idea in my mind. I was originally thinking of scaring that second elder a bit, but now it seems unnecessary. The Hokage is currently focused on Uchiha and Hyuga, so if I stir things up on my side, the Shimura clan will also be under close watch. By then, the 3 clans will be monitored together, and that old man Tobirama will be overwhelmed. No wonder he keeps complaining about a lack of personnel. I waved my hand, signaling him to continue lurking and build up his reputation. Then, I swiftly returned to the courtyard. Guess what happened? As soon as I entered the room, that girl Jing Shui was actually in my room, looking like a well-behaved little cat. I climbed in through the window and immediately teased her. Oh, sneaking into my room again, planning a night raid on me? She wasn't flustered at all and even made a helpless expression. There's no way around it. In the world of ninjas, locks are just for show. It's all about SCHR Dinger's theft prevention. Seeing that I was back safely, she visibly relaxed, stood up coolly, nodded like a high and mighty fairy, and turned to head next door. Watching her retreating figure, a bell rang in my mind, and my emotional points increased by 300. The next morning, I got up feeling invigorated. I kept saying I want to sleep in, but just thinking about Jing Shui being here filled me with energy. I had to get stronger, strong enough to bring her home in style. I ran to her door and deliberately called out teasingly, Lazy bug, get up. If you don't get up soon, I might just break the door down. Just as my hand touched the doorknob, the door opened by itself. Jing Shui was already dressed, with a high ponytail, a fox mask, and a tight black outfit. Her figure was quite ahem. She shot me a glance with her alluring eyes and said with a hint of resentment, "You perv." All right, that's the look. I got excited at that moment and raised my hand to swear that if she gave me that disdainful look a few more times, I promised I wouldn't be a creep. She rolled her eyes dramatically and put her hand on her forehead. "You're hopeless. Just go already. Don't be late on your first day at work." But before I left, she gave me another disdainful glare. Hey, this girl really gets me. On the way, I told her, once we enter the Dark Division, we can't use our names anymore. So, just call me Captain Mu. What should I call you? You could just call me Shui. We both wore masks, and as dawn broke, we arrived smoothly at the Dark Department base. Wow. This base was actually built underneath the Hokage building, which was quite concealed. At the entrance, there was a person sitting like a door god responsible for registration. Inside, the hall was spacious, clearly divided into areas for training, taking on missions, and slacking off. As soon as we entered with our small frames, we immediately attracted a lot of attention. The guy at the entrance who was registering didn't even lift his head, coldly asking, "Newcomers? Code names. Wood. Water." He tossed over 2 tags and pointed to 4 large wooden boards not far away. "Which team? Hang it there. When you go on a mission, take the tags with you for easier personnel counting." I took a glance and saw that the names of the 3 squads were all engraved at the top, with the members' tags hanging below. Without saying a word, I walked straight to the 4th empty bulletin board, and with a slap, I hung my tag at the very top, position of the captain. Then I turned around and gave Jing Shui a cheeky smile. "Shui, come below me. I will be very gentle." Flirt. Her pretty face turned red, and she rolled her eyes at me, but still obediently hung her tag below mine. Wow. Now our 4 squad only has 2 lone commanders, looking so conspicuous. You see, you're right below me, not moving at all. It's you who thought wrong. I'm not talking to you anymore. Jing Shui stamped her foot and ran off to the training area. I had barely settled into the resting area when a muscular guy wearing a bear mask approached me. His build was like a wall, and he was carrying a giant sword on his back. "Newbie, huh, Captain?" His voice was deep and rumbling. "Do you need me to educate you on the rules of the Dark Division? If you have something to say, hurry up. I want to go back to sleep." I replied lazily, "Haha, sure. Let's go to the training platform. I want to challenge you." There was an excitement and brutality in his tone. "A challenge? Can I refuse?" "Refuse?" He laughed. "Of course you can. Just give up your captain position. Kid, let me teach you the first unspoken rule of the Dark Division. Here, strength determines everything." As soon as I heard it, I understood. I wondered why. As soon as I hung up the sign, the surrounding gazes looked at me like I was a piece of Tang Sung meat. So, this is to encourage internal competition. Only by getting competitive can there be motivation. All right, it seems there's no way to refuse. I stretched and stood up. So let's go. It's survival of the fittest. That's the way it is everywhere. Oh, is the bear going to fight again? Last time he challenged the explosion team, right? This guy is a total battle maniac. A crowd quickly gathered around the performance stage. Jing Shui also noticed and hurried over, her little face filled with worry. That bear guy is quite particular. He introduced himself as soon as he got on stage. "2nd Division, Explosion Team, Class 1 Leader, codename Bear. Please take care of me. Let's talk quick fight." I yawned, feeling completely unfazed. He let out a loud shout, and in an instant he disappeared, reappearing with his big knife, slashing down towards my head with the sound of the wind. Boom! With a loud noise, the ground cracked. I held the knife with one hand and effortlessly blocked his powerful strike, steady as an old dog. Bear was stunned. This little brat has such abnormal strength. He probably wanted to say I was reversing the heavens, but I spoke first. "You, this guy, have quite a bit of strength." He was momentarily stumped, and using the force from the knife, he instantly released his grip and struck at my chest with a bagua palm. Hey, still a member of the Hyuga clan. I couldn't be bothered to form a seal. My mind moved. Wind release. Cyclone. A gust of wind directly sent him flying. I decided not to play with him anymore and opted for a quick resolution. I sheathed my knife in my waist, slowly crouched down, and began to gather my breath. I was deliberately creating the illusion that my big move needed to charge up, leaving them with a false impression. When Bear saw my posture, he knew it was bad news and charged up again, howling. Just as he was about to reach me, I drew my knife. Wild breath, wind blade frenzy. Boom! With an explosive sound, I was already at the other end of the performance stage. Meanwhile, the bear remained frozen in place, still in a forward charge position. The entire arena fell silent. Crack! I sheathed my knife, and at that moment, Bear's shirt ripped apart with a sound, exploding into countless fragments. He shuddered, exhaled, and realized I had gone easy on him. I lost. He touched his bare shoulder, but he was quite straightforward, saying, "Wood team, I respect you. If you ever need help with a mission in the future, just call me anytime." I finished showing off, sneaked over to the quiet water, and tossed my hair. "So, how about it? Am I handsome?" You're quite handsome." Cough, cough, cough. It's over. She didn't follow the script and just complimented me directly. Jing Shui looked at my silly expression, her lips curling up, smugly humming. I deliberately sighed. What a pity such a handsome guy like me has no girls confessing. "What? You still want someone else to confess to you?" Jing Shui immediately puffed up like a cat with its tail stepped on, her little mouth pouting. I hurriedly explained, "I actually want a confession more." Her little face turned red, and she stubbornly said, Who? Who wants to confess to you? All right, then I can only go find other girls." "You dare." Her little hand reached towards my waist again. I hurriedly surrendered, my expression becoming serious. "Just kidding. In this world, it's already good to be alive." Jing Shui nodded. She understood what I meant. At that moment, the broadcast suddenly rang out in the hall. "Mu team? 4th Squad's Mu team, please come out immediately. There's a task that requires your cooperation. It is an A-level assassination mission." We exchanged a glance, and wow. We haven't even started slacking off yet, and we already have to work overtime. We went outside and saw 4 shadowy figures wearing animal masks standing there. The one with the cat mask, who seemed to be the leader, lazily said, "Follow us. We'll talk about the mission on the way." With that, they shot off in an instant. Their speed left Jing Shui dumbfounded. I laughed. "Are you surprised?" I quickly picked her up and, with a burst of energy, chased after them. On the way, I leaned over to the cat-face leader and asked, "So what's the specific mission?" He replied in a voice as cold as ice. "Operation Codename Extermination. You just need to follow us and assassinate a rogue ninja." After rushing for the entire morning, we took a short break in a forest. I was exhausted and directly asked Jing Shui to be my knee pillow. Let me tell you, that girl was shy at first, but later her stomach growled. And I caught her red-handed. Without saying a word, I dashed out and caught a few birds, then came back and had her roast them with fire release, sprinkling my own cumin on top. We started feasting right away. The 4 Umbu nearby were gnawing on soldier pills, their eyes wide with envy. We kept traveling until nightfall, and finally arrived at a small village on the border of the Land of Fire. Captain Catface Fong took out a portrait to distribute to us. The target is in this village, at the level of a Jonin, able to engage with elite Jonin. Do not act alone once discovered. I took a look at the portrait and was stunned. Hey, isn't this Uchiha Tetsushin? I didn't expect this guy to become a rogue ninja. We split up and acted separately. With a command from the wind, several people instantly blended into the darkness. Of course, I was following Jing Shui, so beautifully named as the supervisor of the team. But just after we parted ways for a short distance, a loud bang suddenly echoed from not far away. My heart skipped a beat, feeling that something was off. I rushed to the scene in a few flashes, and my pupils dilated. 2 of our dark members have already fallen in a pool of blood. Captain Fong is clutching his injured arm, staring intently at Uchiha Tetsushin. Beside Tetsushin stand 2 figures in black cloaks, one of whom has the aura of a Jonin. The team member next to Fong shouted gravely, "Captain, the intel is wrong. This is a trap. Let me tell you, this is simply a feast at Hongmen." The guy named Uchiha Tieshin on the opposite side exploded the moment he heard this. His eyes were full of red bloodshot veins, like a mad dog, howling that why only their Shimura clan was allowed to carry out assassinations, while we Uchiha were not allowed to take revenge. Good heavens, the 2 brothers beside him wearing black cloaks and masks didn't say a word, and the 3 of them directly charged at our captain's face. Our captain, the one called Fong, reacted quickly, hurriedly forming hand seals and slamming his hands down with a loud bang, creating a dirt wall to temporarily block the attack. But his 2 subordinates were in trouble. I watched as they froze in place, as if caught in a paralysis technique. It's an illusion. We were done for. Just as those 2 were about to be chopped into dumpling filling by the enemies, I tell you, a gust of wind suddenly swept in. Then, a guy wearing a dog mask appeared, wielding a flashy purple knife. His black robe floated around him, and his tone was as calm as if he were asking if we had eaten, simply saying, "You 2, go join the others over there." The aura he radiated was incredible. The 2 Uchiha on the opposite side realized the cooked duck was flying away and wanted to chase after it. But the dog-masked guy waved his knife, and a wall of wind blocked all the shuriken they threw. Not willing to give up, I tell you, the next second, whoosh, this dog-masked guy teleported right in front of them. Space-time ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God, folks. The 2 Uchiha emo brothers were dumbfounded. Their expressions so serious they could squeeze water out of them, probably thinking, Where did this tough character come from? Did he start training right out of the womb? On the other side, our captain couldn't hold up any longer. That crazy guy called Tai Exine activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan, and it was like he had a precognition ability, slashing several wounds into our captain's chest in just a few moves, and it looked like he was about to collapse. The dog mask guy saw this and knew that if he didn't end this quickly, the captain was done for. His gaze turned cold, and I personally saw black stripes suddenly grow on his face beneath the mask, looking like a demon. Goodness, he activated Sage Mode. The Uchiha Jonin across was instantly shocked, feeling the almost tangible blue chakra radiating from the dog mask guy, his mouth agape. What is going on? This chakra amount is even greater than mine. Did he stuff a tailed beast inside him? Dude, you're quite talented. You guessed it pretty accurately. He decisively shouted to retreat, realizing this guy was not normal. But just as he thought he could escape, he felt a tremendous pulling force coming his way. The dog mask guy formed a cream-colored wind-style orb in his hand, tossed it to the ground, and muttered, "This is a farewell gift." Then, wind release, death prison cage. Boom! I tell you, a tornado over 100 meters high shot up from the ground, sucking in those two Uchiha, along with our captain and that madman. What is this? This is the legendary love like fire, roasting you inside. It's 2025, who still plays this kind of indiscriminate AoE? Oh, it turns out the big shot. Never mind then. Inside that tornado, it was like a meat grinder, with wind blades and kunai flying everywhere. One Uchiha Chunin was immediately cut off an arm, unable to even scream before collapsing. The other Jonin, relying on his Sharingan, barely dodged, but then the dog-masked guy's voice rang in his ear. "It's already night. Quietly disappear." Pucci, a knife pierced through his heart, chilling him to the core. He couldn't fight back at all, completely unable to retaliate. That guy called Tai Exine, seeing his clansmen being slaughtered like little chicks, had his eyes nearly bulging out with blood, trembling all over, feeling like he was about to explode and evolve into a Mangeki Sharingan. The dog mask guy shouted to our captain, "Foam, make your move. Don't let him unleash his ultimate technique." Our captain quickly used water release to bind him, but the dog mask guy was even more flashy. Using the water flow as cover, he swiftly tossed several marked kunai, and the next second, he teleported right in front of that madman, delivering a violent knee strike that sent him flying. The madman had just spat out a mouthful of blood, seemingly recognizing that the dog mask guy was the one who had ambushed them earlier. Before he could say anything, whoosh, a knife sealed his throat, clean and swift. The battle was over, and Shirzue and the other two Umbu came over. The little girl saw the bloody scene and turned pale, almost throwing up. But she held it in and went to help clean up the battlefield. The way our captain and the others looked at the dog mask guy was filled with respect. Strength is the best passport in the ninja world. The dog mask guy told them to return and report first, while he stayed behind with Shirzue. What for? He said since they destroyed the village, they had to compensate. Goodness, what a perspective. When they reached the village chief, an old man with white hair got so scared he knelt down, thinking we were there to steal food. The dog mask guy simply tossed over a bag of gold coins, saying, "We caused some destruction, compensation please. By the way, a room would be nice, food would be even better." The old man's CPU nearly burned out. After realizing what was happening, he became overly excited, immediately shouting for people to kill pigs, saying they needed to treat us well. Once inside the room, Shirzue just complained about the poor conditions. When she turned around, her face flushed red. Family, who understands? There was only one bed in the room. She pointed at the bed, her finger trembling. "Gumu, you wouldn't be doing this on purpose, would you?" The dog mask guy seriously joked. "Cough, don't mind the details. It's dangerous outside. I'll sleep next to you to protect you." Shirzue's little face turned crimson. "Why, you better not mess around." The dog mask guy, "Of course not. You see, I'm not a pervert. I don't believe you for a second." Shirzue went to take a shower, still mumbling. "You said you wouldn't look, and now you're looking, you idiot." Hilarious. She didn't know how good a ninja's hearing was. The dog mask guy heard everything and was probably thinking, "This little girl wants to test the leader?" The villagers brought roasted pig, and the dog mask guy only took a little, saying he couldn't eat that much. Shirzue ate until her mouth was greasy, proudly saying that for the sake of the delicious food, she would forgive him. The dog mask guy teased her, "Eat more, you're still growing. If you get hungry, you can't let the future kids go hungry." Shirzue was so embarrassed she dove under the covers, leaving half the bed for the dog mask guy. He turned off the lamp and quietly lay beside Shirzue. The little girl's face was as red as an apple, but she probably felt very secure inside. Good night. Good night. The next morning, Shirzue woke up, but she hadn't actually slept at all. When she looked, good heavens, the dog mask guy was actually sleeping with his back to her. The little girl was displeased. He really wasn't going to make a move? She looked down at her chest, probably questioning her life choices. She tiptoed over, wanting to sneak a peek at his sleeping face, muttering that he was a bit handsome. Just as her hand reached out, the dog mask guy's eyes flew open. What are you doing? Shirzue froze on the spot, looking like a startled rabbit. In nothing, get up quickly, the sun is about to shine on your butt. The dog mask guy immediately called her out. I heard you. You little girl, you're getting all flustered, aren't you? Just sneaking a peek at your husband. What husband? I don't know about that. You're talking nonsense. Shirzue completely broke down, covering her face and running away, looking like she was fleeing in panic. On the other side, in the Hokage's office, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, looked at the mission report and was very satisfied with this guy's performance. As expected of my son, when dealing with the evil and extreme Uchiha, it should be a thunderous strike. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. When the dog mask guy brought Shirzue back to Konoha, he told her to go home first while he went to report the mission. When he got to the office, Tobirama got straight to the point. So, regarding what the report said, you and the one with the code name Water are quite close, huh? What is your relationship now? The dog mask guy pretended to be clueless. Hokage-sama, does this matter a lot? Tobirama immediately dropped the bomb. It may not be important for the Umbu or the second Hokage, but for me as a father, it is very important. Holy crap. So it's a father-son situation. The dog masked guy wanted to brush it off, saying it was just a normal companion relationship. Tobirama shot back. Normal companions? Who are you fooling? Normal companions don't get to use your lap as a pillow, right? Tobirama's expression changed, and he began to apply pressure, speaking plainly. I personally killed Uchiha Madara's brother. Do you think with such hatred, our Senju clan can coexist peacefully with the Uchiha clan? He then went on to say that his two younger brothers had died. One killed by the Yui clan at the age of 7, and the other attacked and killed by 5 adult Uchiha when he was little. His words were clearly a warning to Doghead Brother to keep his distance from the Uchiha. He said that the Uchiha were like a ticking time bomb. No matter how good or gentle they seemed, when provoked, they would turn into demons. So, do you understand what I mean? Doghead Brother, with a serious expression under his mask, replied, Father, I understand. I thought to myself, you understand nothing. Your soul is about to be taken away by that little girl. Tobirama also dropped a big bombshell, saying that Doghead Brother actually had an older brother who disappeared a few years ago during a mission, and the entire team was wiped out without leaving any information behind. There are very few in the entire ninja world capable of such a feat. He suspected it was the work of Uchiha Madara, but he had no evidence. Finally, Tobirama earnestly told him, I haven't kept an eye on you these years because I didn't want you to be targeted by those extreme Uchiha. However, now that your talents are likely to have spread, you must always be cautious. Goodness, the pressure was like a python wrapping around me. And this python wasn't the only one. Let me tell you, the next words from Old Dingo were truly heavyweight. He stared at me and said, I'm laying it all on the line. A big part of the reason I work in the Umbu and the security team is to guard against those Uchiha. I thought to myself, wow, you're almost engraving Uchiha must die on your forehead. How can anyone have fun with that? No wonder Danzo and Hiruzen's group later all seemed to have Uchiha PTSD. It turns out they were traumatized by use in childhood. Of course, I nodded obediently and said, Understood, Father. I will keep a close eye on them. But guess what happened next? He suddenly changed the subject and threw a boomerang back at me. So what do you think of that little girl, Uchiha Shizumi? You just showcased your talent, and she came right up to you. What are your thoughts on that? My expression under the mask cracked directly. Is it possible that your son was the one who actively flirted with that girl? But can I say that? No. At that moment, I almost patted my chest and said, Don't worry, Dad. That little girl definitely has bad intentions. Who knows what big move she is hiding to stir things up. Old Ding looked pleased after hearing this, thinking that my son is teachable. But what I was really thinking was, sorry, Dad, your CPU is going to waste tonight. I can't even imagine telling him in the future that I want to marry a Uchiha. He might explode on the spot. What is even more interesting is that he gave me a terrible idea. Since she's actively getting close to you, just play along and don't reveal your thoughts. Wait for her to slip up and then take her down in one go. All right, you're the boss. It seems that the official announcement will have to be postponed indefinitely. His wariness is deeper than the Mariana Trench. But I can't blame him. After all, the guy behind it all, Obito, was just a love-struck fool who turned into a world-destroying demon. Who wouldn't he shudder at that? In the end, he waved me off and told me to scram, adding before I left, by the way, "Your recent task is to keep a close eye on all movements of the Uchiha clan." As soon as I stepped out, looking at the stars in the sky, wow. This feeling is just like when my dad called me to the study for a scolding in my past life. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Time to go home and bully the little girl. I used the flying thunder god technique to instantly appear on the rooftop of the yard, and I saw that girl Shirzue still practicing hard. Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. Would those extremist Uchiha people target her because I was getting close to Shirzue? With that thought, I added the Uchiha clan to the list of suspects for her assassination. By the way, the Shimura family had found out that during the time of the incident, some members of the Hyuga clan seemed to have been hanging around near Uchiha territory. So I should look into that as well. "You're back, Gomu." Shirzue, with her high ponytail and drenched in sweat, turned to look at me. "Did the Hokage say anything?" "Nothing much, just approve some funding. Our Bowsy shop can expand again." "Oh right. Sister Akari said it would open tomorrow. Are we going to help out?" Her expression was conflicted, clearly not wanting to go to work. Even after getting a position, she couldn't escape the life of a worker. "Of course we're going. Why wouldn't we? I love slacking off at work." The next morning, while I was still getting dressed, Sister Hikari came in without knocking and teased me. "Hey, young master, how does the umbu feel?" I was speechless. "Sister Inglu, how old am I? You could at least knock before coming in." She chuckled and glanced around at me. Just as I was about to say something, I caught a glimpse of a small head peeking out from the doorway. Its expression full of resentment, and its face as dark as a pot bottom. Who understands family? This girl was a complete tsundere in her past life, looking cute on the surface, but the moment she saw another girl next to me, she turned into a walking emo generator. I still remember back in college when a junior chatted with me a bit too much. That night, she cornered me with scissors in hand, smiling sweetly while asking, "Brother Gumu, does my voice sound sweet?" The look in her eyes was definitely radiating red light. Sister Inglu saw it too and immediately switched to gossip mode. "Oh, it's Jing Shui. What is up? Are you jealous?" Jing Shui gasped, instantly losing her composure, her eyes wide with panic as she stubbornly replied, "Sister Inglu, what are you talking about? I don't understand." She blinked her big eyes, trying to play cute and get away with it. Sister Inglu waved her hand, wearing an expression that said she saw through everything, and left. As soon as she was gone, Jing Shui immediately leaned over and whispered to me, "Hey, bad Gumu, was my jealous expression really that obvious?" "I'm so dumb." "No, you admitted you're jealous. What do you think? I feel like if I tease her anymore, she might really pull out a kitchen knife and say while grabbing my collar fiercely, 'I'm going to cut you into 7 pieces. That way I can see you every week.'" Ugh, who's jealous? Only then did she realize she slipped up. All right, you're not jealous. I am. Is that okay?" I quickly changed the subject, and then she started questioning me about how long I've known Sister Inglu. I deliberately elongated the sound. "It's been a while." She immediately became nervous. "So, what does she think of me?" I stifled a laugh and said seriously, she said, Jing Shui is great at everything, except a bit for a goodness, she was just beaming a second ago, and in the next moment, her face turned dark. She looked down at herself, her eyes filled with a deep grievance. Seeing her little expression, I guess she had made up her mind to go home and show off her milk every day. Vowing to redeem herself, she bared her little canine teeth, looking like she wanted to bite me. No. Those canines are dangerous. I can't handle it." She instantly understood my teasing words, and her face flushed bright red. A little piece of trivia I must have taught her in a past life. Just then, a voice came from behind. "Hey, what a coincidence, Gumu, Jing Shui, where are you guys going?" Turning around, I saw it was Xiao Chun from the dorm. As soon as Jing Shui saw her, she immediately approached her and even took her hand. I felt something was off. This girl was not the type to warm up to others easily. Xiao Chun then asked with concern why Jing Shui's face was so red, and excitedly said, "Have you guys heard? There's a new dumpling shop that just opened, and the trial feedback is amazing. I'm planning to go line up. Want to join?" I laughed. "You're talking about the Firefly dumpling shop, right?" Yes. "Have you tried it?" "I go there every day." I shrugged my shoulders. Chun turned to me, stunned, looking at me, and then at Jing Shui, who was trying to hold back laughter, and finally realized, "You guys own this place? Who understands this?" After recommending it for so long, the owner is right next to me, and this little clown is actually herself. Jing Shui quickly pulled the disappointed Chun, saying she wanted her to try the new products. Watching them walk hand in hand in front of me, my eyes narrowed slightly. These two definitely have something going on. When we arrived at the shop, the business was indeed booming. I found a corner to sit down, eating dumplings while asking Chun, "You seem to have a good relationship with Jing Shui, huh?" "Of course, we are friends. But friends should have a reason, right?" "Well, maybe it's just that we hit it off." Chun laughed it off. "These little ninjas from a ninja world are all as clever as monkeys. If you don't keep your guard up, you'll end up losing your pants." And just like that, a month went by. My task was to monitor Uchiha. Hilarious. Focusing on outsourcing, I found a hapless CH need to stake out for me while I slacked off every day. As a result, after a few good days, the Umbu came to relay a message that Hokage Old Ding wanted to see me. As soon as I entered the office, I saw that the door was as troubled as if it hadn't gone to the bathroom for 10 days and a half month. "Lord Hokage, what's the matter?" He had a serious expression on his face. "We've received news from the Land of Iron. Uchiha Madara has subdued the Nine Tails and is heading towards Konoha. What do you think?" I thought to myself, what opinion could I have? Of course, it's about surviving. Who could possibly take on that thing besides your big brother? But I still kicked the ball back with my mouth. "How would you like to arrange it? I want you to go to the border of the Iron Country and keep a close watch on Uchiha Madara's movements. You have the Flying Thunder God technique, so you generally won't die." I was completely stunned after hearing that. Does anyone in my family understand? This old guy really treats me like a disposable Special Forces soldier, right? And he says it's a normal situation? When that 100-meter-high mecha opens fire, it can level a mountain with one strike. You think you can run and give it a try? Isn't that just sending me to my death? My tone has changed. "Lord Hokage, are you serious?" He himself sounded unconfident, and after a sigh, he said there was no choice, someone had to go. He suspected this was a ploy to lure him away, and he couldn't leave. Does the first Hokage know? Him? He doesn't know. Even if I tell him that Madara is coming, he probably wouldn't believe it. All right, brotherly love it is. Fine, I'll go. I agreed, but when I reached the door, I stopped again. However, I need to bring someone. He looked at me with an expression that said he didn't trust me, but he still agreed. Of course, how could I trust you? What if this is a smokescreen? I leave, and Madara sneaks into the village right after me. With that unlucky guy, J. Kai. What if he gets grazed by tail beastball? Wouldn't he be vaporized? It's still safest to keep someone by my side. The real turmoil is about to begin. I took off my dark uniform and went to the Bowsy shop. Wow, the line at the entrance was almost around the corner. A clueless young guy saw me walking straight in and, filled with a sense of justice, stopped me. "Hey, how dare you cut in line?" I turned back with a helpless expression. "In prison, I'm the boss." The kid froze on the spot, and the surrounding laughter was overwhelming. I guess this would give him lifelong social anxiety. Jing Shui came out of the kitchen, her face still dusted with flour, looking like a little kitten. I briefly explained the task to her. As soon as she heard there was a task, she immediately became nervous and serious. We packed some things and changed into black robes and masks before heading to the village entrance. "By the way, can you ride a horse?" I asked her. She gave me a look that said, "Are you stupid? Then you can sit behind me and hold on tight." I tossed her the map, giving her something to do, navigating. As it turned out, this girl was hopeless with directions. After the horse had been running for a while, I sensed something was off. When I asked, it turned out we had only gone a third of the way. Just as I was about to let the horse rest for a bit, I sensed sounds of fighting not far away, and it was clearly a one-sided massacre. Without saying a word, I suddenly squeezed the horse's belly, and it instantly accelerated, causing Jing Shui to hold onto me tightly in fear. By the time we arrived, the scene was already a pool of blood, with a group of bandits rummaging through a merchant caravan. The leader, a scar-faced man, looked at us in our strange clothes and wanted to come over to talk, saying something about standing side by side. Jing Shui nervously asked me, "What did he say?" I didn't know. I jumped down from the horse, drew my knife, and said, "Jing Shui, remember, this world is very cruel. Never show mercy to those who want to kill you." As soon as I finished speaking, I vanished. I tell you, that scene was so clean and decisive. With a gust of wind, everyone disappeared. By the time Jing Shui came to her senses, I was already back on horseback, and all the bandits around us were lying down. She was stunned for a while before softly saying, "Gumu, I understand." In the evening, we found a place to start a fire and spend the night. The horse was almost exhausted. We had to make do with sleeping. I lifted my black robe, signaling her to come over. I guess we'll just make do. It's not like I want to lean on you." She was proud with her words, but her body was very honest, quickly burrowing into my arms and falling asleep against my shoulder. After traveling for a few more days, we finally spotted an inn at the border in the evening. Jing Shui let out a long breath. Finally see a building. I moved my numb shoulder. Indeed, if I keep sleeping outdoors, I'll really get arthritis. "What's wrong? You still don't want to hold me while sleeping? You heartless man." She started to act dramatically again. I quickly raised my hand to surrender. Upon entering the inn, There was a strong vibe of warriors everywhere, all armed with swords. Jing Shui walked straight to the counter. "One room, please." After saying that, she turned back and gave me a glare. The meaning was clear. "You have to stay with me tonight, and I want to see if I can still hold you." "Fine, fine, you're powerful, you decide." I have to say, I was at my wit's end at that moment, so I sat down on a chair and casually activated a full map scan to sense the surroundings. Fortunately, there really weren't any old foes watching us, so I finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, when I came back to my senses, wow, the Uchiha Jing Shui had already finished washing up and was lying on the bed like a queen, even beckoning me with her finger. All right then, since I'm here. I quickly tidied up and lay down next to her. Just as I lay flat, a pair of arms locked around my waist. If we're hugging, then we're hugging. It's not the first time. But by midnight, my family, who understands a long leg, suddenly slapped onto me. Did she really take me for a life-sized pillow? The next morning, she woke up, stretched lazily, and sweetly asked me, "Gumu, I slept really well last night. You didn't do anything bad, did you?" She glanced at her slightly messy pajamas, with an expression that almost screamed, "Come and praise my charm." I couldn't help but laugh, and said, "I didn't do anything bad. It's just that I don't know why a certain little fool was sleep-talking in the middle of the night, calling out Gumu, Gumu." Before I could finish, her face turned as red as a monkey-s butt, and she yelled at me to shut up, saying she didn't even know she talked in her sleep. I was dying of laughter. After getting dressed and putting on my mask, we went downstairs to eat. As soon as we reached the lobby, wow, the atmosphere was thick and murky, filled with all sorts of oddball warriors, each looking at us with eyes like wolves spotting prey. A few were whispering, "Hey, look at that one wearing the fox mask, not bad figure. Wearing a mask in broad daylight, definitely not a good person. How about we tie them up and exchange them for a bounty?" I thought to myself, these guys really have a unique way of thinking. I ignored them and pulled Jing Shui to find a corner to sit down. That breakfast, let me tell you, was simply pig food, a watery porridge paired with a hard dough that could chip your teeth. And this was the best meal the shabby inn had to offer. When we took off our masks, the people around us were stunned again. Oh, so young. They looked to be only in their teens, right? A few warriors who looked somewhat familiar seemed to feel pity and were about to come over to talk to us. Just then, there was a loud bang. The wooden door of the inn was kicked open, sending dust flying everywhere. A giant of a man, as tall as an iron tower, burst in carrying a big knife, with a boy and a girl chained to his hand with iron chains. He bellowed, "Waiter, bring wine and meat. Today I've caught 2 good seedlings." As soon as I heard the people around me gasp, saying that this guy was the 3rd on the Iron Nation's wanted list, a maniac known for trafficking children, I recalled the young warrior who had just wanted to protect us. His face turned pale, and he hurriedly came over and said, "You two, put on your masks and go." But as soon as he moved, it was too late. He directly attracted the attention of that maniac. In the blink of an eye, that towering brute flashed behind the young warrior, placed his huge hand on his shoulder, and said with a grin, "Little brother, what are you so happy chatting about?" The young warrior was so scared that his legs went weak, trembling all over. As soon as I saw the situation, I realized I couldn't avoid it. I first put the Quiet Waters fox mask on her, then looked up at the crazy blade and said, "Drinking is fine, but chatting? There's nothing to talk about." I knew the score. In this world, if they see you as weak, they want to step on you. No, we definitely have something to chat about. The crazy blade laughed like a human trafficker, his eyes constantly glancing at the quiet water. But he wasn't stupid. He knew that since we dared to swagger out like this, we probably had some tricks up our sleeves. He wanted to probe my bottom line first. "All right, you want to chat, huh?" I directly ignored the young warrior next to me, who was about to have his shoulder crushed, and asked, "So, what do you want to talk about?" Joking, I dare to mess with Uchiha Bido. Why would I be afraid of a mountain bandit like you? You two look unfamiliar. I don't know where you came from or where you're going. As for me, I've traveled all over, and I might be able to help. His words sounded like those of a warm-hearted neighborhood committee ant. I thought to myself, I don't believe you for a second. I casually said, "Looking for someone. Going to the land of iron to find a black-haired, straight-haired person who looks particularly dangerous." Guess what happened next? The crazy blade's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. "Oh, the person you're talking about, are they particularly aloof and extraordinarily strong?" I asked, "Have you seen them?" He chuckled. "Of course. I saw them before in the land of Iron City without a master. The stir they caused was quite big. City without a master? A map flashed in my mind. That place was indeed a chaotic area with no management, making it reasonable for someone like a Bido to hide there." Seeing that I seemed to believe him a bit, the crazy blade immediately said, "What a coincidence. I'm going there too. How about we go together?" I nodded. This proposal is good. Jing Shui also finished eating, and we both stood up, "So let's go." Kwang Dao laughed heartily, probably cursing me in his heart as a reckless young fool. Just like that, under the regretful gazes of a crowd, we followed this trafficker on the road. On the way, Jing Shui quietly asked me, Gumu, are we really going to follow this bad guy? I said, it's fine, at worst it's just a Hongmin banquet. And I happen to need to find someone in the Iron Country, so this is just a free navigation for me. On the way, Kwang Dao even indirectly asked us if we were wanted criminals, and I directly admitted, yes, just wanted criminals. Now, he was even more excited, probably thinking of us as easy prey to be manipulated. We all had our own agendas, and by nightfall, we finally arrived at the so-called city without a master. At the city gate, Kwang Dao said he needed to take care of some personal matters and told us to find him at the largest tavern in the city later that night, promising to give me some information then. After saying that, he vanished in a flash. I was leading my horse with Jing Shui just as we entered the city. Wow, that feeling, there was a scent in the air that screamed, I'm going to rob you. All around us were hungry wolf-like eyes, hiding in alleys and peering from behind second-floor windows, staring straight at us. We hadn't walked 2 steps when a short, mustached man approached, rubbing his hands and grinning like a weasel. You two are newcomers, right? First time here? Would you like me to show you the way? I replied expressionlessly. A place to stay. He immediately said, oh, what a coincidence. I just happen to know a place with great value for money. I sneered inwardly, wondering where all these coincidences came from. It was just a wolf in sheep's clothing. However, I wanted to see for myself that the best hunters often appear in the form of prey. He took us to an inn, and wow. This place even used its own local specialty currency called unknown coins. That man with the mustache, named Air Thailang, immediately wanted to act as a scalper, try to get us to exchange gold coins at a rate of 5-to-1, which was half the official price. I didn't even raise an eyebrow and directly said, I'll exchange 10. I want to play the fool for a bit and see what tricks these people were up to. When Air Thailang saw how straightforward I was, his eyes lit up. He must have thought we were top-notch fat sheep. After exchanging the money, the inn's waiter, who looked like a practiced fighter with a poker face, threw the key at me and quietly reminded me before leaving, don't flaunt your wealth, be careful tonight. Oh, so there's a good person in this den of dragons and tigers? When we got to the room, Jing Shui seemed a bit worried. I said, it's fine. Let's go check out the tavern and stick to the plan. We tidied ourselves up and went downstairs. I walked straight to the counter, tossed 100 unowned coins, and asked the poker-faced waiter, where's the biggest tavern? He took the money and succinctly replied, go left out the door, it's at the end of the road. All right, getting things done with money. He still had some professional ethics. We walked along the road and soon saw a brightly lit 3-story tavern, which was as noisy as a vegetable market inside. Jing Shui seemed a bit nervous, so I patted her and said, it's okay. I'm here. A Hongmin banquet? Well, I really need to check it out. As I pushed the door open, a strong smell of alcohol hit me. The first floor was a chaotic mess, with all kinds of people around. Before I could look for anyone, a hot woman, twisting like a water snake, approached us. You two must be friends of Lord Kwang Dao, right? Please go up to the 3rd floor. He has already reserved a table. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. The script was practically written on my face. Using my mode to sense things, I realized that that brat with the crazy knife was clearly on the 2nd floor. Yet he told us to go to the 3rd floor? Isn't that just a blatant attempt to hide something? But I didn't call him out on it. I just felt a pain in my waist. Goodness, that little jealous jar, Jing Shui, thought I was staring at that woman and was pinching me. I nodded to the woman. All right, lead the way. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, cover it with earth. I wanted to see how these rabble-rousers intended to challenge me. Following the woman up to the 3rd floor, we arrived at an open-air balcony. As soon as I stepped up, something fell off. The breaths of several tables of guests around me instantly tensed. The woman leading the way quietly stepped back, trying to close the door. I looked at the group of wolves and tigers surrounding me and casually asked, so, where's Kwang Dao? No one answered me. What responded was the sound of 10 unsheathed blades. Without a word, a warrior swung his sword straight at me. Is everyone so eager to send their heads my way? I jumped back, intending to chat a bit more, but these people were forcing my hand. Fine, since it's come to this. I extended one hand, and a Tai Dao appeared out of thin air. In the next second, I vanished like a ghost from my spot. I heard the words Guangxi draws his sword lightly fall, and in an instant, a tempest erupted on the entire 3rd floor, silver blades flashing like lightning as they weaved through the crowd. When I stood still again, a drop of blood slowly slid down the tip of my sword. The world became quiet. The killer is always killed. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. The woman who led the way was directly paralyzed with fear, kneeling on the ground and banging her head like pounding garlic, unable to speak coherently. Before I could make a move, Jing Shui beside me had already drawn his sword. His gaze icy as he said, "Captain, leave it to me." With that, he swung his blade down decisively and cleanly. After taking care of the minions, we headed straight down to the second floor. In a private room, Kwang Dao was waiting with great anticipation for good news. The door was suddenly smashed into pieces by my wind blade. "It's you." Upon seeing me, his pupils shook, and he immediately reached for the large knife beside him. This guy finally realized he had messed with someone he shouldn't have. He quickly donned a smile, claiming it was all a misunderstanding, that he wanted to test our strength, even inviting us to join their assassination organization formed by wanted criminals, saying that with my skills, I could easily be the fourth in command. I was almost laughing out loud, playing along and pretending to be very interested. "Oh, then I'm really interested. Tell me more." He saw that there was a chance and immediately started to paint a big picture for me, saying that there are 3 major organizations in the lawless city, and their Killing Intent organization is one of them. As long as I join, I can walk around freely. I nodded and said, "I see. Then take me to meet your leader." When Kwang Dao heard this, his expression froze for a moment, probably not expecting me to be so bold. But he must have been secretly delighted, cursing me for being arrogant and ignorant, thinking that 2 people could challenge an organization. He laughed heartily and said, "Great. Without further ado, I'll take you to the headquarters now." This guy wanted me to walk in front, so he could ambush me from behind. I didn't care at all and confidently followed him. Soon, we arrived at their headquarters, a rather impressive building. Kwang Dao asked us to wait outside while he went in to greet the leader. Such a small trick. With my perception, I could hear their conversation clearly inside. A minute later, Kwang Dao came out and said, "It's ready." I pushed the door open and saw a bearded man sitting high up, like a lazy lion, with a calculating look in his eyes. He asked us to take off our masks, saying that we were all wanted criminals and had nothing to hide. The corners of my mouth under the mask have already twisted into a grin. You said, "Is there a possibility that I heard all your whispers just now?" You heard? The leader's expression instantly changed, turning as demonic as a ghost. As soon as the words fell, a bunch of shadows sprang up around us, surrounding us completely. "Since you heard, then there's no need to act anymore." He also revealed his perverse face, licking his lips, and gave you 2 choices. 1. Leave the woman beside you and serve us. 2. Get beaten to death by us, and then we'll leave your woman behind. Goodness. This guy just gave me a wave of AI-generated options, with the main feature being there's really no choice. I found it particularly funny at that moment. Looking at them, I leisurely spoke up. "I think actually there is a 3rd option." The leader raised an eyebrow and asked with great interest, "Oh, and that is?" I replied, "I'll take care of all of you and then take over this organization." You little rascal." The boss immediately waved his hand, signaling to take me down. Let me tell you, these guys really have no clue. They think numbers matter? My brother Gumu couldn't be bothered with small talk and directly transformed into a new form, wind-style chakra mode. With wind blades all over his body, he soared into the sky like a war god. The wanted criminals were left dumbfounded, their heads tilted back, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. The boss turned pale, yelling for that guy called Mad Blade to join in. Meanwhile, Miss Silent Water also moved. Under a fox mask, she was incredibly cool. Without saying a word, she went to deal with the small monsters. Family, who understands? The visual was simply an appetizer before divine battle. Gumu in the sky clenched his hands, and a fierce wind howled, directly forming 2 wind blades, with stunning wind wings behind him. That guy called Mad Blade, holding a big sword, rushed in like a fool, trying to perform a mountain-crushing move. And what happened? Gumu didn't even let him catch a glimpse of his figure before he heard a voice saying, too slow, as if death was whispering in his ear. I tell you, it was in the blink of an eye, not even 3 seconds. That guy was frozen midair, blood spurting out like crazy, looking like a blood porcupine, with countless afterimages flashing around him. The boss saw this and thought, damn, it's like kicking a steel plate. Isn't this just a replica of the Ninja Alliance? He immediately wanted to jump out the window and run away. But then, Gumu flashed and sat right in the spot the boss had just occupied. Blood still splattered on his dog head mask, and that look in his eyes, TSK, where do you think you're going? The boss surrendered right away, wanting a quick end to it. Gumu was straightforward too. Still want to chat with me? A couple of swift moves, and it was done. Turning around, he noticed Jing Shui was getting a bit carried away with the killing, so he quickly called for a stop. They were here to recruit, not to turn into a lone commander. Those terrified wanted criminals all knelt down, shouting long live the new leader. Changing the boss in this city was like changing clothes. Whoever had the biggest fist was the daddy. Gumu took the opportunity to let them spread the news that the Killing Intent organization had a new leader. Initially, he wanted them to look for a black-haired, long-haired tough guy, but then one of the younger brothers nervously said that a few days ago, the Ninja Alliance was taken down by a long-haired guy. Upon hearing this, Gumu's heart skipped a beat. Good grief, isn't that Uchiha Madara? He quickly canceled the investigation order. If they actively ran into danger, it would really be the pure love war, God collapsing on the spot. After everything was done, the two returned to the inn. Miss Jing Shui had been highly tense all day and was exhausted. She said she wanted to take a shower and jokingly added not to peek. Just as she was about to move, Gumu pulled her back. Wait, there are mice in the room. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 masked men jumped down from the beams. Good grief, these guys were quite professional. Just not very bright. They came up with a classic line. Do you want money or your life? I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Wasn't it a coincidence that the robbery happened right on the new boss's head? Gumu took the opportunity to teach Jing Shui a lesson, saying that sometimes you need to show your fangs to avoid trouble. Then, with a flash, he appeared behind the 3 men, unleashing the ghostly aura of the demon blade Muramasa. The purple-black mist wrapped around them like countless small hands, scaring the 3 men so much that their legs went weak. Upon questioning, it turned out they were from the Killing Intent organization, having heard that a big fat sheep had arrived and wanted to make some easy money. Gumu was speechless. What a conspicuous bunch. He immediately incapacitated one of them and let the other 2 go back to deliver a message, telling them to keep their people in line and not to come looking for death again. This brought a few days of peace, and the entire organization learned about the new boss's power. The 2 who returned were so scared that they didn't even dare to step outside. That night, Gumu sensed something was off outside the inn. He quietly slipped out to take a look, and to his shock, a blood-soaked, bun-headed swordsman was being chased by a group of black-clad ninjas. The swordsman was clearly from the Sword Alliance and urged Gumu to hurry and report, saying that the Ninja Alliance was trying to unify the unclaimed city and was assassinating all the major leaders. Just as he finished speaking, the pursuers arrived, mocking them for having help. Gumu was too lazy to waste words with them. The demon blade, Muramasa, automatically unsheathed itself, and with a flash of purple light, the 3 black-clad ninjas froze in midair as if sliced by an invisible blade, then fell limply to the ground. The leader of the Sword Alliance was stunned. He couldn't even react to the speed of the strike. He quickly came to his senses, realizing that this was definitely the new leader of the Killing Intent organization. Before dying, he threw his own sword to Gumu, saying that with this sword, the Sword Alliance would obey his command and that he must defend the unclaimed city. Gumu took the sword and was about to complain about the strange rule when he suddenly felt a terrifying gaze locking onto him. He looked up, and in the next second, he was dumbfounded. On top of the inn, under the moonlight, stood a man, with long black hair styled in a shamate fashion, wearing red armor and arms crossed. The aura he exuded could chill the surroundings for 10 miles. Gumu's pupils shook. Oh my, it was the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Madara opened his mouth and asked, Are you a ninja from Konoha? Just as Gumu was about to shake his head, Madara's figure appeared right in front of him as if he had teleported, and with a kick, Gumu was sent flying. That speed wasn't just a short-distance move. It was a blink. Madara assumed he was sent by Tobirama and didn't give him a chance to explain, as his fists came raining down like raindrops. Gumu quickly activated his wind release mode and flew into the sky, but Madara raised an eyebrow, as if to say, You think flying will save you? Fire release. Great fire annihilation. I tell you, that's not fire release. That's a sea of flames crashing down from the sky. The whole sky lit up. Gumu could only use Flying Thunder God to dodge, but when Madara saw that technique, his eyes turned even colder and the Kaleidoscope Sharingan activated. Gumu had just landed on a rooftop, not even catching his breath, when Madara's voice came from behind, and a punch, imbued with the Susanu's skeletal structure, smashed the roof to pieces. At this moment, Gumu understood that he was locked on and couldn't escape. This guy could very well activate his full Susanu and come down. Madara instantly closed the distance, and Gumu had no choice but to take a gamble. He used Flying Thunder God to return to Shizuke's, who was searching for him, and without saying a word, he hugged her tightly, activating Flying Thunder God again, and they teleported outside the city. As soon as they landed, Gumu grabbed Shizuke's and started running for their lives. Shizuke's could feel Gumu's hand shaking, realizing how terrifying the person behind them was. But even more terrifying was Madara's enormous chakra, which was still closing in. Gumu knew that if this continued, both of them would die. He placed Shizuke's up in a tree and said, Wait for me, I'll be right back, and then vanished. Shizuke's was stunned and panicked, thinking Gumu was going to leave her behind to face death. They had promised to stay together. She cried, like a discarded kitten frantically running back. On the other side, Gumu appeared in front of Madara. Without a word, he used an S-rank ninjutsu, wind release, dead prison cage, trapping the two of them in a 100-meter-wide tornado. Madara glanced at it and said, "Oh, Sage Mode? This kid is definitely the offspring of that old man Tobirama." He was too lazy to play around and went straight for his ultimate move. Susanoo, a blue skeleton, rapidly grew flesh, donned armor, and transformed into a giant deity over 100 meters tall, wielding two massive swords. Madara stood atop the giant's head, his voice like a divine decree, despair. "This is the power of Uchiha Madara, the power of a god." Gumu was speechless and muttered, "Do we have such a deep grudge?" Then he put his hands together and began to prepare his own big move. Wind release, dragon wind massacre technique. 100-meter-long ferocious wind dragon spiraled out and coiled around Susanoo. What happened next? With a pop, Susanoo grabbed the wind dragon and crushed it. Damn it! Gumu's face turned pale, and he cursed for the first time. Just then, he saw Shizuke's actually running back, looking hopelessly at him. Gumu's heart sank as he shouted, "Run!" He was genuinely afraid that Madara would slice Shizuke's in half. But Shizuke's wouldn't leave. Gumu had no choice. His eyes hardened, and he picked up the cursed blade Muramasa, stabbing it into his shoulder. Blood instantly stained the blade, and purple light surged. "Evil spirit, assist me!" Gumu roared, his entire arm covered in purple-black demonic armor, entering a frenzied state. Dual blade flow ultimate, twin wing slashing. He fought with all his might, burning his life force to unleash countless cross-shaped sword waves, each dozens to even hundreds of meters long, slashing against Susanoo like a storm. Boom! The final earth-shattering blow sent Susanoo staggering back several steps, flattening the surrounding forest. But that was as far as it went. Gumu fell from the air, Sage Mode was lifted, blood mist erupted from his body, and his life force rapidly dwindled. Madara looked at the few scratches on Susanoo, rare admiration showing on his face, then without hesitation waved his hand, and the cursed blade Muramasa flew up, plunging down from above, piercing Gumu into the ground. Shizuke's had just reached the battlefield when she saw the last thing she wanted to see. She witnessed Gumu's body being pierced by the cursed blade, collapsing helplessly. In that instant, Shizuke's entire world shattered. Her world turned into hell. A tear of blood slid from her eye, and the Tomo in her Sharingan began to spin wildly, eventually transforming into a pattern combining a shuriken and a triangle. Black and red intertwined. The kaleidoscope Sharingan activated. Madara paused for a moment, saying, "Wait, you're an Uchiha, and you're opening your kaleidoscope because of Senju? Has our village become this harmonious?" Shizuke's didn't care about any of that. She tore through space and instantly appeared beside Gumu, desperately hugging his cold body. Her kaleidoscope ability was actually spatial in nature. "Gumu, wake up!" she cried, heart-wrenchingly. Madara walked a short distance away and asked, "What is your relationship with him?" Shizuke's went berserk. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you." She instantly moved next to Madara, and the recently activated Susanoo's skeletal arm swung down. But who was Madara? He easily caught her wrist with one hand. Just having activated her kaleidoscope wasn't enough to compete against him. He observed the frenzied Shizuke's, shook his head as if in lamentation, and then poof, he transformed into a puff of smoke. After all this time, the life and death struggle turned out to be just a shadow clone. Shizuke's was stunned, staring at the empty space, furiously commanding Susanoo to smash the ground until she exhausted herself and finally stopped. After stopping, I tell you, Shizuke's looked like she had lost her soul, staggering towards Gumu. Her back so heart-wrenching to see. She held Gumu in her arms, burying her head deep, like a kitten abandoned by the whole world, desperately trying to draw the last bit of warmth from his already cold body. The rain poured down from the sky, and she didn't know how long it had been. When she felt only bone-chilling cold in her embrace, she suddenly raised her head, letting the rain wash over her pale face. Then she smiled. A laugh more haunting than crying. "Ha ha ha. You extinguished the only light in my world, so I'll completely destroy your only world." That laughter, I tell you, was like a ghostly wail, eerie and chilling, her face twisted almost beyond recognition. And the killing intent emanating from her was thick, as if she had crawled out of hell. She picked up the two blades Gumu had dropped on the ground, Muramasa and Onigiri, and from that moment on, her goal was singular, to chop up the entire ninja world with these two blades. But what she didn't know was that her crazed appearance was all witnessed by Gumu. Family, who understands? One moment I was in darkness, and the next, bam, I've entered the mountain of blades. That's right, I did die, but at the moment I was pierced by the cursed blade. My soul was directly bound to this cursed blade. Now, this cursed blade holds two souls. One is mine, and the other is an unknown evil spirit. As for my body, it's probably in a fake death state because I was practicing sage mode. As long as I can get out of this blade, I can revive in an instant. But the problem is, in this dark space before me, a huge purple ghostly figure is slowly taking shape, eventually transforming into a human-sized purple shadow, walking across the water surface. Haha, Guma kid, you came in too. The evil spirit seemed quite familiar. I was puzzled at the time. Aren't you going to kill me? I quietly tried it out, and hey, I could actually use ninjutsu in my soul state. ISNT this, just like Naruto having a party in the belly of the Nine Tails. The evil ghost grinned and said, if you want me to do something, just say it directly, don't beat around the bush. Let me tell you, every soul that gets killed by this knife, or recognized by it, has to report here. This place is a large server, and in the end, only the strong can remain. Wow, I finally understood. This broken knife is a server. Whoever gets killed has to come here to rank up, right? The winners take all, and the losers are directly obliterated. So what if I want to get out? I asked. Ha ha ha. The evil ghost laughed so hard he doubled over. I thought the same thing when I first came in, and what happened? Do you see me going out now? He said his memory was all fuzzy. He spent every day fighting with the newly arrived souls, and gradually turned into a killing machine that only knew how to fight. So, as long as this knife kills someone outside, a soul comes in, and then we scramble for territory here, that is pretty much it. The strong live, and the weak die. Are you coming or not? As for getting out, you might as well stop dreaming. The evil ghost's eyes were filled with a desire for battle, like a battle fanatic. Fine, I'll come. As soon as I finished speaking, he materialized a purple, ghostly blade and tossed it at my feet. Well, it seems my future days will be spent in this endless battle. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Jing Shui had no intention of burying Gumu. Even if it was a corpse, she wanted to carry it with her, making it a cyber burial, taking it wherever she went. She wanted Gumu to see with his own eyes how this world was being gradually destroyed by her. She fixed her gaze in one direction, and with a flash, she disappeared. That place was the lawless land of the Iron Country, the city of no master. As soon as she arrived, Jing Shui, carrying Gumu's body, directly parachuted onto the rooftop of the Killing Intent Organization's building. At that moment, the higher-ups in the organization were holding a meeting. The second-in-command, Shu Lei, an unremarkable-looking person with a sharp glint in his eyes, was plotting how to take over the boss's position. Any news about the new leader? Second-in-command, those two. They seemed to have vanished into thin air. Shu Lei was feeling quite pleased, thinking that in a few days, when Gumu's death news came, he would become the rightful boss. Just as he finished speaking, a figure wearing a fox mask appeared on the balcony, carrying someone on their back. Is the boss back? The people below were startled when they saw the dog-headed mask, and thankfully, they didn't speak out of turn. Shu Lei was also taken aback, but then he was overjoyed. He could feel that the person behind the fox mask was a corpse. Listen to my orders, choose a day, and attack Konoha. Jing Shui's voice was as cold as ice. The people below exploded with confusion, questions appearing above their heads. Attack Konoha? Are you joking? That place is currently guarded by the god of the ninja world. Whoever goes there dies. Shu Lei cautiously probed. Who are you? Why isn't the boss speaking? Someone below immediately murmured, passing information to Shu Lei. I remember now, she was the woman who used to hang out with the boss. Her strength isn't that great. As soon as Shu Lei heard this, he gained confidence, stood up, and walked toward Jing Shui. Boss, are you okay? The boss is fine, so... Didn't you understand what I just said? Jing Shui stared at him quietly, her gaze like that of a prehistoric beast watching you. And Shu Lei, a ruthless killer, felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. He sensed that this person wanted to kill him. Shu Lei was about to say something else when a flash of red light appeared in Jing Shui's eyes, and the Sharingan activated. I tell you, Jing Shui is now a mad beauty. With just a glance, she can make a decision, and on the spot, she burned the second-in-command CPU. Shu Lei was stunned, and after coming to his senses, he suddenly knelt on one knee. I agree. We will naturally obey the command of the leader. This turn of events left everyone around dumbfounded. No, second-in-command. Didn't you realize? The leader is already dead. Before a high-ranking official could finish speaking, a flash of silver light appeared, and he covered his neck, making wheezing sounds, unable to call for help. Up high, Jing Shui held the demon blade Muramasa, blood dripping from the tip. She gently placed Gumu's body on the leader's throne, obsessively stroking his dog-headed mask. She didn't dare to remove it, fearing that if she saw his face, she would lose control and kill everyone present. Tomorrow, we set out to kill in Konoha. Jing Shui's voice was devoid of any emotion. The people below trembled in fear. Wasn't he this sending them to their deaths? Jing Shui held her hand in a loose grip, and it seemed like a shattering sound echoed through the air, with a crimson line appearing around everyone's necks. This was her kaleidoscope ability, the power of space, able to crush space directly. A guy who had just thought of escaping hadn't even taken a step when he heard a bang beside him. His companion's head exploded on the spot, warm liquid splattering on his face. Am I speaking, and no one is responding? Willing to obey the great leader? Now, who would dare to have any second thoughts? The last trace of escape was scared away. Jing Shui used this method of killing the chicken to warn the monkey, and in one night, firmly grasped the three major organizations of the lawless city. At night, she brought Gumu back to the place they had previously lived, and in the bathroom, she meticulously washed his body, looking at the wound on his chest pierced by the demon blade, her eyes filled with madness. Gumu, look at me, okay? Didn't you used to like peeking? Now I'll let you see, look. Open your eyes and see me. She gripped Gumu's shoulders tightly, screaming hysterically, but all that answered her was dead silence. That night, her tears completely ran dry, just when Jing Shui was going mad. Another guest arrived in my demon blade space. A white vortex appeared, and the soul of the high-ranking official who was just killed by Jing Shui fell in. Is this the world after death? He looked curious, then saw me. Great leader, you're here too? Gilmukud. New people are here. That evil spirit grinned, and an uncontrollable killing intent surged from his body. Not only him, but I felt it too. A strong killing intent suddenly flooded my mind. The evil spirit charged forward with a knife, but I was faster. Using the flying thunder god technique, I instantly appeared behind the soul, condensing a wind blade in my hand, and with a swoosh, I gave him a chilling surprise. Your mother. That guy never expected that meeting a familiar face would be scarier than meeting a ghost. I watched as his soul slowly dissipated, transforming into a stream of white energy that merged into my body. Oh wow, so I can level up. I turned to glance at that evil spirit. How strong must he be after staying here for who knows how many years? The evil spirit seemed to see through my thoughts. Don't look at me. I've forgotten most things, even my own power. Otherwise, do you think you could still be standing? He said he might have deliberately forgotten to keep himself sane. After saying that, he tossed a ghostly sword at me. Come on, let's fight. Well, it seems my path to leveling up has just begun. The next day, outside the city without a master, a large army of thousands gathered and set off towards the land of fire. Jing Shui used a Sharingan to control several organization leaders to lead the way while he set off early. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Senju Tobirama was reviewing documents when suddenly he felt a jolt of anxiety. He furrowed his brow. That brat, doesn't he know to send some intelligence back? Just as he finished speaking, an Umbu knelt in the office. Hokage-sama, the border scouts report that a large army is gathering in the land of iron, having crossed the border and is heading towards Konoha. How many? Thousands. A mix of ninjas and samurai. Senju Tobirama's heart sank. A rebellion in the land of iron? Could that brat be behind it? But why would he lead people to attack Konoha? Before the Umbu team leader left, he added, by the way, sensory ninjas have detected 2 massive chakra signatures battling over there, but by the time we arrived, the battlefield was a mess and no bodies were found. Senju Tobirama's heartbeat quickened. He forced himself to remain calm. In that case this time, I will lead the team myself. His gaze instantly turned cold. Go, call Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others over. Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, and a few others gathered. From now on, I officially designate you 6 as my exclusive elite guard team, led directly by me, Senju Tobirama announced. Hokage-sama, what about Komoku? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked curiously. Senju Tobirama's expression darkened. He has his own mission. Enough talk. The situation is urgent. We must depart immediately. He had an extremely ominous feeling. Just like when something happened to his first son, he would not allow the same thing to happen a second time. At the border of the land of fire, the 2 groups were about to collide. Hokage-sama, I've sensed it. Should we engage? First, let's set an ambush and wait for my signal. Senju Tobirama pressed his fingers to the ground and sensed the presence of nearly 1,000 people, but not a single one was capable of fighting. He crossed his arms and coldly stared at the crowd opposite. State your intentions. Under the control of Genjutsu, the tree, thunder, charged forward with a sword without a word. Everyone, attack. Oh, cannon fodder, under a genjutsu? Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes. He felt he might have fallen for a diversion tactic. He stopped talking and formed hand seals. Water release. Great water burst wave. I'll tell you, who is Tobirama Senju? Without even raising an eyebrow. A vast ocean of water gushed out from his mouth, instantly sweeping thousands of people into a massive water prison. What a 1,000-man army in front of the second Hokage. It was like dropping dumplings, all taken out in one pot. Take action, leave some alive. With his command, over 100 Konoha ninjas rushed into the water prison, and in less than a minute, the battle was over. Tobirama Senju grabbed the half-dead Tsunade and demanded, "Say, who sent you?" As Tsunade barely uttered a word, her head suddenly exploded with a pop, blood mist filling the air, along with traces of spatial fluctuations. Tobirama frowned tightly. It was a curse technique. At that moment, other high-ranking individuals under control also went wild and launched suicide attacks, causing chaos all around. Kill all resistors without mercy. Tobirama issued a death order. The battle quickly calmed down, and he casually grabbed a live prisoner, a Konoha rogue ninja. What happened in the Land of Iron? The rogue ninja, terrified, spilled everything about the ungoverned city. A few days ago, our new leader of the Killing Intent organization fought with the leader of the Ninja Alliance, and then they both disappeared. What are the features of your new leader? He wears a dog-headed mask and a black cloak. Looks very mysterious, just like the Umbu. Where's he now? Tobirama's heart sank. The rogue ninja stammered. According to rumors, it seems. Seems he is dead. Now we are led by another person in a fox mask and black cloak. Upon hearing the word dead, I tell you at that moment, Tobirama's eternally icy face cracked. He stood frozen in place. That guy, the one he had high hopes for, the future third Hokage, just like that, gone? Hokage-sama, what do we do now? The voice of the Umbu beside him brought him back to his senses. Take them all back to Konoha. Tobirama's voice was somewhat hoarse. Sarutobi Hiruzen analyzed. This must be a strategy to lure the tiger away from its mountain. Kagami, what about you? Tobirama looked at Uchiha Kagami. Hokage-sama, I sense genjutsu fluctuations on them. The person behind this might be from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kagami said with a stiff expression. Just as Tobirama was about to nod, suddenly, his expression changed drastically. He abruptly raised his head, his expression more serious than ever. Return to Konoha at full speed. Konoha is under attack by the Nine Tails. As the words left his mouth, his figure instantly disappeared, the flying thunder god technique reaching its peak. Oh no, my home has been robbed. His shadow clone left in the village was instantly killed by a tailed beast ball, memories instantly returning to the main body. Uchiha Madara, taking advantage of their absence, summoned the Nine Tails and launched a sneak attack on Konoha. I tell you at that moment, Tobirama completely broke down. The second Hokage, known for his rationality and calmness, could no longer hold it together. His eyes turned blood red, and his chakra erupted like a volcano as he laughed angrily. Ha ha! You killed my two sons and destroyed my Konoha. Uchiha Madara, I won't let this go, even if it costs me my life today. I will make you and your Uchiha clan pay the price. He was like a blue lightning bolt, tearing through the air, crazily charging towards the direction of Konoha. Meanwhile, outside Konoha, the gigantic Nine Tails was rampaging, and Uchiha Madara stood atop its head, launching several tailed beast bombs towards the village. Madara, stop right now. The furious figure of Senju Hashirama appeared atop a tall building. Let me tell you, at that time I was standing on a rooftop, so angry that my head was aching. And guess what? That guy Uchiha Madara was standing on the head of the Nine Tails like a demon, holding a fan-shaped scythe, acting so arrogantly, shouting at me. Yo, Hashirama, long time no see. Good grief, I was so furious. I questioned him why he was attacking the village, and if he could face our fallen brothers. And what did he do? He directly threw me off, saying something like, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Then, without saying another word, he wanted to drag me out for a one-on-one fight. I tell you, he knows exactly what he's doing and doesn't really want to hurt the Uchiha clan members. So he controlled the Nine Tails to run outside the village. When he threw those tailed beast bombs, to put it bluntly, he was just playing around, targeting empty spaces. But there was one that was aimed with precision, heading straight for my brother Tobirama's position. How can I tolerate that? I immediately used Wood Release, Wood Dragon technique, and a giant dragon spiraled out from beneath my feet, roaring as it chased after me. Madara behind me shouted, "Hashirama, don't run." With that momentum, he was almost driving a sports car faster than the Nine Tails. using all fours like a madman. Just as we left, on the rooftop of the village, a mysterious figure in a black fox cloak turned his eyes, and the three-tomo Sharingan directly upgraded into a kaleidoscope. Then with a crack, he shattered the space and disappeared. Not long after, my brother Tobirama rushed back to the village. Seeing that the village was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief, but his face was so cold it looked like he owed someone 8 million. He pressed his finger to the ground, sensing that we were fighting gods 1,000 miles away, and without saying a word, he activated another flying thunder god and followed us. He had only one thought in his mind. This was a perfect opportunity for revenge for the ancient trees. Before we knew it, we had fought our way to the border of the land of fire. I was parkouring desperately on the treetops, while Madara drove the Nine Tails, a massive SUV that was a true bulldozer, creating sparks and lightning everywhere, leaving no grass behind in its wake. I was still trying to persuade him, Madara, stop fighting. If this goes on, our village will be destroyed by us. At that moment, I felt my brother Tobirama and another mysterious chakra approaching. Madara, however, was furious. As soon as he activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, he declared, even if that guy comes, it won't matter. You should take care of yourself first. The implication was that if Tobirama dared to intervene, he wouldn't hesitate to send him to the afterlife with a couple of tailed beast bombs. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot down like a meteor from the top of Kurama's head, his scythe-like fan slicing towards me with tremendous force. I swiftly summoned a giant sword from the scroll behind me, and with a clanging sound, we instantly clashed, sparks flying everywhere. The scene was incredible. Just then, the Nine Tails beneath him started forming chakra balls again, and that black-red chakra was clearly no good. My eyes narrowed, and with a quick clap of my hands, I shouted, "Would release! Would dragon jutsu!" A wooden dragon shot out and tightly bound the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails howled in pain, and the chakra ball in its mouth went off course. But that wasn't the end. I followed up with a roar. Would release! Would human jutsu! A giant wooden figure, dozens of meters tall, emerged directly from the wood dragon, resembling a Gundam, and reached out with a massive hand to grasp the tailed beast ball. I tell you, Uchiha Madara's eyes were wide open at that moment, probably not expecting my hand's speed to be so fast. What he didn't expect, even more was yet to come. I controlled the wooden man, holding the tailed beast ball, and swung it back towards the Nine Tails' head. If that hit, the Nine Tails would have its brain splattered on the spot. Susanoo. Madara also reacted quickly. Blue chakra erupted instantly, wrapping the Nine Tails in a layer of armor, directly evolving into the armored Susanoo. Two gigantic chakra swords crossed each other, firmly blocking my attack. That was a taste of his own medicine. But he wasn't satisfied with just defense. He plunged the sword in his hand into the tailed beast ball. Goodness, he enchanted the tailed beast ball. That thing instantly transformed into a blue-white energy sphere with red accents, its power skyrocketing. And he called this move the beast struggle. Boom! With a loud bang, a mushroom cloud exploded right in front of me. The terrifying shockwave ripped the earth apart, uprooting trees like toothpicks. In the distance, Uchiha Shursui had to activate his Susanoo to stabilize himself. And even farther away, my brother Tobirama was desperately using water style to resist. The two of them exchanged a glance from afar and saw 4 words in each other's eyes. Celestial beings fighting. Family who understands. This level of battle is simply beyond their ability to intervene. As the smoke cleared, Madara stood atop the Susanoo, looking down at the Nine Tails, exuding an overwhelming presence. Meanwhile, I used the Wood Release's defensive technique, that huge wooden shield resembling a ghost face, to layer by layer block this world-destroying strike. I looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. Madara, you really are something, treating Susanoo as the skin of the Nine Tails, huh? You really are impressive. But Madara didn't respond to my banter at all. Without saying a word, he controlled the armored Nine Tails, raised that huge blue long sword, and with a clang, brought it down. I slammed my hands down on the ground and shouted, "Would release!" All-encompassing bag technique. Guess what? Countless gigantic wooden hands suddenly emerged from the ground, popping up like whack-a-mole, stretching out from all directions to grab the limbs of the Nine Tails, even pinning down the sword it was wielding, rendering it immobile. With just a clap of my hands, whatever I called for came to be. Let me tell you, Madara's face turned dark. His eternal kaleidoscope was spinning wildly, pouring out chakra as if it were free, while the other Susanoo arm that wasn't captured swung a long sword, delivering a devastating slash. Boom! This strike directly sliced all the surrounding wooden hands into fragments, and even flattened the peak of a small mountain several thousand meters away. In the distance, Tobirama watched, enraged and cursing, but more than that, he felt helpless. Uchiha Shinsui also gasped in shock, realizing that Madara was just toying with him before. I realized this wouldn't do. If we kept going, the entire continental plate would be shattered by us. The once lush forest plains had now turned into a bottomless canyon. I made a quick decision and ran towards the coastline. You can't escape. Ban was already frenzied, controlling the formidable Ninetales, chasing me on 2 legs. Looking just like Godzilla. He was also frantically rubbing a super double beast trial in his mouth, a spiral energy ball that looked incredibly powerful. I didn't believe he could stop me. He roared and threw that massive spiral light ball towards me. I narrowed my eyes, bit my finger, and slammed my hand down. Spirit summoning technique. 5 layers of Rashomon. Bang, 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 bang. 5 massive iron gates with ghostly faces rose from the ground, blocking my path like a fortress. The spiral light ball crashed into them, only to have its trajectory altered, skimming across the sea surface before flying out, ultimately exploding on the opposite shore with a deafening roar. The brightness was even more intense than the sun. I guess the water country was bewildered. Sitting at home, a nuclear bomb fell from the sky. Madara stood atop Susanoo, his black hair wildly dancing, roaring at me. Hashirama, I am not the same as I was before. I looked at him, my expression becoming serious. Ban, I really don't want to fight you. If this continues, all our previous efforts will be in vain. He scoffed. Now, it's your turn to teach me a lesson? I said I didn't want to kill you. We were once friends. As a result, he became more aggressive, pointing at the mushroom cloud on the opposite shore and saying, I've already struck the mainland across. Can't you see what I mean? Good grief. He's determined to fight me to the death. I sighed and said, since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. I clasped my hands together, activating Sage Mode. The black stripes on my face instantly appear, and a devastating chakra erupts from within me. Sage Art would release, true 1,000 hands. With a roar, the ground cracks open, and a gigantic wooden guanyin, taller than mountains and with countless arms, rises from the earth. In comparison, the Ninetales looks like a small kitten in front of it, and even with the armored Susanoo, it barely stand a chance. I stood on top of guanyin, shouting at Ban, I'm on Ban. Ban also refused to back down, roaring, come on, Hashirama. Buddha of the summit. I controlled the true 1,000 hands, and those thousands of fists smashed down like a storm against the imposing Ninetales. Each punch was enough to shatter mountains. Meanwhile, Obito manipulated the Ninetales, wildly spraying out the beast chakra to counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. The scene was like the end of the world. The entire space trembled. The ground was torn apart and mountains collapsed, just as these gods were fighting in the demon blade space. The ancient would surprisingly had the leisure to chat with that evil ghost. He asked the ghost if it could withstand the intensity from outside. The ghost lord, casually replied, I don't know, but if I were at my peak, it should be easy. The ancient would scoffed, you're just boasting. The ghost lord wasn't angry. He merely said, kid, I'm not joking. If I regain my memories and mobilize all the power within me, do you think the souls I've killed aren't enough to destroy this small patch of forest? As he spoke, countless purple souls floated around him, each exuding a powerful aura. The ancient would looked at them and believed about 70 to 80%, but still said, but if you regain your memories, you'll become a weapon that only knows killing. The ghost lord sighed. That's why I said I could do it before. After saying that, he threw the blade to the ancient wood. The meaning was clear. Stop talking. Let's fight. I hope one day you'll be strong enough to set me free. The ancient wood felt numb. This guy was truly a battle fanatic. Meanwhile, in the outside world, my clash with Obito finally reached a conclusion. As the smoke cleared, the Susanoo around the Ninetales was shattered like glass shards. And we were both panting heavily, our chakra nearly depleted. I seized the opportunity, and a wooden puppet extended its large hand, directly pressing down on the Ninetales' head, using the Quan technique to release its control from within. The Ninetales instantly went limp. Seeing the situation was hopeless, Madara decisively abandoned the Ninetales, jumped onto the land, and stared at me while panting heavily. We fought fiercely for 2 days and 2 nights. By the 3rd night, under a massive waterfall in a deep canyon, both of us were at our limits. One of my arm's armor was shattered, revealing large areas of burns. Madara stood on the opposite bank, still stubbornly taunting. Hashirama, you can't do it, huh? As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly tightened, and he looked up at the cliff. A figure with silver short hair appeared in an instant. It was my brother, Tobirama Senju. Madara sneered, his gaze seeming to say, Hashirama, You have a good little brother who loves to sneak attack. I frowned and shouted at Tobirama, Tobirama, this is my battle with him. Don't interfere. As a result, Tobirama ignored me completely and appeared beside me with a flying thunder god technique, kunai in hand. Sorry, big brother, but I can't listen to you this time. He realized that both of us were exhausted, and this was a golden opportunity to take down our enemy. I asked him why. He gritted his teeth and said, just because he killed Obito, is that reason enough? What? I was stunned at that moment, looking at Madara in disbelief. I knew all too well how much effort Tobirama had put into Obito. That kid was the future of Konoha. And yet, he ended up dead at Madara's hands again. Madara, you must give me an explanation. I was completely furious, even angrier than when he tried to kill me. As a result, Madara laughed heartily. An explanation? When Azuna was killed back then, I didn't ask you for an explanation. So, when it's your turn, you can't take it? He even spoke with a tone of regret, saying, that kid had quite a talent, but unfortunately, he exhausted himself and died from ruptured blood vessels. You, Madara. Before I could finish speaking, Tobirama shouted, brother, stop wasting time. In an instant, he threw out countless kunai marked with the flying thunder god technique, shooting towards Madara like a torrential rain. Madara must have felt a jolt in his heart, not expecting to fall into the hands of such a person. The next second, Tobirama activated the flying thunder god and appeared right in front of Madara, thrusting his sword straight at his heart. However, just as the tip of the blade was about to touch Madara, there was a ripping sound, and the space was suddenly torn apart. A mysterious figure wearing a fox mask and a black robe appeared out of nowhere, wielding a demonic sword, and firmly blocked Tobirama's attack. Madara sensed the familiar chakra fluctuations, and his eyes narrowed. He recognized it as the hot-headed kid he had fought earlier with his shadow clones. Who are you? Tobirama looked at the roadblock in front of him, bewildered. The fox mask had a deep knife mark running through it, making it look particularly fierce. The masked person, Uchiha Hiruzen, without saying a word, swung his sword towards Uchiha Madara. The ancient trees in the demonic sword's space were stunned, thinking, is this girl really going to drag Madara in here too? Tobirama's gaze turned cold. No matter who she was, Uchiha Madara had to die today. He quickly formed hand seals and shouted, water release, heavenly cry. Countless high-speed, rotating water needles erupted from his mouth, shooting towards Hiruzen like a storm. But just as the water needles were about to hit, Hiruzen vanished with a swish, ripping apart the space again. In the next second, he appeared directly behind Tobirama. Let us deal with you first. Hiruzen's voice was as cold as ice, and the demonic sword Muramasa was raised high, glinting with a chilling light as it came down. Tobirama reacted swiftly, using the flying thunder god to flash over to my side, urgently saying, brother, hold off Uchiha Madara for me. I'll deal with this guy first. Okay. At this point, for the sake of the village, Madara absolutely could not be left alive. I had made up my mind that tonight. It had to come to an end. Seeing that he could fight again, Madara was overly excited and actively attacked with his fan. The two of us engaged in battle once more. On the other side, the fight between Tobirama and Hiruzen had also begun. Let me tell you, that scene was bizarre. Tobirama's flying thunder god was already fast enough, teleporting all over the battlefield, but Hiruzen's spatial movement was even more unreasonable. It seemed like he could predict Tobirama's movements, always appearing right behind him to launch lethal slashes. Tobirama must have been cursing in his heart. Damn it, I actually ran into a counter to my space teleportation opponent. Let me tell you, Feijian really hit a brick wall this time. He was completely stunned. He still wanted to show off his flying thunder god technique, but the opponent, Jing Shui, directly activated a predictive hack. Wherever your next landing point is, their blade tip is right there waiting for you, focusing on precise predictions. Do you dare to move? Gotcha. I was watching in the Demon Blade space, and wow, that sound was like a death knell. As Tobirama's body appeared, I felt a chill in my chest. Looking down, I realized I had just delivered myself right onto the blade's tip. At that moment, I only had one thought. Could it be that the father and son are reuniting here with me? Tobirama covered his chest, his expression a mix of shock and anger. Utterly bewildered, he couldn't understand how his proud flying thunder god technique was being toyed with like a clown. He finally realized that if he continued to play with space ninjutsu, he would just be a complete fool. So this guy, being single, immediately changed his tactics. Instead of standing up, he formed seals right where he was and shouted, water release, great waterfall technique. I couldn't believe it. The amount of chakra and the force of the water instantly turned the entire plane into a vast ocean, and then a huge dragon head emerged from the water, opening its massive jaws to bite down. He was calculating that he wanted to trap Shizuka in this water. as long as she dared to run. He would immediately use Flying Thunder God to find his brother, and the two of them would take down Madara together. Unfortunately, the thought was beautiful, but reality was harsh. Just as his water dragon was about to bite someone, Shizuka's figure suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, guess where? Right behind Madara. With a swift stab, the Demon Blade Village's signature move cleanly pierced through Madara, leaving him cold. Madara didn't even turn his head, just sighed, his tone filled with desolation. Kid, do you know who you just killed? To be honest, he was also running on empty. Even if he reacted, he couldn't dodge it. However, he appreciated Shizuka, thinking that this little girl was decisive in her actions, truly worthy of being an Uchiha. As for Shizuka, after stabbing, she was like a soulless machine, still gripping the hilt, her eyes fixed on Madara until he completely fell and the madness in her eyes only slightly receded. Damn bastard. Seeing Madara down, Tobirama was furious and instantly used Flying Thunder God to appear beside his brother, yelling at Shizuka. Who the hell are you? Shizuka ignored him, slowly raising her still bloodied blade. Just as Tobirama thought she was going to deliver a finishing blow, her figure flickered and appeared behind Hashirama like a ghost. What the hell? This girl's target wasn't just Madara. She wanted to take down the first Hokage too. Big brother, be careful. Tobirama shouted at the top of his lungs. Without thinking, he used another Flying Thunder God to teleport behind his brother, blocking the lethal strike with his own blade. The blades clashed, sparks flying. It was exhilarating. This really angered Shizuka. She had been holding back out of respect for the ancient tree. But now it seemed this uncle really didn't understand what it meant to know when to stop. Susanoo, with a furious roar, let me tell you, the scene was something else. A silver chakra surged into the sky, and a massive skeleton frame instantly enveloped Shizuka, transforming into a towering silver warrior. When Hashirama saw this thing, his face turned pale. An Uchiha? He couldn't comprehend how his own people could kill each other. Tobirama's expression also turned cold, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. You are Uchiha Shizuka? Identity exposed? Shizuka didn't care at all, activating Susanoo and launching a frenzied series of teleportations and slashes. It was dazzling. A mighty blow descended, and a massive silver katana slammed down towards Hashirama's head. Big brother, what are you doing? Have you forgotten about the village? Seeing his brother still in emo mode, looking like he wanted to die alongside Madara, Tobirama was furious and cursed, using Flying Thunder God to pull him away. Only then did Hashirama wake up, his eyes regaining clarity. Tobirama, you're right. Hold me off. I need to absorb some natural energy. Hearing natural energy, Tobirama felt assured, knowing his brother was about to enter sage mode. He just shouted, okay, leave it to me. Sunday. Before he could finish his sentence, he watched helplessly as a space slash cut his brother in half. I was shocked at the time, and when I focused my gaze, oh, it was just a wooden clone, so it was fine. Jing Shui looked at it and realized that the best opportunity to kill Hashirama was gone. But that evil fire inside her had nowhere to vent. So she turned around and directed all her anger at Tobirama. With Susanoo activated and her predictions in place, she fiercely chased after Tobirama, slashing away. Tobirama was in a dire situation. His Flying Thunder God technique was almost smoking, and he was probably cursing inwardly. With his space-time teleportation and future foresight, how can I fight back? It's a pure bug. Just when Jing Shui's blade was about to strike Tobirama, a wooden dragon roared out from the forest and directly knocked Susanoo away. In the distance, Hashirama had finished his sage mode, with black markings on his face. He clapped his hands, and countless tree roots easily blocked Jing Shui's long-range slashing attack. Seeing that it was hopeless, Jing Shui coldly glanced at the scene and tore apart space to escape. Tobirama, are you okay? Hashirama came over to support him. Just some external injuries. Big brother, I'm fine. You know my self-healing ability. Hashirama waved his hand, then pointed at the unconscious Ninetales beside him and said, let's take this guy back to the village. He's too dangerous and must be sealed. After saying that, he clapped his hands. Would release, with human technique. A giant wooden figure rose from the ground and easily grabbed the Ninetales like a small chick. If the Ninetales were awake, it would probably curse. I really will thank you. Just said I'm dangerous and you turn around and treat me like a toy, right? This battle left the entire ninja world in silence. Spies from various villages rushed to the Valley of the End and saw the enormous gorge that had been carved out. Their legs went weak, thinking, what is the point of fighting? Let us just wash up and sleep. Soon, 6 months passed. Sister Jing Shui had already run to the land of water, where she was now both beautiful and crazy, trading vision for power, focusing on killing everyone. She infiltrated the Mist Village and, without saying a word, cast a kaleidoscope Jinjutsu, directly formatting the first Mizukage, Hakuren, turning him into her puppet. From then on, the Mist Village underwent a drastic change. Instead of infrastructure, they focused on military buildup, conducting rigorous training every day, forming an umbu to cultivate death warriors. And anyone who dared to defy them would be killed on the spot, casting the entire village into darkness. Then, a letter from Konoha arrived, inviting her to the first 5 Kage summit. Jing Shuei leaned against a pillar, crumpling the letter into pieces, and sneered, "Let's go, Hakuren. This is a great opportunity to stir up trouble." The location of the 5 Kage summit was in a land of iron, amidst heavy snowfall. Jing Shuei wore a plain white mask without patterns, following the brain-controlled Mizukage Hakuren, arriving last. As soon as they entered, Hashirama frowned. "Mizukage, have you been possessed by someone?" I have to say, the perception ability of Hashirama is truly impressive. Upon hearing this, the other 3 shadows were so scared that they immediately distanced themselves from Byakuren by 8 feet. Tobirama's sharp gaze fixed on Shinsui as he asked, "Why is your guard wearing a mask? Is he hiding from someone?" Byakuren, Shinsui version, chuckled and was about to retort when Tobirama's temper flared up. Without saying a word, he threw a kunai, followed by a flying Thunder God Slash. Shinsui easily dodged with a space jump. As Tobirama landed, he pointed his long knife and said, "It really is you, Uchiha Shinsui. I knew there was an unsettling aura about you." Well, things escalated quickly. Byakuren, Shinsui version, got furious and said, "What does this mean for you from Konoha? You don't welcome us, right? We're leaving." Hashirama saw the negotiation was about to collapse and quickly stepped in to mediate. "Wait, Lord Mizukage, I can help you dispel the Jinjutsu. This isn't a negotiation. It's practically an order." Shinsui sensed something was off and directly used a space teleportation to escape. Hashirama rushed over and slapped Byakuren on the forehead. The Jinjutsu was dispelled, but he also fell asleep. When Byakuren woke up, everyone expected him to be furious. But what happened? The old man looked calm and relaxed. Tobirama was anxious. "First Mizukage, you were controlled for half a year. Don't you have anything to say?" That was a rogue ninja from our Konoha. He had already calculated that this old man would definitely try to extort a large sum. But Byakuren slowly replied, "I was once a rogue ninja from Konoha, but now I'm a guard of Kirigakure. As for control, there was no control. I did it willingly, so how can you say it was control?" Tobirama's CPU nearly fried. What was wrong with this old man? He didn't know that although Byakuren was controlled for half a year, his consciousness was awake. He witnessed Shinsui using iron-fisted methods to accomplish things he wanted to do, but was afraid to do, raising the military strength of Kirigakure to a new height. This was a win-win situation. Seeing that they were silent, Byakuren stood up to leave. "Since we are not welcomed, we will take our leave." Bang! Without saying anything, Hashirama slammed his head on the table and slid to apologize. "Sorry. Tobirama was too impulsive. Please stay. This meeting is related to the peace of the ninja world." Well, since the Hokage was like this, Byakuren decided to go along with it. After the meeting, on the way back to the village, Shinsui blocked Byakuren again. "You don't hate me?" Shinsui gripped the cursed blade, his eyes cold. Byakuren shook his head, smiling lightly. "I don't have much time left. The future ninja world war has nothing to do with me. I trust you with Kirigakure." Saying this, he took out the Mizukage's token from his pocket and threw it on the ground. "Take it. With this, the villagers will recognize you." "You really are a good person." Shinsui walked over expressionlessly, raised the cursed blade high, and with a swift motion, blood stained the snow. Byakuren didn't resist at all. He knew Shinsui was using his death to give the entire Kirigakure a revenge buff, to fight more fiercely in the future war. The next moment, Byakuren's soul was sucked into the cursed blade space. When he opened his eyes, he found himself restored to his peak state, utterly confused. "Seriously, why does everyone who comes here say that line?" Ancient Tree yawned as he walked over, looking utterly disinterested. Seeing Ancient Tree's silver hair, Byakuren thought he was a relative of Senju Tobirama and immediately became alert. "You are a soul collector?" "You could say that." Ancient Tree grinned, and with a flash of his great sword, he was already behind Byakuren. "I am splitting." Before Byakuren could react, he felt his soul being sliced into countless pieces. He was dumbfounded. Wasn't I just restored to my peak state? Ancient Tree didn't give him a chance, performing a series of moves that made Byakuren's soul half-transparent. After finishing, he sheathed his sword, looking at him with disdain. "Seriously, buddy, do you really have the strength of a shadow-level ninja?" Byakuran's soul was filled with a mix of shame and anger. He finally understood that this kid in front of him was on a completely different level than him. Not convinced, though. I told you when I heard that. I couldn't help but laugh. Is that all? The next moment, I exerted force with my hand, and the wind pressure from the Sage mode erupted instantly. Bang! I directly crushed his white lotus head into pieces. Feeling this energy merge into my body, indeed, it's an experience pack of shadow level, not bad. This broken place is either you die or I die. I don't have time to play any turn-based games with him. Half a month later, I finally returned to the hidden mist village. I went straight into the Mizuki's office, and there he was, the strongest guy in the village, named Gado Mangetsu. He looked at me, a black-robed figure sitting in the Mizuki's chair, with a confused expression. Where's Lord Mizuki? I can't be bothered to say much. I casually threw the token representing Bai Lian's identity onto the table with a bang. Whoever wins will be the second generation of the Water Shadow. I tell you, that kid's expression instantly changed, going from confusion to a fierce killing intent. In our mist village, that's the rule. If you don't accept it, fight it out. The strongest one calls the shots. Soon, the entire village knew that the first Hokage was dead. And now we had to choose a second Hokage from either me or Ghost Lantern Moonlight. On the training platform, the onlookers were building up the atmosphere. On one side was the village's seasoned powerhouse, Ghost Lantern Moonlight, who was quite popular. On the other side was me, the mysterious Umbu leader, a pure powerhouse. That kid Ghost Lantern Moonlight looked quite cheerful, but I knew that when it came to fighting, he was a madman. He shouted at me, "The Hokage is gone. Now the village has to rely on the strongest person. Come on." I reached out, and the demon blade, Muramasa, appeared in my hand. I thought to myself, I must train these brats in Mist Village into an iron army before that old geezer, Hashirama, kicks the bucket. Water style, water iron cannon technique. That kid came at me with a barrage of machine gun fire, water bullets flying at me like rain. What about me? I simply dodged, and the person vanished. In the next second, I was already behind him, my hand raised like a blade. As a result, with a bang, he exploded into a mist of water. It was just a clone. His voice came from another direction, tinged with surprise. Spatial movement? A bit knowledgeable. Then he clapped his hands on the ground. Spirit summoning technique. A giant shell burst forth from the ground, spraying mist wildly. Tried to use an illusion on me. Family, who understands? Playing illusions in front of my kaleidoscope Sharingan? ISNT, this just pure intensity? I saw through at a glance. All the mist was just an illusion, and his real body was hiding nearby, ready to ambush. I easily turned to avoid his water gun sneak attack, and, as I spun my kaleidoscope, blood tears began to flow from the corners of my eyes. Alas, with a swift backhand, I unleashed a series of combos, the blade flashing like lightning, slashing several times in quick succession. The first strike split his shabby shell in half. Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon couldn't react at all. His whole body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, spraying blood in the air as if it were free. He clutched the deep, bone visible wound on his chest, his eyes filled with the expression of disbelief that this guy must be cheating. In the end, he struggled to kneel on one knee, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. I lost. All right, from today on, I, Uchiha Seijui, will be the second Mizuki. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. During these 2 years, I used an iron-fisted approach to seize control of the entire land of water, earning the nickname Iron-Blooded Queen. That brat Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon also became my tool, helping me handle documents every day. One day, while I was reviewing intelligence, an Umbu member knocked on the door and entered, kneeling on one knee. Lord Mizuki, we received news from Konoha. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, has passed away. I tell you, the corners of my mouth under the mask are about to burst with joy. I finally managed to outlast that old man. I pretended to be calm and simply hummed in response, then ordered, gather all the Umbu immediately and recall all the ninjas out on missions. Upon hearing this, the nearby Kageaki Mangetsu's eyes lit up. His excitement clearly indicated he was a war fanatic. I looked out the window and coldly uttered a few words. You go gather the ships. The target of this blitz is the land of Earth. Why attack the land of Earth? Because the hatred runs deep. Akatsuki's Hashigaki Kisame and their current second Tsuchikage were once bitter enemies. It was Kisame who inflicted those bandages on him. Within a day, over 100 large ships were gathered. I stood at the bow of the ship and said a couple of sentences. It's time to test our results. For the revenge of the first Mizuki. Let's strike the land of Earth. Kill! Kill! The ninjas below were like they had been pumped full of adrenaline, shouting wildly. Taking advantage of the thick fog, we stealthily approached the coast of the land of Earth. Those guards from the rock-hidden village were still standing there in a daze, saying, "Oh my gosh, how to get foggy on such a sunny day." The next second, with a puff, our shadows flickered in the mist, and their necks were all slashed. I directly ordered, "Zuki Kagyuki, you take 50 people and capture all the information ninjas in this area. The rest, continue to clear the way with me. Our strategy is a blitzkrieg. By the time a Wagakure reacts, our army will already be at their doorstep." On the other side, the newly appointed second Tsuchikage, Mu, sensed us immediately with the shadow clone he placed at the border. His expression changed. Damn, breaking the peace treaty? Has Hashirama's Senju run into trouble? He immediately shouted to his short guard, the younger version of Noki, "Quick, gather the ninjas. Kirigakure is coming." When their army arrived, they saw me standing alone on a massive stone pillar. Mu realized something was off and warned his apprentice Noki to be cautious, saying I was the iron-faced YKO, and then quickly ordered the main force to return to the village for defense. He stayed behind and shouted at me, "Second Mizukage, why are you violating the peace treaty?" I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. As soon as he finished speaking, I vanished. "Watch out!" With a loud shout, I suddenly pushed his disciple, Daimyu, aside. With a loud bang, my slash directly severed the spot where they had just been standing along with the stone pillar. I tell you, from that moment on, Inoki experienced what it was like to be suffocated by abuse. He clearly saw me disappear and immediately flew away to dodge, but the next second, he still ended up crashing into my blade. It was as if my sword had tracking capabilities. With a swoosh, I cut him flying out. It wasn't that they were slow to react. I was simply too fast for them to even form a hand signs. The scenes that followed were simply a high-end match of fishing. I chased after Inoki, and he was like a rubber ball being kicked around by me. If it weren't for his teacher, who was invisibly nearby, occasionally using dust release to give me a surprise shot to cover him, Inoki would have been chopped into 8 pieces long ago. When he finally managed to escape back to the vicinity of a Wagakure, he was covered in blood, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at me. This battle lasted for a full 2 years. During those 2 years, the land of Earth was nearly driven to the brink of destruction by our assassinations. In the end, the second Tsuchikage and Kaigetsu Mutu ended up taking each other out. Inoki was beaten into a state of autism, just as the land of Earth was about to collapse. The land of fire and the land of wind could no longer sit idly by, and the 3-nation coalition turned around to encircle us. We were few in number, retreating step by step, and the territory we had gained was all lost. In the end, at the seaside where we had initially landed, I was surrounded by thousands of hands of Tobirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen with hundreds of people. Beside me, there were only 3 remaining Umbu brothers. "Lord Mizukage, you go first." They stood in front of me. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old guy, immediately unleashed a 5 elements, great explosive technique, a devastating explosion. My 3 brothers, to protect me, took the hit with their bodies and died on the spot. As for me, having overused the Manjiki, my eyes were completely blind and my chakra was long exhausted. Looking at the swarm of enemies, I actually smiled. I quietly closed my eyes and softly said, "Komoku, I really try my best, but I'm tired. Can I have a good sleep?" As soon as I finished speaking, stab, several blades instantly pierced through my chest. Let me tell you, it didn't hurt at all. Really, instead, it was a kind of relief. My mind was filled with memories of the days spent with Komoku. "Komoku, this time, I can finally be with you again." My demon blade, Muramesa, slipped from my hand. My body gradually turned cold, and my consciousness completely sank into darkness. Later, this war was called the First Shinobi World War. My blade, after wandering for decades, finally fell into the hands of someone named Orochimaru. Time flew by, and it was now the 60th year of Konoha. That year, Konoha Village was holding the CH NIN exams. On the competition stage, the 4th Kazekage and my old acquaintance, who was now the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, were sitting side by side. In the audience, a kid named Uchiha Sasuke had lightning sparking in his hand, and with a single Chidori, he pierced through Gaara's sand defense with a sizzling sound. Next to him, Haruno Sakura was wide-eyed, and Rock Lee was completely dumbfounded. But let me tell you, compared to what happened next, this was just a small scene. Just as everyone was shocked by Sasuke's strength, a bunch of white feathers suddenly floated down from the sky, looking quite romantic, right? But the next second, thud thud, everyone around fell down like dumplings, directly fainting. Then the ground shook, and several giant snakes, as thick as trains, burrowed up from below. Good heavens, the Konoha collapse plan officially commenced. But I tell you, the most explosive part was over at the podium. The Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, suddenly made his move. With a swift motion, he pressed a kunai against the third Hokage's neck, then took him up to the rooftop. His four-sound ninja subordinates also acted in perfect harmony, and with a whoosh, a purple square barrier trapped the two inside, while the Umbu outside could only watch helplessly, stamping their feet in frustration. The third Hokage was furious and asked Orochimaru what he was doing. Orochimaru laughed maniacally, saying, "Teacher, I told you to choose the fifth Hokage, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, you're about to die at my hands." Family, who understands his top-tier PUA. After that, feeling it wasn't stimulating enough, he added another layer of locks to the barrier. The third Hokage, however, was resolute. He shrugged off his Hokage cloak, revealing his combat uniform, and directly engaged in battle. He started with a shadow clone technique, sending a rain of shuriken flying. However, Orochimaru wasn't playing fair. He slammed the rooftop and shouted, "Edo, Tensei." Boom! Two large coffins burst forth from the rooftop. They were labeled first and second, as if trying to show off that he had summoned the first and second Hokages. The third Hokage saw this and knew it was serious. He desperately tried to stop the third coffin from emerging. But Orochimaru pulled out a demonic blade, radiating a terrifying purple light, called Muramasa, and shattered all of the third's attacks in an instant. Then, from the third coffin emerged a fierce character. This guy was named Keimoku. Let me tell you, the killing intent was so overwhelming that it silenced me even through the barrier. I felt like I didn't even need to turn on the air conditioning. Orochimaru then realized that this guy's soul had been sealed in the blade all along. No wonder he couldn't summon him earlier. When the first and second Hokages woke up, they were quite confused, chatting with the third Hokage. "Hey monkey, why do you look so old?" Keimoku leaned against the coffin, greeting them ominously. "Long time no see." That aura clearly indicated he wasn't a good person. Orochimaru wanted to insert a control USB stick into the back of the heads of the three big shots. The first and second fell for it, their eyes instantly losing focus. But when it came to Keimoku, something strange happened. When the control talisman was inserted, Keimoku's soul power was absurdly strong, easily crushing the control. But this guy was a master actor. On the surface, he pretended to be under control, playing the role of the puppet. What followed was a tragic scene of the third Hokage fighting against three opponents. The first and second Hokages were treated like remote-controlled toys. Unleashing would release and water release techniques against the third. Unable to withstand it, the third quickly summoned the Monkey King and transformed it into the golden staff. Barely holding on, Orochimaru was still taunting him, ripping off his face to reveal a woman S, showing off his immortality technique, saying, "Teacher, look how pathetic you are. It's just ridiculous." The third Hokage was completely enraged and unleashed his ultimate move, activating shadow clones and performing the sealing technique. Shiki FN. A giant Grim Reaper phantom appeared behind him. Two shadow clones immediately sealed the first and second Hokages, while another clone was about to grab Keimoku when, guess what? Keimoku stopped pretending. He directly pulled the demonic blade from Orochimaru's hand, and with a swift motion, a terrifying ghostly energy transformed into chains that bound the third Hokage's shadow clone tightly. Seizing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity while the third's real body and Orochimaru were in a tug-of-war, essentially pulling souls, he broke free from the Edo Tensei control and shouted, "From today onwards, this era belongs to me." With that, he swiftly slashed down, first cutting down the third shadow clone, then piercing through the Monkey King, and finally delivering a heavy blow to the already severely injured third Hokage. The third Hokage, just like that, was gone, blood spray high, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Orochimaru gasped heavily, almost thinking his hands would be sealed, but upon seeing this newcomer was even more ruthless than him, he hurriedly fled with his subordinates. Once the barrier disappeared, the Umbu rushed in to find the Hokage lying in a pool of blood, already cold. They were all furious, cursing Orochimaru for betraying his teacher and ancestral ties. They then surrounded Keimoku, asking him what happened. This guy was still pretending, "I don't know, I'm a victim." Then he feigned stretching, but oh no, it seems I can't control my hands. Grasping the hilt of the blade, a purple ring exploded, leveling all the surrounding trees. The three Umbu were so scared they pressed themselves to the ground, almost meeting the same fate as those trees. At this moment, Kakashi and Guy also arrived. Without a word, Kakashi launched a Chidori. What happened? Keimoku caught his wrist with one hand, and the Chidori couldn't move an inch. Keimoku casually remarked, "Oh, I'm so scared, there's a lightning disturbance," and kicked Kakashi flying. Then, Guy attacked from behind, burning youth Konoha Gale. But guess what? Keimoku didn't even turn around, using one hand to grab Guy's ankle and slammed him straight into the rooftop. Kakashi, below the attic, heard Keimoku's terrifying power and felt scared, his face darkening. Isn't this pure electronic bullying? Saying the most cowardly things while fighting the hardest. Guy was also tough. He crawled out of the hole and immediately opened the 8th gate. The 5th gate, Dumen, opened. His whole body turned red, exuding explosive energy. Kakashi supported him, using a Doton, Dori Heki, to seal Keimoku's escape route, even inscribing some dogheads on it for show. Might Guy moved so fast he left after images, launching a rapid 3-kick combo at Keimoku. But Keimoku, still with one hand, easily caught all his attacks and calmly commented, "Speed is good, but unfortunately, the force is lacking." Guy, not believing in evil, switched to an even stronger technique, Konoha's strongest gale, spinning like a top, flinging his bandages to try and bind Keimoku. Keimoku looked at the incoming bandages with a blank expression. Just as the bandages were about to reach Keimoku, his figure suddenly vanished from his spot. Might Guy's eyes widened in surprise. The next moment, he felt a tremendous force coming from above. Looking up, he saw Keimoku's figure, like a ghost, appearing right above him. One hand was firmly gripping his head, pressing it hard against the ground. Bang! With a loud crash, Might Guy's body made intimate contact with the ground, producing a dull sound. Boom! A powerful force, like a landslide, caused the ground to emit a deafening roar. Kakashi looked at the shattered ground, his pupils suddenly constricting, and an ominous thought arose in his mind. Just moments ago, that mysterious figure moved with astonishing speed. Even his proud Sharingan could not clearly capture its silhouette. This seems to be the 4th Hokage's flying Thunder God technique, Kakashi murmured, a hint of surprise flashing through his mind. He never expected that this monster summoned by the reanimation technique would master such a high-level space-time ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God technique, an S-rank ninjutsu. Damn it, how dare he mock my precious youth? Beside him, Might Guy, pressed to the ground, felt an unprecedented humiliation, the flames of anger burning in his eyes. He gritted his teeth tightly and roared. 8th gate of the 8 gates, 6th gate, open. As Guy's words fell, a terrifying green energy erupted from within him like a volcanic eruption, quickly swirling around him. His gaze turned blood red, as if burning with endless fighting spirit and determination. Eventually, the green energy gradually transformed into green steam, filling the surroundings and creating a shocking spectacle. The 6th gate, Gumu's expression was speechless, clearly underestimated. After saying this, Gumu's figure moved swiftly like a ghost, leaving his original position in a few jumps. At this moment, Gumu stood in the distance, looking down at his chest, where things continuously fell off, turning into pieces of paper and dust. As expected, forcibly using S-rank ninjutsu placed too much burden on the body. It was truly too strenuous. However, Gumu didn't mind these things in his heart. He knew that his strength was far from just this. Even without relying on high-level ninjutsu, he was still confident enough to beat down Might Guy, who hadn't opened the 8th gate. Guy, don't act impulsively. I haven't figured out this guy's abilities yet. At that moment, Kakashi Hatake appeared beside Might Guy, his gaze firmly locked onto the opponent. Since learning that Gumu could use Flying Thunder God, Kakashi's inner perception of Gumu's danger level had risen to a whole new height. Hearing Kakashi's words, Might Guy nodded, forcibly suppressing the anger surging within him. He knew Kakashi was right. Facing this mysterious opponent, they had to act cautiously and wait for Kakashi to devise an appropriate tactical plan. However, Gumu seemed to have no intention of leaving easily. He stood quietly in place, his eyes revealing an inscrutable aura. His presence made the surrounding air oppressive, as if a storm was about to arrive. Meanwhile, Kakashi appeared somewhat hesitant. He was contemplating how to deal with such a powerful and unknown opponent as Gumu. In this tense atmosphere, time passed second by second, and both sides fell into a stalemate, neither daring to act rashly. Chapter 79, Jiraiya's Support. How? Are we not fighting anymore? Gumu's eyes showed a hint of confusion. Had he known they would be this timid, he wouldn't have used Flying Thunder God. Look how scared the kids are. You should also be from Konoha, right? The control of your body is still in Orochimaru's hands? Kakashi Hatake tentatively spoke. In his perception, Orochimaru had already left, and as for why he didn't take this reanimated body, could it be that this guy had already broken free from Orochimaru's control? Thinking of this, Kakashi's heart trembled. Do you think I look like I'm being controlled? He originally thought that even if the control was not in Orochimaru's hands, This guy would at least try to hide it. But seeing Gumu spread his hands and openly admit it, Kakashi's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Helping the sand shinobi destroy Konoha? Kakashi reached out to stop Might Guy, who was about to charge. If Gumu were weak, Kakashi might have let Might Guy burn his youth. However, this guy's current display of strength was definitely not below that of a Hokage. You guessed correctly, but unfortunately, there's no reward. Gumu shrugged. He was going to find Nagato, as the Rinnegan was with him, so he naturally couldn't stay in Konoha. Being a rogue ninja didn't matter. However, before that, he still needed to find his adopted son Danzo to get some Hashirama's cells. Guy, there's no need to get tangled up now. This guy is an enemy of Konoha. Kakashi Hatake lifted his eye patch, revealing the Uchiha clan's unique three-tomo Sharingan. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, as if he had seen through everything. Kakashi knew that the man before him was not an ordinary enemy, but an extremely dangerous existence. So, he was a rogue ninja from Konoha. Might Guy's eyes burned with anger. Without a hint of hesitation, he immediately charged forward. His body shot towards Gumu like a cannonball, the speed astonishing. Might Guy had only one thought in mind: protect Konoha, defeat the enemy. He wanted this rogue ninja to know that Konoha was not to be trifled with. Only after opening the sixth gate could he truly enter the 8 gates of death form. The green steam erupting around Might Guy made the surrounding space feel particularly oppressive. Might Guy's aura grew stronger, and his body began to change. His skin became incredibly hard, his muscles well-defined, as if containing endless power. His hair stood on end, and he looked like a god of war. Trying to run away? Impossible. Seeing Gumu seemingly intending to leave, Might Guy used several instantaneous movements, surpassing the speed of sound, and crashed down onto Gumu. At the same time, not far away, Kakashi saw the opportunity and immediately began to form hand seals. Lightning release. Lightning beast tracking Fong. Kakashi formed hand seals and then suddenly extended his right hand. A blue arc of electricity instantly erupted, twisting through the air like an electric snake and then hurled towards Gumu. The arc quickly coalesced in mid-air into a fierce howling lightning wolf, carrying a sharp aura. Howling as it pounced towards Gumu. Gumu's face remained calm. He knew that in his current physical condition, it was better not to use a technique that required a large amount of chakra. Reacting quickly, he suddenly drew the cursed sword Muramasa from his waist. In an instant, the ground seemed to transform into a bottomless purple abyss. Countless evil spirits slowly emerging from within, as if attracted by some force emanating from Gumu. They began to wrap around his body, gradually enveloping him. In the distance, Kakashi witnessed this strange spectacle, his eyes narrowing slightly. This guy is indeed a monster. He thought to himself, a monster that shouldn't belong to this era. Kakashi had heard of the legends surrounding the cursed sword Muramasa. Now witnessing the sword in Gumu's hands displaying such bizarre power, he couldn't help but feel doubtful. Could this guy really be the first master of the cursed sword Muramasa? Peacock. Standing above Gumu, Might Guy's eyes narrowed, as if sensing a strong threat. He began to wildly swing his fists, countless punches rubbing against the air, eventually creating flames from the friction. The flames scattered from his fists seemed to dye the space red, bright like a sunrise, dazzling like the tail feathers of a peacock. However, beneath the combined assault from the ground and sky, Gumu showed no signs of panic on his face. A hint of madness could even be seen in his eyes. He had a feeling as if, in an instant, he had returned to the life-and-death struggle within the cursed sword space. Ha ha! Gumu let out a hoarse, deep laugh. They all have to die. I must kill them all. Accompanied by Gumu's somber roar, he swung the demon blade, and in an instant, a terrifying purple oppressive aura surged wildly in all directions. The formidable power seemed to transform into tangible evil spirits, easily overturning and tearing apart the ground. The horrific counterattack sent Might Guy flying into the sky, like a cannonball forced to crash down to the ground. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hatake, watching the ghostly slash approaching him, narrowed his eyes. Before he could escape, a strong voice came from behind. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. A terrifying flame transformed into a massive fire dragon, roaring past Kakashi and completely blocking the unleashed slash. Kakashi, what happened? Jiraiya quickly arrived beside Kakashi, his gaze curious as he looked at the center of the battlefield. Lord Jiraiya, that person is a product of Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, but it seems he has broken free from control. Kakashi briefly explained the situation. I see. You all go help the others. With the teacher absent, I'll protect Konoha. Jiraiya looked at the seemingly young Gumu not far away, his eyes shining with the confidence of a strong warrior. Chapter 80, Evil Ghost, Eradication Mode. Lord Jiraiya, this guy's strength is not to be underestimated. He not only knows the Flying Thunder God technique, but the blade in his hand is also the legendary demon blade Muramasa. Kakashi quickly relayed all the information he had. Oh, is that so? Jiraiya stroked his chin, glancing at Gumu with a serious expression. I understand. The demon blade Muramasa. Looking at Gumu, whose entire body was shrouded in a purple, ghostly aura, Jiraiya pondered. This blade has caused quite a bit of trouble for Konoha in the past. You and Might Guy should go ahead. I'll handle this, Jiraiya told Kakashi and Might Guy. He didn't want Kakashi and Guy to suffer unnecessary injuries here, as the opponent's strength was still quite formidable. In that case, Kakashi nodded, then turned to Might Guy and said, Guy, let's go help the others. After saying that, he transformed into a blue flash and quickly left, needing to catch up with Sasuke and worrying about any surprises that might occur with Gaara. Jiraiya faced Gumu alone, taking a deep breath, ready to confront this battle. He thought to himself, if this guy is really a product of Edo Tensei, then there is no need to hold back. Under Jiraiya's gaze, Gumu stood still, quietly watching Jiraiya, his eyes glimmering with a strange light. Finally, someone who can fight. I just don't know how much strength I can unleash. Once Kakashi and Might Guy completely left, Jiraiya shifted his attention back to Gumu and asked, Who exactly are you? Even if you're a relic of the old era, someone as powerful as you should have some records. Even now, Jiraiya hadn't figured out Gumu's identity, but seeing his silver short hair, could he be related to the Hitachi clan? However, in response to Jiraiya's question, Gumu made no reply. Instead, a strange sound began to emanate from his body, and purple-black ghostly armor gradually emerged, making him look like an evil ghost general emerging from hell, especially those blood-red eyes, which sent shivers down one's spine. It seems he's a monster. Jiraiya's expression turned cold, and his heart sank. Could it be that this guy is not human? Thinking this, he didn't dare to underestimate him any longer and quickly formed hand seals, fire style, flame bullet. He opened his mouth, and a massive chakra was rapidly refined into oil, then gathered together to form a massive fireball, which he immediately spat out. The fireball expanded in the wind, transforming into a blazing inferno that rushed toward Gumu with intense heat. The terrifying flames almost turned the entire space red in an instant. This powerful fire-style jutsu had enough strength to easily destroy a small building. However, Gumu had witnessed even more terrifying fire techniques before. Compared to them, Jiraiya's fire technique, while impressive, still seemed lacking. After all, Uchiha had once unleashed fire techniques that could devastate the heavens and earth. Such overwhelming power was unimaginable. Facing Jiraiya's fire attack, Gumu chose not to evade. Instead, he lowered his head, his eyes flashing with a strange light, seemingly having lost all rationality. Fully immersed in the form of an evil ghost slaughter. Whoosh! The demon blade Muramasa in his hand swung instantly, its speed as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, 8 terrifying purple crescent slashes appeared, each capable of severing the void itself. The 8 purple crescent slashes cut through the air, effortlessly slicing through the incoming flame bullets. Not only that, but these crescent slashes continued to fly forward, charging toward Jiraiya with unparalleled might. What kind of power is this? Jiraiya's eyes trembled. He felt no chakra fluctuations from Gumu's body at all. Yet even so, a sense of dread arose in his heart. Not daring to hesitate, Jiraiya quickly jumped to evade the incoming 8 slashes. Watching the attacks that easily sliced through the wall, Jiraiya's expression turned serious. Summoning technique. Jiraiya suddenly slammed his hands to the ground. Crushing market technique. As Jiraiya's summoning succeeded, a giant toad carrying 2 swords appeared in the air above Gumu. This toad was enormous, and its appearance made the surrounding air oppressive. Boom! With a loud crash, the giant toad landed and pinned Gumu beneath it. The terrifying force caused the ground to explode and tremble violently. Jiraiya watched the scene before him, relieved. He knew that if he hadn't used the summoning technique in time, he might have been seriously injured. Lord Jiraiya, is something wrong? The giant toad seemed to feel uncomfortable underneath and curiously asked, Wait, something's not right. The giant toad sensed its body beginning to tremble, and its vision started to rise, eyes filled with shock. It quickly looked down in panic. As a result, it was shocked to see that the man clad in evil ghost armor beneath it had lifted its massive body with one hand. The giant toad screamed in terror, trying to break free but found it couldn't move at all. The surrounding ghostly arms wrapped around it like tentacles, completely binding its body. What kind of monster is this? The giant toad trembled in fear, unable to believe it had been so easily subdued. Void erasure, deathly silence slash. Gumu's expression turned cold, and he swung the demon blade Muramasa violently. A terrifying soul power erupted from the blade, and the originally invisible souls seemed to condense in a substance on the blade, swirling like black smoke. Whoosh! With a sonic boom, Gumu, holding the blade with one hand, instantly appeared in another position. Biafich, biafich, biafich. As for the giant toad, it briefly hovered in the air, and upon sensing the pressure of death, it immediately severed its connection and returned to Mount My Boku. Boom! But in the next moment, a powerful aura emerged from where the toad, Winta, had disappeared. Gumu's eyes narrowed as he saw a gigantic figure descending from the sky. It was indeed the toad Winta. Damn it! How dare you harm my companions? Winta roared loudly, his voice deafening. He tightly gripped a massive katana in his hand, a pipe clenched in his mouth, his eyes flashing with rage, instilling fear in those who beheld him. He opened his mouth and unleashed a blazing fireball towards Gumu. However, Gumu calmly sidestepped, effortlessly avoiding Winta's attack. Take this! Winta, furious, leaped into the air, drawing his long sword, which transformed into countless massive, slashing shadows, rushing toward Gumu like a violent storm. These shadows were densely packed, overwhelming the space and creating an inescapable sense of pressure. In the face of such a concentrated assault, Gumu remained composed, standing still. The purple aura emanating from him rippled like waves, causing the surrounding space to begin to distort. He slowly raised his cursed blade, Muramasa, and started to swing it. Bang! 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 The cursed blade collided repeatedly with a massive long sword, producing a series of dazzling sparks, reminiscent of brilliant fireworks in the night sky. Each clash was a contest of power and skill, leaving onlookers dumbfounded. Winta's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched everything unfold before him. He had never imagined that this seemingly small creature could so easily withstand his attacks. He knew that the power released with each swing of his long sword was enough to flatten a house in an instant. Yet now, Gumu not only blocked his attacks, but appeared to do so with ease. Swish! 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 Gumu wielded the cursed blade, not giving Winta a moment's respite. As a body of decay, he could not tire. The only concern was that releasing too much energy might cause his body to shatter. As for whether he could repair it, this lowly body of decay might be able to, but it would take a long time. Accompanied by sharp purple sword energy shooting towards Winta, he hurriedly flicked his tongue to deflect the sword energy, but a few still struck his body, leaving behind several bloody marks. Damn human! Winta roared in anger, his aura surging violently. He opened his mouth, preparing to unleash a jutsu. However, at that moment, Gumu suddenly vanished from his original position. Not good. Winta's heart raced, and he quickly turned around. But it was too late. Gumu had appeared behind him, the cursed blade shimmering with a dazzling purple light. Boom! With a massive slash, Gumu swung the cursed blade, tearing the ground apart. Ah! Winta cried out in agony as his enormous body was sent flying through the air. Damn it! Winta was flung beside Jiraiya. Gumu's strength far exceeded his imagination, making him completely unable to resist. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 81. Sagemo Jiraiya. What kind of monster is this? Winta gasped, staring in horror at the terrifying presence before him. Gumu's colossal form radiated a chilling aura, like a demon from the abyss. Winta felt a sharp pain in his back and looked down to find a gruesome wound that had appeared out of nowhere, blood seeping from it. His eyes were filled with disbelief and helplessness as he silently lamented his fate. Jiraiya also widened his eyes, fixated on the mysterious and powerful monster. He could feel the unparalleled pressure emanating from Gumu, making it difficult for him to breathe. Winta, you should leave. You can't handle this guy, Jiraiya said in a low voice. He knew that with Winta's current strength, he could not compete with this monster. He didn't want Winta to die in vain, nor did he want to see his summoning beast perish like this. Winta hesitated for a moment, but nodded in agreement. He understood that staying here would only make him a burden, and he believed Jiraiya had the ability to deal with this crisis. So, he picked up his pipe and gave Jiraiya a meaningful look. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say, "Sorry, Jiraiya, I couldn't help much." With that, he vanished from the spot, ending the summoning technique. Jiraiya watched the direction Winta had left, a hint of guilt flashing in his eyes. But soon, his attention returned to the monster before him. He knew that the upcoming battle would be exceptionally difficult, potentially threatening the safety of the entire Leaf Village. However, he did not back down because he bore the responsibility to protect the village. I can guess a bit. This should be a power targeting the soul. Jiraiya's expression grew serious as the intense fear that had suddenly arisen in his heart seemed to resonate in his mind. Faced with such an unknown and powerful opponent, Jiraiya knew that ordinary attacks would surely be ineffective. Summoning technique. He performed the summoning technique again, and two old toads appeared on his shoulders. Little Jiraiya, is there something wrong? The old toad Shinsaku, a small green toad with white eyebrows, looked at him curiously. Before Jiraiya could respond, its gaze suddenly narrowed, drawn to Gumu not far away. Naturally, the sage mode-equipped Shinsaku could sense the deep and suffocating malice radiating from Gumu. It was like an endless abyss, filled with malevolent souls. Hey, kid's father, what power is that? It's terrifying. The female toad sage Shizen on Jiraiya's other shoulder also trembled slightly. Having lived for hundreds of years, it was the first time she encountered such a purely suffocating creature, like a demon from hell that shouldn't belong to the human world. I need your help. I want to enter sage mode, Jiraiya said earnestly, immediately starting to form hand seals and channeling chakra within him. All right, little Jiraiya. Could this guy be the calamity foretold by the great sage toad, the one to bring disaster to the ninja world? Shinsaku gazed at the chaotic scene around them, his eyes filled with unparalleled seriousness. Kid's father, the great sage toad, said that the calamity is also a blessing. The person in the prophecy will bring great changes to the ninja world. It all depends on how we view this change, Shizen reminded him. A blessing? If this is considered a blessing, then how great must the calamity be? Shinsaku clearly did not believe Gumu was a blessing. He quickly gathered chakra to help Jiraiya enter sage mode. Thank you both for your hard work. Now, the real battle is just beginning. Jiraiya's face bore unique red markings, and due to his own circumstances, his face exhibited traits similar to that of Toad. However, even so, Jiraiya's expression remained resolute. With sage mode activated, his perception of the surroundings became clearer. It was precisely because of this that he could deeply sense the terrifying pressure that Gumu's body carried. His presence even made the surrounding space feel oppressive. Sage mode, huh? Let me also see how far the limits can go today. Gumu's thoughts finally became much clearer. Looking at the surrounding chaos, he showed no change in expression. Crack! Accompanied by a sound, a pitch-black ghost face mask covered Gumu's face, and the black aura, constantly swirling above the mask, made Gumu appear particularly eerie. What is this? Jiraiya looked at the change on Gumu's face, and a strong sense of unease surged in his heart. The aura emanating from this man was growing stronger, as if it were about to break through the sky. Chapter 82. Jiraiya feels fear swish. Gumu did not respond, and his body instantly vanished from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived next to Jiraiya, his eyes flashing with madness, sending chills down one's spine. What's wrong with this guy? Jiraiya was secretly astonished. He had never seen anyone unleash such astonishing power in an instant. If it weren't for him entering sage mode, he might not have reacted in time. Come on. Gumu suddenly swung his fist, and a purple energy transformed into a ferocious evil spirit, rushing toward Jiraiya. This evil spirit carried an unparalleled might, tearing the air apart and creating visible ripples. Great Ball Rasengan! Jiraiya's eyes narrowed as he instantly condensed a massive blue Rasengan in his hand, colliding with the evil spirit unleashed by Gumu. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as the two forces collided, producing a tremendous blast. The entire battlefield was shrouded in dust, obscuring the situation within. Not good. Jiraiya's heart jolted as he sensed a powerful shockwave approaching him. He quickly exerted all his strength to resist, but was still knocked away by a punch. Haha, is this the power of that guy? Gumu smiled coldly, slowly walking out from the dust like a demon descending. His eyes sparkled with a cold light, revealing an unstoppable dominance and confidence. As Gumu continued to familiarize himself with and master this power, his speed increased and his figure became increasingly ghostly. In an instant, his body suddenly vanished, then reappeared above Jiraiya's head. The spiked leg armor, carrying a sharp killing intent, smashed down at Jiraiya's head from an awkward angle. At that moment, the two frogs perched on Jiraiya's shoulder immediately reacted. They quickly leaped into the air, opening their mouths wide and producing a deafening sound. Sage art. Frog song. Accompanied by the activation of the sage technique, A massive sound wave surged like a roaring torrent, taking on a tangible form and charging towards Gumu. Gumu was forced to change his attack, using one hand to guard his face. But soon, a flash of blood-red light flickered in his eyes. He felt that the frog song was impacting his soul. "You like to attack souls?" Gumu spoke with a strange tone. These two old frogs didn't know that he had been hunting souls for decades. Swish! As Gumu's aura suddenly burst forth, a massive, evil spirit phantom emerged behind him. The terrifying soul attack pressed down, howling towards the two frogs. The two frogs, facing the soul-piercing attack, instantly spewed blood from their mouths, their eyes flashing with endless caution. "Little Jiraiya, this monster indeed excels at soul attacks. Be careful." Jiraiya quickly distanced himself, looking at the injured Shinsaku on his shoulder, his eyes flashing with determination. He knew that in the face of this terrifying enemy, he had to go all out to have any chance of survival. "Let's attack together." Jiraiya's eyes focused as he prepared to use his strongest fire release. Sage Art Gomen. With a roar, the trio's combined Sage technique surged forth. Jiraiya used oil, Shinsaku used wind release, and Shima used fire release. The combination of the three techniques instantly produced a massive flame, as if aiming to burn everything around to ashes. The thousands of degrees of high-temperature boiling oil could theoretically consume all tangible matter. Interesting. A hint of excitement appeared beneath Gumu's mask. He held the demon sword Muramasa with one hand and thrust it violently into the ground. Boom! The terrifying fire release was instantly split in half upon contact with the demon's sword, exploding outward. When the fire release disappeared, everything around had been reduced to black ash. The area within a few kilometers looked as if it had suffered a catastrophic fire, leaving only a charred wasteland. Just as Gumu steadied himself, and hadn't even had a moment to catch his breath, he felt a powerful pressure descending from above. Looking up, he saw Jiraiya rapidly forming hand seals with both hands, chanting, "Sage Art, Super Great Ball Rasengan." Immediately, a gigantic Rasengan took shape in Jiraiya's hands. This Rasengan was several times larger than a normal Rasengan, its surface shimmering with dazzling light, radiant like the sun. "Not bad. You in Sage mode can indeed be considered a competitor," Gumu said lightly. Despite facing such immense pressure, he still appeared very relaxed. He slowly extended a finger, gently pointing at Jiraiya. Void Destruction, Death Ray. In an instant, a black beam shot from the tip of Gumu's finger, deep and mysterious. This power carried a death-like pressure that made one's heart tremble with madness. Under Jiraiya's terrified gaze, the black beam instantly pierced through the Rasengan and shot toward his chest with astonishing speed. His body was pierced, and Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the wound on his chest, blood gushing out like a fountain. Boom! The terrifying Rasengan crashed into the ground, causing the entire earth to rumble and forming a gigantic pit several hundred meters deep. Jiraiya clutched his chest, which was not a fatal injury. Watching as Gumu vanished from sight, his eyes filled with deep seriousness. He had indeed felt the threat of death just now. However, that attack did not target his heart. Otherwise, he would have certainly died here. There was no doubt he had lost thoroughly, from start to finish. He had been like a sparring partner, gradually luring that monster to adapt to the power within. And now, that monster's goal seemed to have been achieved. Jiraiya felt a bit of fear. He could only hope that this monster would leave Konoha. However, Gumu had not left Konoha. He had simply teleported to the rooftop of Konoha, watching as the courtyard he once lived in had disappeared. The last remnants of his attachment also quietly faded away like time, his gaze fixed on the location of the Hokage building. Next, he had to find his adopted son Danzo to obtain some Hashirama cells. Gumu now had only one thought, to fully resurrect himself and then revive his little girlfriend. Chapter 83. Danzo stunned. How did this guy come back to life? Below the Hokage building. This used to be the base of Konoha's Umbu, but had now been occupied by Danzo. Konoha needed both the surface brightness and the darkness hidden beneath it. At least, Danzo had always believed himself to be the dark side of Konoha, convinced that his existence and role far surpassed that of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. In the spacious and empty Great Hall, Danzo's body was half wrapped in bandages, one hand leaning on a cane, listening expressionlessly to the reports from the root ninjas below. Report. Leader. According to the information relayed by the scouts ahead, it seems that the third Hokage has been attacked by Orochimaru and has currently met his demise. After hearing this news, Danzo's eyes briefly flashed with a hint of loneliness. However, This feeling was quickly replaced by a fierce determination. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen had already sacrificed himself, he would have to take on the responsibility of leading Konoha to greater heights. He believed that without Hiruzen's obstruction, with himself at the helm, Konoha would undoubtedly achieve even greater glory. Is there anything else worth noting? Danzo stood up from his seat, a cold smile appearing on his face as he secretly calculated his next move. At this moment, he was already considering the aftermath. Now that Konoha was in turmoil, it was the perfect opportunity for him to act. As long as he could step forward at this time and resolve the crisis, he would easily win the support of most villagers. This would undoubtedly be a significant political capital for him, providing a decisive advantage in his future bid for the Hokage position. However, at that moment, the Umbu ninja continued. Leader Orochimaru used the Edo Tensei technique before the battle and summoned 3 individuals. Among them, 2 are the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and the second Hokage Tobirama Senju. But we are currently unsure about the identity of the last one. Upon hearing this, Danzo frowned slightly, but soon regained his composure. They were merely the dead brought back by Edo Tensei. Even if they were powerful in life, they were ultimately just corpses. He was confident in his ability to handle this trouble. The Umbu ninja then added, "When I left, that guy was engaged in battle with Jiraiya. The outcome of the fight is still unknown. Please decide, leader." Danzo waved his hand, signaling the other to step back, and ordered him, "I understand. You go gather the others and be ready to act at any moment. Once you receive my order, immediately go to suppress the unrest in the village." After saying this, he sat back down, closed his eyes, and fell into deep thought. At this moment, Danzo's expression was indifferent, as if everything was under his control. "Oh, my adopted son has also improved. Managing such a large organization almost made me lose my way." Before the root ninja could leave, a figure suddenly appeared, leaning against the entrance of the hall. The teasing voice made the surrounding root ninja's expressions turn cold. Swish, 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 accompanied by a series of sound waves. Dozens of root ninjas wearing striped masks emerged around the ancient tree. "Who are you to be so disrespectful to the leader?" The leading root captain had already drawn his long knife, his tone filled with endless coldness. Most of these individuals had been sent to the root organization since childhood, their minds brainwashed to regard Danzo as the most important existence. In their perception, Danzo's orders were even above that of the Hokage. Upon hearing the ancient tree's disrespectful remarks towards Danzo, they immediately surrounded him as if facing a formidable enemy. The captain stood at the forefront, his long knife glinting coldly, as if ready to strike at any moment. Their eyes were filled with vigilance and hostility, as if they would not hesitate to act if the ancient tree made any sudden movements. "You all can leave now. This is an acquaintance of mine." Danzo's gaze trembled slightly upon seeing that the ancient tree resembled the second Hokage. Unexpectedly, the last person summoned by Orochimaru was the shadow from his childhood, the genius known as Senju Gumu. This guy used to ride on his head and make a mess when they were young. If possible, he genuinely wanted to punish Gumu once, but now Danzo had already shed his childhood competitive spirit. Indeed, life is often filled with drama and helplessness. It is always full of longing and expectations for things that one has never possessed, but once one truly obtains them, they realize that they are not as wonderful as imagined. "Leader, this guy is an Edo Tensei body. We really can't be at ease with you here." The earlier root ninja who reported the news now displayed an undeniable fear and unease. He understood that the person summoned by Edo Tensei possessed powerful and mysterious abilities, posing a significant threat to them. "Yes, leader, and it seems this guy has broken free from the control of Edo Tensei, now acting like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment." Another root ninja chimed in, his tone filled with tension and worry. However, in the face of their advice, Danzo's expression remained chillingly grim. "I will say it again, leave here immediately. That's an order." Danzo's voice was icy, as if it could freeze one's soul. The surrounding ninjas shuddered. They had never seen Danzo so furious, seeing that the root ninjas prioritized their safety. A sense of pride welled up in Danzo's heart. For so many years, he had been dedicated to training these ninjas to become the most loyal and ruthless warriors. It seemed that they had deeply ingrained the imprint of obeying orders, unwilling to defy his will regardless of the danger they faced. However, Danzo did not show any sign of satisfaction or contentment. On the contrary, he maintained a serious expression, even more imposing and unapproachable. "I said to let you leave here. Can you not understand my words?" Danzo's voice was deep and stern, revealing an irresistible authority. Upon hearing this, the surrounding root ninjas involuntarily trembled. They knew Danzo's temperament. If they angered him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, they retreated without hesitation, quickly leaving the area without daring to delay. Once they saw that the surrounding ninjas had completely departed, Kamuki's face bore an amused expression. It seems that my former adopted son has indeed become a significant figure in Konoha. Kamuki, you are acting according to your own will now, right? Danzo did not approach Kamuki, but instead sat in the highest position of the hall, his expression particularly indifferent. He needed to determine whether Kamuki was still under Orochimaru's control. Do you think if I wanted to kill you, you could still be standing here? Kamuki's gaze was silent. He knew very well that Danzo's character was typical of someone who would only respond to force. Oh, Kamuki, you're still the same as before, arrogant and conceited. Having died once already, do you not learn your lesson? Danzo, possessing numerous Sharingan, was not afraid of Kamuki. He believed that his current strength was not necessarily weaker than Kamuki's. Moreover, he still had Shursue's Manjiki Sharingan, which could unleash the strongest Jinjutsu, known as Kodo Amatsukami. Even if Kamuki had any rebellious thoughts, he could control him in an instant. Danzo, this line is also for you, Kamuki replied with a cold laugh. When you were young, I could beat you as if you were my son. Now, I still can. Kamuki's voice echoed again, and this time a powerful demonic aura surged from him, as if he could tear the entire space apart. Just then, Kamuki's body suddenly disappeared, as if he had teleported. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Danzo. Danzo's expression changed in shock, a wave of astonishment rising in his heart. He widened his eyes, staring at Kamuki in disbelief. Under the perception of the Sharingan, Kamuki did not emit any chakra fluctuations, yet in a moment of distraction, Kamuki stood before him like a demon. Chapter 84. Danzo is firmly grasped. Your grandfather is ultimately your grandfather. What exactly happened? Danzo's eyes widened, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Just a moment ago, he had merely been in a daze, and then the Ancient Wood appeared before him like a ghost. At this moment, the Ancient Wood exuded a powerful and suffocating aura that instilled fear in people's hearts. Danzo secretly rejoiced. If the Ancient Wood truly wanted his life, he likely wouldn't have the strength to fight back and would be forced to expose his last trump card. With this thought, his heart filled with vigilance. Lord Danzo, be careful. The root ninjas, who had seemingly left the area, suddenly returned and quickly gathered below, watching the Ancient Wood with wary expressions. They clearly sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from the Ancient Wood and were worried that Danzo might be in danger. However, in the face of everyone's concerns and tension, the Ancient Wood merely smiled slightly and said, "No need to panic. If I truly wanted to kill Danzo, would he still be alive until now?" As he spoke, a strange glowing demon blade appeared in the Ancient Wood's hand. He raised his hand gently, and Muramasa was firmly positioned against Danzo's neck, the sharp blade glinting coldly, as if it could slice Danzo's throat at any moment. At the same time, a purple-black eerie aura spilled forth from the demon blade, wrapping around Danzo's body like flexible tentacles. These tentacles not only restricted Danzo's movements, but also sent a chilling sensation rising from his heart. Ancient Wood, are you planning to betray Konoha? There was not much fear in Danzo's eyes. After all, he had the Sharingan. Even in the face of death, as long as he used Izanagi to change reality, he could survive again. Danzo, you've done well for yourself. Even managing to replace Konoha, the Ancient Wood praised, causing a hint of arrogance to swell within Danzo. In his eyes, the Ancient Wood was just a mere child now. A mere child? Could he really restrict the mature and seasoned Danzo? Ancient Wood, it seems you really intend to betray Konoha. Speaking of which, you probably don't know the situation about Uchiha Shinsui, do you? If you're willing to sit down and have a good talk, I wouldn't mind telling you what happened to Uchiha Shinsui after your death. Danzo began to plot to deceive the Ancient Wood. If the Ancient Wood's soul truly returned to the Pure Land and did not stay by Uchiha Shinsui's side, he might have let Danzo talk a bit more. However, the Ancient Wood, whose soul was sealed within the Demon Blade space, was fully aware of Uchiha Shinsui's fate, including the pathological things she did to her own corpse. Danzo, I'm not here to waste time with you. Just one thing. I want the cells of Hashirama. Hashirama cells? Danzo expressed his confusion, his eyes showing a hint of curiosity. He didn't immediately respond, but pondered why this dead man would need such a thing. Why? As soon as Danzo finished speaking, he felt the demon blade at his neck draw closer. A slight pain made him realize blood was slowly oozing from the wound. Lord Danzo. The root ninjas below saw Danzo get injured and rushed over without hesitation. These idiots, Danzo cursed inwardly. If it weren't for his life-saving abilities, he might have been harmed by this group. At this moment, provoking the Ancient would only speed up his blade's movements. Swipe. However, at that moment, the Ancient Wood did not strike. He merely turned his head slightly, and with just a glance, he froze all the root ninjas attempting to ambush him in place. The terrifying purple spiritual pressure spread outward like a powerful torrent, overwhelming the root ninjas, who could not withstand the pressure and knelt to the ground. Damn, what kind of power is this? Danzo's eyes widened as he stared at everything before him, fear surging within him. He had never seen such terrifying power. Even though he was not being attacked, his heart was still filled with tremors and unease. This feeling was even more terrifying than the illusions of the Sharingan. Danzo, you don't seem to be afraid. Do you have some means of saving yourself? The Ancient Wood's lips curled into a smirk, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. At this moment, the blade in his hand was almost severing Danzo's neck, and Danzo could no longer hold back, surrendering. Ancient Wood, you win. Regarding the Hashirama cells, I'm willing to take you there myself. Shimura Danzo knew very well that the Ancient would possess the Flying Thunder God technique, and if he truly wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Thus, it was best not to expose his Izanagi ability. You still haven't changed from your younger days. You won't listen until you are beaten into submission. The Ancient Wood's words brought a hint of shame and anger to Danzo's face. He hadn't expected the Ancient Wood, after being reincarnated, to be so powerful. It seemed that Jiraiya, who fought him, might have also been defeated by him. With this thought, Danzo led the way while narrowing his eyes. He began to consider whether to use Kodoame Tsukumi. Perhaps he could make the Ancient Wood work for him, capturing the Ancient Wood, then excavating all the secrets from him for his own use. However, he was still unsure how long the Ancient Wood could exist in this world. So Danzo did not use Kodoame Tsukumi's ability. Before long, several vials of transparent liquid appeared in the Ancient Wood's hand. Can your body fuse with Hashirama cells? Danzo asked skeptically. You don't need to worry about that. By the way, let me kindly remind you one last time, don't set your sights on me. I have no interest in Konoha, the Ancient Wood said, then disappeared in a flash from the root base. With the Ancient Wood's departure, the surrounding spiritual pressure vanished instantly. The root ninjas who had been on the ground quickly came to Danzo. Lord Danzo, you're not injured, are you? I'm fine. Danzo shook his head, slumping in his chair, lost in thought. Lord Danzo, should we take action? In response to his subordinate's subtle reminders, Danzo's eyes suddenly turned cold. Like a poisonous snake in the dark. Just keep an eye on things. Distribute the images of the Ancient Wood. If anything happens, report back immediately. Yes. The root ninjas quickly disappeared from the scene. Naturally, Danzo would not easily provoke the Ancient Wood. However, if this guy had an interest in Konoha, he would let the Ancient Wood know that he was Danzo, not a rice ball. But he seemed to recall that he had thought this way when he was younger. And as for the result, he had naturally been treated like a rice ball by the Ancient Wood. Chapter 85. All sides in motion. The ninja world in shock soon. News of the third Hokage's assassination spread like wildfire throughout the ninja world, causing upheaval across the entire realm. Among them, the fastest to receive the news were the Land of Earth and its neighboring country. In the office of the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, after learning about the third Hokage's assassination, immediately displayed a gloating expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old guy is finally down. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted him, and a ninja entered respectfully, saying, Tsuchikage-sama, we have new intelligence. Oh, bring it here to take a look. Inoki frowned slightly. After glancing at the intelligence report, Inoki's smile instantly froze, replaced by a look of shock on his face. What did you say? Someone has broken free from the control of Edo Tensei? Yes. According to the reports from Konoha spies, that person has short silver hair and seems somewhat similar to the second Hokage. The ninja answered respectfully. Moreover, he fought fiercely against one of the legendary three of Konoha, Jiraiya, and ultimately Jiraiya was defeated. Jiraiya was defeated. Inoki's brows furrowed tightly as he fell into deep thought. Jiraiya is a genuine Kage-level powerhouse. If he couldn't handle that Edo Tensei individual, could it be that the person controlling them possesses strength beyond Kage level? Just then, Inoki seemed to suddenly remember something, and he looked sharply at the IWA ninja, asking rapidly, that guy, is he called Konoha? His hawk-like gaze fixed intensely on the other person, shining with a fierce light, as if he wanted to see through them. The IWA ninja was startled by Inoki's sudden action, showing a hint of curiosity and confusion in his eyes. Lord Tsuchikage, do you know him? Hearing this, Inoki's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a complex expression on his face as he said softly, I suppose he's an acquaintance I've never met. His voice carried a hint of self-mockery and helplessness. However, the figure that surfaced in Inoki's mind was not Konoha, but another person, the madwoman who once sparked the first Shinobi World War. It was this woman's declaration that plunged the entire Shinobi world into chaos and conflict. The reason she instigated the war was solely to avenge her lover, Konoha. Thinking of this, a deep wariness flashed in Inoki's eyes. He couldn't help but touch the scar on his back left by Uchiha Shinkai's blade. Although the wound had long since healed, the lingering pain never faded away. It was as if that blade not only cut through his flesh, but was also deeply etched into the depths of his soul. Earth, you will order the border IWA ninjas to move the warning line closer to the land of fire, and also have them linger around the border to apply pressure. Now that Konoha is leaderless, we can take this opportunity to see if their ninja village is willing to pay the price to make peace. Inoki's expression was heavy. He truly did not know what kind of expression Konoha would have if Konoha knew that Uchiha Shinkai caused the war because of him. A terrifying enemy on par with Kage level. Just the thought of it made Inoki's head spin. Soon, sometime later, in the Land of Water, which is far from the Land of Fire, the Land of Water had recently experienced a blood mist rebellion equivalent to the reign of the second Mizukage, leading to a significant information blackout. However, even so, the fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei, still received news about the third Hokage's assassination. What concerned her more was that Konoha had also summoned Konoha through Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. Although she had never met Konoha, there was a statue of him in the Mizukage office, and almost everyone who had visited the office after the death of the second Mizukage knew who Konoha was. The second Mizukage, this legendary figure, is undoubtedly an idol and spiritual pillar in the hearts of many of the ninjas from the Mist Village. Although she was the instigator of that horrific Shinobi World War, it cannot be denied that she proved the strength of the Mist Village to the whole world with her power. Back then, they completely penetrated the Land of Earth in just a month. If it weren't for the subsequent alliance of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, the IWA Ninja Village would have likely disappeared from the historical stage of the Shinobi world. What is even more astonishing is that even the third Tsuchikage was left with deep psychological scars after being tormented in battle against the second Mizukage. Although many knew, she was actually a traitor of the Uchiha clan from Konoha. Her ruthless methods and extraordinary leadership abilities led to an unprecedented enhancement of the Mist Village's military strength. Therefore, she was aptly given the title of Iron-Masked Fox by the outside world. It is worth mentioning that during her reign, no one in the Mist Village dared to question her authority. Even the Ghost Lantern Moonlight, who once competed with her for the position of Mizukage, willingly obeyed her commands and took on the responsibility of handling daily affairs. This shows just how vast the influence of the second Mizukage was, surpassing imagination. During that period, it was the peak moment of the Mist Village's military strength. Alas, it's a pity that the three great nations joined forces to resist. Otherwise, our village might have had to relocate to the mainland. Terumi Mei propped her face up with one hand, her beautiful face reflecting admiration for Uchiha Shinkai and curiosity about Konoha. Indeed, the iron-fisted methods of the second Mizukage allowed our assassination organization in the Mist Village to be perfected, but unfortunately, the fourth Mizukage recently initiated the Blood Mist Rebellion, causing a significant reduction in our village's strength. The trusted Jonin beside Terumi Mei, AO, wore a look of regret, looking at the statue of the second Mizukage standing proudly in the center of the village, clad in a black robe and wearing a broken fox mask. It was clear that the village's assassination organization regarded the second Mizukage as their faith. Yeah, if during that war, our village's assassination force could have preserved some strength, I wouldn't be in such a tricky situation now. After the Blood Mist Rebellion, the strength of the Mist Village declined again, almost placing them at the bottom among the 5 great nations. Some surrounding forces were also stirring, harboring thoughts of rebellion. However, Lord Mizukage, according to the spies over there, the person summoned by Orochimaru through Edo Tensei, seems to have broken free from control, and that person is the reason the second Mizukage started the Shinobi World War. Oh, I know. Terumi Mei looked at a statue in the Mizukage office, her expression somewhat speechless. Should we recruit him and tell him about the deeds of the second Mizukage? Perhaps he could become an ally for our Mist Village. We can try to make contact, but let's not force it. Terumi Mei nodded. Looking at the report in her hand about Konoha's battle with Jiraiya and the information that he was defeated, her eyes trembled. Sure enough, how could someone chosen by the second Mizukage be weak? This terrifying individual has returned to the world. One wonders if he will do something crazy again. Terumi Mei's intuition told her that Konoha's return would lead to turmoil in the shinobi world once more. Chapter 86. A single slash to split the mountain. What power is this? Big, big, big. Haha, we finally won. In a recreational area far from Konoha village, cheers erupted. A voluptuous and sexy woman dressed in a long green coat with black edges and a black cloth belt around her waist was beaming with excitement. Her light yellow long hair was tied in a ponytail, gently swaying with her movements. Especially that large chest, bouncing with her excitement, drew everyone's attention. This woman is Tsunade, one of the legendary three of Konoha. Lady Tsunade, please pay a little attention to your image. Standing next to Tsunade, her student Shizen was helping to arrange Tsunade's clothes while shyly speaking. What are you afraid of? Who dares to look at me? Tsunade glared, fiercely scanning the surrounding men who were trying to steal glances. With just a fierce glance, those men were immediately frightened into sitting up straight. But soon, a message was delivered to Tsunade's ear. The third Hokage has passed away due to an attack from Orochimaru. I hope you can return to Konoha and take charge, Jiraiya. Upon seeing Jiraiya's handwritten letter, Tsunade's expression immediately dimmed a few shades. She thought to herself, why had her luck suddenly turned around? Lady Tsunade, is something major happening? Shizen probably understood Tsunade's character. Once her luck improved, it meant something big was going to happen. Well, the third Hokage of Konoha was attacked by Orochimaru and has passed away. The joy that had been on Tsunade's face had vanished, replaced by a hint of melancholy. What? Shizen gasped, not expecting the strongest Hokage, the third Hokage, to have actually passed away. As for that title of the strongest, it was unclear where it originated. In any case, the older generation of ninjas would probably only show some sarcastic looks at such a title. The third Hokage the strongest? Do you think the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, was just sitting around doing nothing? Yet, even so, hearsay is often empty, and many young ninjas still regarded Hiruzen Sarutobi as the most powerful existence. If you say Hashirama Senju is strong, then let him open the coffin lid and use ninjutsu. Just talking about it, who would believe it based on records? No matter how strong he was, could he compare to the third Hokage, who could use all 5 nature transformations? Lady Tsunade, don't be too sad. Shizen looked at Tsunade's dark expression with concern. It's fine, Shizen, let's go. Where to? Of course, to a bigger place. Tsunade shot Shizen a glare and then led her towards a larger entertainment venue. Since she had rare good luck, she naturally wanted to make the most of it. Meanwhile, the ancient tree, having obtained Hashirama's cells, spent a considerable amount of time and finally found Orochimaru's hiding place in the Land of Sound, a secluded little mountain. He hoped to use Orochimaru's power to reincarnate his little girlfriend using the impure world reincarnation technique and bring her back to this world. For this, he had searched everywhere, expending much time and effort. Finally, he arrived at Orochimaru's secret base. The C-rank ninja guarding it, Gumu, stared at the black-robed figure before him with a hostile gaze, his tone slightly impatient. Who are you? However, when he recognized the familiar face beneath the black robe, the hostility in his eyes quickly dissipated, replaced by deep fear. The ancient tree slowly removed the black robe from his head, revealing his iconic silver-white short hair, staring coldly at him. Guma's eyes widened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he silently cursed. Damn it, how could it be this monster? The ancient tree exuded a chilling aura, as if a malevolent spirit had walked out from hell. His presence made the surrounding air feel heavy, almost suffocating. What are you doing here? Gumu asked, his eyes filled with infinite caution. He remembered Orochimaru specifically instructing them not to provoke the ancient tree after he defeated Jiraiya. Looking for Orochimaru, the ancient tree spoke briefly, too lazy to say more. Wait a minute. Gumu, who had initially felt dissatisfied, instantly shut his mouth as he sensed the sudden burst of purple spiritual pressure emanating from the ancient tree's body. Wait, no need for that. The ancient tree's gaze was indifferent. He was not here to request Orochimaru's help, but to command him. He didn't need to waste words with someone like Orochimaru, who would do anything for the sake of immortality. As soon as he finished speaking, in Gumu's shocked gaze, the ancient tree drew the cursed sword Muramasa and swung down with a thunderous strike. In an instant, a massive slash completely destroyed the mountaintop. Boom! The earth rumbled as if a massive earthquake had occurred, and Orochimaru, who was conducting an experiment, looked at the gash that was visible from the outside. His expression one of bewilderment. Lord Orochimaru, what happened? The three bodyguards nearby, seeing the secret base under attack, emerged from the shadows. Damn it! Who is it? Orochimaru's face darkened to the extreme. He knew just how hidden his base was, and that ordinary people would never find it. Now someone had managed to attack directly, which made him extremely angry. Just then, a powerful presence suddenly descended. Boom! Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the ancient tree, with his black iron claws, grabbed Gatomaru's face and easily slammed him into the wall. It's you. Orochimaru hid his trembling hands behind his back, his snake-like gaze landing on the ancient tree. The malevolent aura emanating from him made Orochimaru's eyes reflect a hint of caution. Isn't this ancient tree? Do you need something from me? Orochimaru casually tossed his coat onto the experimental table and walked towards the ancient tree with an easy demeanor. You know me? The ancient tree's gaze narrowed slightly as he flexed his wrist, speaking with a hint of curiosity. It seems you know something. Not to that extent. But you might not know that your death was the catalyst for the start of the First Shinobi World War. The guy's power, although not well documented, was quite mysterious. Orochimaru's eyes carried a hint of reminiscence. The guy he was referring to was undoubtedly the second Mizukage, Uchiha Hokage. Just then, with just a blink, the ancient tree's figure suddenly appeared beside him and effortlessly placed the cursed sword against his neck. I want you to reincarnate her using the impure world reincarnation. Can you do that? The sinister voice, like a demon's, echoed in his ears, sending chills down his spine. Orochimaru's expression changed as he sensed a powerful killing intent and immediately waved to stop his subordinates from attacking. This guy's an impure world body. Basically, there's no way to defeat him. Besides sealing, the only option is to wait for the impure world body to reach its expiration time, unable to bear the soul and dissipate automatically. Impure world? But my hands have a problem. Orochimaru's eyes held a hint of regret. Your hands weren't sealed, right? Don't get excited. They aren't sealed, but they're still affected. For such a complex and refined ninjutsu as the impure world reincarnation, I can't use it at the moment. Orochimaru quickly explained as he felt the pressure on his neck. In fact, even if he didn't say it, the ancient tree had already noticed Orochimaru's hands, which trembled as if he had Parkinson's disease. However, there may still be a chance. If I can find Tsunade, she might be able to help me treat it. I've already sent her a letter. She should arrive at the border of the Land of Fire in about 4 days. At that time, if Ancient Tree-kun is willing to help, I can reincarnate Uchiha Hokage. Orochimaru's words made the ancient tree sheath the cursed sword in his scabbard. He had already searched for this guy for several months, so for more days didn't matter. What is the cost of deceiving me? No need to say more. The ancient tree said nothing further, but looked coldly at Orochimaru, as if trying to pierce through his soul. Then, Orochimaru's eyes widened in horror as he looked at the scene before him. The surrounding mountain walls seemed to respond to something, starting to tremble and revealing cracks. The mountain looked as if it had been sliced by a giant knife, with broken walls and flying dust. Chapter 87. Akatsuki Uchiha Itachi. Jinjutsu? Are you joking? Seeing the ancient tree leave, the surrounding guards gathered around Orochimaru, continuously attacking the fallen debris. Damn it, Lord Orochimaru, this guy is really arrogant. Kisame also wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and approached Orochimaru, looking at the wound on his neck with anger in his eyes. Arrogant? Orochimaru looked at the secret base in front of him, which was gradually turning into ruins, and slowly shook his head. For the strong, as long as he isn't shitting on your head, it doesn't count as arrogance. Orochimaru's eyes held a hint of desire, and he crazily licked his tongue. The power of the ancient tree was simply too strong and strange, and it seemed to be related to the soul. This made Orochimaru unable to resist. Nowadays, the curiosity that the ancient tree held in Orochimaru's heart had even surpassed the mysterious Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Who on earth is that guy? Orochimaru murmured to himself, feeling a strong sense of curiosity rising within. Based on Orochimaru's intelligence, the ancient tree arrived first at the location where Tsunade and the others were gathering. Speaking of Tsunade, he had seen her a few times when she was just born. Unfortunately, she was still too young back then and had no independent consciousness. However, while Tsunade was waiting, the ancient tree spotted a figure in a black cloak embroidered with red clouds and wearing a straw hat. Mr. Itachi, it seems our actions have been detected by the Konoha ninjas in advance. Kisame looked at the black-cloaked ninja standing on the big tree and instinctively recognized him as a member of Konoha's Umbu. He shouldn't be from Konoha. Uchiha Itachi's tone was cold. They had set out for Konoha after receiving the news of the third Hokage's death, intending to capture the Nine Tails. Such a secret plan could never be known to Konoha in advance. You are from the Akatsuki organization, right? Upon seeing Kisame, the ancient tree immediately jumped down from the tree. At the very least, a complete resurrection still relied on the power of the Rinnegan. After all, that guy Uchiha Madara was able to be resurrected by the Rinnegan even after being reanimated by the impure world reincarnation. He should be able to as well. Pressure, Mr. Itachi. Our identities have been exposed, Kisame sensed the aura on the ancient tree's body, his tone carrying a hint of inquiry. What are you talking to yourself about? The ancient tree looked at Kisame in front of him, continuously conversing with the air, his eyes carrying a subtle expression. This guy, could it be that he was affected by Uchiha Itachi's genjutsu? Kisame was a bit puzzled by the ancient tree's words, but he quickly reacted. Mr. Itachi, could this be your shadow clone? As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Itachi, who was beside Kisame, immediately transformed into many black crows and dissipated into the surroundings. The crows gathered continuously and finally reformed a figure on a large branch above Kisame's head. Kisame, that guy is very dangerous, be careful. Uchiha Itachi looked at the ancient tree below, somewhat surprised that he could resist his genjutsu. Genjutsu? The ancient tree's soul power was almost at the peak of this world. This kind of mental interference genjutsu was completely insignificant compared to the ancient tree's ability to directly harm the soul. An interesting eye technique. The ancient tree narrowed his eyes slightly. If it weren't for his strong soul, he might have fallen for the genjutsu Itachi had just used on him. You are Itachi, right? The ancient tree looked at Uchiha Itachi, who was standing on the tree. This guy was quite cautious, even creating a shadow clone. The ancient tree was too lazy to search for Uchiha Itachi's real body and simply cooperated with him in acting. You know me? Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly. Didn't this guy just call you Mr. Itachi? Is there something? After a brief silence, Uchiha Itachi opened his mouth to inquire. As for Kisame under the tree, he remained silent throughout. After all, he had been following Uchiha Itachi for years. Whatever he asked him to do, Kisame would do. I want to join the Akatsuki organization. You go inform your leader. I believe you should have that capability. Join the Akatsuki organization. Are you also a rogue ninja? Kisame beside him expressed his confusion. He was also curious about which country a ninja who could resist a genjutsu master like Uchiha Itachi came from. I am from Konoha. The ancient tree thought briefly and then lifted the black cloak that covered his face. Little did he know, Kisame, upon seeing the ancient tree's familiar appearance, immediately showed a face of surprise. Damn it, how come you look so much like that guy in the Mizukage's office? Kisame was somewhat speechless. As an elite assassination ninja from the Mist Village, he had naturally served as a guard for the Mizukage multiple times and was particularly familiar with the sculpture in the Mizukage's office. That thing seemed to be the source of his idol, the second Mizukage, starting the first ninja war. Since joining the assassination team, Kisame had heard many stories about Uchiha Shinsui and, with the flattery of his teammates, had regarded her as a belief. You aren't a living person, right? If I'm not mistaken, you are the one resurrected by Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation, and your name seems to be Ancient Tree. Uchiha Itachi's eyes kept shifting. He had already noticed the differences in the ancient tree's body through his Sharingan. Although he could still converse, it lacked some vitality. Upon hearing this, the ancient tree's mouth slightly curved up. Dealing with smart people is easy, so does this affect my joining the Akatsuki organization? Now, I'm a pure Konoha rogue ninja. How could they not accept me? Before Itachi could speak, Kisame was the first to be shocked. What? You are the ancient tree? Also resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. Could it be that you are the reason the second Mizukage started the first ninja world war? If Kisame had some doubts earlier, after talking with Uchiha Itachi, he confirmed the ancient tree's identity as the one sculpted in the Mizukage's office. You know me? The ancient tree frowned. He didn't know what had happened in the ninja world after Uchiha Shinsui's death. How should I put it? It's like knowing you but not knowing you. Kisame also didn't know how to express it, but Uchiha Itachi clearly felt the emotional fluctuations in his body were quite large. It was as if a person who had been lurking in the endless darkness suddenly found a ray of sunlight that tore through the darkness. Kisame, are you still going to attack Konoha? Uchiha Itachi's real body appeared beside Kisame, and Kisame seemed to be used to Uchiha Itachi's sudden appearances. Of course, Mr. Itachi. I won't forget our mission, which is to capture the Nine Tails. However, before that, I want to know, Mr. Ancient Tree, what are your thoughts? Kisame believed that he could become the spiritual support of the second Mizukage and should also be able to guide his confused self. This straightforward statement made Uchiha Itachi's head pop up with several question marks. You might as well just say you want to betray the organization and follow the Ancient Tree. Chapter 88. The legendary three ninjas of Konoha are about to gather. Uchiha Itachi looked at Kisame's eyes, filled with expectation, and sighed inwardly. This guy, although powerful, has always been unable to find direction in his heart, and that ancient tree seems to have become his new hope. However, Itachi Uchiha clearly knew that the existence of the ancient wood was an absolute threat to Konoha, just from the fact that he injured Jiraiya and assisted Orochimaru in slaying the third Hokage. One could see that such a person would definitely become a great enemy of Konoha in the future, and might even pose a threat to his brother Sasuke. As someone who cares deeply for his brother, he would absolutely not allow anyone who threatens Sasuke to exist. Kisame Hashigaki, our mission is to capture the Nine Tails. Don't let other matters distract you. As for the ancient wood, he's just a dangerous person, not worth your following, Itachi Uchiha said calmly, trying to dispel Kisame's thoughts. Kisame fell silent for a moment, a flicker of struggle appearing in his eyes. He understood the reason behind Itachi's words, but deep inside he still felt a special emotion toward the ancient wood. Perhaps he longed to find someone who truly understood him, and the ancient would seem to give him that feeling. But at the same time, he was well aware of Itachi's wisdom and experience. In this complex world, he needed someone to guide him forward. Mr. Itachi, I understand. However, if the ancient wood can really help me find the answers, maybe, Kisame said softly, his tone revealing a hint of hesitation. Itachi Uchiha shook his head helplessly. He knew Kisame had fallen into a dilemma. Answers? My only goal is to resurrect the second Mizukage. If you're willing, Kisame, I can accept you. The ancient wood had casually mentioned this. After all, he needed a reason to join the Akatsuki organization. Who would have thought that Kisame would react so strongly upon hearing this? Resurrect the second Mizukage? Kisame had grown up under the influence of various tales of the second Mizukage, and naturally, he could not refuse the idea of resurrecting someone he idolized. I am willing to help you resurrect the second Mizukage. However, before that, I will first go to Konoha with Mr. Itachi. Seeing that the ancient wood's goal was to resurrect that warmonger, Itachi Uchiha's gaze darkened with some wariness. For him, who loved peace and even went so far as to annihilate his own clan, the ancient wood had already been labeled as a dangerous person in his heart. To be honest, Itachi never expected the second Mizukage to hold such a significant position in the hearts of these Mist Village ninjas. If he were really resurrected, wouldn't it be a rallying call for many? The organization looks forward to your joining, Kisame. The ancient wood nodded, not rejecting Kisame's joining. At least this guy had no ulterior motives and meant what he said. Moreover, if Kisame persuaded him to join the Akatsuki organization, the chances would likely increase significantly. Organization? Kisame muttered, somewhat unsure of what this meant. Time flew by, and several days passed in the blink of an eye. This day was the one mentioned by Orochimaru for the meeting with Tsunade. At this moment, the ancient wood was quietly crouching atop a towering tree, his gaze calmly observing the distance. Gradually, Orochimaru's figure became clearer, followed closely by a ninja wearing glasses. Undoubtedly, this person was the dreamer Kabuto Yakushi. Orochimaru, you have not broken your promise. At least you came in person. The ancient wood stood atop the treetops, his expression as calm as water. Hearing this, Orochimaru smiled faintly. Why must you be so formal, Mr. Ancientwood? I have always been enthusiastic about befriending strong individuals, especially those who are enemies of Konoha. However, he did not say much, merely waiting quietly for Tsunade's arrival, because he knew well that Tsunade would not easily reject his invitation. After all, he had prepared an enticing bait, the impure world reincarnation technique, which could bring back two people that Tsunade cherished. One was her younger brother, and the other was her beloved. Oh, Orochimaru smiled. Princess Tsunade, you really came after all. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disgust flashed in Tsunade's eyes, but she did not speak. She crossed her arms, coldly staring at Orochimaru. Don't be so cold, I'm being serious. Are you ready? Orochimaru actively extended his bandaged hands, intending to show Tsunade that he was not afraid of her harboring any killing intent. After all, with the ancient wood as a formidable presence, Orochimaru felt he had the upper hand. With such a powerful ally, he couldn't think of any reason he would lose. However, Tsunade did not immediately examine Orochimaru's palms. Instead, a look of conflict appeared on her face. Soon, she seemed to recall something, and her gaze instantly became resolute. In just a moment, Orochimaru's eyes trembled as he watched the whistling heavy punch come at him. His heart surprised. This damn bastard actually harbored killing intent towards him. Chapter 89. Jiraiya's Fury. Swish. Just as Tsunade's heavy punch was about to smash into Orochimaru's cheek like a mountain crushing an egg, a sharp whistling sound suddenly came from behind. At this critical moment, the already alert Kabuto Yakushi immediately threw a kunai, blocking Tsunade's fist. At this time, Orochimaru's face had darkened to the point of dripping with water, exuding a chilling aura that seemed to threaten an explosion at any moment. You actually want to kill me? Princess Tsunade. Orochimaru's voice was icy, filled with disbelief and anger. Why did you betray our agreement? Facing Orochimaru's questioning, Tsunade chose to remain silent, but her eyes showed that she did not deny her thoughts. Tsunade, I genuinely want to bring those two back to life. Orochimaru's tone grew more agitated, even carrying a hint of madness. And I promised you that as long as you heal my hands, I will never make a move against Konoha. However, Tsunade's expression did not change in response to Orochimaru's promise. She still appeared somewhat desolate and sorrowful. Orochimaru, you don't need to use sweet words anymore. Tsunade lowered her head, desperately suppressing her longing for those two. I know it very well. I really want to hug them one more time. But this thought crazily takes root in my mind. I just know I'm truly hopeless. It's that little brat that reminded me of them. Their pursuit. You once said that everything with form will eventually wither. Tsunade's voice choked as she recalled Naruto and those two's dreams. But in this world, there are still some things that will not wither. Today, I'm going to eliminate you two scoundrels. Before Tsunade could finish her words, a shadow suddenly appeared beside Orochimaru. Tsunade, long time no see. Upon seeing the ancient wood arrive by his side, Orochimaru felt somewhat relieved. But after hearing the ancient wood's words, he couldn't help but tremble all over, secretly thinking, it's over. He simply couldn't understand why the ancient would know Tsunade. But seeing Tsunade's expression, it was evidently not a good thing. Who are you? Tsunade squinted her eyes, a strong killing intent erupting from her body. She had already decided to slay the two scoundrels who insulted the deceased here. Me? The ancient wood smiled slightly, then slowly lowered the black robe from his head, revealing a face reminiscent of the second Hokage in his youth. I am your uncle Ancient Wood, dear niece. What? Orochimaru exclaimed, his eyes darting back and forth between the Ancient Wood and Tsunade, his face filled with disbelief. At this moment, he finally understood why he always felt an inexplicable familiarity with Gumu. It turned out to be so. This face is almost identical to that of the second Hokage on the Hokage rock, as if it were carved from the same mold. Gumu, uncle? Tsunade's tone paused, her face bearing a hint of confusion and bewilderment, as if she couldn't comprehend the scene before her. How could this be? What is going on? Tsunade muttered to herself, trying to find a clue from her chaotic thoughts. However, as she carefully observed Gumu, an unusual feeling surged in her heart. She keenly sensed that he exuded a strange, yet familiar aura, as if hiding some kind of mysterious power. Could it be? She suddenly thought of a possibility, but immediately shook her head, unwilling to believe her own guess. But soon, her gaze suddenly sharpened. You are a body of impure reincarnation. Guess right, but unfortunately, there is no reward. Gumu spread his hands, revealing a faint smile. His tone was relaxed, as if he had long been accustomed to this situation. Listen to your uncle. If you don't want to suffer, then heal Orochimaru's hands. Gumu continued, his gaze firmly locking onto Tsunade, revealing an undeniable authority. Hearing Gumu's stance, Orochimaru, who had originally been tense, instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Gumu did not backstab his teammates like Tsunade. Why are you helping Orochimaru? Don't you know he's the culprit behind the death of the third Hokage and the destruction of a Leaf Village? Tsunade narrowed her eyes, truly unable to understand why Gumu, a member of the Senju clan, would do such a thing. This was completely different from her brother and Cat Dan, who were both willing to sacrifice their lives for the village. So, are you questioning me? Gumu said with a hint of amusement in his smile. Am I not allowed to question you about such actions? Tsunade's face showed a hint of anger, especially seeing Gumu's seemingly indifferent expression, which ignited a nameless fury within her. Perhaps it was because Gumu was so different from her brother Nawaki that she couldn't help but feel angry. Haha, what a question. If I told you that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was killed by my own hands, how would you respond? Gumu crossed his arms, his tone devoid of any emotional expression. What? Tsunade looked at Orochimaru beside Gumu with a questioning gaze. Indeed, if it weren't for Gumu's help, my hands might have been completely sealed by that old man. Orochimaru excitedly licked the corner of his mouth, enjoying Tsunade's flustered expression. Gumu, your existence is a complete insult to my Senju clan. Tsunade's face turned furious. Utterly unexpected that Gumu not only failed to stop Orochimaru's chaos, but instead assisted him. Huh? Gumu was amused by Tsunade's words. This guy had given up on reviving his two cherished ones due to Naruto's protagonist Halo. Now he was here to criticize him. In the blink of an eye, Gumu instantly appeared before Tsunade. The terrifying spiritual pressure he carried made Tsunade's expression tremble instantly. Whoosh! Brutally gripping Tsunade's head, he effortlessly lifted her up. Tsunade, you, who clearly understand nothing, still want to reprimand me from a position of authority. Whether I can replace the Senju clan is not up to you. Think carefully about how our clan and the Uchiha clan have been played by those guys. Nowadays, the Uchiha clan has only a few heirs left, and the Senju clan is even worse. Besides Tsunade, it's almost impossible to find other clan members. You, let me go, the disgrace of a leaf. You are unworthy to preach to me. Tsunade was shaken by Gumu's terrifying power, but even so, she still showed an unyielding expression. Gumu knew that this guy was most likely beyond saving. The so-called will of fire had completely burned her brain. No wonder being brainwashed for decades. It would probably be hard to correct her thinking in a short time. How about just killing this guy? Her brain seems to have issues. Gumu looked at Orochimaru not far away and threatened Tsunade. Hearing this so-called uncle speak so mercilessly to her, Tsunade's face stiffened. She suddenly realized that her earlier words might have indeed been too much. Ever since she was born, she had been spoiled by Hashirama, and upon learning that Gumu was from the same clan, a sense of superiority unconsciously arose within her. Don't bring him back. Living people are better than dead ones. Orochimaru was somewhat surprised that Gumu could easily suppress Tsunade. If he could experiment using Tsunade's body, he vowed he could definitely develop something new. You all stop it. At that moment, a furious roar came from a distance. After learning that Tsunade had met with Orochimaru alone, Jiraiya rushed over like a madman. Seeing Tsunade being lifted by that familiar terrifying figure with one hand, Jiraiya was enraged and unleashed a massive fire technique without hesitation. Chapter 90, Battle against Minato Namikaze. At the same time, when Tsunade saw Gumu lost in thought, she immediately gathered her strength in her legs. Her leg muscles bulged and veins popped out, seemingly filled with endless power. Then, she suddenly kicked towards Gumu's abdomen. Painful heaven kick! Tsunade roared, her voice echoing through the mountains and forests. This was a martial art developed by Tsunade herself, possessing immense strength capable of easily creating a giant pit in the ground. Moreover, this kick was incredibly fast, almost reaching Gumu in the blink of an eye. Gumu's gaze sharpened, and he actively released his grip on Tsunade's head. Boom! The terrifyingly powerful kick struck the century-old tree beside Gumu, snapping it in half. The tree fell with a loud crash, leaves and branches flying everywhere. Huh? Tsunade's power. Is this terrifying? Naruto Uzumaki, standing next to Jiraiya, was filled with intense shock upon seeing the tree flying nearly 100 meters in the air. Orochimaru, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be with such a dangerous person. Jiraiya looked at Gumu, standing beside Orochimaru, his expression unusually grave. If this guy is also present, their situation is indeed very dangerous. Tsunade-sama, are you alright? Shizune, carrying a little pig, came to Tsunade's side and found that she was unharmed, feeling a sense of relief. I'm fine, but Orochimaru absolutely cannot be let go. Tsunade's eyes were filled with killing intent. Or rather, she needed to kill Orochimaru at this moment. Otherwise, she would doubt her ability to uphold her beliefs in the future. It might lead her to collaborate with Orochimaru for impure reincarnation. Indeed, this guy is the culprit behind the death of the third Hokage. Even for the sake of avenging her teacher, she cannot let him go. Jiraiya was already thinking about how to divert Gumu's attention. He couldn't bear to watch Tsunade be killed by Gumu. You seem very confident. Gumu looked at Jiraiya, not far away, his gaze indifferent. Today, no matter whether Tsunade is willing to act or not, the situation cannot be changed. Whether you want to or not, you have to do it. Jiraiya felt the cold gaze of Gumu, and his heart trembled. The scene of his chest being pierced immediately flashed through his mind. He knew very well that if Gumu had not shown mercy, he would have long since met his end. Remembering this, Jiraiya quickly warned Tsunade beside him. Tsunade, stop messing around. Hurry up and leave, This guy is a reincarnated body and possesses near-immortal abilities. Moreover, more importantly, based on my speculation, that guy's strength has probably surpassed the ordinary Kage level and even reached the Super Kage level. Upon hearing the term Super Kage, Tsunade's eyes widened in shock. She finally realized that what she just said to Kumu was tantamount to seeking death. If Kumu harbored killing intent, it would be difficult for her to stand here safely. Could it be that his killing of the third Hokage truly had some hidden reason? A flash of inspiration crossed Tsunade's mind as she recalled what Kumu had said to her earlier. Let him see the outcome of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan today. If you think about it, the so-called outcome refers to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan and the gradual decline of the Senju clan. If this trend continues, in a few decades, both the Uchiha and Senju clans might disappear from the ninja world. Thinking of this, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a heaviness in her heart. Tsunade, what are you thinking? This is not the time for you to be distracted. Jiraiya's voice was somewhat urgent as he looked at Orochimaru slowly approaching them. He knew that with his own strength, it would definitely not be enough to protect the people behind him. Yes, let's go. Tsunade glanced at Kumu a few more times, becoming curious about the reason behind Kumu's killing of the third Hokage. Could it be that the decline of the Senju clan and the extermination of the Uchiha clan were all the doing of the third Hokage? Jiraiya seemed to have noticed Tsunade's distraction. Ever since he mentioned that Kumu's strength was Super Kage, Tsunade had become somewhat out of sorts. Tsunade, don't be afraid. With me here, even if it means death, I will ensure you all escape from here successfully, Jiraiya said resolutely, his tone filled with determination and courage. Just as his words fell, Kumu's figure suddenly appeared beside Jiraiya. Jiraiya, you'd better not seek death. I have no interest in you. Kumu glanced at Naruto, who was hiding behind Jiraiya, noticing the fierce look in his eyes. In an instant, Kumu's eyes flashed with a purple light of the soul, a terrifying spiritual pressure. Utilizing Naruto's blue pupils, invaded his soul world like tentacles. In the consciousness space by the tranquil water pool, Kumu walked leisurely, searching for the sealed Nine Tails. Although Kumu did not covet the power of the Nine Tails, it did not prevent him from conducting experiments. This was also the first time he successfully entered someone else's mental world through extreme spiritual pressure. Who are you, and why are you here? Before Kumu could find the Nine Tails, he heard an exclamation of surprise from behind. Kumu turned to see a handsome man with blonde hair wearing a Hokage cloak. A hint of amusement on his face. Is this the fourth Hokage? Kumu looked around, finding everything around him pitch black, unable to help but pout in resignation. This so-called hero of Konoha seemed completely unaware of his son Naruto's plight and had no understanding of what Naruto had experienced over the years. Are you a ninja of Konoha? The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, looked at Kumu with a familiar expression and asked curiously, "Where's the Nine Tails? Let me go to its base." Kumu was too lazy to waste words with Minato. He only felt some sympathy for this man who had been deceived by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Nine Tails? Impossible. Minato's expression immediately turned sharp upon hearing the term Nine Tails. He probably already knew that the person in front of him should be considered an enemy. Then I'll defeat you. Kumu's eyes turned cold as he condensed the soul phantom of the demon blade Muramasa in his hand and slashed at Minato. A massive black blade, aura, slashed towards Minato. Minato's expression changed, and he spread his hands. Rasengan, a blue chakra sphere formed in his hands, quickly growing larger as it collided with the black blade, aura. Boom! With a loud bang, the two forces exploded, creating a powerful shockwave that blew everything around them away. Chapter 91. It's not just you who has a burden. The repelled Minato was momentarily stunned. I didn't expect you to have such strength. This is just an appetizer. Kumu's expression remained indifferent as he raised the demon blade, Muramasa again, preparing to launch a more powerful attack. Boom! A terrifying power formed a massive purple slash, causing huge waves on the soul water surface. What? Minato's eyes trembled as he felt the terrifying spiritual pressure, realizing why this monster could enter Naruto's mental world. Whoosh! Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly dodging Kumu's powerful slash. Just like Naruto using Sage Art, Big Ball Rasengan to suppress the Nine Tails in the soul space, one could use their mastered ninjutsu within their consciousness. See? Flying Thunder God? Your version of the Flying Thunder God is indeed modified. Kumu calmly watched Minato in the distance, his expression indifferent without a hint of disturbance. You can't kill me. Leave here, or I will not be polite, Minato said firmly, his gaze flickering with a faint light. He did not want to entangle too much with Kumu here. The mark he left was merely to be able to act swiftly to stop the Nine Tails when it went on a rampage. However, in response to Minato's warning, Kumu was dismissive. Not polite? Then I won't be polite. Before his words fell, Kumu's figure suddenly vanished, and a shadow appeared beside Minato like lightning. The speed was astonishing, leaving even Minato shocked. Almost simultaneously, Minato felt a familiar spatial fluctuation, similar to his Flying Thunder God technique, but with subtle differences. This surprised him. He didn't expect Kumu to possess such advanced space ninjutsu. Minato did not dare to slack off, and quickly performed the Flying Thunder God, instantly creating distance between himself and Kumu. Wherever he passed, waves were stirred up. You actually know the Flying Thunder God? Who exactly are you? Minato's gaze hardened. In his memory, the only other ninja who could use the Flying Thunder God was the second Hokage. The Flying Thunder God was a forbidden technique created by the second Hokage, which meant that this guy was indeed a ninja from Konoha. Is the Flying Thunder God difficult? Kumu flashed a few times and was already beside Minato, seeing that he didn't even condense his soul tools. Kumu understood that this guy probably didn't want to waste his strength. Be serious. Ancient Wood gripped the demon sword with one hand and swung it forward, unleashing a strike. In an instant, several purple sword energies, carrying a fierce momentum, slashed towards the direction of Wave Wind Watergate. This sudden attack forced Wave Wind Watergate to retreat continuously, gradually compressing his space for movement. Damn it! Wave Wind Watergate's eyes narrowed. He knew that if Ancient Wood was allowed to enter Naruto's consciousness space like this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance to see Naruto one last time. At that moment, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Wave Wind Watergate. His originally slightly squinted eyes slowly opened, revealing a determination and firmness. It was as if he had connected to some powerful force. His robe began to flutter, and his entire body radiated a dazzling golden light. The golden flames that seemed to burn continuously caused ripples on the water surface. Nine Tails Chakra Mode. I didn't expect you could use this technique. It seems your soul in the belly of the Death God has already reconciled with the Nine Tails. Ancient Wood felt the sudden increase in power from Wave Wind Watergate and wore a joyful expression. The soul is not like the body. This ethereal essence has no boundaries. It means that the stronger your soul is, the more powerful the other marks will naturally be. I said, leave this place, and I won't attack you. But now, you no longer have that chance. Wave Wind Watergate knew that forcibly communicating with the Death God and bringing the soul consciousness from within would come at a heavy price. No matter the outcome of this battle, the soul mark he left here would forever disappear. Swish! With the activation of the Nine Tails Chakra Mode, Wave Wind Watergate's strength reached its peak. He could not only condense kunai tools, but also moved with an instantaneous speed that was not inferior to the Flying Thunder God technique. However, when he confidently threw that decisive punch, he was surprised to find that Ancient Wood easily caught it with one hand. Boom! The collision of their powers created a massive shockwave, instantly blasting the water's surface and sending the surrounding water into the air. You like a cheat, huh? You're not the only one who can enter a special mode. Ancient Wood slowly turned his head, his tone filled with endless chill. A thick, malevolent aura erupted around him. The purple specters twisted and coiled around him like tentacles, ultimately transforming into a set of purple-black armor that tightly enveloped Ancient Wood's entire body. Chapter 92. Congratulations. You are fortunate to witness my peak moment crack. With a crisp sound, a black demon mask appeared on Ancient Wood's face. At the same time, a powerful aura emanated from him. His eyes turned blood red, filled with murderous intent and fighting spirit, looking somewhat deranged. As the Demon Slayer mode fully unfolded, Ancient Wood's strength received a tremendous boost. An oppressive soul pressure radiated from his body, making the entire space seem to be pressed on pause, everything becoming motionless. The water waves that were originally floating in the air instantly transformed into dense droplets, suspended in mid-air as if time had stopped flowing. Wave Wind Watergate looked at the scene before him, secretly astonished. He felt the terrifying soul power emanating from Ancient Wood and couldn't help but frown. He realized that if it weren't for the enhancement of the Nine Tails Chakra Mode, he would probably struggle to resist this soul pressure. Damn, this guy's soul power is too terrifying. A serious expression flashed in Wave Wind Watergate's eyes. He had a new understanding of Ancient Wood's strength. Just as the words left his mouth, Ancient Wood's figure suddenly appeared, his pitch-black fist carrying a terrifying fist wind, as if intending to shatter space itself. Wave Wind Watergate decisively activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly creating distance between him and Ancient Wood. He clearly understood that he could not get caught in a prolonged battle and had to act quickly. Thus, he unhesitatingly threw a series of kunai condensed from soul power. Spiral Flash Super Wheel, Dance Roar 3 style. With an angry roar, golden light suddenly bloomed, illuminating the originally dim space. Wave Wind Water Gate zipped through the air like a streak of golden lightning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above Ancient Wood's head as if he had teleported. Sage Art, Spiraling Sphere. Wave Wind Water Gate shouted lightly, instantly entering Sage mode onto the Ninetales Chakra mode and perfectly combining the two. He firmly believed this ninjutsu would deal significant damage to Ancient Wood. However, Ancient Wood's strength seemed to exceed imagination. Facing Wave Wind Water Gate's full force strike, Ancient Wood merely raised his arm, equipped with black iron claws, and the purple wave quickly condensed into a solid barrier, easily blocking Wave Wind Water Gate's strongest ninjutsu attack. Wave Wind Water Gate's eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening before him. He had never imagined that his strongest ninjutsu could be so easily countered. Ancient Wood's strength had surpassed his expectations. At this moment, Wave Wind Water Gate deeply realized that the difficulty of this battle far exceeded his predictions. What to do? Do I really have to use that mode? Wave Wind Water Gate used the Flying Thunder God to create distance, his eyes filled with conflict. If he used Tailed Beast Transformation, it would definitely attract the attention of the other half of the Nine Tails within Naruto's consciousness. But if he didn't, he truly couldn't think of a way to defeat this guy. In a moment of brief contemplation, Wave Wind Water Gate suddenly understood that no matter what, he could not allow this guy to enter Naruto's consciousness space. Boom! A terrifying pressure descended upon Wave Wind Water Gate's body, and the water droplets that were fixed in the air by the soul pressure instantly exploded. In the blink of an eye, a massive golden Ninetales appeared in Ancient Wood's line of sight. Tailed Beast Transformation? Ancient Wood's gaze was silent. Do you know what it means to reach the limit in the soul state of consciousness space? As the words fell, under Wave Wind Water Gate's astonished gaze, the surrounding space suddenly became oppressive. An even more terrifying soul pressure seemed to take on a tangible form, erupting from Ancient Wood's body. The purple-black oppression causing the surrounding space to show signs of cracking. Congratulations, you are fortunate to witness my peak. The demon mask on Ancient Wood flashed with bloodlight. He knew that only in the soul-exclusive consciousness space could he unleash his strongest power. As Ancient Wood's voice fell, the transformed Wave Wind Water Gate quickly condensed a tailed beast ball in his mouth. This tailed beast ball resembled a massive black meteorite, radiating a chilling energy wave as it roared towards Ancient Wood in the sky. Boom! The pitch-black tailed beast ball, carrying a howling sound, surged towards Ancient Wood with the force of a thunderbolt. However, just as it was about to make contact with Ancient Wood's body, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible force suddenly hovering in mid-air. What? Wave Wind Water Gate's eyes trembled as he watched the surrounding space gradually shatter, an indescribable sense of helplessness rising in his heart. He had never seen such powerful force, which filled him with caution and fear towards Ancient Wood. What kind of terrifying power is this? Wave Wind Water Gate murmured, his body shaking slightly. Just then, a purple light streaked across the sky, followed by a loud explosion. Wave Wind Water Gate's eyes widened as he saw the tailed beast ball hovering in midair instantly shatter into countless fragments. Demon Ghost's armor. The ancient tree's eyes sparkled with a blood-red light, and his deep, hoarse voice echoed in the air, as if he were a judge from hell. As his words fell, a massive purple-black apparition appeared above him. This apparition stood hundreds of meters tall, resembling a towering mountain, exuding a chilling aura. Its form perfectly merged with the ancient tree, forming a huge demonic armor that enveloped him. In contrast, the tailed beast transformation of Minato Namikaze appeared insignificant, like a chick facing a giant. The ancient tree's palm grew immensely large, like the Five Elements mountain, bearing an unmatched might as it pressed down on the tailed beast Minato. Minato attempted to evade, but the pressure of space was too terrifying, making it difficult for him to move. Even if he wanted to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, it was of no use. Ultimately, under Minato's desperate gaze, he was easily suppressed to the ground by the ancient tree with one hand. It was over. The ancient tree didn't give Minato any chance for idle talk, and, controlling the demonic armor with force, crushed the tailed beast form of the Nine Tails. The space gradually shattered, and Minato's soul apparition slowly transformed into light points, on the verge of disappearing. You can leave in peace, With me here, Naruto will be fine. The ancient tree looked at Minato's slowly vanishing figure. Without saying anything else, he was certain that he would intervene in Naruto's growth path, aiding his rapid development. Accelerating the pace of the plot would make it easier to revive his little girlfriend. As Minato's consciousness was about to dissipate, his eyes were filled with intense confusion. He didn't understand the meaning of the ancient tree's last words. Could it be that he had misunderstood the ancient tree's intentions from the beginning? Minato felt somewhat speechless. If he had known this guy would act like this, then what was the purpose of his battle? The space gradually shattered, and the ancient tree finally arrived in the consciousness space of Naruto Uzumaki. The moment he stepped into this space, he felt a strong aura rush towards him, as if a prehistoric beast was eyeing him. This feeling could easily devour one's consciousness. The chilling voice of the Nine Tails echoed in the dim space. Human, this is not a place you can casually intrude. Leave immediately, and you might save your life. However, the ancient tree was not swayed by the Nine Tails' intimidation. He calmly observed his surroundings and quickly found the place surrounded by a red barrier. Seeing it was empty, a smile appeared on the ancient tree's lips. Looking up at the Nine Tails hiding in the sky, he replied without any courtesy, "Nine Tails, do you think this can scare me? Aren't you being a bit naive?" The Nine Tails' intentions were instantly seen through by the ancient tree. It originally wanted to use the terrifying atmosphere to frighten him, but clearly it had failed. "You deserve to die, evil being." Before it could finish its words, the ancient tree suddenly unleashed a powerful soul pressure. Boom! The purple spiritual pressure made the space oppressive, and the Nine Tails hidden atop the pillars felt as if it was crushed by Mount Tai, crashing to the ground. The Nine Tails' expression changed from disgust to confusion as it looked at the terrifying ancient tree beyond the barrier, instantly recalling unpleasant memories. It seemed to return to the first time it faced Uchiha Madara, that kind of fearful domination. Thinking of this, the Nine Tails' expression softened a bit. "I will be good. Please spare me." Chapter 93. Little pig is quite fat. It should smell good when roasted. Looks like you have some sense, the ancient tree said, watching the Nine Tails, who had once been hostile towards him, now obediently lying on the ground, his tone slightly teasing. "Are you feeling unconvinced? Do you want me to lift the seal?" The ancient tree narrowed his eyes, intending to control the Nine Tails for his own use. The Nine Tails quickly shook its head, its eyes filled with infinite wariness. It could naturally distinguish the aura of the strong from that of the weak, and the powerful fluctuations faintly emanating from the ancient tree made it feel suffocated. That sense of oppression was like an iron claw tightly gripping its neck, making it unable to breathe even a little. "No, no, no. That's not necessary. I'm fine here," the Nine Tails stammered, fearing that its answer wouldn't satisfy the ancient tree. "Come here. Nine Tails, you're too dangerous." The ancient tree extended his arm, signaling the Nine Tails lying on the ground to come over. Hearing this somewhat familiar phrase, a series of question marks appeared on the Nine Tails' forehead. "Dangerous? I'm the one who's dangerous, you." But even so, the Nine Tails knew that resisting would only bring suffering, just like facing Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju. It had once attempted to resist, but now it had become much more obedient. "Nine Tails, I want you to be bound by me." The ancient tree placed one hand on the Nine Tails' forehead, and a terrifying spiritual pressure surged towards its body. In an instant, a purple soul imprint appeared on the Nine Tails' forehead. The Nine Tails was not a biological entity, but something formed from chakra. It was uncertain whether it had a soul, but even so, the ancient tree could easily control it. "It's over. It's all over." The Nine Tails spoke with deep frustration, its slightly drooping ears resembling a drenched dog. It had thought this would be a temporary control like Uchiha Madara's illusion, but now it seemed this mark intended to control it for a lifetime. Since this was the case, the seal was no longer necessary. In the Nine Tails' expectant gaze, the ancient tree crushed the red wooden pillar with one hand, the demonic aura beginning to spread over the column before easily shattering it. Meanwhile, in the outside world, although it seemed many things had occurred, it had only been a matter of seconds. Jiraiya stared gravely at the approaching ancient tree, having already lost the desire to fight, just as he was about to divert the ancient tree's attention to create an escape opportunity for Tsunade and the others. A terrifying chakra fluctuation suddenly erupted from Naruto Uzumaki's body. Boom! The crimson chakra surged like a torrential flood, instantly forming a massive pillar that forcefully knocked Jiraiya back. Jiraiya widened his eyes, staring incredulously at the scene before him, filled with shock. What is happening? Could it be the Nine Tails has broken the seal? His gaze locked tightly onto Naruto within that blood-red chakra pillar, his body trembling involuntarily. At the same time, Tsunade and Shizune also showed expressions of horror, unable to understand why the originally stable seal suddenly went out of control. After all, they knew just how powerful the Nine Tails was. Even the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had sacrificed his life to seal the Nine Tails. Now, facing this sudden change, they had no time to react. Interesting, the Nine Tails has broken the seal? Not far away. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with delight. His gaze lingered on the ancient tree, instinct telling him that this matter should be related to the ancient tree. No, I can't let the Nine Tails break free. Jiraiya's expression turned serious as he unrolled the scroll behind him, intending to seal Naruto along with the Nine Tails. Sealing technique. 5-element seal. With 2 shouts, Jiraiya formed hand seals, chanting the incantation, and a grayish-white aura began to emanate from him, growing denser until it coalesced into a massive hand. This hand flickered with 5 colors of light, representing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This is precisely one of Jiraiya's most skilled sealing techniques, 5-element seal. Utilizing the power of the 5 elements, it can reinforce the loosened seal on Naruto Uzumaki's abdomen. However, just as Jiraiya's fingers were about to touch Naruto, a terrifying backlash force surged from Naruto's body. This power was extremely strong, directly sending Jiraiya flying. Boom! Jiraiya's body crashed against a large tree like a cannonball, producing a loud noise. His face turned extremely pale, and his eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? The seal was completely broken. That last attack clearly did not come from Naruto, but from the tailed beast inside him, the Nine Tails. Through Jiraiya's perception, the guy had completely broken the seal. This meant that the Nine Tails had gained freedom and was no longer restricted, able to unleash its power at will. For Naruto Uzumaki, this was undoubtedly a nightmare, because the Nine Tails could devour Naruto's spirit with just a thought, thereby controlling his body and turning him into a mindless Jinchuriki puppet. Damn it, what should I do? Jiraiya looked towards Tsunade not far away, his eyes filled with intense conflict. Should he really allow the Nine Tails to completely take control of Naruto's body? Jiraiya, you are Naruto's teacher. The next decision is up to you. Tsunade approached Jiraiya, recalling the outcomes of previous Jinchuriki losing control, referencing the 3 Tails Jinchuriki, Rin no Era. We need to leave now and send information about the Nine Tails' loss of control back to Konoha. Ultimately, Jiraiya found it difficult to make the decision to kill Naruto. Jiraiya, Naruto has already activated the 5 Tails. We don't have much time left. Do you want Konoha to experience the brutal Nine Tails rampage again? Tailed beasts can also have a desire for revenge. Before Jiraiya could leave, Tsunade's reminder made his body tremble. The confidence that was once on his face instantly faded into despair. Jiraiya took a deep breath and looked at the ancient tree not far away, as well as Orochimaru, who was eyeing them maliciously. He knew that it would be difficult for him to leave here today. The resolve to die had already spread in his eyes. Tsunade, you should go back to Konoha. Leave this to me. I will not let the Nine Tails reach Konoha. Shizune, you go back and notify Konoha to stay alert and send support. I will hold off here with Jiraiya. Tsunade shook her head, naturally unwilling to abandon her teammates at this time. All right, okay, Lady Tsunade. Shizune looked at Tsunade with some nervousness, but quickly agreed. She knew the urgency of the situation and immediately picked up the small pig, moving quickly towards Konoha. However, just as she took a few steps, a demon sword emitting a purple-black aura suddenly appeared in front of her, swiftly embedding itself into the ground, blocking her path. Boom! With a loud crash, the demon sword deeply embedded itself underground, creating a powerful purple wave that violently lifted Shizune's body several meters high. At the same time, the pink little pig was also thrown to the ground, rolling to Shizune's side. Oink, oink, the little pig let out a low grunt, tried to approach Shizune to check her injuries. However, just as it took a few steps, it suddenly felt its line of sight inexplicably rising. Then, a demonic voice echoed in its ear. This little pig looks quite plump. It would surely be delicious as a roasted suckling pig. Chapter 94. The out-of-control Nine Tails the pet pig, Tuntan, is a very intelligent ninja pig. It can understand human speech. When it heard the terrifying voice of the ancient tree, it immediately turned pale with fear, trembling all over, and displayed a terrified expression. It panically made oink oink sounds, seemingly calling for its owner's help. Tuntan frantically waved its small body, trying to break free from the ancient tree's grip. But the ancient tree's strength was too overwhelming, It held Tuntan tightly like a hard iron clamp, preventing Tuntan from escaping. You bastard, let go. Let go of Tuntan. Shizen painfully climbed to her feet, covering her injured arm, intending to fight desperately against the ancient tree. She had not misperceived. The ancient tree was not joking with her. Damn it. Tsunade seemed to have noticed the situation with the ancient tree as well. If no one sent information back to Konoha, then her and Jiraiya's efforts would be meaningless. She had no confidence in defeating the Nine Tails. You go help Shizen. I will stop Orochimaru and Naruto. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened, not intending to let Tsunade sacrifice herself here. All right, just be careful. After saying this, Tsunade instantly appeared by Shizen's side. Then, with a serious expression, she looked at the ancient tree. Ancient tree, what exactly do you want? She was unsure of the ancient tree's intentions. At that moment, the ancient tree was gently stroking Tantan's soft fur, but its eyes appeared cold and indifferent. This scene of tenderness intertwined with coldness sent shivers down one's spine. Tantan was almost scared to the point of fainting. Go and treat Orochimaru's hands. The ancient tree said expressionlessly, its calm tone instilling fear. Hearing this request, Tsunade's eyes widened, revealing an incredulous expression. How could she possibly save that evil Orochimaru? However, when she saw the fear in Tantan's eyes, her heart began to waver. She knew that if she refused the ancient tree's request, Tantan might suffer even more pain. Just then, Jiraiya had already rushed towards the rampaging Naruto Uzumaki. Although he was holding back, he was gradually falling behind against the Six-Tails Naruto. Jiraiya was pinned to the ground by the Six-Tails Naruto, unable to fight back. The battle became exceptionally intense, with the entire area being devastated beyond recognition. Impossible. After thinking for a moment, Tsunade still made her choice. Compared to the future of Konoha ninjas, losing a pet pig, while painful for Tsunade, was something she could still accept. Plus, what were the conditions for stopping the rampaging Nine Tails? All right, you can call Orochimaru over. Upon hearing the ancient tree's words, Tsunade immediately changed her expression, or rather, she had been waiting for the ancient tree to speak. You really can change your face. The ancient tree gestured for Orochimaru, who was not far away, to come over. After receiving the information, Orochimaru arrived with some suspicion. Upon learning that Tsunade was willing to treat his hands, his expression clearly showed some surprise. Princess Tsunade, what made you change your mind? Orochimaru looked at the green glow emerging from Tsunade's hands, a teasing smile flickering across his face. Shut up. Tsunade frowned slightly. The injuries on Orochimaru's hand were clearly not just physical wounds. Ancient tree, I've already started treating Orochimaru. Please go help Jiraiya against the out-of-control Nine Tails. Tsunade requested the expressionless ancient tree beside her. She furrowed her brows tightly, her eyes filled with concern. Looking at this uncle who was much younger than herself, Tsunade felt a strong sense of powerlessness. However, just after Tsunade finished speaking, the out-of-control Nine Tails suddenly stopped attacking Jiraiya and turned away at an astonishing speed. Its actions were so abrupt that everyone present felt confused and bewildered. Tsunade widened her eyes, looking in disbelief at the departing back of the Nine Tails. Countless questions flashed through her mind, but she couldn't find a reasonable explanation. The Nine Tails' behavior completely caught her off guard, as if an invisible force was manipulating everything. This force seemed to have some connection to the ancient tree. Tsunade couldn't help but cast a questioning glance at the ancient tree. He stood there with an expressionless face, as if indifferent to what was happening before him. A hint of doubt surged in Tsunade's heart, but she couldn't be sure if it really had anything to do with the ancient tree. If all of this was secretly controlled by the ancient tree just to make her treat Orochimaru, how terrifying would that be? It seemed unnecessary to take action now. The ancient tree shrugged, signaling Tsunade to continue. Although Tsunade felt a bit speechless inside, she had promised the ancient tree to treat Orochimaru, so she naturally couldn't shamelessly go back on her word. Moreover, Tsunade felt that if she did backtrack, the ancient tree would certainly do something crazy to force her to treat him. This guy seemed to be very eager for Orochimaru to do something. Tsunade, what are you doing? Jiraiya, seeing the Nine Tails controlling Naruto, disappearing at the border of the Land of Fire, did not recklessly pursue. He immediately came to Tsunade's side, who knew that upon looking, he was shocked. He had been fighting hard in front, and this guy, Tsunade, was treating the enemy behind. Was she tired of living? I promised the ancient tree that I would treat Orochimaru on the condition that he helped suppress the Nine Tails. Tsunade felt uneasy under Jiraiya's gaze and briefly described the situation. Seeing this, Jiraiya had no choice but to stay by Tsunade's side with a cautious expression to prevent any unexpected incidents. The space was quiet, and after a few breaths, Shizen noticed that the hostility between the several people was not as intense as before and cautiously asked the ancient tree, could you hand over the pig you have in your arms to me? The little pink pig in the ancient tree's arms rolled its eyes, foaming at the mouth, unable to withstand the immense pressure from the ancient tree, and had already fainted earlier. Chapter 95. Entering the Akatsuki organization, the ancient tree glanced at Shizen, who was asking him. With just one look, Shizen's body trembled in fear. She felt as if the ancient tree's gaze could devour a human soul. However, the ancient tree still returned the pig to Shizen. The ancient tree, in a body of impure reincarnation, did not need to rest, eat, or even feel pain. This hypocritical existence left the ancient tree feeling hollow inside, like a living dead person. Such days might continue for a while. All right, from now on, we owe nothing to each other. Tsunade wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. The injuries on Orochimaru's body were very strange, and she could not completely cure them. However, she could allow him to recover temporarily. Princess Tsunade, do you still want to kill me? Orochimaru looked at Tsunade teasingly, wearing a smug smile. He moved his wrist, feeling the strength returning to it, and nodded in satisfaction, as the previous feeling of weakness had disappeared significantly. Tsunade, let's go first. We must inform the people of Konoha about the Nine-Tails' loss of control. Jiraiya said seriously, standing beside Tsunade. He knew that if they continued to linger here and get entangled with Orochimaru, it might delay important matters. Moreover, they had an even more important task now, to convey the news of the Nine-Tails' loss of control to the others in Konoha. Okay, Tsunade nodded, and seeing that this unfamiliar Uncle Ancient Tree did not stop her, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If he really was her uncle, wouldn't he be the only family she had in this world? Seeing Tsunade and Jiraiya disappear from view, the Ancient Tree's expression turned particularly cold. His eyes revealed a chilling aura, as if the surrounding air had frozen. Orochimaru, it's time to get down to business. The Ancient Tree's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotional tone. His gaze fixed tightly on Orochimaru, seemingly wanting to see the thoughts deep within his heart through his eyes. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Of course, we can revive him. However, the Ancient Tree did not relax at Orochimaru's answer. His gaze remained sharp, as if warning the other party that any deception or betrayal would have unimaginable consequences. Orochimaru felt the Ancient Tree's gaze and secretly sighed. This guy is indeed not easy to fool. However, regarding the corpse of the second Mizukage, it is somewhat difficult to find, so the impure reincarnation is probably like opening a blind box, so please don't rush me. Orochimaru suddenly spoke. His tone carried a hint of helplessness and regret, as if he felt powerless regarding this matter. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, he felt a powerful pressure suddenly erupting from the Ancient Tree's body. This terrifying spiritual pressure caused beads of cold sweat to appear on Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru, are you looking for death? The Ancient Tree said coldly, his tone filled with murderous intent. Orochimaru's expression changed in panic, and he quickly explained, Ancient Tree-kun, don't be agitated. Don't be agitated. I will do my best. This guy primarily targets the soul. He is simply a natural nemesis to my immortality. Right now, Orochimaru was genuinely a bit afraid of the Ancient Tree. He understood that the Ancient Tree was not someone to be trifled with. If he offended him, it would likely bring endless trouble to himself. Cough, I will. We will actively work on the impure reincarnation, and if we succeed, we will contact you immediately. Ancient Tree-kun. Orochimaru wiped the sweat from his forehead, his tone somewhat urgent. He was genuinely drenched in sweat. Humph, you know my time is limited. If you don't succeed at the last moment, I won't mind dragging a few people with me to the underworld. The Ancient Tree snorted coldly, his eyes carrying a hint of cold light, as he coldly said, Come here. Under the oppressive gaze of the Ancient Tree, Orochimaru's heart tightened. But he still forced a dry laugh and slowly walked up to the Ancient Tree, asking with some confusion, Ancient Tree-kun, what is the meaning of this? Upon seeing Orochimaru come to his side, a cold glint flashed in the Ancient Tree's eyes, and in an instant he reached out and grabbed Orochimaru's forehead. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto, seeing Orochimaru being attacked, was immediately startled and without a second thought, launched an attack on the Ancient Tree. He quickly formed hand seals, and a powerful chakra wave erupted from him. His hand, covered in blue chakra, condensed into a sharp surgical knife, swiftly stabbing towards the ancient tree's back. However, just as the surgical knife was about to pierce the ancient tree, suddenly, a powerful force erupted from the ancient tree's body. Boom! A loud noise came, and Kabuto felt an irresistible force rushing towards him. He was directly sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. Ancient Tree-kun, Orochimaru swallowed hard. Although he felt somewhat anxious inside, he still tried to make himself appear calm. He truly did not know about the corpse of the second Mizukage. Just then, the ancient tree's gaze suddenly turned sharp, and a powerful aura radiated from him. Orochimaru's heart sank in shock as he felt the immense pressure brought by this aura. Suddenly, a powerful soul pressure formed into purple demons that rushed towards Orochimaru. These demons circled above Orochimaru's head, letting out piercing screams. Orochimaru's face turned pale, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He wanted to resist, but found that his body was completely unresponsive. In the end, these demons coalesced into a purple mark above Orochimaru's forehead. "Don't try any tricks, or you'll regret it," Gumu said coldly as he glanced at the ashen-faced Orochimaru before turning to leave. "Lord Orochimaru, are you all right?" Yakushi Kabuto struggled to get up and approached Orochimaru. "And no, it's nothing. You should go to the land of Earth and see if you can find Uchiha Shinsui's body." Orochimaru waved his hand. He could clearly feel an eerie purple-black aura spreading in his consciousness space. Thinking of this, Orochimaru's eyes grew colder, his wariness of Gumu increasing further. Indeed, this guy was a dangerous presence. Orochimaru was starting to regret bringing Gumu back with Edo Tensei. Unlike the control over the Nine Tails, Gumu left a more powerful mark within Orochimaru's spiritual consciousness. If he ever harbored any ill intentions, this demon would instantly devour his mind. According to their previous agreement, Gumu soon arrived at the border of the Land of Fire. In his line of sight, two figures in black and red cloud cloaks with hats attracted Gumu's attention. "Mr. Gumu, you finally made it." Hoshigaki Kisame smiled as he looked at Gumu and took the initiative to greet him. "So, how did your mission go?" Gumu looked at the physical form of Uchiha Itachi in front of him, surprised that he hadn't used Jinjutsu on Hoshigaki Kisame. "We were sealed inside a toad's stomach by Jiraiya, but luckily, Mr. Itachi managed to help us escape," Kisame reported straightforwardly. Hearing this, Gumu glanced at the expressionless Uchiha Itachi. So, he must have used his Manjiki Sharingan S ability. I wonder how Itachi's vision is now. You shouldn't be blind, right? To join the Akatsuki, I need you two to recommend me. Gumu followed Itachi and Kisame as they headed towards the Land of Rain. "Don't worry, Mr. Gumu. With my guarantee, you will definitely be able to join the Akatsuki," Kisame assured him. As for Itachi, he remained silent the entire time, pretending to be aloof. Chapter 96. Kakuzu. Have you forgotten the pain after healing? Not long after, the three arrived at the border of the Land of Rain. The weather was harsh, with heavy rain falling year-round. So most of the buildings in Amigakure were made of steel to withstand the erosion of the rain. The streets were filled with drainage holes, making the entire village look like a steel fortress. Currently, Amigakure was ruled by the Akatsuki. When the organization was first established, it aimed to bring peace to the nations. But after a series of events, Nagato ultimately turned to darkness. He was determined to collect all nine-tailed beasts and launch an unprecedented war to conquer the entire ninja world. Therefore, the current Akatsuki has transformed into a mercenary organization that is not controlled by any nation. They exploited the war commissions of small countries, continually expanding the scale of warfare and disrupting the balance and order between nations. Kisame, you're back so soon. Does that mean you successfully captured the Nine Tails? At the entrance of the Akatsuki, Deidara looked at Kisame and Itachi, who returned empty-handed, with a teasing tone. His gaze occasionally scrutinized Uchiha Itachi, as he certainly hadn't forgotten the memory of being beaten by him. If possible, Deidara would definitely want to get back at him. "No, we failed. We ran into Jiraiya," Kisame reported simply and straightforwardly. "Haha, it's fine, you guys failed, but there's still me and Sasori, right? The task of capturing the tailed beast will be handed over to us," Deidara said to his companion Sasori. However, Sasori had a blank expression and completely ignored Deidara's rambling. "Damn, Sasori, I won't let this go." Seeing Sasori's look as if he were dealing with an idiot, Deidara couldn't hold back and shot a clay bomb at him. "You want to die, huh?" Sasori jumped a few times to dodge the explosion, feeling somewhat angry at the sudden attack. "Who told you to ignore me? All you do is play with your broken puppets." Deidara persisted, showing his usual reckless style. "That's better than you playing with mud." "Screw your mud. That's art." Deidara was somewhat thrown off by Sasori's words and prepared to argue back. Eat my clay bomb, take this. Just as Deidara was about to make a big move, countless pieces of paper swirled and gathered above the roof, accompanied by the sound of rustling. A beautiful woman in a red cloud black cloak with short light blue-purple hair appeared above. Deidara, stop messing around. There are new members joining today. The leader wants you two to come in for a meeting, Conan reminded Deidara coldly. New members? Upon hearing the words new members, Deidara's eyes lit up slightly. After scanning the surroundings, he focused his attention on Gumu, who was cloaked in black. So this is the new guy? Hello, I'm Deidara, the one who understands art the most in the Akatsuki. Please take care of me. Deidara jumped over to Gumu, eager to showcase his art. However, Gumu ignored him entirely. Following behind Kisame and the others, he entered the Akatsuki's base. What? He actually ignored a senior? This little brat is really arrogant. Although Deidara complained, he quickly walked into the Akatsuki. As they moved deeper inside, Gumu gradually arrived at a dimly lit open space. Many members of the Akatsuki, dressed in black and red cloud cloaks, were already standing on several large pillars, looking exceptionally pretentious. Among them, Conan had already approached Pain and was silently watching Gumu below. As for Uchiha Itachi and Deidara, they stood in their respective positions. In the Akatsuki, strength is paramount, and those closer to Pain are implicitly recognized as more powerful. Uchiha Itachi had clearly become an indispensable presence. Itachi, how did your mission go? Pain first inquired about the progress concerning the Nine Tails, ignoring Gumu. Leader, the mission failed. We encountered Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya, huh? If it's him, your failure is understandable. Pain pondered for a moment. He then turned his gaze to Gumu, who was standing below. You must be Itachi, the newcomer who wanted to join the Akatsuki, right? What should I call you? Pain's expression was neutral. Over the years, due to the infamous reputation of the mercenary Akatsuki, many rogue ninjas from other countries sought to join. Unfortunately, the Akatsuki had long lost its original purpose and would not accept the weak. Gumu, a rogue ninja from Konoha, Gumu stepped forward, removing his black cloak to reveal a handsome face reminiscent of the second Hokage in his youth. He slightly raised his head to meet Pain's gaze. The purple eyes of the Rinnegan exuded a strong sense of oppression. There was no doubt that this was the eye capable of bringing the dead back to life. Unfortunately, being a body of impure reincarnation, I had no way to transplant the Rinnegan. Gumu, a rogue ninja from Konoha? Have you heard of him? Pain from the Deva Path asked the ninjas standing on other pillars. Never heard of him. Who? Is this Gumu? Haiden answered first, thinking for a moment, and arrogantly guessed. He is probably just a cannon fodder ninja. I haven't heard of any powerful ninja named Gumu from Konoha either. Kakuzu, who was next to Haiden, looked down at Gumu and slowly spoke after some thought. I see. Pain from the Deva Path said in a cold voice, Gumu, if you want to join the Akatsuki organization, show us your strength. The Akatsuki is an organization that aims to change the ninja world. Weak ninjas will only hold us back. Faced with Pain's oppressive gaze, Gumu remained expressionless. If this were an ordinary ninja, they would clearly be unable to speak clearly under the pressure of the Rinnegan. Kakuzu, long time no see. It seems you've forgotten the pain after healing your wounds. Even I have forgotten about it. Gumu's inexplicable words left Kakuzu confused. Kakuzu, do you know him? Haiden asked, puzzled. This? I don't know. Kakuzu also looked bewildered. Although he had lived a long time, he wouldn't know a kid who looked young. Seeing Kakuzu not understanding, Gumu suddenly exuded a strong wind release aura from his hands. The amount of chakra gathering instantly made Kakuzu's eyes narrow. It's you, kid. Kakuzu would never forget the memory of being brutally beaten by Senju Hashirama. But before that, he had also been severely injured by Konoha Umbu using wind release. Kakuzu, do you really know him? Pain from the Deva Path asked. He is from my era, but why does he look so young? Kakuzu's eyes showed a hint of envy. He was neither human nor ghost now, while this guy looked like he was in his teens. Chapter 97. Battle against Pain from the Deva Path. Leader, Gumu is an impure reincarnation body. He was summoned by Orochimaru in Konoha and has now broken free from control. Moreover, he even defeated Jiraiya afterward. Pain from the Deva Path didn't care about the first half of the sentence, but upon hearing that this impure reincarnation managed to defeat his own teacher, Nagato couldn't help but regard Gumu with a higher opinion. Such talent is a must for our Akatsuki. Gumu, right? Your strength has already gained our recognition, and now you are a new member of the Akatsuki. Pain from the Deva Path immediately agreed to Gumu's joining. Only the core members knew the Akatsuki's main plans. And Nagato was not afraid of Gumu having any ulterior motives. After all, most Akatsuki members had their own goals. Alright, then let us get to the point. The purpose of gathering everyone here is to issue a mission to capture the tailed beasts. The one tail will be handled by Deidara and Sasori. You're familiar with that area. The two tails will be handled by Kakuzu and Haiden. The four tails will be handled by Itachi and Kisame. Kisame, your water release can counter it well. As for you, Gumu, as a newcomer, you can follow whichever group you like. This operation is called the Tailed Beast Capture Plan and will officially commence today. After Pain from the Deva Path finished issuing the tasks, everyone began to leave. Conan also found Gumu afterward and specially made him a black and red cloud cloak, along with a ring engraved with the character representing his identity. Wait. Gumu stopped Conan, who was about to leave. Is there something? Conan turned her head expressionlessly, her eyes cold as ice, standing there like an iceberg. Can I meet the leader? I have something to discuss with him. A hint of suspicion appeared in Conan's eyes, but she knew Pain's characteristics well, so she wasn't too worried about Gumu causing trouble. Follow me. Conan decided to use the paper jutsu to test Gumu's true strength. When she arrived at the highest spire of Amage Cure, she found Gumu still at the bottom, which greatly disappointed her. Is this guy's body flicker speed really that slow? However, just then, a puzzled voice suddenly rang in her ears. Gumu, what are you doing here? Pain from the Deva Path's inquiry left Conan momentarily stunned, and she rubbed her eyes vigorously. In just a few blinks, Gumu's figure had vanished without a trace, replaced by his presence right in front of her. This terrifying speed of movement. Could it be that this guy knows space-time ninjutsu? A sense of surprise arose within Conan, but more than that, it was wariness. Leader, as you know, I am an impure reincarnation body. To be honest, I joined the Akatsuki solely to be completely revived. You set a condition. Gumu looked at the pressure-filled Pain from the Deva Path, appearing expressionless. It seemed he was not affected by the pressure at all. Complete revival. What do you want from me? I can't do that. Deep in the mountains, Nagato, who controlled Pain from the Deva Path, trembled in shock. How did this guy know that he possessed the outer path? Samsara technique. Leader, I like to get straight to the point. I say this because I have my reasons. The abilities of your eyes were not a secret in our time. Gumu spoke up. After all, most of the ninjas from his era were already dead. And even if he made up lies, he wouldn't be exposed. Reviving the dead comes at a great cost. Are you sure you have that qualification? Nagato in the mountains wore a serious expression, feeling a sense of having his secrets exposed. This guy, could it be that he already knows the person in front of him is actually a puppet? Should this person be kept alive? As expected, when Gumu spoke those words, Conan, who was beside him, quietly entered a battle stance. Regarding Nagato's characteristics, Conan would not allow anyone else besides her know. So, that's why I mentioned conditions. What are your conditions? Gumu glanced at Conan, who was ready to attack. He did not use force to suppress her. Nagato was purely stubborn and probably wouldn't go against his own, well, even if he died. Conditions? You're quite arrogant. Let me see what capital you have to be so arrogant. Pain from the Deva Path finally emitted some emotional sounds. Through his gaze, Nagato could clearly feel that this guy seemed to completely disregard him. Leader, let me handle this. Seeing Pain from the Deva Path preparing to step in personally, Conan immediately spoke to stop him. She knew that if Nagato used the power of Pain from the Deva Path to fight Gumu, it would surely consume his vitality. Conan, I have made my decision. Gumu has defeated Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin from Konoha. You are not his match. Pain from the Deva Path waved his hand to stop Conan's words and brought Gumu to the animal path. Summoning Jutsu. Under the summoning of the animal path, Pain from the Deva Path, along with Conan and Gumu, quickly arrived in an uninhabited forest. Leader, please be cautious and keep it to a minimum. Conan's eyes showed some concern. She knew she couldn't stop the stubborn Nagato and just hoped he wouldn't use too much power. Chapter 98. When have you ever witnessed my true strength? Xiaonan, stay away for now. The commotion later might be quite loud. Pain, the embodiment of the Tao of Heaven, had an imposing and silent gaze. Having defeated Jiraiya, Nagato knew that Gumu's strength was certainly not to be underestimated. Therefore, this battle was bound to be a hard fight. This was also to determine whether Gumu had the strength worthy of Nagato's investment. Alright, just be careful. Xiaonan nodded with a serious expression and immediately used the dance of the paper to ascend to the top of a large tree. Then let's begin. The cold voice of Pain echoed, and his expression instantly turned sharp, as if he wanted to tear everything apart. He extended his palm, letting out a deep and powerful roar. Universal pull. With this roar, a terrifying gravitational force suddenly erupted from his palm. On the ground, countless fragments of stone flew up like raindrops, and the originally solid earth began to tremble. Not far away, Gumu was drawn in by this powerful force, as if gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand, involuntarily flying towards Pain. The gravity is indeed formidable. In midair, Gumu's gaze was fixed on Pain not far away. At this moment, a black rod had already formed in Pain's hand, shimmering with mysterious light. However, Gumu did not feel fear. Instead, a hint of interest flickered in his eyes. With a single hand, he conjured a sharp demon blade, Muramasa, which suddenly appeared in his grasp. He was not suppressed by Pain's gravity. On the contrary, he cleverly utilized this force to take the initiative to attack. Void Extinction, 8 consecutive slashes. Gumu rapidly swung the demon blade in his hand, each slash carrying endless killing intent and a fierce momentum. The dense blade's strikes howled past like a storm, forming terrifying purple crescent slashes. These crescent strikes swept towards Pain at an astonishing speed, bearing the might to destroy everything. Through his Rinnegan, Pain sharply sensed the terrifying power unleashed by these purple crescent slashes. He did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent and immediately activated his ability to instantaneously pull the surrounding trees apart. These trees flew towards Gumu's assault like cannonballs, attempting to block this wave of attacks. Boom! Accompanied by a loud roar. One massive tree after another fell from the sky, like sharp giant swords, directly aimed at Gumu's body to shred him apart. However, Gumu's reaction was exceptionally quick. He swung out a blade, and a sharp blade aura erupted instantly. This blade aura surged forth like a torrential flood, effortlessly slicing the incoming trees into countless fragments. These fragments scattered across the ground. It should be noted that this tree was nearly 100 meters tall, with a trunk so thick it required several people to embrace it. Yet under Gumu's blade, it was as fragile as a plastic product, easily shattered. What kind of power is this guy wielding? Not far away, Xiaonan observed the battle with intense confusion. It was her first time encountering such mysterious power. Seeing the attack fail, Pain took the initiative to approach, a black rod forming in his hand, intending to confront Gumu directly. However, just as Gumu's demon blade was about to make contact with Pain's body, Shinra Tensei, with Pain's furious shout, a terrifying repulsive force erupted from his body. In an instant, Gumu's blade attack was momentarily halted in midair. It's over, Pain said with a dark expression, his voice carrying a hint of determination and indifference. He looked at Gumu before him, a trace of disdain and mockery flashing in his eyes. The black rod in his hand aimed at Gumu's chest and violently thrust forward. Swish! Almost simultaneously, a shuriken appeared above Pain's head, and then Gumu's figure vanished in an instant. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying slash that howled through the air, the entire ground trembled violently. The earth shattered, and endless sand and mist began to spread. Xiaonan, watching from the sidelines, felt a tremor in her gaze. She couldn't believe her eyes. Pain had actually fallen to the disadvantage so quickly. As the smoke cleared, unfortunately, Pain did not sustain any damage. Instead, it was the animal path that stood in front of him. At this moment, the animal path had already been severely damaged by the slash, lying broken on the ground, unconscious beneath the remnants of the blade. Is this guy all right? Even though Gumu knew this thing was a puppet, he still kindly reminded. No worries. At Pain's gesture, the other Pains lifted the animal path, intending to recycle it. So, are you going to make a move? Your earlier ninjutsu was the Flying Thunder God, right? Developed by the second Hokage. Pain looked at Gumu, who bore a striking resemblance to the second Hokage, and suddenly understood something. Is there a problem? There isn't really a problem, but just this much isn't enough for me to expend my life force for you. No waities. I just want you to know that my strength is far above yours. Gumu saw that Nagato was unyielding and didn't give him a good expression. Since he was so stubborn, Gumu planned to train Naruto to become even more monstrous, hoping to have him master the Nine Tails chakra mode ahead of time. He wanted to see if Nagato would still be so defiant when Naruto beat him up. Perhaps at that time, when he was beaten to the point of losing his life philosophy, he would consider resurrecting himself. You're quite arrogant, clearly just a relic of the old era. Pain looked coldly at the boy before him, his tone chilling. Have you ever witnessed my true strength? Pain narrowed his eyes, his words carrying a strong sense of oppression. Oh, Gumu raised an eyebrow, looking relaxed. Then I really want to see it. No matter how monstrous Pain was, he was at most comparable to Naruto in his six-tailed state. And Gumu wasn't afraid of even the Nine Tails. Naturally, He didn't put pain in his eyes. You will regret it if I tell you that I didn't even use 50% of my power in our earlier battle. Pain looked down at Gumu, his gaze indifferent. Are you still so arrogant? Pain's body gradually rose into the air. He intended to show this newcomer a thing or two. At the very least, he needed to let him know that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. Didn't I say, my strength is far above yours? Gumu looked up, narrowing his eyes, as a horrifying purple spiritual pressure began to emanate from his body. Then let's see. The Nagato controlling Pain was somewhat angered by Gumu's insolence. As Nagato crazily input chakra, the other Pains immediately collapsed to the ground like puppets with severed strings. As for Pain, the Rinnegan on his forehead burst forth with purple light. Super, almighty push. Pain spread his arms, and a terrifying, repulsive force erupted from his body like a volcanic eruption. This power was so overwhelming it felt suffocating, as if it wanted to destroy the entire world. Damn it, Nagato is going out of control again. Xiaonan looked at Pain in the sky, a hint of helplessness and worry flashing in her eyes. She knew well that once Nagato used this technique, the consequences would be unimaginable, and this area was likely to be reduced to ruins very soon, becoming a wasteland. However, at that moment, a deep voice emerged from the ancient tree. As his words fell, his body suddenly erupted with a dazzling pillar of purple spiritual pressure, piercing the clouds. At the same time, countless spirits surged forth like a tide, wrapping around the ancient tree. In the blink of an eye, a set of evil ghost armor appeared on him, exuding a chilling aura. Under the wide-eyed gaze of Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, the ancient tree stood straight and motionless in place, even as the ground beneath him disappeared. He remained firmly suspended in the air, his face adorned with a ghostly mask that flickered with a terrifying blood-red glow, sending shivers down one's spine. How is this possible? Far away in the deep mountains, Nagato coughed up a mouthful of blood. He could not fathom that an attack capable of shaking the tailed beasts had no effect on the ancient tree. Watching the ancient tree's ghostly slaughter mode, Nagato instinctively felt that the soul seemed to tremble. I don't know your peak, but have you ever witnessed my true strength? Chapter 99. Kakuzu, do you like to seek death? The ancient tree's figure flickered like a ghost. Even without using the flying thunder god technique, his speed was still breathtaking, making it difficult for Pain's Rinnegan to capture his movements. He surged forward like teleportation, creating a violent wind as he rushed towards Pain, as if he were about to tear apart space itself. This terrifying wind pressure nearly distorted Pain's face, as if he were about to become a broken meme. Your strength indeed forces me to acknowledge you. Pain's voice carried a hint of surprise. However, he was not intimidated by the ancient tree's momentum and continued. The Akatsuki welcomes your joining, but due to your power, reviving you will be more challenging. It is very likely that when I successfully revive you, I will also lose my life. Pain's expression was serious and calm, as he did not hide this cruel fact from the ancient tree. There is no free lunch in this world. To ignore the rules of life and death and gain a chance at rebirth, one must pay a price. A life for a life. Perhaps that is the cost of this transaction. No matter, you just need to know that I'm stronger than you. And not by a small margin. That is enough. The ancient tree looked at the faintly scattered silver-gray dust on his body, his tone unusually silent. Fine. I hope that in the future, I will do something that will require sacrificing my life to revive you. Pain also acknowledged that the ancient tree was stronger than him. Although Nagato still had many trump cards left, he still admitted this. His attacks should be used on more important matters. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, the ancient tree voluntarily released the ghostly slaughter mode. After glancing at the nearly 100-meter deep pit on the ground, he left the area. Almost the moment the ancient tree departed, Konan, using her paper jutsu, transformed her entire body into white paper and appeared beside Pain. Nagato, are you really going to keep that guy in the organization? Konan frowned, her eyes revealing a deep sense of worry and unease. She always had a foreboding feeling, as if she had personally opened a Pandora's box filled with demons. No matter, I only used 7 parts of my strength just now. Pain coldly replied, his tone filled with absolute confidence in his own power. He believed that even if the other party had ulterior motives, he had enough ability to control the situation. After all, before encountering brutality, Nagato's words were still quite firm. Moreover, he was a reanimated body. To be fully revived, he would have to rely on the power of my Rinnegan. We can use this condition to bind him, and thus he can become a significant force within the organization. Pain calmly analyzed the situation. Fine. Konan sighed helplessly. She knew once Nagato made a decision, it would be difficult to change. Despite her doubts, she chose to trust Nagato. On the streets of the Rain Village, the ancient tree was planning to find Naruto, intending to train him well during this time. He wanted Naruto to master the Nine-Tails chakra mode ahead of time. Then, if pain invaded Konoha, Naruto could unleash the Nine-Tails chakra mode and wreak havoc. Perhaps, a broken Nagato would choose to fully revive himself. Since the ancient tree was a newcomer and currently had no partner, he could choose anyone to form a duo and go capture tailed beasts together. Hey, you brat. Wait a minute. Just as the ancient tree passed through the streets of the Rain Village, Kakuto, who was chatting and drinking with Haiden under an eave, immediately perked up and called out to him. What is the matter? The ancient tree glanced at Kakuzu and Haiden. I heard Itachi say you defeated Jiraiya. Is that true? Kakuzu put down his cup, his tone somewhat probing. He was known for repaying grudges. He still hadn't forgotten how the ancient tree had tricked him before. Of course it's false. Do you think someone who looks like they're in their teens can defeat Jiraiya? The ancient tree knew Kakuzu's personality, so he took this opportunity to win him over, preventing him from holding a grudge later. Yeah, Kakuzu, look at this kid. You could tell yes, not even 20. How strong do you think he can be? Haiden said with a cynical expression, fanning the flames from the sidelines. Since that's the case, ancient tree, are you willing to come over and let me kill you once? Although the leader has set rules against internal fighting in the organization, you're a reanimated body, so you want to die anyway. Kakuzu's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he looked particularly insane. Sure, come on then, I want to die anyway. The ancient tree spread his arms wide, appearing as if he was asking for death. A close observation revealed that the raindrops falling around him actually changed their trajectory upon encountering him. Even if you don't say it, I will seek revenge. Kakuzu's eyes were cold, and his voice was icy as he spoke. With that, his body suddenly surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards the ancient tree. Just as Kakuzu was about to reach him, his eyes began to tremble, and in his ears echoed the ancient tree's chilling voice. You are the one seeking death, don't blame me. The terrifying spiritual pressure left Kakuzu's attack merely a few centimeters from the ancient tree. Yet, those few centimeters felt like an insurmountable chasm to Kakuzu, unable to move even an inch. The ancient tree formed a virtual grip with one hand, condensing a blade made of hurricane winds. Without hesitation, he pierced through Kakuzu's body, impaling him completely. What the hell is happening? Are you doing tricks? Haiden, who was drinking, suddenly spewed out his drink, watching the suspended Kakuzu with shock and confusion in his eyes. With a whoosh, as the wind blade in the ancient tree's hand vanished, Kakuzu's body instantly crumpled to the ground. He knelt in the rain, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, feeling that his heart had already stopped beating. His eyes were filled with intense fear and deep terror. Damn Haiden, that damned idiot, who said someone in their teens can't be strong. Although the leader had stated that internal fighting was not allowed in the organization, with so many hearts, he wouldn't die anyway, so why not take a couple more swings? The words of the ancient wood demon made Kakuzu's eyes narrow instantly, and he cursed inwardly, thinking he shouldn't have said that. Ancient would stop it. Haiden, who had been watching the battle, planned to come over for support. Before he could launch an attack, he was immediately interrupted by Kakuzu waving his hand. Haiden, don't seek out suffering. Even if you want to die, this guy will torment you to the brink of collapse. That kind of fear above the soul made Kakuzu realize that the person in front of him was definitely not someone he could provoke. He began to wonder what this guy had experienced over the years. Chapter 100. Train Naruto, you must turn him into a killing intent Naruto. I didn't see it before, but you actually have some sense. Ancient Wood did not eliminate Kakuzu's remaining heart. As he said, he only needed to give him a lesson, and that was enough. Ancient Wood, it's my fault. I will be more careful in the future. Kakuzu did not sense Ancient Wood's killing intent and breathed a sigh of relief, quickly bowing his head to admit his mistake. He had lived this long, relying on toughness rather than softness. Life is more important than anything else. Dignity can go to the dogs. Haiden, being Kakuzu's partner, naturally knew Kakuzu's strength. And seeing Kakuzu act like a good boy, he wisely kept his mouth shut. Though arrogant, he wasn't foolish. He believed he wouldn't seek out such suffering. Ancient would ignore the two of them. He wouldn't follow the Akatsuki members to capture tailed beasts. It was better to hurry up and train Naruto to speed up the plot, because Ancient Wood had imprinted a soul mark on the Nine Tails. He could easily sense the location of the Nine Tails. He was currently at the border between the land of fire and the land of rain. Under a waterfall, Ancient Wood's figure appeared beside a pool. Come out. As Ancient Wood's words fell, a yellow-haired child appeared beside him. Behind that child emerged 9 crimson chakra tails, and his face bore red fox markings, with red vertical pupils that exuded a strong sense of pressure. Master, is there something you need? The 9 tails sensed Ancient Wood's command and immediately awaited his arrival. I want you to accept Naruto. Make Uzumaki Naruto the perfect Jinchuriki. Can you do that? Ancient Wood's abrupt words left the 9 tails dumbfounded. Master, a perfect Jinchuriki, I can't do it unilaterally. It also depends on Naruto's willingness. Although Kurama was very dissatisfied with having to acknowledge this little brat Naruto, he had no choice as it was Ancient Wood's order. His consciousness should still be asleep, right? Yes, according to the master's request, I will seal Uzumaki Naruto's consciousness so that he cannot perceive the outside world. Now, unseal it, and then cooperate with my performance. Huh. Okay. Kurama's expression was surprised, but since he was now in sync with Ancient Wood, he immediately understood Ancient Wood's plan. As Kurama unsealed Naruto's consciousness, Ancient Wood immediately grabbed Naruto's head and quickly suppressed the 9 tails within him. What happened? The awakened Uzumaki Naruto looked bewildered. Where is the pervy sage? Uzumaki Naruto touched his head, looking around in confusion, quickly noticing Ancient Wood gripping his head. That guy has abandoned you, don't you know? Ancient Wood's voice echoed in Naruto's ear. It's you. You are lying to me. The pervy sage would never give up on me. Upon seeing Ancient Wood, Uzumaki Naruto's expression became serious, and he intended to launch an attack. However, without the 9 tails' assistance, Naruto's attack methods were completely insufficient. Whether I'm lying or not, just go back to Konoha and you'll know. Ancient Wood grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's little hand. And I am your lifesaver. As for Jiraiya, he didn't even look for you and just ran back to Konoha. Hearing the term lifesaver, the hostility in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes diminished somewhat. After all, he didn't know Ancient Wood. To clear his doubts, Uzumaki Naruto asked again, what is your relationship with Orochimaru? Are you his subordinate? Subordinate? I only have a transactional relationship with Orochimaru. I'm just a wandering traveler who happened to pass by and saw you being tormented by the 9 tails. So I kindly intervened. However, looking at your situation, it's likely similar to mine. You will probably be imprisoned or expelled by Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head immediately upon hearing Ancient Wood's words. Impossible. The people in the village are definitely looking for me. I must go back immediately. Can I ask what your name is? Ancient Wood softly replied. Ancient Wood. Brother Ancient Wood, please don't casually evaluate the ninjas of Konoha. They will not easily give up on their companions. Also, thank you for your help. We may meet again. Uzumaki Naruto said seriously, and seeing that Ancient Wood had no hostility, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Watching Uzumaki Naruto's gradually disappearing figure, Ancient Wood wore a somewhat amused smile. What a saintly Naruto! You'd better hurry up and turn dark. Not long after entering the border of the Land of Fire, Uzumaki Naruto quickly encountered Konoha's Umbu ninjas who were searching for him. Upon spotting Uzumaki Naruto, those Umbu ninjas immediately surrounded him with serious expressions like ghosts. Seeing that these people were indeed looking for him, Uzumaki Naruto wiped the tears from his eyes, feeling a bit moved. Thank you for your hard work, but I can get back to Konoha by myself. Just as Uzumaki Naruto was still feeling self-pity, several Umbu ninjas were exchanging glances. They had already considered the Uzumaki Naruto in front of them as a disguise for the 9 tails. They communicated with their eyes and decided to seal him or kill him on the spot. An out-of-control Jinchuriki could no longer reassure Konoha's ninjas. Chapter 101. Exploding the Umbu ninjas. You are Konoha's ninjas, right? Uzumaki Naruto felt the piercing gazes around him, a hint of alertness rising in his heart. But he still asked hopefully. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a cold voice. Attack. As soon as the words fell, 2 small teams, totaling 6 Umbu ninjas, rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto without hesitation. Their movements were swift and decisive, clearly trained rigorously, and their strikes were ruthless and resolute. One of them even ruthlessly fired a signal flare into the sky. Soon, patrolling ninjas nearby noticed the commotion and rushed over with serious and vigilant expressions, knowing that someone must have discovered the 9 tails' whereabouts. What's going on? I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the Naruto from Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto tried to explain, but his voice was filled with anxiety and helplessness. Faced with these powerful Umbu elite ninjas, he was no match for them now. In just a few breaths, he was easily pinned to the ground. Of course we know you are Uzumaki Naruto. We are here to capture you. Uzumaki Naruto. The masked Umbu team leader sneered. his words carrying a chilling aura. His gaze was cold and merciless, as if looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. He exerted force, pinning Uzumaki Naruto to the ground without any mercy. Why? Why is this happening? Naruto Uzumaki let out a painful howl, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief, and his face showed an expression of agony as his body trembled slightly. Damn the Nine Tails, it's still pretending, a nearby ninja shouted angrily. He clenched his fists tightly, his gaze revealing a deep hatred for the Nine Tails. It was clear that he had a significant grudge against it. Indeed, we can't let the Nine Tails keep pretending. Another Umbu ninja echoed. His voice carried a hint of determination. We must seize this opportunity to completely seal the Nine Tails, one of the Umbu suggested. After saying this, several Umbu immediately took out sealing scrolls, intending to seal Naruto right then and there. However, just as the sealing technique was about to come into contact with Naruto's body, a terrifying blood-red chakra suddenly erupted from Naruto Uzumaki. The powerful wave swept through the area, and the Umbu members standing near Naruto were violently thrown into the air. They watched the scene before them in shock, a surge of fear rising in their hearts. Damn it, the Nine Tails actually took over the body at this moment. One Umbu ninja cursed. Beneath his mask, his expression darkened, and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. I already knew this guy was pretending. Now it's clear. Another ninja gritted his teeth and said, his tone filled with helplessness and anger. The Umbu ninja who had fallen to the ground quickly got up and immediately launched a ninjutsu attack. Earth style, earth flow. Wind style, vacuum wave. Fire style, great fireball technique. Accompanied by the hand seals of the surrounding Umbu ninjas, several ninjutsu attacks were launched at the three-tailed Naruto Uzumaki. Damn humans. You want to seal me again? All of you die. The Nine Tails, controlling Naruto, let out an angry roar. If they were strong, the Nine Tails might not have said a word. However, these people were not powerful at all, daring to stand above him and act arrogantly. This was completely intolerable. Boom! The Nine Tails roared in fury. The powerful sound waves seemed to take on a tangible form, easily tearing the ground apart. The surrounding ninjutsu attacks dissipated effortlessly upon contact with the sound waves. Damn it! We hold this guy off. Support will arrive soon. Several Umbu were once again thrown back by the roar, their bodies ruthlessly slamming against a large tree, and they let out muffled groans as their blood surged within them. Swish! Just as these few Umbu were discussing tactical strategies, the three-tailed Naruto Uzumaki, in the blink of an eye, unleashed a terrifying speed that kicked up a fierce wind, accompanied by a shocking crimson/descending. The few Umbu ninjas who didn't have time to react were easily cut into pieces. Scarlet blood splattered onto the large tree, and the intense smell of blood quickly spread through the air. The Nine Tails' rage seemed uncontrollable, its roar like thunder, making people's ears buzz. Wherever the sound waves passed, the ground shattered, as if the entire world was trembling. And those few Umbu ninjas, despite their strength, appeared so small and fragile in the face of the Nine Tails' absolute power. Their ninjutsu attacks were instantly devoured by the sound waves, turning to nothingness. Damn it! One of the Umbu ninjas, looking at his fallen comrades, cursed through gritted teeth. He knew that facing such a powerful existence as the Nine Tails, they had to give their all to buy time for support to arrive. However, the Nine Tails' strength was too overwhelming, leaving them almost unable to breathe. At this moment, the three-tailed Naruto Uzumaki struck again. His speed was like lightning, and, in the blink of an eye, he was before the remaining Umbu ninjas. The crimson slash in his hand carried a chilling, killing intent that sent shivers down their spines. The few Umbu ninjas didn't have time to react before their lives were snuffed out once more. Scarlet blood splattered all around, the stench of blood permeating the air, making one feel nauseous. Everything happened too quickly and too suddenly, and soon there were corpses everywhere. The last Umbu ninja had no time to react. He widened his eyes, his face filled with terror as he looked at the scene before him. The strength and cruelty of the Nine Tails filled him with infinite fear. This is completely a monster. The only remaining Umbu ninja saw his comrades being easily slaughtered by the Nine Tails as if they were toys. His pupils continuously contracted, already filled with fear. However, the Nine Tails did not give this last Umbu ninja a chance to react or escape. In just a few breaths, the Nine Tails, like a bully, slaughtered all the Umbu who wanted to seal him on the spot. When Kakashi Hatake arrived with Konoha's elite ninjas, they were shocked to see the blood-soaked ground and the figure of Naruto Uzumaki standing amidst the corpses, emanating blood-red chakra like a demon. Chapter 102. Turning point, what is going on? Naruto, has he really lost control? Sakura Haruno, who had come along, looked worried. Sakura, quickly relay the information back to Konoha. As for me, I will lead Naruto back to the village, Kakashi Hatake said coldly, realizing that the information was indeed correct. Naruto had truly lost control. This familiar scene reminded Kakashi of bad memories. Huh? Sakura looked surprised upon hearing Kakashi's words. She glanced at the surrounding devastation and the fallen Konoha ninjas, feeling a wave of sadness in her heart. But she nodded, agreeing with Kakashi's plan. What? What have I done? At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki, whose consciousness had just awakened, stared at the blood and corpses all around, completely frozen in place. He couldn't believe what had happened before his eyes, his face showing a look of despair. But the bloody smell in the air was so pungent. Kakashi, it's Kakashi-sensei. You'll believe me, right? I didn't do any of this. Naruto raised his head, suddenly noticing something. His gaze landed on Kakashi Hatake not far away, his eyes filled with a pleading expression. He wanted to prove his innocence to Kakashi, but didn't he know how to explain everything? It was all the Nine Tails. It was the Nine Tails controlling me. Naruto shouted excitedly, his voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. He knew that now. Only Kakashi could save him, and only Kakashi would believe what he said. Naruto hoped Kakashi could help him break free from the Nine Tails' control and help him get back on track. Naruto, don't worry. I absolutely believe you. Kakashi looked at Naruto, his eyes glistening with tears, feeling somewhat complicated inside. Come here first. I'll take you back to Konoha. Everyone will definitely help you. Kakashi extended his hand, signaling Naruto to come over. He hoped to dispel Naruto's doubts and unease through this gesture. Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto felt warmth in his heart. He wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, revealing a determined expression. Okay, Kakashi-sensei. After saying this, Naruto quickly stepped forward, heading towards Kakashi. Although he still felt a bit anxious, Naruto believed that Kakashi-sensei would not deceive him. However, just as Naruto was about to step into Kakashi's attack range, Kakashi suddenly struck. His movements were swift and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. A dazzling lightning light shone from his hand, instantly releasing a powerful chakra wave. Raikiri, with a low, deep shout, Hatake Kakashi unleashed his signature jutsu, Raikiri. The terrifying lightning release technique cut through the air like a sharp bolt of lightning. Kakashi's figure dashed forward like a ghost, transforming into a blue flash that charged directly at Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched everything unfold before him. His throat felt constricted, unable to make a sound. He never imagined that Kakashi would attack him. Locking eyes with Kakashi, he only saw a strange and cold gaze. Naruto wanted to say something, but found himself unable to speak. His heart felt as if it were being torn into countless pieces, overwhelming pain coursing through him. At that moment, Naruto finally understood that he had not gained Kakashi's trust. He felt an immense sense of despair and loneliness. However, facing Kakashi's attack, Naruto did not back down. He gritted his teeth, enduring the sharp pain in his heart, and tried to remain calm. Naruto knew that this was not the time to cry. He needed to find a way to deal with the crisis at hand. The instinct to survive prompted Naruto to react quickly, dodging to the side. Yet, even though he had entered the three-tailed state, he could not completely evade the deadly attack. His arm was pierced by Raikiri, blood gushing out, the pain excruciating. Kakashi-sensei, why? Naruto's eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief as he tightly clutched his injured arm. His expression twisted in agony. He could not understand why Kakashi would suddenly attack him, nor could he grasp the reasoning behind it. At that moment, a trace of resentment surged within Naruto. If he had not dodged in time, that blow would have pierced his chest directly, resulting in irreparable consequences. It could have meant either death or serious injury. He simply could not understand why Kakashi would be so ruthless towards him. This was clearly the Nine Tails' fault. Why should he be blamed? What do you mean, why? Are you still pretending, Nine Tails? Kakashi, gripping his wrist, crackling with electricity, looked coldly at Naruto, the three-tomo spinning with a bloody glow. His voice was deep and stern, seemingly filled with endless rage. You killed so many of my leaf ninjas. Do you really think you can escape easily today? Faced with Kakashi's accusation, Naruto felt a wave of confusion. He looked down at the corpses scattered around, his mind in disarray. Naruto opened his mouth, wanting to clarify the truth of the situation, but found his words felt so weak and powerless at that moment. He did not know how to make Kakashi believe that he was not the murderer. In despair, Naruto could only choose to temporarily leave this place. He knew that staying here would only lead to more misunderstandings and conflicts, although he felt wronged and unwilling. The most important thing right now was to protect himself first and then find a chance to prove his innocence. During this time, many Leaf ninjas attempted to stop him, but they were all easily knocked away by Naruto. Ultimately, Kakashi even forced Naruto into his Six Tails form before he truly managed to escape the pursuit. One could say that Hatake Kakashi had escaped from the counterattack of Six Tails Naruto. Chapter 103. Killing Intent. Naruto pursues Sasuke. Why is this happening? In a deep mountain in the land of rain, a pained expression appeared on Naruto Uzumaki's face, as if he was undergoing some torment. At that moment, Naruto intended to enter his consciousness to communicate with the Nine Tails. However, every attempt ended in failure, leaving him feeling incredibly frustrated and lost. You seem troubled. Just as Naruto was at a loss, a familiar voice quietly echoed in his ears. This voice seemed to come from a distant void, yet it was clear and audible. Hearing this voice, Naruto looked up in surprise, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Gumu. Brother Gumu, why are you here too? Gumu smiled faintly, speaking in a calm tone. Me? I've always been here. Upon hearing this, Naruto snapped back to reality and looked around, realizing he had returned to the waterfall where he first met Gumu for the second time. Everything here felt so familiar, and Gumu was standing not far away, quietly watching him. Brother Gumu, please help me. You're the only one who hasn't feared me. Naruto rushed to Gumu, excitedly saying, the other Leaf ninjas either want to kill me or seal me away. Naruto's eyes were filled with grievance. It was clearly the Nine Tails' doing. Why should everything fall on him? He felt terribly wronged, filled with unwillingness and helplessness. Help you? How can I help you? If I help you extract the Nine Tails from your body, you will die. Feeling the coldness in Gumu's gaze, Naruto's heart trembled. Well, is there no other way? Of course there is. I will help you train. Once your strength grows to the point where you can confront the Nine Tails head-on, then you will have control over your body. Hearing Gumu's words, Naruto's eyes immediately lit up. Then I'll rely on you, Brother Gumu, but why are you helping me? Naruto felt puzzled and confused. The most valuable thing about him was undoubtedly the strongest tailed beast, Kurama. Unfortunately, Gumu seemed unconcerned about that. For no reason, if there must be one. It might be that I find you pleasing to the eye. Then, thank you very much, Brother Gumu. Naruto's eyes showed gratitude. He wasn't afraid of what Gumu might do to him. After all, he had been saved by Gumu. Otherwise, Naruto wouldn't have been able to control his body now. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. During this time, Naruto had been undergoing training with Gumu, but the smile on his face had noticeably diminished, replaced by a sharpness and resilience. It was hard to imagine that Gumu's first test for Naruto was to personally kill a wanted criminal from a land of rain. Naruto, your talent really is a bit lacking. You still haven't learned Flying Thunder God after all this time. Still under that waterfall, Naruto had a katana hanging at his waist, enduring the powerful impact of the waterfall as he tirelessly trained his body and will. I'm sorry, Brother Gumu, I've disappointed you again. Naruto had a hint of frustration. In just 6 months, he seemed to have matured considerably. It's all right, but I need to tell you something. Sasuke has defected, do you know? Gumu said calmly. This sentence struck Naruto's heart like a thunderbolt, his eyes suddenly widening. Although he had been away from the Leaf for 6 months, he could never let go of his attachment to the village. During this half year, he had tirelessly trained day and night, just to master the power of the Nine Tails as soon as possible, so that he could one day return to the Leaf. Sasuke defected. Why? Naruto's eyes were filled with intense confusion. Uchiha Sasuke was Naruto's bond. He absolutely could not allow his bond to go down the wrong path. I don't know the reason, but I know he's here. Do you want to go? Then please guide me, Brother Gumu. Although I probably count as a rogue ninja of the Leaf now, I will bring Sasuke back to the right path. Naruto Uzumaki walked out from under the waterfall, tying a ninja headband on his head, his face displaying an exceptional intensity and seriousness. All right, this is just the right time to test the results of your training over the past 6 months. Komoka nodded and then led Naruto toward the territory of the Land of Sound. Before long, Komoku and Naruto arrived inside Orochimaru's secret base. They stood on a large tree, quietly observing the Konoha team engaged in a fierce battle not far away. Most of the team members were old acquaintances of Naruto, including Shikamaru, Neji, and Choji. They had come to carry out a mission to capture Sasuke. Listen up, everyone, do as I say. Shikamaru Nara, the team leader, began to issue tactical commands. But before he could finish, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight, causing his expression to turn grave. Shikamaru, what's wrong? Niji Hyuga asked, looking at Shikamaru, who had just successfully led the team out of a mud prison. He admired Shikamaru's earlier command, but at that moment, Shikamaru appeared terrified. Pointing ahead, that guy is it Naruto Uzumaki? Shikamaru rubbed his eyes hard, seemingly unable to believe what he was seeing. There was no joy on his face, only deep fear. Naruto had now become an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha. Seeing him was akin to encountering the ferocious Nine-Tails. It really is that guy. The others followed Shikamaru's gaze and indeed saw Naruto coming toward them. What should we do? Naruto is an S-rank, wanted criminal, Choji Akimichi said, fear evident in his eyes as he looked at Naruto. Shikamaru, still relatively calm, reassured Choji, don't panic, Naruto doesn't seem to have any ill intent. Besides, if he wanted to attack, we wouldn't be able to escape. Shikamaru tried to keep calm, but inside he was also very anxious. Just then, they heard a roar from ahead. Jirobo activated his cursed seal, angrily shouting, damn you, you pieces of trash, how dare you ignore me? His voice was filled with rage and killing intent. Jirobo leaped through the air at high speed, charging towards Shikamaru and the others with a menacing aura that sent chills down their spines. Shikamaru snapped back to reality, realizing Jirobo's surprise attack. A hint of urgency and worry flickered in his eyes as he immediately shouted to his teammates, be careful. Seeing this, Choji prepared to use the expansion jutsu, intending to block Jirobo's attack with his large body to protect his teammates. But just as he was about to act, a cold voice suddenly rang out, Rasengan. Immediately, Naruto's figure appeared above the team. A blue glow flickered in his hand, revealing the powerful Rasengan. Without hesitation, Naruto slammed the Rasengan into Jirobo. With a loud crash, Jirobo was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. This terrifying jutsu caused Jirobo's body to collapse instantly, like an arrow shot from a bow, flying backward in an instant. After the attack, half of Jirobo's body was shattered by the powerful Rasengan, and the brutal sight made Shikamaru and the others' hearts shudder. Bang! Naruto landed steadily. After standing firm, he immediately turned to look around, wanting to find those familiar figures. It had been a long time since he saw these companions, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation and excitement. However, when his gaze met the others, the hopeful look in his eyes dimmed instantly. What Naruto saw was no longer the friendliness and trust he once knew, but instead, it was filled with vigilance and suspicion. Their eyes revealed fear and unease towards Naruto, as if they were facing a stranger. Inside, Naruto bitterly smiled. He understood that these little friends were still wary of him, especially since the seal on the Nine-Tails within him had already failed. Naruto had thought his friends would understand and accept him, but reality dealt him a heavy blow. Chapter 104. Kamoku, no, why are you hitting me? After a long pause, uncertain of how to explain, Naruto was the first to speak. Sasuke is inside, right? Upon hearing this, Shikamaru, who had been somewhat wary, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Various signs indicated that Naruto seemed to have returned to normal. But even so, Shikamaru still didn't dare to joke with his own life. Seeing that his old friends weren't acknowledging him, Naruto's eyes darkened. He immediately headed deeper into Orochimaru's base. No matter what, Naruto absolutely could not allow Uchiha Sasuke to defect from Konoha. Naruto has finally left. Shikamaru, do you know? I didn't even dare to breathe just now. Choji wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his tone filled with apprehension towards Naruto. The conclusion is, don't rush in so quickly. At least it seems Naruto doesn't have much hostility. Let's go see first. Just as Shikamaru led the team to get closer, they noticed that Naruto had already taken down another sound ninja. Why are you here? One of the sound ninjas, Doyu, looked at the pale-skinned, seemingly weak man in front of him with curiosity. Of course, I'm here to assist Lord Orochimaru in completing the most crucial step of his plan. I won't easily miss this key situation. Junmaro glanced at the coffin behind Doyu, which emitted a dark aura. Moreover, your movements are too slow. Leave this guy to me. Junmaro looked toward Naruto, his words cold. With him escorting, he would absolutely not allow anything to go wrong during this period. As Junmaro took the coffin and prepared to leave, Naruto immediately followed behind. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was held back by Doyu. Before long, Naruto arrived in a vast grassland. At that moment, Junmaro was standing quietly, carrying a huge object on his back, like an immovable mountain. What is that thing on your back? Naruto had some guesses in his heart, but couldn't help but ask. However, Jumaro did not answer Naruto's question. He coldly gazed ahead, as if speaking to himself. It's almost complete. Hearing this, an ominous premonition surged in Naruto's heart. He immediately realized that this person might be more difficult to deal with than the sound ninjas he had encountered before. Multiple shadow, clone, jutsu. Naruto didn't dare to delay any longer and quickly performed his most skilled jutsu. Multiple shadow, clone, jutsu. In an instant, countless identical clones of him appeared on the grassland, their dense figures making the entire space feel crowded. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of muffled sounds, one by one, shadow clones emerged from the smoke. And in the blink of an eye, Naruto's figure multiplied into thousands. Facing such a multitude of enemies, Jumaro's expression remained as cold as ice. He softly murmured, "Corpsebone path, dance of the willows." Before his words fell, his body began to change. Sharp white bones suddenly pierced through his originally fair skin, extending outward. These bones glimmered with a cold light, like sharp blades. As Jumaro moved, the white bones danced like agile willow branches, each swing carrying a sharp, killing intent. Jumaru's attacks flowed naturally and smoothly like clouds and water, devoid of any unnecessary movements. His strikes were both elegant and deadly, leaving onlookers in awe. Bang! 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 Under Jumaru's onslaught, the shadow clones of Naruto Uzumaki were shattered one after another, dissipating into clouds of smoke in the air. Jumaru's figure darted like a ghost among the clones, continuing his fierce offensive. However, in the fleeting moments of battle, the blood-red chakra erupted from Naruto Uzumaki, suddenly appearing in Jumaru's perception. Rasengan, a voice devoid of any emotion echoed in Jumaru's ears. His eyes narrowed in shock, realizing that this guy had summoned thousands of clones just for this sudden strike. Corpsebone path, iron blood defense. Jumaru immediately summoned his bone spikes, forming a massive bone shield in front of him. Boom! The Rasengan, infused with the chakra of the Nine Tails, easily pierced through the bone shield. Without a trace of mercy, it struck Jumaru's body, sending him flying through the air. Bang! In an instant, dust spread, revealing a giant pit in the ground. As Jumaru's figure gradually reappeared, his pure white skin was covered in black markings, resembling veins and looking particularly eerie. You surprise me a bit, Jumaru thought, looking at the blood dripping from his arm with a hint of astonishment. Meanwhile, the coffin nearby exploded after experiencing such violent fluctuations. Amidst the swirling smoke, a familiar figure slowly emerged. Sasuke? Naruto Uzumaki's eyes lit up with surprise. He never expected Sasuke to be inside that coffin. Indeed, his instincts were not wrong. Sasuke, why are you mingling with Orochimaru's people? Come back to Konoha quickly. Naruto shouted loudly at Uchiha Sasuke, who seemed to be lost in self-indulgence not far away. Hee hee, ha ha ha. Sasuke still ignored Naruto's call, shaking with a somewhat mad laughter. Sasuke, I'm asking you a question. Naruto's expression grew serious. However, after hearing Naruto's question, Sasuke didn't even glance at him and immediately dashed into the depths of the forest. What are you daydreaming about? Just as Naruto was about to chase after him, he saw Junmaru activating the first stage of his cursed seal, conjuring a bone knife in his hand, and swiftly teleporting in front of him. Bang! Naruto reacted quickly, grabbing Junmaru's attack tightly. Even though the bone knife injured his palm, he didn't let go. Just as Junmaru prepared to use the bone explosion technique to pierce and blast Naruto's entire body, the figure of Kirigane suddenly appeared next to Naruto. In an instant, a powerful purple spiritual pressure erupted from Kirigane, causing Junmaru's initial intent to attack to evaporate immediately. The oppressive feeling of death made Junmaru unhesitatingly shatter the bone knife and distance himself from Kirigane. Kirigane? What are you doing here? Naruto looked at Kirigane with surprise. In fact, he had already planned to unleash the power of the Three Tails to quickly end this battle. You go ahead and chase after Sasuke. Naruto nodded in agreement and immediately headed towards Sasuke's direction. Meanwhile, seeing Naruto trying to pursue Sasuke, Junmaru also moved to block him. However, just as he took a few steps, Kirigane's figure vanished like an afterimage, reappearing right in front of Junmaru. How's the mission I entrusted to Orochimaru going? Junmaru was still somewhat puzzled, but upon seeing Kirigane, who was eerily similar to the dangerous figure described by Orochimaru, he cautiously asked, You are Mr. Kirigane? So tell me, how's the matter with Orochimaru progressing? Do I need to draw my sword and urge you? Kirigane's gaze was filled with impatience. Junmaru's lifespan was already limited, and he had come here with a sense of inevitable death. However, before Junmaru could speak, a youthful voice echoed in the air. Konoha, dynamic entry. The newcomer was none other than Guy's student, Rock Lee. But this guy didn't attack Junmaru. Instead, he launched an attack on Kirigane, who seemed harmless. Kirigane's head was filled with question marks, not understanding why this kid would sneak attack him. Chapter 105, Desperate Rock Lee Bang. Kirigane gripped the ankle of the foot that kicked at his side with one hand, his expression not looking too good. Who are you? And why did you sneak attack me? Kirigane slowly turned his head to look at the suspended Rock Lee, whom he had caught with one hand. I am the blue beast of Konoha's new generation, Rock Lee. Lee launched another attack at Kirigane with an extremely bizarre posture using his other leg. Seeing the childish moves, Kirigane casually flicked him away. Your attack method is too simplistic. Are you here to make me laugh? Kirigane looked at Lee, who still appeared quite confident from a distance, somewhat baffled by the source of his confidence. With this level of strength, if we were in the same era, he would probably be someone I could easily defeat. Damn it, sorry, wait a moment, let me take some medicine first. Kirigane found Lee's words amusing as he glanced at Junmaru, who seemed to be doing nothing nearby. He was just lucky to encounter a relatively polite enemy. Taking medicine is a delightful thing. Lee pulled out a bottle from his pocket and gulped it down. He felt a bit dizzy after finishing a bottle of liquor. Lee walked somewhat unsteadily, swaying like a drunken boxing master. Well then, I'm coming, Lee shouted as he charged toward Kirigane. This made Kirigane's head fill with question marks. Why was this guy attacking him again? Don't you want to ask whether I am your enemy or not? However, just as Lee was halfway to Kirigane, Kirigane's figure suddenly vanished. He reappeared right in front of Lee. The terrifying speed of the instant body technique caused Lee's pupils to shrink, nearly sobering him up. Kirigane struck swiftly, like a mountain exerting immense pressure. With one hand, he grabbed Lee's head, allowing Lee to keep attacking while easily blocking with his other hand. No, I don't understand. Why are you so fixated on fighting me? Do I look easier to bully? Kirigane observed the sweating Lee, and just by emitting a bit of spiritual pressure, he made Lee instantly sober. Why did I wake up? Huh? Lee looked confused. Answer my question, you bold little brat. Kirigane's gaze remained silent. You? Who exactly are you? Lee's eyes trembled, his head gripped by Kirigane, causing his mental state to crumble. Upon waking, he felt a severe pain in his fists, as if he had just collided with a mountain. As soon as the words fell, Gumu felt a series of whistling sounds coming from behind him. His body flashed and disappeared from spot. Boom, boom, boom. The place he had just occupied was pierced by a barrage of sand bullets. You little brats really love to sneak attack, Gumu said with some helplessness. He looked at the confident Shabak AI Luo, who was standing not far away with his arms crossed. He couldn't understand why this guy, likely Locke, appeared with such confidence. Could it be that he had never experienced a beating and didn't know that when facing a strong opponent, one should be cautious? AI Luo, why are you here? There's nothing we can do. We owe Konoha too much. AI Luo replied with a hint of guilt in his eyes. Let me handle it this time. Who is that person? AI Luo, having some sense, looked at Gumu, whom he had never seen before, with curiosity. I don't know, probably one of Orochimaru's minions. Xiao Li shook his head. What do you mean? Aren't you comrades? Junma Lu, who was quietly observing not far away, asked in confusion. Hearing Junma Lu's question, Xiao Li looked bewildered, expressing that he knew nothing. Hey, who exactly are you? AI Luo, surrounded by a layer of sandstorm defense, stared seriously at Gumu not far away. Since you're not comrades, how about we join forces to deal with this person? Junma Lu just wanted to leave quickly to chase after Sasuke, but Gumu didn't give him the chance. So, he needed to team up with AI Luo to find an opportunity to leave. Join forces? AI Luo looked a bit puzzled. He couldn't understand why Junma Lu was so wary of the not-so-old Gumu. Xiao Li, is he strong? What do you think? Xiao Li rolled his eyes, indicating his somewhat bloodied fist. This should be the result of me trading blows with him. However, as soon as Xiao Li finished speaking, Gumu couldn't hold back his laughter. Trading blows? Against himself? That would leave Xiao Li in tatters. You bastard. Seeing Gumu's expression of barely holding back laughter, Xiao Li's face turned red with shame and anger. What nasty guy. AI Luo felt his recognized opponent was being ruthlessly mocked by Gumu, and his expression turned cold. In that case, let's team up. Good. Junma Lu's eyes turned cold as he prepared to launch an attack first. However, just as this thought was born, he was shocked to see Gumu's black armored claws easily pierce through AI Luo's so-called strongest sand shield and grab his head effortlessly, as if holding a chick. You're called AI Luo, right? Do you still want to join forces now? Gumu's eyes carried a strange pressure, as if his soul's might was pushing directly at Ai Luo's essence. This not only made Ai Luo obedient in an instant, but even the one-tail Shikaku sealed within him also quickly quieted down, trying to reduce its presence. Huh? Xiaoli, who was beside Ai Luo, trembled in fear and collapsed to the ground. He widened his eyes, terrified at what was happening in front of him. Gumu's pitch-black iron claws had easily pierced through the steel-like sand wall and grabbed Ai Luo's head, lifting it up. Xiaoli instantly realized that this guy was absolutely not someone they could deal with. Sand waterfall. Gumu vaguely heard Ai Luo's murmuring, and his eyes flickered with a hint of helplessness. This guy really wasn't afraid of death. With such a clear power gap, he still wanted to resist. Thinking of this, Gumu exerted a bit of force with one hand. Crack! The sand armor covering Ai Luo's body instantly shattered, and faint traces of blood appeared on his forehead. Boom! As Gumu's arm's power exploded, Ai Luo's body crashed into the ground like a cannonball at an astonishing speed. The powerful impact caused the ground to collapse instantly, forming a deep pit over 10 meters deep and more than 100 meters in diameter. The terrifying energy affected Xiaoli beside him, sending him flying out. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself thrown over 10 meters away. Ai Luo. Seeing everything that happened, Xiaoli couldn't help but exclaim. He hurried to Ai Luo's side, anxiously checking his condition. After a thorough check, he found that Ai Luo had only fainted from the strong impact, but was not in mortal danger, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, Xiaoli still couldn't suppress his inner anxiety and worry. When he looked up, he saw Gumu had appeared in front of Juma Lu. At this moment, Xiaoli's heart was filled with intense helplessness and despair. Chapter 106. The Bewildered Sasuke. Why has this bastard become stronger again? Yunmolu, so you're really planning to fight me after activating the second form of your curse seal? Gumu said with a rather indifferent expression. Do you know that even Orochimaru wouldn't dare to treat me like this? Suddenly, a powerful aura was released. This aura surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing Yunmolu. Junma Lu felt an immense pressure hitting him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. It was a force he couldn't resist, as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Orochimaru, where is he? I don't know. Junma Lu understood that this person was looking for Orochimaru, and it definitely wasn't for a good reason, so he immediately refused. Are you deceiving me? Don't you know that your actions are endangering Orochimaru? Gumu's words made Junma Lu's eyes flicker with confusion. Because if I can't find Orochimaru for too long, I might crush him to death the next time we meet. Gumu glanced at him, and a demon blade infused with strong ghostly energy appeared in his hand. As the words fell, the demon blade, Muramasa, simply struck the ground. Rumble. A terrifying purple slash erupted from the point of contact, shaking the ground and causing it to collapse until a massive chasm was formed across the plain under Junma Lu's trembling gaze. Junma Lu finally saw the vast gap between him and Gumu, like the bottomless chasm before him. He simply told Gumu where Orochimaru was located. See, can you please not harm Lord Orochimaru? Junma Lu instantly knelt on the ground, his tone filled with deep pleading. In his heart, Orochimaru's status was even more important than his own life. Orochimaru and I have a contractual relationship. Gumu glanced at Junma Lu, feeling that this guy was also unfortunate. After giving him a response, he left the place. Junma Lu watched Gumu leave, his heart filled with intense worry and unease about Orochimaru's safety. He immediately decided to retreat, intending to return and protect Orochimaru. Huffy's gone. That monster has finally left. Xiaoli wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling completely drained as he slumped beside Ai Luo. He never thought he would dare to take action against such a powerful opponent, nor did he expect to survive. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki chased after Sasuke and soon arrived at the Valley of the End. Sasuke, where else can you run to? Standing atop the statue of Hashirama Senju, Naruto questioned Sasuke, who stood on the statue of Uchiha Sasuke, his tone accusatory. Run? Are you joking? You're just holding me back, Sasuke replied, his face marked with a black curse seal and a sinister, mocking smile. I've said the same thing to Sakura. You probably don't know. That woman actually kneeled down to keep me. What a ridiculous woman. Sasuke's eyes were filled with mockery and disdain. Hearing this, Naruto's gaze sharpened. His fist clenched tightly as he began to exert power. He could already guess how Sasuke had bullied Sakura since he wasn't in the village. Sasuke, why? Give me a reason. Naruto's expression turned cold. "Oh, that look is interesting," Sasuke smirked. When he left the village. It was half a year ago when Naruto went with Jiraiya to support Tsunade. Therefore, Sasuke was unaware that Naruto, like him, had become a rogue ninja of Konoha. As for the reason, I no longer want to stay in Konoha. That place can't make me stronger anymore. As soon as Sasuke finished speaking, Naruto instantly leaped in front of him, grabbing his collar and delivering a punch to his face without any expression. Sasuke, who thought he wouldn't suffer any harm, allowed Naruto to vent his anger, but soon began to regret it. The solid blow sent Sasuke flying onto the surface of the waterfall upstream. Ugh! Sasuke, dazed, spat out blood. How did you get stronger? Sasuke recalled their unfinished battle, realizing that the Rasengan that had destroyed the entire water tank was actually stronger than Ishidori. This was something Uchiha Sasuke absolutely could not allow. He would not permit himself to be surpassed by someone who was once at the bottom. If so, how could he take revenge on his brother? Damn it, I'll show you the gap between us. Sasuke shouted angrily as the curse mark on his neck began to spread. The black markings covered half of his face, resembling a frenzied demon. Chapter 107. Sasuke gets angry and faint from being bullied him? Sasuke, do you have that kind of power too? Naruto sensed the powerful curse seal fluctuations emanating from Sasuke's body, his eyes filled with curiosity. Gaining power often comes with great risks. Having nearly been consumed by the Nine Tails, Naruto understood this principle well. I'll return this punch to you. Sasuke activated his two-tomo Sharingan and launched an attack towards Naruto. However, to Sasuke's surprise, the scene he imagined did not occur. Naruto did not get sent flying as he had anticipated. In fact, Naruto had already prepared. The moment Sasuke made his move, he lightly jumped to evade the attack. Boom! The powerful punch created cracks in the ground. Sasuke felt the pain of the punch, his eyes filled with surprise. He couldn't understand why Naruto's battle instincts had suddenly become so sharp. You bastard, do you still consider me a friend? Sasuke turned to look at Naruto, who stood on the water's surface not far away, his expression fierce. Of course we're friends. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to dissuade you. Naruto replied seriously while standing on the water. Since you consider me a friend, come over and let me hit you. Sasuke's eyes held a hint of expectation. This unreasonable request left Naruto puzzled. If it were the old Naruto, he might have willingly gone over to take a few punches to appease Sasuke. However, after 6 months of training, his naivety had diminished significantly. Sasuke, if you're my friend, you should heed my advice. Trust me, being a rogue ninja isn't easy. Naruto was subtly preparing to unleash his strongest verbal attack. Ha! Sasuke, hearing this, covered his face with one hand and let out a mocking laugh. You call me your friend, yet you won't even let me hit you. Do you think I would believe you? Then come at me. Naruto opened his arms, appearing to invite him to attack. Then you better catch this. Sasuke's eyes turned savage as he lunged at Naruto like a hungry wolf. Bang! The powerful punch hit Naruto's body, sending massive waves across the water surface. Sasuke struggled to rise from the water, his hair soaked, looking at Naruto, who wore a silent expression not far away. His face was filled with unbearable humiliation and anger. This bastard actually tricked me? This is not just trickery, but a sneak attack. ISNT that bullying me for being honest? You bastard. I'll kill you. Sasuke roared in anger, but deep down, he felt a strong sense of surprise. Even though he had activated his curse mark, he was still not a match for Naruto in terms of strength. You have fists, and I have fists too. You can ask me, do I fear your fists? Naruto, with a cold expression, moved his wrist. He had only one thought in mind, to subdue Sasuke and then have their companions from Konoha escort him back. I will make you pay the price. Sasuke looked at Naruto in front of him, never expecting that the other party had also grown this strong. Anger surged within him, and he disregarded everything else, frantically unleashing the curse seal on his neck. Boom! With the eruption of the curse seal's power, a terrifying black aura began to spread across Sasuke's body. At the same time, a red-black curse seal pattern appeared on his face as he quickly formed hand signs, chanting, Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. He unleashed a burst of intense flames from his mouth, which rapidly expanded in the air, forming several flower shapes, carrying intense heat and powerful impact towards Naruto. Boom! The flames collided with the ground, creating a loud explosion that stirred up waves of heat and smoke. As the water mist cleared, a massive pit was left behind. Naruto sensed Sasuke's killing intent. His gaze sharpened as he realized the seriousness of the situation. He immediately performed the shadow clone technique, creating multiple illusions and using chakra to control their movements to confuse Sasuke. He quickly distanced himself from Sasuke's attack range. Meanwhile, a blue lightning bolt, hidden behind the fire technique, lay in wait like a secret assassin, quietly lurking. Sasuke's hand was enveloped in blue arcs of electricity, resembling a sword of lightning, shimmering with dazzling light. The continuous chirping sounded like 1,000 birds singing in unison, crisp and sharp, sending chills down one's spine. Chidori. The terrifying lightning attack charged at Naruto's chest with unparalleled speed and power, as if it aimed to tear apart space and destroy all obstacles in its path. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly believe that Sasuke would go so far against him. Sasuke, do you really want to kill me? Naruto's voice was filled with confusion and disappointment. He had always thought that their battle was just a contest, not a fight to the death. But now, he realized he was wrong. Uchiha Sasuke's gaze was cold and resolute, showing no signs of hesitation or retreat. I told you, if you want to stop me, you must be prepared to be killed. His tone was icy and merciless, as if declaring his determination. However, just as he was about to take further action, Naruto suddenly struck. Naruto swiftly kicked, hitting Sasuke square in the chest. Sasuke's body was instantly sent flying, arcing through the air like a cannonball. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of muffled impacts, Sasuke's body crashed into the water, skipping like a runaway meteor. Each collision sent up huge splashes, creating ripples. Finally, when Sasuke's body came to a stop, he rolled onto the ground, drenched and disheveled. At that moment, he realized that Naruto had not truly exerted himself. He had been holding back all along. This bastard had been toying with him. In his eyes, he was nothing but a clown. Chapter 108. Sasuke is played out. You bastard. Sasuke roared, his voice filled with anger and unwillingness. His gaze fixed on Naruto in the distance. His whole body radiated a powerful chakra wave. Sasuke felt his strength steadily increasing. He knew he had finally broken through a bottleneck and entered a new realm. At that moment, 3 black commas appeared in his eyes, swirling around his pupils. This was the 3-Tomo Sharingan form. This change meant that Sasuke's power had greatly increased, allowing him to use more powerful ninjutsu and genjutsu. Why do you look down on me? Uchiha Sasuke shouted angrily. His body trembled slightly, as if ready to explode at any moment. Why? Are you stopping me again? Sasuke's emotions became more agitated, his voice growing deeper. He felt deeply insulted and provoked, unable to tolerate such things happening. Time and time again. Why? His hoarse voice carried a hint of despair. It seemed Sasuke had lost his rationality, completely consumed by rage. Why? Naruto looked at the out-of-control Sasuke, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Because you are my hard-won bond." After saying this, Naruto closed his eyes, recalling his various experiences from when he could remember. He remembered the times they executed missions together, supporting each other and growing together. These memories flashed through Naruto's mind like a movie, making him realize how important Sasuke was to him. Despite their past conflicts and disagreements, deep down, Naruto had always regarded Sasuke as his most important friend. Bond? Ha ha ha. Then today I will cut this bond. Sasuke's eyes trembled slightly. Even though Naruto disliked talking, his words still pierced right into others' hearts. If I really have to rely on that power, I don't know what will happen. But must be done today. Sasuke's hands hung down, trembling slightly. Although he still had a lot of chakra left in him, he knew that if he couldn't become stronger, he wouldn't be able to defeat the powerful Naruto before him. Accompanied by the turbulence and determination within Sasuke, the cursed seal on his neck began to emit a faint glow, as if responding to his inner desire. The mysterious power within the seal was gradually activated, flowing through his body. As time passed, the changes in the seal became more pronounced. The originally black lines gradually transformed into red, burning like flames, spreading across his skin. Sasuke's body began to experience intense pain, but he gritted his teeth, enduring the agony. The power of the seal continuously eroded Sasuke's body. His muscles gradually bulged, and he became stronger. His hair also grew rapidly, even exceeding his height. His shirt was torn apart by his expanding body, revealing a solid chest and abs. Finally, when the seal fully awakened, Sasuke's appearance changed completely. A cross-shaped pattern appeared on the center of his face, giving off a mysterious and imposing aura. A pair of massive wings sprouted from his back, like giant hands waving in the air. The wings shimmered with eerie light, making him look more like a demon from hell. At that moment, Sasuke felt an unprecedented surge of power rising within him. His eyes burst with absolute confidence and determination. Sasuke decided to use this power to take Naruto down. This state was the second form of the cursed seal. The wildly growing chakra fluctuations made Naruto's expression turn serious. Naruto, I will show you the gap between us. Sasuke soared in the sky, looking down at the relatively small Naruto below, with a hint of a joyful smile. Is this power? This truly. Before Uchiha Sasuke could finish his boastful words, a booming sound echoed. Naruto entered his three-tailed state, breaking through the water's surface like a blood-red cannonball, instantly appearing before the Sasuke with the cursed seal. The enormous blood-red chakra hand that emerged grasped Sasuke without hesitation. And without a moment's pause, it smashed down toward the water surface. Whoosh! Sasuke's figure plummeted like a black line, crashing hard against the surface of the waterfall. Uchiha Sasuke spat out elegant words, struggling to rise from the massive pit. Looking at the Naruto, who had sprouted 3 tails behind him, Sasuke felt an overwhelming pressure inside him. You bastard! Sasuke sensed the burden pressing down on his body. He knew he could no longer delay. Chidori! With Uchiha Sasuke's chilling voice echoing in the air, black arcs of electricity began to swirl in his hand. His originally handsome face now bore a fierce expression. In an instant, Sasuke's momentum surged to its peak, veins bulged on his body, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. With a roar, his figure shot forward at an astonishing speed, tearing through the air and creating a series of piercing sonic booms. In the face of this frenzied attack, Naruto's expression remained calm. He quickly formed hand seals and chanted, Shadow, Clone Jutsu. In an instant, countless shadowy figures of Naruto appeared around them, all raising their kunai to launch an attack on Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing this, Sasuke revealed a disdainful smile. The Chidori in his hand sparkled with dazzling light as it collided with the shadow clones. A series of crackling sounds erupted as the shadow clones were instantly obliterated. However, at that moment, the real Naruto suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Sasuke, condensing a massive Rasengan in his hand. Rasengan? Naruto Uzumaki growled softly. The Rasengan in his hand fused with the Nine Tails chakra, carrying immense energy as he smashed it fiercely towards Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha sensed the threat coming from behind and quickly turned around, colliding his Chidori with the Rasengan. In an instant, a powerful force erupted, and Sasuke was overwhelmed, being violently thrown away. Damn it! Sasuke Uchiha collapsed to the ground in pain, feeling weak all over, his eyes somewhat shattered, looking as if he had been completely defeated. This bastard's strength seems to completely crush me. However, before Naruto Uzumaki could approach, a sudden appearance of a silver-haired man caught his attention. Naruto, what are you doing? Do you want to kill Sasuke? Kakashi Hatake, who rushed over, looked at Sasuke, who was lying in a deep pit and covered in blood mist, his eyes trembling. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke is in your hands now. Naruto Uzumaki, without turning back, left the scene under Kakashi's oppressive gaze. He knew that his current identity was awkward, and staying here would only lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Seeing Naruto Uzumaki leave, Kakashi had a look of confusion. He then shifted his focus to the unconscious Sasuke Uchiha. Kakashi felt some guilt. He knew it was his fault for arriving late. Chapter 109. The little girlfriend is revived. Just as Naruto and Sasuke were battling, Guki, after being prompted by Kimimaro, had already arrived at Orochimaru's hideout. Guki-kun, what brings you to this little place? Orochimaru had sensed Guki's presence long ago and immediately appeared from the base. He didn't want his research results to be shattered under Guki's blade. What do you think? Guki's eyes were cold, and just the pressure he exuded made Orochimaru feel a bit sweaty. As the words fell, the cursed blade Muramasa appeared in Guki's hand, instantly placing its edge against Orochimaru's neck. Cough cough, Guki-kun, I just love joking around. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, and an awkward smile appeared on his face. At the same time, the panicked Kimimaro, seeing the katana pressed against Orochimaru's neck, immediately became furious and, without waiting for Orochimaru to stop him, used his bone manipulation ability with an angry expression. Terrifying bones burrowed deep underground, forming a massive bone forest that rushed towards Guki. However, facing the bone spikes that came like a tidal wave, Guki's expression remained indifferent. The cursed blade swung instantly, and a terrifying purple slash tore through the ground with a continuous roar, easily splitting the bone forest apart. Kimimaro, don't do anything stupid. Seeing Kimimaro still planning to attack, Orochimaru immediately reprimanded him. This bastard, could he be an undercover sent by Guki, thinking I've lived too long? Fine. After being scolded by Orochimaru, Kimimaro stuttered and became obedient. Guki-kun, don't be angry. I know your purpose. I'm actually looking for you too. Everything has been settled. Orochimaru wore a friendly smile. Long before they parted ways, he had sent Kabuto to the land of Earth to find clues about the second Mizukage. Fortunately, he wasn't disappointed, and Kabuto indeed found some useful information. Kabuto himself said he didn't know why, but after blindly searching for a few days, he had clues about the second Mizukage. This was quite unexpected for him. Edo Tensei, under Guki's somewhat expectant gaze, Orochimaru suddenly slammed his hand on the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a coffin emerging from the ground, Guki's eyes slightly widened. The coffin opened, and a stunning woman in a black robe with long black hair, resembling a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon, slowly appeared in Guki's view. Her skin was like white jade, exuding an enchanting sheen, and her long, elegant legs were naturally beautiful. Now, Uchiha Shimizu had grown into the high-cold goddess figure that Guki had anticipated. Uchiha Shimizu slowly opened her eyes, letting out a pleasant hum, somewhat confused about why she could see. But soon, upon seeing the familiar person in her line of sight, her cold face showed a hint of disbelief. Her slightly parted lips seemed to be filled with incredulity. I must be dreaming, right? Uchiha Shimizu shook her head, muttering helplessly. Second Mizukage, you're not dreaming. You have returned to this world again. Orochimaru looked at the second Mizukage before him and smiled slightly. This guy was indeed from the Uchiha clan, just as recorded. Saying this, Orochimaru intended to hand over the control rune to Guki. Whoosh! However, just as Orochimaru finished speaking, he felt a gust of wind rise. And Uchiha Shimizu's figure had already vanished. In Orochimaru's shocked gaze, she pinned Guki to the ground. You bastard! Why did you abandon me? The body of the Edo Tensei originally wooed to shed tears, but at this moment, a miracle occurred. Uchiha Shimizu's exquisite face, unbeknownst to Wen, had two lines of clear tears hanging on it. She bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with pain and sorrow, as tears slid down her cheeks and dripped on the ground. It seems this place isn't suitable for us to stay. Guki-kun, I'll leave first. Orochimaru had no interest in gossip. It was obvious that there was a lot of story between these two. According to rumors, the second Mizukage started the first Shinobi World War for a mysterious person, which seemed to be no mere coincidence. Since Uchiha Shimizu was placed under a control rune, her face did not have the typical cracks of Edo Tensei. That cold, flawless face had a bit of a blush, still a stunning beauty. After a long time, seeing Uchiha Shimizu's emotions stabilizing, Guki slowly spoke. First, let me go. I'll help you lift the control. Guki naturally knew about the control rune, patting Uchiha Shimizu, who was lying on him. Uchiha Shimizu looked at Guki's hand resting inappropriately, rolling her eyes in annoyance. You dead thing, even at this time. You still want to take advantage of me. Guki chuckled awkwardly, looking at Uchiha Shimizu, who was almost as tall as him, and took the initiative to pat her head. Long time no see, Shimizu, you've grown so tall. Guki said with a smile. The soul aura bursting from his fingers easily shattered the control rune behind Uchiha Shimizu's neck. Uchiha Shimizu felt her freedom returning to her body, then looked at Guki in front of her, her eyes filled with a hint of resentment, saying, I won't forgive you. You bad guy. You clearly promised not to abandon me. Looking at Guki, who still had the same appearance as before, Uchiha Shimizu's cold, ice-like face rarely showed a light smile. During the time Guki left this world, Uchiha Shimizu truly did not know what happiness felt like. Chapter 110, Soft Rice and Hard Eating. Shimizu, you've really grown up. Guki looked at Uchiha Shimizu, who was now almost as tall as him, and a rare smile appeared on his face. In the cursed blade space, he had been suppressed for decades, and only when he saw Uchiha Shimizu did his tense spirit finally ease a bit, even though they were still both Edo Tensei bodies. Where are you looking, you guy? Uchiha Shizumizu's gaze carried a hint of speechlessness, but instead of holding back, she grabbed Komoku's hand and intended to move it towards her chest area. Hey, what are you doing? Komoku recalled that during the time of his death, this girl had done some rather inappropriate things to his corpse at night. He couldn't help but feel a chill inside. This silly girl, she wouldn't be going crazy again, would she? What's wrong? I reward you, and you don't like it? Uchiha Shizumizu slowly turned her head, holding Komoku's hand with one hand, her indifferent face adorned with a hint of seductive mischief, looking particularly enticing. No. Casual rewards will only harm myself. Komoku quickly waved his hands, but he noticed that Uchiha Shizumizu's slender wrist was bulging with veins as she tightly gripped his wrist and began to move, forcefully trying to take advantage of him. This. Komoka truly considered himself a gentleman. All of this was forced upon him. You're not trying to evolve into a succubus, are you? Komoka's eyes were filled with speechlessness. Evolving into a succubus is all your fault. Uchiha Shizumizu huffed lightly, feeling that her body had no expected response. Her beautiful eyes filled with some helplessness. So what are your plans next? Even though Uchiha Shizumizu had matured a lot, she still intended to follow Komoka's arrangements. They could only wait for the right moment, for a chance to be fully revived. Komoka shrugged. That old man Nagato is unwilling to use the rebirth technique. So there's nothing I can do. After all, that guy has already turned dark, and he isn't even afraid of death. Oh, right. What's with your black and red cloud robe and black nails? You bad guy. Have you joined some kind of shaman organization? Uchiha Shizumizu slightly tilted her head, looking at Komoku, who still appeared youthful, wanting to pull him into her embrace and have some fun. This is a newly emerging mercenary organization in the ninja world called Akatsuki. If all goes well, we should be acting as members of the Akatsuki organization in the near future. Komoku briefly described and informed Uchiha Shizumizu that, to be fully revived, they would need to rely on the power of the Akatsuki leader. I see. By the way, what about the second Hokage? Is he still around? Uchiha Shizumizu's eyes narrowed slightly, filled with resentment towards the second Hokage, who had led the attack against her in the end. If it weren't for the second Hokage's intervention, she would have already led the Miss Umbu to overthrow the land of Earth. Oh, you mean that old man? He's gone. Komoku casually shrugged, adding that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was also gone. Now, it's a world decades after your death. Komoku's words left Uchiha Shizumizu with a hint of suspicion in her gaze. She was puzzled as to why Komoku seemed unfazed by the death of the second Hokage. Wait, you bad guy, how do you know all this so clearly? Uchiha Shizumizu's face showed a hint of confusion as she slightly furrowed her brows and gently pinched her delicate chin with her slender fingers. While thinking, she gazed at Komoku with her beautiful big eyes. Her enchanting face kept inching closer to Komoku, as if she wanted to find answers from him. Just then, Uchiha Shizumizu suddenly launched an attack. Her movements were silent yet swift and accurate. She cleverly seized Komoku's face, leaving him defenseless. Before Komoku could react, Uchiha Shizumizu's lips were already pressed against his face. Pop! A crisp sound echoed in the air, reminiscent of a cupping session. Uchiha Shizumizu chuckled triumphantly, and then wiped her cherry-like lips, seemingly unsatisfied. At this moment, Uchiha Shizumizu's cool demeanor softened at the corners of her eyes, charming like a crescent moon. A hint of a mischievous and playful smile lingered at the corner of her mouth. Uchiha Shizumizu unabashedly displayed her wicked smile, making one unable to resist being captivated. You little girl, just know how to secretly take advantage of me. Komoka wiped his face, his expression speechless. He couldn't help but wonder if either of them were not in a state of being reanimated. Would Uchiha Shizumizu transform into a big bad wolf and devour him alive? Secretly? I'm being open and above board. Do you want to oppose that? Even if you oppose, it's still ineffective. Uchiha Shizumizu tilted her head, hands on her hips, declaring her sovereignty. It was as if once Komoku said a no, she would open her lips to act again. All right, you're right. Komoka nodded quite indulgently. Soon, under Komoku's lead, the two arrived in the land of rain. At that moment, the sky was pouring rain, with large raindrops splashing on the ground, creating splashes of water. Komoku held up an oil paper umbrella, allowing Uchiha Shizumizu to tightly hug his arm, her face beaming with a satisfied smile. By the way, I forgot to tell you, my identity now is a rogue ninja from Konoha. Komoku suddenly seemed to remember something. Well, a rogue ninja is fine if they dare to mess around. I won't let them off easily. Uchiha Shizumizu nodded calmly, her tone revealing a sense of coolness and determination, like an unquestionable queen, filled with dominance. My Shizumizu, is this domineering? Komoka couldn't help but tease, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Then can I live off you? I don't want to work hard anymore. Komoka joked lazily. What are your plans? Tell me, and I'll help you. Uchiha Shizumizu didn't find Komoku's joke amusing. Instead, she became serious, looking at him earnestly. This. Komoka was somewhat surprised. He had only been casually complaining, but Uchiha Shizumizu responded so seriously. He couldn't help but feel speechless, secretly muttering. Could it be that he really would have to live off her in the future? Hearing this, Uchiha Shizumizu blinked her big watery eyes, a hint of confusion in her gaze as she softly asked, Is that okay? Then, when the time comes, You can conquer the entire ninja world and give it to me as a dowry. Komoka was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. He originally thought his recent actions were already excessive, but now it seemed that Shizumizu was the real tough character. She casually mentioned wanting to conquer the ninja world. She was simply a bona fide battle maniac. However, Komoka did not immediately agree to Uchiha Shizumizu's proposal. He decided to first explain his plan to her. So, Komoka detailed his thoughts to Shizumizu. Essentially, it was to secretly put pressure on Nagato, forcing him to fully revive both of them in the end. Due to Komoku's black and red cloud robe, which was the exclusive uniform of the Akatsuki organization, they moved smoothly and soon arrived at the entrance of the Akatsuki base. Komoka, what does this mean? Who is this person beside you? Konan, guided by Nagato, used her paper jutsu to appear before the two. This person also wants to join the Akatsuki. Should we report to the leader? Upon hearing that Uchiha Shizumizu wanted to join the Akatsuki as well, Konan's eyes widened. Taking a few more glances at the black-haired, icy beauty standing next to Komoku. However, before Konan could lead the two inside to report their mission, Kaka, who had just come out of the base, froze in place upon seeing Uchiha Shizumizu's figure in the black robe. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This. Mr. Itachi, I must be under a Jinjutsu. I actually saw the second Mizukage. Chapter 111 Sasuke. I'm stronger than you. Kisame, you're not under a Jinjutsu, but that person, is he really the second Mizukage? Uchiha Itachi looked at the ancient tree not far away, talking to Konan. Deep in his eyes was a strong sense of wariness. Fortunately, Sasuke has now become a rogue ninja of Konoha, so this fellow rogue ninja, the ancient tree, should not harm him. It's definitely him. That person is absolutely the second Mizukage. Kisame recalled the huge statue standing in the center of the Mist Village. Its cold and beautiful face was the perfect belief in the hearts of countless Mist ninjas. Should we go talk to him? Uchiha Itachi asked. Huh? This? Forget it. Kisame scratched his head, feeling a bit conflicted. His idol suddenly appeared in front of him, and he needed some time to process it. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi did not persuade him, but glanced at Uchiha Shirei, starting to speculate about what this person's Sharingan ability might be. As a fellow wielder of the Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi was keenly aware of how terrifying the power of those eyes could be. Hey, bad guy, those two over there have been secretly watching us? Should we take them out? Walking through the corridor of the base, Uchiha Shirei reminded the ancient tree beside him. You, Kisame, is at least your fan. The ancient tree rolled his eyes. Fan? Uchiha Shirei looked puzzled, instantly understanding that she meant Kisame, who resembled their clan from the Mist Village. Ancient Tree Queen. Who is this person? Pain of the Six Paths looked at the tall, aloof woman beside the ancient tree, his eyes filled with confusion. Hello, my name is Uchiha Shirei, a rogue ninja from Konoha, and I would like to join the Akatsuki organization. Is that okay? Uchiha Shirzue introduced herself. Uchiha, Pain of the Six Paths, looked puzzled. Hadn't the Uchiha clan been nearly wiped out by Itachi? How could another one appear? Ancient Tree Queen. Is this person also a body of impure resurrection? Pain of the Six Paths looked at her with some apprehension. Being able to stay by the ancient tree side and have been resurrected from the dead was definitely not simple. Yes, so leader, you don't have to worry, right? After all, we need your strength. The ancient tree said with a smile. Ah, okay, Konan, could you prepare a set of clothes for her? Nagato felt a sudden pressure in the mountains. If he had to resurrect two powerful individuals, it would really cost him his life. Since you two know each other, it just so happens that our Akatsuki organization operates in teams of two. If you two need my strength, you must show me your worth. How about capturing a tailed beast? Pain of the Six Paths spoke slightly. By the way, let me inform you of our Akatsuki organization's ultimate goal, which is to collect all tailed beasts and establish a shinobi world without war. So, are you two willing to join forces for this grand cause? Nagato finally issued a sincere invitation. The combat power of these two was definitely not low. If they could truly recognize his idea, the plan would unfold much more smoothly. Of course, as long as the leader can completely resurrect us, everything is negotiable. The ancient tree neither agreed nor refused. Completely resurrecting, if my ideals can be realized, what is the harm in reviving you at the cost of my life? Pain of the Six Paths commanding voice surprised Konan, who was beside him. She could tell that Nagato was serious. If the shinobi world could really achieve peace in the future, he would indeed pay with his life to resurrect these two. All right, with the leader's word, that's enough. We'll take our leave for now. The ancient tree nodded. As for whether he believed Nagato's words, no one knew. Bad guy. Is the ideology of this organization really that great? Only by truly challenging it do you know how difficult it is to oppose the entire shinobi world. Uchiha Shirzue was one of those challengers. As for the outcome, it was naturally tragic. If it were before, this might have been true, but now. The ancient tree briefly told Uchiha Shirzue about what would happen in the future. When she learned that this organization was merely a pawn being used, she felt somewhat disheartened. Uchiha Shirzue thought she could initiate a great ninja war again. I wonder if that little dwarf from the land of Earth is still alive. Soon, in order to gain Nagato's trust, the two prepared to go to a ninja country to capture a tailed beast. As for which country, the 1 Tails, 2 Tails, and 3 Tails all had Akatsuki members going. As for the Mist Village, it was expected that the tailed beast should be controlled by Uchiha Obito. Thus, the only remaining tailed beast that could showcase the strength of the ancient tree and Uchiha Shirzue was the 8 Tails. However, on the way to the land of lightning, the ancient tree and Uchiha Shirzue stayed in a big tree, watching an interesting person appear below. That person was none other than Sasuke, who had escaped from Konoha, and the one helping him leave was Orochimaru, who wanted to seize his body. Shirzue, that person is one of your clan. Do you have a way to make him stronger? He is one of the main characters, right? Uchiha Shirzue looked at him with some curiosity. Decades ago, Uchiha Shirzue, under the ancient tree's explanation, learned that this world was quite similar to an anime from her previous life. Unfortunately, she had never watched it, so she didn't know the plot development. Yes, Naruto Uzumaki has made rapid progress under my tutelage, and to prevent any accidents, Sasuke's strength cannot be too weak. The ancient tree didn't quite understand the notion of past lives. These two were the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, so their strength couldn't differ too much. Otherwise, unexpected accidents might occur. The Uchiha clan's method to quickly increase strength was only emotional stimulation. Otherwise, should we let his parents fake their deaths in front of him? Uchiha Shirzue asked. Forget it. Let me tell you, this kid has experienced the night of the massacre. There are hardly any surviving members left in the Uchiha clan now. The Uchiha clan is gone? Uchiha Shirzue covered her mouth in shock, truly not expecting this to happen so quickly. Then what about the Senju clan? About the same. Just a few remaining. The ancient tree spread his hands, looking quite helpless. No way, they've been exterminated, and that kid only has the 3 Tomo Sharingan besides. It seems like this chakra fluctuation was awakened not long ago. Uchiha Shirzue looked at him speechlessly. Isn't this still considered a main character? Has he not trained much at all? Uchiha Shirzue looked down at her clan member, Uchiha Sasuke, with a gloomy expression. Orochimaru, why did the air suddenly turn cold? Under the big tree, Uchiha Sasuke shivered and curiously asked Orochimaru beside him, by the way, do you really have a way to help me defeat Naruto? Of course, Sasuke. The power of the Heaven-S curse mark was very strong, right? I'm stronger than you. Uchiha Sasuke recalled the memory of being easily defeated by Naruto Uzumaki, unable to help but curse. Cough, cough, Sasuke, keep it classy, keep it classy. It was the first time Orochimaru had been insulted like this, and the remarks targeting his ancestors made him reevaluate his perception of Sasuke. This kid has quite a sharp tongue. Sasuke, calm down. As long as you are willing to accept my experiment, I can guarantee that you will have the ability to defeat the future Naruto Uzumaki. Orochimaru's words carried a hint of confidence, while his eyes concealed endless greed. He had been eyeing Sasuke's body for a long time. However, just as Orochimaru was lost in thought, the woman in the black and red cloud robe, leaning against the big tree, caught his attention. Chapter 112. Sasuke's apprenticeship. Who are you? A newcomer from the Akatsuki? Orochimaru felt a sense of danger upon seeing the long-haired woman in the black and red robe. Instinctively feeling fear, it was as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. Since Uchiha Shirzue had not revealed her robe, Orochimaru did not know who she was. Sasuke, you disappoint me too much. Unfortunately, Uchiha Shirzue did not respond to Orochimaru's questioning, but instead looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who was hiding behind Orochimaru. You know me? Uchiha Sasuke sensed Orochimaru's tense body and felt an unusual curiosity about Uchiha Shirzue's identity. This person's strength seemed to be even more formidable than Orochimaru's. Why are you, a member of the Uchiha clan, so weak? Uchiha Shirzue's questioning instantly ignited Uchiha Sasuke's rebellious spirit. Who do you think you are to criticize me? Who are you? Sasuke's angry outburst left Orochimaru speechless. Ever since he was beaten by Naruto, it seemed like he had somewhat let himself go. You brat, your words are quite harsh. Uchiha Shirzue's eyes hardened, and in an instant, she appeared before Orochimaru. Her movement was like tearing through space, startling Orochimaru. Your Excellency, I'm also a member of the Akatsuki, we are. Before Orochimaru could finish, upon seeing Uchiha Shiruze's familiar appearance, he instantly realized who she was. It's you. Orochimaru did not expect that this person was the second Mizukage he had summoned not long ago. Orochimaru, this has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to suffer a bit, leave here. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Shiruze as she lifted her black robe, revealing her constantly rotating Sharingan. His pupils suddenly constricted as he seemed to recall the memories of being tormented by Itachi's Tsukuyomi, and he immediately responded, the second Mizukage is joking. I don't know what you want with Sasuke. What? Do you need me to explain? Uchiha Shiruze's gaze was slightly sideways. Completely different from the submissive demeanor she had when with Orochimaru. She was like a thorny rose, cold and dangerous. During her time as the Mizukage in the Mist Village, she was called the Iron-Faced Fox, exuding an oppressive aura that made people break out in a sweat. I am now Sasuke's guardian, so I naturally have the right to know about him, right? Orochimaru turned to ask Uchiha Sasuke behind him. Who would have thought that the kid was staring blankly at Uchiha Shiruze's spinning Sharingan, already somewhat entranced. Sasuke, train with me. Uchiha clan members shouldn't be beaten up by others. Uchiha Shiruze's words made Sasuke's face flush with shame instantly. Why does everyone know about him being beaten by Naruto? That damn Naruto, making me look so bad. Second Mizukage, what do you mean? Sasuke-kun said he wants to be with me. I agree. Before Orochimaru could finish his sentence, Uchiha Sasuke immediately spoke up, fearing Shiruze would change her mind. Sasuke, Orochimaru suppressed the urge to curse, looking at Sasuke, who had already defected, with a cold gaze. Orochimaru, you are too weak. Uchiha Sasuke approached Shiruze's side, looking coldly at the increasingly exasperated Orochimaru, giving off a sense of having the fox borrow the tiger's might. Sasuke, I am weaker than you. Orochimaru, seeing the smug look in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, could no longer hold back his urge to curse. However, facing Uchiha Shiruze's oppressive gaze, he forced himself to suppress it. Okay, Sasuke, so you want to play like this? I really hope you can become stronger. Orochimaru said with a smile, saying his blessings, and then left in a huff. He would make Uchiha Sasuke, who betrayed him, pay the price. Wait, are you also a member of the Uchiha clan? Seeing Orochimaru leave, Uchiha Sasuke looked expectantly at the beautiful Uchiha beside him. Call me teacher. Uchiha Shiruze's gaze was cold, and with a slap, she knocked Sasuke to the ground. The violent blow left Uchiha Sasuke dumbfounded. He just casually asked, why did he have to get hit again? Uchiha Sasuke felt as if this world was filled with malice. Chapter 113. Killer Bee is confused. Is this a person? Seeing Uchiha Sasuke's defiant expression, Uchiha Shiruze's expression remained flat. She single-handedly grabbed the back of Uchiha Sasuke's collar, lifting him off the ground as if he were a small cat, suspending him in the air. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were panicked, and he struggled with his hands, but it was futile. Teacher, I will be good and won't curse anymore. Uchiha Sasuke understood that his earlier words were somewhat rude and immediately admitted his mistake. At his young age, he really did not want to face another beating. Okay, you go to the land of Rain's Mist Village. After we finish our mission, we will come find you. Uchiha Shiruze's expression was cold. Okay. Uchiha Sasuke picked up the cracked Konoha headband from the ground and looked at Uchiha Shiruze's black and red cloud robe, seemingly aware of her identity. Seeing Uchiha Sasuke's fearful appearance, Uchiha Shiruze nodded in satisfaction. This brat was quite interesting, but his strength was still too weak. She hoped this beating would make him behave a bit better. Uchiha Sasuke put on the Konoha headband, bowed to Uchiha Shiruze, and then turned to leave. Although he still felt a bit unwilling in his heart, he understood that his current strength was not enough and needed more training and improvement. Time flew by like a white horse passing through a gap, and half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Gumu and Uchiha Shiruze finally arrived at the land of lightning's ninja village, Kimogakure. This country is called the Land of Lightning because their ninja village is built on the peaks that reach the clouds. The mountains are surrounded by mist, and from time to time, deafening thunder rumbles. Damn it, does he only know how to hide behind women? In a secluded mountain area, the Kimogakure ninjas who were ambushed glared at Gumu, who was standing behind Uchiha Shiruze, their eyes filled with rage. Try saying another word. Uchiha Shiruze tightly gripped the legendary sword, the Orochimaru, her three-tomo Sharingan flashing with a sharp bloodlight. Just a glance made the ambushed Kimogakure ninjas obediently shut their mouths. However, when they saw Gumu hiding behind the woman, a wave of indignation surged in their hearts. They could not understand why that white-haired man could receive such special treatment. Why could he have such a beautiful woman to protect him? It was unfair, completely unfair. Was it just because he was a bit better looking than them? Lord Karabi, you should evacuate from here first. The purpose of these two is likely the tailed beast within you. Seeing several ninjas surrounding him, Karabi not only did not retreat, but instead took the initiative to step forward. Looking at your attire, you must be from the Akatsuki organization, right? I didn't expect this small organization to dare to attack the Land of Lightning. The Akatsuki organization is somewhat famous in the ninja world, but unfortunately, they haven't made any significant moves, so they haven't attracted the attention of other great nations. Oh, small organization, what is there to be afraid of? Karabi, wearing black sunglasses, spoke in a rapt tone, showing no signs of anxiety on his face. However, as soon as he finished speaking, accompanied by a silver flash in the air, the surrounding cloud ninjas fell to the ground like limp puppets. If you don't want to get hurt, hand over the tailed beast. Uchiha Shinsui had already arrived behind Karabi, her expression cold, and drops of blood were slowly dripping from the sharp blade of her weapon. Damn it, hurting cloud ninjas and trying to seize the tailed beast. That's not going to happen. Karabi quickly created distance, sharp blades gradually appearing in his hands. Not going to happen? That is not for you to decide. In an instant, Uchiha Shinsui appeared beside Karabi, complex patterns swirling in her crimson eyes. A terrifying sense of oppression instantly filled the air. Be careful. This guy is very dangerous. The Eight Tails, who was in Karabi's mental world, sensed a powerful and unfamiliar eye power eroding its consciousness and immediately issued a warning to Karabi. You don't need to say more. I've already noticed. Karabi stared warily at the suddenly appearing aloof woman in front of him. He could feel that the opponent's strength was very formidable and could pose a threat to them. Just then, a sharp slash came towards Karabi. Karabi reacted quickly, crossing 4 stinger-like knives in front of his chest, ready to meet the strike. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, the two weapons collided in midair, and Karabi was instantly sent flying several dozen meters away. This woman, her strength, is actually so great? Karabi's eyes widened, feeling his palms tremble slightly. Looking at Uchiha Shinsui in shock from afar. This is a human, and he, Karabi, is directly hit. Uchiha's clan eyes, what is your relationship with Uchiha Madara? Karabi frowned, asking in confusion. He wanted to clarify whether there was any connection between this mysterious woman and Uchiha Madara. However, he did not know that the name Uchiha Madara was the most sensitive and least wanted topic in Uchiha Shinsui's heart. What is your relationship with Madara? In an instant, Uchiha Shinsui teleported in front of Karabi. What the hell? Tearing through space, Karabi finally understood Uchiha Shinsui's ability, feeling a strong shock in his heart. I don't know. Boom! As soon as the words fell, a silver Susanoo emerged from Uchiha Shinsui's body, and with one punch, Karabi was sent flying. No, I don't know. And you still want to fight me? Karabi roughly understood that Uchiha Shinsui might have a grudge against Madara. Just as he finished speaking, the blood-red chakra cloak emerged around his body while he was in midair. Now is the time to counterattack. The Eight Tails Gyuki had just spoken when it was dumbfounded to see Uchiha Shinsui controlling the massive skeletal form, instantly rising into the sky. It violently smashed down towards Karabi's body. ISNT, that huge Susanoo going to take someone's life? Oh, this time, I bet it will shatter my kidneys. Leaning against the mountainside, the ancient tree watched Karabi plummet like a blood-red meteor, with a somewhat sympathetic expression. Boom! The earth rumbled, and a massive, deep pit appeared instantly. Damn it, bastard. In the deep pit, as the dust gradually settled, Karabi's originally fractured body began to heal rapidly, letting out an angry roar, as if losing his sanity. 8 thick blood-red chakra tails emerged behind him. At this moment, he had already entered a half-tailed beast transformation state. Meanwhile, the 4th Reikage, who was in the Cloud Village handling state affairs, sensed a powerful chakra fluctuation, and his expression darkened instantly. What's going on? Is someone attacking the 8 Tails? The 4th Reikage, said with a rather irritable tone, and he immediately activated his lightning chakra mode, dashing swiftly towards the direction of the chakra explosion. On the other side, Uchiha Shinsui fell from the sky, not intending to continue entangling with the opponent. Her Susanoo skeletal form began to gradually grow flesh, ultimately forming a complete silver Yatagarasu armor. This silver armor not only exuded a suffocating sense of oppression, but also radiated an unparalleled aesthetic, perfectly combining violence and beauty. At the same time, Karabi, surrounded by dark red chakra, had already entered a half-tailed beast transformation state. He roared, "Eat my elbow strike!" Then, he charged towards Uchiha Shinsui at an astonishing speed, determined to give this person who dared to harm him a severe lesson. Just as Uchiha Shinsui and Karabi were battling, at the mountain pass, a strong man surrounded by blue electric arcs appeared in the ancient tree's line of sight. Chapter 114. Complete Susanoo. The ancient tree slowly leaned against the wall, seeing that the man was covered in blue flickering electric arcs, with dark skin and a muscular build, resembling an iron tower. "Damn it, how dare you attack Karabi?" The fourth Hokage was furious. He was originally a hot-tempered person, and with the military power of the Cloud Village being strong, anyone who provoked him would have to pay a huge price. "Are you from the Akatsuki organization?" The Hokage looked at the ancient tree blocking his way, his eyes filled with impatience. He could already sense the powerful tailed beast chakra fluctuations being wildly emitted from the direction of the eight tails Jinchuriki, Karabi. "The Akatsuki organization is conducting business. Please do not approach if you're not involved." The ancient tree glanced at the unusually furious fourth Hokage, his face showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. "Damn, you little brat, you have quite the attitude." The Hokage said with a dark expression. "Today, let us teach you a lesson, you cancer of the ninja world." After saying this, the Hokage's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, transforming into a lightning-like flash, rushing towards the ancient tree and others at an astonishing speed. Boom! With a loud bang, the Hokage's fist struck down like thunder, smashing towards the ancient tree's hand covered with the evil spirit Meikai. The powerful impact caused the mountains behind the ancient tree to tremble violently, countless cracks spreading out like a spider web. The earth was collapsing uncontrollably. "You little brat, you actually managed to take my punch head on?" A trace of surprise flashed in the Hokage's eyes. Since becoming Hokage, he had never encountered anyone who could so easily withstand his attacks. "It should be quite normal to take your punch, right?" The ancient tree replied calmly. "Again, brat." The Hokage's eyes burned with anger. "Eat my lightning duck neck." Hokage, undeterred by the odds, launched another attack. The terrifying lightning release enveloped his arm, forming a lightning blade that he swung down towards the neck of Gumu. This powerful strike could even tear through the defense of Susanoo. Whoosh! However, at that moment, Gumu suddenly vanished from his spot. Immediately after, a mocking voice came from above. "Let's see which is stronger, wind release chakra mode or lightning release chakra mode." Hearing this, Hokage's expression changed, and he looked up at the sky. There stood Gumu, suspended in the air, with a few pairs of transparent wind wings gently flapping behind him. The fact that Gumu could develop this mode made Hokage's pupils tremble. The pair of wind blades that appeared in Gumu's hands further filled him with a sense of immense pressure. "You little brat, are you provoking me?" Hokage shouted in fury, no longer holding back as he unleashed his lightning armor with full force. The terrifying power made Hokage's hair stand on end, and lightning flickered all over his body. Next, his attack speed was so fast that even the Sharingan might not be able to capture it clearly. Just as he finished speaking, Hokage suddenly leaped into the air, swinging down violently at Gumu's neck. "You brat, die!" But before his attack could land, the silver-white Susanoo behind him, as if tearing through space, instantly launched an attack. Damn it, no martial ethics. Hokage's eyes widened. Even if he reacted in time, there was no leverage in the air. He could only let his body be slapped down to the ground by the silver-white Susanoo. Boom! The ground shook, and dust flew up, forming a massive pit. Fortunately, with his lightning armor activated, AI did not suffer any serious injuries. "Brother, are you okay?" Karabi, partially transformed into the eight tails, rushed over anxiously. Upon seeing Uchiha Shinsui suddenly disappear, he knew something bad was about to happen. "I'm fine." Seeing that Karabi was unharmed, Hokage couldn't help but feel a bit relieved. He immediately used body flicker technique to head towards Karabi. Before the two could meet, boom, with a loud bang, the ground violently shook and dust filled the air. A huge dark shadow gradually emerged and rapidly grew in the space between them. "If you want to harm Gumu, neither of you will leave today." The intense killing intent that Hokage had just unleashed struck the most sensitive chord deep within Uchiha Shinsui's heart. She had always held back, not wanting to kill the people of the Cloud Village, only rendering them unconscious. But now everything had changed. As Uchiha Shinsui would never allow the tragedy of the past to repeat itself, she possessed the power to protect Gumu and would not hesitate to act for it. No way Shinsui, are you planning to destroy the entire Cloud Village? Gumu stood atop the complete Susanu's shoulder, looking down at the seemingly insignificant Karabi and Reikage AI below. Surprised that Shinsui had such power. Today they all must die. Ignoring Gumu's remarks, Uchiha Shinsui controlled the towering Susanu, wielding dual swords, and fiercely chopped down towards Karabi and Reikage AI below. Boom! In an instant, the ground was cleaved open, creating a massive chasm as if the earth could not withstand this powerful force. Seeing this, Reikage AI and Karabi immediately ran towards the unoccupied areas, trying to escape the range of Susanu's attack. Damn it, this is the power of the Uchiha clan. But the Uchiha clan has already been nearly wiped out, right? As Reikage AI fled, he glanced back at the towering Susanu, filled with doubts and gravity. Faced with such a powerful enemy, he was at a loss as to how to win. What exactly is their goal? Reikage AI darted like a blue electric mouse, continuously weaving and escaping, finally reaching Karabi's side. At this moment, Karabi's expression was grave, his gaze fixed tightly on the distant Susanu, weighing whether to fully transform into the tailed beast to confront this formidable foe. They're coming for the 8 tails within me. Karabi took a deep breath, his tone heavy as he replied. His eyes were filled with worry and vigilance, as if he could foresee the impending crisis. Hearing this, Reikage AI's face turned exceptionally dark, like a sky filled with storm clouds. He gritted his teeth, fists clenched tightly, making a creaking sound. The raging anger within him burned fiercely, wishing to immediately shred those two who were trying to seize the 8 tails into pieces. Chapter 115. Turmoil in the Cloud Village, a battle not meant for humans to intervene. These bastards are really bold, daring to target the tailed beasts. Reikage AI cursed angrily, already marking the Akatsuki organization for elimination in his heart. From now on, he decided to spare no effort in waging a life-and-death battle against the Akatsuki, making them understand that the Cloud Village was not something to be trifled with. Just then, Uchiha Shinsui controlled the complete Susanu, swinging the silver long sword in her hand, the blade shining with a cold light. With her movement, a sharp blade of air swept out, like a raging wind sweeping through the surroundings. In an instant, several small hills around were shattered under this strike, turning into countless rubble rolling down. Fortunately, the Cloud Village was situated amidst high mountains, and peaks were abundant. Even though the mountaintops were destroyed, there were still other mountains for people to inhabit. However, Uchiha Shinsui's strike undoubtedly brought tremendous shock to the Cloud Village. Brother, we can't let this bastard destroy anymore. I have to deal with her. Karabi looked at Uchiha Shinsui, who was continuously wreaking havoc in the village, and his anger grew stronger. If this person was not stopped, the entire Cloud Village might be destroyed. Thus, Karabi decided to communicate with the 8 tails, preparing to fully transform. But this could have side effects, and you might not be able to return to human form. Reikage AI looked at Karabi, his eyes filled with concern. He knew very well that while full transformation could bring immense power, it also came with great risks. If Karabi couldn't control this power, he might never be able to revert to human form again. It's fine, I trust Uchi. He's my best partner. Karabi firmly shook his head, indicating his willingness to take the risk. He was full of trust in Uchi, believing they could defeat the enemy together. Hearing Karabi's sincere words, the 8 tails Uchi in his spiritual world felt a surge of emotion. However, at that moment, the 8 tails suddenly sensed an unusual aura. Its eyes narrowed as it abruptly discovered a shadow wearing an evil ghost mask had appeared in Karabi's spiritual sea. This shadow emitted an evil and eerie aura, as if it had come from the depths of hell. In a daze, the 8 tails seemed to see a large blood-red character danger appearing above its head. Hello, nice to meet you for the first time. Interested in switching hosts? The evil spirit Gumu extended an olive branch to the 8 tails Uchi in the spiritual world. Get out of my spiritual world, you bastard. The 8 tails Uchi was filled with anger and dissatisfaction at Gumu's words. It widened its eyes and let out a deafening roar. It was a friend it acknowledged, but at this moment, it was under a mental attack. The 8 tails Gyuki could not tolerate such behavior, and it immediately opened its mouth wide, gathering black-red chakra with its hands. This was the ultimate move of the tailed beast ball. Once unleashed, one could feel what it meant to have the world flattened. However, just as the 8 tails was about to launch the tailed beast ball, it was shocked to find an enormous evil spirit armor appearing right in front of it. This evil spirit armor was several times larger than Susanu. instilling fear in its heart. The evil spirit armor quickly struck, effortlessly grabbing the eight tails. The tail beast ball in the eight tails' mouth seemed like a trivial toy, easily crushed by the ancient wood with 2 fingers. In the spiritual world, even the sage of 6 paths would dare to go head-to-head with the ancient wood and pull on his beard. In a world where existence is based on spirit or consciousness, it wouldn't be said to be invincible, but rather unmatched. Under the suppression of the ancient wood, the eight tails had no choice but to submit to its power. As for the outside world, the waiting killer bee, who wanted to enter full-tailed beast transformation, was left dumbfounded when the eight tails did not respond for a long time. Gyuki, are you going to answer me? Don't play dead at a critical moment. Killer bee cursed, then looked a bit embarrassed at his companion. Hokage. Big brother, there's a small problem. I think I can't enter full-tailed beast transformation. No waities. With me here, I guarantee you'll be fine. Killer bee was somewhat skeptical upon hearing this. You should focus on saving yourself first. Meanwhile, the other Cloud Village ninjas, upon seeing the terrifying 100-meter giant, were all dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock. What the hell? Did the world change after I woke up? Darui looked at the huge Susanoo wreaking havoc on the mountaintop, feeling a great sense of awe. Beside him, the first beauty of Cloud Village, Samui, with her short yellow hair and tall stature, also looked grave at the massive disturbance, her face full of worry. Darui, stop talking nonsense. The guy seems to be fighting against Lord Hokage. We need to go help. However, upon hearing this, Darui shook his head and said, Don't go and mess things up. This battle is beyond our capabilities. He understood that a battle of this level was not something the ordinary ninjas could interfere with. But if we gather the Cloud Ninjas and launch a combined ninjutsu, there might still be a glimmer of hope. After thinking for a moment, Darui proposed a suggestion. Although their individual strength was limited, if many Cloud Ninjas united, there might be a chance. All right. The information ninja, Ki, who was beside Darui, immediately understood his intention and began contacting the surrounding Cloud Ninjas to prepare for a combined attack. Chapter 116, AI, not dead few. Really nothing. B, are you doubting me? I said I can protect you, and I can. The fourth Hokage said confidently. However, just as his words fell, Uchiha Shizue's Susanoo suddenly launched an attack. The gigantic Susanoo's fist, carrying unparalleled power, descended like a falling meteor, smashing straight toward the fourth Hokage. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to dodge. The fourth Hokage's eyes widened as he tried to react quickly, but this attack seemed to have predicted his escape route, leaving him nowhere to retreat. Boom! With a loud bang, the fourth Hokage's body was violently smashed into the ground by the Susanoo's fist. The ground instantly shattered, forming a massive pit, with dust swirling in the air. Killer Bee was dumbfounded. Big brother, did that slap come this fast? Big brother, are you okay? Killer Bee anxiously shouted, looking worriedly at the large pit. Inside the pit, the fourth Hokage, AI, was struggling to crawl out. Despite suffering such a powerful attack, he still tried hard to maintain a strong posture. The once incredibly solid Hokage armor was now somewhat broken. His body was covered in wounds and blood, especially on his head, where a deep scar ran across his forehead. Blood continuously flowing down. No, not dead. Not painful at all. The fourth Hokage climbed up from the deep pit, disregarding the blood trickling down his forehead, giving a thumbs up to Killer Bee, signaling him not to worry. I don't believe you. Killer Bee saw Uchiha Shizue's long sword slashing down again, enveloped in blood-red chakra, and immediately flew out of the deep pit. Lord Hokage, are you okay? Meanwhile, Darui, leading the elite ninjas of Cloud Village, had already arrived at the edge of the battlefield. No, I'm fine, you all fight. The fourth Hokage was enraged, charging recklessly toward the 100-meter Susanoo. Tactical team, cover Lord Hokage. Darui quickly issued orders to the 100 elite ninjas behind him. As soon as he finished speaking, the 100-member team immediately coordinated, quickly forming seals, and launched a massive combined lightning release ninjutsu. The rapid lightning struck like a giant hand, faster than Hokage AI, attacking the 100-meter Susanoo. At that moment, the ancient wood, which was initially standing on top of Susanoo, took the initiative to attack. Its body was instantly covered in purple-black armor, crashing downward like a black lightning bolt. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the ancient wood collided with Hokage AI. Hokage AI's eyes widened, shock etched on his face as he witnessed everything happening before him. At this moment, the ancient wood had entered the evil spirit extermination mode, and one kick landed directly on Hokage AI's waist. The collision between the two generated a massive energy explosion, sending powerful shockwaves radiating outward, causing the ninjas below to cover their foreheads. In the face of such overwhelming power, they felt utterly insignificant. Following that, Hokage AI felt unprecedented pressure. The ancient wood's power, like a mountain, slammed him away, sending Hokage AI flying like a cannonball, rapidly falling downward. Boom! Another earth-shattering crash resounded. The ground shattered to pieces. Hokage AI fell back into the previous large pit, kicking up a cloud of dust. Below him, the ninjas of Cloud Village displayed expressions of despair, for their Hokage had been defeated once again. Big Brother, Killer Bee, with an anxious expression, rushed toward the deep pit. He somewhat feared that the attack resembling black lightning might have left Hokage AI with a massive gaping wound. Fortunately, upon reaching Hokage AI's side, he found him trembling as he crawled out of the deep pit. The lightning release armor on his body was already shattered. No, not dead. Phew. Really not painful. The fourth Hokage kept spitting out thick blood while stubbornly speaking. This guy, I bet he'll still be stubborn until he dies. Just as AI finished speaking, his body suddenly went limp and collapsed to the ground. His whole body could not withstand the injuries and fainted. Big Brother. Killer Bee's face was filled with unparalleled anger as he tightly embraced the unconscious Hokage AI, tears glistening in his eyes. You two bastards, today I surrender. Kirabi gritted his teeth, his voice low and hoarse, as if he had exhausted all his strength to say this. His eyes revealed a hint of determination and resolve, but more was a sense of helplessness and despair. When Gumu heard Kirabi's words, he looked somewhat surprised. Not my buddy, but you're surrendering, and yet you're so self-righteous? It makes me feel like I'm the one who lost. If you had surrendered earlier, there wouldn't have been so many things happening. Gumu's figure appeared beside Kirabi as quickly as lightning, his speed so fast that it was hard to react. He slowly extended a hand and gently patted Kirabi's shoulder, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Kirabi's body trembled slightly as he looked up at this powerful enemy. He knew he had no power to resist anymore and could only choose to compromise. With a deep sigh, Kirabi slowly said, "All right, since you want to capture me, then come on. But please do not harm my villagers. They are innocent." After saying this, Kirabi stood up, carefully placed the fourth Hokage AI on the ground, and then quietly awaited the arrival of judgment. Lord Kirabi, no, don't. We of the Cloud Village will absolutely not surrender. As soon as the words fell, Gumu saw the young ninja, who spoke. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Could you say it again? Gumu dug into his ear with one hand, his whole body carrying the malevolent spirit, inadvertently revealing a purple spiritual pressure. The young Cloud Village ninja immediately felt what it meant to be drenched in sweat. Under such pressure, the young ninja was instantly paralyzed on the ground, forgetting his earlier bravado. No, Big Brother, I'm just a hype beast. Don't take it seriously. He left. Uchiha Shinsui saw that Hokage AI was already severely injured, his expression emotionless. We're done. Under the urging of Gumu and Uchiha Shinsui, Kirabi could only helplessly put the shame handcuffs on his wrist. Soon, news about the Akatsuki organization capturing the strongest-tailed beast, the Eight Tails, in front of the fourth Hokage spread rapidly as if it had grown wings. In the Land of Fire, under the Hokage building in Konoha, as the dark side of Konoha, Danzo, learned that the strongest-tailed beast of the Land of Lightning, the Eight Tails, had been captured by the Akatsuki organization. A smirk of glee appeared on his face. Those simple-minded, strong-bodied guys, ending up like this is truly their own doing. Danzo sneered, recalling that his teacher, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had been killed by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn of the Land of Lightning. Thus, he harbored deep hatred for this rival nation, and seeing them suffer such a blow brought him a sense of pleasure. Sir, according to spies from the Land of Lightning, one of the two Akatsuki members who attacked the Eight Tails seems to be a mysterious person reincarnated by Orochimaru, and the other is a member of the Uchiha clan, capable of using a giant Susanoo. Hearing his subordinate's words, Shimura Danzo's eyes narrowed. Is that Uchiha woman? Danzo recalled the girl who had been inseparable from Gumu in his youth. Yes, a cold woman with long black hair. The two of them severely injured the fourth Hokage, who seems to have fallen into a heavy coma. Damn it, that evil brat has also been reincarnated. Danzo's expression darkened. He had no good feelings toward the evil Uchiha. If Uchiha Shinsui knew that his arm was covered with eyes from their clan, he would definitely see him as an enemy. Sir, what should we do? Increase Konoha's vigilance, and also search for the Nine Tails. Extract that brat's tailed beast. Don't worry about the Jinchuriki's life or death. Also, send a few root ninjas to infiltrate the team searching for Naruto. Shimura Danzo simply issued the tasks, speculating that the Akatsuki's goal should be the tailed beasts. As of now, the Nine Tails in Konoha had already gone missing, so Konoha village should not face an attack from the Akatsuki for the time being. Chapter 117. Sasuke stunned, not letting anyone live. Meanwhile, the land of earth and the land of water received news about the Eight Tails' misfortune almost simultaneously. In the land of earth, in the Tsuchikage's office, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, trembled uncontrollably upon seeing his subordinate's intelligence summary. Silver-white Susanoo, and that black-haired woman. The third Tsuchikage was in a daze, seemingly feeling a chilling knife wound on his back, faintly aching. If it weren't for the timely use of dust released by the second Tsuchikage, he would have likely turned into a pile of yellow earth by now. Uchiha Shinsui is completely an unfathomable monster. Lord Third Tsuchikage, what should we do now? Will the Akatsuki also target the tailed beasts in the village? The black soil under the desk, dressed in rock ninja attire, her long and straight legs resembling a work of art, had already taken shape. Inoki looked ahead with a serious expression, filled with worry and unease. He knew that if the Akatsuki really intended to target the tailed beasts in the village, the consequences would be unimaginable. You all immediately control the Jinchuriki. If anything unexpected happens, provide immediate support. Inoki wiped away the non-existent sweat on his forehead, took a deep breath, and began issuing his orders. He understood the terror of Uchiha Shinsui and knew that protecting the tailed beasts in the village was no easy task. However, as the Tsuchikage, he had to ensure the village's safety and protect the tailed beasts from being taken away. Understood. Black Soil nodded, understanding the seriousness of the situation and realizing the important responsibility she bore. However, when Black Soil saw the cold sweat faintly appearing on Inoki's forehead, her eyes showed a hint of doubt. Old man, what's going on? Are you scared? What nonsense! How could I be afraid? Inoki was amazed by Black Soil's observation, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. Seeing that her little thought seemed to be seen through by Black Soil, Inoki's expression darkened instantly. Now it's fine. My great image is probably gone, all thanks to that damned Uchiha. One Uchiha Madara, one Uchiha Shinsui. Now Inoki has completely lost any good feelings towards the Uchiha clan, even filled with disgust. In the land of water, the fifth Mizukage, Tsurumi Mei, was filled with intense excitement upon learning that the second Mizukage had been reincarnated. The second Mizukage has actually been revived? Ao, is this information correct? Tsurumi Mei looked at Ao, who was reporting the intelligence, her heart racing with excitement. That is the second Mizukage, renowned as a legendary war hero among the village ninja. If she returns to the village, it will definitely lead to a leap in our military strength. That's right, this is written by our spies from the land of lightning. Ao said seriously, Fifth Mizukage, please don't be too happy too soon. The second Mizukage seems to have joined the Akatsuki organization. Akatsuki? Tsurumi Mei looked puzzled, but soon a flash of inspiration struck her mind. Could it be that mercenary organization? The Akatsuki's ambitions seemed quite large. They're now starting to target the tailed beasts. Ao's expression was quite serious. Is that so? But why would the second Mizukage join the Akatsuki? Zhao Meiming really didn't understand. Lord Fifth Mizukage, do we need to spread the news about the resurrection of second Mizukage? If so, those who want to undermine the foundation of the village would probably become much more obedient. Well, let's not. Zhao Meiming immediately waved her hand. If some battle maniacs in the village found out about the resurrection of the second Mizukage, they would recklessly join the Akatsuki organization. Sigh, that's true. Ao also shook his head helplessly. Originally, the resurrection of the second Mizukage was a happy event, but unfortunately, she chose to join the Akatsuki organization. This made Ao feel somewhat less happy. The motives of the Akatsuki organization clearly aimed to become the public enemy of the ninja world. Just as the ninja world was in turmoil, Kumu and Uchiha Shinsui had already returned to the hidden mist village with the captured Eight Tails, Killer Bee. Teacher, who are the people behind you? Uchiha Sasuke, who had been lying in wait at the entrance of the hidden mist village, immediately walked over with a happy face upon seeing Uchiha Shinsui. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Shinsui looked at Sasuke, suppressing the urge to give him a good beating, and coldly uttered 5 words. What? It's actually the Eight Tails. Uchiha Sasuke's expression was shocked as he stretched his neck to look at Killer Bee, who was carrying the shameful handcuffs behind him. He didn't expect that his teacher's mission was to capture the Eight Tails, and it was so successful so quickly. Thinking of this, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Shinsui with admiration. So, his teacher is this powerful? If that's the case, Wouldn't training with his teacher allow him to beat Naruto up? With this thought, a strong expectation arose in Sasuke's heart. Damn Naruto, clean yourself up and lie down obediently. Hey, look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. Just as Sasuke was lost in thought, Uchiha Shinsui shot a cold glance at him and spoke. If it weren't for Kumu's request, she wouldn't want to have any entanglement with Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke instantly lowered his head obediently. If it were before, he might have cursed a few times and then retorted defiantly. But now he didn't dare. Uchiha Shinsui, his teacher, really could fight. She wouldn't hold back at all. However, Uchiha Sasuke was one who only responded to force, not softness. Sasuke closely followed behind Kumu, his eyes revealing a sense of unwillingness to back down and stubbornness. He secretly vowed to become stronger no matter what, and after achieving revenge, to show everyone his true strength. Fixing his gaze on Kumu's iconic black and red cloud robe, Sasuke suddenly recalled some past events. He realized that his brother, Uchiha Itachi, also seemed to be a member of the Akatsuki organization. This meant that he might encounter the brother he despised deeply. Thinking of this, a strong surge of anger and hatred arose in Sasuke's heart. He secretly gritted his teeth, wishing he could have his teacher teach Uchiha Itachi a harsh lesson immediately, making him taste defeat. So, would his teacher help him deal with Uchiha Itachi? Are you my teacher's companion? Uchiha Sasuke mustered his courage, quickened his pace, and walked beside Kumu to tentatively ask. Not a companion. Kumu replied calmly. Upon hearing this answer, countless question marks appeared in Uchiha Sasuke's mind. If not a companion, then why would he be executing a mission with his teacher? Just then, Kumu suddenly took Uchiha Shinsui's hand and said softly, "This is my wife." This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Uchiha Sasuke dumbfounded. He opened his mouth wide and couldn't regain his senses for a long time. He secretly glanced at Uchiha Shinsui standing next to Kumu and found that she had no reaction at all. Not only that, but he clearly saw Uchiha Shinsui's eyes tremble slightly. Seeing this, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise. It was hard to imagine that this cold and ruthless teacher was actually married. What surprised him even more was that her husband seemed to be quite young. Chapter 118. Sasuke. Itachi, I'm coming for you. Get down here. You idiot. Why did you do this? Uchiha Shinsui whispered to Kumu, rolling her eyes playfully. As Kumu held her delicate hand, Shinsui instantly broke character. However, it was evident that Uchiha Shinsui's lips couldn't suppress a beautiful smile. Such a gentle and pleasant voice left Sasuke, who had encountered Shinsui before, dumbfounded. No, teacher, can't you speak gently? Why is it always either a harsh beating or frightening words with me? Thinking of this, Sasuke's expression immediately turned somewhat resentful. So what do you want? Kumu looked at the somewhat withdrawn Uchiha Sasuke with curiosity. This guy seems to be itching for a fight again, doesn't he? Your expression makes it seem like I bullied you. I want to ask if you know any members of the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke hesitated in his expression, but still voiced his thoughts. He wasn't stupid. He could tell that the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization seemed to be in the Hidden Mist Village. Oh, Itachi? Are you talking about that guy? Kumu raised his head and pointed to the rooftop, where Uchiha Itachi was watching. This protective brother had secretly followed and observed ever since Uchiha Sasuke entered the Hidden Mist Village. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke's spirit jolted, his pupils instantly constricting like an earthquake. He quickly looked up. Upon seeing the familiar man on the rooftop, dressed in a black and red cloud robe and drenched in rain, the hatred and anger surged in Uchiha Sasuke's mind, causing him to activate his 3-tomo Sharingan. He was actually discovered. Uchiha Itachi noticed Kumu's gaze and felt a sense of surprise. He had clearly tried his best to conceal his presence. But still, he couldn't escape that guy's perception. Just as Itachi was about to leave, Kumu's body, like an afterimage, instantly appeared on the rooftop. What do you want? That kid can't be involved. Uchiha Itachi's eyes were filled with intense vigilance. If this guy dared to lay a hand on Sasuke, he would fight to the death to reseal Kumu. Don't forget, Uchiha Itachi had a Totsuka blade, which itself was a sealing technique that could permanently seal the target within its blade. Don't be agitated. It's that kid who wants to become stronger. So he came to us, and both of us are Edo Tensei, without desires or needs. How could we possibly harm Sasuke? So, what is your relationship? Kumu's expression was casual. Although Itachi's Totsuka blade posed some threat to him, it would have to be able to hit Kumu. Jinjutsu had no effect on Kumu, so it was basically impossible for Uchiha Itachi to activate Susanoo and hit him with the Totsuka blade. As for Uchiha Shinsui, her Manjiki Sharingan had predictive abilities, making it nearly impossible for her to be ambushed. As soon as Kumu finished speaking, Uchiha Sasuke, who was below, anxiously shouted to get beaten, "Damn Itachi, don't hide up there, you see me, right?" Uchiha Sasuke angrily yelled at Uchiha Itachi on the rooftop. "Oh, it seems you two should be enemies?" Kumu raised an eyebrow, surprised. "You don't need to pay attention to this." Uchiha Itachi looked down with an angry expression at his brother, Uchiha Sasuke, whose eyes were filled with some helplessness. This kid is getting cocky again. I wonder who gave him the courage. Previously, I beat him so badly. Hasn't that made him realize reality? Itachi, I'm coming down for my morning class. Get down here. Uchiha Sasuke shouted angrily, but soon he realized something was off. Itachi's mother seemed to be his mother too. Isn't this just him cursing himself? However, Uchiha Sasuke didn't care about that. When he got angry, he even cursed himself. Get down here. Uchiha Sasuke was already overwhelmed by hatred. Seeing his little brother so eager to be beaten, Uchiha Itachi was also willing to come down. It was just right to see why Uchiha Sasuke had come to this hidden mist village. Under Uchiha Sasuke's expectant gaze, Uchiha Itachi's body gradually transformed into crows, which then gathered in front of Uchiha Sasuke's path. You really dare to come down, Itachi? Just wait. Once my teacher sees you beating me up, he will definitely take action and teach you a lesson, you bastard. Uchiha Sasuke was calculating in his heart, preparing to welcome his journey of being beaten. Chapter 119. Sasuke, why is this different from what I imagined? Itachi, why are you here? Explain yourself. Uchiha Sasuke took the initiative, turning the tables. As long as he questioned first, the pressure wouldn't come to him. Sure enough, Uchiha Itachi looked at the somewhat carefree Uchiha Sasuke, his eyes showing some unusual emotions. He always felt that Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have changed a bit. How to say it? He had become a little shameless. If Uchiha Sasuke knew what Uchiha Itachi was thinking, he would probably curse. If you were beaten by someone you have always looked down upon, I believe your mentality would change as well. Not only that, but the key was that Naruto regarded himself as a friend, which made Sasuke even more unacceptable. Wait, didn't you just tell me to come down? Uchiha Itachi's expression was indifferent, making it hard to tell what emotions he was feeling inside. I'm coming down for my morning class, and when I tell you to come down, you come down? Since when did you become so obedient? Then what if I tell you to stretch your neck out so I can stab it a few times? Will you come over? Uchiha Sasuke cursed angrily, his emotions becoming more agitated, and as he spoke, the speed of the three tomo began to spin faster. Uchiha Itachi's face was cold, feeling that this kid had finally evolved into three tomo. But he didn't know what Uchiha Sasuke had gone through. So with a questioning tone, he asked, Sasuke, how did you become so irritable? Don't worry about it, just die. Uchiha Sasuke knew that his teacher, Uchiha Shizen, was watching him, and in order to let his teacher see his graceful posture of being beaten, he was about to prepare to court death again. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Sasuke charged towards Itachi. Chidori, with a loud shout from Sasuke, he unhesitatingly used his signature ninjutsu. Lightning gathered in Sasuke's hands, the electric current making bird-like sounds. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke's attack heading towards his heart, Uchiha Itachi not only didn't get angry, but instead wore a satisfied smile. What are you laughing at, you bastard Itachi? Uchiha Sasuke thought Itachi was mocking his attack, and his face turned red with anger. Splat! The thrusting Chidori was caught by Uchiha Itachi with one hand, the arcs of electricity only managing to cut a few strands of his hair. Sasuke, I thought you had become stronger, but I didn't expect you to be this weak. Not only weak, but you even dare to challenge me? Do you really think I wouldn't kill you? Uchiha Itachi's emotionless words instantly extinguished Sasuke's fiery anger. This bastard didn't even spare his parents, and Sasuke felt that he probably wouldn't spare him either. Teacher, help me. This bastard is going to kill me. Uchiha Sasuke quickly admitted defeat, calling out for Uchiha Shizen behind him. Teacher? Uchiha Itachi heard Sasuke's cry for help, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the black-haired woman in a black and red cloud, cloak not far away, faintly sensing a dangerous emotional fluctuation. Why is that person Uchiha Sasuke's teacher? The last teacher, Orochimaru, had already been subdued under Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyami. Sasuke, when did you become that guy's student? Don't you know that person is very dangerous? Uchiha Itachi asked coldly. Look at your teacher. Even now, she's not coming to save you. Haven't you realized that you're just a clown toy? Uchiha Itachi's words incited Uchiha Sasuke's anger. Itachi, stop talking nonsense. My teacher won't give up on me. Uchiha Sasuke was indignant. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of Uchiha Shizen suddenly appeared beside him. Sasuke, you are mistaken. Your teacher has no intention of coming over. Uchiha Shizen's words left Uchiha Sasuke dumbfounded. You're not joking? His tone trembled, and there was even a hint of fear in it. Do you think I look like I'm joking? Uchiha Shizen's expression was cold. Huh? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. This world really is a huge clown. Uchiha Sasuke was completely dumbfounded and laughed maniacally. He didn't know how to express his emotions. No, could it be that the clown is just you? Uchiha Shizen delivered another cruel blow. Hurting Sasuke in front of Itachi made Uchiha Itachi's eyes turn cold instantly. These two are definitely here to mock his brother. Uchiha Sasuke felt like he was hit with 1,000 critical hits, and his body began to struggle. Soon, with Uchiha Itachi holding back, Uchiha Sasuke managed to break free. Itachi, I'm going to fight you to the death. Stimulated, Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan shone brightly, even going so far as to tap into the power of his heavenly curse mark. No, Sasuke, it's not like I'm deceiving you. Why are you doing this to me? Uchiha Itachi transformed into a flock of crows, dodging Uchiha Sasuke's Chidori attack. Boom! The terrifying thunder struck the ground, creating a crack. I'll get you. I'll definitely get you, you bastard Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke was already heated up. Not to mention anything else, he didn't dare to provoke Uchiha Shizen. Uchiha Itachi's leniency made Uchiha Sasuke feel like he had the strength to fight him. Sasuke, you're not allowed to use this power in the future. Just as Sasuke was about to go crazy and attack again, Uchiha Shizen tore through space and appeared in front of him. Teacher. Uchiha Sasuke's tone was somewhat conflicted, but soon he hardened his expression. What do you care? You're not my teacher. Uchiha Shizen turned around, looking at the arrogant Sasuke behind him, puzzled by why he had become so defiant again. What did you just say? Uchiha Shizen approached Sasuke with a blank expression. Didn't you say you were going to give up on me? Uchiha Sasuke's gaze drifted, and as soon as he dared not meet Uchiha Shizen's eyes, he immediately became obedient. I didn't say that. Uchiha Shizumizu's response left Sasuke looking incredulously at the ancient tree beside him. Are you lying to me? Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened. He was on the verge of exploding with emotion and almost awakened his Manjiki Sharingan. To the ancient tree turned its head, whistling casually, acting as if it knew nothing. Uchiha Sasuke's curse was cut short by the cold aura emanating from Uchiha Shizumizu beside him. Sasuke then realized that the ancient tree seemed to be his teacher's husband. Thinking of this, Sasuke could only glare fiercely at the seemingly easy-to-bully Uchiha Itachi. You are Uchiha Shizumizu, right? Why are you taking on the role of Sasuke's teacher? Uchiha Itachi looked at the once unruly Sasuke, now firmly under Shizumizu's control, and a chill arose in his heart. Chapter 120. Itachi versus Shizumizu. Who are you to control me? Just a mere junior. Even if you were Uchiha Madara today, I wouldn't hesitate to deal with you, Uchiha Shizumizu said coldly, looking at Uchiha Itachi not far away. Not to mention controlling her. Uchiha Shizumizu personally took away her clan leader, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Sasuke is not your toy. Uchiha Itachi's gaze sharpened as he instantly launched several shuriken. The terrifying speed startling Sasuke. Teacher, be careful. As soon as Sasuke's words fell, Uchiha Shizumizu's body seemed to predict the attack and easily dodged. However, before Uchiha Itachi could launch another assault, a powerful voice suddenly echoed from the sky. Have you two forgotten the Akatsuki organization's rule against internal conflict? Pain, standing in the sky, looked coldly at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shizumizu, who were in a standoff. Leader, understand, Uchiha Itachi responded first, glancing at the fierce Uchiha Sasuke and inwardly sighing. This foolish little brother has been sold out, and probably doesn't he even realize he's counting the money for others. Seeing Uchiha Itachi voluntarily retreat, Pain began to discuss serious matters. Have you two successfully captured the 8 tails? Yes. Well done. The previous promise still stands. As long as there is peace in the ninja world, I will fulfill your goals. Pain casually laid out the details before taking the 8 tails away. As for what ultimately happened to Killer Bee, it was of no concern to the ancient tree. Death was unlikely, but he would probably be severely injured. And so, with their mission completed ahead of schedule, the ancient tree and Uchiha Shizumizu both entered a period of leisure. During this time, the ancient tree sought out Naruto Uzumaki to help him train in controlling the 9 tails. As for Uchiha Shizumizu, she assisted Sasuke in practicing ninjutsu, swordsmanship, and how to utilize the power of the Sharingan. A few months later, in a mountainous area of the Land of Rain, Uchiha Shizumizu, lying on a large tree, suddenly noticed something and directed her gaze at a nearby hill. Uchiha Itachi, why are you peeking again? This is already the 10th time you've come. Isn't it annoying? Uchiha Shizumizu could no longer tolerate this peeping Tom and used her Mangeki ability to tear space and arrive at the hill. Uchiha Itachi, caught, was momentarily taken aback. He genuinely didn't expect that all his sneaky attempts at spying had been noticed by Uchiha Shizumizu. W, what are you talking about? I don't know. Uchiha Itachi stubbornly retorted. Don't know? Then why are you here? Uchiha Shizumizu's expression was cold. Just passing by, Uchiha Itachi replied, intending to leave. You little brother complex. Did I let you go? Uchiha Shizumizu instantly appeared in front of Uchiha Itachi, her sword poised at his neck. The constantly rotating Mangeki made Uchiha Itachi squint. This guy really does have a Mangeki Sharingan. What do you want? Uchiha Itachi said flatly. Since they both had Mangeki, there would be little difference in Genjutsu. Thus, to defeat Uchiha Shizumizu, he would have to find another way. What? You like peeking so much? I have to teach you a lesson. Without any hesitation, Uchiha Shizumizu swung her blade. Seeing Shizumizu act so decisively, Uchiha Itachi felt pressured and immediately used a crow clone to attempt to escape. However, just as he appeared in another location, Uchiha Shizumizu's figure had already appeared beside him, and without hesitation, she swung her blade to strike. Space movement. Uchiha Itachi's face darkened, and the three Tomo quickly transformed into Mangeki, Amaterasu. Swish! The moment was unleashed, Uchiha Shizumizu's figure vanished into thin air, appearing at another position relative to Uchiha Itachi. Such elusive abilities put tremendous pressure on Uchiha Itachi. He couldn't even hit her with Amaterasu. Uchiha Itachi truly couldn't think of any ninjutsu that could attack Uchiha Shizumizu. Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi reluctantly activated Susanoo, and the orange-red skeletal frame successfully blocked Uchiha Shizumizu's blade strike. However, right after, a more powerful attack sent Uchiha Itachi flying. In his field of vision, Uchiha Shizumizu had also activated Susanoo, and due to her Edo Tensei body, with infinite chakra, and using Mangeki without side effects, Uchiha Shizumizu was nearly invincible. Uchiha Shizumizu, I don't want to be your enemy. Uchiha Itachi realized he was no match for her Edo Tensei form. Unless he completely sealed Uchiha Shizumizu within his Susanoo's Tenketsu, he would likely further diminish his already limited lifespan. At the very least, Uchiha Itachi was unwilling to die before seeing Sasuke grow. Why did you give up so quickly? Uchiha Shizumizu thought Uchiha Itachi was formidable, especially since her student Sasuke sought revenge against him. During this time, she learned that Uchiha Itachi had actually killed the entire Uchiha clan. Itachi, you bastard, why are you here? Do you want to harm my teacher? I'll fight you. Uchiha Sasuke, sensing the commotion, rushed over. Uchiha Itachi, hearing his foolish little brother's words, felt helpless. This guy, doesn't he see who is being suppressed? Sasuke, you have no idea. Your brother is very concerned about you. In these past few months, he's come 10 times. Uchiha Shizumizu slowly revealed the situation. This sudden revelation caused Uchiha Itachi's previously calm eyes to ripple slightly. Upon hearing this, Sasuke scoffed, concerned? That bastard's probably just watching my training results, planning to sneak attack me. That's right, Sasuke, you've improved quite a bit. But it's still far from enough to kill me, Uchiha Itachi said with a cold smirk, again provoking Uchiha Sasuke. You bastard, I will personally kill you. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth, recalling how all his clan members were killed by Uchiha Itachi and how his parents were stabbed to death right in front of him. This painful memory became the fierce driving force behind Uchiha Sasuke's desire to become stronger. Hey, what are you two brothers pretending to be? Just as Uchiha Itachi was about to leave, the voice of Gumu suddenly came from the big tree above. He had been watching the battle between his wife and Uchiha Itachi. If Itachi were to use the Tenketsu sword, he would immediately intervene to stop him. Chapter 121. Gumu speechless. This Sasuke absolutely has no brain. Gumu, you're also here? Uchiha Sasuke said with a light smile when he saw Gumu's figure. Over the past 6 months, Gumu had taught him quite a bit of swordsmanship. Among them, the frenzied breath sword technique allowed Uchiha Sasuke to integrate it with his family's Uchiha-style swordsmanship, ultimately evolving into a new and stronger sword style. Sometimes, Gumu's teasing made Sasuke feel quite pleased. So, this is the world of the strong? Sasuke was happy, but Uchiha Itachi not far away could not share in that happiness. Itachi remembered that the last time he saw Sasuke's sincere smile was before the massacre of their clan. Clearly, this kind of smile should only be shown to him, and Sasuke should admire him instead. However, the more Itachi thought about the little time he had left, the more determined he became that he must make Sasuke capable of standing on his own. Well, you've always been here. You really have talent in swordsmanship, Gumu noted, somewhat surprised by Uchiha Sasuke's understanding of sword techniques. No wonder he would eventually establish the Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Unfortunately, the previous Uchiha Sasuke did not have a good leader to help him tap into this talent. However, let's not talk about that. You don't need to kill Uchiha Itachi. That guy doesn't have much time left. Gumu's words made Uchiha Itachi's eyes tremble, and he suddenly felt a panic as if his secrets had been exposed. No. How does this bastard know that I don't have much time left? Don't go. As Itachi was about to leave, Uchiha Hiruzen immediately raised his sword to block him. The cooperation between the couple made Itachi feel helpless. Damn, it seemed his thoughts would be exposed today. Gumu, what do you mean? Is Itachi going to die? Uchiha Sasuke asked, confused, as he did not want Itachi to die, because he wanted to personally stab Itachi to death. Just a literal meaning. He doesn't have much time left. Besides, haven't you noticed that Uchiha Itachi has the Mangekyou Sharingan? Isn't it easy for him to kill you? Gumu's words not only did not confuse Sasuke, but instead made him quite angry. This bastard just wants to toy with me, doesn't he? He doesn't want to kill me. He just wants to see me struggle in his hands step by step. Uchiha Sasuke glared fiercely at Uchiha Itachi, who was being suppressed by his teacher not far away. Itachi, didn't you expect this? Today, I will take revenge for my parents. Uchiha Sasuke said with a slight smile, and a powerful wave of lightning erupted from his hand as he charged towards Itachi's chest. Hey, aren't you this kid who knows nothing but fighting and killing? Don't you have any brains? Gumu caught Uchiha Sasuke's hand, doubting that Sasuke had any brains. Even if he did, it was probably the size of a sesame seed. I just want to kill him, Itachi, I want to do it. Uchiha Sasuke struggled against Gumu's grip, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Don't you want to know why Uchiha Itachi exterminated the Uchiha clan? Gumu's words made Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widen, and he immediately questioned Itachi. Itachi, why? Hey, reason? There is no need for a reason. Uchiha Itachi smirked coldly. The past was the past, and he only needed the result. Whether he felt wronged was irrelevant. Gumu, see, I told you this bastard is a cold-blooded monster. Uchiha Sasuke felt wronged, not understanding why Gumu was speaking up for Itachi. Was it just because Itachi was also a member of the Akatsuki? Haha, Uchiha Sasuke, come on. Come and kill me. Uchiha Itachi's pupils continuously contracted, his somewhat crazy demeanor adding a frightening expression. I'll kill you. Uchiha Sasuke also looked frenzied, but unfortunately, he was held back by Gumu with one hand, making it hard to move an inch. Itachi, do you really think I can't handle you? Gumu's expression remained serious. He originally wanted to mend the relationship between the two, but Itachi seemed unappreciative. What do you want to do? Uchiha Itachi trembled at Gumu's words, instantly understanding something, and immediately spoke up. If you do this, you will regret it. Regret? Huh, there is nothing I can't do right now. Gumu laughed heartily. Susanoo. As soon as the words fell, under Uchiha Hiruzen's bewildered gaze, Uchiha Itachi activated Susanoo. The Crow Tengu armor continuously emerged, finally condensing into a long sword engulfed in flames. You're so confident that you can deal with our Edo Tensei bodies. It's merely mastering the sealing technique, but do you think you can seal me? Gumu held the bewildered Sasuke and instantly used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear under a big tree. At the same time, Uchiha Hiruzen also activated the fifth form of Susanoo. Compared to Uchiha Itachi, Hiruzen's Susanoo was larger and had legs. Two massive silver long knives carried a terrifying sense of oppression. Gumu, what happened? Uchiha Sasuke looked bewildered. He didn't understand. They had just been bantering. So why did they suddenly activate Susanoo? Nothing, my sword is fast, it won't hurt at all. Well, Gumu, I believe you. But please let me handle the final blow to Uchiha Itachi. I want to end it myself. Sasuke nodded foolishly, completely unaware that Gumu's mention of a fast sword was aimed at him. Okay, I admit defeat. What are your plans? Just tell me. Uchiha Itachi looked at the two powerful figures. The last trace of his inner resistance had vanished. Admit defeat? Damn Itachi, I want to allow you to give up. Fight! Uchiha Sasuke, held by Gumu with one hand, struggled and cursed loudly. He would allow Itachi to give up in battle. How could he make the final strike then? Sasuke, no matter what you think, I want to harm you. In Uchiha Sasuke's bewildered gaze, Uchiha Itachi released Susanoo, his body transforming into crows and appearing on another big tree opposite Gumu. Heh, Itachi, are you trying to fool a fool? You don't even believe your own words. Uchiha Sasuke said mockingly, feeling that Itachi thought he was a fool. See, Uchiha Sasuke, you don't believe it at all, so can I leave now? Uchiha Itachi realized what Gumu and Uchiha Shirzue were really thinking. However, he had already decided not to repair his relationship with Sasuke. Chapter 122, Nine Tails Chakra Mode. The Akatsuki organization must be sweating profusely. Gumu did not stop Uchiha Itachi from leaving. Soon, nearly 2 years passed. One day, under a waterfall in the land of rain, Naruto Uzumaki appeared in an instant next to Gumu. He touched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Brother Gumu, I've let you down. I still haven't mastered the flying thunder god technique. Gumu looked at Naruto, who had already grown much taller beside him, and smiled slightly. You kid, you know that, huh? How's it going? Have you accepted the Nine Tails yet? As soon as he finished speaking, a confident smile appeared on Naruto Uzumaki's face. As for the flying thunder god, he didn't say he had learned it. However, he had completely mastered the Nine Tails chakra mode now. Naruto didn't know why the Nine Tails had no hostility toward him. As long as he acknowledged the Nine Tails, he could achieve a qualitative leap in strength. He clearly remembered that the former Nine Tails despised him and always wanted to take over his body. Hey, Naruto, try this. If someone presses you down and rubs you on the ground, will you behave? Boom! Just as Naruto was pondering, his body was surrounded by golden chakra. His hair standing up to form 2 horn-like shapes, and 6 black tomo appeared at his collar. Gumu saw that the mode Naruto had unleashed was just the golden version, not the ultimate Nine Tails mode, and couldn't help but frown. In just an instant, his consciousness had already arrived in the Nine Tails space. At this moment, the Nine Tails was lazily lying on a water pool, yawning. Although he was still sealed inside the host body, he felt much freer. He had nothing to do, just daydreaming and splashing water. This kind of retirement life was quite enjoyable. But soon, the Nine Tails couldn't be happy anymore because he saw the person he feared the most. This person made him feel more afraid than Uchiha Madara, as if it were engraved in the depths of his soul. Is there something you need, Lord Gumu? I did as you requested. The Nine Tails lay on the ground, his tone quite respectful. You haven't truly acknowledged Naruto? Gumu's expression was emotionless. Lord, are you joking? I absolutely acknowledge Naruto. The Nine Tails couldn't understand why Gumu cared about that brat so much. It forced him to lend his power to Naruto. Could it be that Naruto hasn't completely acknowledged me yet? The perfect-tailed beast mode requires mutual recognition. The Nine Tails claws were placed on his chest, lying on the ground. His tail wagging continuously behind him, showing that this guy had a lot on his mind. You just like to shift the blame, don't you? Gumu squinted his eyes, still unsure what the Nine Tails was thinking every day. Although the two could communicate mentally, they still needed to make contact actively. Lord, I'm being honest. I definitely have no bad intentions. You need to interrogate Naruto well. That kid doesn't look like a trustworthy person at all. The Nine Tails spoke again. All right. I'll trust you this once. You're the most honest. Gumu knew that being anxious would not yield results. However, even if Naruto was using the initial stage of the Nine Tails chakra mode, he should still be able to take down quite a few people. At the very least, he could definitely make the Akatsuki members feel what it meant to sweat profusely. It's just a pity that there wasn't much time. Although Gumu had told Naruto about the cultivation method for the Sage mode, he hadn't had the chance to try it out yet. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Gumu looked at the excited Naruto Uzumaki and shook his head helplessly. Your strength now is enough to suppress the Nine Tails. You can return to Konoha. Gumu's sudden words made Naruto's eyes tremble. In fact, if Gumu hadn't reminded him, Naruto would have almost forgotten that his purpose in training was to return to Konoha. After all, feeling his strength gradually increasing every day was truly exhilarating. Naruto Uzumaki looked puzzled, then with a strong sense of reluctance said, Brother Gumu, I don't want to leave you. After 2 years, the bond between Gumu and Naruto, as both teacher and friend, had already made Naruto develop feelings. This feeling was something he had only experienced with the perverted sage. You kid. Gumu helplessly rubbed Naruto's head. To be honest, training Naruto for 2.5 years, it would be a lie to say he had no feelings. However, he had more important matters to attend to, so he could only treat Naruto as his pawn. Go back, and don't forget the original intention of following me for training. When I return, I will definitely have everyone lift the bounty on you. You're definitely not a Konoha rogue ninja. Naruto naturally didn't believe that Gumu, who treated him so well, could be a wanted criminal in Konoha. Watching Naruto's gradually disappearing figure, Gumu stretched lazily. After 2 years of preparation, the plan could finally be set in motion. Next, the members of the Akatsuki organization should feel the pressure of Naruto, who had learned the Flying Thunder God and the Nine Tails mode. Soon, Gumu found another location in the Land of Rain, where Uchiha Shinsui was training Sasuke. Wife, how's that kid's strength improvement? On the edge of the cliff, Gumu looked speechlessly at Uchiha Sasuke, who was still chopping down trees below. This little brother, wouldn't you want to get rich by chopping trees? Uchiha Shinsui rolled her eyes at Gumu's address. This rascal had such a thick skin. What's wrong? We're an old couple now. What's wrong with calling me wife? Gumu looked at Uchiha Shinsui's cold face and without saying a word, grabbed her face. What? What are you doing? Uchiha Shinsui didn't expect Gumu to be so bold. He directly planned to make a move, and her cold face rarely showed some fluster. Call me husband, or I will bully you severely. Gumu's hands began to act unseemly. No, you rascal. I won't compromise. You haven't even proposed yet. Uchiha Shinsui's beautiful face showed signs of humiliation, bending her head, her fair neck already showing a hint of rosy color. I don't care. Call me husband. Gumu's words were forceful, even though he looked a bit younger than Uchiha Shinsui. However, he had the upper hand. Husband don't. Uchiha Shinsui tilted her head, not daring to look directly into Gumu's eyes, her ears already flushed red, her slightly bitten red lips looking as tempting as cherries. In her watery big eyes, a humid mist had already spread. That's more like it. Gumu looked at the red strawberry mark on Uchiha Shinsui's neck with a mischievous smile, as if admiring a masterpiece. You bad person. Uchiha Shinsui helplessly raised her collar. On the surface, she seemed somewhat unwilling, but inside she was very happy. She knew that her big thunder could definitely easily handle Gumu. This old pervert still insisted he was a gentleman. Chapter 123. Strength is the way to go. What's wrong? You're still not convinced? Gumu looked at Uchiha Shinsui, adjusting her collar with a hint of resentment on her cold, beautiful face, preparing for a second strike. Don't, I was wrong. Uchiha Shinsui immediately waved her hands. She had already seen Gumu's power, especially when the two were alone at night. Come here, kiss me, and I'll forgive you. Gumu pointed to his lips. You. Uchiha Shinsui extended her finger, feeling refreshed by Gumu's shamelessness. However, under Gumu's pressure, she could only take the initiative to approach. After a long time, when Uchiha Shinsui felt a bit breathless, pushing aside the ancient tree, a thread of silk was drawn between the two, and only then did the ancient tree finally settle down. Not bad. Today's reward ends here. You want to say anything more? Over-rewarding will only harm yourself, right? Uchiha Shinsui gently wiped his somewhat numb lips, his expression quite helpless. Random rewards can indeed harm oneself, but I rewarded you. What does that have to do with me? The ancient tree shrugged, looking helpless, which made Uchiha Shinsui both love and hate him. You bad guy, getting a benefit and still pretending to be innocent. Uchiha Shinsui tidied up his clothes, preparing to go see how Sasuke was doing with his tree cutting. Sasuke, still chopping trees, huh? The ancient tree came to Sasuke's side, watching him tirelessly swing his long knife at the trees, feeling a bit speechless. If you were to fight Naruto, wouldn't he be beaten to a pulp? Big brother, it's been a while since I saw you. You finally came. Uchiha Sasuke, hearing the voice behind him, wiped the sweat from his forehead and immediately turned around with an excited face. Hearing Uchiha Sasuke's words, Shinsui felt speechless inside. You brat, what do you know? The ancient tree comes every time just to bully me and then leaves. Teacher, are you here too? Uchiha Sasuke looked at the figure in the black robe standing behind the ancient tree, a bit confused as to why she was only showing her head on such a hot day. Sasuke, let me see how your swordsmanship practice is going. Before Sasuke awakened the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the ancient tree felt that he would not be Naruto's opponent. Not to mention that now Uchiha Sasuke only had 3 Tomo. 2 years' time had already made Sasuke much more stable. He no longer acted so rashly and would easily curse at others. All right, big brother. Recently I found that combining lightning release with sword drawing techniques produces good reactions. Please take a look. Uchiha Sasuke placed one hand on the long knife at his waist, and with chakra gathering in his hand, a terrifying lightning burst forth from the long knife in an instant. In that moment, silver light flashed in the air. Accompanied by Uchiha Sasuke drawing his sword, a ripping sound echoed through the air, followed by an arc of lightning whistling away into the distance. Boom! The lightning blade struck a massive tree trunk, easily slicing it in half, and the residual force created a deep trench in the ground. Indeed not bad. The ancient tree nodded. This kind of move was unexpected and had some effect in exploiting information gaps. Seeing the ancient tree's approval, Uchiha Sasuke's mouth curved upward, a rare smile appearing. But soon, that smile quickly disappeared, replaced by a fierce look in his eyes. Damn it, Tachi. Get ready. I'm coming to deal with you, haha. In fact, Uchiha Sasuke did not know that during these 2 years, his brother had secretly watched him here countless times. However, every time he came, he could feel Sasuke growing stronger. Thus, Uchiha Itachi felt somewhat relieved. At least the two of them, the ancient tree and Shinsui, seemed not to have done anything to harm Sasuke. Soon, about a week passed. After a long journey, Naruto finally crossed the land of rain and arrived at the location of Konoha in the land of fire. Upon seeing the familiar village, a rare smile appeared on the slightly stern face of Uzumaki Naruto. 3 years. It had been a full 3 years. Except for the ancient tree, no one knew what kind of devilish training he had gone through. Beneath that clothing, endless scars and quite solid muscles represented how difficult Naruto's training had been over these 3 years. He even almost lost consciousness under the waterfall's wash. However, the only thought of returning to Konoha kept Uzumaki Naruto going. Uzumaki Naruto, quickly notify the village ninjas that the Nine-Tails, Uzumaki Naruto, is approaching the village. The dark guard stationed on the outskirts of Konoha, upon discovering Uzumaki Naruto, immediately felt a jolt of energy. Subsequently, they hurriedly rushed into the village. Uzumaki Naruto glanced around, easily sensing the people hidden in shadows. However, he paid them no mind. He believed that he could still gain everyone's recognition now. After all, he could now fully control the Nine-Tails. Be careful, kid. Don't get ambushed. Those ninjas are quite malicious. Kurama reminded Naruto in his mind. Got it, Kurama. Uzumaki Naruto nodded. He knew the Nine-Tails name during these 3 years, but even so, there was still some barrier between them. Soon, as he was about to approach the main gate, Uzumaki Naruto saw countless Konoha ninjas standing at the village entrance, looking at him with serious expressions. You are Uzumaki Naruto, or the Nine-Tails. The current 5th Hokage, Tsunade, felt a sense of inexplicable sadness upon seeing Naruto's taller figure. Jiraiya had gone to search for the Akatsuki organization and Uzumaki Naruto, so he was not in the village now. Tsunade Baba, I am Uzumaki Naruto, the real Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto looked at everyone's cautious expressions, his tone quite helpless. Hokage-sama, this might be a disguise by the Nine-Tails. Kakashi Hitaki, who was beside him, issued a serious reminder. He recalled that the previous Umbu had been crushed to death by Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke had also been beaten into a state of silence. Naruto, are you willing to accept the seal? If you haven't resisted during this time, we will believe that you haven't been possessed by the Nine-Tails. Tsunade asked expectantly. It is known that tailed beasts are very proud and would never actively accept a seal. Moreover, the Nine-Tails is not weak. If it wanted to attack Konoha, there would be no need to disguise its identity. It could reveal its true form, and that would be enough to deal with Konoha. Tsunade Baba, I am willing. Uzumaki Naruto's face held a hint of melancholy, but he also knew that this was the only way to prove himself. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto was sealed and taken into the dungeon. Uzumaki Naruto thought that they would just lock him up for a few days and then let him out. Until that night, when he felt a chilling killing intent, he realized that things might not be as simple as he thought. Indeed, Big Brother Ancient Tree was right. Strength is the real truth. If I had shown overwhelming power a few days ago, even if they were wary, I wouldn't have to stay in this dark dungeon. Chapter 124. Naruto's heart warms. There are still people who care about me. That person must be Uzumaki Naruto, right? Our goal is to assassinate him and extract the tailed beast from within him. Quick battle and quick decision. The Umbu guarding the dungeon has already been swapped out. Almost 10 root ninjas wearing striped masks looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was squatting in the damp dungeon, and began issuing combat orders. This assassination team could almost be said to be the strongest executioner squad within the root. Just among the Jonin, there were several. Creak as the door to the dungeon holding Uzumaki Naruto was opened. He raised his wooden face, his eyes carrying a chilling intent. Who sent you? Tsunade. Tsunade Baba. Uzumaki Naruto looked up at the 10 root ninjas outside, feeling their unabashed killing intent. His inner temperature rapidly began to drop. Attack. A few elite members of Root didn't say much. As an offensive gesture was made, these members transformed into afterimages, attacking Naruto Uzumaki. It was either long blades or shurikens, combined with ninjutsu attacks. Each move was lethal. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bodies colliding echoed in the air, and those Umbu who had attacked were sent flying out of the dungeon, crashing against the walls and losing consciousness. Among them, 2 individuals lost their lives on the spot due to Naruto's brutal strikes. Is this young man really that powerful? Help me, help me. Come on, beat these Konoha scum. The Konoha wanted criminals, who were also imprisoned in the dungeon, began to cheer when they saw how easily Naruto dealt with the root ninjas. They had initially thought Naruto would meet the same fate as many of their fellow inmates, being assassinated by root members. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, avenge me, kill that evil Shimura Danzo. He is the cancer of Konoha, a member of the Hyuga clan, who had his eyes gouged out. Shouted towards Naruto, not far away. Although he had lost his sight, he could still sense the terrifying chakra fluctuations of the Nine Tails. He had been branded as a traitor and imprisoned in this dungeon, ultimately becoming a test subject. Shimura Danzo? Naruto's gaze was calm. He didn't immediately believe the Hyuga. He casually picked up a root ninja's mask and left the place under the regretful eyes of the surrounding ninjas. If it were the previous Naruto, he might have inquired about what had happened to the Hyuga who had lost his Byakugan. However, the current Naruto only wanted to clear his name. Since you softies won't listen, don't blame me for being tough. A hint of coldness appeared on Naruto's face as he quickly darted out of the dungeon. The root ninjas guarding the dungeon didn't have time to react before Naruto easily knocked them out. Soon, Naruto locked onto the direction of the Hokage building and vanished from the spot. On his way, Naruto encountered someone he once liked. Naruto, what are you doing here? Weren't you in the dungeon? Sakura Haruno, who was heading out for a midnight snack, looked at Naruto with curiosity. There was no fear in her eyes. To her, Naruto was still the same Naruto from before. There are people in the dungeon trying to assassinate me. Naruto briefly explained the situation, not expecting Sakura to believe him. However, to his surprise, Sakura immediately rolled up her sleeves in anger upon hearing this. Damn it, who wants to assassinate you? The Hokage clearly believes you are not the Nine Tails anymore. Huh, really? Naruto's eyes showed curiosity. Yes, the Hokage only imprisoned you in the dungeon to stabilize the village's ninjas. After a while, you will be quietly released. Sakura nodded, but then she remembered something and asked somewhat shyly, didn't you have a fight with Sasuke before? How do you know? To tell you the truth, Sasuke was brought back to the village by Kakashi-sensei. That guy was heavily injured and lying on a hospital bed. Yet he kept cursing you, saying you were unfair and treated him like a clown. Naruto could clearly see the worry on Sakura's face. He was no longer the love-struck boy he once was. He could tell that Sakura likely had feelings for Sasuke. And where is Sasuke now? Sasuke-kun. He's gone missing. Sakura's expression fell, but soon she looked at Naruto with some expectation. Naruto, you will help us find Sasuke, right? Of course. Sasuke is my companion. I absolutely won't allow him to go astray. Naruto nodded firmly, his words righteous. This serious demeanor made Sakura's eyes widen in surprise. In her impression, Naruto should still be that clumsy character. This cold and serious look really felt a bit unsettling. Naruto, you've changed. These past few years have been hard on you. Sakura looked at him with sympathy. After saying that, she intended to come closer to check if Naruto had any injuries. I'm Fina, Sakura. You know, the Nine Tails is very dangerous, so it's normal for everyone to distance themselves from me. Naruto raised his hand to stop her, not allowing Sakura to approach him. At least Sakura didn't show any fear towards him. She still regarded him as a companion. That alone made Naruto feel very satisfied. The Nine Tails is dangerous, but Naruto, you are not dangerous. You will always be our companion. Sakura said firmly, very seriously. She was grateful that Naruto had beaten up Sasuke. Otherwise, she might never see Uchiha Sasuke again. Although that guy, who knows where he ran off to in the end. Thank you, Sakura. I have some things to do, so I'll head out first. Naruto hid the mask he was holding. He needed to ask Tsunade about what these ninjas meant. Just as he was about to leave, a hurried voice suddenly came from behind. And Naruto-kun, you came out. Naruto turned in confusion, and in the shadows of the street, a girl with white eyes, dressed in pajamas and with disheveled hair, slowly emerged into the light. Hinata? What are you doing here? Looking at Hinata, who was leaning against a lamppost and clearly had run over, Naruto felt a warmth in his heart. Chapter 125, Danzo, being honest, seeking forgiveness. I was just passing by. Hinata's face turned tense under Naruto's gaze, her stuttering voice indicating she was a bit shy. It's okay, Hinata, I'm fine. You don't have to worry. Naruto was no longer the emotionally clueless person he once was. He naturally understood that Hinata was concerned about him. However, I have things to do, so I'll leave first. Hinata opened her mouth, unsure of what to say, and finally just managed to say 4 words. Be careful. Naruto's identity was sensitive now. If he were discovered by some ninjas who hated the Nine Tails, unexpected incidents could happen. Okay. Naruto nodded and soon left the place. When he reappeared, He had already arrived at the Hokage's office door. Due to various matters, Tsunade, who had just taken office, needed to handle many documents. This led to her working overtime every night. Whoever wants to be Hokage can do it. Tsunade was leaning on the Hokage desk, trying to relieve the pressure on her chest. Tsunade-sama, just hang in there. The village is gradually getting better. Her student, Shizen, holding a small pig, was routinely trying to comfort her. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, a knocking sound was heard. Tsunade straightened her posture, and her previous slump disappeared instantly. Gomein, with Tsunade's permission. The door opened, and Naruto slowly walked in. Naruto! Silently, his eyes narrowed, and he instantly stood in front of Tsunade. At this moment, arriving at such a sensitive place, could it be that he intended to assassinate the Hokage? Naruto, is something wrong? Tsunade didn't seem nervous. She didn't sense any fluctuations of the nine-tails chakra from Naruto Uzumaki. Grandma Tsunade, whose mask is this? What organization does it belong to? Naruto did not reveal the information about his assassination. He wasn't that naive. What if Tsunade would cover for him? Is it the Root Organization's mask? Tsunade asked, her eyes filled with curiosity. But soon she connected the dots. Is it Danzo? That old man is trying to target you? Damn that old fool. I'll confront him properly tomorrow. Anger flared on Tsunade's face, and the thunderous beating in her chest intensified with her rage. It won't trouble Grandma Tsunade. I'm not one for delayed revenge. Naruto spoke softly, recalling the principle his brother Kiki had taught him. If you can act, don't waste time talking. Naruto's cold expression left Tsunade in shock. Where had that kind-hearted Naruto, who used to help old ladies cross the street, gone? Naruto, wait, you don't believe me? Seeing Naruto decisively turn away, Tsunade immediately shouted. She felt as if she had lost something important. Grandma Tsunade, I believe you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to find you. But this matter, let me handle it myself. My mind is made up. Naruto turned his head, simply expressing his firm resolve. All right, but don't go too far. Danzo has a lot of support from the higher-ups in Konoha. Otherwise, you might really find it hard to live in the village. Naruto nodded. As he exited the Hokage building in a deserted corner, he instantly entered the Nine-Tails chakra mode. The golden light made Naruto appear exceptionally powerful. In this mode, Naruto could easily sense the malice directed at him from those around. Guided by this malice, Naruto quickly found the entrance to the root base. Undoubtedly, the one who harbored the greatest malice towards Naruto was Danzo from the root. Who are you? This place is not for ordinary ninjas to approach. The root ninjas, upon seeing a ninja radiating golden light, scurried out from the shadows like rats. Whoosh! Unfortunately, Naruto did not give him a chance to talk. With a rapid speed, he became a flash of golden lightning, and in the blink of an eye, those surrounding Naruto from the root fell to the ground, incapacitated. Little brat, the mastermind is right below. The voice of the Nine-Tails echoed in Naruto's mind. Meanwhile, inside the root base, Danzo, waiting for news about whether Naruto had been dealt with, finally sensed someone entering from outside. How is it? Danzo leaned on his cane, wrapped in bandages, speaking in a rather indifferent tone. Lord Danzo, Naruto. Naruto is here alone. Almost as soon as the root ninja's words finished, Naruto, in his golden mode, instantly arrived in the main hall. With one hand, he grabbed the reporting root ninja, and the iron-like grip shattered the ninja's neck in an instant. Without hesitation, he threw him away. Boom! The powerful force sent the root ninja crashing into the wall. Danzo Shimura watched the rampaging Naruto, his head filled with intense question marks. This golden and powerful form left Danzo in shock. It seemed this guy had completely mastered the power of the Nine-Tails. If that's the case, Naruto must be used for his own purposes. Otherwise, he could only be killed. Naruto, is there something you need? Danzo did not mind that Naruto harmed his subordinates. After all, he had plenty of pawns in the root. Danzo, if you dare to scheme against me again, that will be your end. Naruto pointed to the nearby root ninja, who had already lost all signs of life, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Oh, Naruto, you've changed, huh? Have you forgotten how the third Hokage educated you? You should be the steadfast executor of the will of fire. How could you harm fellow village ninjas? Danzo's incessant prattle clearly aimed to label Naruto as a rogue ninja. If you don't want to become a rogue ninja, then do things for me. Otherwise, I can guarantee that a bounty will appear on you in the village tomorrow. Danzo's eyes carried a hint of coldness. Years of observation had taught him that Naruto placed great importance on his comrades. It was absolutely impossible for him to easily become a rogue ninja. You old fool. So this is your plan. Under Danzo's puzzled gaze, Naruto spoke this line, and as soon as his words fell, his figure instantly appeared in front of Danzo. Such a terrifying speed made Danzo's eyes widen. Then, in Danzo's trembling gaze, Naruto's golden form tightly gripped Danzo's neck, lifting him off the ground completely. If you wonder why no root ninjas came to support, just look at the ninjas that Naruto had incapacitated along the way. They had piled up on the ground like a small mountain. Now, Danzo, if you really plan to slander me as a rogue ninja, then I can fulfill your wish and truly become a rogue ninja. The increasing pressure for Naruto's arm made Danzo break into a cold sweat. He knew this kid was not joking. He really intended to kill him and become the so-called rogue ninja. In an instant, Danzo's expression became submissive. Chapter 126, Deidara's Breakthrough. Naruto, I was just joking. Danzo felt the cold sweat forming on his forehead. This kid was indeed merciless. Attacking an old man like him was no joke. Joking? I don't like jokes. Seeing that Danzo still refused to back down, Naruto increased his grip even more, causing the veins in Danzo's neck to bulge. Naruto, it was my fault. I won't target you anymore. Danzo trembled as he spoke submissively. Now, the pressure Naruto exerted on him was simply too overwhelming. I hope you can keep your word. Otherwise, I will make you regret it. Naruto slowly released his grip on Danzo's neck. In an instant, Danzo collapsed to the ground, trembling all over, gasping for air. Why yes, Naruto, welcome back to Konoha. Danzo Shimura was secretly calculating in his heart, already pondering whether to use the Kodoame Tsukumi to bring Naruto under his control. However, this thought had barely formed when a rapid, shadowy punch exploded near Danzo's ear. Boom! The terrifying punch left a blood mark on Danzo's face. Naruto's fearsome fist instantly shattered the wall beside Danzo. Danzo, let me tell you, don't casually direct malice towards me. I will sense it. Next time, that punch will be aimed at your head. Danzo's eyes widened as he stared directly at Naruto beside him. Looking at the completely shattered wall from a punch, he nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Right now, he was truly being honest. He genuinely didn't expect that Naruto Uzumaki would have the ability to sense malice. Seeing that Danzo didn't seem to show any hostility, Naruto also decided to leave. If he couldn't survive in Konoha, he probably would have killed Danzo without hesitation. However, Naruto still couldn't bring himself to become a rogue ninja. There were still people in this village that he cared about. About half a month passed. On the Akatsuki side, Kumu and Uchiha Shirzue received an urgent notification. Leader, what do you need us for? Are we going to be revived? Kumu looked at the expressionless Pain. According to my intel, the Nine Tails' whereabouts have been found. It seems to be in Konoha. You two should be able to capture him easily, right? Pain answered casually. Isn't capturing the Nine Tails Itachi's mission? Kumu raised an eyebrow. There's no benefit, but there's a lot of work. Nagato has the potential to be a dog boss. Or perhaps this mission was discussed with Obito. In that case, you two go help Deidara. According to the news, they have successfully captured the One Tail. But it seems they have encountered some problems. The ninja world has already become turbulent. Not only Konoha, but there are also significant movements from the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning, seemingly planning to jointly besiege our Akatsuki organization. Pain's words made Kumu roll his eyes. You're casually capturing the nuclear weapons of other countries. If not you, then who? Thankfully, the fourth Raikage was severely injured and unconscious due to my wife. Otherwise, this 5 Kage summit would have started early, and your Akatsuki would be universally condemned. No problem. Kumu nodded. After that, he took Uchiha Shirzue and planned to leave the Land of Rain overnight since they didn't need to sleep. According to the plot, Deidara's partner, Sasori, seemed to die under the siege of Konoha ninjas. However, it seemed that the current situation was not just about Konoha ninjas. Where's that bad guy, Sasuke? Uchiha Shirzue followed behind Kumu, her eyes curious. Let that kid develop on his own. As long as he doesn't run into someone too strong, he should be fine. Kumu only hoped that Sasuke wouldn't overestimate himself and seek out Naruto for a fight. Otherwise, he might really end up in a state of depression. Depression isn't bad. Who knows, a little stimulation might awaken his Manjiki Sharingan. Just after Kumu and the others left, a man in a black robe with a swirling mask appeared beside Pain. Obito, I've acted according to your instructions, but those two don't intend to capture the Nine Tails. What are your plans? Just wait and see. Both of them are reanimated corpses. They probably want to use your Rinnegan powers to fully revive themselves. As long as they get that, they could be treated as free muscle. Obito, disguised as Uchiha Madara, said coldly. He had tried to win Nagato over during Yahiko's time, but at that time, Yahiko did not appreciate it. It wasn't until Yahiko died and Nagato darkened taking an extreme path to create tailed beast weapons to intimidate other countries. That he began to cooperate with Obito. Since Kumu and the others joined the Akatsuki, Obito had been hiding in the shadows observing. He originally intended to use the identity of Tobi to infiltrate the Akatsuki and supervise the employees' work progress. However, these two unexpected members had interrupted his chance. These two were too dangerous. Even Obito didn't dare to appear before them openly, fearing he might end up in a predicament. If exposed, it would be instant death. This was no joke, especially since Uchiha Shirzue seemed capable of tearing through space. Obito suspected that if he pushed this woman too hard, she might directly connect to his Kamui space and come at him with a blade. Clearly, after learning about Uchiha Shirzue's feats, Obito had somewhat acknowledged her, but now she seemed like just a small woman. Obito turned to look at the Deep Knight. He had initially wanted to cooperate with Kumu to overturn the entire ninja world, but he didn't expect that before he could act, this bastard would completely disregard the rules. In just half a year, Uchiha Shirzue was revived. But what significance did this dirty resurrection hold? This filthy world was no longer worthy of Rin's return. Only the Eye of the Moon plan was the most perfect existence. In the land of rivers, a small country located between the land of fire and the land of wind. It was already nighttime when Kumu and the others found a Deidara who had lost an arm. What happened, Deidara? Why are you in such a bad state? Kumu watched as Deidara emerged from a dark alley, his eyes filled with curiosity. At this moment, Deidara was holding his remaining arm, looking quite disheveled. He must have suffered a lot during this time. I was ambushed. Deidara opened his mouth with quite an elegant phrase, which suited his old artist vibe. Oh, where's Sasori? Sasori? That bastard used 100 puppets to cover for me while fighting those ninjas, and he has probably gone now. As for the one tail, they VE captured it back. Damn, why did so many reinforcements suddenly appear? There are both the land of earth and the land of lightning. Deidara looked at Kumu with resentment. He hadn't even brought the tailed beast back yet, and he was already surrounded and attacked by so many people. This made Deidara feel somewhat overwhelmed. This treatment was definitely not what he deserved. Chapter 127. If you can't win, just bring along, right? Don't look at me. This has nothing to do with me. Kumu shrugged, probably because you keep spouting bombs from your mouth every day. It's too annoying. Damn you. Deidara instantly broke down. His face seemed to turn red at that moment. Let us go. I'm going to get my revenge, making it seem like only they have reinforcements. After a series of actions, a giant owl for riding appeared in front of Kumu and the others. You, when asking for help, shouldn't you have a better attitude? Kumu shook his head helplessly, pulling Uchiha Shirzue's hand and taking the initiative to get on. Sorry about that. Old artist, it's just how it is. Deidara piloted the owl, flipping his blonde hair in a rather flamboyant manner. However, he still caught a glimpse of Kumu holding Uchiha Shirzue's hand. The relationship between these two indeed had something going on. By the way, what era are you two from? Deidara asked curiously while piloting the clay owl. What era? The era when the major ninja villages were just established. And what is your relationship? Even though Deidara had some guesses in his mind, he still asked. Mua under Deidara's astonished gaze. A smooching sound came from behind. All right, no need to ask now. You already know, and you've just been shown off. By the way, what does that kiss feel like? I, Deidara, have never experienced that. This made Deidara feel like he had added a regret to his life. By the way, could you let me kiss you? After all, you're both reanimated corpses. It doesn't matter, right? As the words fell, Deidara instantly felt the surrounding space become cold. He turned around in confusion and saw the ancient tree behind him slowly approaching, smiling as it pulled out the demon blade. Little D, what were you just saying? I didn't hear you. Hearing the teasing words from the ancient tree, Deidara felt a huge warning sign appear above his head. Gumokokun, what are you in such a hurry for? I didn't say I wanted to kiss anyone. What do you mean? Gomoko looked bewildered and exchanged glances with Uchiha Shinsui beside him. Well, since you're also a reanimated body, a casual kiss wouldn't have much impact. Mainly, I just want to see what kissing feels like. Deidara spoke quite straightforwardly, indicating that even for Gomoku, it wasn't out of the question. What were you just saying? Uchiha Shinsui's face turned cold, a string of question marks appearing above his head. He never expected to encounter a rival in love here. All right, okay. We're almost there. No more jokes. Deidara waved his hand, suddenly feeling a bit sweaty. He didn't expect that although the two of them seemed indifferent, they would still care about such matters. Looking down at a large canyon, he could clearly see that there were still many signs of battle around. However, Deidara did not sense any trace of Sasori. Just as he had said, Sasori died here to cover for him. As for Gaara, he He was forced to camp on the spot for a few days to recover from his serious injuries. Other ninja from surrounding countries temporarily chose to act as guards. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. As someone sensed Deidara's owl in the sky, the ninjas inside the tent rushed out. There were ninjas from the land of Earth, led by Deidara's senior brother, Akatsuchi. There were also ninjas from the land of Lightning, led by the elite ninja, Darui. Aha! Art is an explosion. Deidara let out a perverted laugh as he began a mindless bombardment on the camp below. The firepower was like that of a bomber, enough to make military enthusiasts weep with envy. Darui looked up at the perverted Deidara with a dark expression, recalling the previous attack by the Akatsuki organization on their land of Lightning. Those two guys were probably just as happy. This bastard dares to come back. Lightning release. Black lightning. Without a moment's hesitation, Darui exploded with chakra, quickly forming hand seals, and black lightning took the form of a leopard. Rushing towards Deidara in the sky. Using the cover of night, the black lightning was nearly undetectable. Deidara, who was still enjoying his bombardment, was suddenly struck by the black lightning and plummeted to the ground. This guy dares to come back. Kakashi Hatake seemed to sense something was off. Looking at the dust and smoke from the crash, his tone turned serious. One of Deidara's arms had been severed by his kamui. Next time, Kakashi Hatake was confident he could shift his attack to Deidara's neck. Samui, let's go avenge Lord Raikage. Darui, who was anxious to personally take down Sasori, led the elite ninjas from the land of Lightning towards the dust. Okay, Samui, dressed in a tight ninja outfit, followed along. Wait, the sensing ninja, Ki, beside him didn't have time to speak before the brash ninja from the land of Lightning had already disappeared. What happened? Kakashi Hatake curiously approached Ki from the land of Lightning. Something's wrong. The chakra over there feels off. Ki's eyes widened in fear as he shouted. Everyone, hurry up and move, or there will be an accident. Ki anxiously called out to everyone, hoping they would immediately come to support. However, at that moment, Darui had already arrived at Deidara's location. But when Darui saw three figures slowly walking out of the swirling dust, his face instantly turned pale. Darui's eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the scene before him. Not my buddy. If you can't win, just bring two more idiots, right? Chapter 128. Akatsuchi. Am I being set up by you, Darui? Samui looked at the man and woman slowly walking out of the dust, her face full of disbelief. This bastard definitely wants to get her killed. Not to mention them, even if all the ninjas behind them combined, it probably wouldn't be enough to deal with Uchiha Shinsui alone. Quick, run, everyone retreat first. Darui's face changed in shock, and without saying a word, he immediately tactically acknowledged defeat and retreated. You bastard. Samui looked at Darui's figure, which disappeared in an instant, feeling deeply ashamed of his behavior. What? They haven't even fought yet, and everyone has run away? Gomoka looked at the originally furious Hidden Cloud ninjas, who vanished in the blink of an eye, shrugging helplessly. These guys change faces too quickly. Do they know you? Deidara seemed to realize something. These ninjas looked at Gomoku and the others as if they had seen a plague, and it was hard to guarantee that during the time he caught the one tail, something big hadn't happened. Did Gomoku and the others steal something from the land of Lightning? Meanwhile, before Kakashi Hatake and the others could arrive, they saw Darui's figure rushing towards them. Darui, what's going on? Is the enemy very tough? Kakashi Hatake asked curiously. Darui's feet were practically smoking, making Kakashi's heart heavy. Could it be that he encountered that monster? You can see for yourself. Those two are from your Konoha. Darui's eyes were filled with resentment. The number of rogue ninjas produced by Konoha was truly overwhelming. He couldn't help but start to doubt whether Konoha didn't treat ninjas as humans, which led to so many deflections. Just the Akatsuki organization alone seemed to have a few from Konoha. Plan has changed, retreat. Hearing this, Kakashi Hatake's pupils trembled, and he immediately shrank back, urgently reminding the medical ninja beside him. Huh, Lord Kakashi, who are those rogue ninjas from Konoha? This ninja, seeing Kakashi for the first time, was surprised that he was running away before even fighting. Does this count as desertion? If it were anyone else, I would definitely think about fighting, but that guy, if he wants, none of US can escape. Kakashi Hatake grabbed his companion beside him and, using his elite jounin speed, burst forth with all his strength. Soon, he distanced himself from everyone. Damn, Kakashi runs really fast. Darui looked back at Uchiha Shinsui, who was already closing in behind him, and without saying a word, he fled into the distance. This was completely a death match. As long as Darui wasn't brain dead, he would immediately distance himself from the battlefield. Big brother, it's 100-meter long, Susanoo. Without shadow-level strength, Going to battle is just asking to be cannon fodder. What? It's just two people. Why are you so afraid? Akatsuchi, who had never encountered a beating, had a puzzled expression. It's just two people. With so many of us, even if we stack numbers, we can exhaust them to death. Just like before with Deidara and Sasori. It seems there are still some bold ones. Gomoko looked around and saw that most of the ninjas had already fled. Only a few stubborn IWA ninjas remained. These guys were as hard-headed as their mouths. They probably wouldn't give up until they suffer bit. Stop. You can't get any closer. Otherwise, we will not be polite. Chita's expression turned serious, especially upon seeing the disgrace of the land of Earth, Deidara. His gaze became even colder. This bastard had been a terrorist since childhood, constantly tinkering with those damn bombs, making the villagers of Awagakure suffer endlessly. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, Chita's body shot out like a cannonball. This sudden attack startled the IWA ninjas around him. As they saw the black-red cloud robe of the ancient tree, the surrounding ninjas trembled internally. A suffocating sensation that seemed to stimulate their souls began to spread around them. No, Lord Chita, wait for us. Wait for us. Many IWA ninjas, having seen the other country's ninjas retreating, had already lost their fighting spirit. This was a perfect opportunity to escape this place of chaos. After all, even the rumored reckless RA ninjas were temporarily avoiding confrontation. For them, who were not strong in attack, to fight would only be asking for trouble. Oh no, help me up. I can still fight for another 300 rounds. Chita cursed as he was punched into a mountainside by the ancient tree. His face was filled with anger. If it weren't for the sneak attack, how could he have been defeated so quickly? Lord Chita, let us retreat quickly. Everyone around has disappeared. Right, those two, we are definitely not their opponents. Too frightening. Lord Chita, think carefully. We don't need to expend our village's ninjas for a tailed beast. Hearing the suggestions from the ninjas around him, Chita exploded in anger. Bastards, a bunch of bastards. Have you all forgotten the teachings of the third Hokage? What is the will of stone? That means, even in the face of power, we must have the courage to challenge. Seeing Chita so persistent, the surrounding IW ninjas felt utterly helpless. What could they do? Sacrifice their lives to accompany a gentleman. Doton, Ganrishiki no Jutsu. Chita, filled with rage, used his ninjutsu, slamming his hands onto the ground. Instantly, a terrifying stone giant rose, elevating Chita. We may indeed have a chance to win. Yes, Lord Chita's ninjutsu is a direct transmission from its Hokage. Seeing the enormous stone giant, the previously worried ninjas began to feel a sense of hope. Follow me. Let us repel the evil Akatsuki organization. Chita charged forward. His brave and valiant demeanor attracted quite a few ninjas to follow him. Whoosh! However, at that moment, a purple-black slash tore through the air. The originally massive stone statue shattered in an instant, leaving the IW ninjas around with blank expressions. No way, such a large statue, just like that. I told you. We can't win. We simply can't win. Now you regret it, right? Chita scratched his head, and the honest him seemed to understand the formidable strength of his opponents. He quickly waved his hand and reminded, everyone, quickly retreat, tactical withdrawal. But Lord Chita, aren't we supposed to fight to the death? One of the IW ninjas asked curiously. He had originally planned to fight to the death to defend the will of stone of IWA ninjas. Who said we were fighting to the death? This is a temporary pullback. The fat on Chita's face began to tremble. He initially thought that other countries didn't want to waste their strength against the Akatsuki organization. But now it seemed that those two were the ones who couldn't handle it. Run. You're not allowed to run. Explode for me. Deidara looked at the only remaining team, also planning to escape. He felt somewhat surprised by the strength of the ancient tree and Uchiha Shirzei. What on earth have these two done? Why are these people so wary of them? When the ancient tree arrived at Gaara's tent, the sand ninjas guarding Gaara all looked dumbfounded. Huh? Didn't the noise outside seem small? How did the Akatsuki members reach their lair? Chapter 129, Orochimaru vs. Naruto. A sand ninja couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes wide open with disbelief. What on earth happened? Another sand ninja followed up with a shout, his voice filled with panic and confusion. No way, they reached here so quickly? Another sand ninja asked, trembling, his face as pale as paper. The surrounding sand ninjas were frightened by this sudden situation, looking at each other with shock and fear in their eyes. No one knew how to respond to the current situation, and they could only stand there in a daze, at a loss. The two figures dressed in black-red cloud robes wore cold and ruthless expressions, as if completely indifferent to everything. A chill surged in the hearts of the sand ninjas. They knew these two must be the legendary Akatsuki members. Their appearance here undoubtedly meant that the people outside had already failed. Gaara, we are taking you away. The ancient tree's voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority. The surrounding sand ninjas felt the powerful aura emanating from the ancient tree and were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. They stared wide-eyed at the unfamiliar man in front of them, filled with fear and confusion. Some sand ninjas showed intense struggle on their faces. They attempted to resist, but found their bodies bound by an invisible force and could not move at all. The purple spiritual pressure gripped their hearts like a giant hand, making it difficult for them to breathe, as if even their souls were restrained. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and deep despair welled up within them. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. Who are these two? Why do they possess such formidable strength? They had thought there would be a fierce battle. The ancient tree looked at Deidara, who had returned empty-handed, and frowned slightly. He had originally anticipated encountering strong resistance, but he didn't expect these sand ninjas to be so easily defeated under his pressure. When did he become so terrifying? Meanwhile, the night shrouded the earth like a massive black curtain. Naruto Uzumaki and his companions were on an important mission to retrieve Sasuke. They silently traversed the darkness, searching for clues and hope. Finally, they arrived at a place called the Heaven and Earth Bridge. This place was eerie and filled with a mysterious and dangerous aura. At that moment, they unexpectedly encountered Orochimaru and his apprentice, Kabuto. Oh no, Orochimaru's voice echoed in the darkness, filled with surprise and excitement. Kabuto, our luck is quite good. We actually encountered the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with greed as he extended his tongue to lick his lips, as if savoring a delicacy. For Orochimaru, Sasuke had always been the power he desired, but if Sasuke was unwilling to follow him, then Naruto Uzumaki as a Jinchuriki would also be a good choice. Kabuto, wearing glasses, appeared refined, but in reality, he had learned many forbidden techniques from Orochimaru. He watched Naruto Uzumaki and the others warily and reminded, Lord Orochimaru, we must be careful and cautious in the face of such a powerful existence as the Nine-Tails. We cannot let our guard down. Kabuto Yakushi understood the power of the Nine-Tails and was concerned that Orochimaru might underestimate it, which could lead to danger. Kabuto, it's just the right time to experiment with the Edo Tensei technique, Orochimaru said with a sinister smile, his eyes flashing with madness. For years, he had been studying forbidden techniques, sacrificing countless innocent lives to satisfy his curiosity and ambition. Orochimaru, where's Sasuke? Naruto Uzumaki widened his eyes, glaring angrily at Orochimaru not far away, his voice low and filled with hostility. His fists were tightly clenched, as if ready to attack at any moment. Naruto, let's be careful. It seems that Orochimaru's injuries have already healed, Yamato nervously reminded him. He was well aware of Orochimaru's strength and danger, and did not dare to be careless. He is one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, alongside Jiraiya and Tsunade, Yamato said with a tone of respect and vigilance. He knew that facing such a formidable enemy required maintaining a high level of alertness and caution. Haha, Naruto, do you know why Sasuke defected? Orochimaru's laughter echoed in the air, filled with sarcasm and provocation. It's simply because he found you too weak, found you incapable of making him stronger. Orochimaru continued, his words dripping with disdain. And I, Orochimaru, am the best mentor to lead him down the right path. Orochimaru's voice grew louder, filled with confidence and arrogance. As he spoke, he seemed to lose his composure a bit, because that damn Sasuke had not chosen to follow him, but instead chose to follow Uchiha Shursui. This bastard has no insight at all. What future is there in following two dead people? Edo Tensei! Orochimaru shouted fiercely. He quickly formed hand seals, and with the changing hand signs, coffins began to slowly rise from the ground. Since his hands had not been incapacitated, no one knew how many Edo Tensei bodies Orochimaru had secretly amassed. Crack! Under the serious gaze of Naruto, Sai, and Sakura, the coffin lids began to fall. With a series of dull sounds, the coffin lids slowly opened, revealing the figures inside. Bang! 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 What came into view was a group of ninjas dressed in Umbu uniforms, their bodies emanating a strange aura. These ninjas were from the period of Uchiha Shursui and were very powerful J-Nin Umbu. Chapter 130. Orochimaru stunned. Nine-Tails Chakra Mode. What the hell? Yamato looked at the scene before him, filled with shock and confusion. He sensed the immense chakra emanating from the 5 Edo Tensei ninjas and could not help but mumble. Are all of them J-nin? How do they have such powerful strength? Orochimaru stood by, a slight smile of pride on his lips. Let you see how powerful the ninjas from the strongest period of the Mist Village really are. With a command from him, the previously motionless Mist Umbu members began to move. They swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations. Almost simultaneously, they unleashed the mist technique. Instantly, dense water vapor surged like a tide, quickly enveloping everything around them. In the blink of an eye, the entire Tenchi Bridge was covered in thick fog, making visibility unclear. In this dense fog, Yamato and the others felt an invisible pressure. They could not see the enemy's position or movements, only relying on their instincts to respond to possible attacks. Meanwhile, the Edo Tensei Mist Umbu hid within the fog, waiting for their opportunity. Not good. They are mist ninjas skilled in assassination. Naruto's eyes trembled. Everyone, back to back, stay alert. Yamato decisively commanded. Hearing his words, Naruto quickly huddled closely with Sai and Sakura, not daring to let their guard down for a moment. Naruto, what should we do next? Sakura asked nervously. They were not unfamiliar with mist ninjas. During their first mission, Team 7 had encountered the mist J-nin Zabuza Momochi. That experience was thrilling, and they had nearly lost their lives at Zabuza's hands. Now, facing these mist ninjas, they felt an unprecedented fear. Just from a mist technique, which could nullify their sensory abilities, it was clear that these people's assassination skills were top-notch. Don't panic. Naruto Uzumaki narrowed his eyes slightly, beginning to carefully sense the movements of the surrounding ninjas. They moved quickly and silently like a group of agile rats, using the cover of night and fog to maneuver. This made Naruto's heart sink. Be careful, Sai. Just as Naruto finished speaking, a sharp long blade suddenly slashed beside Sai. Fortunately, Naruto had warned him in advance. Otherwise, Sai would have been seriously injured. Sai glanced gratefully at Naruto, but did not speak. For Sai at this moment, his main task was still to monitor Naruto, not fully accepting him yet. However, despite that, this experience undoubtedly deepened the trust between the two. Summoning Manda! Orochimaru's cold voice echoed in the air, as if coming from a call from hell. At the same time, four shadowy figures suddenly leaped out of the fog, moving in perfect unison, raising their long blades in a lethal stance. This sudden turn of events caught Sakura off guard, and she desperately grabbed onto Naruto, filled with fear and helplessness. However, just at this critical moment, an overwhelming amount of chakra erupted from Naruto like a volcano, surging forth from his body. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound. A golden light shone as bright as the sun, easily dispersing the surrounding fog. Following that, Naruto in his golden chakra mode shot into the air at an astonishing speed, his figure resembling golden lightning, dazzling to behold. He effortlessly knocked the mist ninjas in the air away, who were unable to react in time. Not only that, but Naruto also kicked away the long blades in the air, which spun and finally fell to the ground. He easily severed the surrounding snake attacks. This is the perfect stance. Orochimaru's eyes widened, greedily staring at Naruto, who was enveloped in golden light, as if he had seen a rare treasure. Lord Orochimaru, the situation has changed. We must retreat quickly. Kabuto beside him looked anxious. The information they had received was incorrect. They did not expect Naruto to have already mastered the power of the Nine Tails. Originally, they thought Naruto was only in his one-tailed state. Who would have thought his strength was so terrifying? Orochimaru's mouth twitched, cursing inwardly. But soon, he regained his composure. Don't be afraid. My improved Edo Tensei bodies are not so easily destroyed. Just as his words fell, Naruto transformed into a golden flash, instantly appearing before two Edo Tensei ninjas, unhesitatingly unleashing a Rasengan, reducing the two to rubble. Orochimaru's eyes widened, utterly stunned. The speed and power were beyond imagination, catching him off guard. We should escape quickly, Kabuto said, looking speechless. At this moment, Orochimaru also realized that the situation was dire. Although his Edo Tensei body could be revived, it required some time to reassemble. Facing such a powerful Naruto, he knew he could hardly resist. Thus, Orochimaru no longer hesitated and planned to leave with Kabuto. Orochimaru, don't go. Seeing Orochimaru attempting to leave, Naruto Uzumaki immediately used a body flicker technique to appear beside him. This terrifying speed of the body flicker technique once again refreshed Orochimaru's worldview. This damn Naruto had actually grown to such an extent. Tell me, where's Sasuke? Naruto quickly formed hand seals, and in an instant, 10 shadow clones in Sage mode surrounded Orochimaru. Looking at this oppressive scene, Orochimaru felt a chill in his heart. Sasuke, I don't know, he didn't come with me. Orochimaru was helpless in the situation. Do you think I would still easily trust you? Seeing a cold smile appear on Naruto's face, Orochimaru cursed inwardly. What on earth had this guy experienced? Not only had his strength become so terrifying, but even his mentality was extremely mature. Orochimaru, I'll give you 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, if you don't speak, I will make you regret coming to this world. Naruto slowly opened his hand, and blue chakra continuously gathered to form a prototype of a Rasengan. Naruto, today I'll blow you up. Orochimaru was forced into a panic by Naruto. Without hesitation, he once again used the Edo Tensei technique. Orochimaru, sir, that guy, we haven't completely controlled him yet, right? Kabuto said with a hint of caution in his eyes. As soon as the words fell, Naruto's Sage Mode form had already arrived. Just as his fist was about to strike Kabuto's face, a thick, dark-skinned arm, crackling with electricity, grabbed Naruto's hand with one hand. Chapter 131. The third Raikage. I didn't expect to wake up again. The third Raikage, looked around at the unfamiliar environment, his eyes carrying an imperceptible brutality. He slowly surveyed his surroundings, a powerful aura emanating from him. His muscular lines were distinct, as hard as steel, filled with a sense of power. His gaze occasionally landed on Orochimaru with cold sharpness, as if he could penetrate all obstacles. You bastard, you're the one who revived me. Huh? The third Raikage spoke to Orochimaru behind him. Orochimaru's face darkened, his eyes flashing with sinister light. He originally planned to slip away quietly, but when discovered by the third Raikage, he stopped in his tracks. Please, sir, take action against this kid. Orochimaru pointed at Naruto, who was firmly held and temporarily unable to escape. He could feel that his control over the third Raikage was very weak. In order to further enhance the strength of the Edo Tensei, Orochimaru was still trying to control him without sealing away the resurrected person's consciousness. This way, although it increased the difficulty of control, it also allowed the Edo Tensei to exert greater power. However, this model was still under development, and Orochimaru needed to continuously practice and explore to find the most perfect solution. Ha ha ha, you little brat, you think you have a right to command me? The third Raikage shot a glance, looking like an elderly man, but his words carried a domineering demeanor that looked down on the world. It was rumored that he held the titles of Strongest Spear and Strongest Shield. Among them, he could even clash with the Eight Tails in terms of power. But I, on the other hand, enjoy fighting strong opponents, so your request. Swish. Just as the third Raikage confidently spoke, Naruto's shadow clones had already launched an attack. The blue chakra waves started to spread from his palm, were like a TNT bomb about to explode, carrying a powerful sense of oppression. The third Raikage widened his eyes, a hint of surprise and confusion flashing in his gaze as he looked at the situation before him. But soon he quickly reacted, his body speeding away like blue lightning. This astonishing speed was even difficult for someone with the Sharingan to capture, almost in the blink of an eye. The third Raikage had appeared before Naruto like a ghost. The lightning blade in his hand flashed with lightning, striking fiercely towards Naruto's chest. This move, called Hell Stab, was one of his most powerful attacks, known as the Strongest Spear. With a muffled sound, the lightning blade pierced through Naruto's body. Naruto's shadow clone was easily shattered. The third Raikage's attack displayed unparalleled power and oppression. Even in Sage Mode, while Naruto could sense the enemy's movements, he still found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the third Raikage's terrifying speed. Who is that person? Why is his speed so fast? Not far away, Sakura Haruno, seeing the increasingly chaotic battlefield, couldn't help but tremble. I don't know, but that terrifying speed should belong to a ninja from the Cloud Village. Yamato's expression was grave. Things were gradually starting to slip out of control. Orochimaru's Edo Tensei was almost like a card without limits. No one knew what monsters he could summon. Go help Naruto, Sai said coldly. No, our strength can't help at all. This is completely a battle of different levels. If Naruto hadn't been exerting himself, we might have already been severely injured under the assassination of the Mist Village ninjas. Yamato spread his hands helplessly. Sai, your ninjutsu should be able to provide long-range support, but be sure to determine a safe distance. After all, that Cloud Ninja seems to be too fast. There is no guarantee that in an instant he could take us all out. Yamato clapped his hands, cautiously constructing a wooden barrier on the ground. Not everyone's wood release is as powerful as Hashirama Senju's. The strength ISNT in the wood release itself but in Hashirama's abnormal abilities. Sai, you first seal those Edo Tensei bodies around, and I will cover you. Yamato reminded Sai beside him. Okay. Sai nodded, immediately pulling out a scroll and starting to draw. Sealing technique, tiger's watchful eyes. As the words fell, a black and white fierce tiger attacked the mist Umbu who were repairing their bodies not far away. The ferocious tiger bit down on these Umbu bodies, then transformed into black and white ink, bringing them into the sealing scroll. Sure enough, just as I guessed, to deal with the Edo Tensei bodies, sealing techniques must be used. Just as Yamato breathed a sigh of relief, Naruto in Sage mode had already been suppressed by the third Raikage. You young brat can actually keep up with my speed. You can leave your name. The third Raikage's eyes showed some interest. He hadn't expected that the younger generation in the ninja world would possess such strength. Konoha Village, Naruto Uzumaki. Please give me your guidance. Super. Big Ball Rasengan. As Naruto's words fell, he instantly appeared behind the third Raikage. Boom! The terrifying power caused the ground to tremble continuously, instantly shattering the massive bridge between heaven and earth. Huh? Sakura Haruno had a puzzled expression on her face. And then she and Sai beside her fell towards the river below in a free-fall manner. Super beast imitation, bird in the clouds. Although Sai was a bit surprised that Naruto would let them fall into the water, he quickly reacted. He summoned a large bird that carried both of them to the opposite side of the cliff. Wait, why is Naruto being so violent? Sakura looked at the broken bridge and the whirlpool of water below, her face filled with intense concern. She could clearly see that Naruto was under immense pressure fighting that old muscular man. She couldn't even intervene in their battle, to her eyes. It was just a continuous collision of blue and golden lights. Sakura, Naruto must be aware of this. He is trying to protect us. It's best if we don't hold him back. Yamato's reminder made Sakura feel a bit uncomfortable, but she could only nod helplessly. Once, they were the tail end of Team 7, but now they had grown to a point where Sakura couldn't keep up no matter how hard she tried. Chapter 132. I'm a damn hell ninja, flying thunder god Naruto. Hey, you kid, quite cautious. But don't worry, I wouldn't stoop to ambushing the weak. The third Raikage looked at Yamato and the others above with an indifferent expression, confident in his own strength. He stretched his shoulders freely, indicating that he didn't take Naruto seriously. However, at that moment, Naruto suddenly launched an attack, his Rasengan glowing with blue light as it struck towards the third Raikage. The corners of the third Raikage's mouth curled into a disdainful smile as his body instantly became as hard as iron, easily withstanding Naruto's attack. At the same time, his right fist tightened into a punch, striking towards Naruto with the force of thunder, sending ripples through the air. In an instant, Naruto was sent flying over the river, splashing water everywhere. Since you like to seek death, I'll be serious. The third Raikage smiled slightly. As he spoke, a terrifying amount of chakra began to erupt from his body. This reanimated body was the latest experiment of Orochimaru, so it naturally had some special considerations. Even the sacrifice for the Edo Tensei was a rather powerful jonin. With the eruption of chakra, the third Raikage's momentum instantly peaked, his gaze becoming incredibly sharp, as if it could penetrate everything. An unparalleled sense of oppression radiated from him, making people tremble involuntarily. Due to the infinite chakra characteristic of the Edo Tensei body, the Raikage's lightning chakra mode exploded like a blue light source in the night, illuminating the entire space. The dazzling brilliance almost tore apart the surrounding darkness, showcasing immense power and majesty. Terrifying lightning spread around the third Raikage like small snakes. In just an instant, the entire river was infused with lightning, forming a thunderous river. The buzzing sound of electricity echoed in Naruto's ears, causing him to feel a tingling sensation, as if countless ants were crawling on him. Hell stab! The third Raikage roared. The thrust of his single hand was like a sharp spear, carrying an unmatched force, as if to tear apart space itself. This was his strongest attack technique, known for its speed, accuracy, and ferocity, a terrifying strike that made one's heart race. At that moment, the third Raikage's aura reached its peak, his figure shining like a star, drawing everyone's attention. Facing such a terrifying thrust, Naruto seemed to foresee the grim fate of his chest being brutally pierced. Although his perception was very sharp, the entanglement and interference of the lightning above the river made it impossible for him to escape quickly. Just then, whoosh, a sound like something traveling through space echoed. The third Raikage was astonished to find that his attack had actually missed. What? You little brat, how could you avoid my attack? The third Raikage looked incredulously at Naruto. who was standing on the shore, confusion filling his eyes. He had originally thought this strike would definitely hit, even beginning to imagine the scene of Naruto's chest being pierced. However, the reality was completely beyond his expectations. Naruto had successfully evaded his attack. Could it be the second Hokage's jutsu? The third Raikage seemed to understand something, as during his time as Raikage, his relationship with Konoha had not been friendly. Therefore, there had long been many various pieces of information about Konoha's experts in his village. Whoosh! Almost in the blink of an eye, Naruto had once again appeared beside him, holding a sharp long knife, and slashed towards the third Raikage's chest. Naruto's speed was already impressive, coupled with the elusive flying Thunder God technique. Even though the third Raikage was faster than Naruto in speed, his reaction time was not that quick. Even so, the third Raikage still managed to slightly shift his body with constricted pupils. Bang! However, what Naruto did not expect was that when his long knife made contact with the third Raikage's shoulder, it instantly shattered. Haha, old man here is the strongest Raikage. You think your ordinary weapon can even touch me? The third Raikage laughed heartily, actively grabbing the shattered blade in mid-air and easily crushing it. At the same time, Keimoku, riding on Deidara's bird, was suddenly attracted by the constantly intersecting blue and gold lights in the distance. What happened over there? Deidara's face clearly showed curiosity, with an urge to go and showcase his art. Deidara, you better not go over there. Your mission is to escort the One Tail to the Land of Rivers. Keimoku shook his head, stopping Deidara from wanting to approach. He had already sensed the fluctuations over there, and one of them was undoubtedly Naruto, who had entered his golden form. As for the other, it should be a ninja from the Land of Lightning, and besides the unconscious fourth Raikage. Keimoku could only think of the third Raikage, that muscular man known for clashing head-on with tailed beasts. Why? Escorting the One Tail doesn't prevent me from getting involved. Deidara turned to Keimoku, his eyes filled with strong confusion. No, you should leave. Keimoku shook his head, his expression quite serious. What reason is there? With your strength, wouldn't you just get taken out in an instant? Not to mention the already abnormal speed of the third Raikage. Just talking about Naruto in his golden form, with the flying Thunder God at his disposal, he could take someone out almost instantly if he wanted to. Furthermore, Keimoku didn't want Deidara to expose his identity as a member of the Akatsuki organization. Deidara looked back at Gaara, who was tightly bound behind him, his expression somewhat speechless. Then forget it. I'll complete my mission first. Okay, we'll head over first. Watching Keimoku gradually leave, Deidara still gave up riding the conspicuous large bird and quietly followed on foot. Not to mention anything else, his main trait was rebellion. There was no way he would miss out on such a fun event. I told you to leave. Can't you understand? However, just as Deidara got closer, Keimoku's figure suddenly appeared from the big tree. Keimoku, what are you doing? No reason, just because if you go over there, you'll die. Gumu stood under the big tree, his silver-white short hair shining brightly in the moonlight, and his cold gaze seemed to reveal no emotion. It was as if killing, in his hands, was merely a casual matter. Gumu, my strength is not weak. Don't underestimate me. I'm not that easy to kill. Deidara said, somewhat unconvinced. Why can these two go, but I can't? Isn't this just blatant contempt for him? It's simple, because if you get any closer, I will kill you. Deidara looked up at Gumu under the big tree, who seemed to be serious. An exceptionally strong pressure suddenly arose in his heart. The faint purple light flickering in Gumu's eyes made him break out in a cold sweat. Dense beads of sweat began to form on Deidara's forehead. Haha, Gumu. How do you know that the thing I dislike the most is joining in the fun? As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. I'm leaving first. After Deidara finished speaking, he summoned a giant bird and flew away into the distance. He had already been somewhat subdued by Gumu's killing intent. Although he was not afraid of death, he would not do anything meaningless that could lead to death. Otherwise, that would be too frustrating. Chapter 133 Gumu. Let me try the knife. Just as Gumu was approaching Naruto Uzumaki, the third Raikage had already begun to attack Naruto Uzumaki. Is it really this tough? Naruto Uzumaki looked at the broken blade, feeling a sinking sensation in his heart. Even his high-damage Rasengan had little effect on the third Raikage's lightning armor. Not to mention the Rasengan. Even an S-rank ninjutsu, like Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken would struggle to break through the third Raikage defense. Kid, do you need me to come out and play? The Nine-Tail sensed the third Raikage's formidable strength and was eager to try. Due to the soul mark, the Nine-Tails sensed that Gumu was approaching. I can't help but show off my strength. Forget it, I haven't used my full power yet. Naruto Uzumaki's gaze was firm. He had always held back 3 parts of his strength. Thanks to Gumu's guidance, Naruto understood that one must always reserve some strength to prevent unexpected situations. Attack the enemy with 7 parts. Retain 3 parts for oneself. This is the best combat technique. Of course, this premise is only valid when facing an evenly matched opponent. If you encounter a fool, you could just run away. No need to fight at all. Shadow Kurun Technique. Accompanied by Naruto Uzumaki forming a hand seal with both hands, a multitude of Naruto clones appeared around him, transforming into the golden Naruto form. The third Raikage looked at the dense shadow clones in the air, his eyes instantly narrowing. This bastard, this isn't chakra, this is clearly chakra tons. Just as I thought, you have the power of the 9 tails within you. Just as the third Raikage finished speaking, a barrage of shuriken was thrown from Naruto Uzumaki's hands. Thousands of shuriken could almost cover the entire area. Heh, is this considered an attack? The third Raikage scoffed, easily swatting away the incoming shuriken. But soon, he would suffer. The shadow clones that had been in the air vanished in an instant. Like streams of golden light, they began to weave through the space. Thousands of streams of light seemed to form a continuously intersecting pattern, easily covering the entire area in golden brilliance. What the hell? Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of Rasengan attacks left the third Raikage overwhelmed. He could barely keep up with the flying thunder god speed of the golden Naruto. But now, with this shameless number of attacks, the third Raikage was thoroughly suppressed. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds echoed in the air. The water in the river was almost evaporated under the terrifying impact of the giant Rasengan. Is this the current strength of Naruto Uzumaki? Yamato felt the constantly shaking ground, his face filled with intense surprise. Any one of the thousands of shadow clones below could easily take him down. No way. You want me to suppress the 9 tails inside Naruto? Hokage-sama, what kind of joke is this? Yamato looked down at a seal resembling the Senju Hashiramas in his hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Naruto, is this still Naruto? His strength is just too powerful. Sakura Haruno's slightly open mouth was now filled with shock in her eyes. She felt that there were probably not many in Konoha who could match Naruto Uzumaki now. Just as everyone was in awe, the third Raikage below was becoming increasingly furious from Naruto Uzumaki's bombardment. You bastard, you damn little brat. The third Raikage unleashed all his chakra. He fully activated his strongest lightning armor. The terrifying lightning made the third Raikage's white hair stand on end. Die for me. Hell stab 1 book through hand. The enraged third Raikage immediately released his strongest attack. His hell stab was somewhat related to his fingers. The weakest version was the 4 book through hand with 4 fingers, while the strongest, the 1 book through hand, was known as the strongest single target attack method in the ninja world. Bang, bang, bang. Just as recorded, using the 1 book through hand, the third Raikage seemed like the spear of the strongest attack. After consuming Naruto's Rasengan, he instantly blew apart several shadow clones like skewers on a grill. The Edo Tensei body basically wouldn't get injured or feel fatigued. This meant that the longer the battle lasted, the more unfavorable it would be for Naruto Uzumaki. Damn it, is no one going to seal him? Naruto Uzumaki's real body hid behind a big tree, glancing at Sai on the opposite bank. He understood that the Edo Tensei body couldn't be defeated. The only way to win was through sealing. However, just as Naruto's shadow clones were dwindling, a familiar voice reached his ears. Naruto, it seems you've run into some trouble. Brother Gumu? What are you doing here? Naruto Uzumaki turned in surprise, his eyes narrowing in shock. He hadn't sensed Gumu's approaching presence. I happened to pass by and saw the commotion of the battle here, so I came to take a look. Gumu looked at the third Raikage fighting Naruto's shadow clones not far away. Just as he had guessed, Orochimaru was indeed looking for the corpses of powerful ninjas. If that's the case, then the progress of the Fourth Great Ninja War is likely to be accelerated. Brother Gumu, that guy is too strong, and he's an Edo Tensei body. I'm already considering retreating. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes showed some helplessness. The third Raikage was undoubtedly the strongest enemy Naruto was facing at the moment. It's okay, let me give it a try. As an Edo Tensei body, is there any difference? Gumu's tone was casual, dressed in a black robe. He actively moved toward the river. Without saying anything else, Gumu would definitely not let this old man, the third Raikage, return to the land of lightning easily. Sai, I haven't updated for a day, mainly because I was looking for a job. It's too hard, and the author didn't pay for articles this month. I can't even afford to eat. Desperately seeking free gifts for support. Chapter 134. The third Raikage is treated like a son and beaten. Damn it, this thing is like a rat. always scurrying around. The third Raikage looked at the broken terrain around him. If this were during his lifetime, he wouldn't have been able to be as relaxed as he was now. The characteristics of the Edo Tensei body made the third Raikage almost invincible. Soon, Naruto Uzumaki's shadow clones had almost completely disappeared. Suddenly, the third Raikage noticed a man in a black cloak appearing in his line of sight. In an instant, the third Raikage instinctively flashed towards the shore. This was an instinctive reaction of living beings when faced with danger. Who are you? The third Raikage looked at the mysterious figure standing on the water surface, his eyes filled with intense confusion. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he might not have dared to confirm that there was indeed another person there. Whoosh! However, the man known as Komoku didn't waste words with the third Raikage. The purple-black demon blade Muramasa appeared in his hand, and he swung it towards the third Raikage, unleashing a violent slash. In today's chaotic situation, Komoku would never easily let him return to the land of lightning. After all, this guy could fight against an army of 10,000 shinobi for 3 days and nights. Boom! The purple-black slash whistled through the air, easily tearing apart space, causing the third Raikage's pupils to shrink instantly. He was forced to begin dodging. You bastard! The third Raikage cursed angrily, turning around to see the trees behind him shattering under the slash. He felt a bit smart for dodging just now. Hell stab! Almost in the blink of an eye, the third Raikage body appeared in front of Komoku. A finger, carrying a surge of thunder, thrust forward towards Komoku's heart. Bang! The powerful collision sounded like a strike against steel, with a terrifying shockwave erupting in all directions. In an instant, the ground around them shattered, and the surface of the river was propelled into the air, turning into arcs of water droplets. Huh? Who is that person? Yamato felt the already fractured mountain body and immediately pulled back in resignation. He began to doubt whether the battle between the two would directly change the terrain here. It's him. Sai looked at the person at the top of the wanted list, his eyes filled with seriousness. What's wrong? Sai, do you know him? He's a very dangerous person. Sai looked at Komoku's silvery short hair and the strange aura emanating from his katana, and he was sure that this person was a top wanted criminal within the Root organization. Meanwhile, as the water mist began to dissipate, the third Raikage watched as Komoku easily caught his attack with one hand, his eyes filled with disbelief. Komoku, who had activated his demon slaying mode, was clad in purple-black armor, and purple phantoms swirled around the sharp armor, seemingly suffocating to the soul. A quick punch, like a flash of lightning. Whoosh! In an instant, the punch struck the third Raikage's chest. The rapid speed was such that even the third Raikage, who had activated his strongest lightning armor, couldn't react in time. The overwhelming force even briefly suspended the third Raikage in midair, and then he was sent flying back. What the hell? The third Raikage stared at the shattered lightning armor, his head filled with a series of question marks, even cursing under his breath. No way. This is supposed to be the strongest defensive lightning armor. How could it be shattered so easily by a punch? This made him seem like quite the clown. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful residual force sent the third Raikage flying back like a cannonball, crashing through over 10 tree trunks without stopping. Before the third Raikage could catch his breath, Komoku's figure flashed like an afterimage, appearing above the third Raikage. He grabbed his head with one hand and violently slammed him into the ground. Instantly, the originally solid ground shattered like tofu. The third Raikage was pressed to the ground like a chick, dragged forward continuously. Whoosh! It was unclear how long he was dragged. Komoku casually tossed the battered third Raikage beneath a large tree. You bastard! The third Raikage lay on the ground, looking at his already somewhat broken body, his face filled with intense rage. He truly did not expect that the greatest humiliation of his life would occur after his death. The attack felt like the torment of a toy, making the third Raikage feel ashamed. Boom! Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the third Raikage was easily kicked into the air by Komoku. Immediately after, Komoku unleashed a terrifying demonic slash. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying howls seemed to tear apart space itself. The third Raikage's body continuously shattered under the purple slashes, his entire body convulsing uncontrollably, until finally, the third Raikage body was reduced to nothing but a head. Naruto, are you okay? Who is that person? Yamato looked at the already somewhat exhausted Naruto Uzumaki, his eyes filled with curiosity. However, he noticed that Naruto was not going berserk. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Naruto Uzumaki had not lost control. This meant he might have truly learned to control the power of the Nine Tails. That person is my brother, Komoku. Yes, my benefactor, Naruto Uzumaki replied expressionlessly. As soon as he spoke, Sai's eyes widened. He began to suspect that perhaps Naruto had also become a rogue ninja. Naruto, do you know that guy is a very dangerous existence? Sai cautiously probed. Sai, what do you mean by that? Naruto Uzumaki's expression remained unchanged as he shot a glance at him. Now, he had learned to read between the lines and naturally understood Sai's underlying meaning. Sai, I heard you seem to be from Root. Naruto suddenly asked a strange question. The cold inquiry put pressure on Sai. Naruto Uzumaki, don't worry. I will definitely keep today's events to myself. Sai's face was covered in cold sweat. He already felt drenched in sweat. It's okay to tell you. It was Brother Komoku who helped me suppress the Nine Tails. So, I don't want to hear any bad rumors about him. As for your organization and the so-called wanted list, if you don't want to court death, don't provoke Brother Komoku casually. Naruto Uzumaki issued a simple warning. In the end, even if Brother Komoku doesn't act against you, I will step in and annihilate you. Sakura Haruno beside him opened her mouth, wanting to say something. However, suddenly, a head fell from the sky, instantly scaring her pale. That guy's head? Yamato looked bewildered at the bodies that had begun to gather around the third raikage and immediately reminded Sai beside him. Sai, start sealing. Yamato's expression was anxious, and he felt an overwhelming sense of dread towards the so-called Brother Komoku. No way, has the battle ended so quickly? Chapter 135. Uchiha Obito, what the hell? My underwear has been seen through. The sky was already brightening, and the dew was slowly dripping from the leaves. Ancient trees and Uchiha Shirzue had returned to the land of rain. However, at this moment, the ancient trees finally encountered someone they had always wanted to meet. The mastermind behind the Fourth Shinobi World War. A complete madman, Uchiha Obito. Regarding Uchiha Obito's eventual redemption, the ancient trees actually found it hard to understand. They thought that Uchiha Obito had probably been forcibly dumbed down, which led him to abandon something he had insisted on for decades. Who are you? The ancient trees looked at the man standing in front of them, wearing a black and red cloud cloak and a whirlpool mask, and reached out to stop Uchiha Shirzue, who was about to draw his sword. This person is from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shirzue whispered in the ancient tree's ear. Although she knew the general plot development, her understanding was limited, and she didn't recognize many people. Hello, it's our first meeting. My name is Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito spoke in a cold tone while standing under a large tree. He seemed to have noticed Uchiha Shirzue's hostility, so he felt a bit of pressure inside. According to recent intelligence summaries, in Obito's mind, the threat level of Uchiha Shirzue was much higher than that of the ancient trees. Uchiha Shirzue widened her eyes, looking quite puzzled at the ancient trees beside her, as if saying, hurry up and let me kill this guy. You say you are Uchiha Madara? You're not joking, are you? The one who started questioning was Uchiha Shirzue. Her cold and beautiful face was filled with silence, as she felt her wrist seemingly being grabbed by the ancient trees. She asked patiently one or two questions. Although you may not believe it, I am indeed Uchiha Madara. I survived through a special method. Uchiha Obito thought that these two didn't believe him, so he tentatively spoke. He was a bit afraid that these two might actually know Uchiha Madara. However, since he was wearing a mask, he wasn't afraid of his identity being exposed. However, just as he finished speaking, Uchiha Shirzue's figure suddenly vanished. Whoosh! Almost in the blink of an eye, Uchiha Shirzue appeared in front of Obito, her cold face full of killing intent. Her eyes glowed with bloodlust as she raised her sword, Kyotake, and slashed down at Obito's body. Boom! This powerful strike instantly created a large ravine in the ground. Uchiha Shirzue felt as if she had chopped through the air, and her heart was surprised. No, why do you have such hostility towards me? You should also be from the Uchiha clan, right? Uchiha Obito secretly rejoiced that he had activated his intangibility in advance. Otherwise, he might not have been able to react to this sudden strike. Are you really Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Shirzue stood atop the tree, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall in the wind, her expression coldly staring at Obito below. Of course, I am Uchiha Madara, the former clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Now, I need your strength and your help to achieve great things together. Uchiha Obito extended his hand, actively inviting Uchiha Shirzue to join him. If he could have the two of them on his side, Uchiha Obito felt he could directly declare war on the entire shinobi world. You liar, Uchiha Madara, I personally killed him. Do you think you can still deceive me? Uchiha Shirzue narrowed her eyes slightly. The three-tomo Sharingan in her eyes began to shift, forming a rather obscure pattern. Upon seeing Uchiha Shirzue activate her Manjiki, Obito immediately felt something was off. He was exceptionally surprised. What do you mean Uchiha Madara was killed by her? No, It was then that Obito realized he seemed to have offered his neck for these two to strike. Hee, you're right. Actually, I'm not Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito knew that if he continued to pretend to be Uchiha Madara now, he would definitely be closely monitored by this person. That ability to tear space could very well connect to his Kamui space. Don't rush to leave. If you're not Uchiha Madara, then who are you? You seem to be a member of the Akatsuki as well. The ancient trees appeared beside Obito. Looking at the ancient trees in front of him and Uchiha Hiruzen, who was watching from the tree, Obito suddenly regretted pretending to be Uchiha Madara in front of these two. He initially wanted to leverage Uchiha Madara's identity to collaborate with these two, but now it seemed that he had ended up losing more than he gained. This damn couples tag team not only made Uchiha Obito sweat physically, but also dealt a second blow psychologically. After all, he was inherently a failure in love. So, what do you want to do? Uchiha Obito remained relatively calm and did not appear flustered. Since he had no enmity with these two, he believed he shouldn't be beaten up by them joining forces. You're Uchiha Obito, right? The sudden words from the ancient trees made Obito's eyes widen in panic. He racked his brain, but couldn't understand why the ancient trees would suddenly mention that name. What? How do you know that? What are you asking? I don't understand. Uchiha Obito pretended to be calm. In reality, the surrounding space began to rotate continuously as he activated his intangibility mode, preparing to escape. Upon seeing Uchiha Obito's attempt to leave, the ancient trees smiled lightly and didn't stop him. This guy must be panicking right now. The identity of Madara that he forged had already begun to crumble, and he would inevitably seek some form of retaliation against the two of them in the future. Let us go back. The ancient trees reached out and hugged Uchiha Hiruzen around the waist. Then, using the Flying Thunder God technique, their bodies instantly disappeared. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, who had arrived at Pain's location using Kamui, was still contemplating how to eliminate the ancient trees and Uchiha Hiruzen. If these two could not become his allies, they had to be removed. He wondered if the sealing technique related to the 10 tails could extract their souls. Madara, what are you doing here? Pain looked at Obito's sudden appearance with some curiosity. Did this guy have another plan? Nagato, what do you think about those two Edo Tensei bodies in your organization? Uchiha Obito sat at the window, leaning on the railing, looking exceptionally pretentious. Me? I don't have any opinion. They're just members of the organization with stronger abilities. Nagato answered truthfully, and he didn't feel that the ancient trees had done anything to undermine the organization. On the contrary, due to the ancient trees' involvement, the Akatsuki organization's progress in capturing tail beasts had become exceptionally smooth. Obito let out a deep breath. He was already preparing to start deceiving Nagato. However, he had not even had the chance to speak when two figures suddenly appeared, leaving him in a state of shock. It's fine. I'm fine. You two continue. The ancient trees placed Uchiha Hiruzen on the ground and took a seat for themselves, appearing quite casual. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the ancient trees, Uchiha Obito's heart sank. He was all too familiar with this ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique of the 4th Hokage, his teacher. No, you bastard. Why would I say anything bad now that you're here? Chapter 136. The complete resurrection plan unfolds. Jiraiya invades Amigakure. Uchiha Obito. How could he discuss plans to eliminate these two in front of the ancient tree and Uchiha Shinsui? Isn't that a declaration of war? I'll take my leave first. We can talk later. As Obito's words fell, the space around him began to distort. However, the ancient tree would never let Obito leave so easily. When Kamui is activated for space transfer, the body is in a stiff state. Therefore, it is very easy to be interrupted and ambushed. What are you in a hurry for? You're fine, but I still have things to say. The ancient tree prepared to grab Obito's hand. But this cautious guy instantly activated his intangibility. Oh, ancient tree-kun, what do you want? The Deva path controlled by Nagato seemed to sense something was off. His gaze filled with curiosity. Today, Uchiha Madara seems a bit anxious. Why do I feel like he is being chased? It's nothing major. I just want to know why you are pretending to be Uchiha Madara. The ancient tree's words instantly broke Obito's mental defenses. This bastard is indeed here to expose his identity. But why does this guy know he would come to Nagato? This guy is too sensitive, right? For the first time, Obito felt that everything about him seemed to be seen through, which made him feel very insecure. Ancient tree-kun, do you know Uchiha Madara? Nagato asked curiously. Nowadays, ninjas from the same era as Uchiha Madara are quite rare. Besides, Obito is wearing a mask and has a space-time ability that makes him elusive. Even if someone suspects he isn't Uchiha Madara, there is no evidence. Not just knowing him, I was actually killed by Uchiha Madara. The ancient tree said teasingly. This sudden statement made the entire space feel oppressive. Obito knew that things had already exceeded his expectations. Without hesitation, he ran outside. Seeing this guy leave without hesitation, the ancient tree knew that his purpose had been achieved. So he did not pursue. After all, Uchiha Obito still had some value. Leader, it seems you already knew that guy. The ancient tree asked Devapath. If you were someone from the same era as Uchiha Madara, then that guy might have been deceiving me all along. Nagato said, how did Uchiha Obito suddenly come here and mention things about the ancient tree? It turns out his identity was suspected and exposed. Deceive you? What did he deceive you about? The ancient tree asked. It's nothing much. Actually, our goals are the same. We just want to collect the tailed beasts. Nagato casually replied. After chatting for a bit, the ancient tree then left. He only needed to plant a seed of doubt in Nagato's heart, and that was enough. Next, it would be Naruto's turn to bring pressure to the Akatsuki organization. Just a little pressure, and who knows, it might cause Nagato's mindset to explode, making his plan successful. Soon, time flew by. Half a year passed. In the land of rain, an unexpected guest had arrived. You send the information back from here. Jiraiya disguised himself as a ninja from the land of rain, speaking to the summoned communication frog. He had been away from Konoha for almost 3 years, looking for Naruto and investigating information about the Akatsuki S-Pain. Now he had found clues leading to Amage Cure in the land of rain. Lord Jiraiya, are you okay? The little frog asked with concern. Now Jiraiya was deep behind enemy lines, and this situation was quite dangerous. I'm fine. Jiraiya nodded confidently. Soon, the frog made a bubble and disappeared into the puddle. Meanwhile, using the Rain Tiger Free technique, Devapath had already sensed Jiraiya's presence. He and Konan stood on a giant steel pipe, coldly watching Jiraiya, who was stealthily moving below. Konan, take that guy out. Huh? Konan was taken aback, not expecting Nagato to be so merciless towards teacher Jiraiya. Konan, we cannot repeat the past. Information about this place must not be leaked. Nagato, I support you. Konan said, her body turning into paper and disappearing. Soon, the violently flying paper pieces rushed towards the disguised Jiraiya. Swish! What? Jiraiya saw the paper flying at him like a raging wind and was forced to raise his hands to block. Quickly, he felt his body being quickly stuck in place by those paper pieces. Boom! Accompanied by a huge explosion wave, Jiraiya's body had disappeared. Fire style, fireball. At that moment, a huge fireball rushed towards the paper mass. Konan was forced into the air. She knew this was Jiraiya's frog shadow clone technique. I thought it would draw out pain, but I didn't expect that the last one to appear would be you. Konan, you not only got stronger, but also more beautiful. Jiraiya looked at Konan, who had a pair of paper wings on her back, resembling an angel with a rare nostalgic expression. Jiraiya, you have finally found the Akatsuki's base. On a vaguely pointed tower in the land of rain, the ancient tree and Uchiha Shinsui were together, with raindrops shifting away just before they touched them. Now, he only needed to contact Naruto using the Nine Tails, and he could fully unfold his true resurrection plan. Chapter 137, Fukuzawa. Damn it, another peak match. Teacher Jiraiya, do you think I want to take action against you just because of this? Konan's paper wings began to flap, her beautiful face carrying a strong coldness. Konan, I thought you were dead, but I didn't expect you to still be alive. In that case, Yahiko and the others should still be alive too, right? Jiraiya looked up at Konan, whose expression was blank and drenched in rain. He felt a bit surprised. It seemed that Konan didn't intend to reminisce with him. Shikigami dance, paper. As paper pieces began to gather around Konan, Jiraiya's teasing expression immediately darkened. Boom, boom, boom. The paper pieces began to compress, eventually forming sharp cones that rushed towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya saw the incoming attack and could only start dodging. It seemed this guy really intended to kill him. Konan, who exactly is Pain? What is your relationship with Pain? Jiraiya shouted angrily at Konan in the sky. Frog oil bomb. As his words fell, Jiraiya spat out a ball of oil, causing the surrounding paper to become sticky upon contact. Even Konan's body was affected and became the same. This way, Konan wouldn't be able to use her paper transformation to leave here. Konan, you no longer have a chance. Tell me where Pain is. Jiraiya believed that Konan was already in his grasp. Raging Lion's main technique, accompanied by Jiraiya's white hair. It instantly lengthened, and Konan in the sky was bound by Jiraiya without any resistance. As long as Jiraiya wished, he could instantly crush Konan's body into a pile of flesh. Konan, I'll give you one last chance. Don't cling to your delusions. Tell me, where's Pain? Jiraiya's hair began to tighten. This jutsu could easily crush large summoning beasts in an instant. Killing a human was almost effortless, just a matter of thought. Boom! Just as he finished speaking, a massive rhinoceros charged toward Jiraiya. The terrifying weight caused the ground to tremble. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened, especially upon seeing the Rinnegan in the rhinoceros's eyes. His heart filled with intense surprise. Rinnegan? You too? Jiraiya was forced to pull back. He noticed the summoning beast was pain. It's really you, Nagato. You're indeed pain. But why has your appearance changed? What on earth happened? Jiraiya's face was filled with confusion. Jiraiya-sensei, you're still the same as before, meddling in others' affairs. But there's no need for us to tell you, an outsider, what happened. The animal path said coldly. Nagato, although I don't know what exactly has happened to you, what the Akatsuki is doing is definitely wrong. You must not cling to your delusions. Jiraiya's face was filled with intense seriousness. Ha ha ha. Conan, you should leave. Today, I must let Jiraiya-sensei feel the pain we've experienced. Nagato was somewhat amused by Jiraiya's persuasion. Don't advise others to do good without experiencing their suffering. Since Nagato had already shown himself, he had no intention of letting Jiraiya leave alive. Summoning technique. With the summoning of the animal path, a large three-headed hound appeared before Jiraiya. Looking at the three-headed hound that also bore Rinnegan, Jiraiya's eyes were filled with confusion. Why does this legendary eye appear on a summoning beast? Summoning technique. Toadken. Jiraiya also used summoning. A large toad, carrying a shield, and a trident appeared in the rain village. I can't do anything. Toadken seemed a bit self-deprecating, expressing that he could do nothing as soon as he appeared. Toadken, be reliable. We haven't even started fighting yet. Jiraiya was somewhat speechless at Toadken's words. Had he known, he wouldn't have summoned this guy. I'll try my best. Toadken nodded in response to Jiraiya's encouragement and made a large leap toward the three-headed hound, thrusting the trident toward its head. Universal pull. However, before Toadken's attack could land, a cold voice rang out, and a terrifying pulling force caused Toadken to be sent flying back instantly. Bang, bang, bang. As black rods continuously pierced in, Toadken let out a miserable scream. I really can't do anything. Toadken didn't scream, but his face showed even more evident lack of confidence. Ken, hurry and cancel the summoning. Jiraiya looked anxiously at Toadken, who was pinned to the ground. Bang! As Toadken canceled the summoning, Jiraiya was forced to drop to the ground. Looking at the pool of blood on the ground, Jiraiya's face was filled with intense anger. He had already decided that he must slay Nagato today, since the child of prophecy had walked the wrong path. It was up to him to end it all. But soon, after Jiraiya looked up, his face showed confusion. 1, 2, 3, 6. Jiraiya confirmed he hadn't miscounted. Looking at the 6 panes standing high above, his heart filled with intense shock. Why? Why do you all have Rinnegan? Jiraiya didn't understand when Rinnegan had become so common. Could this be Nagato's shadow clone? Jiraiya-sensei, feel despair, feel hopelessness. The Deva Path Pain's face was filled with killing intent. This guy even directed killing intent at Conan, giving Nagato another reason to want to kill Jiraiya. Let us all attack. With the Deva Path Pain's order, the other 5 pains immediately sprang into action. The Azura Path transformed first, a laser cannon appearing on its head. A puppet? Jiraiya seemed to understand something, but the instant the laser attack began, he had to interrupt his thoughts. Boom! The whistling laser, along with the cover of some summoning beasts, instantly sent Jiraiya flying. Damn it, Nagato, you truly have fallen into the evil path. Jiraiya covered his already injured arm and summoned the 2 sages of Mayaboka Mountain, Fukasaku and Shima. Little Jiraiya. Damn! Fukasaku had initially wanted to feign seriousness, but the suddenly attacking laser instantly burned off the few remaining hairs on his head. Old man, look over there. It seems like they all have Rinnegan. Shima noticed the Azura Path, which was attacking madly not far away. Along with the 5 pains eyeing them closely, her face filled with intense pressure. She was already sweating profusely. Chapter 138. Jiraiya is beaten up, huh? They really do have Rinnegan. Isn't that the child of prophecy? Fukasaku also noticed the several pains nearby, looking confused. Little Jiraiya, every time you summon us, we end up in high-stakes battles. Sooner or later, you'll get us killed. Fukasaku said with a sigh. Old man, don't start with the bad luck. Let's not jinx things. Shima retorted. As she saw missiles whistling toward them, she immediately reacted. Sage art, Toad song. The shocking sound waves intercepted and shattered the incoming missiles. At the same time, Jiraiya's face showed the traits of a toad, finally entering the strongest sage mode. You too, today you might have to work hard. No waities. Old man, you use wind. The three of them shared a mutual understanding, and Jiraiya immediately used the jutsu, Sage Art, 5 Right Gate. Accompanied by their cooperation, a massive flame surged forth like a wave, attacking the 6 pains. Boom! Unfortunately, the hungry ghost path only needed to stand at the front, and the incoming jutsu was easily absorbed. Jiraiya-sensei, feel pain, feel despair. Universal pull. The Deva path pain, in the center, expressionless, extended his palm, ready to bear the weight again. Instantly, a terrifying pulling force erupted from his palm. Fukasaku felt his body uncontrollably being pulled toward the Deva path pain, with intense fear on his face. Fukasaku-sensei. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. He immediately used body flicker technique to try to capture Shinzaku. However, the Azura path was constantly covering the area with firepower, launching missiles without restraint, making it impossible for Jiraiya to get close. With a sound of flesh shattering echoing in the air, Shinzaku the Toad was instantly pierced through by a black rod. Crimson blood dripped down the rod onto the ground. Shinzaku's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly unable to accept that he had met his end so quickly. This black rod seemed to suppress his chakra, preventing him from escaping. Old man. Jiraiya looked at his old companion, who was being casually discarded on the ground by Deva path pain, held by the corpse. Anger burned fiercely on his face. I will make you pay for this. Jiraiya had already lost his rationality and intended to rush in recklessly. Let me do it. Feeling the instability of Sage Mode and risking his transformation, Jiraiya used Sage Art. Sage Art, super large Rasengan. Jiraiya leaped into the air, forming a massive Rasengan in his hand and hurled it at Deva path pain. However, such an attack was exactly what the hungry ghost path loved. It merely extended its hands and activated its suction. In Jiraiya's shocked gaze, his ninjutsu was completely absorbed. At the same time, to prevent accidents, Jiraiya was forced to exit Sage Mode. Damn you, Nagato. You're a madman now. Jiraiya looked at Shinzaku's corpse, feeling a twinge of guilt. Ha ha ha, sensei. Are you feeling the pain? But this pain is nothing compared to what I feel. Deva path pain laughed mockingly. Almost at that moment, Jiraiya seemed to realize something. Looking at Deva path pain's familiar appearance with intense surprise. You are Yahiko? Jiraiya's eyes widened, unable to understand why Yahiko also had the Rinnegan. Not only that, all 6 of them had Rinnegan. Sensei, there are many things you don't know. Universal pull. Deva path pain coldly extended his palm. In an instant, a terrifying attraction surged towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya was forced to be pulled back, and while in midair, he began to gather chakra in his palm, quickly forming a Rasengan. Boom! However, before he could attack Deva path pain, he was preemptively countered by the hungry ghost path, which absorbed all his chakra. Indeed, this guy's ability is to absorb chakra. Jiraiya's heart sank. Little Jiraiya now. Sage Art, Frog Song. Filled with vengeful intent, Jiraiya leaped into the air and used Sage Art against the 6 pains below. Almighty push. However, as soon as the attack was launched, his small body was instantly repelled by Deva path pain. He crashed in the wall like a bullet, uncertain if he was dead or alive. Bang bang bang. As several pains acted simultaneously, chakra was absorbed by the hungry ghost path, and Jiraiya's body was instantly suppressed in place. Now, Jiraiya seemed to understand that these 6 were not living beings. He felt the cold aura emanating from their bodies and had some ominous thoughts. Sensei, do you regret coming here? Deva path pain's palm manifested several black rods, looking expressionlessly at Jiraiya, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. Nagato, you bastard. You even disregard your companion's corpse. Jiraiya shouted angrily. However, as soon as he finished speaking, several black rods shot through the air, completely pinning Jiraiya's limbs to the ground. Jiraiya, who was still gathering chakra, felt it instantly sealed away. His heart was surprised. This thing actually has a sealing effect. No wonder Shinzaku didn't resist at all and was killed. You still love to talk nonsense. Deva path pain remained expressionless. Several more black rods flew into Jiraiya's body, piercing through flesh and blood, instantly causing blood to surge forth. In the rain's downpour, a pool of blood began to form. Sensei, I ask you one more time. Do you regret it? Deva path pain's long rod aimed at Jiraiya's head, ready to deliver the final blow. Jiraiya spat out a mouthful of blood disdainfully. Nagato, you little brat. You seem to have forgotten that I'm not afraid of death. No matter how powerful you are, you can't cover up the fact that you are a traitor. Hearing this, Deva path pain's Rinnegan glowed purple, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha. Swish! Before he could finish speaking, a terrifying wave of chakra erupted in the sky over Amigakure. Wind release. Raisin Shuriken. With a furious shout, a terrifying Raisin Shuriken descended from the sky, whistling towards Devapath Pain. After 6 months of training, Naruto's control over chakra had become much more refined, even developing an S-rank ninjutsu. Boom! The massive Raisin Shuriken exploded in front of the Pains, scattering raindrops in an instant. Fortunately, the Hungry Ghost Path blocked the other Pains in time, absorbing the massive Raisin Shuriken and neutralizing the attack. Chapter 139, Naruto vs. Pain. What? The Rain Tiger Freedom Technique didn't sense anything? Devapath Pain looked up at Naruto in the sky, his eyes filled with surprise. This Uzumaki Naruto seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Swish! In Devapath Pain's astonished gaze, Naruto, activated in Ninetales chakra mode, instantly appeared in front of him. He then grabbed Jiraiya and disappeared right before his eyes. This flashy flying thunder god technique made Devapath Pain's expression darken instantly. You're Naruto? Injured Jiraiya looked at Naruto, who radiated a warm golden light. With intense surprise, "Perverted sage, don't speak. I'll help you stabilize your wounds." Naruto began to input chakra into the blood holes in Jiraiya's body to stabilize the wounds and stop the bleeding. Nagato really showed no mercy. Jiraiya had nearly a dozen holes all over his body. Naruto, you've worked hard these years." Jiraiya's eyes were filled with deep guilt. If he had been stronger 3 years ago, then Naruto Uzumaki would not have had to bear the title of a rogue ninja and be hunted by Konoha. It's fine. I didn't mind those things. Naruto shook his head, not wanting to dwell on the topic. Instead, he looked at the 6 Pains approaching not far away, his eyes turning cold. "Perverted sage, you rest for a moment. I'll be right back." Naruto's body instantly vanished. Seeing Naruto take the initiative to go forward, Jiraiya sat cross-legged, trying to recover his chakra before going to help. "You are Naruto?" Devapath Pain stood in the air, looking at the golden, shining Naruto not far away with some surprise. The amount of chakra radiating from this guy seemed somewhat terrifying. Pain Uzumaki Naruto didn't say much. In the shocked gaze of Devapath Pain, he vanished like a golden lightning bolt, instantly disappearing. When he reappeared, he was already at the Hungry Ghost Path's location. Boom! With just one hand, he slammed the Hungry Ghost Path's body down to the ground. This terrifying power shattered the ground, and the Hungry Ghost Path's body was immediately crushed, leaving Devapath Pain looking grave. How did you manage to gain the Ninetales acknowledgement? Devapath Pain couldn't understand why Naruto would use this mode. This terrifying speed, even he could only barely keep up with. As for the Hungry Ghost Path, even if it reacted, it couldn't resist. After all, the power gap between them was just too vast. Shinra Tensei. Devapath Pain's expression was serious as he quickly spread his hands. In an instant, he sent the still trying to attack Uzumaki Naruto flying away. In midair, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened. Immediately, he vanished again. When he reappeared, he was already behind the human path. Rasengan, the manifestation of the Ninetales chakra, formed a massive hand that tightly grasped the human path. Following that, the Rasengan struck the human path's body, instantly shattering it. Hell Missile. The Azura path beside him unhesitatingly activated its multi-headed, multi-armed mode, launching a barrage of attacks at Uzumaki Naruto. At the same time, the Hell Path summoned King Enma, who devoured the 2 already sacrificed Pains. After a moment of chewing, he spat them out again, and the 2 Pains were revived. Not far away, the dodging G Naruto looked surprised. Sure enough, they are all puppets? Naruto muttered to himself. He had long sensed something was off about these 6. They didn't feel like living beings at all. Shadow Clone Technique. In the shocked gaze of Devapath Pain, Naruto formed hand seals, and in an instant, thousands of Uzumaki Naruto in Gold Naruto mode almost covered half the sky. This powerful oppressive feeling made Devapath Pain's eyes tremble, and he broke out in a cold sweat. That damn guy, has he actually grown to this extent? Devapath Pain knew that it was obviously impossible to deal with Naruto now. Plus, most of the Akatsuki members were already out. Their base could really be stolen by Naruto. Inside a hidden cave, Nagato pressed his palms together, pouring all his chakra into it, and blood began to flow from his emaciated face. On the battlefield, the other Pains started to stop moving like puppets that had lost control. Meanwhile, Devapath Pain's body slowly floated in the air. "Naruto, all of you come here." Seeing Uzumaki Naruto seemingly planning to destroy the hidden mist village, Path Pain used a wide-range attack against the thousands of Uzumaki Naruto. Universal Pull, with an oppressive sound echoing in the air. A terrifying gravitational force gathered in Path Pain's palm, and a dark sphere, like a black hole, slowly rose into the sky. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to converge toward Path Pain. Like a giant suction tornado, thousands of Uzumaki Naruto's bodies were drawn toward that dark sphere. Unfortunately, to Path Pain's disappointment, Uzumaki Naruto merely used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the gravitational range of Universal Pull. To prevent the village from being destroyed, Path Pain could only reluctantly cancel the attack. That damn Flying Thunder God technique. Path Pain's eyes were filled with anger. As soon as he finished speaking, Uzumaki Naruto's figure had already appeared beside him like lightning. Boom! A powerful punch struck Path Pain's face. Wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Following that, several shadow clones around began to form Raisin Shurikens, launching them at Path Pain. Shinra Tensei. Path Pain was forced to use his ability to block all the surrounding ninjutsu. However, having just used Universal Pull, he was already feeling strained. In the end, he was still pierced by the wind release. Raisin Shuriken, breaking through his defenses and being violently shredded in mid-air, allowing his body and clothes to continuously tear apart. Chapter 140. Rebirth of the Samsara Technique. Pain, tell me, where's your real body? Uzumaki Naruto, in Ninetales chakra mode, gripped the tattered collar of Path Pain with one hand, his tone filled with indifference. Naruto, your strength has exceeded my expectations. But do you really think I'm a weak person? Path Pain spoke slowly. Even while being beaten by Gold Naruto, his words remained defiant. Pain, I hope that later, your words will still be this tough. Under Path Pain's puzzled gaze, the thousands of Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clones transformed into beams of golden light and disappeared. In just a few breaths, a familiar figure, tightly held by the giant hand formed from Ninetales chakra, appeared in Path Pain's sight. Naruto, what are you doing? Path Pain looked at Konan, who was being grasped by the giant hand of Ninetales chakra, and his previously indifferent tone finally showed some emotional fluctuation. What am I doing? Isn't it obvious? Uzumaki Naruto slightly tightened his grip, causing a pained whimper to escape Konan's mouth. Pain, you don't need to worry about me. Gather your strength. One day we will settle this. Konan spoke with trembling words, cold sweat appearing on her forehead, clearly indicating her current precarious situation. Naruto, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Path Pain narrowed his eyes, genuinely surprised that Uzumaki Naruto would resort to threatening someone. I'll give you 1 minute to think. Otherwise, I'll show you what the destruction of a ninja village looks like. Uzumaki Naruto's gaze was silent. The wind chakra continuously gathering around him from the shadow clones showed that he wasn't joking. At the same time, in a hidden deep mountain, Nagato looked at the secret mountain entrance being shattered, his eyes filled with surprise. Is it you guys? Didn't you go to the land of lightning? Nagato looked at the newcomers, Komugi and Uchiha Shirzei, with a strong sense of surprise. Leader, it seems that the Akatsuki organization is encountering a major crisis. Komugi, along with Uchiha Shirzei, arrived at the emaciated Nagato's location. I will revive both of you. You need to go and capture the Ninetales within Uzumaki Naruto for me. Nagato knew their purpose for coming here was simply to achieve complete resurrection. Nagato, I didn't expect you to be so decisive. Komugi was a bit surprised. He thought he would have to spend some time persuading him. There's no helping it. If I don't agree, you two definitely won't let me go, right? Moreover, the current situation doesn't allow me to set conditions. Nagato's gaze was calm. He wasn't afraid of death. He was afraid that his grand plans wouldn't be completed. Come on, I'll take you there. Path Pain spoke in a rather indifferent tone. Nagato don't. Konan still didn't know what had happened over there with Nagato, so she began to struggle desperately. However, her paper jutsu couldn't escape Naruto's pursuit at all. Naruto, are you okay? Jiraiya looked at Uzumaki Naruto descending from the sky, his eyes filled with curiosity. The lecherous sage, I'll take care of this. You just rest for now. Uzumaki Naruto jumped into a deep mountain with Nagato and Konan. Jiraiya sighed, fearing for Naruto's safety, and followed him. In the deep mountains, Uzumaki Naruto did not encounter Nagato, but instead saw a familiar face. Brother Gumu, what are you doing here? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Gumu, who was standing on the trees, exuding vibrant life, his eyes trembling. Brother Gumu, you're alive? Uzumaki Naruto found it hard to express himself for a moment. The previous Gumu, although capable of showing expressions, lacked the vitality of a living person. But now it was clear that Gumu was a living human being. Huh, is this the feeling of air? Gumu took a deep breath, looking at Uzumaki Naruto below. Feeling very good. Naruto, put down Konan. Brother Gumu, I found information about the leader of the Akatsuki organization, and I'm just about to go there. Uzumaki Naruto spoke a bit anxiously. I said, put down Konan, the Akatsuki organization is too deep, you can't handle it. Gumu instantly appeared next to Uzumaki Naruto. He placed a hand gently on Naruto's shoulder, and in an instant, Naruto, who had activated the Nine Tails chakra mode, instantly withdrew from it. Uzumaki Naruto looked surprised. Brother Gumu, why? The Akatsuki organization is a tumor in the ninja world, right? Uzumaki Naruto didn't quite understand. Why? Because I'm also a member of the Akatsuki organization. Gumu spoke expressionlessly. What? Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened, struggling to accept this fact for a moment. As you can see, everything I did was to fully resurrect. Now that the goal has been achieved, Naruto, you should leave. Gumu spoke softly. Into just an instant, Uzumaki Naruto understood something. Brother Gumu, did the Akatsuki members help you fully resurrect? Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were curious. Only this way would it make sense why Brother Gumu was on the side of the Akatsuki organization. Gumu remained silent. However, this brief silence indicated that Naruto's guess was not wrong. Almost at that moment, Uzumaki Naruto sensed a chakra fluctuation behind him. Lecherous Sage, you're here too? Uzumaki Naruto turned around in confusion. Naruto, I'm worried about you. Wait, that guy is here too. Jiraiya looked at Gumu, who was standing under the large tree with a rosy complexion, feeling a strong sense of surprise. Naruto, we need to retreat. This matter needs to be considered further. Jiraiya deeply understood Gumu's terror and had no intention of fighting anymore. He didn't expect that Gumu was also a member of the Akatsuki organization. In that case, relying solely on Konoha Village would definitely not be able to settle accounts with the Akatsuki organization. Wait a minute, Naruto, before you leave, let me collect a segment of the Nine Tails chakra. Gumu spoke softly. The sudden words made Jiraiya tense up immediately. Naruto, you go first. I'll handle him. Lecherous Sage. Don't be nervous. Brother Gumu won't harm me. Uzumaki Naruto confidently nodded. To be honest, it was Brother Gumu who helped train me all these years. After saying that, Uzumaki Naruto took the initiative to go to Gumu. The two spoke without any concealment, instantly causing Konan's eyes to narrow. Combining why Naruto would support so timely, many terrifying guesses arose in Konan's heart. Chapter 141. The leadership of the Akatsuki organization changes. Brother Gumu helped you? Jiraiya frowned. Although he was somewhat puzzled about how Gumu could fully resurrect, it was certainly related to Naruto. Jiraiya opened his mouth to say something, but found he couldn't say anything. He might even have to thank Gumu for his teachings over the years. He could only watch as Uzumaki Naruto went to Gumu. Fortunately, Gumu did not fully collect the Nine Tails chakra, but only extracted some chakra. Uzumaki Naruto might have guessed that he was being used by Gumu. However, perhaps out of gratitude, or perhaps due to not having the strength to defeat Gumu, Uzumaki Naruto chose not to tear the facade. Naruto, not bad, you've grown so much in a year. Gumu looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who showed no signs of resistance. With a glimmer in his eyes, speaking literally, he now found that he could not sense what Uzumaki Naruto was thinking through the Nine Tails. This kid has now learned to hide his inner thoughts. This is all thanks to Brother Gumu's good teaching. Uzumaki Naruto smiled slightly. He clasped his hands and returned to Jiraiya's side. At Naruto's signal, the two left the place. Gumu, what exactly did you do to Nagato? Konan approached Gumu, her pupils flickering, carrying some hidden killing intent. You can go see for yourself. There's still a breath left. Gumu spoke expressionlessly. Is that how you talk to Lord Leader? Behind Konan, a flurry of paper blades appeared. Leader? ISNT, the Akatsuki organization about the strong ruling? Konan, don't you think your words are a bit ridiculous? What do you want to do? Are you trying to seize power? Konan's eyes were filled with intense shock. Although she had long known that these two had ulterior motives, she did not expect their goal to be the entire Akatsuki organization. Seize power? Do you know what my plan is? Short-sighted people, follow me. Under Konan's puzzled gaze, Gumu took the initiative to lead her toward Nagato. Soon, when they approached the mountain pass near Nagato, a massive wave of battle energy caught the attention of Gumu and the two. Konan immediately tensed up and instantly used the dance of the Shikigami to head towards the direction of the battle. Upon arriving, the ground was shattered, and the mountains were filled with debris, enough to show what kind of battle had taken place. What? It's actually Naruto. Konan truly didn't expect that Uzumaki Naruto, seemingly having left that place, had actually sensed Nagato's location and had come to start an assassination. But fortunately, Uchiha Shinsui seemed to be guarding the mountain pass. One person with one sword easily blocked Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya outside the cave. Naruto, not good. Reinforcements have arrived. Jiraiya's eyes trembled when he saw Gumu arrive. To be honest, he really didn't expect Uzumaki Naruto to use this trick. On the surface, he pretended to be soft and left, but in reality, he had already found Nagato's position. This tactic of openly retreating while secretly advancing made even Jiraiya admire him a bit. Lecherous sage, let us leave first. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes narrowed, and he immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique with Jiraiya to leave the place. Are you okay? Gumu asked Uchiha Shinsui. He didn't bring Uchiha Shinsui along, just to have her protect Nagato. Now it seemed that Uzumaki Naruto had indeed learned some of his essence. Knowing he wasn't his opponent, he would use some small tactics. It's nothing. Uchiha Shinsui smiled slightly, feeling the lively cheers from her body cells. Uchiha Shinsui suppressed the restlessness in her heart and nodded. A stunning face with a rosy hue occasionally glanced at the figure of Guki, showing a hint of desire. Let's go see Nagato and see if he agrees with our plan. Under Konan's puzzled gaze, Guki led them into the cave. At this moment, Nagato was propped up by the outer path golem, his body filled with black rods, appearing precarious and on the verge of collapse. His already emaciated frame had become even more withered, and his hair had turned particularly pale, resembling a dying old man. Reviving two powerful figures almost indicated that his only fate was death. Nagato! Konan anxiously approached him. Konan, it's all right. Nagato slightly opened his eyes, showing a rare light smile upon seeing Konan. From today on, Guki will be the new leader of the Akatsuki organization. You must assist him well. To Konan's astonishment, Nagato voluntarily relinquished the position of leader. Nagato, why? This is our hard work. Konan couldn't understand. The Akatsuki not only represented them, but also the will of HeavyCoat, who had already passed away. I believe Guki did not deceive me. He will surely lead the ninja world to embrace a new future. Nagato recalled the plan Guki had shared with him not long ago. Realizing that Guki's goal of starting a revolution to unify the ninja world was not much different from that of the Akatsuki, though Guki's methods were not as extreme. Nagato, can you really trust an outsider? Konan knelt beside Nagato, feeling his life force rapidly fading, and she was exceptionally confused. There is no other way. We can only place our last bet on that person. Nagato glanced at the expressionless Guki and Uchiha Shinsui not far away. If he didn't revive these two, both he and Konan would sacrifice themselves to Naruto, who possessed the chakra of the Nine Tails. Rather than that, it was better to take a gamble. Nagato, don't speak as if it's a matter of life and death. At least I still have a way to ensure you live to witness the unification of the ninja world. Guki injected the captured Nine Tails chakra into the outer path golem. With the chakra feedback from the golem, Nagato was finally able to alleviate some of his condition. Konan subtly wiped the tears from her eyes. Guki, can we trust you? Even though she knew Naruto's attack might be related to Guki, she didn't question him. Now, the strength of Guki and Uchiha Shinsui was enough to instantly overturn the Akatsuki. Konan could only hope that the matters discussed between Guki and Nagato were indeed real. Of course, don't think we were revived. It's just that due to certain matters, the ninja world must be unified to live in a stable world. Guki had already decided to take on the role of leader. However, the cost of being the leader might be facing the backlash from the entire ninja world. If that is the case, then Nagato and I are willing to follow you in the future. However, if I find that what you do is merely to satisfy your own desires, I will voluntarily leave the organization. Konan spoke softly. Just then, as Guki and the others were fully revived, Uchiha Sasuke finally encountered his lifelong enemy, Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 142, The Battle of the Kaleidoscope. Itachi, I finally caught you. In an underground chamber, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uchiha Itachi, sitting on a stone chair not far away, his eyes filled with a fierce and grim expression. Like a hungry wolf that hadn't eaten meat for a long time, Sasuke exuded a terrifying killing intent. All his training over the years was for this moment. Itachi, let me see how much you've grown. Uchiha Itachi appeared particularly relaxed. You disgrace. Today is your death day. A finely crafted long knife appeared in Sasuke's hand, his whole being resembling a drawn sword, sharp and fierce. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Sasuke quickly formed hand seals. and in an instant, a massive fireball roared forward. In the shadows, Kurizetsu had been quietly observing the battle between the two. For Uchiha Sasuke was crucial to his mother Kagaya's revival. Sasuke, your chakra level seems to have increased a lot. Uchiha Itachi noticed something unusual about Sasuke. Swish. In an instant, Uchiha Itachi's original three-tomo Sharingan began to change. The complex patterns rapidly converged into a kaleidoscope Sharingan. What? Itachi is using the kaleidoscope so quickly? Does he want to finish off Sasuke quickly? Kurizetsu was surprised. He had thought Itachi would hold back. Fire release. Great fireball. Uchiha Itachi began to form hand seals. But the somewhat slow speed of his seals was indeed puzzling. It should be noted that when facing Kakashi Hitaki, he had nearly no need to form seals at all. Boom! The two fireballs collided in midair. The terrifying heat engulfed the entire chamber. Everything around them was burned to black ash. Damn, I almost fell here. Kurizetsu, hidden underground, couldn't he help but curse. Swish! Chidori! Under Uchiha Itachi's trembling gaze, a lightning blade tore through the flames, instantly rushing forward. The endless lightning covered the long knife. Although Uchiha Itachi noticed and tried to dodge, he still allowed his arm to be struck by the lightning to hold back. Boom! In an instant, Uchiha Itachi felt the flesh on his arm explode. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke, who had activated his three-tomo Sharingan not far away, a sense of satisfaction arose within him. This kid's strength had indeed increased a lot. It seemed Guki and the others had taught him quite a bit. Itachi, why didn't you dodge? However, seeing his attack hit, Sasuke was not happy at all. Instead, he shouted with intense dissatisfaction and even anger. Sasuke, what do you mean by that? Uchiha Itachi clutched his wounded shoulder, looking puzzled. He felt a bit anxious. His intention to hold back should have been subtle. How could someone with these eyes not dodge such an attack? After saying that, under Uchiha Itachi's surprised gaze, Sasuke's original three-tomo began to change. Finally, it formed a kaleidoscope Sharingan resembling a six-pointed star. What? Sasuke actually awakened the kaleidoscope. Kurizetsu, hidden underground, was utterly astonished. He had expected Sasuke to grow so quickly. After all, a few years ago, when he investigated Sasuke, the kid only had one or two tomo. Kaleidoscope? A smile that couldn't be suppressed appeared on Uchiha Itachi's face. He had initially wanted to use his death to stimulate Sasuke to activate the kaleidoscope, and then have Madara transplant his eyes to Sasuke. That way, Sasuke would have the ability to survive in the ninja world. Sasuke, what on earth have you been through? Uchiha Itachi asked curiously. He truly couldn't think of what exactly stimulated Uchiha Sasuke to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. You don't need to worry about that. Susanoo. With those words, Uchiha Sasuke began to frantically use his ocular power without holding back. A purple skeletal figure started to gather around him. How could he possibly tell Uchiha Itachi that he had recently fought Naruto again and had been crushed to the ground, leading to the awakening of the Manjiki? After several years of training, he hadn't even been able to force out Naruto's strongest form. Coupled with Naruto's last words, Sasuke, give up, you can no longer stand with me. This regretful statement completely ignited Sasuke's emotions. After Naruto left, he awakened the ultimate ocular technique of the Uchiha clan, the Manjiki Sharingan. Sasuke, overusing the Manjiki will lead you to become completely blind. Uchiha Itachi began to dodge Susanoo's attacks. Itachi, fight back. Sasuke looked at Itachi, who was continuously dodging, and finally broke through the underground chamber to the surface, his tone quite angry. All right, let me see how you are now. Itachi wore a serious expression. Blood tears began to flow from his Manjiki. The orange-red Susanoo started to envelop his body. The armor of Yatagarasu began to emerge from Susanoo, instantly causing Sasuke to behave more seriously. No, big brother, you actually took me seriously? Now Sasuke had just recently gained the Manjiki, and his usage was still at a primary stage. Even his Susanoo form was merely a preliminary attempt. Above the sky, thunder rumbled, and a sudden downpour covered the area. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique. Sasuke looked at the gathering thunderclouds in the sky and instantly sent a fire dragon roaring towards them. Boom! The thunderclouds above gathered Sasuke's chakra and began to form. ZZZ. Sasuke started to channel the natural lightning, and gradually a lightning bolt resembling a Kirin began to reveal its fierce head among the thunderclouds. Chapter 143. Don't move. Someone is coming. The black thunderclouds spread in the sky. Electric arcs danced like worms, and a beast-like head slowly peeked out from the thunderclouds. Uchiha Sasuke raised his head, a crazed expression on his face. Kirin. With Sasuke's loud shout, the thunderclouds changed, and a lightning bolt struck down towards Uchiha Itachi with lightning speed. Boom! Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened in surprise as he was forced to raise his shield to block the thunder strike. His Susanoo was both offensive and defensive, almost a perfect form. Almost simultaneously, Uchiha Itachi covered his mouth, and a mouthful of crimson blood instantly erupted into his palm. In an instant, the orange-red Susanoo began to shatter, eventually degenerating back to its initial skeletal form. Ha ha ha! Itachi, this is your retribution. Sasuke excitedly controlled Susanoo, ignoring the blood constantly oozing from the corners of his eyes, and slammed it against Itachi's Susanoo. After continuous exchanges, Itachi's body began to sway unsteadily. Soon, both of their chakra was exhausted, and they withdrew from Susanoo form. At the end, Sasuke watched as Uchiha Itachi staggered towards him, drawing his long knife with a wary expression. Sasuke, your eyes. I want her eyes. Uchiha Itachi slowly placed his blood-stained finger on Sasuke's forehead, then collapsed weakly beside him. Itachi actually lost. I wonder if Sasuke can make use of this. In the shadows, the observing Black Zetsu saw that the two brothers had completed their battle and prepared to notify Obito to come and tell Sasuke the truth. Meanwhile, in the land of rain, in the hidden mist village, at the highest spire in the village, Kuroki sat in the position once held by the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Soon, a projection appeared before Kuroki. This projection allowed communication to be formed on the Akatsuki members' tablets by inputting chakra. All Akatsuki members, starting today, return. The two-person team system is abolished, and from today, the Akatsuki will operate in a group model for tailed beast capture. Except for Uchiha Itachi and Sasori, there are only a few members left in the Akatsuki. What's going on? Kuroki, when did you start using the leader's communication method? Deidara asked curiously through the projection. Well, we're currently on a mission, right? Kakuzu spoke in a somewhat gloomy tone. Abandon the mission. I believe you wouldn't want me to come find you personally. Kuroki casually remarked. Currently, the tailed beasts have almost all been captured. Next, we should wait for the 5 Kage summit to begin, and then suppress them with absolute force to establish a new empire. I agree with what Kuroki said. Unfortunately, just now, Mr. Itachi has already fallen. The regretful voice of Kisame echoed in the space. I agree too. Black Zetsu expressed his agreement. Just as the Akatsuki members began to gather towards the hidden rain village, the fourth Raikage, who had been unconscious, had already awakened. The first thing he did upon waking was to angrily initiate the 5 Kage summit, deciding to impose sanctions on the Akatsuki. At night, Kuroki stood at the edge of the spire, looking down at the brightly lit hidden rain village. Although this was somewhat different from his expectations, the geographical location of the hidden rain village, being at the center of the continent, could still be developed as a starting point for the empire. Kuroki, it's night. It's time to sleep. Uchiha Shizatsui draped a black cloak over Kuroki, her somewhat delicate voice slowly appearing in his ear. The sudden voice genuinely made Kuroki's legs tremble. Feeling the softness coming from behind, Kuroki secretly rubbed his forehead. This guy had endured for so long. And tonight, she was finally going to turn into a big bad wolf. Sure enough, Uchiha Shizatsui's nimble hands had already started to become restless. The two returned to their residence. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. And so about half a month passed. The Akatsuki members gradually returned almost completely. Leader, you called us back. Is there something big going on? Do you know we were almost able to successfully capture the tailed beasts? Kakuzu looked at Deidara, who arrived last, with a somewhat resentful tone. Currently, the remaining Akatsuki members included Kaku, Haiden, Deidara, Kisame, Konin, Pain, and him alongside Shizatsui. As for Zetsu, that old six could be ignored. The reason I called you back is of course for something important. According to intelligence, the fourth Raikage has, after many years, initiated the second 5 Kage summit. My goal is simple, to attack the 5 Kage and become the ruler of the new world. Kuroki sat in the highest position, propping his face up with one hand, his expression exceedingly calm. Standing beside him, Uchiha Shizatsui, her black hair tied back, still maintained her usual cold and beautiful demeanor, but her eyes held a hint of charm. In simple terms, it was about continuously impacting higher levels and transcending the physical body. What? Kakuzu's eyes twitched. I agree, this is great. As for Deidara, he enthusiastically approved with both hands and feet. This guy just lacks some fun. I'm casual. As long as I can kill someone, I can do anything. Fadewan spoke in a rather twisted manner. Xiaonan and I had no objections. Tendo, Pain, slightly opened his mouth. as he truly did not expect that Gumu would be so bold as to openly attack the five Kage, which undoubtedly meant declaring war on the entire ninja world. However, these two individuals indeed had the strength to back it up. Leader, isn't this a bit too reckless? Kurizetsu cautiously probed. In his plan, he originally intended for Nagato to fully resurrect Uchiha Obito, but unexpectedly, these two had gotten ahead of him. Luckily, looking at Nagato's remaining energy, he should still be able to fully resurrect the last person. Zetsu, are you unconvinced? Gumu looked at Kurizetsu below. He was somewhat uncertain whether this guy was the real Kurizetsu, so he did not act rashly. Convinced, how could I not be? The leader is unparalleled. I will follow your arrangements. Kurizetsu secretly cursed Gumu for being foolish. The combined strength of the five Kage was certainly not something the Akatsuki organization could handle right now. Did this guy really think he could overturn the entire ninja world by himself? Since no one opposes, let's get started immediately. I will bring everyone a bright future. Gumu casually said. The five Kage meeting was just the beginning. During this time, Gumu attempted to inject Hashirama cells, and his chakra began to double. He had already found that his sage body was exceptionally mature. Going head-to-head with the five Kage would be absolutely easy. Everything was proceeding according to plan until that night, when Gumu, who had suffered the one-sided torment of Shizumi, suddenly sensed movement from outside. Shizumi, don't move, someone is coming. Uchiha Shizumi heard this, and a blush of shyness instantly appeared on her stunning face, reluctantly getting up. Leader, it's bad. Nagato. Nagato has been attacked. Xiaonan's voice came from outside, and Gumu's expression darkened as he vanished from the spot using Flying Thunder God. Chapter 144. Disturbing me at a critical moment. Gumu did not expect that Uchiha Obito would be so anxious, actually taking advantage of the night to ruin his good plans. Where's that bastard? Uchiha Shizumi's face was filled with murderous intent as she tore through space, arriving at the cave where Nagato was located. The cold gleam of the katana in her hand clearly indicated that Uchiha Shizumi was not in a good mood. I'm late. It seems Nagato has been captured. It was undoubtedly with Kurizetsu's help that they could find Nagato's location so easily. Nagato, has he been captured? Xiaonan's expression changed drastically upon hearing Gumu's words. What should we do? Xiaonan paced back and forth, a rare panic appearing on her previously indifferent face. Xiaonan, don't panic, I have a rough guess. Gumu looked at Uchiha Shizumi, who also had a dark expression, his eyes speechless. Obito had offended two women at once. Leader, do you know who it is? Xiaonan's eyes sharpened, her face filled with anticipation. As expected, it should be Uchiha Obito. Only his space-type ability can stealthily take Nagato away. Obito! Xiaonan's eyes were bloodshot as she clenched her fists, her face filled with killing intent. If anything happens to Nagato, I will fight him to the death. Gumu remained expressionless and did not say much. Nagato was likely in a dire situation in Obito's hands. If he had not used the Rinnegan, he might still have had the ability to resist. Unfortunately, right now was the weakest time for Nagato. Xiaonan, go call Zetsu over. The others are already heading towards the Land of Iron, so there is still a main intel scout in the Akatsuki organization. Zetsu? All right. Despite her doubtful expression, Xiaonan still proactively went out. With Nagato missing, she felt as if she had lost her backbone. Everything had to rely on Gumu. Xiaonan hoped that Gumu could establish the ideal ninja world he spoke of. Damn Obito, ruining my good plans. Uchiha Shizumi was still mumbling to herself, looking quite resentful, which genuinely left Gumu speechless. He suspected that if this continued, he might die in bed. Obito might attend the five Kage meeting, so you just need to find an opportunity to deal with him. That's for sure. Uchiha Shizumi came to Gumu's side, her eyes brimming with tears as she stared at him, making Gumu's scalp tingle. No, someone is coming. Gumu used one hand to push Uchiha Shizumi's wandering hands away. Then I won't let you off the hook later. Uchiha Shizumi seductively licked her red tongue, making Gumu feel dry in his mouth. Could this guy be the reincarnation of a fox spirit? Leader, do you have something to call me for? Kurizetsu approached Gumu with some confusion. However, as soon as he revealed himself, his head was instantly split apart. What came into view was Uchiha Shizumi, whose eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light, the blade slowly retracting into its sheath. As expected, a clone? Gumu looked at the not-yet-dead clone of Kurizetsu and casually kicked his head a few times. Leader, what is the reason for this? Kurizetsu pretended not to understand, but was inwardly shocked. He hadn't even done anything yet, and his identity as an undercover was already exposed? Why? Zetsu, you'd better hide well, otherwise the first time you expose yourself, I'll take you out. Kurizetsu cursed inwardly. Could it be that he incited Obito to steal Nagato's Rinnegan? And someone found out? Who was it? This matter was extremely confidential. Basically, no one could know. Could it be Obito? Did Obito inform Gumu to eliminate him? Meanwhile, far away in a small border country from the Land of Rain, Nagato was brought here by Obito's Kimui. His weak body was already covered with numerous deep wounds. Nagato, hand over the Rinnegan, and I'll give you a quick death. Uchiha Obito, wearing a spiral mask, spoke coldly. You clown, all these years hiding in the shadows, pretending to be Uchiha Madara, and using me. Now you still want the Rinnegan? Are you dreaming? Nagato felt some anger at being deceived for so long. He began to suspect that he might be the real clown. In the end, the Akatsuki organization's achievements would likely be taken away by this guy. However, luckily, Gumu had exposed this guy's identity. Otherwise, the Akatsuki might have worked hard for him for nothing. Pucci. Faced with Nagato's sarcasm, Uchiha Obito remained expressionless and swiftly struck. With one hand, he pierced through Nagato's weakened body. You don't listen when I speak nicely. Uchiha Obito watched as Nagato's life force gradually vanished, with no trace of sympathy on his face. Originally, in his plan, Nagato was the one who had to die. Obito, did you expose my information to Gumu? Before Obito could prepare to collect the Rinnegan, Kurizetsu's eerie voice echoed in Obito's ear. What does it have to do with me? You chose to provoke that guy yourself. Uchiha Obito didn't even turn his head and directly took the Rinnegan off Nagato's face. What the hell? Black Zetsu's face was filled with confusion. What do you mean he provoked the ancient tree? He didn't do anything, just followed orders as usual. This time his head was severed. How is that his fault? Isn't it easy to guess? Your abilities are most suitable for tracking Nagato's location. If Nagato disappears, who else will we look for? Obito's casual words instantly darkened Black Zetsu's face. He had prepared for 1,000 years, finally encountering the most hopeful chance. But he didn't want it to be destroyed by the ancient tree. Obito, what do you plan to do? Black Zetsu curiously asked. Now, Uchiha Obito is the most crucial part of his plan. He must assist Obito well. What to do? It's nothing more than letting them dogs bite each other while we reap the benefits. We have the Rinnegan, and the initiative is in our hands. Uchiha Obito's expression remained calm. By the way, did you find Orochimaru? He should be hiding near the land of waterfalls. Black Zetsu was satisfied internally. At least this kid Obito still has his own plans. No wonder he and Uchiha Madara both have high hopes for him. All right, let's set off immediately. I believe Orochimaru will definitely cooperate with us. After all, this guy hasn't suffered under the ancient tree. Just as Uchiha Obito began his plan, the ancient tree had already received information from his subordinates. They had arrived at the location for the 5 Kage Summit, the Land of Iron. Let's go. Jay-Z should get down to business. The ancient tree patted Uchiha Jay-Z beside him. The two simply wore mink coats, and the ancient tree used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly leave the place. Currently, the amount of chakra the ancient tree possessed had reached a terrifying level. Even using the Flying Thunder God to cross borders, he was completely unfazed. Since Pain did not invade Konoha, the one participating in the 5 Kage Summit from Konoha was not Danzo, but the current 5th Hokage, Tsunade. Chapter 145. Wait, I have an opinion. Hokage-sama, how should we position ourselves in this 5 Kage Summit? Kakashi Hitaki, who was acting as a guard, asked curiously while looking at Tsunade beside him. Now, their Nine-Tails Naruto had returned. According to reason, the Akatsuki organization hadn't harmed their village yet. If they just followed the main force to attack the Akatsuki organization, they wouldn't gain any benefits. Let's see how the situation develops. If we don't take a side, Konoha might become the primary target of attack. After all, those guys won't let anyone take advantage of them. Just thinking about having to negotiate with those Kage made Tsunade's head hurt. Tsunade, it's fine. I will support your choice. To back her up, Jiraiya also volunteered to follow Tsunade. Please, the three of you follow me. The guard from the Land of Iron, who was guiding the meeting, saw that the Hokage from the Land of Fire had finally arrived and began to lead the way in front. With Jiraiya and Kakashi Hitaki by her side, Tsunade felt a bit more confident. Soon, under the guidance of the armored guards from the Land of Iron, Tsunade arrived at a U-shaped conference table for the 5 Kage Summit. At the head of the table was the witness for this meeting, the general of the Land of Iron, Mifune. Oh, this Land of Fire really has a lot of arrogance, actually making the 4 of us wait for just one of you. The 4th Raikage, A, who was closest to Mifune, couldn't help but start to provoke Tsunade as she arrived late. This meeting was initiated by him, so naturally, the right to speak had to be on his side. We encountered some issues on the way, so I apologize. Tsunade was infuriated by the Raikage's provocation, but before she could explode, she was quietly pulled back by Jiraiya from the shadows. Seeing this, Tsunade could only swallow her anger. Kakashi Hatake observed the surroundings and clearly noticed that the expressions of the other Kage weren't good. It was evident that this meeting was extremely unfriendly. However, what surprised Kakashi was that Gaara from the Land of Wind not only hadn't died, but had also become the Kazekage. Gaara had originally died, but was saved by Chiyo in exchange for her life. Is a simple apology enough? The fourth Raikage was clearly not satisfied with Tsunade's casual attitude. This guy should at least bow and admit his mistake. Alright, fourth Raikage, don't forget what our main business is. Seeing that the fourth Raikage was a bit chatty, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, took the initiative to persuade him. Once everyone quieted down, the representative of the Land of Iron, Mifune, coughed lightly. Ahem, since that's the case, then the Five Kage Summit officially begins. With Mifune's announcement, the fourth Raikage was the first to propose a request. I propose that we all work together to hunt down the Akatsuki organization. This organization has almost captured all the tailed beasts from our villages. The fourth Raikage's face was filled with anger as he spoke. Everyone understood that the purpose of the fourth Raikage holding the Five Kage Summit was precisely this. After all, they all knew that the current Eight Tails Killer Bee seemed to still be missing. It was uncertain that he had already fallen victim to the Akatsuki organization. Fifth Hokage, what are your thoughts? Inoki naturally supported the Raikage's decision, but he needed to see what Konoha, as another strong village, thought. They knew from their intelligence that Konoha's Nine Tails had not only returned, but it was rumored that the Jinchuriki Naruto had also entered a nearly perfect Jinchuriki mode. Sorry, but our Konoha village does not agree. After all, this doesn't benefit us at all, does it? Seeing Tsunade, still entangled in indecision, Jiraiya took the initiative to speak up from behind her. Upon hearing Jiraiya speak, the other Kage frowned. According to normal protocol, in a meeting of this level, guards shouldn't have the qualification to interrupt. But this person was different. He was Jiraiya, one of the legendary three ninjas of Konoha. Bang! Unfortunately, the Raikage did not spare Jiraiya, slamming his fist on the table in anger. This violent blow made Mifune feel a pang of heartache. Had he known, he wouldn't have used such a nice conference table. Jiraiya, what do you mean? Everyone agrees to attack the Akatsuki organization, but you Konoha won't help, right? The Raikage immediately defined Konoha as the target of everyone's criticism. There was no helping it. After all, Konoha had not been attacked by the Akatsuki organization. I see the Konoha must have some secret dealings with the Akatsuki organization, right? Wouldn't it be that the tailed beasts that disappeared from our village are hidden in Konoha? The Raikage's gloomy voice echoed in the air, and in an instant, the other Kage turned their gazes towards Tsunade, putting her under immense pressure. I heard that many people in the Akatsuki organization are actually defectors from your Konoha. Is there a possibility that Konoha village is behind the Akatsuki organization? As the words fell, the atmosphere became delicate. Some of the guards around even began to distance themselves from Tsunade and the others. Shut up. Our Konoha village is willing to help. Tsunade knew that if this continued, the Raikage would undoubtedly label them with undeserved accusations. Only by jointly attacking the Akatsuki organization could they prove their innocence. So, does anyone else have any objections? The Raikage smiled slightly, nodding in satisfaction. As long as Konoha agrees, the Sand Village, which has a good relationship with him, will most likely agree. Moreover, the feud between the Sand Village and the Akatsuki organization seems to be even greater. Wait, I have an opinion. The sudden voice made Raikage AI's eyes widen in surprise, and his expression instantly turned ugly. In front of so many people, someone actually dared to disrespect him. Raikage AI vowed to make this guy pay later. But he quickly realized something was off. The voice was coming from his own head. Chapter 146. I want you to be under my control. The fourth Raikage's face was as unpleasant as if he had eaten something terrible. He valued his face above all else. But now, someone was actually humiliating him in front of the other Kage. This was akin to dancing in Raikage's territory. However, when he discovered that the voice was coming from inside his head, the fourth Raikage realized something was wrong. It's you bastard. Enemies see each other and become furious. Raikage AI's face was filled with rage, and without hesitation, he activated his strongest lightning release armor. The powerful pressure caused the seats around him to collapse instantly. What? Noki suddenly looked up. Sure enough, when he saw the man in a black and red cloud robe with short silver hair hanging from the beam, his heart raced. However, what made his heart race even faster was the long black-haired woman standing next to the ancient tree. Damn it, that evil bastard, you really have been resurrected. Noki immediately stood up from his seat. In their current position, he felt no sense of security. Old man, what's wrong? The long-legged Kuratsuchi, who was beside Noki, had never seen him display such a terrified expression before. This made her look up at the two Akatsuki members above with intense curiosity. It's that guy? That terrifying guy. Akatsuchi seemed to have been well-behaved under the influence of the ancient tree and instinctively used the earth release mud clone technique to summon an earth clone to block in front of Noki. Damn it, it's this guy. Gaara narrowed his eyes as he looked at the ancient tree. Like Reikage, upon seeing an enemy, he was filled with rage, and dense grains of sand began to appear around him. It should be noted that Gaara's death once was almost due to the ancient tree. Unlike the reactions of the other Kage, the fifth Mizukage, Mei Terumi, was frozen in place when she saw the long black-haired woman hanging from a beam. Is this really the second Mizukage? Mei Terumi was filled with disbelief, especially seeing that the second Mizukage's complexion seemed even more youthful and radiant than hers. She couldn't help but start to confirm that the second Mizukage had truly been resurrected. No, you still have that violent temper, huh? The black gauntlets emerged from the ancient tree's arms, easily catching the fourth Reikage's thrust attack with one hand. Boom! The powerful shockwave caused the entire space to tremble. What the hell? Where have you guys taken me? Reikage AI looked at the ancient tree, easily catching his attack. Not surprised at all. Get lost. Who asked you to talk nonsense? The ancient tree kicked Reikage AI from the air, sending him crashing down. Boom! The fourth Reikage, hit by the attack, made no attempt to resist and crashed onto the U-shaped conference table. Swish! At the same time, in a flash, the ancient tree stood on the conference table, already beside the fourth Reikage. This arrogant scene made the surrounding Kage begin to stir, planning to counterattack. Ancient tree? Tsunade was particularly shocked to see that the person was the ancient tree. Not only her, but Jiraiya immediately took on a fighting stance. In his heart, the ancient tree was the most dangerous figure. Only after facing the ancient tree could he truly understand how abnormal this guy's strength was. Oh, little Tsunade. Long time no see, you've grown. Before the ancient tree could finish his words, he felt the surrounding air turn cold. He awkwardly looked up at the cold-faced Uchiha Shirzue above. He knew he needed to be more careful with his words in the future. Tsunade? Fifth Hokage. So you really have a deal with the Akatsuki organization? Reikage AI looked at the ancient tree, with one foot firmly pressing him down and could no longer hold back, unleashing a frenzied lightning release that instantly shattered the conference table. In just a moment, Reikage AI had moved to another position, preparing to regroup with Darui and the others. Sure, sense the surroundings to see if there's any support? Sure, who had already sensed the movements around them, helplessly spoke. Reikage-sama, it seems we are surrounded. There are many fluctuations of chakra around. Surrounded? Hokage, you better give us an explanation. The fourth Reikage AI still believed this was a conspiracy between the Leaf Village and the Akatsuki organization. All right, everyone don't panic, look over here. I have an announcement to make. The ancient tree stood on the conference table. He merely glanced at Mitsuba, who wanted to notify the Iron Country Guards, before he instantly became serious. After the ancient tree's words fell, the Kage who wanted to resist all froze in expression. Finally, something important was coming. They also wanted to see what the Akatsuki organization was planning by daring to attack the 5 Kage Summit. From today onwards, you will be my prisoners. I want you to be under my control starting today. Can you do that? The ancient tree's words were cold, like a messenger from hell, devoid of any emotional expression. What do you mean by that? Reikage AI, hearing that he might become a prisoner, immediately lost his composure. As the fourth Reikage, he would rather die in battle than become a prisoner. Ancient tree, are you serious? Noki looked at Uchiha Shirzue, who had suddenly appeared beside the ancient tree, and cursed Orochimaru in his heart dozens of times. It's all this bastard's fault. Why summon these already dead people if you can't control them? Aren't you just stirring up trouble? Do you think I'm joking? The ancient tree smirked disdainfully. He was not like Hashirama Senju, a kind person, with the power to suppress everything. Why not use force to unify the entire ninja world? You are provoking the 5 great nations. Do you think a mere Akatsuki organization, a mere rain country, can withstand the coalition of the 5 great nations? Noki didn't want to fight. So, he began to try to scare the ancient tree away with words. No, the door is right there. You can leave any time. Go ahead and try. I dare you to let anyone who tries to leave be eliminated on the spot. The ancient tree pointed to the nearby empty door. At that moment, other members of the Akatsuki organization had appeared at the entrance. Boss, it's all taken care of. There are no guards from the Iron Country in this building anymore. The sudden words from Kisame made Mitsuba's expression change. He knew that the Kage of the 5 great nations might really fall here today. Ancient tree, you are actually the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Don't you remember you are from the Senju clan? Why would you want to fall from grace? Tsunade was surprised to hear Kisame's address. She had been wondering why the Akatsuki organization had not yet attacked the Leaf Village. It turned out the leader used to be one of their Leaf Village ninjas. Hearing Tsunade's words, the surrounding Kage's expressions all changed. A member of the Senju clan, combining the ancient tree's short silver hair. Some people seemed to react instantly. The oldest among them, Noki, roughly figured out what the ancient tree's identity was. Chapter 147. Noki has risen, Noki has fallen. Jiraiya, keep an eye on Tsunade, don't let her ramble on. The ancient tree reminded Jiraiya, who was next to Tsunade. Sure enough, upon receiving the warning, Jiraiya's gaze narrowed, and he immediately stopped Tsunade's questioning. At this moment, being the first to stick out his neck was not a wise decision. Jiraiya, what are you doing? Tsunade whispered to Jiraiya, not quite understanding. Tsunade, look around. The Akatsuki organization has surrounded us. We need to find a chance to escape. We can't initiate a conflict first. Jiraiya whispered in Tsunade's ear, and it seemed that Kakashi Hatake also noticed this, standing in front of Tsunade, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Damn it, leader, you really dare to come. Deidara walked over to the conference room, his tone filled with shock, looking at the 5 Kage around him. Suppressed by the ancient tree's aura and not resisting for a long time, he felt particularly satisfied. Hey, old man, long time no see. And you bastard. Deidara looked at Noki, who had a face full of distress, with a teasing expression. This old bastard's previous siege against him was something Deidara couldn't forget. You bastard. Why are you still alive? The one who spoke was Kuratsuchi, coming in with quite a provocative tone. Little Kuratsuchi, long time no see, your legs have grown longer. But unfortunately, your temper is still so irritable. Hearing the teasing remarks, Kuratsuchi's originally delicate face immediately showed a hint of anger. This Deidara, why is he still like before? Saying whatever comes to mind? Little D, turn back while you can. Go persuade your leader to let us go. I'm willing to accept you back to a Wagakure. Noki had a thick skin. Deidara couldn't hold back and laughed. I want to go back to your ninja village. Being restricted by you every day. I can't even set off a few bombs. Isn't it better for me to be free? Seeing this, Naka's face immediately darkened. That's just a few bombs. If I don't stop you, won't you blow the whole village up? Everyone, let's go together, the 5 Kage united. I don't believe we can't deal with him. The 4th Raikage looked at everyone, moving to a relatively safe distance, unafraid in the face of the ancient tree. Why do you have so much to say? However, as soon as the Raikage's words fell, the ancient tree, clad in demonic armor, instantly appeared next to the 4th Raikage. With just one move, he pressed the speed and strength-renowned 4th Raikage against the wall. Bang! With a quick 2 kicks, the 4th Raikage's guard were sent flying. They were then controlled by Kakuzu and Haiden. Don't move, I can't guarantee my scythe 1T tremble. Haiden placed his scythe on Darui's neck. Is there anyone else who wants to resist? The ancient tree looked at the other 4 Kage, who were temporarily silent, with a casual expression. You bastard. If you have the guts, kill me. Even if you kill me, there will be thousands and thousands of me standing up. The 4th Raikage was seized by the ancient tree by the head, his tone filled with intense rage. You cowardly bunch. The 4th Raikage looked at the others who showed no reaction, his expression filled with sarcasm, just as his words fell. Gaara was the first to resist. Without a doubt, he began to use a large amount of chakra. Sandstorm Burial. With a shout of anger, in the blink of an eye, the surrounding ground surged like waves, and a massive sandstorm engulfed the space around. The other Akatsuki members could only be forced to leave. Even the ancient tree could only hold onto the 4th Raikage's body. Activate wind release chakra mode and stand in midair. Boom! The terrifying sandstorm broke the entire room apart. The original building gradually began to shake and collapse. Oh, is that you, Gaara? Who else wants to resist? Come out quickly. Just these 2 people are not enough for Jinchuriki to handle. The ancient tree's words made Uchiha Shizuke's, standing in midair, look resentful. This guy was indeed planning to let her take action. Hearing that the one to fight was Uchiha Shizuke's, Noki, who originally wanted to take action, instantly felt a tremor in his heart. That woman had always been his psychological shadow. Old man, what are you doing? Aren't you going to make a stand? Kuratsuchi reminded Noki beside him. At this moment, still acting like a turtle, Wouldn't that make them look down on him from the other villages? It was simply like their ninja villages style. Kuratsuchi, you don't understand. That person's strength is hard to describe with common sense. Naka's expression was grim. However, even so, he still stood up, knowing that he might be beaten later. Second Mizukichi. Long time no see. You're still as cold, beautiful, and captivating as before, with no changes at all, unlike me, who has become an old man. Naka's words left Kuratsuchi with a face full of question marks. She incredulously looked at Uchiha Shizuke's in the sky, realizing why Noki was so hesitant. It turned out that guy was the war maniac, the second Mizukichi, who almost wiped out a Wagakure. What? You're the second Mizukichi. The fourth Reikichi, whose head was pinched by the ancient tree, trembled in his eyes and then fixed his gaze on the fifth Mizukichi, Terumi Mei, below, wondering if she would turn against them. Terumi Mei, under the fourth Reikichi's gaze, looked flustered but didn't show any reaction. She still hid in the corner, pretending she didn't exist. Mizukichi, are we really not going to make a stand? The ordinary person beside Terumi Mei, CHJR, curiously inquired. Fa ye. That's the second Mizukichi. Do you really want to take action? Terumi Mei's silent voice truly made CHJR feel awkward. He had grown up listening to the stories of the second Mizukichi. Now, seeing his idol, he inevitably felt a sense of awe. Making him act against the living second Mizukichi so quickly felt like a betrayal of his master and ancestors. Sandstorm Sandgun. Gaara continued to control the sandstorm, launching an attack at the ancient tree in the sky. Water release, great waterfall technique. Kisame Hashigaki, seeing the sudden attack, immediately formed hand seals, and the surging seawater collided with the sandstorm in an instant. The impact of the two attacks shattered the room completely, and the white snow from outside began to slowly fall. Dust release, original world separation technique. Taking this opportunity, Noki used dust release against the ancient tree above. However, before he could even launch the technique, a shadow appeared beside him, causing Noki to instinctively dodge. Oh, you can even predict, huh? Almost in the moment, Noki dodged. Uchiha Shizuke's raised her long blade and instantly slashed Noki away. Old man. Kuratsuchi watched Noki being ruthlessly slashed away, her eyes trembling. She truly couldn't believe that the strongest ninja of the land of Earth was defeated so quickly. No way, old man. You really haven't beaten before? Kuratsuchi initially thought the records from the land of Earth were just jokes. But now it seemed that Noki, when he was young, might indeed have been bullied by Uchiha Shizuke's to the point of having a psychological shadow. Chapter 148. Sasuke's Downfall. No, nothing. Noki covered his old waist, immediately becoming honest. Meanwhile, the constantly resisting Gaara was easily suppressed by the other members of the Akatsuki organization. Well then, please, everyone, let's have a discussion in the land of rain. The cold words of the ancient tree silenced the expressions of the other Kages around. Tsunade, who wanted to resist, was immediately grabbed by Jiraiya by her wrist. A subtle shake of his head indicated that resisting now was clearly not a good idea. You see, Inoki knows. He was almost taken out in an instant. Now, with Kuratsuchi's support, he was particularly docile. As for Gaara, he was even worse off. Not only did one of his guards get killed, but he himself was also beaten and injured by the Akatsuki members. Konan, who was in the team, was extremely surprised. She truly did not expect that the 5 Kages would be subdued by the ancient tree so quickly. Among them, the Hokage and the Mizukichi didn't even put up a fight. Otherwise, if the 5 Kages teamed up, they would really have to drink a pot of trouble. Just as the 5 Kages were being escorted through the land of rain, an unexpected guest arrived in Konoha. Sasuke-kun, are you really going to attack Konoha? Obito looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who insisted on attacking Konoha and killing Danzo, the one who framed his brother, with a somewhat subtle gaze. Does this idiot think that just because he awakened the Mangeki, he's invincible? It doesn't matter. Just take me to Danzo's location. Give me a minute, and I will definitely kill him. All right. Obito was quite helpless, but in order to recruit Sasuke, he could only help him fulfill this wish. Indeed, the condition for Obito to assist Sasuke was that Sasuke would work for him in the future. As the space-time shifted, Sasuke held his sword with one hand, his robe billowing without wind, looking particularly cool, and soon found himself in a rather dark place. His Sharingan began to spin instantly. Who is it? The root ninjas around, seeing Sasuke's sudden appearance, all sprang up. However, in an instant, with the flickering of the arc of lightning from his sword, the attacking root ninjas collapsed to the ground in just a blink of an eye. Oh, you're Sasuke? Danzo looked at Sasuke's grim face and suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity. He suddenly realized that the previous Konoha ninja had also barged in here in such a grand manner. Old man Danzo, die for me. Sasuke, with arcs of lightning on his long sword, immediately used his secret technique, Chidori Stream. The instant spread of the arc slash made Danzo's eyes narrow sharply. Damn it. Izanagi. With his heart pierced, Danzo was forced to use the forbidden technique of his Sharingan, Izanagi, to change the fact that he was killed. In Sasuke's astonished gaze, Danzo slowly emerged from the darkness. He not only showed no signs of panic, but instead let out an excited laugh. Ha! Sasuke, you came to me. KokiDrops. In Sasuke's surprised eyes, Danzo's Mangeki Sharingan under his bandages suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The golden light illusion imprisoned Sasuke fiercely. Danzo was worried about who he should enslave with his strongest illusion. Originally, he wanted to enslave Naruto, but this guy's malicious perception made it impossible for him to use it. This powerful illusion even required over a decade of cooldown time. However, the effect was very good. Sasuke, who was initially full of killing intent, became docile upon encountering Danzo's KokiDrops. He began to brainwash himself, believing that Itachi's annihilation of the entire clan was not Danzo's fault. It should be Uchiha Itachi's own problem, as he had listened to the slander of Hiruzen Sarutobi. KokiDrops. Obito, who was hiding in the dark, was shocked and relieved that he hadn't revealed himself. He was indeed very wary of Danzo's KokiDrops, which was why he didn't step forward. Although he lost Sasuke, as long as Danzo lost his strongest illusion, KokiDrops, he would have the chance to kill the old man. However, for now, it was better to let Danzo and the Akatsuki organization fight among themselves. After contemplating, Obito quietly used Kimui to leave the scene. Soon, the 5 Kages were imprisoned in the dungeon of the Land of Rain by the ancient tree. Tsunade looked at the ancient tree that was about to leave and curiously asked, "Ancient tree, what exactly are you trying to do?" She was very curious about what the ancient tree intended to accomplish. You can't be seriously planning to destroy the entire ninja world, right? What am I doing? Of course, I am bringing a bright future to the ninja world. I believe you're all tired of war, right? Since that's the case, I will unify the ninja world. I wonder if you have any objections? The ancient tree's expression was cold as he spoke again. Now, I want you to write a letter to your respective ninja villages, roughly stating that you were moved by the words of the Akatsuki leader and intend to hand over the position of Kage to the Akatsuki leader, willing to fulfill the grand ambition of achieving peace in the ninja world. Conan was shocked by the ancient tree's idea, her expression frozen. This ancient tree was truly planning to unify the ninja world. Moreover, he was using such violent means to achieve it by imprisoning the 5 Kages. Ha ha ha, you idiot. Your idea is quite naive. So you want to be the emperor of the earth? Do you think my land of lightning will be weak and cowardly? If they find out I'm imprisoned here, they will definitely attack the land of rain at the first opportunity. By then, this place will be a living hell. And the reason for all this will be you. The Hokage, who had been beaten black and blue, began to itch again and mocked the ancient tree's naive thoughts. If that's the case, I don't mind erasing the land of lightning from a ninja world. After all, with so many people in the ninja world, having fewer troublemakers won't have much impact. The ancient tree's gaze slowly became sideways. His domineering words made Hokage's expression change instantly, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Remembering Uchiha Shinsui's gigantic Susanoo, Hokage felt that the ancient tree's words were not joking. Cough, cough. Give me paper and pen. Let me explain properly. To prevent the ninjas of the land of lightning from dying at will, I can only endure a little. The 4th Hokage's active concession was something no one here had expected. They truly did not expect that the person who should be least likely to surrender would actually soften at the first moment. Old man, what about us? Kuratsuchi looked at Inoki beside her. There's no helping it. You go get the paper and pen. Inoki shook his head helplessly. Just Uchiha Shinsui alone was enough to destroy country. If they did not cooperate, the land of earth might really be erased from the ninja world. Seeing that both the land of lightning and the land of earth agreed, the other Kages could only reluctantly cooperate with the ancient tree, starting to write a statement about stepping down from their positions and sending it to the Akatsuki leader. The succession of Kage is not something I can decide unilaterally. It also requires the recognition of the daime and a vote from the higher-ups of the ninja village, Tsunade recalled. There was still that tumor, Danzo, in their ninja village. If he received this letter, he would definitely raise a rebellion and tightly grip power. Chapter 149, Choices from All Sides. You don't need to worry about that. The ancient tree glanced at them. Under his urging, the 5 Kages quickly finished writing the letter. The content basically informed the higher-ups in the village that the Akatsuki organization wanted to unify the ninja world and pass the position of Kage to the current leader of the Akatsuki organization. You all choose a guard to take the letter back. Then, let me see what the reactions from your villages are. Of course, win Kage. You might not get to choose. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. It turned out that the Win Kage now only had one guard left. One of his other guards was forced to die in the confrontation with the Akatsuki. Gaara's heart erupted with many beautiful words, but in the end, he was just an honest person. He seriously fought against the Akatsuki, resulting in not only serious injuries to his body, but also losing a guard. Kakashi, this task is up to you, Jiraiya said to Kakashi, who was beside him, as he still wasn't at ease leaving Tsunade here. Kakashi, don't worry. With my hand order, the Umbu will follow your arrangements. If Danzo doesn't behave, just deal with him directly. Tsunade also spoke to Kakashi beside her. All right, Lord Hokage. I will definitely find someone to rescue you. Kakashi subtly conveyed his meaning. The other village leaders also arranged guards to prepare to send the letter back. Lord Mizuki, do you need me to call someone to help you? Chojuro asked curiously. Chojuro, it's fine. I believe the second Mizuki won't easily let Kirigakure be destroyed, but you should still gather the Umbu of Kirigakure. I have a feeling that a great battle is about to happen. If the Akatsuki's goal is to unify the ninja world, then considering the second Mizuki's position within the Akatsuki, isn't that equivalent to Kirigakure unifying the ninja world? Yes. Late at night, Uchiha Shivei was holding the ancient tree, standing by the window, speaking with some worry. Bad guy, aren't you afraid that the 5 great nations will unite against you by doing this? The ancient tree, feeling the softness behind him, sighed, knowing that tonight would inevitably be about turning in homework. It's fine, you still have me, right? Regarding the side effects of the Manjiki Sharingan, after you transplanted Hashirama's cells, did it have any resistance effect? Uchiha Shirvei smiled, pressing against the ancient tree's back, her delicate hand already starting to misbehave. It has some effect. But does evolving into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan really require transplanting someone else's eyes? For what it looks like it should be. The ancient tree grabbed Uchiha Shirzei's cunning hand like a little snake, stopping it at his abdomen. No, I don't want to transplant someone else's eyes. Having Hashirama cells is enough. Uchiha Shirzei felt herself being restrained and looked quite resentful, then pushed the ancient tree down to the ground. No. The ancient tree struggled to speak clearly. A night passed without a word. All that could be seen was Uchiha Shirzei's gradually crimson eyes and her enchanting expression. Soon, under Kakashi's rapid movement, he was the first to arrive at the village of the 5 Kage's guards. Kakashi, is something wrong? Didn't you go with Lord Hokage to attend the 5 Kage summit? Why are you back alone? Kakashi looked at Might Guy training at the village entrance and immediately spoke anxiously. Gather the Umbu and the ninjas from the major clans. Lord Hokage has been captured by the Akatsuki's base. What? Might Guy was momentarily stunned, not quite processing it. Okay, I'll go notify them right away. Seeing Might Guy leave, Kakashi also headed towards the Hokage building. What did you say? The Hokage has been captured. Tsunade's expression grew serious upon hearing Kakashi's words. Let me see what this letter says. After briefly reading Tsunade's letter, Tsunade and Mito Minion felt an immense pressure. Tsunade really intends to give the position of Hokage to the leader of the Akatsuki. Isn't this a joke? Mito Minion spoke first. It's simply nonsense. The position of Hokage is actually given to an outsider. Is there really no one in Konoha besides her? Tsunade also expressed her dissatisfaction. Ahem, both of you. That leader of the Akatsuki is actually the rogue ninja from Konoha, the ancient tree. Moreover, he seems to be a relative of the 5th Hokage. Kakashi simply informed the two about the new leader of the Akatsuki. What? The ancient tree? Tsunade's eyes carried a hint of inexplicable emotion. Her thoughts seemingly drifting back to the past when the ancient tree was a standout at the Ninja Academy, admired by countless people. Is it really that troublemaker? I didn't expect him to become the leader of the Akatsuki in just a few years. Mito Minion also stammered. The ancient tree from their era was undoubtedly a mountain pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. Elder Minion, I've always had some doubts about defining the ancient tree as a rogue ninja. This guy is the son of the 2nd Hokage. How could he possibly do something to harm Konoha? Moreover, according to recent intelligence, Uchiha Shirzue seems to have also been revived. Tsunade's eyes narrowed slightly. Uchiha Shirzue, this rare friend, she once established the Firefly Bun Shop with the ancient tree, which has now changed hands to her management. Ancient tree, I don't know. But Uchiha Shirzue is a war maniac. You shouldn't forget the great cost we paid to kill her. Mito Minyin spoke with some trepidation. That was at the end of the First Ninja World War, and our coalition had to send nearly 100 Jonin and several Kage-level powerhouses to wear down Uchiha Shirzue. Although that's the case, with the ancient tree around, Uchiha Shirzue shouldn't go crazy. Kakashi, if possible, I hope the leader of the Akatsuki can personally come to Konoha. We want to have a face-to-face conversation with him. As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, Mito Minyin's eyes trembled. Elder Tsunade, aren't you afraid of bringing trouble to yourself? After all, the ancient tree is also a descendant of the second Hokage. If he is truly misunderstood, combined with the fact that he is now the leader of the Akatsuki, if he really unifies the ninja world, what do you think our Konoha's position will be? Tsunade's meaning was clear. It meant that if the ancient tree unified the ninja world, it would essentially mean that Konoha would unify the ninja world. The premise is that the ancient tree hasn't changed his heart. To be honest, Mito Minyin felt a little tempted. After all, the ancient tree is a member of the Senju clan and may very well have always cared about Konoha. Bang! Before Tsunade could continue speaking, the originally closed door was suddenly pushed open. Shimura Danzo, with a bandage on his face and leaning on a cane, had a fierce look in his eyes. I heard that the Hokage is in trouble. Chapter 150. Can I have a bowl of soup? Danzo, can't you knock? Tsunade's expression was not too pleasant. Tsunade, stop talking nonsense. Let me see the letter. Danzo was accompanied by the expressionless Uchiha Sasuke. Kakashi was taken aback by the sight of this duo. Wait, when did this rogue ninja Sasuke return to Konoha? And why is he staying by Danzo's side? He looks like a guard. You. Tsunade glanced at Sasuke, who had no reaction, and ignored Danzo, not caring what he had done. She reluctantly threw Tsunade's handwritten letter into his hands. Danzo nodded while reading the letter, but soon his expression changed dramatically. What? That little girl, Tsunade, actually plans to give the Hokage position to the leader of the Akatsuki? What kind of joke is this? Danzo angrily threw the letter on the ground. He worked diligently for the development of Konoha, doing so much, yet he is still not as good as an Akatsuki leader? To be honest, Danzo felt that his darkening value had risen significantly. Nowadays, the leader of the Akatsuki is Gumu, the rogue ninja you actively mentioned. Upon hearing Tika's words, Danzo's originally angry expression instantly vanished. Instead, his original plan was shattered. If the leader of the Akatsuki was his adoptive father, there was a different story. That guy actually became the leader of the Akatsuki? Isn't he a reanimated corpse? Sorry, everyone, let me interject. Based on my observations and Lord Jiraiya's speculation, it seems both Gumu and Uchiha Shizuke's have fully revived. Kakashi Hatake provided his thoughts from his side. He had to be present and relay the ideas from this side to Tsunade. Why are you still here? Danzo then noticed that there was an outsider in the conference room. Tsunade's faction's underling. Danzo couldn't let him know his plans. With a glance, Sasuke immediately understood Danzo's meaning. Kakashi-sensei, please leave. Under Kakashi Hatake's surprised gaze, Sasuke reached out, signaling him to leave. Sasuke, what exactly happened? Why are you helping Danzo? Why? It's revenge, of course. And I feel that some of Danzo's ideas align well with mine. Sasuke drew his long sword, his body exuding a massive oppressive aura. Left with no choice, Kakashi Hatake could only leave. Seeing Kakashi leave, Danzo immediately sat down, his expression serious. So, you want Gumu, this rogue ninja, to become the new Hokage? Danzo, are you mistaken? Gumu shouldn't be a rogue ninja. Tika's expression was serious. Moreover, she was surprised that Danzo trusted Sasuke, this rogue ninja, so much. You, who nearly orchestrated the Uchiha clan's massacre, are now allowing a descendant of the Uchiha clan to serve as a protector. Do you want to live too long? I know what you're worried about, but Sasuke is now mine. And I'm not mistaken. Gumu is indeed a rogue ninja. You must understand. Our Konoha village once allied with other ninja villages to surround and kill his girlfriend. Are you sure Gumu has no resentment towards Konoha? A hint of disdain appeared on Danzo's face. He had long known that many women admired Gumu when he was young, and Tika was likely one of them. Unfortunately, Uchiha Shizuke's kept a tight watch, not giving any woman a chance to interact with Gumu. Moreover, Danzo had personally seen Tika crying alone upon learning of Gumu's sacrifice. So, you want to sacrifice Tsunade? Mito gate and offered his thoughts. How is that possible? Even if I disagree with rescuing Tsunade, do you think most ninjas in the village would agree? Those great clans are just Tsunade's lapdogs. So what exactly are your thoughts? Tika looked curious. She was somewhat unsure of what Danzo wanted to do. What thoughts? Ha ha ha. Of course, to help Gomu revolutionize and unify the ninja world. Danzo's rather twisted laughter made Tika and Un's expressions tremble. Huh? Tika blinked. She didn't expect Danzo's thoughts to align with hers. Why? Un's expression was flat. It's simple. Gomu now has this strength, comparable to the original Hokage, the god of the ninja world. He already has the ability to overturn the world, and I think it's worth betting on him. Danzo smiled knowingly. Of course, he had some words left unsaid. He would tone it down a bit regarding his relationship with Gomu. He only needed to follow him and handle some dark matters. This future land of fire would surely be under his control. Thinking of this, Danzo couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his little calculations. How could the naive Tsunade possibly make Konoha stronger? Hopefully, when his adoptive father unifies the ninja world, he would still have a bowl of soup to drink. Unexpectedly, the power and status he longed for, as well as the revival of Konoha, would ultimately still rely on Gomu. Since you all believe Gomu can unify the ninja world, then I can only agree to this plan. So, our Konoha village's response is to agree to the Akatsuki leader becoming the next Hokage. Mitu Gota and nodded. He felt that this should be the best course of action. Even if Gomu truly intends to destroy Konoha in the future, they could just rise up in rebellion then. However, if Gomu truly cares for Konoha, then the benefits Konoha would gain would be unimaginable. As for the daimyo, others would be eager for war every day. These guys would naturally be happy for the expansion of their territory. At the same time, in a small border country within the land of water, Obito, who was collaborating with Orochimaru, received intel from Black Zetsu. Currently, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi were conducting experiments, already cultivating a white Zetsu army capable of overturning the ninja world. Coupled with the continuously perfected Edo Tensei technique, they were confident that they could completely change the face of the ninja world. What did you say? The 5 Kages have all been imprisoned by Gomu? Uchiha Obito was momentarily stunned by Black Zetsu's information. He initially thought Gomu would attack the 5 Kage summit. Who knew that this guy would imprison all the Kages of the 5 great nations? Chapter 151. Little niece, does it smell good? Obito-kun, what should we do next? Black Zetsu's eyes were somewhat dazed. He began to think about whether he should temporarily defect and lure Gomu into summoning the 10 tails. Nowadays, Gomu seemed more like a behind-the-scenes big boss. In comparison, Uchiha Obito was much more settled. However, they now held the Rinnegan and had several tailed beast chakra. They just needed to obtain the tailed beast chakra collected by the Akatsuki to summon the 10 tails. Next, I will take action personally. Not to mention, the land of lightning and the land of earth will absolutely not submit to the Akatsuki. Uchiha Obito's body slowly vanished into the air like a whirlpool. The next day, in Konoha village, the clan leaders of various ninja clans began to gather under the organization of Danzo and Tika. Elders, is there something going on? The leader of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi, was the first to ask. Now that the Uchiha clan has been destroyed and the Senju clan has declined, the Hyuga clan is currently Konoha's largest clan. I believe you all received the intel sent by Kakashi Hitaki. Now the 5th Hokage is imprisoned in the Rain Village. I wonder what your thoughts are? Tika got straight to the point. I will follow your decision. Hyuga Hizashi was quite honest, which is why the Hyuga clan could still survive. Of course, we must save her. The evil Akatsuki has actually imprisoned the 5 Kages. The leader of the Akimichi clan spoke with anger. Please calm down and see what the elders have to say. Nara clan leader Nara Shikaku interrupted Akimichi Dingza. After our continuous discussions, we have decided to mobilize 2/3 of the village's ninjas to the border of the Land of Rain, ready to wait for orders. Yes. The leaders of the various clans' expressions became serious. Are they planning to go to war? Can the elders know what your thoughts are? What is your plan? Are you going to help the Akatsuki and assist their tyranny, or unite with other ninja villages to fight against them? Narashikahiza raised his question. Helping the Akatsuki to unify the ninja world. Danzo's calm words instantly made several clan leaders tremble in their eyes. No, Danzo, what do you mean by that? Are you planning to let Konoha face the siege of the other 4 villages? Akimichi Choza asked what everyone wanted to know. I disagree. The actions of the Akatsuki are known throughout the ninja world. Their existence is to destroy the peace of the ninja world. Narashikahiza shook his head. Moreover, they have been capturing the 9 tails from our village. Yes, we have been fighting against the Akatsuki for so long. Why suddenly help them? The head of the Hyuga clan also found it hard to understand. He naturally knew that if the Akatsuki unified the ninja world, then these major clans would likely be exploited again. It's simple. The current leader of the Akatsuki is a descendant of the 2nd Hokage. He is one of us from Konoha, understand now? Danzo's straightforward statement shocked the surrounding ninjas. No, dude, the Akatsuki is our Konohas? Ah, is that true? Narashikahisa's mind went blank for a moment, and he could only ask if this was real. So it turns out that the Akatsuki is our ally. However, I heard that guy, the ancient tree, seems to be collaborating with Orochimaru. Is this really beneficial for Konoha? Hearing these concerns, Danzo became somewhat impatient. His eyes filled with disdain. If you don't want to go, then don't. You don't really think that without you guys, the battlefield will turn around, do you? We are just cannon fodder. Whether we go or not only represents sincerity. Now that the Akatsuki can easily suppress the 5 Kage, doesn't that prove their strength? The Hyuga clan, am willing to support the Akatsuki. Hyuga Hayashi's eyes narrowed, immediately understanding the pros and cons, and opened his mouth to express support. We are willing to. Seeing this, the other clan leaders also expressed their thoughts. At noon, the Konoha allied forces began to assemble, a grand total of several thousand people. Hotake Kakashi arrived at Narashikahisa, known as the Brainiac. How did the high-level discussions go? Support the Akatsuki. Narashikahisa's expression was helpless. This was entirely a gamble. Success would mean a worry-free future for descendants. Failure would mean no place to die. By the way, where is Naruto? Narashikahisa's eyes showed curiosity. Naruto is their ultimate weapon in Konoha, and his thoughts often determine the direction of events. He is still training sage techniques in Maiboka Mountain, but I sent a message. He should come to the Land of Rain to meet us. I see. Narashikamaru's eyes showed worry, hoping they could hold on until Naruto returned under the siege of the 4 great nations. Soon, on the side of the Rain Village, the ancient tree received a reply from Konoha. Oh, indeed, Konoha is efficient. In the gloomy dungeon, the ancient tree looked at the letter sent by Hotake Kakashi, his eyes filled with joy. Kakashi, please. The cell door opened on its own, indicating Hotake Kakashi to enter. Seeing such a humiliating scene, Hotake Kakashi couldn't help but curse inwardly. However, after seeing Jiraiya subtly shake his head inside the dungeon, he still felt quite aggrieved and voluntarily entered. Kakashi, how did the Konoha high-ups respond? Tsunade looked at Hotake Kakashi beside her, beginning to whisper. Don't worry, Lady Tsunade. Konoha's ninjas have already reached the border of the Land of Rain. Before Tsunade could ask, the ancient tree's mocking laughter changed her expression. Haha, Konoha is quite sensible. Come on, Kakazu, let Tsunade and the others out. Now we are practically partners. Boom. As soon as the words fell, Reikage angrily smashed the nearby wall. Hokage, you bunch of traitors to the ninja world. You actually compromised. Reikage gritted his teeth. With one less powerful ally and one more opponent, can a remaining 4 nations coalition really gain the upper hand? No, Kakashi, did you correctly convey my message? Tsunade's face was pale as she felt the pressure from the other Kage's gazes. She was somewhat uneasy. Me? I don't know. This is the result of discussions among Konoha's high-ups and the major clans. Hotake Kakashi's expression was helpless. He had no power, not even the qualification to express his own suggestions. Tsunade, you go out first. Jiraiya, being bold, took the initiative to step out of the cell, to say nothing else. This dungeon was truly not a place for humans to stay. Hokage, has your will of fire been fed to the dogs? You are submitting to the enemy? Oenoki also started cursing, intending to provoke Tsunade's fiery anger and make her a teammate. No, Oenoki, what are you barking about? The ancient tree approached the somewhat at a loss Tsunade, extending his hand to rest on her shoulder. Tsunade, but you are my niece. What is wrong with Konoha helping me? The sudden words left the other 4 Kages stunned. They truly did not expect that Tsunade and the leader of the Akatsuki had this connection. Oenoki's eyes trembled. His speculation was indeed correct. Just then, the ancient tree suddenly felt the space become a bit colder. Beneath the ground, a shadow with blood-red eyes slowly appeared behind him. Chapter 152 Oenoki, where are we playing at? Ancient tree, how does my niece smell? Uchiha Shizuke's melodious voice echoed in the ancient tree's ear. Immediately after, the ancient tree felt a pair of delicate hands at his waist. Instinctively sensing danger, the ancient tree quickly removed his hand from Tsunade's shoulder. Cough. Not as good as you. The ancient tree whispered close to Uchiha Shizuke's ear. This made Uchiha Shizuke's let out a soft hum and withdraw her hand from the soft flesh at the ancient tree's waist. Tonight, I will drain you dry. Uchiha Shizuke's also leaned close to the ancient tree's ear, speaking in a voice only the two could hear. This alluring voice made the ancient tree's face change. This girl is definitely addicted. Throughout it all, Tsunade did not resist at all. She initially wanted to swat away the ancient tree's hand, but the vague pressure emanating from him made her soul tremble in fear. What does this mean? Tsunade, what do you mean by this? You really have betrayed us. Haven to you, you traitor to the ninja world. Reikage cursed, his body crackling with lightning like a small snake, continuously jumping. Reikage, calm down, calm down. Our situation is not good right now. The sensing ninja, sure, desperately hugged Reikage's body. If he goes mad, then they would both be in trouble here. The insults made Tsunade's expression not look too good. Tsunade, you have always thought this. Owanoki originally wanted to join Reikage in applying pressure, but after being glared at by Uchiha Shizuke's blood-red gaze, he immediately obediently shut his mouth. Fourth Reikage, why are you so irritable? Are you tired of standing up? Do you need me to help you lie down? The ancient tree approached Reikage expressionlessly. A black claw armor appeared on his palm, easily bending the thick iron bars. Come on, if you're not convinced, just throw a punch at me? The ancient tree calmly pointed to his cheek, this provocative scene. The explosive temper of Reikage AI has completely erupted. You bastard. Reikage AI activated the strongest lightning release, his white hair standing upright. In this state, he could even shatter the basic form of Susanoo. Raijin's neck. The fourth Reikage violently elbowed the ancient tree. However, before he could hit the tree, with a quick sonic boom punch from the ancient tree, the fourth Reikage body bent like a shrimp and was sent flying like a cannonball. Boom! The terrifying force shattered the entire dungeon. The fourth Reikage spat out blood, his pupils dilating in shock, truly not expecting the ancient tree's power to be so strong. Bang, bang, bang. The fourth Reikage body continued to skip across the rain-soaked ground, sliding for over 1,000 meters before finally coming to a stop. Reikage, where are you running to? Seeing Reikage still wanting to take the opportunity to escape, the ancient tree, clad in demonic armor, grabbed the fourth Reikage by the head with one hand. The fourth Reikage cursed and spat out blood foam. I won't run anymore. The ancient tree was prepared to make an example out of him, but this guy instantly became obedient. This really left the ancient tree a bit bewildered. Wait, you're backing down, yet still so tough? The ancient tree's expression was speechless as he instantly transported the fourth Reikage to a new dungeon. Upon witnessing the fourth Reikage's instant defeat, the other Kages immediately became docile. The Tsuchikage didn't say a word and began to meditate. He believed that as long as the allied forces arrived, the land of rain could easily be destroyed. Lord Hokage, what should we do next? Kakashi Hatake asked with a worried expression. It seemed that their Konoha might really be besieged by the Four Nations Alliance. What could be done? Even if they resisted now, the other ninja villages probably wouldn't easily believe them. The harsh truth, Jiraiya said. Now that they were on a pirate ship, there was no chance to get off easily. Sigh, let it be. Tsunade shook her head helplessly and slowly approached the ancient tree. You'll treat the village hidden in the leaves well, right? Tsunade asked the question she cared about the most. At least, the ancient tree wasn't as perverse and extreme as the former Akatsuki leader. My dear niece, you're talking nonsense. You should know that if I hadn't met Uchiha Madara, I would have been the third Hokage of Konoha. The ancient tree's words piqued the curiosity of Jiraiya and Kakashi beside him. Looking at it this way, having the ancient tree lead Konoha didn't seem to have any major issues. After all, he was in existence recognized by the second Hokage. Cough, just call me Tsunade. I can't quite accept the whole niece thing. Tsunade looked at the ancient tree, who looked significantly younger than her, and coughed lightly with a subtle expression. What's wrong? When you were a kid, you urinated on me. Have you forgotten? Don't say that. Tsunade immediately waved her hand, her face reddening as she looked at the other Kages who had their ears perked up, eagerly eavesdropping, and left the dungeon with Jiraiya. What's the problem? The ancient tree looked at Tsunade, leaving, and didn't quite understand what she was shy about. Just as the ancient tree was about to leave, a sudden mournful voice caught the attention of the ancient tree and Uchiha Shizuka. Second Mizukage, are you going to give up on our mist village? Uchiha Shizuka turned to look at the fifth Mizukage, Turumi, who had a wronged expression not far away. Do you have a problem? Uchiha Shizuka spoke expressionlessly. The two only exchanged a sentence, and the remaining three Kages nearby instantly felt something was off. This development didn't seem right. The fourth Reikage AI still wanted to speak, but after being affected by his injuries and spitting out blood, he immediately became obedient. Second Mizukage, our mist village is willing to once again follow you to fight against the ninja world. Please do not abandon us. Turumi Mei's loyal voice truly made Inoki feel a bit strained. Wait, Mizukage, are you also going to temporarily switch sides? Have you forgotten who caused the blood mist turmoil in the Mist Village? Inoki said anxiously. If they lost another ally, they would really be doomed. They were already at a disadvantage. Inoki originally planned to rely on manpower to suppress and win. If they didn't have a numerical advantage, they would definitely lose. Second Mizukage. We have already contacted the ninjas of Mist Village and are bringing the entire village's strength to the Land of Rain. We hope you can lead us to fight again. One of Terumi Mei's guards, Ao, knelt on one knee, his expression extremely serious, embodying the will pass down from Mist Village to fight to the end. Chapter 153, First Clash? Inoki had a questioning expression. Wait, are you serious? Bringing the entire village's strength. Are you really planning to go all in? Suchikage, what about us? Akatsuchi asked Inoki beside him. Inoki understood the ancient tree's strength very well and truly didn't think that a sea of people tactic would gain any advantage. What about us? Do you still want to switch sides? Inoki's expression was not good. He naturally knew that even if they switched sides, the Earth country would not gain any benefits. After a failure, it would be almost equivalent to national destruction. Rather than that, it was better to take a gamble. Perhaps they'd turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. If they achieved victory, they could divide the vast resources of the fire country and water country. As for the Reikage, he had already passed out from the shock of the situation. Uchiha Shizuka looked at the ancient tree beside him, trying to gauge his thoughts. In that case, Kakuzu, open the gates for them. At the ancient tree's signal, Terumi Mei and her companion walked out of the dungeon, looking relieved. Terumi Mei covered her chest and exhaled deeply. Finally, she could breathe some fresh air. However, for some reason, she felt that the second Mizukage's gaze toward her seemed a bit unfriendly. The group walked out of the dungeon and arrived outside the village hidden in the rain. Fifth Mizukage, what do you mean by this? Tsunade looked at Terumi Mei, who was staying beside the ancient tree, and Uchiha Shizuka, her eyes narrowing. It's simple. The fifth Mizukage has surrendered. The ancient tree shrugged, showing no signs of surprise. Tsunade felt speechless inside. If that was the case, then Konoha wasn't the only ninja village helping the Akatsuki organization. This made it hard for Tsunade to accept for a moment. Hello, fifth Hokage from now on. We are comrades. Terumi Mei smiled warmly. She naturally knew what Tsunade was thinking. It was like an emperor suddenly gaining another concubine. The first concubine would naturally feel a sense of jealousy. Soon, about a week passed. The other ninja villages basically responded. It seems you ninja villages aren't foolish. At least on the surface, it says submission. The ancient tree looked at the letters from various villages in his hand, his expression unchanged. Now, based on some intelligence from scouts at the borders, it seemed that the ninja from various villages had gathered near the Land of Rain. A war that would shake the entire ninja world seemed to have already begun. Ancient tree, since we have already submitted, shouldn't you let us go? Inoki's eyes held a hint of expectation. After staying in the dungeon for so long, he had become quite uncomfortable and wanted to see the light of day again. Inoki felt that if he continued to sleep in this damp environment, he might end up with rheumatism. This is really not a place for people to sleep. Danya Mu wanted to curse. Do you think I'm an idiot? Gumu's eyes were silent. He knew at a glance whether the person was an enemy or a friend. Moreover, Gumu's main purpose was to lure Uchiha Bito, who was hiding in the shadows. A few days later, the conflict began. Lord Leader, the situation seems a bit off. The ninjas from the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth have started to gather and are beginning to put pressure on the Rain Village ninja base. On top of the Rain Village's spire, Gumu listened to the information from Kakashi, slowly calming Uchiha Shizuku in his arms. This fox demoness showed no signs of shyness. As she expressionlessly put on her clothes, her cold demeanor completely different from the madness just moments ago. Ahem. The honest Kakashi lowered his head, seemingly realizing that he had stumbled upon something inappropriate. He hoped he wouldn't be silenced by the second Mizukage. In that case, he opened the door of the Rain Village and let the people from Konoha and the Mist Village in. Soon, the outside coalition fell silent upon learning of the movements in the Rain Country. What to do? The ninjas from the Mist Village were now all closing in on the Rain Country. If they managed to regroup, it would be very difficult for them to encircle them successfully. Darui from a Land of Lightning looked at a mysterious figure beside him, who wore a white mask and carried the Uchiha clan's fan. Now, it seemed they could only rely on this mysterious masked man's power to rescue the Reikage. They had to take a gamble and reverse the situation. Before they rescued the Reikage and Tsuchikage, they were temporarily willing to follow the command of this mysterious masked man. Since they liked to shrink back, then they would just suppress the entire army. Uchiha Obito remained expressionless, his implanted purple Rinnegan under the white mask flickering with a cold light. Suppress the entire army? Darui's expression stiffened. Wouldn't this lead to mutual destruction? I think it's feasible. Akatsuchi, the representative of the Tsuchikage, nodded, indicating that there was nothing wrong with the plan. If it didn't show the rain country a bit of color, they would truly think the 5 great countries were made of rice balls. Oh wait, now it should be the 3 great countries. In that case, let's go to war. Darui's expression was helpless. It seemed this was the best way forward, even though he knew this masked man might not be a good person. He could only take the risk. Under Gumu's control, the ninjas from Konoha and the Mist Village entered the Rain Village. Among them, many Konoha ninjas were very surprised. They thought they had come to attack the Akatsuki organization. But now it seemed that the Akatsuki organization was treating them as companions. What on earth happened? Sakura Haruno was quite confused. She watched as some ninjas from the Rain Village actively assigned them accommodations, unable to understand. It seemed that our Konoha village was allied with the Akatsuki organization. Nara Shikamaru was quick-witted and soon guessed the key to the situation. Soon, under this tense atmosphere, Gumu and the coalition of the 3 great countries began their first encounter. Report, sir. The Mist Ninjas have detected that the coalition of the 3 countries has gathered right in front of the Rain Village. Konan looked at Uchiha Shizuku, who stood expressionless beside Gumu. She envied the second Mizukage for being able to find such a powerful man. She wondered why the second Mizukage's charm seemed to grow the more she looked at him. Was it really like this? With this thought, Konan couldn't help but swallow hard. She knew tonight would be another sleepless night for her. In that case, let's gather the ninjas and prepare to fight. We only need to bring 1/3 of the ninjas. The remaining 2/3 will stay here. Konan, while I'm away, please protect the Rain Village. Gumu ordered Konan beside him. Yes. Konan nodded seriously, as if she could already see peace in the ninja world waving at her. Nagato, Yahiko, is our Akatsuki organization's wish finally about to be realized? Chapter 154. Let's go to war. Being able to persuade the 3 great ninja countries to unite was undoubtedly the work of Uchiha Bito. To prevent those pesky white Zetsu who like to tunnel underground, Gumu could only lead 1/3 of the ninjas to battle. The remaining 2/3 would stay here to prevent any home invasions. Although there were only 1/3 of the ninjas, it was already enough to change the situation under Gumu's command. The battlefield was set in a vast plain within the Rain Country. Gumu led over 1,000 ninjas, standing against the wind, looking at the coalition of the 3 countries slowly appearing on the horizon, expressionless. Teacher Kakashi, can we really win? Sakura Haruno looked at the IWA ninjas, who liked to employ tactics of overwhelming numbers, and compared them to the Kyomogakure, which had the strongest overall combat power. Their total number of ninjas was already small, and now they had only sent 1/3 of their ninjas. Wasn't this a bit too arrogant? Sakura, don't panic. Everyone is here. You're a medical ninja. Just stay back and be ready to assist the injured. Kakashi Hitaki comforted Sakura. Teacher Kakashi, I want to go to the battlefield too, Sakura said, feeling a bit speechless, as if she were a dispensable person. By the way, where is Sasuke-kun? Sakura had already given up on Sasuke, but according to Kakashi, he seemed to have returned to Konoha. She wondered if he should be by Danzo's side. Kakashi slowly shook his head. He felt something was off about Sasuke, but he didn't tell Sakura. The evil Akatsuki organization now gives you one last chance for an ultimatum. If any ninjas want to abandon the darkness and embrace the light, we will be accommodating. I believe there are many ninjas whose families have been torn apart by the Akatsuki organization. Come, join us in attacking the Akatsuki organization and welcome a bright future. Standing at the front of the coalition was Gaara, who looked a bit weak, trying to persuade Gumu to surrender. What's going on? Why is Gaara on the opposite side? Jiraiya, the representative of Konoha beside Gumu, asked in confusion. It's simple, the methods of Uchiha Obito, Gumu replied flatly, causing Kakashi to have some question marks in his mind. He immediately turned around and looked at Gumu twice, thinking he must have misheard. Uchiha Obito, a member of the Uchiha clan? Jiraiya glanced warily at Uchiha Shizuku, standing next to Gumu. Aren't the Uchiha clan supposed to be so terrifying? Upon hearing the name Uchiha Obito again, Kakashi immediately shook his head, believing it must be a coincidence of names. After all, his companion Uchiha Obito had died long ago in the Battle of Kanabi Bridge while trying to save him. It was just 3 more shadows. It wouldn't affect the outcome of the war. Gumu's expression was calm, and his seemingly disdainful attitude made Jiraiya sigh, acknowledging that Danzo had made a correct decision this time. Now, with the arrow on the bowstring, they could only fight desperately. Hey, if any of you want to defect, hurry up. There's no waiting after this, Gumu said to the ninjas behind him, who seemed to lack any fighting spirit. Of course, most of those lacking fighting spirit were Konoha ninjas, as they had all been forced here by Danzo and the leaders of various clans. As for the mist ninjas, each one of them had sharp eyes, crouching on the ground, gazing ahead. Even after experiencing the blood mist chaos, many assassination squads still survived. Their ancestors, to some extent, had fought alongside the second Mizukage. Now, being able to battle alongside the legendary second Mizukage, as mentioned by their predecessors, was enough to ignite their blood. Hey, look around you. Don't disgrace the Leaf Ninjas. Your hatred for the Akatsuki organization has long since faded under the disappearance of the former Akatsuki leader. As for the reason for the battle, it is for the Leaf, which we have always protected. Jiraiya turned around and looked at the listless Leaf Ninjas. His tone serious. Compared to the Mist Ninjas beside them, they were like heaven and earth. If they truly went to war with the Mist Village, it would be nearly impossible for the Leaf to win. Fight! Fight! Upon hearing Jiraiya, one of the legendary three, the Leaf Ninjas began to echo his words. If it weren't for Jiraiya's unwillingness, he should actually be the fifth Hokage. Therefore, everyone recognized Jiraiya's words. It seemed they did not plan to surrender. Noki sat cross-legged on a giant statue, beginning to adjust his breathing. For the first time, he felt that the air outside was so wonderful. The fourth Raikage, nodded. Under the treatment of the medical ninjas beside him, his condition quickly recovered. Then he looked at the masked man beside him, saying, "To be honest, I didn't expect you to collaborate with Orochimaru." Uchiha Obito, hearing this, spoke coldly. "You know the strength of those two. Without external assistance, how could they possibly win? You all know the plan, right? Hold back the people here, and the 100,000 White Zetsu army will flank Rain Village, then take it down in one fell swoop, forming a pincer attack." Upon hearing about the 100,000 White Zetsu, Noki nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the scales of victory in this war had completely tipped in their favor. Soldier against soldier, general against general. Before the battle began, everyone consciously adhered to a principle. Shadow-level powerhouses generally wouldn't easily attack ninjas below the Jonin level. After all, in battles involving shadow-level ninjas, lower-ranked ninjas would be completely slaughtered. Both sides were unwilling to see their own lower and middle ninjas so easily massacred. However, this was limited to the initial stages. As the battle progressed and everyone became bloodthirsty, it didn't matter whether you were a shadow-level ninja or not. As long as you could bleed, they would swarm you until you were dead. Then let's start the battle. With Uchiha Obito's words, the coalition forces of the three countries surged forth, unleashing their chakra and charging toward the ancient tree. Chapter 155. Despair as if facing the apocalypse. Orochimaru-sama, do you need us to summon? Looking at the charging coalition forces of the three countries, Yakushi Kabuto, who was beside Orochimaru, had a flicker of light in his eyes. Under Orochimaru's guidance, Kabuto's power had significantly increased. A few years ago, he had actively gone to the place of inheritance, the Dragon Cave, to cultivate and obtain the perfect Sage Mode. However, even though Kabuto could now defeat Orochimaru, he still held great respect for this teacher who had brought him into the fold. At least in this world, Orochimaru recognized him. "Kabuto, are you sure you found the true remains of Uchiha Madara?" Orochimaru's eyes flickered with a faint light. "I'm sure." Kabuto nodded. They had recently discovered that the masked man was not Uchiha Madara, but someone else. If that's the case, we also have the power to overturn the ninja world. But it's not urgent. I need to see the masked man's sincerity first. Unfortunately, I just started researching how to extract souls from the belly of the Shinigami. As a result, this war broke out. Orochimaru had a somewhat helpless expression. "Orochimaru-sama, you should go back. I'll handle things here." Then I'll leave this to you." After thinking for a moment, Orochimaru nodded. He also needed to quickly search for a way to extract souls from the Shinigami's belly. After all, several generations of Hokage possessed the power to overturn the battlefield. "You all wait for my command." The ancient tree's expression was casual. Immediately, under the surprised gazes of the thousands of ninjas below, he stood in mid-air. This is Wind Release Chakra Mode. This guy is truly a genius. Jiraiya once again expressed his approval of the ancient tree's ninjutsu development upon seeing this miraculous mode. After all, being able to fly would make combat much more convenient. "Jiraiya-sama, are we really letting him face them alone?" Hatake Kakashi's expression was puzzled. "Kakashi, have you fought against the ancient tree?" Jiraiya's sudden question made Kakashi's face awkward. He was the first to fight against the ancient tree, and at that time, he was beaten like a small pawn by the Edo Tensei ancient tree. If it weren't for Jiraiya's timely support, he feared he would have been left with lifelong injuries. I know the ancient tree is powerful, but there are nearly tens of thousands of them over there. Kakashi looked at the dust storm not far away. In the battle formation, all lives were equal. Even shadow-level strongmen would not dare to easily confront so many ninjas. You don't need to worry about that. Jiraiya crossed his arms. He noticed that Orochimaru's aura seemed to have moved away from here. I really don't know what that guy is up to. To his surprise, the ancient tree had such great courage. He truly was a hero of his time, daring to face our coalition of 3 countries alone. Even Noki, as an enemy, felt a bit of recognition for the ancient tree when he saw him standing tall in the air and taking the initiative to approach. At least Noki himself did not have the courage to face so many ninjas, let alone him. Even the 4th Raikage would not be able to hold out long against this group attack. Noki, why bother boosting someone else's confidence while diminishing your own? Just a mere tens of thousands. Isn't our village's 3rd Raikage capable of the same? The 4th Raikage crossed his arms, looking quite disdainful. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the so-called 3rd Raikage had long been beaten by the ancient tree with one hand. Let you witness my peak moment. In the sky, the ancient tree instantly entered sage mode. His wind wings began to flap, and he soared upwards like a meteor. In an instant, a terrifying hurricane swept through the high altitude. In a split second, a terrifying wind pressure descended from above. The powerful force made those attacking ninjas stop in their tracks. Then, under the puzzled gazes of thousands of ninjas, the ancient tree gradually gathered a wind vortex in his hand, compressed to the extreme, seemingly causing cracks in the very fabric of space. In an instant, the air within a radius of tens of thousands of meters began to rush toward him at high speed. At that moment, the wind and clouds changed color. Below, many ninjas, unable to withstand such terrifying pulling force, began to have their robes billowing and their bodies lifting off the ground. What is happening here? Kuratsuchi covered her eyes, looking at the sandstorm that had almost completely obscured the sun in the sky. The raging sandstorm was almost making it difficult for her to breathe. Is this something that humans can accomplish? The red earth beside him also wore a shocked expression, as if this apocalyptic scene was something he had only seen in nightmares. No, can we really win this? Many ninjas from the land of Earth looked terrified as they stared at the sky, where the clouds had suddenly changed, swirling together as if some terrifying force was about to emerge from within. 4th Raikage, this commotion, your 3rd Raikage can do something like this, right? Naka's face darkened significantly. He could already sense an extremely terrifying chakra gathering in the sky. This chakra fluctuation could destroy the entire allied force. 3rd Tsuchikage, aren't you going to stop this? Can't you fly? Are you just going to watch the enemy gather their strength? The expression of 4th Raikage, it was also unfriendly. Fly? You try it, and see if you can reach 10,000 meters in the air. Noki rarely lost his temper. He was already somewhat regretful. If he had known the ancient wood was this strong, he should have backed down early like the Leaf Village, and there probably wouldn't have been any trouble. The 4th Raikage was somewhat at a loss for words. However, the gradual reddening of the man's face already spoke volumes. Lord Jiraiya, I think I understand now why you aren't in the least bit anxious. Hatake Kakashi looked at the massive phenomenon in the sky. The amount of chakra from the ancient would seem to have surpassed the realm of ninjas. Under the gaze of countless people, the hurricane in the ancient wood's hand had already been compressed to the extreme. As the ancient wood slowly turned his hand, a white orb of light began to descend from the sky towards the ground. Jiraiya estimated the distance. Fortunately, it was still quite far from them. Sandstorm Burial. Gaara looked at the terrifying white light ball. Instead of retreating, he advanced. In an instant, endless sand and dust formed a massive shield, beginning to gather towards the sky. No, how am I supposed to defend against this? Noki looked at the white light ball, which was getting closer to the ground, feeling a strong sense of helplessness. Everyone, get down quickly. Don't let the hurricane affect you. As the words fell, the light ball began to make contact with the sandstorm. The moment they touched, the sandstorm defense was instantly shattered, and a massive whirlwind formed a giant tornado of sand and dust in the sky. Boom! Like a roar from the abyss. The giant howling tornado filled the faces of the ninja from the Three-Nation Alliance with pale despair. Chapter 156. Impure World Reincarnation. Is this the existence that Lord Orochimaru has always feared? I didn't expect it to be this powerful. Kabuto's lenses had already been stained by the dirt and dust. However, instead of showing any fear on his face, he seemed quite excited as he licked his tongue. I wonder who is stronger, him or Uchiha Madara. Damn it, gurgle, gurgle. Many ninjas looked terrified as they watched the surging wave of grass and dust approaching. Before they could finish their words, they were thrown into the air. In an instant, various screams began to fill the air. Originally, a formation of over 10,000 people was easily shattered like ants under this storm-like fury. Damn it! Noki looked around at the few ninjas left beside him. There were hardly any who could withstand this sandstorm. Only the Jonin could hold their ground. As the Ancient would issued the order from the sky, the ninjas from the hidden mist village, who had long been unable to contain themselves, began to take action. Une mist assassination technique. As thousands of mist ninjas collectively activated their mist technique, thick fog began to spread across the battlefield. Coupled with the sandstorm, the already unclear battlefield became even more difficult to perceive. Wind Release Team, counterattack. Gaara commanded Temari behind him. To be honest, Gaara was beginning to regret standing on the side of the Land of Lightning. He regretted acting impulsively, letting his personal grudges against the Ancient would lead him to make an enemy of him. Now, it seemed he was too young. Personal grudges shouldn't be brought into matters of the nation. All right, Temari said with a somewhat helpless expression, decisively taking the front position. She gathered the few wind-release ninjas from the Wind Country and began a counterattack. Unfortunately, it was of little use. As the thick fog gradually approached, he could already faintly hear some of the tragic screams within. Damn it, retreat. Don't fight in the fog. Naka's expression was quite serious. 10,000 meters above, the Ancient would looked at the battle, which was already one-sided. With him leading the way, the fight was naturally easy and pleasant. However, the Ancient Wood's gaze was focused behind the three-nation alliance. What would really decide the battlefield should be Kabuto's impure world reincarnation. Moreover, the Ancient would turn his head to another direction in the Hidden Rain village, where a great battle seemed to have already begun. At the same time, Kabuto looked at the so-called three-nation alliance, which was starting to retreat step by step, with a hint of disdain on his face. These guys are indeed unreliable. Kabuto, what kind of expression is that? The fourth Raikage, passing by, clearly saw that unmasked look of disdain, already filled with anger. The Raikage, was naturally unwilling to see this scene. Fourth Raikage, if you can't do it, are you now trying to blame me? Kabuto wore a dismissive smile. What do you mean we can't do it? If you can do it, then you go ahead. Just a lackey of Orochimaru. What makes you so arrogant? As the fourth Raikage spoke, terrifying lightning began to burst from his body. This bastard can't really think he's weak, can he? Fourth Raikage, don't cause trouble. Although Orochimaru isn't here, he is considered our ally. Noki appeared beside the fourth Raikage. He hoped that he wouldn't create another enemy. They were already not a match for the Ancient Wood. If they also sent Orochimaru over, they could practically surrender. Today, I'll let you off for Orochimaru's sake. If you dare to be so rude again in the future, I will definitely make you experience what lightning duck neck tastes like. Raikage snorted coldly. He knew that the main goal now was to drag out the situation and further reduce the effect of the hidden mist fog. Only then would they have a chance to counter it. But you're going to make me laugh to death. Kabuto couldn't help but start laughing. In his eyes, Raikage looked like a clown, constantly bouncing around. You bastard. Raikage was already red hot, and this mockery instantly ignited his anger. Ignoring Naka's advice beside him, he charged forward. However, just as he was about to get close to Kabuto, coffins began to appear in front of Kabuto. Fourth Raikage, stop. Naka's face showed some surprise. He immediately blocked the exposed fourth Raikage. What are you doing? Although the fourth Raikage was somewhat surprised as to why Kabuto also knew the impure world reincarnation technique, he still didn't back down for the sake of face. Kabuto, the Raikage's attitude was bad just now, but since you know this forbidden technique, why didn't you use it sooner? Naka's face showed some anticipation. I'm quite curious about what kind of ninjas are underneath these coffins. Who would have thought you were so weak? Tens of thousands of ninja allied forces. So easily defeated. Although Yakushi Kabuto's words were harsh, it was the truth. Following a strike from the ancient tree that was like a nuclear bomb, their allied formation was easily shattered like tofu. Moreover, the battle formation of the mist-hidden village was as sharp as a dagger. The situation was almost one-sided. Yakushi Kabuto, whether we retreat now, depends on you. Seeing how much Noki valued him, Yakushi Kabuto felt somewhat pleased. Fourth Raikage, take a good look. This is the way of being human. You should know that my relationship with Orochimaru-sensei is merely a cooperative one. Yakushi Kabuto clasped his hands together. As he began to channel chakra, the surrounding coffins started to fall one after another. One by one, familiar and powerful ninjas appeared before Inoki. The 7 ninja swordsmen, the leader of the Akatsuki organization and the shadows of major villages. With such a luxurious lineup, Onoki truly didn't know how they could lose. It was my anger that led to this. The fourth Reikage began to apologize for his earlier actions upon seeing this powerful Edo Tensei army. It seems that the balance of battle is about to shift again. The second phase officially begins. Chapter 157. You didn't die? What happened? Wasn't I already dead? Nagato felt his vision returning, his eyes filled with intense shock. This is a forbidden technique, Edo Tensei. Uchiha Itachi, who was beside Nagato, began to explain. Looking at the surrounding ninja allied forces, he was curious about what was happening. This old and injured combination looks quite weak. But in reality, it seems no one is willing to try. Onoki? What's going on? The second Tsuchikage looked at the sky filled with dust, his expression filled with confusion. Moreover, why is this wimp also here? He looked at the Edo Tensei version of Zuki Mangetsu with a tone of disdain. They had both perished together at the end of the First Shinobi World War. They were almost sworn enemies. It was only in death that he acknowledged the other as a worthy opponent. You bandage man, what are you barking about? If you're not convinced, shall we have another fight? Zuki Mangetsu's expression was casual, completely disregarding Mu. All right. Can everyone stop arguing? The fourth Kazekage Raza looked curiously at Gaara not far away. Is that Gaara? Ahem, let me briefly introduce the current situation. We are now facing the allied forces of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. There's also an evil organization called Akatsuki, all of whom are rogue ninjas. Onoki's voice made Zuki Mangetsu quite dissatisfied. It seems the shinobi war has begun. Huh? But why am I on the opposing side? Ashuki Mangetsu cursed. He tried to control his body, but to no avail. His brain could only think and communicate. Yes, Lord Zuki, why can't we control our bodies? The first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen felt similarly uncomfortable. Don't worry, you're all my pawns now. Yakushi Kabuto looked at the Edo Tensei bodies that seemed unwilling to listen and immediately increased his control strength. It seems the plan that the ancient tree mentioned is indeed true. Nagato's face showed some anticipation. What plan? Uchiha Itachi's eyes were filled with curiosity. Could it be that the ancient tree has its own plans that he doesn't know about? To overturn the world and unify the ninja realm, Nagato murmured, causing Uchiha Itachi's eyes to narrow. He truly did not expect that the ancient tree's ambitions were so grand. He had thought that abandoning his clan for peace was already a sign of great vision. But he didn't expect that the ancient tree had been lurking in Akatsuki for so many years for such a big event, even willing to spark a shinobi war. He couldn't help but wonder how Sasuke was doing now. Uchiha Itachi slowly guessed in his heart. It seems our Akatsuki members are still alive. Nagato looked at the summoned Akatsuki members, and with only one Sasori present, he felt some comfort. In the end, handing over Akatsuki to the ancient tree seems to have been the right decision. Yakushi Kabuto, so many people have appeared. Why are there no ninjas from my land of lightning? Do you look down on us? The fourth Reikage, scanned the surroundings but found no experts from the land of lightning. This made him feel quite embarrassed. There's nothing we can do. Your village's third Reikage was taken down as soon as he showed up. He has already been sealed. Who is it? This is impossible. The third Reikage can confront tailed beasts directly. The fourth Reikage clearly did not believe it. If you don't believe it, fine. As for who it is, it must have been the ancient tree. Upon hearing the name ancient tree, the fourth Reikage instantly calmed down. If it was that monster, then it would be fine. The third Reikage really might not win. Never mind that. Let's go all out. With Yakushi Kabuto's distracted control, those Edo Tensei bodies began to move towards the battlefield. Sigh. Damn it. If the second Mizukage finds out that after my death, I still have to deal with ninjas from the same village, won't he dig up my grave? Zuki Mangetsu looked at the thick fog not far away, his eyes filled with helplessness. The commotion over there is undoubtedly the assassination techniques that their mist-hidden village is best at. Wait, those people over there seem to be Lord Zuki. Many assassination ninjas from the mist-hidden village, seeing Zuki Mangetsu leading the 7 ninja swordsmen, stopped their advance. It really is him? Now what should we do? Upon seeing Zuki Mangetsu appear, many mist ninjas were at a loss for how to respond. What the heck? It really is Zuki. Uchiha Shizuma, after receiving the ancient tree's hint, immediately arrived at the far left position of the battlefield. It's the second Mizukage. Second Mizukage, what should we do? The mist ninjas behind, upon seeing this living second Mizukage, were filled with excitement. This is a character from the stories. But unexpectedly, there really was a chance to fight alongside him. What should we do? Just fight, of course. The others are Edo Tensei bodies. They can't feel pain. And they won't die. But we can die. Where's the sealing team? This, over here. Many ceiling ninjas from Konoha, under Jiraiya's orders, had already begun to spread out around the battlefield. All right, when I give the command, you all go together. I'll deal with H-Zuki Mangetsu first. As for the 7 ninja swordsmen, you hold them back for now. After Uchiha Shizuma finished speaking, he instantly vanished. Instead, he appeared next to H-Zuki Mangetsu. Huh? You're the second Mizukage? Looking at the black long-haired woman in front of him, H-Zuki Mangetsu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How is she still alive? Little mustache, what's wrong? Can't you recognize me? Uchiha Shizuma, holding the sword of the ghost, looked particularly cold. H-Zuki Mangetsu had only taken a few steps forward when his body was shattered by the blade of space. It really is you. I didn't expect you to still be alive. With that, I can rest assured. As H-Zuki Mangetsu spoke, he has already launched an attack. Water release, water iron cannon technique. The water cannon, constantly shuttling through space, whizzes through the air like bullets. Swish, swish, swish. Faced with this dense barrage, Uchiha Shirzue effortlessly evades with just a few jumps. The 3-tomo Sharingan instantly evolves into the Manjiki. Whoosh! He swings his blade to cut through space and appears behind Mizukage Kageyama. Following that is a powerful slash that easily shatters Kageyama's body. As expected of you, your strength is indeed formidable. Kageyama looks at his heavily injured body after just one encounter, not disappointed, but rather a bit pleased. Hurry up, this body recovers too quickly, doesn't it? Originally a high-quality Edo Tensei body, its recovery speed is terrifying, almost in the blink of an eye. Injuries that could have left a person crippled are completely healed. Just as Uchiha Shirzue intends to deliver a finishing blow, a cold voice suddenly echoes from the sky. Dust release. Original world stripping technique. Chapter 158. Hataki Kakashi. Is this a human? Boom! The sudden attack of dust release has already created a large pit where Uchiha Shirzue was standing. Uchiha Shirzue dodges in advance. Looking at the figure in the sky with a blank expression. You still love ambushes, huh? What ambush? I don't understand what you mean. The second Tsuchikage sneers, claiming this is not an ambush, but a fair fight. He looks at Uchiha Shirzue below, whose complexion is rosy, with some confusion. Uchiha Shirzue doesn't seem to be a product of Edo Tensei at all. Instead, he looks more like a living person. Wait, is there a difference in Edo Tensei? What on earth is happening? The second Tsuchikage is puzzled. Lord Mu, that guy is completely resurrected. You should be careful. Noki approaches Mu's side. To be honest, he doesn't really think that this will be enough to defeat Uchiha Shirzue. After all, both he and Mu were once beaten down by Uchiha Shirzue in their lifetimes. What is there to be afraid of? I'm now an Edo Tensei body. Hey wait, what the hell? Let go of my clone. Can't you control it? Mu watches helplessly as his body uncontrollably attacks downwards, unable to hold back his curses. Now, in his Edo Tensei form, the best attack is to use clones and cause a dust release explosion. Anyway, chakra is almost unlimited, so this self-destructive attack doesn't affect him much. A distance away, Yakushi Kabuto is somewhat annoyed by Mu's curses. Old Z isn't a worm in your belly. How could he know what your fighting style is? Moreover, the ninjas Yakushi Kabuto needs to control are not just him alone. Seeing this, Yakushi Kabuto can only let them act on instinct for the time being. Finally able to control my body again. Mu feels the constraints of Edo Tensei lessen a bit. Without hesitation, he plans to activate dustless obstruction. However, just as he uses chakra, his body suddenly becomes immobile, as if imprisoned in place. The surrounding space becomes rigid in that instant. What the hell? Mu looks in shock at Uchiha Shirzue on the ground. The blood-red Manjiki Phantom appears behind Uchiha Shirzue. Mu certainly didn't expect that her spatial abilities had grown to such a level. Ceiling team, prepare. Uchiha Shirzue casually slashes at Kageyama, who intends to ambush, sending him flying. Immediately afterward, he disappears into space. Boom, boom, boom. Uchiha Shirzue's body seems like an invisible blade, constantly shuttling through space. After images of slashes appear beside Mu. How to fight this? Mu murmurs his last words, watching his body being forcibly severed into countless ashes. Damn, extreme slash. As Uchiha Shirzue slowly sheathes his blade in midair, the second Tsuchikage Mu hasn't had time to act before his body is sealed by the sealing team behind him. Lord Muyu, Noki nearby is a loss for words. It's not that he doesn't want to disrupt the fight, but just look at how Kageyama was slashed away to know what happens to those who interfere. Is this a human? Noki directly eats. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Itachi has already activated Susanoo and begins rampaging on the battlefield. Without the restraint of chakra or the side effects of the Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi seems like a war god. The frenzied Amaterasu forms a pitch-black wall of flames, deterring nearby ninjas. Lord Jiraiya, what should we do? Uchiha Itachi is just too abnormal. Hatake Kakashi's expression is grave. He truly doesn't know how to defeat Uchiha Itachi, who has activated Susanoo. There is no way. Susanoo is too hard. Ordinary ninjutsu can't hurt at all. Jiraiya shakes his head helplessly. He can only order the Konoha ninjas to temporarily avoid the danger. No need, just get the sealing team ready for me. The ancient tree descends from the sky with a cold expression. It's just a Uchiha Itachi. Is it necessary for you to be so intimidated? Are you sure, my lord? Uchiha Itachi's strength is unfathomable, and now he is also in an Edo Tensei form, using ninjutsu without restraint. We should avoid the danger for the time being. Hatake Kakashi has clashed with Uchiha Itachi a few times. He is somewhat worried that the ancient tree can't handle the current Uchiha Itachi's Jinjutsu. The ancient tree does not respond to Hatake Kakashi. If it were Kakashi, it would indeed be difficult to deal with Uchiha Itachi. But I'm not Kakashi. With those words, a powerful feeling of black armor appears on the ancient tree's body. The swirling black aura whispers death in one's ear, sending chills down the spine. In the shocked gazes of Hatake Kakashi and Jiraiya, the ancient tree's body transforms into a pitch-black meteor, rushing towards Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo. Going to clash with Susanoo? But now I'm no longer afflicted by illness. Uchiha Itachi watches the ancient tree approaching. His consciousness uncontrollably puts up a massive shield at his chest. Ancient tree, get away. I'm about to activate the 10-fist sword. Uchiha Itachi, feeling the flow of chakra within him, immediately shouts a warning to the rushing ancient tree. But soon, Uchiha Itachi stares dumbfounded at the man in the evil armor who penetrates Susanoo and firmly grasps his head. No way, is this a joke? How can my Susanoo be easily pierced like tofu? Dead. What is this if not dead? Thanks for the reminder. The ancient tree in demon-slaying mode speaks in a chilling tone, as if he were a messenger from hell. He grips Uchiha Itachi's head with one hand. Then, like a meteor, he shoots skyward. Boom! The terrifying impact occurs near Jiraiya and Hatake Kakashi. They exchange glances and see intense wariness in each other's eyes. Even Susanoo, such a formidable defense, can be easily pierced. Just how terrifying is this guy's strength? Lord Jiraiya, your judgment is correct. The unification of a ninja world seems inevitable. Kakashi Hatake watched as the sand and dust slowly disappeared in the distance, revealing a deep pit that was over 1,000 meters wide, as if it had been struck by a meteorite, leaving him speechless. Chapter 159, not on the same level. Sakura Haruno stared at the massive pit, not far away, dumbfounded. Could this really be caused by human power? She couldn't help but wonder what kind of structure was inside that guy. Sakura questioned herself. Was she really on the battlefield just to slack off here? Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked Kakashi, Kakashi-sensei, do we still need the medical team? Kakashi coughed lightly and reassured her, cough, Sakura. Isn't it better that there aren't many casualties? With a big shot like him leading the way, isn't it more relaxed and enjoyable? If we were really in a battle where the enemy had the upper hand, it wouldn't be so easy. After hearing this, Sakura nodded in realization and said, that's true. If there are no injured, I can relax a lot. With this thought, she felt much more at ease. After all, in such a fierce battle environment, having fewer casualties meant they could devote more energy to other important tasks. Meanwhile, on Kabuto's side, the fourth Raikage looked at the ancient tree and, with a single punch, pierced through Susanoo, feeling an instinctive tremble within. This terrifying power was beyond the fourth Raikage's ability to describe. He began to doubt whether they could actually defeat their opponent. Not to mention him. Even summoning Itachi Uchiha through Edo Tensei made Kabuto feel immense pressure. Wasn't this guy just a pure clown? It was ridiculous that before, Itachi Uchiha was glorified under Orochimaru's embellishments, portrayed as a god of war. They thought he was a master, but turned out to be a clown. However, he wasn't afraid. He still had Nagato. Kabuto believed that Edo Tensei Nagato would not let him down. After all, this guy was said to possess the power of the legendary Rinnegan. In the massive pit, the ancient tree held the shattered body of Itachi Uchiha with one hand, exuding a terrifying black aura that appeared deep and suffocating. Is this your true strength? Itachi trembled as he murmured. If it's you, perhaps the ninja world could really be unified. Can I know where Sasuke is? After the words fell, the ancient tree had already brought Itachi to Jiraiya's side. Like black lightning, they descended from the sky, causing immense pressure on the surrounding leaf ninjas. These leaf ninjas did not doubt for a second that they might be treated as mere pawns by the ancient tree in the next moment. Sasuke? I don't know, but he should be fine. Hearing the ancient tree's words, Itachi felt a sense of relief in his heart. Immediately, the ancient tree looked at the fully restored Itachi and, without hesitation, threw a punch. Boom! The shocking punch wind caused Itachi's body to split in two again. The ground formed a deep ravine under the force of this massive punch wind. And the sealing team? The ancient tree turned his head. The evil ghost mask, looking like a cold-blooded killing god, made the sealing team, who had been stunned in place, immediately react. Yes, yes. As the ancient tree let go, Itachi's body was quickly sealed. In his final moments, Itachi bore a satisfied smile. Sasuke, do you know Sasuke? Under Kakashi's dumbfounded expression, Sakura took the initiative to step forward and ask, No, Sakura, how can you be so bold? Aren't you afraid of being punched like Itachi, having half your body broken? The ancient tree glanced at her, but did not answer her question. You all should deal with those Edo Tensei bodies. The ancient tree looked at Kabuto, who was still summoning Edo Tensei not far away, already formulating a plan to capture the leader first. This won't end if we don't take care of it. My lord, what about you? Jiraiya sincerely addressed the ancient tree as my lord, even though the ancient tree looked much younger than him. However, the gap in strength was like a chasm that age could not easily bridge. I will deal with that guy over there. The ancient tree looked at the edge of another battlefield, where an immense amount of chakra suddenly surged. Those guys probably still didn't know that Nagato loved their reckless attacks. By the time the ancient tree arrived, the ninjas here had already begun to show despair on their faces. What kind of monster is this? It can absorb any ninjutsu? This is a combined jutsu of over 1,000 of us. And it was all absorbed? What is the point of fighting? The leaf ninjas who had launched their jutsu looked at the Edo Tensei Nagato standing in the sky, their faces filled with despair. Damn it. Can't these guys hear my warning? Edo Tensei Nagato had a speechless expression. He had told them not to attack, yet they acted like fools, attacking him wildly, as if his previous words were to harm them. Now look, I can feel the chakra surging within me. Nagato felt his originally pale hair turning back to its original red. Now it's time to beat the crap out of these guys. Feeling the flow of chakra within him, Nagato helplessly extended his hand. Shinra Tensei. As Nagato murmured, a small black sphere began to float in the air. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying gravitational force erupted from the sky. The ground began to crack uncontrollably, and by the time the ancient tree rushed over, a massive meteor had already formed in the sky, continuously attracting everything underground. What the hell is that thing? Not good. I can't control it anymore. The ninjas could no longer withstand such powerful gravity, and their bodies began to uncontrollably float upward. Is this the power of a god? Akimichi Choza looked up at the black hole-like object in the sky, his body already floating in the air. Shikamaru, what do we do? Choza asked Shikamaru, who was also floating in the air not far away. This terrifying gravity would require another powerful external force to break. Narashikaku watched as the meteor drew closer, feeling a sense of despair. Such a strong external force was not easy to find. It required not only powerful chakra, but also precise control to cast jutsu in a weightless environment. We're doomed. Choza's face turned extremely pale, filled with despair and fear. Damn it. Are we really going to die here today? He watched helplessly as many ninjas were firmly sucked onto the meteor, unable to move. Soon after, countless fragments came flying from all directions, ruthlessly piercing through their bodies. If this continued, the thousands of ninjas here would probably be left with no burial place. Damn it. What kind of monster is that thing in the sky? However, just when everyone felt despair, a black light suddenly shot up into the sky. Boom! With a loud bang. The Shinra Tensei, which was originally attracting everyone, was instantly pierced through. In the high sky, the ancient tree slowly retracted the knife in his hand. The entire meteor was instantly cut in half, and even Nagato's body was not spared. The terrifying speed seemed to tear apart space, and even the Rinnegan didn't react in time. Is this the power of your seriousness? Nagato's eyes carried a hint of caution. This is the full resurrection strength of this guy. Nagato felt that the two were completely on different levels. Chapter 160. Kabuto. I'm really panicking now. Guy, how powerful are you? Nagato looked at his own body, which was slowly showing cracks, his eyes filled with curiosity. I wonder if I forced you to use your true power? Listening to Nagato's puzzled inquiry, Guy remained expressionless, looking at the demon blade Muramasa in his hand, which exuded a ghostly black aura. True power? To be honest, I don't even know myself, but I feel that in this world, there probably isn't anyone who can make me use my true strength. Guy didn't dare to unleash all his power. Otherwise, he felt he could probably slice down the bright moon in the sky with a single strike. Nagato was speechless. He really didn't expect Guy to respond like this. He didn't know if it was Guy who was too arrogant or if he himself was not strong enough. He didn't even have the qualification to make Guy use his true power. Be careful, I'm going to attack now. Feeling the chakra flowing within him, Nagato immediately reminded. Universal pull. With Nagato extending his hand and shouting, a terrifying pulling force began to rush towards Guy, who was also standing in midair. But soon, something that left Nagato dumbfounded happened. This guy was completely unaffected by universal pull? This guy is human? Kabuto looked at Guy, who remained motionless, and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Kabuto, what exactly is happening on your side? The nearby Inoki asked curiously. He also sensed the overwhelming chakra fluctuations emanating from Nagato's side. Such an attack made even him treat it with grave seriousness. Guy was unfathomable. He was like a deep abyss. Whenever you try to glimpse his depth, you would involuntarily feel what despair truly meant. Freakage, hearing Kabuto's high evaluation, snorted in dissatisfaction. However, he didn't say anything tough because this guy's strength was truly too abnormal. After being beaten a few times, he became much more honest. It seems that summoning Uchiha Madara is really necessary. Kabuto narrowed his eyes, using the perception of the reanimated body of Uchiha Obito to sense that the situation over there was obviously better than theirs. Although there were members of the Akatsuki organization stubbornly resisting, it was only a matter of time before 100,000 White Zetsu conquered the Rain Village. Uchiha Madara. Inoki narrowed his eyes. Indeed, that white masked figure was not Uchiha Madara. If it were that guy, Inoki recalled, he was so scared that he didn't dare to act even when just being watched by Uchiha Madara. Therefore, he felt that it was really hard to say who would win the war. Destruction of the Void. 8 continuous slashes. In the distance, as Guy slowly sheathed his sword, a pitch-black 8-character continuous slash erupted in the space. This seemed like a strangulation of space, causing Nagato's body to begin to disintegrate instantly. Immediately after, Guy's body suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Nagato. He endured the Shinra Tensei Nagato unleashed and pinched his head with one hand. Nagato, rest assured, the future ninja world will definitely not be plagued by wars. This is my guarantee to you, Guy said calmly. Guy, I believe in your power. I hope you can carry my will and successfully witness the scene of peace in the ninja world. By the way, from now on, I'll leave Conan in your care. The broken face of the reanimated Nagato carried a hint of a comforting smile. If the future can truly be as Guy said, then everything he has done will be worth it. What do you mean leaving Conan to him? If Uchiha Shinsui finds out, won't he be cut to pieces? Guy shook his head and then brought Nagato down to the ground. You all hurry and seal him. The sudden words left Nara Shikaku and the others looking dumbfounded. All right. Yes, my lord, seal the class quickly. Nara Shikaku and Akimichi, Choza exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Guy's strength seemed to have surpassed their expectations. He actually subdued this existence that had given them so much trouble so quickly. Okay, you all continue to deal with those reanimated bodies. I will handle the mastermind behind the scenes. As Guy's words fell, his body transformed into a black lightning bolt, tearing towards the sky. This terrifying power caused the ground to crack open, spreading like a spider web in all directions, looking extremely eerie. Shikaku, is this the strength of the Akatsuki leader, the legendary 5th Hokage's uncle? This is just the residual wave emanating, and it has already made it impossible for people to move even a bit. I really can't imagine how despairing it would be to become his opponent. Akimichi Choza's face showed intense caution. Fortunately, at least those high-ranking guys finally did something right. Shikaku watched as Guy slowly disappeared from view and couldn't help but nod. Meanwhile, Kabuto looked at his 2 strongest pieces, which had already shattered, and his face turned very ugly. Isn't that right? Is Guy really human? Neither reanimated Nagato nor reanimated Itachi were his opponents. You have to know that both of their strengths were undoubtedly above the Kage level. Kabuto, have you failed? Inoki slowly spoke to comfort him. It's okay. I still have a trump card. Kabuto shook his head, not easily admitting defeat. However, at that moment, A pitch-black lightning bolt fell from the sky, making Kabuto's eyes instantly narrow. No way, he just said he had a trump card, and this monster has already arrived behind them? To be honest, Kabuto was already feeling a bit panicked. He was afraid that he would be taken out the moment he showed himself. Chapter 161. Just asking you, are you honest or not? Oh, what trump card? Tell me about it. Guy stood there, and just his appearance made the people around him unable to move an inch. The eerie black aura pressed down on these people, as if they were sinking into a huge quagmire. Don't even think about moving. Even breathing has become a problem. Is this even human? The fourth Hokage had originally wanted to resist, but recalling that Su Wuxin had shattered Uchiha Itachi Susanoo with just one punch, he couldn't help but tremble inside and immediately became obedient. If he were to be hit by a punch, wouldn't he die on the spot? At that time, he probably wouldn't even find his corpse. After all, with such a punch, he would likely be reduced to ashes. Hokage still had self-awareness. He knew that his lightning armor was definitely not as tough as Uchiha Itachi Susanoo. Goo! Guy, what exactly do you want to do? I really have no ill intentions, Kabuto murmured. But the chakra within him had already begun to flow. The originally normal face gradually began to show some white scales. The sudden oppressive aura caught the attention of Ohyuki, who looked surprised. To be honest, Ohyuki never expected that Yakushi Kabuto would possess such immense power. This form of his seems to resemble the legendary Sage Mode, doesn't it? The amount of chakra is already pushing beyond the level of Kage. Sage Mode? Come on, let me see what level you're really at. Gomu stood still, gesturing for Yakushi Kabuto in Sage Mode to make his move. Gomu, you brought this upon yourself. I have shed my snake skin and transcended into a dragon. As the words fell, two horns sprouted from the top of Yakushi Kabuto's head. Shadows appeared around his eyes, and his entire body shone with a silver hue. The geometrically increasing amount of chakra made both Ohyuki and Hokage AI wear serious expressions. Sage Art. White Dragon Technique. Yakushi Kabuto opened his lips and released a glowing red dragon from his mouth. This red dragon held a black sphere and began to spin around it. Unfortunately, this speed attack was easily dodged by Gomu. The red dragon drilled into the black sphere. Cousin explosion. The explosion emitted a blinding light and a piercing sound, making Ohyuki and Hokage AI feel as if their ears and bodies were being hammered. The sensation of the space shaking made both of their bones feel as if they had cracked. What? You can even dodge the sound? Sage Mode Kabuto was momentarily stunned. Now, under the protection of the white scales, he ignored the effects of the blinding light and sound waves, and could still move freely in such a harsh environment. He initially wanted to catch Gomu off guard, but now it seemed that this guy's speed was just too terrifying. As the words fell, Gomu's body surged forward. Sage Art, Inorganic Rebirth. Under great pressure, Sage Mode Kabuto watched Gomu approach and unhesitatingly used another one of his signature Sage techniques. This technique could control surrounding inorganic objects and grant them tremendous initial speed. Soon, the debris on the ground transformed into sharp spinning stone spikes under Kabuto's control. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, the attacks caused the entire space to resonate with howling waves. It seemed that at any moment, several blood holes would appear on Gomu's body. No, are you just tickling me? Gomu allowed the stone spikes to attack his armor without feeling a thing, slowly closing in on Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto was under immense pressure. Looking at Gomu, who was like an immovable king, seemingly unharmed, he began to question his life choices. What kind of dragon is this? He's clearly a precious item. All right, I misunderstood you, little clown Itachi. This guy is genuinely strong. Sage Art, Inorganic Rebirth. Sage Mode Kabuto, not willing to admit defeat, used his Sage technique again. However, this time, Gomu had no intention of playing along. Ignoring the various stone attacks around him, Gomu instantly appeared by Sage Mode Kabuto's side, grabbing his neck with one hand. Feeling the gap that seemed to come from a different realm, Kabuto's face was filled with intense confusion. Gripping Gomu's hand tightly, he struggled madly, his face already turning slightly red. Sage Art, White Dragon Technique. Seeing that Sage Mode Kabuto still wanted to resist, Gomu, without saying a word, grabbed his mouth with one hand. This terrifying pressure made it impossible for Kabuto to resist even a little. He felt like a chick being casually toyed with. Boom, the White Dragon Technique exploded within Kabuto's mouth. His head instantly buzzed. It felt like a sky full of stars revolving around him. Although he could ignore the blinding light and the overwhelming noise, the Sage Technique exploding in his mouth nearly incapacitated him. Is this even human? Ohyuki watched as white smoke continuously emitted from Kabuto's head, fearing that this guy might be broken. As for Reikage AI, he was quite honest, seemingly not seeing Gomu, staring blankly at the distant battle between Uchiha Shinsui. Can't see him, can't see him. Fortunately, under Sage Mode, Yakushi Kabuto's recovery ability was incredibly terrifying. In just a few blinks, the injury at the corner of his mouth began to heal at a visible speed. You bastard. Yakushi Kabuto was being toyed with to the point of questioning his life. He really needed to switch out for someone else to take the beating. As for why, Yakushi Kabuto no longer believed that Uchiha Madara could defeat Gomu. With the flow of chakra within him, Yakushi Kabuto suddenly formed hand seals. Edo Tensei. Boom! A heavy coffin appeared beside Gomu. Oh, finally using your trump card. Huh? Gomu raised an eyebrow, tossing Yakushi Kabuto aside. Although Yakushi Kabuto and Orochimaru were a bit crazy, they were both scientific minds who would definitely contribute to the future of the ninja world. So Gomu wouldn't easily kill them. Boom! Before Gomu could approach the coffin lid was instantly kicked away by Uchiha Madara. Following that, a hand appeared at the edge of the coffin. The terrifying aura instantly shattered the coffin into dust. Damn it, it's really that guy. Oyuki looked at the resurrected Uchiha Madara, with his unique hairstyle and battle-scarred red armor. There was no doubt that this man was the one who once made the entire ninja world tremble. Uchiha Madara, the Shura of the ninja world. What do you want with me? Isn't this the reincarnation ninjutsu? Uchiha Madara, feeling his body devoid of any sensation, spoke with a hint of disappointment. But soon, he felt a strong, threatening aura appearing beside him. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, a big slap landed on Uchiha Madara's face. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was extreme. Oyuki was completely shocked and immediately flew into the sky with Reikage. That madman. That guy's definitely a madman. Chapter 162. Uchiha Madara is confused awesome. Not only Oyuki, but even Yakushi Kabuto quickly distanced himself from the scene. He thought to himself, if someone came up to him with a big slap right after he stepped out, he would definitely break down instead of fighting back. Sure enough, Uchiha Madara, who had expected some kind of attack, instinctively raised his arm to protect himself. However, this humiliating slap instantly turned his face as dark as a pot bottom. Who the hell are you? The three Tomo and Uchiha Madara's eyes glowed with bloodlight, and in his heart, this person had already been deemed dead. His domineering voice seemed to declare that his death was imminent. Haha. Gomu smiled coldly, not answering. It was normal for Madara not to recognize him, as the aura he exuded in this form seemed to have transcended humanity. Once again, Gomu delivered another big slap. However, the sudden speed of the attack made Uchiha Madara's pupils shrink instantly. Boom! A terrifying blow, carrying a shocking blast wave, crashed into the ground like a nuclear bomb, creating a massive crack over 1,000 meters where Uchiha Madara had just stood. Rumble! The entire hill began to crumble under the strike. When did such a being appear in the ninja world? Uchiha Madara was enveloped in blue Susanoo, having activated the first skeletal form and appeared in another location. He glanced around, looking into the distance at the massive battlefield, seemingly understanding something. Is that kid with the two scales the one who summoned me? After a few glances, Uchiha Madara finally spotted a familiar face. Madara, you should focus on the person in front of you. He observed Onnoki tremblingly pointing from the sky. Uchiha Madara's eyes held some confusion. As he turned his head, he saw the ancient tree almost pressed against his face. What did this bastard get so close to me? I didn't sense any presence at all. It was as if a high-dimensional being was striking down a low-dimensional being. They were not even in the same dimension, truly achieving a dimensional reduction strike. Bastard, you want to dance too, huh? Uchiha Madara's face was filled with anger at the disdain shown by the ancient tree's evil spirit mask. With a few leaps, he distanced himself and activated Susanoo to fly in the air. He began to unleash ninjutsu toward the ancient tree. Fire style, great fire destruction. For a powerhouse like Uchiha Madara, ninjutsu basically meant whatever he called would come true. There was no need for hand signs. The terrifying fireball was as large as a massive meteor, roaring toward the ancient tree. This grand scene engulfed the sky and could instantly ignite a vast forest. Is this the power of Uchiha Madara? It's terrifying. Onnoki was glad he had left quickly. Otherwise, he would have truly fallen here. Unexpectedly, Kabuto's last trump card turned out to be the legendary Uchiha Madara. With this, their chances of victory would significantly increase. Reikage AI had an expression of anticipation. As long as the ancient tree lost the battle, they could then encircle Uchiha Shinsui. And the victors of this war would surely be their allied forces of the three countries. Swish! However, Just as Reikage AI finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness. What the hell? Third Suchikage, what do you mean? Reikage AI thought Onoki wanted him to participate in the battle against the ancient tree. No way, he is going to fight the ancient tree? That would surely lead to his instant demise. But when he saw the black long-haired woman suddenly appear beside Onoki in the sky, he instantly understood why Onoki wanted him to leave. Damn it, this old man actually has some loyalty at a critical moment. You two stay here. You're already prisoners now, understand? Uchiha Shinsui's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Uchiha Madara below, his eyes filled with an uncontrollable, immense killing intent. This terrifying scene put immense pressure on Onoki. It was the first time he saw Uchiha Shinsui's expression so frightening, as if he would draw his sword and slaughter all living beings in the next moment, making his heart tremble. All right. Onoki's face trembled as he slowly uttered a word. The reason he and Reikage AI did not rush to the battlefield was that they wanted to exhaust Uchiha Shinsui and the ancient tree's stamina. Secondly, they truly could not win. Going there would be pure suicide. Moreover, with so many reanimated corpses, why should they be cannon fodder? After his words fell, Uchiha Shinsui instantly disappeared and reappeared behind Uchiha Madara. Seeing Uchiha Shinsui, he instantly activated his silver-white Susanoo and violently slashed at Uchiha Madara. The ancient tree had a speechless expression. Uchiha Madara, along with the Susanoo, was sent flying like a cannonball. After sliding for over 100 meters, he crashed hard into a mountainside. Looking at his shattered Susanoo, Uchiha Madara's eyes were filled with curiosity. What? Are ninjas nowadays so exaggerated? Any random one can inflict damage on me? It's you. Uchiha Madara felt his reanimated body continuously recovering and focused his gaze, instantly realizing. In the distance, Uchiha Shinsui wanted to make a move, but was caught by the ancient tree with one hand. That junior, who personally killed him on the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara could never forget. This bastard really went for it, without any mercy at all. You've also been reanimated. No, you've completely come back to life. Uchiha Madara was truly stunned. Damn you, Nagato. Damn you, Obito. You don't resurrect me, but resurrect the one who killed me, right? I'll kill you, you bastard. And you've actually come back from the dead. Uchiha Shinsui chuckled coldly. She could not accept that the ancient tree would sacrifice itself in front of her. Even if she had to die this time, she would make sure to die first. Shinsui, don't get agitated. I'll deal with Uchiha Madara. The ancient tree reached out and embraced Uchiha Shinsui's slender waist, preventing her from moving an inch. In fact, if Uchiha Shinsui really wanted to leave, she could completely use space-time teleportation. However, facing the ancient tree's serious request, she truly had no way to refuse. If her own man didn't pamper her, who else would? A vixen? S. Can I get some 5-star reviews? I'm on my knees here. When will this rating get to 8? Once it hits 8, I'll increase the updates. Want to see Madara and Hashirama teaming up to fight the real couple, the ancient tree and Uchiha Shinsui? Chapter 163, What the Heck? Lord Madara hearing Uchiha Shinsui's words about wanting to kill him, Uchiha Madara disdainfully shook his head. Amir Jr., how could you know what it means to be a Shura in the ninja world? You and T really think you're strong, would you? Uchiha Madara believed that if he were serious, he could defeat Uchiha Shinsui with one hand. Be careful. If anything happens, I will strike immediately. Uchiha Shinsui calmed down. Currently, the ancient tree's strength was unfathomable, and even she was not confident she could win. Even in the battle against Uchiha Madara, she was confident the ancient tree would not repeat past mistakes. Seeing Uchiha Shinsui proactively distance herself, the ancient tree turned and looked at Uchiha Madara not far away, extending his fingers in a provocative manner. Kid, it's you. Uchiha Madara looked at the man in black armor and how close he was to Uchiha Shinsui. He seemed to have already guessed the ancient tree's identity. In an instant, Uchiha Madara, carrying the blue skeletal form, appeared beside the ancient tree and kicked out with tremendous force. This was Uchiha Madara's signature move, the Uchiha Flying Kick. Bang! This move, if used against an ordinary ninja, could probably make them doubt their life or even die instantly. However, the ancient tree was not an ordinary existence. His current form had already transcended the category of ninjas. The power he used was not related to chakra at all, but rather a higher dimensional force, which is one hand. The ancient tree easily caught Uchiha Madara's flying kick. What is wrong, Uchiha Madara? Do you recognize me? The ancient tree's tone held some anticipation. It's you, that evil bastard S descendant. Being so close to Uchiha Shinsui, Uchiha Madara could only think of that boy who made him angry enough to awaken a Mangeki, who looked strikingly similar to the second Hokage. You guessed right, but there is no reward. Uchiha Madara, don't disappoint me. I wonder if you can truly dance well? The ancient tree's claws gradually began to exert force. In Uchiha Madara's astonished gaze, his feet were instantly crushed. Taking this opportunity, Uchiha Madara quickly distanced himself, using his reanimated body to continuously start recovering from his injuries. Due to the fact that Uchiha Madara's reanimated body was specially customized, the power he could exert was even able to surpass that of his living self. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. Uchiha Madara rode on the wood dragon, leaping down from the sky, quickly creating distance. Sure enough, the ninjutsu of Hashirama was more convenient. After landing, Uchiha Madara's body had already been fully repaired. He reached out towards the ancient tree, and the wood dragon shot off like a meteor, howling through the air. The terrifying wood dragon created a strong sonic boom, resembling a vividly alive creature. No way, he handed over the wood dragon so quickly. Is the pressure really that high? The ancient tree looked at the wood dragon rushing towards him, his tone as calm as still water, without the slightest fluctuation. Even though there was a huge difference in size between the two, the ancient tree was even shorter than the dragon's claws. However, the gap in strength could not be compensated for by size. Boom! The wood dragon crashed into the ancient tree, as if an egg collided with a diamond, demonstrating what it meant to be shattered to pieces. In the distance, Uchiha Madara was momentarily stunned by this scene. No, how does wood dragon end up looking like a toy? Could it be that his casting method was wrong? Damn Hashirama. Wood release. Birth of the trees. Uchiha Madara, not believing in evil, jumped into the air, hands clasped together. In an instant, the earth began to tear apart, countless branches starting to sprout from it. In the blink of an eye, a massive forest emerged on the ground. Even the fourth Hokage, who was watching from a distance, was affected. Looking at the sea of trees surging like a tide, he felt a deep sense of helplessness in his heart. Is this really the Shura of the ninja world that made the entire ninja realm tremble? This would release ninjutsu is truly terrifying. The fourth Hokage felt that the current reanimated Uchiha Madara could definitely confront the 5 great nations by himself. However, fortunately, the current reanimated Madara seemed to be their ally. Damn it, what exactly is happening over there? Lord Jiraiya, do we need help? Kakashi Hatake countered with a lightning cutter, piercing through the chest of the reanimated ninja rushing at him. Looking up at the vast forest not far away, his eyes were filled with intense caution. What kind of ninja has been summoned by the reanimation? This terrifying would release ninjutsu. Could it be the first Hokage, the legendary god of the ninja world, Hashirama Senju? If they were to confront Hashirama, the ninjas of Konoha would likely lose their fighting spirit. Kakashi, let's deal with the enemies here first. As for that side, as long as it hasn't affected us, don't rush into it. Jiraiya executed a large Rasengan, successfully teaching one of the 7 ninja swordsmen a lesson. Even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. The tall person now clearly isn't Jiraiya. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. In the sky, Uchiha Madara looked at the ancient tree trapped by the large tree. Without hesitation, he used his most proficient fire release ninjutsu. In an instant, flames surged like a tsunami, instantly enveloping the sea of trees. This was not the casualness he had when dealing with the 5 Kage. The current Uchiha Madara had truly unleashed his real power. The terrifying flames turned the entire horizon orange-red. Boom! The flames began to spread. In just a blink, the original sea of trees had transformed into a sea of fire. Damn it! Hokage AI looked at the flames surging around him. He immediately felt an impulse to curse. Damn it! He only wanted to see Uchiha Madara's battle. Instead, he ended up getting caught up in it. Until finally, Noki used dust release to open a large hole at the top of the wooden cage, bringing Hokage AI into the air, allowing him to escape safely. Looking closely, the ancient tree in the distance was trapped by countless trees, and flames seemed to be burning his body. Haha, that damn bastard finally suffered. Hokage AI's laughter had just finished when a shadow appeared in front of him, as if teleporting. What were you just saying? The ancient tree's body was still stained with some flames, making him look particularly eerie. The high temperature emanating from his armor had even begun to distort the surrounding space. What the hell? Hokage AI blinked in disbelief, not expecting that the ancient tree, who had just been imprisoned by the trees, could suddenly be right in front of him. In an instant, beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He didn't know if it was due to the high temperature or some other reason. In any case, The current Reikage AI felt an immense pressure. That guy. Noki shook his head helplessly. This was the consequence of half-heartedly celebrating. Bang! Without turning his head, the ancient tree delivered a punch that struck like an afterimage to Reikage AI's abdomen. His original lightning armor shattered under this punch, and he was sent flying like a meteor, leaving a long trail of smoke in the air. Chapter 164. Thought he was a master, turned out to be a clown. Boom! The body of the fourth Reikage AI was violently smashed into a mountainside. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The fourth Reikage vowed that he would never casually evaluate the ancient tree again. This bastard was completely a monster that defied explanation. Uchiha Madara in the sky truly did not expect that the ancient tree could so easily break through his wood release. It was known that this was his almost full-powered ninjutsu attack. Uchiha Madara started to doubt whether wood release had already fallen out of the great environment. Otherwise, why was it so lackluster? Dance, Uchiha Madara. If you don't start dancing, I might just have to kill you again. Just as Uchiha Madara was pondering, the ancient tree had already arrived at his side. Under his trembling gaze, the ancient tree grabbed Uchiha Madara's neck with one hand. The way he was applying pressure seemed to indicate that he intended to crush his neck hard. Since that's the case, Uchiha Madara spoke in a low voice. He did not feel any panic due to the ancient tree's strength, because he also hadn't used his full strength. As Uchiha Madara mobilized his chakra, his three-tomo Sharingan instantly transformed into a kaleidoscope. Following that, it became an eternal kaleidoscope. And then, after the eternal kaleidoscope, there were complex purple patterns. A gaze carrying a sense of oppression. This was the strongest ocular technique. The reanimated body could use the Rinnegan, just like Nagato. So how about this? Uchiha Madara's eyes carried terrifying pressure. He guessed correctly. He could indeed use this power. No, why don't you try moving? The ancient tree looked at Uchiha Madara's oppressive gaze. His claws did not loosen in the slightest, still tightly gripping his neck. Uchiha Madara had a dazed expression, continuously waving his hands and striking the ancient tree's armor. However, in the end, he shattered his entire fist. It still had no effect. The ancient tree's one hand was like an iron clamp, making it temporarily impossible for Uchiha Madara to break free. Uchiha Madara let out an angry roar. He felt that his dignity was being insulted by this second-generation's junior. Uchiha Madara swore that no matter what happened in the future, he would definitely kill this person who humiliated him. Susanoo! Uchiha Madara shouted loudly. A blue light erupted from his entire body, and the hard Susanoo quickly took shape. In the end, several powerful blue double swords were formed, violently slashing down at the ancient tree's body. Boom! This overwhelming power instantly shattered the ground. Centered on the ancient tree, waves of terrifying seismic energy radiated out for hundreds of miles. The nearby Inoki, watching the battle, was even blown away by this terrifying aftershock. In the distance, Kakashi and the others, who were engaged in battle, felt the deafening howling sound and the immense tremors of the ground. They all harbored bad thoughts in their hearts. If the ancient tree died on the battlefield, would they still have to fight? Kakashi, don't panic. That person over there is not Senju Hashirama. Jiraiya and Kakashi were back-to-back, exchanging information after a fierce battle. But it should be Uchiha Madara. Kakashi, who had initially felt somewhat relieved, immediately lost his composure upon hearing Uchiha Madara's name. No wonder he seemed to see some blue light. What should we do? Can that person really defeat Uchiha Madara? Moreover, Uchiha Madara is an invincible body of reincarnation. Kakashi pressed the attacking ninja to the ground, his tone worried. I really can't be sure. Jiraiya shook his head. The reputation of Uchiha Madara clearly surpassed that of the ancient tree, and he couldn't guess who had a better chance of winning against such an existence. If the ancient tree knew Jiraiya's thoughts, he would probably say, I can take on Uchiha Madara, 10-0. I'm 10, he has 0. Boom, boom, boom. Uchiha Madara frantically controlled the Susanoo double swords, starting to slash at the ancient tree's body. It was like chopping meat into paste. The ground continued to sink, having already carved out a massive chasm over 1,000 meters deep. You bastard, let go of me. Uchiha Madara's tone was furious. Could it be that he really had to shamefully break his own neck to escape from the restraints? For a strong man like him, this was an absolute humiliation. Heavenly obstruction, shock star. Uchiha Madara could no longer endure it, forming hand seals with both hands. Suppressed by the ancient tree, he could hardly even unleash his Susanoo. In desperation, he activated the power of his Rinnegan. Boom! Under the gaze of countless people, the sky emitted a dull roar. Immediately afterward, an incredibly massive meteorite broke through the clouds, instantaneously covering the entire sky. The ground, which had been illuminated by sunlight, was instantly shrouded in shadow. All those engaged in combat looked up in despair at the enormous meteorite. For a moment, they stood frozen in place, their faces filled with fear and despair. Is this the power of a human? Damn it, whose jutsu is this? Lord Jiraiya, what is going on? Kakashi's face rarely showed signs of panic. He had originally planned to use Kamui. But with something this huge, if he put it into the Kamui space, he would run out of chakra and die. Somebody. Thank you. Thank you for Kakashi's big meteorite. Damn Uchiha Madara. Is he planning to kill everyone here? Inoki had cold sweat on his forehead, cursing under his breath. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. No, Uchiha Madara, what is the use of this broken stone? The ancient tree looked up at the meteorite that blocked out the sun, and instead of feeling nervous, his tone was somewhat disdainful. The countless people at the center of the war, who were wary of this godlike presence, were currently being pinched by the ancient tree like chicks. Aren't you going to stop him? Uchiha Madara's expression was silent. I admit your strength is indeed formidable, but you can't just watch other lives die innocently. No, Uchiha Madara, it seems you still don't understand the gap between us. The ancient tree's Susanoo, carrying the eerie black aura of the demon, Sword Muramasa, appeared in his hand. Demon sword, release. In an instant, a terrifying black spiritual pressure shot up into the sky. The horrific fluctuations even causing Uchiha Madara's composure to begin to crumble. Chapter 165, Uchiha Madara, breaking the great defense. The terrifying spiritual pressure seemed to take on a tangible form, causing the surrounding space to start shaking. The relentless pressure made Uchiha Madara's hair fly wildly. Everything around the ancient tree seemed to turn into black and white, and everything near him became precarious. Damn! Uchiha Madara's words were unclear. He felt the aura on the ancient tree's body had become significantly stronger. Why was this guy's power so formidable? It was as if it was an abyss, unfathomable. To be honest, Uchiha Madara somewhat doubted that the current ancient tree had not yet used all of his power. Swish! As the enormous meteorite in the sky began to descend, the ancient tree casually swung his sword. In an instant, a shocking purple slash shot up from the ground towards the sky, rapidly expanding until it finally surpassed the width of the meteorite. Countless people were left dumbfounded. They looked up at this slash that seemed ready to tear space apart, feeling as if the sky itself would be completely ripped apart before this strike. Rumble. The meteorite that was originally howling down was shattered into intense fragments by the ancient tree's sword. But it wasn't over. The residual force caused the second, descending meteorite to also turn into dust and debris. Is this the power of that person? Kakashi looked up at the sky, where the remnants had not yet dissipated. He could vaguely see signs of the sky fracturing. It was a purple fissure, inside which was an endless abyss. And beneath the ancient tree's strike, the peculiarities within the abyss seemed to slowly reveal their sharp edges. The ancient tree seemed to sense the fluctuations within, frowning slightly. Before the ancient tree could think much more, the fissure in the sky was visibly healing. It was as if a pebble had been thrown into the sea. While it could create some ripples, the surface would quickly return to calm. As for what was hidden beneath the sea, no one knew. Damn it! Even a legendary Uchiha Madara is not a match. Inoki sensed Uchiha Madara, who was being suppressed not far away by the ancient tree. A rare look of despair appeared on his face. He felt that in this war, they seemed to have no chance of victory. Inoki, I know you're anxious, but things are going quite well on the side of the white mask. Kabuto mysteriously approached Orochimaru, his face showing some battle intent. Clearly, he did not believe they would lose this war. Although Uchiha Madara was his trump card, he was not everything. Kabuto, what other plans do you have? Who are you? Why should I tell you? Kabuto was already filled with anger from being bullied by the ancient tree, and if Inoki was willing to be his punching bag, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Seemingly sensing Kabuto's killing intent, Inoki coughed lightly and immediately shut his mouth. He was now very obedient and would not easily underestimate anyone. This is damnable. Inoki also realized that it seemed he could not defeat anyone. The so-called Kage level was merely a threshold to witness these top-tier powerhouses. Bastard. Uchiha Madara saw the heavenly obstruction, Shockstar being so easily shattered and helplessly twisted his own neck violently. This humiliating escape method had already made him feel somewhat on edge. Last time, Uchiha Madara remembered being this furious was when facing Senju Hashirama's unexplainable wood release. Also, when he was flirting with Senju Hashirama, His brother Uchiha Izuna was killed by the 6th Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Wait, our elder brother was just playing around. And your younger brother ended up dead? Uchiha Madara quickly distanced himself without any hesitation. He immediately activated his Susanoo. From the first form, he transformed into the second form, gaining some weapons, and soon the Tengu armor began to converge, ultimately forming a giant towering over 100 meters. Despair, this is the power of God. Uchiha Madara activated his complete Susanoo, holding 2 blue long swords. The terrifying pressure made all the ninjas on the battlefield see it clearly. What kind of monster is that? Can this really be defeated? Many ninjas stared blankly at the giant over 100 meters tall. For a moment, feelings of helplessness arose in their hearts. Can we win this? If we can win, will Old Purple just eat it? Boom! In an instant, Uchiha Madara swung his long swords, and the terrifying shockwave flattened the surrounding hills. Many ninjas were sent flying into the air by the force of the wind. This is the Azura of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara, Lord Jiraiya, Hatake Kakashi could no longer speak. If Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo gave him a feeling of immense pressure, then Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo only brought despair. He stared blankly at the strike that shaved the hill flat. Can they really win this? Aren't they just cannon fodder? Kakashi, to be honest, I can't win this anyway. Jiraiya shrugged. At this point, even Sage Mode was difficult for him to activate. Moreover, even if he did activate it, he didn't think he could defeat the complete Susanoo. Shikamaru, do we still need to fight? The outcome of this war seems to have already been predetermined. Akimichi Choji helplessly complained to his companion, Nara Shikamaru. He had even allowed those impure world reincarnated ninjas to attack him. After all, it's all the same death. Not fighting anymore, just giving up. Nara Shikamaru chuckled helplessly. In the face of absolute power, the so-called strategy is merely a clown's self-comfort. How can we fight? Haruno Sakura was completely paralyzed in fear on the ground, staring at the 100-meter-tall Susanoo in the distance, in front of such an existence. The ninjas were nothing but small pawns. In the blink of an eye, they could disappear into ashes. But soon, something that left Haruno Sakura dumbfounded occurred. A black meteor shot through the sky like lightning, heading straight for the top of the Susanoo. Then, in Uchiha Madara's astonished gaze, a single punch shattered the Susanoo completely. This shell was the culprit that caused my death before. Uchiha Madara, do you feel it? The so-called power of God? The ancient tree was enveloped in strange black mist, resembling a hellish demon, crushing Uchiha Madara's head with one hand. Soon, the entire massive Susanoo began to collapse and disintegrate. Damn! Uchiha Madara cursed in disbelief, never expecting that not only could he not win, but even the words of bravado were stolen by this bastard, who said that activating the Susanoo's diamond body was invincible. How do you fight against this? Isn't this unranked? Haha, getting anxious. The ancient tree looked down at Uchiha Madara, who was slowly repairing his body beneath the ground, with a tone laced with coldness. He couldn't forget the memory of being chased to death by Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo before his death. Uchiha Madara, I will thoroughly torment you and grind down your so-called arrogance. After the ancient tree's words fell, he no longer held back any power. In an instant, his speed of movement even caused some cracks in space. By the time Uchiha Madara reacted, his head was lowered, and his body already had a large hole broken through it. No, who can react to this? Chapter 166. Anoki, it's over just like that. Under the one-sided crushing of the ancient tree, Uchiha Madara did not run away, because he couldn't escape. However, he also did not give up fighting, because he was being unilaterally bullied. This crushing continued from the ground to the sky, then from the sky back to the ground. Throughout all, Uchiha Madara's body had not had a moment of complete repair. My goodness, what kind of grudge is this? Even if it's an impure world body, it can't withstand this kind of torment. Reikage watched Uchiha Madara jumping around in the sky. Those who didn't know would probably think he was crazy, using some left-right maneuvering technique. However, Reikage didn't say much, because he now deeply understood what it meant to bring disaster upon oneself by speaking. The last time he opened his mouth, he almost ended up in a terrible situation. Jiraiya-sensei, I don't seem to be worried at all. Now, Kakashi looked at Uchiha Madara, constantly jumping around, his tone tinged with speechlessness. The ancient tree's speed was something they couldn't even capture. They could only see Uchiha Madara's body moving as if teleporting, constantly changing directions at a terrifying speed. Do these two have a deep-seated grudge against each other? Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Jiraiya looked at the many impure world reincarnated ninjas who had already been cleared away. He couldn't help but turn his gaze to the sky. Among them, Uchiha was darting around like a lightning rat. The ninjas of the allied forces were losing their fighting spirit upon seeing this scene. No, their leader in the rear had already been beaten into submission. Even if they could win, they wouldn't be able to turn the tide of the battle. After all, in the eyes of those top-tier powerhouses, a casual strike could completely annihilate them. Gaara, was our decision wrong? Temari stood beside Gaara, watching the retreating allied forces. Moreover, in the rear, it was completely being ravaged by a mysterious figure. If this continues, their defeat is merely a matter of time. He really didn't know if the Wind Country would still exist if they truly failed. Father, what should I do? Gaara still felt somewhat lost. His death could almost be said to be caused entirely by the ancient tree. Against such a life-and-death enemy, he really didn't know how to deal with it. Would the ancient tree accept their plea for peace? Moreover, now that they were asking for peace, it would only make them look like they were bullying the weak and fearing the strong. They probably wouldn't get any benefits either. Gaara, you are now the 5th Kazekage. You should have your own thoughts. Raza looked at the approaching mist ninjas. Controlling the sand, he formed a protective wall. Gaara, hearing this, looked at the injured ninjas huddled together behind him. He knew that so-called dignity would only make the ninjas of the village suffer. The failure of the battle seemed inevitable. Even if he sacrificed himself to atone, he would leave some final seed for the Sand Village. So, Sand Ninjas, follow orders and evacuate the battlefield. Gaara addressed the struggling Sand Ninjas behind him, and in his peripheral vision, he noticed the land of Earth and the land of Lightning, which had long been deserted. He couldn't help but sigh at his naivety. Now, it seemed he was the only shadow still on the front lines. Upon hearing this, the Sand Ninjas, who originally did not want to fight, began to flee. As for Rasha, although somewhat dissatisfied, he still supported Gaara's decision. He took the initiative to use ninjutsu to create opportunities for the ninjas behind him to escape. Wait, why are you all running away? The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, noticed something was off on this battlefield and immediately flew over. Humph, Tsuchikage, you all are cowering in the back, letting our village's ninjas fight to the death, right? Gaara's expression was not good. He sensed that the number of ninjas brought by Sunagakure was now less than 1/3, and the loss of J-Nin was huge. Kazekage, your vision is too narrow. Do you really think our goal is to defeat them? Do you think there is any existence we can defeat head-on the battlefield? The third Tsuchikage gestured for Gaara to look towards the distant sky, where a shadow was constantly leaping in the air. What is that? The shadow was Uchiha, the legendary Shura of the ninja world, who had been brought back through Edo Tensei. Anoki's expression was calm. Upon hearing the name Uchiha, Gaara's face instantly showed surprise. Especially Rasha. That guy really was brought back through Edo Tensei. The previous commotion was indeed terrifying. Rasha's face clearly showed some excitement. Although they were still at a disadvantage now, if Uchiha arrived at the front lines, the situation would instantly turn. The Shura of the ninja world is not just a saying. The previous meteorite had scared the ninjas into immobility. Come to the front lines? Are you kidding? Don't you see why Uchiha is jumping around? Of course, he's being beaten up from the sky to the ground. Over there is a bombing zone. Ordinary ninjas will undoubtedly die if they go. Anoki's expression was silent. Do you know who is fighting Uchiha? The new leader of Akatsuki, who is also our greatest enemy in this war. Upon hearing Anoki's intelligence, Gaara's previously relaxed expression instantly became serious again. Tsuchikage, what does this have to do with you cowering after the battle? Since we know we can't win, why should we sacrifice ourselves recklessly? After saying this, Gaara intended to leave. In short, he was too honest. Reckless sacrifice? No. Our purpose has never been to win this war, but to get the 9 tails. Anoki probably knew what Kabuto's plan was. If he guessed correctly, he should have collected all the tailed beasts. Therefore, they did not intend to fight to the death with Konoha and Kirigakure. They merely wanted to hold them back and attract the attention of Akatsuki's top powerhouses. So, do you still want to be traitors and deserters? Anoki's gaze was no longer friendly. Once Gaara chose to flee, he would gather the raikage and let them see what happens to traitors. You all seem quite happy. However, at that moment, a familiar woman's voice came from above in the sky. The moment this voice appeared, Anoki's eyes trembled and contracted, as if he encountered something extremely terrifying. Chapter 167. 5 gates must kill seriously. What you fear is coming. Anoki had the impulse to curse. If it weren't for him being a civilized person, he would have definitely lost it. Who are you? Rasha seemed not to realize the seriousness of the situation and controlled the sand to attack Uchiha Shirzei in the sky. Seeing this, Anoki cursed the person for being sick. Do you think I wouldn't make a move if I could win? But it was fine. Let the people from the land of wind attract the fire. Father, no. We're not a match for this person. Although Gaara had never seen Uchiha Hiruzen in action, he knew that being by the side of the ancient tree, this person's strength was definitely not something they could handle. Gaara, when did you become so afraid of power? Did I not teach you that a person has dignity? Rasha's words carried some educational meaning. After his words fell, his body was instantly sliced in half. The bewildered Rasha had a blank expression. He didn't even have time to defend himself before half of his body had disappeared. All right, Rasha immediately became obedient. Sometimes fearing power is not without reason. There was still a fish that slipped through the net. Uchiha Hiruzen controlled the Susanoo skeleton and single-handedly grabbed Rasha's body. Gaara, you are right. Stand firm in your thoughts. After Rasha was taken down by Uchiha Hiruzen, he immediately became obedient. This bastard's power was actually space manipulation. Such a bug-like ability was something ordinary ninjas could not deal with. Just as Rasha finished speaking, Uchiha Hiruzen brought him before the sealing team. Then, under his helpless gaze, he sealed him. Gaara, what are you still dawdling for? Run. Are you looking for death? Inoki spoke to the somewhat unresponsive Gaara. This kid was just too young. Unlike him, who had already been tamed and made obedient by Uchiha Hiruzen. Previously, at the end of the First Ninja World War, they could kill Uchiha Hiruzen only with the strong assistance of the second Hokage. Now, the second Hokage had sacrificed long ago, and in the entire ninja world, almost no one could keep up with Uchiha Hiruzen's speed. However, at that moment, a huge tremor sound attracted all the ninjas on the battlefield. Inoki looked towards the Rain Village, where a massive monster, seemingly with 10 tails, soared into the sky. This seemed to be something summoned by someone. 10 tails? Ha. That kid Obito finally did something right. Uchiha Madara, who had been beaten to a pulp with only one head remaining, looked at the 10 tails that had been summoned and was rampaging and destroying the land of rain not far away, with a hint of excitement on his face. He glanced at the ancient tree, wanting to see what expression he had. Unfortunately, the ancient tree wore a mask, making it impossible to know what he was thinking. Is that the 10 tails? I didn't expect White Mask to work so hard. The purpose was this. Inoki looked at the summoned 10 tails with a worried expression. Rumor has it that the 10 tails is a weapon of world destruction. Its appearance would cause changes in the entire ninja world. Inoki was somewhat worried about what White Mask's plan was. If he suddenly changes his mind, the entire ninja world would fall into deep waters. Damn it, this guy actually succeeded. In a Rain Village, Konan stood on top of a building, looking at the Rinnegan in White Mask's eye sockets, and knew that this person was Uchiha Obito. This traitor had indeed taken Nagato's Rinnegan. Lord, what should we do? White Zetsu pointed out that they were about to break into the Rain Village. I really don't know where so many monsters came from. Moreover, these things could also transform into human forms. Many ninjas with weak strength had encountered backstabs. This led to everyone not staying together and basically acting as individual units. Upon hearing the sounds below, Konan's expression turned cold, and without hesitation, she controlled paper spears to viciously stab at White Zetsu. Bang, bang, bang. The sudden attack caught White Zetsu off guard, and his entire body was pierced by sharp paper spears. Then, the entire form transformed into White Zetsu, ultimately turning into trees. What's going on? What kind of monster is that? Kakashi Hitaki looked at the monster summoned in the Rain Village, his eyes filled with confusion. In the distance, it seemed that there was something standing on top of it. Apparently, their goal was this. The creature had 10 tails, resembling the legendary 10 tails. Jiraiya's expression was not good. He knew that Tsunade was still in the Rain Village. He couldn't help but wonder how she was doing right now. All troops returned to the Rain Village. Gomu had already arrived at the highest point of the battlefield. Uchiha Obito had indeed not disappointed him. He had really summoned the 10 tails. Its appearance indicated that it had absorbed a large amount of tailed beast chakra. As Gomu spoke, he shot like a black meteor towards the 10 tails. Witnessed by countless ninjas, Gomu arrived at the Rain Village, which had already been breached by White Zetsu. There was no way. The numerical gap was just too great. Moreover, White Zetsu could disguise itself as humans. Many defense lines had already been shattered. Boss, the situation is not good. White Zetsu has already broken in. Deidara, covering his injured arm, came to Gomu. However, he was just about to speak when Gomu beheaded him with a single stroke. White Zetsu was taken aback, genuinely unsure why this guy knew he wasn't a real person. No, boss, you didn't hesitate at all. How can I dare to appear before you? Under the sky, Deidara rode on a large bird, watching Gomu mercilessly kill a White Zetsu that looked just like him, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Deidara, can't you blow those guys up? Goma looked at the ninjas still fighting against White Zetsu, his eyes curious. According to Deidara's characteristics, his clay bombs should explode with the same impact as a bomber, one explosion after another. No way, I'm empty. Deidara waved his hand. He couldn't squeeze out even a drop right now, let alone blowing people up. Maintaining the bird form was already extremely exhausting. I told you to practice more. You haven't even fought for long, and you're already exhausted? Gomu's words fell, and his figure vanished like an afterimage. When he reappeared, he was already at the center of the thousands of White Zetsu army that were still charging. What's going on? Huh? Why is the enemy using their ultimate move so close? Seeking death. In the bewildered eyes of countless White Zetsu, Gomu suddenly thrust his demon sword into the ground. Instantly, a terrifying purple pillar of light erupted from his center, wildly spreading outwards. Chapter 168. All gone, completely gone indeed, it was seeking death. However, the ones seeking death were these White Zetsu. Under Gomu's deadly attack, the surrounding White Zetsu shattered like tofu upon contact. When the surrounding dust began to settle, the originally over 10,000 White Zetsu had been completely wiped out. No way, that person is the boss. Is this a human? Haiden placed his hand on his forehead, looking at the distance where Gomu had killed over 10,000 White Zetsu by himself. He began to doubt whether he had been working hard for nothing. No, you're so strong. What do we even need to do? In the blink of an eye, he had killed more than all of us combined. I don't know either, so it's probably to give us something to do. We can't just look useless. Kakuzu casually dug out a White Zetsu's heart with one hand and tossed it aside. To him, these monsters had no value at all. They just kept multiplying, which was quite annoying. As expected of the boss, your strength is formidable. Kisame sliced a White Zetsu in half with a single stroke, looking at the commotion not far away, filled with admiration. With the boss leading, it seemed that unifying the ninja world was just a matter of time. No way, Danzo. Is Gomu's strength already this monstrous? In a hidden tower in the Rain Village, staying beside Shimura Danzo, Tsurugi Kamachi had an unexpected expression. Even though they were far apart, they could still clearly feel the commotion erupting over there. I told you, following Gomu is definitely no problem. Look, the mere 10 Tails is absolutely not Gomu's opponent. Danzo, gripping his cane with one hand, looked at Gomu with absolute confidence. By the way, Danzo, where's Sasuke? Mito Kazumi asked curiously. That guy has his own business. We have a root protection here, so there shouldn't be any danger. Besides, I'm here. Are you so afraid of dying, old man? Danzo shot a glance at Mito Kazumi, his tone laced with sarcasm. This guy had become increasingly cautious about his life, refusing to come to the front lines. Currently, Uchiha Sasuke was fusing his brother's eyes, and Danzo believed that when Sasuke reappeared, his strength would undergo a tremendous transformation. However, that thing should be the 10 Tails. Can Gomu really win? Tsurugi Kamachi looked at the giant 10 Tails, her eyes filled with trepidation. The terrifying and deep chakra had already surpassed any tailed beast. Damn it. Retreat. Danzo watched as the 10 Tails began gathering energy in its mouth and immediately started retreating towards the outskirts of the Rain Village. This bastard seemed to plan to flatten the entire Rain Village. It's over. The Rain Village is doomed. Jiraiya looked at the deep red chakra continuously gathering in the mouth of the 10 Tails, despair etched on his face. With this strike, not to mention Tsunade, the entire Rain Village would be wiped out in an instant. Under Jiraiya's command, over 1,000 ninjas halted their advance. Uchiha Shizuma seemed to have noticed the intentions of the masked man. Without hesitation, she tore through space and appeared above the 10 Tails where the masked man was. You bastard, are you seeking death? The blade in Uchiha Shizuma's hand had already appeared at Uchiha Obito's neck. You're here, but a bit slow, Uchiha Obito replied flatly. He didn't seem flustered that Shizuma had placed a knife on his neck. Come on, I want to see how you plan to stop this. Uchiha Obito spoke with some excitement. He most wanted to see Uchiha Shizuma get seriously injured while trying to protect these people. As his words fell, the 10 Tails had already fully condensed the tailed beast bomb and shot several blasts into the sky. What do you mean by this? Are you trying to take us all down with you? Uchiha Shizuma looked at the tailed beast bombs shooting towards the sky, her expression somewhat confused. How could that be? Accompanied by the roar of the tailed beast bombs, Uchiha Obito immediately canceled the summoning of the 10 Tails. Then, he became intangible and swiftly left the area. Uchiha Shizuma looked up at the tailed beast bombs descending from the sky, feeling a bit troubled. She could stop one. But with so many tailed beast bombs, it was clear they intended to completely annihilate the Rain Village. Shizuma, go first. I've already moved most of the people. Goma looked at the tailed beast bombs in the sky. Even if he could destroy all of them, the energy released in the air would still easily obliterate the entire rain village. All right, Uchiha Shizuma nodded helplessly. That damned Obito, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll definitely give you a couple of stabs to teach you a lesson about the cost of being a schemer. Tsunade, it's fortunate that the ancient tree brought you out. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, who appeared next to them like a flash, and spoke with a tone of relief. As soon as he finished speaking, the tailed beast ball in the sky had already fallen into the rain village. Boom! This terrifying sound was deafening. As if the apocalypse had come, countless ninjas stared at the rain village, where several mushroom cloud-like explosions erupted. They were dumbfounded, their faces filled with intense fear. Boom! This terrifying shockwave began to surge, wildly spilling outwards. Damn, that white mask is ruthless. This devil. Onoki watched the white mask as several tailed beast balls destroyed the entire rain village. He cursed inwardly. It's really going to be over. The conflict on their side is probably irreconcilable. It's truly a matter of either you die or I die. Ha! The fourth Reikage, who was beside Onoki, was initially planning to mock a few words. But when he recalled the power of the ancient tree, he immediately shut up. His injuries had not yet healed, and his ribs were almost all shattered. He couldn't afford to pop champagne in the second half. Conan, are you all right? The ancient tree arrived beside Conan. As the tailed beast ball was about to reach the rain village, the ancient tree had already evacuated most people. It's a pity that this village is mostly ruined. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me, Lord. Although Conan's eyes showed some desolation, she did not express too much emotion because she knew it was not the time for sadness. They still had more important things to do. For the sake of peace in the ninja world, this kind of sacrifice is nothing. This damn attack, the rain village is completely gone? Deidara sat on a large bird, looking at the distant rain village, which had already turned into ruins, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the true explosion of art." Chapter 169, Naruto's Return. You kid, you're quite ruthless. Uchiha looked at Obito, who had used Kimui to come to his side. Then, he turned his gaze towards the nearby Kabuto. That guy intends to control him to leave here. Leave? No, they have a great advantage here. Why leave? Edo Tensei, release. Uchiha quickly formed hand seals and then slammed his hand onto the ground. This sudden scene surprised Kabuto, who was on a nearby hill. Damn, another guy who can release Edo Tensei. If Kabuto remembers correctly, the first ninja to release an Edo Tensei body was the target they were currently attacking, the leader of Akatsuki Ancient Tree. Here, take this back. The white mask threw the fan in his hand to Uchiha Madara, not intending to use the samsara of heavenly life technique on him. This thing consumes life. Obito was stupid. Why would he revive this guy? Why not use the samsara of heavenly life technique to revive me? Uchiha Madara's eyes were filled with confusion. The Nine Tails had not yet been captured. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara planned to summon the Nine Tails, but found it unsuccessful. It was clear that Obito was not lying. Uchiha Madara had set a curse bomb at Obito's heart location just to be safe. If Obito had any thoughts of betrayal, Uchiha Madara would not hesitate to end his life. Then let's go find the Nine Tails. Uchiha Madara knew that the tailed beasts could sense each other. In other words, finding the Nine Tails was only a matter of time. Uchiha Madara's ultimate goal was to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and then activate the infinite Tsukuyomi to overturn the ninja world. Therefore, the Nine Tails was indispensable. White Mask, what exactly is your goal? This monster that you summoned should greatly increase our chances of winning. Hokage approached Uchiha Obito, intending to probe what Uchiha Madara and Obito were thinking. However, Uchiha Madara only glanced at him before immediately leaving. What? Are you planning to leave? What about us? Onoki looked at the white mask planning to leave, his tone filled with strong dissatisfaction. He had been guessing the true purpose of the white mask, and it seemed that their allied forces of three nations were simply working for someone else, making them act as fools. How could that be a good deal? Anyway, since it's death either way, it's better to take a few people down with them before dying. Otherwise, just a mere coalition of three nations. Do you really think your power is that great? Uchiha Obito showed him no mercy. He was already thinking about how to destroy the cursed seal on his chest. This feeling of life being in someone else's hands is truly unpleasant. Damn bastard. Reikage AI's expression was furious. I can't beat the ancient tree. And I can't even deal with you, clown, right? Now that his injuries were healed, Reikage AI felt he could act. Without hesitation, he unleashed his strongest lightning release armor and blasted towards Uchiha Obito. Boom! This punch, with no mercy, created a huge crater in the ground. As for the white mask, he completely phased out, showing no need to dodge. Madara, are you also planning to be a coward? Reikage AI saw that he was no match for Uchiha Obito and looked up at Uchiha Madara, not foolishly confronting him because he knew he couldn't win. Coward? It won't hurt to tell you. We need the Nine Tails, so do you know where the Nine Tails is? Uchiha Madara sensed that the ancient tree, not far away, was still quiet, so he didn't leave immediately, because he knew that if the ancient tree wanted to stop them, they would absolutely not be able to leave. That bastard strength, unless he became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths, it would be absolutely impossible to win. The Nine Tails, huh? Anoki floated in the air. Suddenly, he seemed to sense some movement. He looked up at a cliff not far away. In the distance, a figure surrounded by golden chakra fluctuations had already appeared in the perception of many. There was no way. The intensity of the Nine Tails chakra was indeed high. It was rumored that when the Sage of Six Paths distributed chakra, it was one portion for each tail, one portion for the Nine Tails, one portion for the Two Tails, one portion for the Nine Tails, and so on. Haha, this kid has delivered himself. Uchiha Madara spoke with some excitement. Since that's the case, let the battle continue. Obito, go and hold that guy over there. I'll bring back the Nine Tails. Don't be fooled. This war has been going on for almost half a month. During this time, Naruto Uzumaki, upon receiving the information, rushed to the battlefield. Sage mode, he had learned to a decent extent. Yes, even though Obito had some dissatisfaction in his heart, he had no chance to refute. Who knows, showing a rebellious thought might lead to instant death here. Kid, the opponent is coming. In Sage mode, Naruto Uzumaki looked at Uchiha Madara, rushing towards him from not far away, his expression serious. Kurama, who's that guy? His chakra seems unfathomable. In Naruto Uzumaki's perception, he sensed a strong malice. Naruto, be careful, don't get killed. The Nine Tails did not say much, only reminiscing about the memories dominated by Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, the white mask watched Uchiha Madara leave, his expression instantly darkening. No way, damn it. You're making me deal with those two monsters. Isn't that just asking me to die? Uchiha Obito cursed. White mask, what are you talking about? Anoki seemed to hear white mask's muttering, his expression somewhat curious. Let's not mention anything else. At least Uchiha Madara hasn't left here. If he were to leave, then they could just raise their hands and surrender without fighting. What? Uzumaki Naruto has come here too? Jiraiya, feeling the chakra of the Nine Tails, immediately looked in that direction. Lord Leader, what should we do next? Konan's expression was serious. The destruction of Amage Cure meant that she could only fight with all her might. Of course, we will launch a counterattack. Gumu glanced at Uzumaki Naruto not far away. Not to mention, if this kid can't win, he will definitely use the Flying Thunder God to escape. So, what needs to be done now is to teach Uchiha Obito a good lesson. Boom! With a loud bang, in the distance at the horizon, Uchiha Obito summoned the Ten Tails once again. Its massive body made everyone feel a sense of fear and trepidation. Under Gumu's leadership, thousands of ninjas launched an attack towards that direction. This battle would undoubtedly determine the fate of the entire ninja world. Chapter 170. The Ten Tails goes berserk. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and heavy rain began to fall. Damn it, how we fight this? Uchiha Obito looked at Gumu, who had already reached the front lines, and Uchiha Shinsui in the sky. He no longer knew whether the liquid on his face was rain or sweat. Third Tsuchikage, surrender, and you'll have a good ending. We will treat you well. The fifth Hokage Tsunade, leading the allied forces, reminded Anoki not far away. That's right. Our only purpose is to unify the ninja world, hoping for no more wars in the future. Terumi may also step forward. Her words undoubtedly represented the stance of Kirigakure. Hey, you say that, but can I really trust you? Do you really think that the grievances between our land of water and your land of earth can be settled with just a few words? Anoki looked at Uchiha Shinsui in the sky. Not to mention, as long as that woman is around, then the land of earth will have no good ending. He cannot forget that the land of earth almost perished at the hands of this madwoman. Since that's the case, let's fight. Tsunade began to wave her hand expressionlessly. Immediately, the two armies charged and clashed. However, with the help of the Ten Tails, it was clear that Anoki's side held some advantage. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shinsui and Gumu had also arrived at the top of the Ten Tails. Obito, I'll give you a chance to surrender and save your life. Gumu said expressionlessly. He still needed to deal with Kagaya Otsutsuki before the ninja world could have a brief period of peace. Therefore, Obito was a key part of this plan. Asking me to surrender, you really have some nerve. As Obito's words fell, Shinsui's body instantly appeared behind him. He slashed down fiercely at Obito's back. However, Obito had been in a phasing state to prevent surprise attacks. In that case, let your old friend deal with you. Almost as soon as Gumu finished speaking, his body flickered like an afterimage. Immediately after, Gumu's hand held a bewildered Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi's mind was still trying to comprehend the situation. Clearly, just a moment ago, he was fighting against the ninjas of the Land of Earth. Why did the scene suddenly change completely? Lord, is this the top of the Ten Tails? Kakashi's eyes narrowed as he realized he was in midair, feeling a strong shock within. But soon, he saw the true culprit, the white mask. Kakashi, that person is your dear friend. Shouldn't you two catch up? Gumu pointed at Uchiha Obito, not far away. Kakashi's eyes showed some confusion. Could it really be Obito? Kakashi had heard the name Obito long ago, but he had never connected it with his dear friend. Ha ha, Kakashi. Your brain still has some use after all. Obito did not hide it any longer, as there was no need to. Wait, the God Tree is summoned, and everything will become inevitable. Obito, why are you doing this? Kakashi looked down at the shattered battlefield, his eyes filled with fury towards Uchiha Obito. Ha ha, Kakashi. You know nothing. A useless fool like you has no right to criticize me. Uchiha Obito seemed to be enraged by Kakashi's criticism. Before old Zetsu died, he entrusted Rin to you, yet you gave her a heart-wrenching experience. Uchiha Obito felt that his restraint in not killing Kakashi was already a testament to their years of friendship. Obito, you've changed. You used to be so kind. Kakashi's eyes showed a hint of melancholy. Damn you, Kakashi, you worthless fool who only talks and does nothing, die. Uchiha Obito could no longer hold back from Kakashi's reproach. His current state was all thanks to Kakashi. If you had protected Rin well, would I have ended up like this, neither human nor ghost? Fire style, blazing wind dance. Uchiha Obito did not hesitate to deactivate his phasing and launched a ninjutsu attack on Kakashi. Earth style, earth flow wall. Kakashi did not hesitate to use earth style to block. At the same time, Kakashi used Kamui to evade some of the attacks. Clearly noticing that the Kamui space seemed to be connected to Obito. Cautious, Obito activated his phasing mode again and began forming hand seals to further evolve the Ten Tails. The Ten Tails, which had already gathered 9-tailed beasts, started to gradually evolve, slowly growing 10 tails. Come on, Kakashi, let's settle this once and for all. Kamui. Uchiha Obito came to Kakashi's side and without hesitation dragged him into the Kamui space. The 10 tails began to grow wildly and started to indiscriminately devour all chakra-bearing creatures around. Many ninjas from the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth, who were clearly Obito's allies, were the first to suffer due to their proximity. What the hell is this monster doing? Anoki looked at the constantly expanding 10 tails, with its wildly growing tentacles randomly strangling the surrounding ninjas, his eyes filled with rage. Damn it, retreat. This thing is not an ally. Reikage looked up at the gigantic tentacles coming straight for him, with each tentacle bursting forth like a wooden stake, each one the size of a human. One careless moment could lead to being pierced to death. Gumu watched as the 10 tails still tried to attack him. His eyes showed some silence. This guy was indeed a monster. Without hesitation, Gumu swung his blade with one hand and easily severed the tentacles surrounding Uchiha Shinsui. What's going on? This monster has gone berserk? Jiraiya looked at the three-nation allied forces that were madly retreating in the distance, temporarily abandoning the idea of fighting. It seemed that this monster was the true enemy of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara had already arrived at Naruto Uzumaki's side. He turned around and looked at the 10 tails, which had already entered its second stage, with a somewhat satisfied expression. As long as he captured the 9 tails and then transferred its chakra to the 10 tails, it would be able to enter the third stage. Finally, he would use Obito to fully revive himself and initiate the Eye of the Moon plan, creating a perfect, peaceful ninja world. Hashirama, do you see this? This is the only path to peace. With this thought, Uchiha Madara looked at Naruto Uzumaki on the cliff not far away, his gaze turning a little colder. The Konoha F4 is coming. Please give 5-star ratings and free gifts. Sob chapter 171 finally here. I've waited too long for you. Naruto, don't lose focus. The guy is coming. Under the reminder of the 9 tails, Naruto Uzumaki immediately dodged to the side. Almost at the same time he moved, Uchiha Madara's body appeared next to him in an instant. With a powerful kick, the entire space seemed to tremble. The swift kick created a terrifying sonic boom, instantly cracking the ground where Naruto had just been standing. Don't be fooled. The ancient would can easily deal with Uchiha Madara, but for other ninjas, Facing Uchiha Madara usually means being utterly dominated. Damn it, is this guy's speed really that fast? Naruto's face showed some pressure. He was still acting on the Nine Tails reminder, predicting and moving in advance. But even so, he was still hurt by this terrifying force. Hand over the Nine Tails inside you, and I'll spare your life. Uchiha Madara noticed that the ancient wood was still on top of the 10 tails, his expression particularly indifferent. At the very least, Obito still played a role. He could help by a little time. Otherwise, with the ancient wood here, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. You must be dreaming. Shadow clone jutsu? Naruto shouted angrily. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals and used his most skilled shadow clone technique. Instantly, thousands of shadow clones appeared in the astonished gaze of Uchiha Madara. But soon, a look of disdain appeared on Madara's face. No matter how many small fries there are, they're still just small fries. Uchiha Madara shot out. A Susanoo appeared around him. He wouldn't waste the time Obito had bought for him. Rasengan. Naruto controlled the Nine Tails chakra on his body, forming golden arms that gripped the Rasengan and smashed it towards Uchiha Madara. However, this ninjutsu, even the Susanoo's defense, couldn't break through. Damn it. Is this guy's defense really that tough? Naruto's expression turned cold. Without hesitation, he controlled the surrounding shadow clones to use the most powerful S-rank ninjutsu. Wind release. Rasen Shuriken. 3 shadow clones assisted each other, forming nearly 100 Rasen Shuriken in an instant. It's important to note that this S-rank wind release technique could easily take down Kakuzu, not to mention so many of them. These hundreds of wind release shurikens possessed nearly peak shadow level power. Overestimating yourself. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. Uchiha Madara didn't plan to waste time. He began to strengthen his Susanoo until it formed some Tengu armor. Then he felt secure enough to launch an attack. Boom! The roaring wood dragon opened its massive jaws in the air, striking towards Naruto like a living creature. The Nine Tails inside Naruto felt a chill run down its spine upon seeing this familiar wood dragon. No way. Can I really encounter that guy's ninjutsu again? The Nine Tails recalled its fear of being controlled by Senju Hashirama. That bastard claimed to be dangerous, but in the end, he effortlessly suppressed it. This truly made the Nine Tails feel bitter and inwardly curse. Boom, boom, boom. The wind release Rasen Shuriken attacked Uchiha Madara's body like it was free of charge. The sound of each impact was enormous, but seemed to have little effect. Uchiha Madara stood firm, unimpeded. On the contrary, the invasive wood dragon completely trapped Naruto. Naruto sensed that the wood dragon seemed to absorb chakra. His eyes shrank instantly, realizing how sinister this was. How could he fight back? Damn it. I can already feel my chakra disappearing rapidly. What should I do about Kurama? Naruto tried to struggle, but the more he fought, the larger the wood dragon became, wrapping around him tighter. Left with no choice, Naruto had to use the Flying Thunder God to escape. Isn't this the ninjutsu that bastard developed? I didn't expect you to learn it too. Uchiha Madara looked at Naruto's escape, puzzled. However, in an instant, his killing intent towards Naruto grew even stronger, as this ninjutsu was the killer of his precious brother. Since that's the case, you won't have it easy today. Uchiha Madara clearly recalled some unpleasant memories. He activated his Susanoo and instantly elevated it to its complete form. Could it be Naruto? Did you eat Uchiha Madara's rice? He intends to leave you with nothing but scraps. The Nine Tails sensed the complete Susanoo unfurling its wings in the sky behind, almost causing it to lose control. When they were captured before, Uchiha Madara hadn't been this serious. I don't know, but that bastard really wants you. Naruto saw Uchiha Madara coming down with a slash. Forced to, he frantically used the Flying Thunder God to create distance. Fortunately, he could barely use the Flying Thunder God now. Not to say he was proficient, but it was definitely enough to save his life. Damn Flying Thunder God. Uchiha Madara watched Naruto darting around like a mouse below. He could only resort to other methods. With a sudden formation of hand seals, he unleashed would release Flower Tree Birth. As Uchiha Madara recklessly poured chakra, this area where Naruto was quickly became covered by a vast sea of trees. Just as Naruto was about to use the Flying Thunder God to land, the surrounding trees instinctively attacked him. Even though Naruto managed to escape danger several times, the speed at which the trees ensnared him was increasing. Coupled with the paralysis from some pollen toxins, Naruto quickly fell victim to the effects. Get him! Uchiha Madara seized this opportunity, controlling 2 50-meter-long blue Susanoo blades, and violently hacked at the trapped Naruto. However, just as the Susanoo blades were about to strike Naruto, In order to save his life, the Nine-Tails was forced to reach an agreement with Naruto to fully Tail Beast transform. It extended its palm and firmly grasped the violent chop. Finally willing to Tail Beast transform. Huh? Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. Immediately, he formed hand seals, and chains erupted from his body, completely binding the Tail Beast transformed Naruto. Just as Uchiha Madara was about to extract the Nine Tails from Naruto, several black slashes appeared, easily severing the chains that bound Naruto. Ancient Wood, you bastard. Uchiha Madara realized that after all his efforts, he ended up with nothing. His mentality has already undergone a significant change. Simply put, he's completely broken down. What? Do you still want to dance? Gumu, clad in black armor, stood in mid-air, looking at Uchiha Madara, who was over 100 meters tall, raising the cursed blade Muramasa with one hand. In an instant, the world changed color. Endless ghostly energy began to emerge from the ground, slowly gathering on Gumu's blade. This earth-shattering scene made Uchiha Madara, who was about to curse, become completely obedient. However, just as Madara was about to leave, several massive chakras appeared suddenly, completely erasing that thought from his mind. Madara, you finally came. Uchiha Madara turned his head to see the Konoha F4, who had arrived on the battlefield with Flying Thunder God. With their help, he could finally collect the tailed beast properly. Chapter 172. Everyone was dumbfounded. Uchiha Madara had waited too long for this day. If he had Senju Hashirama's help, he would definitely become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Madara, what has happened? Senju Hashirama was obviously a bit confused, but he was still under Orochimaru's control. So, he couldn't act on his own for the time being. Don't worry about that. Bring down the guy in the black armor in the sky. Uchiha Madara didn't want to explain too much. He didn't know whether Senju Hashirama would help him after understanding the situation. Is that Naruto? The reincarnated Minato Namikaze. Upon seeing the now-tailed beastified Naruto, Uzumaki, not far away, had a worried expression on his face. It was clear that Uchiha Madara intended to attack Naruto, Uzumaki. Lord First Hokage, it seems that Uchiha Madara's target is the Nine Tails. We must stop him. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, began to remind Hashirama beside him. Let's not talk about that for now. Look at that thing in the distance. What is it? Senju Tobirama, good observation, had already noticed that there was a huge monster further away. That seemed to be the main threat the ninja allied forces had to confront. So Uchiha Madara, what exactly happened? Who is that black-armored figure? Senju Hashirama now had many doubts. Who? That person is a descendant of the second Hokage. Currently the greatest tumor in the ninja world, Orochimaru's gloomy voice appeared behind the Konoha F4. Not only that, but he was also accompanied by Kabuto, who had entered Sage Mode. At least for now, Orochimaru seemed to be on Uchiha Bito's side. Not for anything else, just for fun. Orochimaru was eager to prove that his research was correct. For that, he needed the ninja world to pay attention to him. Huh? Tobirama, when did you have another son? Aren't you a reincarnated body? Senju Hashirama looked at Senju Tobirama, who was equally confused. Tobirama shrugged helplessly. No, how would he know? He was dead. How could he have a child? However, Senju Tobirama seemed to notice the familiar blade in Gumu's hand and tentatively asked, Are you Gumu? Gumu? Unlike Tobirama's cautious approach, Minato Namikaze had a serious expression. He had fought against Gumu and Naruto's spiritual consciousness in this form. Of course, the outcome was that he was brutally defeated. You guys finally resurrected Orochimaru. You say, shouldn't I thank you properly? Gumu's demon helmet gradually transformed into black light points, revealing a charming man with black markings. Although the state had changed somewhat, Senju Tobirama still recognized at a glance that this person was his son. Brother, do you remember that when Orochimaru first summoned us, Gumu also appeared in the end? Senju Tobirama recalled the events of the Chunin exams. It really was, but now it seemed that Gumu had completely resurrected. Senju Hashirama squinted his eyes, feeling the immense vitality contained within Gumu's body, his tone somewhat surprised. Orochimaru, what exactly have you done? My son, such a well-behaved and academically excellent person. How could he be a tumor in the ninja world? He wants to fight Uchiha Madara. Isn't it because these two have a life-and-death feud? Tobirama's words made Senju Hashirama's eyes suddenly narrow. He looked at Tobirama in surprise. No way. So Gumu's death was because of this? Thinking of this, Senju Hashirama immediately planned to ask Uchiha Madara for an explanation. Huh? Are you joking? Academically excellent? You definitely don't know that the so-called academically excellent son you mentioned is planning to unify the ninja world and become an emperor. I didn't expect the ambitions of your Senju clan to be so great. Orochimaru's words made Tobirama's eyes tremble instantly. However, a proud emotion was born in his heart. See? This is my son. Let's see if you're impressed. Not to mention Tobirama, even Senju Hashirama, who wanted to question Uchiha Madara, was instantly dumbfounded. No way. Unify the ninja world? He, Senju Hashirama, had never even thought of such an idea. Gumu, I didn't expect your ideals to be so powerful. If that's the case, then dying at your hands would be somewhat justified. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, spoke with a hint of melancholy. Compared to Gumu, his ideals of guarding a small piece of land were indeed too lacking. What do you mean by that? Senju Hashirama was completely dumbfounded. Just the literal meaning. But since I'm already dead, I won't ask what the reason is. The third Hokage shrugged, not intending to dwell too much on this matter. He also knew that Gumu was the son of the second Hokage, so it was naturally inappropriate to criticize him in front of him. To say nothing of it, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had lived so long, was naturally well-versed in the ways of the world. Gumu, what do you mean? Is this war all led by you? Senju Hashirama squinted his eyes. Based solely on Orochimaru's simple description, this Gumu seemed to be a major antagonist. Lord First Hokage, you must not be deceived by Orochimaru. This person is evil and even intended to destroy Konoha. What we should be concerned about is the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki must stand on our side. Minato Namikaze reminded Senju Hashirama beside him. Although they still couldn't control their bodies, nothing could be absolute. Who knows? An accident might happen in the next moment. Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Huh? Senju Hashirama nodded slightly upon hearing this. Second brother, what do you think? I think we should let Gumu come down and talk properly. Senju Tobirama's expression was emotionless, but it was obvious that he seemed to be in a good mood. Chapter 173. The Reincarnated Ones. The Sky is Falling. Stop the nonsense. Orochimaru, why aren't you making your move? Uchiha Madara looked at the few people who still had no intention of moving, urging them. These four guys are truly led by the rhythm of that little brat, Senju Tobirama. No, what qualifications do you have, a mere Senju Tobirama, to decide Hashirama's thoughts? No way. Uchiha Madara, are you joking? I control Hashirama? Orochimaru made a face that seemed to say, why don't you go eat shit? Right now, the current Senju Hashirama can enter Sage mode. Although there is a bit of a gap compared to his peak, he is not someone that Orochimaru can easily control. If he is not careful, he might be instantly killed by Senju Hashirama's wood release. Whoosh! Just as a few people were conversing, a dark shadow appeared beside the ancient tree. Something was happening. It felt like there were a few unpleasant individuals showing up here. Uchiha Shizuka's arrived next to the ancient tree. Soon, her attention was drawn to Senju Tobirama below. What? Senju Tobirama looked at the evil Uchiha clan member by his son's side. He immediately opened his mouth to warn. Ancient tree, be careful. That person next to you has space-time movement abilities. Tobirama thought that Uchiha Shizuka's was sent by Madara to assassinate the ancient tree, so he loudly warned him. After all, this devil woman was the mastermind behind the First Shinobi World War. It took him 3 whole months to unite and kill this guy. Oh, so it turns out this old devil has been resurrected? Uchiha Shizuka's had a seductive smile on her face. He still doesn't know the relationship between you and me. The ancient tree wore a helpless smile. He naturally knew that Senju Tobirama was the culprit who killed Uchiha Shizuka's. Therefore, he was somewhat unsure of what attitude he should take when facing Senju Tobirama. That damn guy. He has my son under control again. Senju Tobirama's eyes were filled with killing intent. When he was alive, he couldn't properly protect the ancient tree. Therefore, after being resurrected, he must do everything to ensure the ancient tree does not get harmed. So, what is the relationship between these two? Senju Hashirama looked on with some confusion. He charged towards Uchiha Madara. No matter what, attacking Uchiha Madara is the right thing to do. Damn it. Heisai's mother, why aren't you helping me? Uchiha Madara looked at Hashirama, clapped his hands, and unleashed a massive would-release attack toward him, his tone tinged with resentment. Damn it, I carve him on my chest, and I still can't gain his trust? Heisai's mother, do you distrust me this much? Bastard. Seeing Hashirama make a move, Minato Namikaze also began to prepare to support Naruto Uzumaki. Are you okay? Minato looked at the now much-grown Naruto Uzumaki, his eyes filled with deep longing. Who are you? Naruto Uzumaki exited his tailed beast mode, having never met Minato before. Although he felt a sense of curiosity and familiarity, he found it strange that he wasn't attacked by the Nine Tails. I am your biological father. I am also your uncle. Naruto Uzumaki pouted and rolled his eyes, clearly not believing Minato. Now that he has grown a lot, he naturally wouldn't easily believe someone's verbal claims. Huh? Minato stood frozen in place, truly not expecting Naruto to respond like this. How dare you speak to your father like that? I really am your father. Nonsense. If my father were the fourth Hokage, would I still be isolated? Naruto didn't intend to get entangled with Minato, clearly not wanting to engage in too much conversation with a deceased person, because it was completely meaningless. Isolated? What do you mean? Explain it to me, clearly. Minato grabbed Naruto's wrist, having heard similar words during his battle with the ancient tree. It seemed that his son was not living well in the outside world. Ahem, Minato, let's go help out? The third Hokage smiled awkwardly. Due to the characteristics of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki's childhood was destined to be unhappy. The third Hokage was also acting with the village's safety in mind when he did this. Lord, third Hokage, it seems I made a wrong choice in entrusting Naruto Uzumaki to you. Minato shook his head in disappointment. There's nothing to be done. This was your decision. Since you decided to seal the Nine-Tails within the newborn Naruto Uzumaki, his childhood was destined to be abnormal. The third Hokage's explanation filled Minato's face with guilt. Indeed, this cannot be blamed on others. If blame must be placed on someone in the end, it can only be on himself. Blame himself for not being strong enough to drive away the Nine-Tails. Blame himself for not being strong enough to protect his wife, and allowing Naruto Uzumaki to be born without parents. Just as Minato was feeling sorrowful, his body suddenly became uncontrollable, using Flying Thunder God to instantly disappear from the spot. Now Minato, take me with you. Meanwhile, second Hokage Tobirama looked at the two people standing in the sky, his face filled with intense helplessness. There's nothing to be done. He was called the god of land warfare, but had no power in the air. How can he play? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Even so, Tobirama continued to throw kunai at Uchiha Shizuke's in the sky. In an instant, Flying Thunder God allowed Tobirama to pause briefly in midair. Stay away from my son. This is your last warning. Tobirama's tone carried a murderous intent. No, do you know what our relationship is? Uchiha Shizuke's looked at Tobirama's rather comical actions and felt like laughing. This guy really likes to target the Uchiha clan, doesn't he? What relationship? Evil Uchiha brat. Do you think I don't know your intentions? Tobirama threw a few kunai toward Uchiha Shizuke's. Without the air, he was at a loss for words. On land, life and death were uncertain. Do you want to deal with him? Uchiha Shizuke's whispered beside the ancient tree. She could hardly restrain herself from pressing this old devil down and rubbing him well. No, what are you doing? This person is your daughter-in-law. The ancient tree held Uchiha Shizuke's waist with one hand, actively announcing their identities. As the words fell, Tobirama's eyes suddenly narrowed. What the hell? What, ancient tree? You were controlled, right? Control my ass. To put it bluntly, I just want to marry Uchiha Shizuke's. Hearing the ancient tree's defiant words, Tobirama almost blacked out. Old Ji-san wants to marry an Uchiha brat? If that really happens, Tobirama feels that his coffin lid would definitely not be able to cover it. Chapter 174, and the reason, are you serious? Ancient tree? Tobirama's eyes trembled slightly. He felt that the ancient tree should have been controlled by Uchiha Shizuke's. Does this kid not know how deep the feud between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan is? Otherwise, what would happen if you don't leave? You might still be able to hug a grandson. The ancient tree's calm words made Uchiha Shizuke's face rarely flush with some color. She gently touched her belly, her eyes softening. Leaving aside everything else, under Uchiha Shizuke's offensive, a child was only a matter of time. Tobirama looked at Uchiha Shizuke's enchanting expression and suddenly felt like the sky had collapsed. His whole body seemed to lose strength as he fell straight to the ground. Under Hashirama's astonished gaze, boom, Tobirama fell straight to the ground. He would never fly to the sky again. The ones up there were all devils. Tobirama, are you okay? Senju Hashirama was puzzled about what had happened to make Tobirama show a dead-hearted expression. Brother, my rebellious son plans to marry an evil Uchiha brat. Senju Tobirama was already feeling defeated. He suddenly thought that dying might be better, as he wouldn't have to hear such outrageous news. If his father found out, he would probably kick the coffin lid off and point at the ancestors of the Senju clan, asking Tobirama, does your son deserve to face those clan members killed by the Uchiha clan? Does he deserve those brothers you sacrificed? Tobirama replied, what does it have to do with me? It's not like I want to marry an Uchiha brat. Not. The Uchiha clan? Senju Hashirama looked at the ancient tree in the sky and Uchiha Shizuka. If that's the case, then it seems normal for these two to be together. What the hell, big brother, why are you laughing? Tobirama was at a loss for words, looking at Hashirama. If he weren't in this Edo Tensei body, he would have definitely spat blood and died here. I'm not laughing. What am I laughing at? Hashirama adamantly denied it. Seeing Hashirama looking like he wanted to watch a show, Tobirama was speechless. You're not laughing, but your mouth is about to split open to your ears. So old dang, are you for or against it? The ancient tree approached Senju Tobirama. At this point, does it matter if I support or oppose? First, tell me your plan. Why do they say you're a tumor in the ninja world? Tobirama quickly regained his composure. He suddenly felt fortunate that he learned this information only after his death. If he had known before passing, he would have probably died from anger ahead of time. Unifying the ninja world. Uncle, you're going to help me, right? The ancient tree asked the dazed Hashirama beside him. Nephew, this idea of yours is too dangerous, too radical. You're starting a war. Hashirama slowly shook his head. He looked at the ninja coalition still fighting the Ten Tails not far away, feeling melancholy. He really didn't know which ninja village could survive after this war. Just say it. Do you support or oppose it? The ancient tree remained expressionless. Among them, Uchiha Shizuka was already preparing for battle. She had long wanted to personally stab Tobirama. This guy had made her feel sick during the end of the first ninja war. I don't know. However, I won't allow you to destroy the ninja world. Tobirama shook his head. I stand on the side of justice. I absolutely won't allow a war to be started recklessly. No, old dang. Has our first Hokage always been this naive? The ancient tree spoke with some sarcasm. Watch your words. That's your uncle. Tobirama looked at the ancient tree, feeling as if his wings had hardened, his expression not looking too good. Clearly, the ancient tree used to be such an obedient and excellent ninja. It was all because of the detestable Uchiha Madara and the wicked Uchiha Shizuka by his side. These two were probably the reason why the ancient tree had become so paranoid now. All right. So, uncle, what do you plan to do? First stop Uchiha Madara or the rampaging Ten Tails over there? Or maybe stop me. The ancient tree was not in a hurry. The one who should be anxious now was Uchiha Madara, not him. If your goal is to unify the ninja world through war, then I must stop you. You don't understand. Ancient tree, how many deaths will be caused by unification through war? Tobirama's expression was serious. He seemed to have decided to stand in opposition to the ancient tree. Your vision is too short-sighted, uncle. If you could have unified the ninja world through force before, do you think we would still be this fragmented, each fighting for themselves? War always requires sacrifices. The establishment of every new nation must be built on countless blood. Isn't our Konoha the same? We established it by using force to make the surrounding clans submit. The ancient tree's words clearly stirred Tobirama's heart. This kid had been articulate since he was young. Moreover, his motivation seemed to be good, not purely wanting to start a war. So who do you want to lead this country, you? Tobirama's expression was cold. Don't treat the establishment of a country like a child's play. Can you bear the souls of the deceased? Stop it. Let's unite against Uchiha Madara and end this farce. Isn't it better to build Konoha well? Hearing this, Tobirama secretly facepalmed. He knew that once his brother made a decision, it would be as hard to change as pulling 10 oxen back. Souls? Is this what you're talking about? The ancient tree casually flicked his fingers, and in an instant, some black ghosts swirled around his fingertips like phantoms. This eerie scene made Hashirama suddenly recoil. Ancient tree, what have you been through? You seem like a monster now. Cough, cough, big brother. Isn't what you said a bit too much? Tobirama, feeling out of place, took the rare opportunity to refute Hashirama. Tobirama, can't you see it yet? The ancient tree has already been blinded by power. He is now willing to start a ninja war and sacrifice innocent lives just to reach the peak of power. Hashirama had already decided to stop the ancient tree's plan. After talking for so long without progress, it meant that, uncle, do you want to be like Madara, getting beaten down by me before you behave? The ancient tree remained silent. Indeed, in this world, strength was the only truth. All verbal reasoning was empty. Chapter 175 Tobirama. You can't just fill my son with nonsense. The ancient tree's revelation left Tobirama momentarily silent. That's right. In this world, strength is the truth. If you want to realize your ideals, you must have greater strength than others. Only then will they listen to you. In this regard, Hashirama seemed to awaken to something. When he initiated the 5 Kage summit, it should have been based on strength. Hurry up and fight, don't hesitate. Not far away, Uchiha Madara seemed to sense something. He stopped chasing Naruto and instead canceled Susanoo, standing on the edge of a nearby cliff. Madara, you wait for me. I'll fight you later. Tobirama pointed at Uchiha Madara, his expression serious. Compared to fighting the ancient tree, he wanted to battle his rival and dear friend Uchiha Madara more. In Hashirama's view, suppressing the ancient tree was merely a matter of a few slaps. If he really wanted to fight, It had to be with Uchiha Madara. Hashirama thought this way. But Uchiha Madara was different. He heard Tobirama's words and looked at him with a teasing gaze. It can't be just me getting beaten. I must let Senju Hashirama feel what it means to be crushed. It would be best to beat him from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground back to the sky. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, a rare smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ancient tree, for Tobirama's sake, I'll ask you one last time. Are you really going to be stubborn? Tobirama unleashed a terrifying aura, the immense amount of chakra causing the ground to crack with numerous fissures. He didn't believe that the ancient tree would retreat in the face of difficulty. Old Deng, you should leave here first. The ancient tree spoke to Tobirama. Who didn't want to fight him? Huh? Why? Tobirama didn't quite understand. He was originally thinking if he could help Gumu, and if he saw Gumu in danger, he could use the flying thunder god to support him. You want to leave? Just go. Why so much nonsense? Uchiha Shizukawa didn't give Tobirama a good look. She didn't ask Tobirama to recognize her as a daughter-in-law. Anyway, Tobirama couldn't influence Gumu's decisions. After Uchiha Shizukawa spoke, she took Tobirama away from there. Seeing Tobirama leave, Senju Hashirama squinted, not quite understanding why Gumu was doing this. But as soon as this thought unfolded, he understood why. Gumu's body moved so quickly that it seemed to create afterimages in the air. To others, it looked like he had split into clones. He arrived above Senju Hashirama. Boom! The terrifying roar was like a nuclear bomb hitting the ground, creating a shocking shockwave. Uchiha Madara, on the distant cliff, couldn't suppress the smile on his face upon witnessing this scene. What's going on? Senju Tobirama turned in shock. Looking at the rippling waves spreading across the distant plain, he was somewhat unclear about who was being beaten. At the same time, after being punched by Gumu, Senju Hashirama was already embedded in the ground. The nearly 1,000-meter deep pit made Senju Hashirama quite compliant for a moment. No, is this even human? What the hell is this power? After regaining his senses, Senju Hashirama looked around, his eyes still in shock. This punch was comparable to others' large ninjutsu. Fortunately, he was now in a reanimated body, so he didn't feel any pain. Otherwise, Senju Hashirama really wouldn't have thought he could withstand this punch without any reaction when he was alive. Gumu, you're really too dangerous. I must seal you today. Looking at Gumu, who was covered in black armor above the deep pit, Senju Hashirama's eyes were filled with the heaviest seriousness he had ever had. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Senju Hashirama clapped his hands, and what he called came to be. In an instant, the ground split open, and a massive wood dragon emerged from within. It quickly covered the deep pit that was over 1,000 meters deep. The wood dragon, over 1,000 meters long, created a pressure that felt like it could overflow the screen. If viewed from above, Gumu's figure would seem as small as an ant. Ah! Senju Hashirama clenched his wrist with one hand and opened his other hand towards Gumu, crazily outputting chakra. The 1,000-meter-long wood dragon began to move, howling towards Gumu. Boring move. Uchiha Madara had already used it to death. Gumu held a sword in one hand and made a big slash, instantly piercing through Senju Hashirama's wood dragon from head to tail, while Hashirama wore a bewildered expression. Huh? Senju Hashirama felt the connection with the wood dragon disappear. His mouth opened, momentarily unable to accept it. Is this person really Tobirama's son? How did he become so terrifying? You should know that his wood dragon could absorb chakra and was nearly a nemesis to all ninjas. Uncle, do you have any other tricks? Gumu's voice echoed beside Senju Hashirama, and in Hashirama's trembling gaze, he grabbed his head with one hand. Swish! As the words fell, Senju Hashirama no longer concealed his strength. He instantly entered Sage mode. In an instant, a chakra wave erupted, almost as if the surrounding space became distorted. Damn, did Big Brother activate Sage mode so quickly? Is he planning to beat Gumu to death? From a distance, Senju Tobirama sensed the powerful chakra fluctuations. His eyes filled with worry. Good, not holding back on his nephew at all. Without hesitation, Senju Tobirama used the flying thunder god to appear beside Gumu. Upon arrival, he saw Senju Hashirama's reanimated body turned into a headless corpse, slowly falling from the sky. Huh? Tobirama exclaimed in confusion, momentarily stunned. He rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't dreaming. No, Big Brother, where's your head? How come you don't have a head? Bang! Senju Hashirama fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sage art, my Gmon. After a moment's thought, massive red pillars pierced towards Gumu. This ninjutsu could suppress the chakra within a ninja's body, and even the 10 tails couldn't easily struggle. Senju Hashirama still didn't believe that Gumu could easily dodge it. Would release. Would dragon technique. Would release. Wooden man technique. Almost as the pillars were about to pierce down, the reanimated Hashirama began his terrifying assault. And this set of ninjutsu would definitely make anyone who wasn't hanging by a thread lose all their health instantly and be gravely injured. Boom, boom, boom. Tobirama looked at the moment of the assault, causing the entire earth to begin shaking and collapsing, once again stunned. No way. Big brother, have you gone insane? Under Sage mode, you're acting so recklessly? You can't just beat my son to the point where there's nothing left to see? Big brother, you're going too far. Just give him a lesson. Are you trying to turn Gumu into ashes? Senju Tobirama's words carried a rare anger. He thought Gumu had already perished under the bombardment of the great golden dragon and the wooden man. However, when he saw a dark shadow suddenly leap out of the dust and kick Senju Hashirama's head to pieces, Tobirama realized that his previous words were somewhat hasty. It turned out that the one being bullied was not Gumu. Chapter 176, 10 Tails? ISNT, it just a matter of one strike? Do you still want to fight? Gumu stood in the air, exuding an eerie black aura, watching Senju Hashirama's body slowly repair itself, his expression quite indifferent. Senju Hashirama didn't speak. There were many questions in his little head. For example, why could Gumu ignore his Maijinmon suppression? Could it be that this guy was a wall that ignored rules? Not understanding, just don't think about it. Gumu's eyes were calm. Hashirama, it's our turn to fight. Uchiha Madara arrived at Senju Hashirama's side. Although he couldn't defeat Gumu, he still wanted to contend with Senju Hashirama for a bit. The reason Uchiha Madara hadn't controlled Uchiha Obito to use the rebirth of the Samsara technique was mainly that he wanted to have a go with Hashirama. Wait for me to finish dealing with the things over there. Senju Hashirama looked at the distant area, suddenly erupting with a roar. He saw that the original 10 Tails seemed to have absorbed something and was evolving again. The once weak body gradually began to swell, evolving into the third form. In this form, the 10 Tails power was even more formidable and could create countless small clones. What's going on? Why did the fourth Hokage voluntarily release the 9 Tails? I don't know. Damn monster, it's become strong again. Did I really make a mistake? Anoki looked at the fully evolved 10 Tails, somewhat incredulous. If this thing launched indiscriminate attacks, would the ninja world be destroyed? Kakashi-sensei, what is going on? Naruto Uzumaki arrived here. Also, I heard that Konoha seems to have joined the Akatsuki organization. Naruto, this is a decision made by the higher-ups. The reason for joining the Akatsuki organization is simply for the peace of the ninja world. Jiraiya spoke to Naruto Uzumaki, relieved to find that his 9 Tails had not been stripped away. Naruto, are you okay? Sakura Haruno curiously asked. By the way, have you seen Sasuke? I haven't seen him in a long time. Sasuke? I don't know. Naruto Uzumaki shook his head. But he believed that Sasuke wouldn't run away at such a critical moment. That guy is such a show-off. How could he miss out on a war like this? Unless he is occupied with something he has to do. By the way, Jiraiya, that fourth Hokage, he keeps saying he's my dad. What's going on with that? Hearing this, Sakura's ears perked up as it seemed to involve some gossip. Is it Minato? Jiraiya shook his head, indicating he didn't quite understand. Naruto, how is that possible? Your parents were just ordinary people who sacrificed themselves during the 9 Tails incident, right? It was the fourth Hokage who sealed the 9 Tails inside you. Do you think any father would put the 9 Tails as his own son? Sakura clearly didn't believe that Naruto's father was the fourth Hokage. If he truly were the son of the fourth Hokage, who would dare to look down on him when he was a child? Cough, cough. Jiraiya-sensei, I've caused trouble. Just as Sakura finished speaking, a flash of yellow appeared, and Minato Namikaze had a strong expression of guilt on his face. Naruto, you're here too? I'm sorry. It's your father's fault. Minato saw Naruto Uzumaki beside Jiraiya, and his face was filled with remorse. It was he who hadn't given Naruto a wonderful childhood. He truly didn't know if Kushina would blame him when she found out. Minato's words left Sakura in a daze. She seemed unable to accept this revelation. Fourth Hokage-sama, you're not joking, right? You were Naruto's father? Unfortunately, Naruto seems to not believe it. Minato shook his head helplessly. Originally, the soul mark inside Naruto had been completely erased by the ancient tree. Naruto, this guy really is your father. He risked his life to protect you before. With the reminder of the 9 Tails inside him, Naruto finally began to look at Minato differently. Why did you let me live in this world alone? Do you know what I've been through these years? After taking a deep breath, Naruto started questioning Minato. When he was young, he had almost starved to death several times and could only barely survive by scavenging. I'm sorry, Naruto, it's my fault. Minato rushed over and tightly hugged Naruto Uzumaki. The body of the impure world reincarnation shouldn't shed tears, but a father could. Sensing Minato's intense anxiety and guilt, Naruto felt the emotion known as a father's love for the first time. It's okay, it's all in the past. Don't worry, I can survive in the ninja world now. Stepping out of Minato's embrace, Naruto looked at his tears, feeling a mix of emotions. There is no time for you to be sad. The Ten Tails is about to make its move. The ancient tree had already appeared above Jiraiya and the other Konoha ninjas. Glancing at Minato, it seemed that the 9 tails inside him had been forcibly extracted by Orochimaru. Hearing the ancient tree's voice, many ninjas turned to look at the 10 tails. They saw endless small clones rushing toward the ninja alliance like a wave. Hokage, can we put aside our grievances and fight that monster together now? The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, approached Tsunade, intending to seek peace. Yeah, it seems that thing is the common enemy of the ninja world. It seems to devour nearby creatures with chakra. The Reikage also arrived. What? Now you want to seek peace? The ancient tree's mocking voice reached Inoki and A's ears. The two men looked up in fear. Honestly, they hadn't noticed the presence of the ancient tree. Ancient tree, I admit you are strong, but shouldn't we join forces to fight that monster now? If it grows stronger, the whole world will likely be destroyed. Inoki spoke seriously. Peace is fine, but the land of lightning and the land of earth must submit and lower themselves. What? Lower ourselves? Are you kidding? Reikage A's face showed anger, but he realized he couldn't defeat the ancient tree and immediately suppressed his furious expression. He looked as if he had just eaten something unpleasant. Ancient tree, are you too arrogant? Right now, that monster needs the combined strength of all the ninja world. Do you really not need that? Do you really want to fight? Inoki's expression was grave. The 10 tails? Isn't it just a matter of a single strike? If you don't submit, then prepare for your country to be destroyed. The ancient tree didn't explain much. The reason he still kept the 10 tails was simply to quietly await the arrival of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Along the way, he sought some intelligence regarding extraterrestrials from her. Chapter 177. Obito, it's time for you to repay me. If you don't submit, prepare for your country's destruction. The ancient tree's words undoubtedly announced the final ultimatum. Not to mention Inoki, even Tsunade and Jiraiya, who were beside the ancient tree, were awed by this dominance. They dared to believe that the so-called destruction of a country was certainly no joke. The ancient tree's current display of strength did not seem like mere boasting. He truly possessed such power, the ability to erase your country from the map at the slightest disagreement. Thinking of this, Inoki felt a cold sweat break out all over him. A string of dense cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Those who didn't know might think he was in a sauna. This feeling of imminent death made Inoki truly understand how to write the word despair. Ancient tree, I admit your strength is formidable, but can you really easily deal with that monster? Look closely, that monster is no longer something a single ninja can easily handle. Reikage didn't utter any provocative words. Instead, he rarely started to reason. If you can't win, you can only reason. Otherwise, what else can you do? Run? The ancient tree had already reached a level beyond that of a predecessor. TSK, the ancient tree made a dismissive sound. Then, under everyone's tense gaze, he simply waved the demon blade in his hand. What's going on? Ancient tree, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to scare honest people? Reikage covered his head with both hands, startled by the ancient tree's actions. He thought the ancient tree was going to attack him, nearly scaring his soul out of him. This scene made Reikage feel extremely embarrassed. A year ago, if someone had said that he would be scared into losing his fighting spirit by someone's single action, Reikage would have definitely punished that person severely, even beating them to the point of doubting their life. But now this absolutely impossible thing had actually happened. Reikage felt utterly helpless. Reikage, you sure talk tough. Huh, just look behind you. Reikage turned around skeptically. As a result, he felt completely powerless and knelt down in despair. Is this something a human can create? The plain was now pitch black. The originally green grass had disappeared, replaced by a wasteland. Previously, the small clones of the 10 tails that had rushed in had also vanished like the grass, leaving no trace behind. We of the land of lightning, are willing to submit. The fourth Reikage lowered his head, and that sentence seemed to exhaust all his strength. He knew that if he continued to be stubborn, the land of lightning might really disappear from map. There's no way to fight back, absolutely none. It's better to honestly submit. Huh? Yamo looked stunned, not expecting that the usually toughest Reikage will be the first country to surrender among the allied forces of the 3 nations. What? Is the land of lightning this weak? Our land of earth also submits. That's the rationale. Yamo quickly followed suit, fearing that he would regret it later. At this moment, Kakashi had just finished fighting Uchiha Obito. Under Obito's leniency, Kakashi used Raikiri to pierce through Obito's chest, coincidentally destroying the explosive seal that Madara had placed at Obito's heart. Ha ha ha, Kakashi, see? My heart is now completely empty. Uchiha Obito weakly exited the Kimui dimension, looking half dead. Obito, it's over. Let me end this all. Kakashi Hatake wore a look of sadness over the thought of ending his close friend Obito. He felt extremely sorrowful. However, there was no choice. After all, Obito had done so many terrible things. Kakashi, you have no right to take action in this matter. Minato Namikaze suddenly appeared and grabbed Kakashi's arm. Under the guidance of the ancient tree, the Konoha group had already arrived at the top of the 10 Tails. Minato-sensei, when did you come back to life? Kakashi looked surprised, glancing at the surrounding Konoha ninjas and the ancient tree that instilled fear in him. Let's not worry about that for now. Minato seemed to sense the flying thunder god mark on Obito. His eyes carried a complex expression. Obito, are you the culprit behind the QB attack on Konoha? Haha, sensei, you're not stupid. It's just a pity that I couldn't kill your son along with you. Uchiha Obito let out a maniacal laugh. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his body was suddenly kicked away by a golden light. The zero frame from Naruto Uzumaki completely shattered the mask on Obito's face. You are the bastard who killed my parents? White mask. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes were filled with intense killing intent, clearly on the verge of losing control. Spit. Obito coughed up a mouthful of blood. Naruto, what right do you have to strike? You should forgive me. I forgive you, damn it. Naruto Uzumaki was enraged by Obito's words, entering the Nine Tails chakra mode, and instantly appeared above Obito. Wind release. Raisin Shuriken. A gigantic Raisin Shuriken was formed in an instant, causing the expressions of those nearby to change. It seemed Naruto was truly intent on finishing Obito with one blow. Minato opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Just as Naruto Uzumaki was about to throw the fully powered Raisin Shuriken, Obito, what are you doing? Madara Uchiha suddenly appeared and kicked Naruto away. Looking at the disheveled Obito, he immediately began to form hand seals and activated the Samsara, Heaven's Birth technique. This guy is close to dying. If he doesn't use ninjutsu now, he won't be able to fully resurrect. One of Obito's arms was instantly covered by Kagaya's black zetsu, and several black rods violently pierced into him, preparing to control Obito's body. Everyone, stop Madara Uchiha. Jiraiya, although he didn't know what was happening, felt that something was definitely off. All right, the third Hokage, who had been slacking off, gathered a huge shuriken in his hand and threw it towards Obito. He felt that he could finally be of some use. Shadow Clone Shuriken Technique. The massive shuriken spun in the air and began to split, looking quite impressive. Bang! However, before it could approach Obito, it was crushed by a figure that descended from the sky. What's going on? Is it the first Hokage? Jiraiya blinked in confusion. Huh? What do you two mean? Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama blocking their way, his expression stunned. Hashirama didn't answer, but his determined gaze clearly showed he had his own thoughts. Almost at that moment, Hiruzen and Minato's eyes lost their shine, and they instantly appeared beside Hashirama and Tobirama. Chapter 178. Obito is still resisting. What is going on? Why are the Hokage attacking us? Have they been controlled? Kakashi Hatake looked at everything happening in front of him in confusion, filled with disbelief. He never imagined that the Hokage he once admired would become his enemies. The third and fourth Hokage must have been controlled by Orochimaru. That much is certain. But as for the second and first Hokage, I still don't know what their true intentions are. Jiraiya frowned and analyzed. How do we fight? Tell me how to fight? Madara Uchiha. What do you mean by this? Still resisting? The ancient tree slowly walked toward Madara Uchiha. The oppressive aura around him made Madara involuntarily pout. Ancient tree, you are too dangerous. Don't come any closer. Hashirama's expression was quite serious. To him, the ancient tree was like a monster, an unreasonably powerful monster. He shouldn't be that terrifying, right? Tobirama complained. He could tell at a glance that his older brother was definitely being brainwashed by the evil Madara Uchiha. Otherwise, there was no way he would help him. Tobirama, you are blinded. Listen to your brother and resist them properly. Hashirama's serious words left Tobirama with a puzzled expression. Shouldn't it be you who is blinded by Uchiha? Ha 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 ha. How could I accept this kind of ending? Uchiha Obito let out a mad laugh. Immediately afterward, he began to change his hand seals. In an instant, a tremendous force of attraction was generated from his body. The 10 tails beneath him started to shrink at a visible speed. What's going on? How is this monster disappearing? Below, the Ninja Alliance, still attacking the 10-tail split body, looked at the massive 10 tails shrinking continuously, their eyes filled with confusion. Damn it, has this guy been waiting for this moment? Madara Uchiha felt the explosive seal he had placed in Obito's heart disappear, and couldn't help but curse. Hashirama, let's go. The plan has hit a slight snag. Madara Uchiha did not linger here, and actively left the rapidly shrinking 10 tails. First Hokage, why are you helping Madara Uchiha? Tsunade questioned Hashirama. Tsunade, you are too young. Do you really think the ancient tree is still human? Hashirama's retort surprised not only the Konoha ninjas, but even the ancient tree itself was taken aback. No, uncle. I'm not human. Am I a ghost? As the ancient tree spoke, the surrounding space fell silent. Looking down at his body wrapped in black armor, he realized it indeed resembled a demon. You all should take care of yourselves. Hashirama said no more. Let us go, Tobirama. Brother, why should I go? Tobirama's confused words left Hashirama in a daze. Why aren't you leaving? Of course, it's to deal with that thing. Senju Tobirama pointed to a white egg in the sky. If you don't leave, I will. Senju Hashirama clearly noticed that Tobirama seemed to be standing on the side of the ancient tree and left without hesitation. He arrived at the side of Uchiha Madara on a distant cliff. Matter, are you sure your plan will work? Don't worry, I've never lied to you, Uchiha Madara said with a light smile. He never expected that he would actually fight alongside Senju Hashirama. Indeed, when a powerful common enemy appears, any contradiction can be resolved. Compared to the ancient tree, your plan may sound ridiculous, but it's worth a try, Senju Hashirama nodded. However, in reality, if the ancient tree were to be suppressed, Senju Hashirama would instantly turn against Uchiha Madara. He did not fully recognize either of them. As long as he was around, he would absolutely not allow a war to break out. Cough cough. Uncle Ancient Tree, are you really no longer human? Tsunade approached the ancient tree, filled with skepticism, and asked the question everyone wanted to know. Of course, I am human. Uchiha Shinsui can prove this. The ancient tree gestured for Uchiha Shinsui to come down from the sky. Her waist had almost reached the point of being able to be broken. This was undoubtedly the best proof of being human. Uchiha Shinsui was like a sword in shadows. If anything dared to harm the ancient tree, she would strike with a thunderous posture. I can prove that. Uchiha Shinsui glanced at Tobirama beside the ancient tree, faintly carrying a hint of provocation. Besides, what's most concerning to us right now should be that egg, Uchiha Shinsui slowly explained to everyone. She then focused her gaze on Uchiha Obito, who was about to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. That guy actually absorbed the entire 10 tails. How terrifying must that amount of chakra be? It was roughly equivalent to the combined chakra of 9-tailed beasts. Naruto Uzumaki looked at the continuously shattering white egg, his face grave. Ancient tree, you should have a way, right, with your current unexplainable power? Tobirama naturally caught the implied meaning in Uchiha Shinsui's words. It seemed there was no way out. That evil Uchiha brat had truly held his son tightly in his grasp, just like Uchiha Madara had deceived his elder brother. Now, the two brothers had already begun to diverge. I don't know. After all, he is the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, right? What are the odds? Tobirama raised an eyebrow. If he really wasn't a match for Obito, then he could only desperately send the ancient tree out of this battlefield. Let's say it's a 70 to 30 chance. There's still a 30 chance. If we join forces, we should be able to defeat that guy. Tsunade seemed to understand just how terrifying the combined chakra of 9-tailed beasts was. Not to mention, the 10 tails had also absorbed a considerable amount of the Ninja Alliance's chakra just now. Big brother ancient tree, how do we fight? Naruto Uzumaki asked earnestly. What fight? Don't rush, I haven't finished speaking yet. When I said 70 to 30, I meant it like this. I have 37 methods to ensure Obito has no place to be buried. Chapter 179, Kurezetsu. What a joke, showing up just to be taken out. The ancient tree's statement left everyone present in shock. Are you serious? That guy's strength is definitely not as simple as it seems, Tobirama said seriously, looking at the white cracks that kept appearing on the sphere. With the chakra of 9-tailed beasts backing him, that bastard was absolutely at the level of the sage of 6 paths. The ancient tree did not answer. He simply watched as a pair of white-scaled hands suddenly reached out from the cracked sphere. Crack with the sound of the shell breaking. Uchiha Obito appeared in the air, his entire body grayish-white, holding the 6-path staff and wearing a flowing black robe of the sage of 6 paths. He looked extremely oppressive. Just a glance seemed capable of shattering one's fighting spirit. Behind him were the legendary 6 black chakra balls, and 3 trails of scales slowly emitted the 6 paths Senjutsu chakra. This was the perfect form. Not far away, Orochimaru and his student Kabuto, who were spying on the situation, wore expressions of madness and envy. If he could possess Uchiha Obito's body, Orochimaru wondered if he could directly become stronger. Lord Orochimaru, do you think the ancient tree can defeat Uchiha Obito in this form? There's no comparison. The two are completely on different levels. Orochimaru shook his head. He didn't know who he was referring to when he said there was no comparison. Is this the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? This feeling is indeed somewhat impressive. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Obito, who was standing in the air, his words filled with gravity and pressure. He truly didn't know if the ancient tree could deal with such an existence. Haha, although it's somewhat different from my plan. If Uchiha Obito can help me deal with that bastard, I guess it's acceptable. Uchiha Madara's eyes were filled with anticipation. He really wanted to see the ancient tree being beaten. There was no way around it. As a figure feared by thousands in the ninja world, being pressed down by a descendant of Senju, Tobirama, nearly shattered Uchiha Madara's resolve. But fortunately, his lifelong rival Senju Hashirama was also being beaten. This gave Uchiha Madara some comfort. It just meant that it wasn't because he was weak, but rather that the monster's strength was too overwhelming. Whoosh, 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 just as the ninjas below wore ugly expressions, the floating 6 paths Obito suddenly launched an attack. 6 Red Yang Formation, the strongest barrier technique in the legend of the ninja world. 6 paths Obito slowly extended his hand, and 6 black rods with red flames appeared in his palm. They shot out towards the corners of the surroundings, and after the black rods landed, a red, transparent flame hexagonal prism barrier was immediately born. The barrier was adorned with red flames, preventing any creature from leaving. Huh, is this an upgraded version of the 4 Red Yang formation? Tobirama looked around. I'll give it a try. Naruto Uzumaki instantly activated his 9 Tails chakra mode and launched a 0-frame attack at the enemy in the sky. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. The charged shuriken blasted towards 6 paths Obito in the sky. However, it was all smoke and no harm. As the smoke cleared, 6 paths Obito still wore a blank expression, as if he had just woken up. What? An S-rank wind release ninjutsu did nothing? Naruto Uzumaki's eyes widened. This was the 9 Tails chakra mode. In this yellow ape form, even a basic attack should make other ninjas doubt their life. Naruto, try again. Tobirama seemed to have noticed something was off. Okay, following the command, Naruto Uzumaki threw out the spiraling shuriken once more. However, it was still futile. He couldn't stop 6 paths Obito from floating towards them. Ordinary ninjutsu should be ineffective against him. The only things that could harm him were likely physical techniques, or senjutsu. Tobirama temporarily concluded. Upon hearing the term physical techniques, Might Guy, who was by Kakashi's side, suddenly had a glint in his eye. I can use physical techniques. Might Guy slowly raised his hand. If everyone else can't do it, then he will ignite the last of his youth. Master Guy, can you really do it? Shaoli looked up, his words tinged with concern. Today's battle is no longer something ordinary ninjas like them can interfere with. This is capable of destroying the world. Even a casual wave could cost them their lives. Shaoli, you need to understand that the gap in strength is not the reason we're stagnant. Might Guy showed no fear. Instead, he actively stepped forward in front of the ninja coalition. No, didn't you discuss this without asking me? Gumu looked at Senju Tobirama, who ignored him, his tone somewhat speechless. Aren't we helping you to find that guy's weakness first? Moreover, that guy seems to be a bit out of his mind right now. If you go, he might just regain his senses. Senju Tobirama's expression was serious. That's his style. He never fights battles he isn't confident in. No need, it's a casual task. As Gumu's words fell, his figure had already vanished. Soon, in front of countless witnesses, Gumu appeared before 6 paths Obito. The 6 paths Obito seemed to instinctively sense a threat. The truth-seeking ball on his back transformed into a black rod and shot towards Gumu's head with a loud bang. Too slow. Gumu merely dodged and appeared beside 6 paths Obito. With a thunderous punch, he struck Obito's face. This terrifying force sent 6 paths Obito's body flying like a white meteor. Boom! In the shocked eyes of the crowd below, 6 paths Obito's body was violently slammed against the barrier. Outside the barrier, Uchiha Madara looked at 6 paths Obito's poor performance, his expression filled with dissatisfaction. Is this really the power of the 6 paths? The Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails is this weak? Uchiha Madara's gaze was filled with confusion. His eyes faintly glimmered, feeling that Gumu's power seemed to not belong to this world. This is indeed a bit unreasonably strong. Could it be that Gumu's strength has surpassed that of the legendary sage of six paths? Senju Hashirama's expression was grave. They couldn't win, not at all. Not to mention these two. Even Black Zetsu, who was secretly observing from the shadows, felt a cold sweat of illusion. Damn it, what kind of power is this? If Mother Kagaya descends, will she be immediately taken down by this person? Below, Black Zetsu's emotions were anxious. It was already contemplating whether to resurrect Kagaya. However, it had secretly prepared for 1,000 years. Now is the last hope for resurrection, and Black Zetsu naturally wouldn't easily give up. If they couldn't reach it and couldn't win, they would just run away. Chapter 180. The Six Paths, merely the threshold to see me. What? What is happening? Uchiha Obito felt the scales on his face shatter, as the consciousness that had been instinctively occupied by the 10 tails gradually returned to his control. But soon, Uchiha Obito saw Gumu rushing towards him, his face instantly filled with intense anger. Gumu, damn bastard. Uchiha Obito felt the seemingly bottomless chakra within him. Today he would make Gumu feel what the power of the six paths truly was. However, Gumu didn't give Uchiha Obito a chance to speak. With terrifying speed, as if tearing through space, he instantly arrived beside Six Paths Obito. Knowing the strength of Gumu's taijutsu, Uchiha Obito immediately controlled the truth-seeking ball to form a shield in front of him. I don't believe you can break through the shield formed by the truth-seeking ball. As Uchiha Obito's words fell, Gumu's piercing fist had already struck the dark shield. The clash of terrifying power created a shocking air wave in the sky. Due to the barrier, the air wave couldn't dissipate and instead began roaring towards the ninja coalition below. What the hell is this situation? People are going to die. This is absolutely going to kill someone. Akimichi Choji's eyes were filled with fear. The air wave above caused the space to ripple, crashing down onto the ground, erasing everything around it, and it was heading towards their side. Damn it, this aftershock is so terrifying. Senju Tobirama felt immense pressure. This really was a battle of gods, and mortals were suffering. Kurama, Naruto shouted, then transformed into his tailed beast form to stand in front of everyone. Boom! The air wave crashed against the Nine Tails body, causing it to start retreating madly. Fortunately, with Naruto's Nine Tails chakra protection, the ninja coalition suffered minimal damage. Damn it, is this Gumu's strength? Impressive. Even the legendary sage of six paths can't defeat him? Inoki watched as Gumu unleashed punch after punch against the truth-seeking ball shield in the sky. Uchiha Obito was completely suppressed. Inoki, now you know how wise my decision was. Reikage AI had a slightly smug expression. If Gumu were only a little stronger than him, he might still feel unconvinced, but now Gumu was overwhelming everyone. Reikage AI felt that he wasn't so ashamed after all. Look, even Obito is like this and still can't suppress Gumu. It's only natural that he can't win, right? Gumu, your strength is nothing but this. I've already seen your limit. Now it's time for my counterattack. Uchiha Obito's expression was disdainful. Let you punch for a while, you still can't break this thing. It's time for you to feel what despair is. Uchiha Obito, what kind of joke are you making? Counterattack? How do you know how much power I've used? Gumu's tone carried a hint of disdain. The strength of the six paths was merely the threshold to see his second form. As his words fell, a blood-red gleam appeared on Gumu's demon mask, and a demon blade carrying a thick black aura emerged in the air. Sealing release. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the demon blade pierced through Gumu's chest. What is happening? Is he going to commit seppuku? The ninja coalition below thought Gumu was under Uchiha Obito's control and was helplessly committing suicide. Damn Obito! Damn Uchiha! Senju Tobirama's expression was terrifying as he looked at Gumu's seemingly suicidal action, his eyes filled with intense anger. He threw a large number of kunai and explosive tags at Uchiha Obito in the sky. Lord Second Hokage, do explosive tags really work? Jiraiya looked at Senju Tobirama, who was almost losing his mind with anger, and reminded him, Naruto, protect everyone. This thing is a bit too powerful. Senju Tobirama warned Naruto, who had transformed into his tailed beast form. He had tried this before. One explosive tag could keep exploding until the target was reduced to ashes. Whoosh! Senju Tobirama used the Flying Thunder God technique and swiftly placed explosive tags on Six Paths Obito's limbs and back. Then he landed on the ground, began forming seals, and activated the explosions. Mutual explosive attacks. Senju Tobirama clapped his hands. In an instant, the sky erupted with terrifying rumbling sounds. Continuous explosions made the entire sky seem to be engulfed in flames. Is this thing gonna bomb indefinitely? Jiraiya's eyes trembled. His understanding of the second Hokage's forbidden techniques was once again refreshed. Until, after about 5 minutes of continuous bombardment, Obito was forced to use yin-yang release to separate the explosive tags to avoid the explosion damage. What the hell is this? So unlucky. Uchiha Obito cursed, feeling as though he had been force-fed a mouthful of war. Immediately, he turned his gaze to a purple-black orb not far away. The sound of something piercing flesh echoed in the air. Under Uchiha Obito's puzzled gaze, a pair of claw-like appendages slowly tore apart the purple-black orb. Following that, a humanoid creature over 3 meters tall appeared in everyone's sight. It was similar to the previous Ancient Woods demon-slaying mode, entirely covered in black with an armor-like scale. However, it had even more terrifying spikes now and a pair of textured black wings on its back. What's going on? Evolved? Uchiha Obito's eyes trembled. He looked at the Ancient Wood, which carried an eerie aura that seemed to warp space around it. He felt a powerful pressure. In an instant, the demon wings behind the Ancient Wood slightly trembled. It seemed to ignore space entirely as it appeared in front of Uchiha Obito. With a seemingly ordinary punch, the black truth-seeking ball instinctively formed a shield in front of Obito. Obito was uncertain whether it could withstand the attack. Sure enough, in the moment that thought arose, he saw the truth-seeking ball shield being pierced by a sharp spike. Then, the Ancient Wood's punch struck Uchiha Obito's abdomen, sending him crashing against the crimson barrier. Obito, come on, let's have a good fight. The Ancient Wood's voice was eerie and hoarse, faintly tinged with a bloodthirsty excitement. Chapter 181. What the Flying Dog? Come on, fight. The Ancient Wood was like a battle maniac. He extended his claw, larger than Obito's head, as if a moment of carelessness would crush Obito's skull. Damn it, this bastard. Uchiha Obito watched as the Ancient Wood held his head in one hand, feeling as if his entire body was being suppressed. In the Six Paths mode, he could ignore ordinary ninjutsu. However, against powerful taijutsu, he had no way to resist. You said there, the truth-seeking ball? The truth-seeking ball? Obito looked at the one shattered by the Ancient Wood. In the face of absolute power, it was nothing but a clown. Fight, fight. The Ancient Wood was now in a state of pure combat enjoyment. Holding Uchiha Obito's head, he unleashed a violent barrage against the 6 Crimson Sun formation. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of impacts echoed like thunder in the sky. The ninjas below looked terrified. Could a human make such a commotion? Can Obito withstand this? Kakashi Hatake watched Obito being pressed against the wall, continuously rubbing against it, with a sigh. After this wave, Obito's head would surely be flattened. He probably can't hold on. Jiraiya observed that the 6 crimson barriers were already showing signs of breaking. He silently mourned for Obito for a few seconds. However, what was most crucial was them. If they got even a little caught up in the aftermath of this battle, they would be completely obliterated. Is this the power of the Ancient Wood? Nagato, you were indeed right. Konan watched Uchiha Obito being rubbed against the Ancient Wood and felt a sense of relief regarding Nagato's decision. Damn it, what has the Ancient Wood gone through? This is completely beyond the realm of ninjas. Dans, who was spying on the war, felt a deep fear and a hint of admiration. When a person's power is excessively abnormal, there is no other emotion but admiration. Not to mention them. Even Uchiha Shursui was quite surprised. She was sure that the person was the Ancient Wood, but where did this power come from? A power not belonging to this world? In the distance, the 4th Raikage, felt a slight tremor in his body from the booming sounds in the sky. As a ninja with full power and speed, he could naturally sense how powerful the energy emitted by the Ancient Wood was. Not to mention, with one punch, a mountain would definitely be obliterated. Is this the strength of Brother Ancient Wood? Naruto Uzumaki looked up at the sky, where Obito was being treated like a child by the Ancient Wood, his eyes filled with admiration and respect. No wonder Brother Ancient Wood could easily suppress the Nine Tails. With this kind of strength, not to mention the Nine Tails, even nine-tailed beasts gathered would probably be like younger brothers to him. Don't look, Naruto, you can't learn this. Uchiha Obito is now the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, his strength comparable to the 6 Paths. Yet even so, Obito has no ability to resist in the hands of the Ancient Wood. I estimate that there is no one in the ninja world who can match him now. Kurama. I know. Anyway, we are not enemies. Naruto Uzumaki replied. Not enemies? Who can say for sure? Come on, buddy, are you going to fight back or what? Why am I the only one attacking? Are you going to resist a little bit or not? Looking at Obito, who was being held by the head and had already lost his senses, the Ancient Wood's eyes were filled with a sort of twisted madness. Obito, What the hell? How can I fight back with this? There's no chance at all. How can you expect me to fight back? Obito was cursing frantically inside. Boom! As the ancient wood's punch slightly paused, a strong thrust of energy was generated from the black armor. This punch sent Uchiha Obito's body flying straight away like a meteor, crashing down to the ground. Even the so-called strongest 6 Crimson Sun formation was utterly shattered. PFF damn monster bastard. Uchiha Obito's sunken face visibly recovered. His palm had a hollow, and something resembling black DNA appeared within it. Ama no Murakumo, the legendary sword of creation. Swish! The truth-seeking ball, under Uchiha Obito's control, formed a pitch-black long staff and shot towards the ancient wood in the sky. No way. You're still resisting? The ancient wood's words carried a chilling tone. In an instant, he appeared beside Uchiha Obito. As for the attack of the truth-seeking ball, it couldn't even catch up to the ancient wood's figure. Ancient wood. Uchiha Obito felt humiliated and let out an angry roar. Holding the Ama no Murakumo, he violently stabbed at the ancient wood. The so-called sword of creation was easily grasped by the ancient wood with one hand. Bang! The sharp sensation generated bright sparks as the two continued to rub against each other. Crossfire. The crimson flames swirling behind Uchiha Obito formed claws. Howling toward the ancient wood, these sharp claws could easily break through various defenses, including Senju Hashirama's Divine Tree Gate and the 4 Crimson Sun formation. Bang! However, the black wings on the ancient wood's back, as tough as steel, effortlessly shielded against it. When the hell? The ancient would grab the Ama no Murakumo with one hand while seizing the transformed Iron Claw crossfire with the other. Damn! Uchiha Obito looked at his Tensigen and felt he hadn't gained any advantage. His heart began to waver. Is this really the power of the Sage of 6 Paths? Why do I feel like a child? Bang! Just as Uchiha Obito was lost in thought, Gumu's fist unexpectedly appeared at his abdomen. Immediately, a powerful force erupted from Obito's abdomen, like a nuclear bomb detonating at a fixed point. Boom! The terrifying power gathered above Uchiha Obito's body, sending him soaring into the sky like a meteor. The strong vibrations created ripples in the air. What's going on? The ninja alliance below was dumbfounded, watching as Uchiha Obito's body vanished from sight at a visible speed. What does this mean? Did Obito just fly into the sky? Kakashi was instantly dumbfounded. It was like a little cow pulling a cart, opening his eyes to reality. What is happening? Obito is still flying? Uchiha Madara stood up, placing his hand on his forehead, staring intently at the sky. This guy, is he really going to fly into outer space? Senju Hashirama was also somewhat speechless. No, how could Gumu's punch be this powerful? He now realized that the earlier battle between Gumu and him was completely one-sided. Judging by this punch he delivered to Uchiha Obito, it could probably blow him to smithereens in an instant. The power of this punch was enough to destroy a country. Uchiha Obito's mind fell into chaos in an instant. He could only feel the wind howling by his ears and the temperature of the air dropping increasingly. The battle? How exhilarating! Gumu's demonic wings trembled behind him, roaring towards the now invisible Obito in the sky. Rumble! The terrifying pressure caused the ground beneath Gumu to erupt with thousands of meters of cracks. Boom! It was as if a meteor had struck. The ground trembled violently, and many members of the Ninja Alliance were even knocked to the ground. Damn it! What kind of power is this? I'm starting to doubt whether this planet can withstand Gumu's rampage. Uchiha Madara looked from afar, watching the originally smooth ground become riddled with cracks thousands of meters deep due to Gumu's accumulation of power. Chapter 182. Otsutsuki Sharon. What the hell? I woke up and found myself at the door of my house. Uchiha Obito's consciousness just recovered when he sensed that he seemed to be in a space that had almost lost gravity. This was almost at the very top of the atmosphere. If he took another step, he would enter outer space. Damn it! Uchiha Obito didn't know how to use words to describe his current emotions. It was either damn it or bastard. Thoughts of despair and powerlessness began to arise in his heart. This Gumu, he's human, I could just eat him. Clearly I was in my strongest form. Yeah, I was still being pressed down by Gumu, oh no, rubbed in the air. What are you thinking? The battle has just begun. Just as Uchiha Obito was lost in thought, looking down at the continent, Gumu's body had already arrived beside him. Without hesitation, he threw a punch at Obito's head. Reacting quickly, Obito immediately used the truth-seeking orbs to form a spherical shield, protecting himself within. Fortunately, the truth-seeking orbs resisted most of the power. Even so, Uchiha Obito's body was still sent crashing onto the surface of the moon by a single punch. Boom! The powerful impact stirred up a massive cloud of dust on the moon's surface. This scene undoubtedly attracted the attention of countless ninjas on the ground. Now it was nighttime. Everyone easily sensed what was happening on the lunar surface. What the hell? Did he really send me to the moon? The fourth Raikage could hardly find words to describe it. He felt like he had just eaten shit, unable to believe how arrogant he had been before to dare fight against such a being. What ninja alliance? What 5 great nations? You should first go and catch Gumu's punch before talking. The fourth Raikage began to doubt whether Gumu would pull out his demon blade on the moon and strike the earth with it, exploding the planet in one blow. Thinking of this, the fourth Raikage's face turned pale with fear. God, this is a true god. What is the Sage of Six Paths? Don't even try to compare. Fourth Raikage, why is your back completely soaked? What happened? Onoki floated behind the fourth Raikage, kindly reminding him. It's too terrifying, too terrifying. The fourth Raikage did not respond, mumbling to himself in disbelief. Don't scare yourself. If Gumu really had the power to easily annihilate us, why didn't he just kill us with a single strike at the beginning? Why drag it out for so long? Onoki's reminder helped the fourth Raikage regain his composure. He almost got scared to death. Right, you're right. Gumu must have some weakness. Or could it be that he can't easily kill the weak? The fourth Raikage began to rationalize forcefully. If he didn't he would doubt himself and feel like he could never move again, directly shattering his will. That seems about right. Onoki nodded helplessly, but his heart was quite heavy. Could it be that after this battle, the moon would be completely destroyed? My guy felt the presence of Gumu already on the moon, and a strong sense of powerlessness surged within him. He had originally planned to use the 8th gate of the 8 gates to possibly have a chance to fight Gumu. Now it seemed that the 8 gates might only be the threshold to witness someone's true power. Second Grandpa, is Gumu really your biological child? Are you sure he's not an alien you picked up? Tsunade arrived at the bewildered Senju Tobirama. Tsunade, I don't know, don't ask me. Senju Tobirama shrugged. But he had a rough guess about the source of Gumu's power. After death, he returned again. The only thing that could be cultivated was the soul. However, to use the soul to interfere with reality, how terrifying must the soul's strength be? What should we do? What do you mean what to do? Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara, who seemed somewhat helpless. How is the Eye of the Moon plan supposed to be realized in this era with such a monster around? Uchiha Madara, we are all dead men. Why force it? The future generations will have their own fortunes. Senju Hashirama smiled helplessly. The so-called gods of the ninja world and the Azura of the ninja world were completely a joke in front of Gumu in this form. Damn it, what kind of monstrous change is this? The hidden black Zetsu admitted he had misjudged the situation. He was already starting to doubt whether summoning his mother would result in her being killed by Gumu in a single punch. After all, Kagaya, at most, only possessed the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Moreover, the key was that she was a Na-VE and inexperienced fighter. Just as the ninjas on the surface were astonished, Uchiha Obito looked around and saw himself in a silvery white area, resembling a desert, with a bewildered expression. I never expected that my first time on the moon would be because of you. Uchiha Obito looked at the ancient tree on the peak of the mountain not far away. The pressure was overwhelming. The fact that he felt such pressure, even in his Sage of Six Paths form, showed how abnormal the ancient tree had become. Ancient tree, what exactly do you want? The world is trembling beneath you, and you have the power to change everything. Uchiha Obito knew he couldn't win, so he planned to use verbal tactics. What do you want? Right now, I just want to have a good fight with you. Decades of boredom had made the ancient tree desperately need a worthy opponent. Is this a fight? Uchiha Obito thought to himself. What a joke. He just wanted to torment him. Damn surface creatures. This is not your place. Get back. Just as Uchiha Obito was contemplating how to use his verbal tactics, a creature with pale skin and blue-white long hair appeared in their line of sight from another hillside. Chapter 183. Otsutsuki Shin being brutally beaten. What is going on? Is there someone living on the moon? The Uchiha Obito in the Six Paths form looked on with curiosity. It was his first time in space. This is the world above the sky. In comparison, he seemed not to be an invincible existence. As the saying goes, invincible in the world, but facing enemies from the sky. Who are you? What gives you the right to talk to me? The tone of Six Paths Obito was indifferent. He was now the new god of this world, provided he excluded the ancient tree. This guy is too unreasonable. All he knows is to bully others. Is this the form of the Sage of Six Paths, as legend has it? Damn it. Otsutsuki Shin squinted his eyes. Of course, it was mainly because he didn't have eyes yet. As a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan, the brother of the Sage of Six Paths, he moved his entire clan to the moon to guard the Ten Tails. However, as time passed, everyone else will began to change. Now, as a descendant, Otsutsuki Shin followed the rules of the radicals. His goal was to destroy the erroneous world created by the Sage of Six Paths. Did I tell you to speak? Six Paths Obito quickly approached Otsutsuki Shin, his expression filled with disdain. If the ancient tree was this arrogant, he could still understand it. After all, he couldn't win. But now, even some random passerby dares to speak to him like this. This truly made Obito unable to hold back. He felt it was time to let this guy experience the so-called power of the Six Paths whoosh. The truth-seeking ball on Uchiha Obito's back formed a blade, violently slashing towards Otsutsuki Shin's head. Otsutsuki Shin's expression suddenly changed. He didn't expect this bastard to come to his door and start attacking without a word. Whoosh! The blade of the truth-seeking ball was incredibly fast, as if it wanted to tear through space. Otsutsuki Shin dodged with all his might. However, he still had most of his hair cut off. He felt a nearby, small mountain instantly shatter and collapse due to this strike. Inside, he was filled with intense anger and unmasked humiliation. Weaklings should have the attitude of weaklings. You are not even worthy of standing here to talk to me. Uchiha Obito coldly looked at the kneeling Otsutsuki Shin. The suppressed emotions from being tormented by the ancient tree were greatly relieved. It seemed that it wasn't because he was weak, but rather that the ancient tree was just too strong and unreasonable. Otsutsuki Shin was already cursing inwardly. He didn't expect these surface creatures to be so arrogant, not only attacking his doorstep, but also humiliating him like this. Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Shin tightly gripped the silver sand on the ground. He had already decided not to delay any longer. The plan to destroy the surface creatures would commence immediately. Did I tell you to move? While Uchiha Obito was gazing at the ancient tree in space, he noticed that Otsutsuki Shin, who was kneeling on the ground, was planning to act. A glance from him exuded dominance and pressure. I have something to do. Otsutsuki Shin was sweating coldly. Why is this person so domineering? Is there no chance to escape? Did he see through his plan? Then you can get lost. Uchiha Obito showed no mercy and directly kicked Otsutsuki Shin away. This terrifying force sent Otsutsuki Shin flying like a white meteor, sliding across the surface of the moon. The action resembled kicking a dead dog, leaving the ancient tree in space somewhat speechless. Wait, this descendant of the Otsutsuki clan is being treated like a dog? What about that guy's Rinnegan? Alright, he probably hasn't fused the Byakugan to evolve into the Rinnegan yet. After all, Hinata Hanabi is still a young girl. Otsutsuki Shin lay on the ground, furious at Uchiha Obito's actions, nearly losing consciousness. His face was visibly turning red. The white steam rising from his hair was enough to show how high his temperature was. He might as well become a steam engine. Today, neither of you will survive. Otsutsuki Shin had already decided to activate the plan to destroy the surface creatures and reconstruct the world. At worst, he would just tie Hinata up again and use the moon to crash into the continent. Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Shin immediately began to communicate with the Otsutsuki puppets in the lunar base. As for himself, he headed to the base to prepare to fuse the Byakugan. Although it wasn't as pure as Hinata Hanabi's highest quality Byakugan, it would still significantly enhance his strength. Obito, look, you've made someone go mute. After all, you did attack someone else's doorstep. The ancient tree looked down at Uchiha Obito, who had not made a move, with a hint of eerie sarcasm in its voice. Now in this form, the ancient tree spoke in a deep, hoarse tone, like a messenger from hell, as if it could make other souls tremble. Hiss, ancient tree, don't you see who brought me here? Uchiha Obito spoke with indifference. After bullying Otsutsuki Shin, he felt he was ready to go again. Just as Uchiha Obito was about to launch an attack, a terrifying rumbling sound came from not far away. In his line of sight, a wave of humanoid puppets bound in white bandages was rushing towards them. They really are relentless. Had I known this would happen, I shouldn't have let that guy go. Six Paths Obito spoke with murderous intent. He had initially spared the life of an ant, but that ant summoned a whole swarm of ants to annoy him. Whoosh! Before Uchiha Obito could act, the demonic wings behind the ancient tree flapped slightly, and a black light flashed by. The ancient tree's body arrived at Uchiha Obito's side, posing in a punching stance. As for Uchiha Obito, he was instantly sent flying like a cannonball, exploding into the crowd of puppets. Ancient tree, I'll fight you. This damn world will be ended together with you. Uchiha Obito had completely lost his rationality due to the ancient tree's attack. The few remaining truth-seeking balls on his back suddenly erupted, forming a sharp spike ball. Like a harvesting machine, it began to slaughter the surrounding humanoid puppets madly. Many humanoid puppets, seemingly unaware of the power disparity, changed their forms, transforming their bodies or arms into blades, planning to resist Obito's attack. The result was like a mantis trying to stop a car, a mayfly shaking a tree. It was a collision akin to that of stone and tofu. These puppets had become like toys made of fragile paper, easily shattered by the truth-seeking ball. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. D. Uchiha Obito has been somewhat driven insane by the ancient wood's torment. He has now decided to kill everything he sees. Of course, he completely ignores the ancient wood. Not because he has any particular reason, but simply because he can't beat it. Damn it. Evelyona. D. Otsutsuki Shurin also starts to lose it. Feeling his carefully crafted puppets being easily taken down like little soldiers, he angrily inserts the Byakugan from the jar into his own eye socket. Immediately, the veins on his white forehead bulge. Ignoring the backlash on his body, he forcefully awakens the Rinnegan, preparing to seek out Uchiha Obito for revenge. Chapter 184. The Battle on the Moon. A group of broken puppets, still fighting? Uchiha Obito grips with one hand, watching the puppet leader not far away, bursting with yellow orbs of light. In an instant, the black, truth-seeking balls pierce through the puppet leader's body like bullets. Compared to the stiff black, truth-seeking balls, these puppets are as fragile as paper. In just a few rounds, these numerous puppet troops turn into a pile of broken iron wreckage in the hands of Six Paths Obito. This scene of complete inadequacy makes Uchiha Obito feel a bit empty inside. He thinks that if he continues to be invincible like this, he might lose control. However, just as this thought is born, before Obito can react, a shadow suddenly appears beside him, followed by a violent elbow strike aimed at his head, rushing in. Boom! That terrifying blow sends Obito's body flying like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby small mountain, completely shattering it. He almost has his brain blown out. Uchiha Obito looks at the somewhat broken, truth-seeking ball shield in front of him, feeling a strong sense of dread. In his hand, dark rods begin to form, shooting towards the distant ancient wood. Almost at that moment, a terrifying tremor erupts not far away. A shocking green chakra forms a pillar that looks particularly eye-catching. Has Obito pushed someone to their limits? The ancient wood senses the life force within that green light pillar, speaking with a hint of silence. As the words fall, Otsutsuki Shurin also activates his strongest form, the Rinnegan Chakra mode. His entire body radiates a blue light, resembling a dazzling star, with the blue light surging like flames beginning to burn. Behind him, there are 9 truth-seeking balls. Oh, this is getting interesting. Uchiha Obito looks at Otsutsuki Shurin, who also feels a sense of pressure in space. Some expectation finally appears in his originally indifferent gaze. However, even so, it's just a slightly bigger bug. Uchiha Obito's words can naturally be sensed by Otsutsuki Shurin. His silver blue eyes burn with intense anger as he reaches out toward Uchiha Obito below and launches an attack. Silver Wheel Rebirth Blast. Otsutsuki Shurin slightly extends his hand, and the truth-seeking balls behind him begin to spin wildly in his palm, with the blue chakra covering them. A huge tornado emerges from the continuously rotating truth-seeking balls, rushing toward Uchiha Obito on the moon's surface. Don't be fooled by its appearance. This seemingly ordinary tornado has the power to instantly pierce through the entire moon. Ugh! Uchiha Obito feels the pressure and begins to control several truth-seeking balls to form shields in front of him. Boom! The two collide, causing a terrifying tremor in space. With dust constantly spewing from the ground, debris begins to fly wildly. Uchiha Obito looks down at the ground that is constantly sinking beneath his feet, doubting whether he would be directly pressed to the other side of the moon. With no other choice, Uchiha Obito controls the cross of flame behind him to forcefully dissipate the tornado. Damn it! Uchiha Obito feels himself in the middle of the moon, realizing he's been reduced to this state by this ant, and instantly gets heated. Isn't it just the 6 paths? Do you know that there are also differences among the 6 paths? Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito disregards everything and starts attacking with the truth-seeking balls. Not to mention being tormented by the ancient wood. If he were to be tormented by a stranger as well, Uchiha Obito would definitely break down. Obito's control over the truth-seeking balls is certainly more skilled than Otsutsuki Shurin's. After all, he's been fighting the ancient wood for so long, almost entirely using truth-seeking balls. The two sides' truth-seeking balls clash like black beams of light in space. Each contact is enough to create shock waves in space. If this were on the surface, it would definitely be a world-ending disaster. Oomph. Is that all you have? Then die. Otsutsuki Shurin, consumed by slaughter, unleashes waves of intense blue chakra from his hands, and a massive blue sphere rushes toward the ground. Uchiha Obito does not retreat, but advances, the cross of flame behind him burning everything, forming a solid armor. He violently charges toward Otsutsuki Shurin in space. However, just as the two are about to collide, a purple slash emerges from a void, causing Uchiha Obito to instinctively feel a crisis and force to dodge. Otsutsuki Shurin does the same. The purple-black spiritual pressure slash, massive and swift, almost whistles past him. Turning to look, a small asteroid behind Otsutsuki Shurin is turned to dust by this strike. Asteroid, what the hell? No, why are you stealing my opponent? The Ancient Wood stands in the air, the demon blade in his hand erupts with a purple-black flame aura, extending the blade to over 10 meters. There's another one. Otsutsuki Shurin is momentarily stunned. He then realizes that Uchiha Obito, who is fighting evenly with him, seems to have just been tormented by that demon-like figure. What kind of power is this? Completely beyond the realm of chakra, Otsutsuki Shurin spreads his arms, finding he cannot absorb the chakra from the Ancient Wood. His eyes filled with intense dread. This guy, could he be an alien? Come on, both of you come at me. Let me see if I can force out my true strength. The Ancient Wood remains expressionless. He desperately needs to release the power he has suppressed for who knows how many years. Ancient Wood, I don't need you to intervene. This person, I will defeat him. Not far away, Uchiha Obito, also floating in the air, has a silent gaze. Even though he is being tormented by the Ancient Wood, that does not change his desire to defeat Otsutsuki Shurin. This behavior seems to be influenced by some will. Chapter 185. Is it the end of the world? No, Obito. Do you still want to dance? The Ancient Wood instantly appears next to Uchiha Obito. Without taking action, he merely glances at Obito, making him feel a chill down his spine. The overwhelming pressure makes Obito dare not look directly at him. Nowadays, the form of the Ancient Wood liberation is truly terrifying. As if combined with a demon sword, the entire person is like an extremely sharp weapon. Well, Uchiha Obito admits that he is a bit overwhelmed. He knows that he definitely cannot win against the Ancient Wood. This guy is probably still playing around while battling him. But even as playing around, the Ancient Wood requires Uchiha Obito to react with all his might. Otherwise, one careless moment could lead to his demise. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. At that moment, Otsutsuki SH-10 began to launch a new round of attack. The truth-seeking balls spun wildly, forming a high-pressure tornado that whistled towards both the Ancient Wood and Uchiha Obito. What are you doing? However, this attack, capable of penetrating the moon, hadn't even reached the Ancient Wood before it was shattered by the wings behind him. What? Otsutsuki SH-10 looked at his attack, being easily neutralized, his face filled with shock. No, what does this person mean? As if not believing in evil. Otsutsuki SH-10 gathered blue orbs of light again, preparing to launch a second round of attack. The blue orbs of light continuously grew larger in space, almost shattering the entire area. It seems that Otsutsuki SH-10 still wants to fight. As the Ancient Wood spoke, a black beam shot out, effortlessly shattering the massive blue orb under Otsutsuki SH-10's trembling gaze. Summoning technique. Seeing the Ancient Wood's unfathomable power, Otsutsuki SH-10's previously indifferent eyes now contained a hint of panic. He seemed to vaguely sense the gap between them. Boom! With Otsutsuki SH-10 summoning, a gigantic stone statue was birthed on the moon's surface. This statue resembled Otsutsuki Yumura, slightly bending its legs, and suddenly shot towards the Ancient Wood in the sky. However, before it could get close, it was cut into dust by the Ancient Wood's blade strike from afar. Were you pretending to be? The Ancient Wood delivered a punch to Otsutsuki SH-10's face. The terrifying power seemed to tear apart space itself, creating waves of black electric arcs around. The Ancient Wood's fist was enveloped in white smoke, indicating that he used some force in this punch. Whoosh! Otsutsuki SH-10 fell from the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he was embedded deep within the moon. Boom! This strike fell like a meteor, causing a third of the entire moon to shatter. Uchiha Obito was helplessly floating in the air. He knew that this moon would most likely not exist any longer. Damn bastard! Otsutsuki SH-10 lay on the moon at a depth of 1/3, sensing that his palace and city had turned to ashes under this blow. His face was filled with intense rage. No, has all the foundation of our Otsutsuki Yumura been destroyed? Surface world. In Konoha village, some ninjas admiring the moon were completely unaware of what was about to happen. Father, are we really not going to help? Hyuga Hanabi's eyes were filled with worry. The information coming from the front lines was becoming increasingly urgent. She even began to suspect that the Konoha ninjas might lose this war. If they lose the war, the result would be a complete overhaul of the Land of Fire. Hanabi, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Konoha village needs someone to protect it. Our role is no less important than those on the front lines. Before Hyuga Hizashi could say more, he suddenly heard Hanabi's somewhat dazed voice beside him. Father, the moon in the sky. It exploded. Hyuga Hanabi's eyes were filled with fear and shock. This apocalyptic scene made her expression tremble. No way. Is this a joke? This must be a joke. A scene that only occurs in dreams has actually become reality? The moon is gone. You're talking nonsense. Hyuga Hizashi initially thought his wife was seeing things, but then he looked at the falling meteors. His words cut off abruptly. His gaze changed immediately. Damn, what on earth happened over there? How did the war extend to the moon? With this thought, Hyuga Hizashi immediately began to gather Konoha ninjas to prepare for the falling debris from the sky. What is happening? The moon in the sky really exploded? Under the night sky, Jiraiya looked up at the shattered moon, which was missing a third of its surface, his eyes filled with disbelief. Can this even be fought? Kakashi Itaki was somewhat at a loss for words. He began to fear whether the planet they lived on would also be shattered in an instant. At that moment, any notion of a ninja war seemed trivial. They were facing enemies from beyond the stars. This ancient one might really pierce through the moon. Noki watched as the continuously breaking stones turned into flaming meteors, whistling towards them. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. Thank goodness. Thank goodness we submitted in time. The fourth Reikage, was quite honest. The last shred of rebellious spirit had vanished. When a person is strong enough to change the entire world, then there will be no more rebels. Because those who resist have already been completely erased. Leader, this is truly terrifying. This is real art, isn't it? Deidara looked at the exploding moon, his eyes filled with intense envy and admiration. He couldn't believe that if he could blow up the moon into smithereens, would his inner emotions reach a climax? Stop thinking about it. Leader, we are not beings of the same dimension. Kakuzu was relatively open-minded. He finally understood what it meant to be a god. This is the true god. Orochimaru-sensei, do we still need to fight? Not far away on a hill, Kabuto looked at the somewhat dazed Orochimaru beside him and asked, I don't know. Orochimaru's expression was somewhat bewildered. Looking at the already shattered moon in the sky, his worldview seemed to be under siege. What is so-called immortality, in the face of such power, seems trivial. No matter how one achieves immortality, it is absolutely impossible to possess such formidable power. Orochimaru even began to doubt whether the current ancient would have already set his sights beyond this planet. If that is the case, Orochimaru was already considering whether he should surrender. Chapter 186. Enlightenment Hashimama, what exactly is the scene above the moon? Uchiha Madara sat on the ground, looking up at the sky. For the first time, he began to focus on the outer space beyond the ground. I don't know, but the outer starry sky must be very exciting. Senju Hashirama shook his head. The scale of his heart was gradually expanding. Perhaps, being confined to just one planet is a bit too narrow. This world, if every star represents a sun-like star, then are they too insignificant in this universe? With such a comparison, the so-called Ninja World War seems like mere child's play. The real battle should be an interstellar war. Hashirama, come with me. My ideology has changed. I want the starry sky to bow beneath my feet. Uchiha Madara reached out, virtually grasping the already shattered moon. The so-called Moon Eye plan could no longer satisfy the suddenly enlightened Uchiha Madara. Perhaps this planet's world is merely one among countless worlds, a member of the myriad beings. Madara, imagining is beautiful, but putting it into practice is far too difficult. If it were me, I should be able to survive in space. However, the vast majority of ninjas would suffocate and die even at tens of thousands of meters high. Senju Hashirama neither accepted nor rejected Uchiha Madara's invitation, because conquering the starry sky and the seas is simply too fanciful. Haha, we might not be able to do it, but that guy might not be the same. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily. The pressure he originally felt instantly dissipated. Enlightenment only requires an opportunity. Uchiha Madara suddenly understood why the sage of the Six Paths wanted to unify the ninja world, not to mention in such a vast universe. Madara could not believe that only they existed. What the hell? What is Uchiha Madara doing? Black Zetsu, hiding in the shadows, seemed to sense the shift in Madara's mindset and grew anxious. This bastard, he wouldn't give up on the Moon Eye plan, would he? If so, how would his mother Kagaya be revived? Otsutsuki Kinshiki let out a hoarse roar. Looking at the surrounding ruins, he fell into a state of madness. These damned surface creatures have truly angered him. He did not realize that he had angered a lion, ignoring the toll on his life force. He began to unleash his strongest attack. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. All the truth-seeking balls began to gather continuously in Otsutsuki Kenshiki's palm. Finally, they formed a giant golden longsword. You brat, you're getting anxious, right? The Sage of the Six Paths looked at the golden longsword in Otsutsuki Kenshiki's hand and realized the power behind it. This guy probably does not want the moon. Whoosh! In an instant, Otsutsuki Kenshiki swung the golden longsword, instantly piercing through the entire moon. The shattered moon was cut in half in that moment. The golden longsword, with an unstoppable momentum, whistled as it swung towards the Sage of the Six Paths ding. A crisp sound echoed in space. It is well known that sound cannot travel in space. However, for beings like them, logic could no longer apply. What? You son of a b! Otsutsuki Kenshiki directly cursed, looking at the two fingers of the Sage of the Six Paths, who had used the giant golden longsword capable of splitting the moon. His face was filled with fear and helpless terror. No, when did such a terrifying being emerge on the surface? A golden longsword formed from the truth-seeking balls? It almost injured me. The Sage of the Six Paths' words made Uchiha Obito, who was not far away, roll his eyes. You really don't look like someone who is about to be harmed. How can we fight like this? Seeing that his strongest attack had no effect whatsoever, Otsutsuki Kenshiki had already given up resisting and actively exited the Rinnegan chakra mode. He looked like he was wholeheartedly seeking death. He didn't want to fight anymore. Humph. To think he gave up this trash. Uchiha Obito spoke disdainfully. I thought this Otsutsuki Kenshiki was someone important. I didn't expect his mental resilience to be so pathetic. Obito? What are you talking about? Before Uchiha Obito could react, a familiar voice suddenly made his face tense. Damn, this bastard. Is his movement speed this fast? I didn't say anything. Uchiha Obito said somewhat honestly. He now knew that the Six Paths' strength could barely match the Sage of the Six Paths in battle. It was clear you have no fighting spirit left. In that case, let us summon the Ten Tails. It's time to get down to business. The Sage of the Six Paths spoke flatly. What do you mean, Sage of the Six Paths? Do you want to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? Uchiha Obito narrowed his eyes. The reason he could always maintain the upper hand in consciousness was entirely because the Ten Tails had voluntarily given up control of its body. This coward had been bullied into a state of depression by the Sage of the Six Paths. The instinctual fear of living beings made the Ten Tails unable to face the Sage of the Six Paths, Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Are you kidding? Are you as useless as you? The Sage of the Six Paths' silent words darkened Uchiha Obito's expression. However, he did not refute anything. There was no way. After all, he couldn't defeat the Sage of the Six Paths, could he? No way. You can let me hand over the Ten Tails, but you must slice the planet below in half. Uchiha Obito declared with righteousness. He had already lost hope in that planet. However, at that moment, the Sage of the Six Paths clearly noticed the shattered moon beneath his feet beginning to show signs of movement. It seemed to be attracted by something, roaring towards the ninja world below. The Sage of the Six Paths turned in confusion. Not far away, Otsutsuki Kenshiki lay on the ground, embracing a blue light point. This movement, without a doubt, it was his ability. The Rinnegan that could control gravitational force. Still struggling, huh? No. Did this world provoke you all? One by one, they want to destroy it. The Sage of the Six Paths' words were chilling. Sage of the Six Paths, let us join forces. You and I will become the true gods of the new world. Uchiha Obito thought the Sage of the Six Paths agreed and eagerly extended a sincere invitation. Chapter 187. A single cut, what the hell is going on? The fifth Hokage Tsunade looked pale at the massive meteorite in the sky, filled with fear and confusion. She never imagined such a thing would happen and didn't know how to respond. The moon in the sky is really falling. Tsunade murmured, her voice laced with despair. She knew what such a disaster meant for the ninja world. If measures were not taken promptly, it would bring catastrophic damage to the world. At this moment, the fourth Raikage, the third Tsuchikage Inoki, and other ninjas also looked up at the sky, their faces showing shock. They too felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, as if doomsday was about to arrive. Damn, how could I possibly make it to the land of Earth now? Inoki's face was filled with rage. There was simply no time to reach the land of Earth. He could only watch helplessly as meteors akin to the apocalypse continued to strike, unable to prevent this disaster. Faced with such a large-scale disaster, Everyone felt powerless. They didn't know how to defend against the meteor strikes, nor did they know how to save this world. At this moment, everyone fell into deep despair. Did I just lose my mind? Sage of the Six Paths, what the hell is this bastard doing? Damn it, is this bastard really planning to destroy the entire ninja world? The fourth Raikage reverted to his old violent temper. Anyway, the Sage of the Six Paths is not here right now. He took the opportunity to be himself again. Even he couldn't immediately fly back to the Land of Lightning. Looking at the massive meteor, it seems that the Land of Lightning is mostly finished. What were you just saying? Before Raikage AI could continue his complaints, a cold voice suddenly came from the sky, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, causing him to shiver instantly. Next to him, Inoki was even worse, his body trembling instinctively, his eyes filled with fear and trepidation. As for Raikage AI, beads of sweat the size of soybeans had already popped up on his forehead, sliding down his cheeks. I was saying, how should we deal with the meteor above us? Faced with such pressure, Raikage AI had no choice but to speak from the heart. However, Uchiha Shirei did not let them off easily. Her cold gaze looked down at the two below, her tone tinged with displeasure. Do you think I'm deaf? At this moment, Uchiha Shirei stood silently in the air, her black robe billowing in the wind, her black hair flowing like a waterfall. Her body was alluring, yet her beautiful face was filled with indifference and coldness, resembling a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, making it hard for anyone to look directly at her. So, what do you want to do? Raikage AI struggled to raise his head, looking up at Uchiha Shirei in the sky, his voice tinged with fear and confusion. We are allies now, right? He tried to make himself sound more confident, but his tone was full of unease. You want to harm an ally? Raikage AI sensed the killing intent from Uchiha Shirei above. To be honest, he was genuinely panicking. No way, big sister, I just quoted a saying from Gomu. You actually want to kill me? Uchiha Shirei let out a cold laugh. Weaklings have no right to make demands. In the trembling gaze of Inoki, Uchiha Shirei tore through space and appeared beside Raikage AI. Lord Raikage, be careful. Darui, Raikage AI's bodyguard, had a helpless expression. The fourth Raikage was fine in many aspects, but he had two flaws. First, a bad temper. Second, he was stubborn. The first flaw wasn't enough to cost him his life, as he would automatically cool down when facing strong opponents. However, the second flaw, the things he occasionally said, could threaten people's safety. Damn it. The fourth Raikage AI's eyes narrowed, and he immediately activated his lightning armor. This unreasonable spatial movement. Who can win? Who is winning? Bang. The two collided. The fourth Raikage saw that he had defended against the skeletal structure, and a hint of disdain appeared on his face. Is that all? Did you really think you were Gomu who could take on the heavens and earth? However, just as Raikage AI's thoughts were formed, he stared in horror as Susanoo continued to expand. Eventually, it extended to a full 100 meters. What? How is that possible? No way. This is too much. The fourth Raikage looked dazed. He didn't think he had the strength to make Uchiha Shirei activate such a large Susanoo. It's over. Inoki helplessly rubbed his forehead. This fourth Raikage AI just can't change his ways. Previously, he had been thoroughly dealt with by Gomu. Now, he was getting restless again. Protect, Lord Raikage. Darui waved his hand, moving forward. Unfortunately, it was futile. Uchiha Shirei's attack had already descended, and the dozens of meters long silver-white Susanoo blade violently plunged down towards Raikage AI on the ground. Boom! Faced with such a strong attack, activating the lightning armor was useless. The fourth Raikage body was directly impaled into the ground by Susanoo. Next time, keep your mouth clean, or it won't be as simple as spitting blood. Uchiha Shirei stood atop Susanoo, her expression filled with silence. Like a blood-red rose, beautiful yet suffocating. No worries, the fourth Raikage AI suppressed the surging blood and energy within him. He stopped the surrounding ninjas from seeking death. Lord Raikage, are you alright? Darui was the first to jump into the deep pit, his face full of concern. I told you. Cough. I'm fine. Raikage AI wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth while stubbornly saying he was fine. This scene truly left Darui speechless. No way you call this fine? You're just a step away from having your body shattered. Really? Darui was skeptical. What would I gain from lying to you? Hurry and call the medical department over. Raikage AI's expression turned serious. Helplessly, Darui could only admit that Raikage was fine. All right, you are the Raikage. You have the final say. Hasty, let's move. If we don't act soon, the ninja world might truly be doomed. Uchiha Madara had already risen. His original intention in executing the Eye of the Moon plan was to create a peaceful ninja world, not one that would be destroyed. This meteor scale is no longer comparable to the Heavenly Disruption Star. It is hundreds of times larger than the Heavenly Disruption Star. If it falls, the entire planet might be destroyed. All right, let's go all out. Would release. Would man technique. Senju Hashirama instantly entered Sage mode. He mobilized his chakra with all his might, preparing to cooperate with Uchiha Madara to counter the remnants of the moon in the sky. Wait, Uchiha Madara, I give you an opportunity. Haven't you always wanted to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails? Just as Uchiha Madara was about to summon his complete Susanoo, Gomu's familiar voice echoed beside him. Not only that, but he also had Uchiha Obito, who had already been beaten into unconsciousness, in his hands. What? Uchiha Madara's eyes trembled. No way. The Obito of the Sage of Six Paths has been beaten unconscious. Dude, are you kidding me? Gomu, this is not the time to execute your plan. Don't you see that the moon in the sky is about to crash down in a few minutes? If we don't stop it, the entire ninja world will be doomed. Looking at Gomu, who had already exited battle mode, Senju Hashirama's expression was serious. Although he knew he couldn't defeat Gomu, he still had that straightforward personality. Are you talking about that thing in the sky? Gomu condensed a purple soul blade with one hand and violently slashed at the sky. In an instant, the entire sky seemed to change color. In the astonished eyes of Senju Hashirama and the surrounding ninjas, the falling meteor was instantly sliced into fragments. All right, now, can we have a proper talk? Gomu threw Uchiha Obito to the ground, his expression quite casual. Seeing Gomu's relaxed demeanor, Senju Hashirama didn't know what expression to wear. So, it turns out that in Sage mode, he is just a clown, right? If I had known you were this powerful, I wouldn't have worried at all. Chapter 188, Sage of Six Paths Madara. Is this the power of the leader? The leader has descended? Kakuzu looked at the massive debris in the sky, which turned to ashes in an instant, feeling an immense sense of dread. It seems that this war, we have one. From a moment we chose to stand with the leader, it was already a victory. Kisame silently nodded. Awesome Haruno Sakura, who had already been paralyzed with fear on the ground, felt a wave of relief when she saw the broken moon being sliced apart. Thankfully, Gomu is here. Uzumaki Naruto nodded in relief. As for Might Guy, he was prepared to let the chakra that had circulated within his body disappear. He had already made up his mind. If no one stepped forward, he would burn his life away, open the eighth gate, and kick the fragments of the moon in the sky to pieces. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief, seemingly aware of Might Guy's trump card. He had witnessed the moment when Might Guy's father opened the eighth gate, directly turning the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist into a joke. Obito, what's going on? Uchiha Madara asked curiously. It's exactly what you're looking at. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Seeing that Gumu seemed indifferent, Uchiha Madara inquired with curiosity, Gumu, do you know my plan? What plan? Gumu raised an eyebrow, not understanding what Uchiha Madara was suspecting. If you don't know my plan, then why did you give me the 10 tails? Although he said this, Uchiha Madara directly reached out and extracted the 10 tails. Haven't you always wanted the 10 tails? Otherwise, why would you cooperate with Obito? Gumu's straightforward words caused Uchiha Madara to be taken aback. He noticed the arrogance and dominance in Gumu's gaze. It felt as if he wasn't being treated as a person at all. Uchiha Madara seemed to see his former self in Gumu. At that time, he was the same. In that case, I must dance well. Uchiha Madara genuinely wanted to see if he could fight Gumu after stepping into the Six Paths. Rinne Rebirth. After extracting the 10 tails from Obito, Uchiha Madara immediately used the Rinne Rebirth technique to revive himself. On one of Obito's arms, a black rod appeared, controlling the flow of his chakra. Soon after, Uchiha Madara felt his Rinnegan in his eye sockets gradually turn to ashes and disappear. Without hesitation, Uchiha Madara pulled out some weapon fragments from his body, feeling the surge of blood and the onset of pain, with a rare look of obsession on his face. With the assistance of Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara placed a Rinnegan in his eye socket. At the same time, Senju Tobirama, feeling the aura from this side, immediately flew with some ninjas using Flying Thunder God to this location. Damn Madara, he actually revived? Upon seeing the evil Uchiha Madara fully revived, Senju Tobirama wasted no time and threw a kunai. In an instant, Senju Tobirama's figure disappeared. Armed with a long knife, he appeared in front of Uchiha Madara. Flying Thunder God Slash. This was a technique used to kill Uchiha Izuna. However, now, in front of Uchiha Madara, it was easily caught with one hand. Flying Thunder God Slash, second stage. Senju Tobirama had long anticipated this, using the kunai to position himself above Uchiha Madara. Looking for death, Uchiha Madara's gaze turned cold. In his hand, a series of black rods emerged, intending to pin Senju Tobirama down right there. What are you doing? Gumu instantly appeared beside Uchiha Madara, firmly grabbing his wrist, temporarily halting Uchiha Madara's attack. Gumu, quickly stop this guy. He plans to absorb the 10 tails. Senju Tobirama looked at the 10 tails that had already been extracted, his face filled with grave concern. Stop what? I was the one who handed over the 10 tails. Gumu's words truly left Senju Tobirama dumbfounded. What? You could just hand over the 10 tails like that? Initially thinking his brother was foolish for handing over the tailed beast, he never expected his own son to directly send out the combined form of 9 tailed beasts. All right. This group of evil Uchiha really knows how to tempt our Senju clan, right? The Senju clan is getting stronger with each generation. Achu in the sky, Uchiha Shinsui, draped in a black cloak, sneezed, staring at Senju Tobirama below with an unfriendly expression. Huh, is that so? Senju Tobirama couldn't quite understand Gumu's reasoning for doing this. Not far away, Black Zetsu was already popping champagne. Although the plan had some deviations, fortunately, Uchiha Madara successfully revived. So next, all they had to do was quietly wait for him to activate Infinite Tsukuyami and summon the God Tree. Gumu naturally sensed Black Zetsu's presence not far away and wore a subtle expression. As long as you show yourself, it won't be so easy to escape. You don't see me as a person, do you? Tobirama, are you still going to stop me? Uchiha Madara's expression held a hint of disdain. If Gumu hadn't been present, he would have definitely let Senju Tobirama feel what it meant for a few black rods to become a turtle. Big brother? Senju Tobirama did not respond, but intended to observe Hashirama's thoughts. Of course, he naturally did not want the 10 tails to fall under Uchiha Madara's control. It's fine. With Gumu here, you can rest assured about this kid's strength. Senju Hashirama smiled slightly, his expression calm. I definitely believe it. Senju Tobirama pouted, realizing it was pointless to ask. Now, who would dare doubt Gumu's authority? Just look up at the moon in the sky. If it's still there, you'll understand. The moon has been blown up. What more do you want to argue about? Damn it! Uchiha Obito cursed angrily. Upon awakening, he felt as if his entire body had been drained. Not only had the 10 tails disappeared, but now, his lifespan was also nearly exhausted. As is well known, using the Rinne rebirth technique consumes the caster's lifespan. This revival of Uchiha Madara made Obito feel as if his life was approaching its end. Damn it! I wake up and the sky has fallen. Uchiha Madara, you bastard! Hearing Obito's curses, Uchiha Madara wore a contented smile. He ignored it and directly began to absorb the 10 tails. The massive 10 tails flowed into Uchiha Madara's body like a stream, under everyone's watchful eyes. Uchiha Madara's body gradually floated, his hair turned white, draped in a 6 paths cloak, with 9 truth-seeking orbs on his back. The black staff in his hand could easily destroy the reanimated body. Is this the power of the 10 tails? Uchiha Madara floated in the air, powerful chakra enveloping him, making him feel intoxicated. Summoning technique. Uchiha Madara performed a distant summoning. In an instant, the ground began to tremble, and a massive tree shot up into the sky. What are you planning to do? Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara in the sky, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Let's not talk about anything else. First, let us achieve true peace in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara's face was filled with excitement. As for the matter of conquering the stars, it had already been thrown out of his mind. No, what do you want to do? Gumu stared at Uchiha Madara in the sky, wondering if this guy thought he was still capable. The last person who thought that way was now cursing in defeat. What am I going to do? I want this ninja world under my control. Uchiha Madara spread his palm and gazed at the crowd below, who looked like ants, his words filled with dominance. He seemed to have returned to the peak of his reign over the ninja world. It was already late at night. As a divine tree began to grow around Hashirama, a strange aura erupted across the battlefield. The evil Uchiha clan. I knew this guy had no good intentions. Senju Tobirama's words were laced with disdain for the Uchiha clan. However, upon seeing Uchiha Shinsui beside the ancient tree, he forcibly swallowed the rest of his words. If it's his daughter-in-law, the Uchiha clan wouldn't be a bad choice either. Uchiha Shinsui glanced at Senju Tobirama, snorted coldly, and then looked up at Uchiha Madara in the sky. Ancient tree? What should we do next? Senju Hashirama arrived at the ancient tree's side. Although he was technically an elder, in this world, strength spoke volumes. Even if he wanted to deal with Uchiha Madara, it would be extremely difficult without the ancient tree's help. If not careful, he might even be pressed down by the current Uchiha Madara. What to do? As the saying goes, a matter of convenience. As the ancient tree spoke, he was already in the sky. Ancient tree, do you also want to stop me? Madara's eyes narrowed slightly. Even though the ancient tree in front of him had not entered battle mode, he already felt immense pressure. Stop you? What are you trying to do? Just hurry up and do it. The ancient tree seemed disinterested, not wanting to fight Uchiha Madara at all. There was no desire to engage. Uchiha Madara let out a cold snort, his gaze filled with disdain and provocation, as he said softly, "Come on, let me see if the so-called 6 paths is truly your threshold." Uchiha Madara's expression was serious, confidence shining in his eyes. He controlled 9 truth-seeking balls, which streaked across the sky like meteors, bringing a fierce momentum as they charged directly towards the ancient tree in the air. Bang, 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 the sound of metal clashing echoed in the air like a passionate symphony. The ancient tree's hands and legs were covered in black battle armor, as if he had donned an indestructible shell. He easily blocked the attacks from all directions, showcasing his powerful strength and defensive capability. Damn it, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but curse. He had observed the battle between Obito and the ancient tree and knew that the truth-seeking balls posed almost no threat to the ancient tree. Such weapons might work against weaker opponents, but against true strong ones, they were utterly useless. Sage Art. Ian released lightning style. Uchiha Madara spread his arms. An infinite purple lightning spread like branches, instantly covering the entire sky. These lightning bolts flickered with dazzling light, carrying the power to destroy everything as they howled towards the ancient tree's body. Ancient tree. Uchiha Hiruzen felt a tightness in her heart upon seeing Madara's terrifying attack. And without hesitation, she tore through space, appearing right in front of the ancient tree. She immediately activated her complete body, Susanoo, intending to use all her strength to block this 6 paths technique. However, at that moment, the ancient tree suddenly blocked Uchiha Hiruzen, his words filled with confusion. "What are you doing?" The ancient tree, holding a sword with one hand, faced the incoming 6 paths technique with an easy expression. The demon's sword stood before him, blocking the terrifying 6 paths technique entirely, and the purple lightning enveloping the ancient tree could not break through his armor, easily held back. I'm just worried about you." Uchiha Hiruzen felt a bit uncomfortable under the ancient tree's gaze. She was very afraid that the ancient tree would fail and leave her alone in this world. If that happened, Uchiha Hiruzen felt she would definitely go insane. "Get down. Don't come up without my permission." "No, I was just playing around. Do I really look disadvantaged to others?" The ancient tree stepped into Uchiha Hiruzen's Susanoo and patted her head. Fine." Uchiha Hiruzen's expression was helpless, and she could only obey the ancient tree's words. Returning to the ground. "Bastard, you think so little of me?" Lord 6 Paths, watching the ancient tree show affection in front of him, felt completely disregarded. Anger boiled on his face. His pair of Rinnegan glowed with a terrifying purple light. He began a new round of attacks against the ancient tree. "You don't see me as a person, do you? Today, I will make you witness the true power of the 6 paths." Chapter 190. The shift of offense and defense. Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan burst forth with a shocking purple light. In an instant, the space seemed to ripple. Soon after, the ancient tree clearly felt something strike him, causing him to be sent flying. "What's going on?" The boss got knocked away. Deidara looked at the ancient tree flying through the sky, his expression filled with shock. "No way. How could the boss be suppressed? Even if he ate shit, the boss wouldn't lose." "Boss, you're the man who blew up the moon. This seems a bit off." Kakuzu's expression turned serious. He hadn't felt anything. Could this be Uchiha Madara's new ability? The boss is definitely just messing around. The goal is to make us worry a bit. Haiden, carrying his scythe, nonchalantly commented, "This doesn't seem like messing around. He's being suppressed." Conan observed the ancient tree, who was clearly in a beaten state. She began to prepare for how to counter if the ancient tree failed. "Damn, Uchiha, brother, should we go help?" Senju Tobirama's expression showed no concealment of murderous intent. "Tobirama, you're anxious." "No, I'm not anxious," Senju Tobirama immediately denied. "Don't worry, the ancient tree hasn't even entered battle mode yet." Senju Hashirama waved his hand. Only by having fought against the ancient tree could one understand his terrifying nature. This probing attack was simply not a threat. "All right, fine." Senju Tobirama pouted, looking helpless. He certainly didn't want his son to fall to the ground as a corpse. The 4th Reikage lay on a medical bed, and upon seeing the scene above, he immediately began to look around. After confirming there was no threat, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Ha ha, this is great." Hearing the 4th Reikage's hearty laughter, His guard, Darui, sighed helplessly. Lord Rakage, you should tone down your arrogance. If something unexpected happens, it won't just be a simple injury. Darui, what are you afraid of? That woman is so far away. How could she possibly hear? As for the ancient tree, FTLL probably be beaten senseless by Uchiha Madara boom. However, just as the words fell, a white meteor fell from the sky, crashing down beside the fourth Rakage, leaving him in a daze. Huh, what do you mean beaten senseless? And what were you laughing about earlier? Was it that enjoyable? Can you tell me? The ancient tree, now in battle mode, stomped Uchiha Madara into the ground, looking at the pale-faced Rakage AI beside him. His words carried a hint of mockery. Hokage et expression trembled. He was internally cursing wildly. No way, he just felt a little proud, and the slap in the face came so quickly. Druid's expression was one of terror. Damn, this ancient tree, is it human or ghost? My lord, Rakage's words definitely have no malice. Druid looked at Uchiha Madara being stepped on the ground, his face filled with fear. Immediately, he started to plead for mercy. Get lost. Without saying a word, the ancient tree kicked Druid away. Slowly, it approached Rakage AI. Ancient tree, give me a chance. Good people don't slap faces. Rakage AI seemed to realize that the ancient tree had no intention to kill. He immediately started to beg for mercy. Damn, why can't he change this habit of popping champagne halfway through? Ancient tree, you really deserve to die. Uchiha Madara looked at the ancient tree, ignoring him, and instead dealing with a lowly Rakage AI. His expression became somewhat crazed. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled, and in Rakage AI's dazed gaze, the ancient tree lifted him into the air with one hand. Following that, the spot where he had just been sitting transformed into a series of massive deep pits. Thank you. Rakage AI wiped the sweat from his forehead. This pressure made him burst into a sweat. He suspected that if the ancient tree hadn't lifted him, he might have truly turned into a pile of mud. Damn it, that's disgusting. The ancient tree looked at Rakage AI with disdain, showing a grateful expression like a little woman, and then immediately tossed him away. Rakage AI let out a miserable scream in the air. Lord Rakage, wait for us. Druid, who had gotten up, immediately followed on the ground. Ancient tree, come again. Uchiha Madara admitted that he had simply misjudged earlier. Otherwise, he would have definitely been able to dodge the ancient tree sneak attack. There was no way. This guy didn't play by the rules. Now, Uchiha Madara was fully focused, and he still didn't believe he couldn't keep up with the ancient tree's speed. In thought, Uchiha Madara began to use the shadow clone technique, controlling 4 shadow clones to attack the ancient tree. No way. You're coming again? Do you really think I can't deal with your ninjutsu? The ancient tree spoke casually. Oh, then I guess I'll have to see. Uchiha Madara was somewhat skeptical. If you can handle it, why were you just sent flying by a punch? But soon, what happened directly left him dumbfounded. This ancient tree, it was as if it had opened an impenetrable wall, directly ignoring the powerful attacks of the shadow clones. Like a god of war, it slowly approached him. No way. Put in some effort. Haven tea you eaten? The ancient tree ignored the punches landing on its armor and slowly approached the pressure-bursting Uchiha Madara. You this guy? Are really brainless. You just know how to toy with me, right? Uchiha Madara already knew that the ancient tree being sent flying earlier was all an act. So, are you still going to fight? The ancient tree remained silent. It knew that reviving Kagaya would definitely lead to Uchiha Madara as sacrifice. After all, Kagaya was resurrected using his body. However, the ancient tree felt no pity. It should be noted that it had previously been killed by Uchiha Madara. Now, it was just a reversal of offense and defense. Chapter 191, Kagaya's Resurrection. Ancient tree, you're too arrogant. Do you know the principle that there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond people? 6 paths. Madara looked at the ancient tree, as if it were unreasonable, resisting the technique of the wheel tomb. He already didn't know how to express his feelings of being broken. There are indeed people beyond the heavens, but that person is not you. The ancient tree slowly advanced, speaking casually. Between ease and comfort, it was like strolling in its own backyard. Oomph. Uchiha Madara's eyes hardened. Senjutsu, wind release, light fong. Seeing the ancient tree enter his attack range, he unhesitatingly used Senjutsu. The whistling Senjutsu shot out like a laser, aimed directly at the ancient tree's head. Whoosh! However, the serious ancient tree directly flashed in front of Uchiha Madara. Boom! A punch at the speed of light struck Uchiha Madara's body. Immediately after, Uchiha Madara's body briefly began to float in the air. Then, the space rippled like white smoke. And Uchiha Madara's body shot away like a cannonball. Wherever it passed, the ground was torn apart. It was as if it wanted to violently part this plane in the middle. The ground shattered with a terrifying roar. No way, it hit the face. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uchiha Madara, unreasonably coming towards them. He immediately planned to intervene. Isn't this Madara too miserable? Senju Hashirama noticed Uchiha Madara being sent flying by a punch, a hint of pity on his face. He was somewhat skeptical that Uchiha Madara's mentality would break from this. It's still the ancient tree. Uchiha Madara is completely being held down. Noki floated in the air, sighing. The unification of the ninja world seemed inevitable. Boom! Uchiha Madara crazily scraped against the ground, flying back over 1,000 meters, creating a human-shaped abyss in the surface before finally crashing into the summoned divine tree, coming to a stop. Before Uchiha Madara could curse, he directly spat out blood, looking down at the huge hole in his abdomen. His face wore a look of helplessness. Since it's like this, then I have no more concerns. Infinite Tsukuyami. As Uchiha Madara controlled the divine tree, a blood-colored Rinnegan-like object appeared on his forehead. His broken body quickly began to heal. Uchiha Madara slowly ascended into the air. The previously motionless divine tree began to rapidly expand after being controlled. Finally, it produced a massive fruit. No way, what are you doing? The somewhat sarcastic voice of Otsutsuki Kagaya rang in Uchiha Madara's ears. The moon is gone. Do you still want to use the moonlight for ninjutsu? Otsutsuki Kagaya's teasing words directly made Uchiha Madara's expression turn red with embarrassment. He forgot that without the moon, his infinite Tsukuyami was useless. However, even without relying on the moon, it was still feasible to let the people on this battlefield fall into Tsukuyami. Whoosh! With the activation of infinite Tsukuyami, all ninjas illuminated by the divine tree fell into a state of mental breakdown. Divine tree realm birth. As Uchiha Madara cast the spell, the divine tree began to extend out like bandages, wrapping around those trapped in the illusion. No way, you're pretty quick. The ancient tree instantly appeared beside Uchiha Madara. Seeing that the ancient tree was unaffected by infinite Tsukuyami, Uchiha Madara's expression was shocked. Why? Why can you ignore even this ninjutsu? Uchiha Madara had already begun to question his life. Don't worry, your purpose has already been achieved. Rest well. Relic of the old era. The ancient tree saw that the divine tree had been completely activated and no longer played along with Uchiha Madara. Holding a knife in one hand, the pitch-black blade emanated a despairing aura of black souls. Like a ghost from hell, it revealed its true form and began to howl wildly towards Uchiha Madara. Just as Madara was entangled by these fierce spirits and distracted, he suddenly felt a black cold light appear in his peripheral vision. Immediately afterward, his entire body was sent flying backward. Boom! This time, the speed of the backward flight was the fastest yet. It tore through space like a black beam, shooting downwards. In the blink of an eye, Madara's body was embedded in a deep pit that was over 1,000 meters deep. The enormous pit almost covered half of the battlefield. As for Madara, there wasn't a single good spot on his body. Is this your serious strength? Otsutsuki Shurin had already become honest. This one strike had instantly killed a ninja with the power of the 6 paths, and even he had no choice but to be subdued. With such surface-dwelling beings, he knew he could never win. Stay out of it. Just don't seek death. Gumu coldly watched from a distance as Otsutsuki Shurin, engulfed in green flames, entered the reincarnation eye mode. Meanwhile, relying on his powerful regenerative abilities, Madara began to heal the injuries within his body. He was somewhat puzzled as to why Gumu didn't aim for his head with that strike. If he had, he estimated his body would have already gone cold. Moreover, what did Gumu mean by rest in peace? Just as Madara was pondering this, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. In his peripheral vision, he saw a black hand piercing through his chest, and he turned in shock. Kuro, what are you doing? What am I doing? Madara, your role has already been fulfilled. Kuro quickly used yin-yang release to suppress the last trace of life in Uchiha Madara, with his heart being ripped out and his regenerative power being suppressed. Madara's life force rapidly began to dissipate. Madarala, you bastard! From a distance, Senju Hashirama's eyes burned with rage as he witnessed Uchiha Madara's heart being ripped out by Kuro. Without hesitation, he activated the strongest Sage mode. With a clap of his hands, hundreds of meters of wooden figures quickly rushed towards Kuro. Damn it, there are so many high-level combat powers. Hee. But it doesn't matter, mother. You've been asleep for so many years. It's time to wake up. As Kuro controlled Madara's body, A massive amount of chakra, hidden beneath the surface, erupted wildly and was rapidly absorbed by Madara's body. His body gradually began to enlarge, eventually transforming into Kagaya's form. What? This woman, how did she come back to life? Otsutsuki Shurin looked at the entity sealed by his ancestor, now reappearing, with a shocked expression. Is this your goal? Reviving Kagaya. What benefits does that bring you? Benefits? Maybe Kagaya is just more fun. Gumu shrugged, speaking nonchalantly. You madman. This planet will eventually be ruined by you. Otsutsuki Shurin had already begun to think about how to deal with Kagaya. Now that the moon had disappeared, he had to consider how to survive on the surface. Chapter 192. No, they haven't even fought, and they're just running away? Mother. Kuro's face lit up with joy upon seeing Kagaya's resurrection. He immediately slipped into Kagaya's sleeve. At this moment, Kagaya still had a blank expression, somewhat confused about how she had come back to life. Seeing the enormous wooden figure rushing towards her from not far away, she quickly reacted. Mother, take him down. These guys haven't been affected by the infinite Tsukuyami. Their existence pollutes this land. Eliminate them. Kuro's voice appeared beside Kagaya. Naturally, Kagaya would not refuse the request of her own will. 80 God's vacuum attack. Kagaya maximized her chakra, concentrating it in her palm, releasing countless powerful punches in the air. These shockwave punches were somewhat similar to Senju Hashirama's ultimate ninjutsu, the Buddha of the Pinnacle. The densely packed punches instantly left Senju Hashirama in shock. Boom! Wave after wave of chakra punches slammed into the wooden figure. Soon, they shattered Senju Hashirama's wooden figure into broken pieces. Damn it! What'd you do to Madara? Senju Hashirama, refusing to believe in evil, began to use wood-release ninjutsu. Wood-release, wood dragon technique. A massive wooden dragon emerged from the surface, constantly wrapping and spiraling in the air, measuring over 100 meters. Its enormous body had a fierce appearance. Mother, be careful, that thing can absorb chakra. Kuro began to provide his intelligence. Hearing this, veins bulged in Kagaya's eyes as she activated her Byakugan. Rabbit hair needle. Her long white hair began to expand, resembling thousands of long needles, and then pierced through the wooden dragon in the sky. What the heck, what is this thing? Senju Hashirama was utterly bewildered. One after another, they treated him like a punching bag. Can he still be called the god of shinobi? The attack of the rabbit hair needle did not disappear. Instead, it quickly attacked Senju Hashirama. Helpless, Senju Hashirama immediately formed hand seals. Summoning technique. 5-headed gate of hell. 5 massive iron gates with ghostly faces blocked in front of Senju Hashirama. He was furious. Furious that his once close friend, Uchiha Madara, had to die in such a miserable way. Sage Art, Bright God Gate. Accompanied by Senju Hashirama's hand seals, Kuro immediately shouted a warning. Mother, be careful. The sky. Kagaya, expressionless, looked up at the sky, where something resembling a threshold appeared. Her eyes trembled instantly. Yomi's path. Kagaya directly used her spatial divine technique. In the bewildered gaze of Senju Hashirama, she traversed space and left her original position. When she reappeared, she was already behind Senju Hashirama. Boom! With just one punch, Senju Hashirama was sent flying like a cannonball. Mother, use the bone of death. That guy has a body of impure resurrection. Normal attacks cannot harm him. Kuro began to provide strategy. There was no way. If he didn't T-command, Kagaya would act like a combat novice. She didn't know what was powerful or how to use it. Previously, she had suffered because of her lack of combat experience. However, at that moment, with a few kunai appearing beside Kagaya, the familiar figure of Tobirama Senju appeared before Kuro. Mother, be careful. Without Kuro's reminder, Kagaya easily reacted to Tobirama's flying thunder god technique. She even intended to use the bone of death to make Tobirama directly perish. However, just as Kagaya grabbed Tobirama's head, intending to eliminate him, she suddenly used Yomi's path and left the battlefield. Mother, is there a problem? Kuro was puzzled as to why Kagaya didn't attack Tobirama. But when Kuro saw the man in black evil spirit armor standing next to Tobirama, he instantly understood. Mother, be careful. That guy can easily defeat a ninja with the power of the 6 paths. Kuro's words successfully made Kagaya, who had a blank expression, reveal a slight change in her expression. She seemed to know the level of the sage of 6 paths. After all, she herself was sealed by this good son of the sage of 6 paths, right? Mother, did you just run away? Black Zetsu looked at Kagaya and immediately used the Yellow Springs Big Sokka to leave this place. They had already arrived in a world of lava, looking somewhat speechless. I mean, Mother, are you that afraid of the ancient tree? That guy is not right. Kagaya's Byakugan carried a heavy expression. Even with her Byakugan fully activated, she couldn't discern the condition of the ancient tree's body. What she saw was a pitch-black void. It was as deep and dark as a black hole, as if it could swallow this world whole. Mother, how about we leave this planet first? Wait for the other clan members to arrive? Black Zetsu suggested again. No way. The other clan members would kill me first. Kagaya shook her head. Now she was a traitor of the Tsutsuki clan. If they found out that she had hoarded the god tree, they would probably refine her body in an instant. What to do? That guy is ridiculously strong. Black Zetsu said with worry. Why don't we wait for the Tsutsuki clan to descend and let them fight each other? Black Zetsu suddenly thought of something, a smile slowly appearing on his lips. Kagaya neither rejected nor agreed. Black Zetsu was, after all, a part of her will, and his thoughts represented her own. Unfortunately, the plan was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Suddenly, a shattered space made both Black Zetsu and Kagaya's expressions tighten. Crack! As the space broke apart, a long-haired woman with a kaleidoscope Sharingan appeared next to the ancient tree. Damn it, I forgot that this guy's kaleidoscope is a spatial ability. I didn't expect her to chase me all the way here. Black Zetsu looked at Uchiha Shinsui, who had awakened from the infinite Tsukuyomi, his words not very friendly. With her around, the danger to his mother's life would increase exponentially. The arena is broken, and 2 qualifiers cannot progress to the shadow. Who is winning this game? Angry. Chapter 193, Can't Fight a Bit, What is this place? After several shifts through Kagaya's initial ball space, Uchiha Shinsui finally arrived here. To be honest, this consumed a lot of her ocular power. However, for the ancient tree's plan, this was not a problem at all. Kagaya, still trying to run? The ancient tree's eyes turned cold. How could he know that he inadvertently let Kagaya escape? To prevent Uchiha Shinsui from exhausting her ocular power again, the ancient tree decided to end it quickly. At the very least, he needed to make this guy obedient. Damn it, mother, let's run. Black Zetsu, from Kagaya's sleeve, immediately reminded her. Kagaya seemed to understand this too. Although she hadn't fought the ancient tree, Black Zetsu was her will, and she could roughly sense the strangeness and strength of the ancient tree's body. Kagaya activated her Rinne Sharingan ability, Yellow Spring's Big Saka, preparing to shift through space. At the same time, she launched an attack of extremely high-temperature lava towards the ancient tree. Unfortunately, this form of attack had little effect on the ancient tree. In battle mode, the ancient tree charged forward, easily smashing the incoming lava with just a few punches. In Black Zetsu's trembling gaze, he grabbed Kagaya's ankle. Then, the ancient tree ignored the spatial pressure and brought Kagaya with him into the initial ball space. The so-called initial ball space was one of the spaces created by Kagaya. It was her main space, which connected to other spaces. The strange crimson rocks and the yellowish-green sky looked like an apocalyptic scene. The ancient tree stood in the air, watching Kagaya still trying to run, his expression one of disbelief. If he had known how cowardly Black Zetsu was, he wouldn't have revealed his crushing strength so early. Mother, this guy has come after me. We need to run. Black Zetsu's words were somewhat frantic. He was already regretting reviving Kagaya, but there was no way out. Black Zetsu had waited too long. He suspected this might be the last chance to resurrect his mother. After all, the Uchiha clan was on the brink of extinction. Kagaya's face was serious. She nodded and once again used Yellow Spring's Big Saka. However, this time the ancient tree did not give her the opportunity. Like a phantom, he flashed in front of Kagaya. This terrifying speed even made Kagaya's Byakugan widen in surprise. Swinging his pitch-black armored arm, he struck Kagaya's face with a punch. This punch left Kagaya utterly bewildered. It felt as if she was back to the day she was beaten by her son. Boom! Kagaya, bearing the force of a nuclear bomb, was sent flying like a meteor, crashing down after who knows how many meters. Following Black Zetsu's instructions, Kagaya pretended to be defeated. In truth, she didn't need to pretend, as she really couldn't win. At the moment the ancient tree approached, 2 gray-white bone spikes emerged from her palm, violently shooting towards the ancient tree's chest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bone Ash Murder. The speed of this attack, tearing through space, had already surpassed the speed of sound. Just as the sound of the shift was heard, the attack had already reached the ancient tree. Bang, bang. Unfortunately, all that could be heard were 2 collision sounds. And then, to Kagaya's astonished gaze, the ancient tree easily crushed the spikes in each hand. No way. Bone Ash Murder can be dodged. How unfair. Black Zetsu truly did not expect his sneak attack to be dodged. If that's the case, then what's the point? Just give up. Encountering such a cheat is just asking for trouble. Seeing the ancient tree approaching, without Black Zetsu's reminders, Kaguya returned to her primal fighting form. That was a fist fight. Mother, what are you doing? Black Zetsu looked at Kaguya, who was acting foolishly, trading blows with the ancient tree, his expression turning to one of shock. No, mother, aren't you just asking for trouble? Sure enough, as Kaguya wore a silly expression, her arm, which was clashing with the ancient tree, instantly broke apart. Then, her entire body was sent flying, creating a terrifying chasm in the ground wherever she went. The power's out. Sorry, everyone. I can only make it up tomorrow. Chapter 194 Black Zetsu. Damn it, I showed my face and got killed. It hurts so much. Kaguya rolled back and forth, while Black Zetsu felt his perspective spinning, unable to help but feel speechless for his mother. Mother, stop dazing around, we need to run. Kaguya seemed still not to have come to her senses from the pain. Her shattered arm quickly began to heal, and then, under Black Zetsu's reminder, she used the ability of her Rinne Sharingan. She planned to open a teleportation channel to leave this place. Mother, you just need to keep shifting through space. That woman can't keep up with you. Sooner or later, you'll wear her out. Black Zetsu started to come up with bad ideas again. To be honest, this was indeed the only way to counter the ancient tree right now. However, Black Zetsu underestimated the ancient tree's speed. Almost as soon as Kaguya opened the teleportation portal, the ancient tree arrived in succession. Furthermore, it seized Kaguya's head with one hand, causing her to become rigid in midair. Kaguya's expression froze for a moment, and the veins around her eyes bulged as she launched punch after punch at the ancient tree. In the eyes of Uchiha Shinsui, not far away, this looked like a small woman throwing a tantrum. It was as if she was playfully pounding her fists against the ancient tree's chest. This scene instantly darkened Uchiha Shinsui's expression. No way. Can this alien really tempt the ancient tree? Mother, don't use your fists. Use the truth-seeking balls or send this guy to another dimension. Kurizetsu looked exasperated. If it had arms right now, it would definitely be shaking its head in disbelief, calling it too much to handle. Kaguya reacted and was about to activate 10 no Mikoto to transfer the ancient tree to another space when the ancient tree suddenly vanished. Mother, don't dawdle. That woman over there, deal with her. Kurizetsu controlled its sleeve and pointed coldly at Uchiha Shinsui, who was watching from distance. Understanding, Kaguya reached out toward Uchiha Shinsui, intending to use 10 no Mikoto to teleport her away. Boom! However, just as she activated her ability, her body was smashed into the ground by a single punch from the ancient tree. Kurizetsu, are you still going to resist? The ancient tree grabbed Kurizetsu at the sleeve and, with a claw carrying a black aura, exerted a bit of force, making it cry out in pain. Mother, seeing Kurizetsu still resisting, the ancient tree showed no mercy. Accompanied by a black aura slash into space, one of Kaguya's arms was instantly severed. Immediately after, Kurizetsu was forcibly separated from Kaguya's body and fell mercilessly to the ground. Mother, save me. Seeing Kaguya still planning to use 10 no Mikoto to return to Kurizetsu, the ancient tree suddenly swung its hand. The demon blade in its hand shot like a black laser, violently piercing into Kaguya's sleeve above the ground. Boom! This strike was like a star-level weapon, instantly shattering the earth. Wherever it struck, the ground tore apart, surging wildly like waves. By the time Kaguya regained her senses, there was not a single intact spot on the ground. As for Kurizetsu, not even a trace remained. Now it's time for us to have good talk. The ancient tree instantly appeared next to Kaguya. Seeing her still wanting to use the shared kill technique, it crushed her wrist with one hand. Kaguya winced in pain. Seeing her attempt to use her other hand to resist, the ancient tree responded with a slap, sending Kaguya crashing down from the sky. After landing, Kaguya covered her face, looking quite bewildered. Do you know how much harm a slap like that does to a being sealed for over 1,000 years? Without Kurizetsu's command, Kaguya could only instinctively begin her attack. Her body gradually began to swell and absorb the chakra from the ninjas controlled by the infinite Tsukuyomi outside. As she transformed into a tailed beast, the ancient tree watched as Kaguya instinctively activated her strongest form. Her massive tailed beast form floated in the air like a monstrous rabbit. From her mouth, huge truth-seeking balls continuously gathered, hurtling toward the ancient tree. Watching the truth-seeking balls, which resembled black holes, the ancient tree merely made a slicing motion with its blade. The truth-seeking balls shattered directly. The massive truth-seeking balls split in half, crashing down like two gigantic mountains. Kagaya seemed to not expect the ancient tree to be this strong and instinctively wanted to flee. While she spat out huge-tailed beast balls for cover, she used Ten no Mikoto to escape this space. Damn, is the speed of spatial movement this fast? The ancient tree arrived next to Uchiha Shinsui. The two did not speak. Uchiha Shinsui understood immediately and activated his Mangeki Sharingan, combining foresight with the ability to tear space. In an instant, he found the space where Kagaya was located. This was a space with several times the gravity. Even the truth-seeking balls could not float in the air. The ancient tree was hardly affected, while Uchiha Shinsui clearly felt some strain. Watching the blood tears above Uchiha Shinsui's eyes, the ancient tree knew it couldn't let him exhaust his ocular power any further. It needed to end this quickly. Without hesitation, the ancient tree flashed and arrived at the tailed beast Kagaya's side. Before Kagaya could even react, accompanied by a black slash that seemed to cut through space. Her body slammed like a giant cannonball into a nearby mountain, utterly destroying it. Kagaya, stop. Don't run. I want to seal you. The ancient tree stood in the air, watching Kagaya, whose body was shattering, healing at a visible speed. It is well known that Kagaya, who absorbed the god tree, cannot be killed by ninjas. She can only be sealed. However, the ancient tree's power was far beyond that of a ninja. It indeed had the means to not only seal Kagaya, but also completely erase her. Sensing that the ancient tree had no killing intent, or perhaps having been convinced by its strength, Kagaya was forced to exit her tailed beast transformation. Unfortunately, the 1,000 years of sealing had left her unsure how to communicate. Without Kurizetsu to translate, she was now just a naive fool. Even so, Kagaya still had one thing she needed to accomplish: to stop the Tsutsuki clan from invading this planet. For that, she was willing to turn everyone in the ninja world into white Zetsu to resist them. Why should the ancient tree keep her around? Uchiha Shinsui adapted to the gravity and approached the ancient tree. She now looked at Kagaya with a desire to eliminate her. What are you staring at us for? It makes it seem like you're innocent. Uchiha Shinsui knew that this kind of woman liked to play the innocent card and then trick men into losing everything. Where's the stronghold of your Tsutsuki clan? Is there any way you can take me there? The ancient tree directly expressed its intentions. Rather than being attacked by the Tsutsuki clan in the future, it was better to take the initiative. As the saying goes, the best defense is a good offense. Chapter 195. Air Juzi. It's my turn to show off. Kagaya looked completely bewildered. If she could speak right now, it would surely be something like, Abba. Abba the ancient tree seemed to realize that Kurizetsu's demise had temporarily robbed Kagaya of her ability to think. Without further entanglement, the ancient tree signaled Kagaya to take them away. Take us out of here. Kagaya mechanically nodded in response, as if she could do whatever she was asked. This scene left Uchiha Shinsui feeling quite dissatisfied. As soon as she noticed anything amiss with this woman, she would take action against the ancient tree to eliminate future threats. The ancient tree cast a puzzled glance at Uchiha Shinsui beside it. It felt as if she might have been thinking of something dangerous and unfriendly just now. Sensing the ancient tree's gaze, Uchiha Shinsui raised her head, a charming smile appearing on her cold, aloof face. Soon, as Kagaya brought the ancient tree and Uchiha Shinsui back to the high sky of the ninja world, the surrounding ninjas, in an instant, the expression in his eyes became grave, as if facing a great enemy. Bastard, where the hell is my Madara? After sensing Kagaya's aura, Senju Hashirama immediately controlled the wood dragon and launched a new round of attacks. Brother, don't rush. The ancient tree, they're still nearby. Senju Tobirama looked at Hashirama beside him, who had an angry expression and felt somewhat speechless. You still say you weren't fooled by Uchiha Madara? Now look, it's exposed, right? Kagaya seemed to sense the chakra of the wood dragon. Instinctively, she began to use the truth-seeking orbs, as if startled. Inferior beings have no value and should be eliminated. Without a doubt, Senju Hashirama's violent attack successfully awakened Kagaya's murderous intent. She originally intended to erase all useless humans in this world and reclaim the chakra of all ninjas. Finally, she would confront the Otsutsuki clan from beyond. Boom! The truth-seeking orbs began to dart around erratically, easily destroying all of Senju Hashirama's roaring wood dragon. Just as the truth-seeking orbs were about to destroy Senju Hashirama's body, leaving him unable to recover, a sound of clapping echoed from above. Then, under the shocked gaze of everyone, Kagaya was slapped by the ancient tree and sent crashing back to the surface. Uchiha Shinsui, seeing that the ancient tree seemed uninterested in Kagaya, wore a pleasant smile on his face, feeling very satisfied with the ancient tree's actions. What is going on? The guy just got slapped down? Uzumaki Naruto originally wanted to help, but Kagaya was directly sent flying down. This left him quite baffled. Naruto, it's not our business. After the ancient tree has dealt with it, we will handle that guy. Jiraiya spoke up to comfort him. Although they could intervene in this battle, their effectiveness would be minimal. Instead, it could have negative effects. What happened here? Am I late? Just as Naruto and the others were discussing, a voice of confusion came from a nearby hill. The person, dressed in grayish-white cloth, with a purple rope tied around his waist, was holding a long knife with one hand, staring arrogantly at the battlefield not far away. Sasuke-kun, it's so good to see you safe. Haruno Sakura exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Uchiha Sasuke unharmed. It had been too long since she last saw Sasuke. Sasuke snorted coldly, not responding to Haruno Sakura. Instead, he looked at Kagaya in the center of the battlefield and instantly moved towards her. Damn Sasuke, what are you doing? Seeing Sasuke leave, Uzumaki Naruto immediately activated his Nine-Tails mode and followed Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke sensed Naruto's aura behind him, becoming more formidable. He felt somewhat uncomfortable. He thought that after his retreat, he would be able to easily defeat Naruto. But now, it seemed that this idea was somewhat unlikely. With this thought, Uchiha Sasuke's words turned unfriendly. Of course, I'm here to help. My teacher is over there. If I don't help, who will? Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uchiha Shinsui in the sky and immediately rushed to confront Kagaya. Stop, Sasuke. That guy is not someone we can handle. Uzumaki Naruto tried to stop him. He didn't want Sasuke to be killed by Kagaya in an instant. Don't say it. Kagaya's bone of death could indeed take Sasuke out in one go. Get lost. You weakling, if you're afraid of dying, don't follow me. Uchiha Sasuke cursed. He had been in seclusion for so long just for this moment of showing off. Now he was already an eternal Mangeki. How could he not defeat an unknown person? The ancient tree seemed to notice that Sasuke was coming this way. This kid wants to come over to get beaten up again. All right. Uzumaki Naruto didn't plan to persuade him against getting scolded. He could only stay by Sasuke's side to prevent any mishaps. Why is this kid here? Uchiha Shinsui in the sky also noticed Sasuke, his tone curious. I don't know. Let us just watch for now. The ancient tree shook his head. However, with him around, Kagaya wanting to kill Sasuke was definitely impossible. Which side are you from? Everything here is your doing, right? Uchiha Sasuke stood on one leg on a rock, one hand on the hilt of his knife, and pointed at Kagaya, who was in the pit over 1,000 meters deep, with a proud and unruly expression. Kagaya blinked, clearly not understanding. However, she seemed to sense the aura of her rebellious offspring sealing her from both Sasuke and Naruto. With this thought, Kagaya's mood instantly soured. Angrily opening her Byakugan, she attacked Sasuke above, seeking death. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes turned cold. Let this country bumpkin see the third power, Susanoo. As Uchiha Sasuke shouted angrily, a purple skeletal frame spread across his body. Following that, his Susanoo's purple sword, carrying black burning flames, slashed down at Kagaya. Chapter 196. Tsunade's illusion. Uchiha Sasuke revealed a smile, his eyes exuding confidence and satisfaction. At this moment, he had activated Susanoo, feeling a powerful force surge within him. This power made him feel safe and comfortable, as if he could easily deal with all dangers. He felt the sense of security brought by Susanoo and secretly sighed. Now that I have this Susanoo, who can even get close to me? At the same time, Uchiha Sasuke tightly gripped the purple-black flame sword in his hand, swinging it hard, sending a flaming blade howling towards Kagaya. However, this was merely a probing attack, not unleashing its full power. When the flame sword collided with Kagaya's truth-seeking orb, a loud noise erupted, and flames intertwined with the truth-seeking orb, forming a dazzling light. Although this attack didn't have a major impact on Kagaya, Uchiha Sasuke still sensed the existence of the truth-seeking orb through his Mangeki Sharingan. It was the first time Sasuke had seen such a peculiar thing, and curiosity welled up in his heart. He observed the truth-seeking orb closely and found it emanating a strange and terrifying aura. Although he didn't yet understand the specific functions of the truth-seeking orb, Uchiha Sasuke knew it was definitely not an ordinary object. Facing such a mysterious enemy, Uchiha Sasuke realized that the upcoming battle might be exceptionally difficult. However, Sasuke was not at all flustered. Fire release, great fireball technique. With Uchiha Sasuke's furious shout, the light of his Mangeki Sharingan flickered with brilliant bloodlight. Immediately after, Black flames formed a bow, violently shooting towards Kaguya. However, this didn't hit Kaguya. Instead, just as it was about to make contact, she vanished like a ghost. Whoosh! The next moment, Kaguya used Amenominaka to teleport right in front of Susanoo. Boom! Accompanied by a heavy and powerful roar. Kaguya's fist struck hard against Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo. Do you think you can break my Susanoo like this? Uchiha Sasuke let out a cold snort, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. So naive. However, just as Sasuke's words fell, the smile on his face instantly froze, because he clearly heard the sound of his Susanoo shattering beside him. Immediately afterwards, to Sasuke's shock and confusion, Kaguya effortlessly shattered his third form Susanoo with just a single punch. Sasuke let out a surprise sound, with his hands crossed over his chest after taking that punch. He was sent flying like a cannonball. Damn it, how is my Susanoo so easily torn apart like a plastic bag in your hands? Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto seemed to have anticipated that Sasuke would not win, but he never expected it to end so quickly with just one punch. Naruto's expression turned serious. He seemed to sense the power of Kaguya's taijutsu, which made him feel uneasy. Kaguya's strength had exceeded their imagination. It seemed that defeating Kaguya would require a greater cost. Sasuke, are you okay? Seeing Sasuke sent flying by the punch, with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, Naruto rushed over anxiously to check on him. Looking at Sasuke's painful expression, Naruto couldn't help but worry. Damn it, why didn't you tell me she has teleportation ability and such strong taijutsu? Uchiha Sasuke angrily questioned Naruto, his eyes burning with rage. In response to Sasuke's question, Naruto looked confused and said he had no idea. How would I know these things? I haven't fought her, Naruto said somewhat angrily. Didn't I tell you not to challenge her? You just wouldn't listen. Saying this, Naruto ignored Sasuke's injuries and threw him down onto the ground. Sasuke, hurt again, cursed inwardly. Wait, you could just throw me like that? Isn't she your companion? Is this how you treat your own teammate? Just as Naruto's words fell, Kaguya's figure appeared in front of him as if she had teleported. She gathered the Shinjutsu Ji in her hand, targeting Uchiha Sasuke. It turned out that Kaguya was deeply disgusted by the aura emanating from the two, and this disgust gave rise to a strong killing intent. Watch out! In his Nine-Tails mode, Uzumaki Naruto quickly formed hand seals and summoned numerous shadow clones. These clones instantly formed a wall, successfully blocking Kaguya's attack and buying time to move Sasuke away. What on earth is that? Naruto felt that his shadow clones were as fragile as paper against the Shinjutsu Ji. This strange and powerful ninjutsu made him feel extremely dangerous. Sasuke, get out of here. Naruto knew they couldn't entangle with Kaguya for too long. Moreover, Kaguya seemed to have appeared alongside Elder Kiki. At this moment, Elder Kiki was still in the air, taking no action. Could it be that Elder Kiki had other plans? With this thought, a hint of doubt rose in Naruto's heart. Boom! However, Sasuke did not heed Naruto's earnest advice. He resolutely summoned his complete Susanoo. As Susanoo appeared, it began to spread continuously, as if it wanted to engulf the entire world. Eventually, Susanoo grew to an enormous size, nearly 100 meters tall. It was an astonishing sight. The purple Susanoo, incredibly massive, stood like a mighty war god between heaven and earth. Its form surpassed that of a small mountain, giving an unshakable feeling. On its back there were wings, making it even more majestic. Such a Susanoo exuded an overwhelming presence that inspired awe. Haruno Sakura was so surprised that her mouth fell open, her eyes wide as she took in the scene before her. She murmured in disbelief, Sasuke-kun, do you have such abilities now? In Sakura's eyes, there was a flicker of envy and admiration. In the current Team 7, it seemed that only she had not mastered such powerful strength. She couldn't help but feel the growing gap between herself and her teammates, a wave of anxiety and unease washing over her. However, at that moment, Tsunade gently patted Sakura's shoulder and comforted her. Sakura, don't worry. Everyone has their own path of growth. As long as you persevere, you will surely be able to catch up with them. Tsunade's words were like a warm spring breeze, soothing Sakura's heart and helping her regain her confidence. She nodded gratefully, expressing her determination to continue training and improve her strength. At this moment, Sakura secretly resolved that no matter how rugged the road ahead, she would not give up, because she knew that only through continuous effort and struggle could she become a truly excellent ninja and fight alongside her teammates. Tsunade was quite satisfied with this disciple and said earnestly to Sakura, Sakura, you are different from them. As long as you cultivate your Byakugan properly, You want to be any worse than them? Hearing this, Sakura's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, Huh? Lady Tsunade, really? Her tone was filled with anticipation. As a member of Team 7, she had always hoped to fight alongside Sasuke and Naruto, rather than being a burden to the team. However, she was also aware of the gap in strength between herself and Sasuke, so she longed to improve through hard work. Looking at the expectation in Sakura's eyes, Tsunade felt a bit helpless but still nodded and reassured her. Of course it's true. Although she understood that Sakura had a long way to go to catch up with Sasuke and the others, she didn't want to crush Sakura's confidence. After all, in the ninja world, belief is also a powerful force. After hearing this, a determined look flashed in Sakura's eyes, as if she had received great encouragement. She knew she needed to put in more effort to achieve her goals, but she was not afraid of difficulties. Instead, she saw them as opportunities for growth and was determined to continuously break through herself to become a better ninja. Tsunade looked at Sakura's firm expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Sakura, oh Sakura, you don't really think you can compete with Naruto and Sasuke, do you? Those are two prodigies. Not to mention you, even if I stand beside them now, I would just be a backdrop. However, seeing Sakura respond so firmly, Tsunade felt somewhat gratified. After all, such fighting spirit and determination were not something everyone possessed. Unfortunately, Sakura seemed unaware of Tsunade's subtlety. Lady Tsunade, I will work hard to train. This statement left Tsunade momentarily dumbfounded, her eyes wide in disbelief as she looked at Sakura. Sakura seemed to have fallen for her words, as if under a jinjutsu. No, Sakura, I was just joking. Why are you taking it seriously? Tsunade could only give a dry laugh, not wanting to cruelly shatter Sakura's dream. As for why it was a dream and not a goal, it was because such things could only be whimsically imagined while dreaming. Kneel down, mortal. Uchiha Sasuke stood atop the complete Susanoo, his words filled with arrogance and defiance. He felt like a true god. The beings below were as insignificant as ants, easily extinguishable with a single strike. Indeed, in front of Sasuke today, most ninjas are almost powerless to fight back. Of course, Kaguya is the exception. Naruto Uzumaki looked up at the 100-meter-high Susanoo, knowing he was serious. He could only helplessly retreat from the battlefield to avoid being affected. It seems Sasuke is getting anxious. The ancient tree looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who had already activated his complete Susanoo with a hint of teasing in his voice. Can he win? Uchiha Shirzue asked curiously. He shouldn't be instantly killed by Kaguya. The ancient tree answered simply. Don't even talk about winning. Just being able to survive in Kaguya's hands is already quite impressive, because Kaguya had voluntarily lifted the infinite Tsukuyomi. Many ninjas had already awakened from their slumber. They looked up at the nearby 100-meter-high Susanoo with shock on their faces. Not again, another giant. Is Uchiha Madara trying to pull some tricks again? The fourth Raikage spoke, somewhat confused. Lord Orochimaru, that person seems to be Sasuke-kun. Yakushi Kabuto seemed to have spotted Uchiha Sasuke above the complete Susanoo, his eyes filled with curiosity. I didn't expect Sasuke to have grown to this extent. Orochimaru spoke with a hint of nostalgia. Back then, he had planned to take over Uchiha Sasuke's body. Now it seems that this plan will probably never be completed. The current Sasuke is no longer the easily manipulated fish. However, Lord Orochimaru, what is the situation with that woman? Yakushi Kabuto entered sage mode, looking at the white-haired woman with white eyes in the sky, his voice filled with curiosity. I don't know, but that deep chakra is indeed terrifying. Moreover, there seems to be a blood-red rinnegan on her forehead. How terrifying, what is going on? Orochimaru's face was filled with confusion. The events occurring now were already beyond his knowledge. Orochimaru didn't know that this so-called terrifying woman was being treated like a toy by the ancient tree. Hokage-sama, what happened? Where's Uchiha Madara? Didn't he absorb the 10 tails? Inoki and Raikage slowly made their way to Tsunade's side. I'm not sure either. We just woke up not long ago. However, I can confirm that we just fell into an extremely powerful illusion. Tsunade's expression was serious. We almost let the entire ninja world fall into an endless cycle of illusion. What about the ancient tree? Why isn't he fighting? The fourth Raikage placed his hand on his forehead and vaguely saw 2 black dots in the sky. Without a doubt, it was the ancient tree and Uchiha Shirzue, and that kid seems to be Uchiha Sasuke. The fourth Raikage's expression was grave. He certainly didn't expect that this Konoha village was indeed a place that produced hidden talents. These people are more abnormal than the last, each one more impressive than the other. This familiar complete Susanoo is enough to easily flatten a country. Brother Niji, is Naruto okay? Hinata Hyuga asked anxiously. as there was no sign of her fallen comrade Neji. Don't worry, the current Naruto Uzumaki is not that simple. Besides, he can use the Flying Thunder God technique. Don't you have a kunai with a marker? If there's danger, he can probably return in an instant. Neji's words gave Hinata Hyuga a slight sense of relief. But soon, she couldn't be happy anymore, because Sasuke's reckless Susanoo was seemingly causing collateral damage in their direction. Chapter 197. Six Pads Naruto, Six Pads Sasuke. Sasuke stood atop the complete Susanoo, suddenly swinging his long sword. In an instant, the shockwave that erupted caused the surrounding mountains to be destroyed in an instant. Before Uchiha Sasuke could feel proud, the Kagaya's bone attack had already violently shot towards him. Bang bang. Two crisp sounds made Uchiha Sasuke's eyes shrink instantly. He looked at the gray bone spike embedded in Susanoo, his expression filled with intense shock. No way. Can Susanoo be violently pierced too? This is impossible. I'm taking a ton of damage. Swish. The terrifying bone attack piercing through Susanoo forced Uchiha Sasuke to reluctantly exit that form, falling from the sky. What's going on? Sasuke exited the Susanoo form? Kakashi Hatake looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who had retreated from his strongest form after just one clash. His face filled with disbelief. What should we do? Let's go help. Sasuke-kun is in danger, Sakura Haruno said in a panic, seemingly able to see Kagaya's attack targeting Sasuke. Anyone who goes to face such an attack that can pierce this Susanoo would be asking for death. Jiraiya stopped everyone's actions. This kind of situation is no longer about numbers. It's not guaranteed that rushing in will help. If they recklessly intervene, it might instead distract Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke, are you okay? Naruto Uzumaki approached Sasuke, curious about what exactly Sasuke had gone through to decisively exit the Susanoo form and fall from the sky. What could possibly happen to me? Uchiha Sasuke paused for a moment, speaking defiantly. Even though he had already sensed the aura of death from Kagaya's bone attack, he couldn't show weakness. Just then, Kagaya had already followed them. Stop it, Kagaya. Before Kagaya in the sky could launch a sneak attack, the ancient tree's cold voice echoed in the ears of the three. Big brother ancient tree. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes lit up. If the ancient tree was here, then Kagaya was no longer a threat. Teacher. Uchiha Sasuke also greeted Shirzue beside the ancient tree. However, Kagaya did not heed the ancient tree's words. She only wanted to eliminate the two threats, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke. She truly did not want to experience the feeling of being sealed again. Clearly not dead, but living under endless darkness. Days spent aimlessly. The ancient tree saw Kagaya's disobedience and flashed to her side, simply reaching out to grab her wrist. Be careful, that guy's bone spikes are very dangerous. Uchiha Sasuke, seeing Kagaya gathering bone spikes again, hurriedly reminded him. Immediately after, Uchiha Sasuke was dumbfounded. The ancient tree merely used one hand to grab the bone spike Kagaya had gathered. Then, with a slight exertion of force, the bone shattered. Kagaya in the sky blinked her white eyes, staring blankly at the ancient tree in front of her, not expecting that her strongest attack would be shattered by such a primitive action. Is this a person? Where's Black Zetsu? Where's my Black Zetsu? Kagaya's mind was a mess, temporarily losing the ability to think. What are you looking at? Stare at someone, and they get pregnant, right? The ancient tree looked at the bewildered Kagaya and punched her in the face. This guy really doesn't understand who's in control of this ninja world anymore. Swish! With the ancient tree's punch colliding with Kagaya's face, her head tilted, and she instantly flew backward, crashing into the ground like a shooting star. No way. It was that simple. The words of Inoki were filled with shock. No, dude, this woman who can shatter a complete Susanoo was just knocked away by your punch. The power of this ancient tree is just unreasonable. Reikage AI spoke helplessly. You can't even handle a complete Susanoo, and yet you were sent flying with one punch. This is quite embarrassing for a complete Susanoo that could destroy nations. Sasuke, with this kind of power, can you defend with Susanoo? Uzumaki Naruto asked curiously. Upon careful observation, one could notice that the aura around him had suddenly become exceptionally vast. If someone were to observe closely, they would probably see a mark of the sun on the palm of Uzumaki Naruto's hand. Let's go together, Uchiha Sasuke said with a cold expression. After saying that, blue lightning wrapped around Uchiha Sasuke's body, and he violently slashed towards Kagaya, who had just landed. Zzz. The lightning under the long sword instantly enveloped Kagaya in the deep pit. The overwhelming lightning shattered all the stones in the pit. This sudden scene caught the ancient tree in the sky off guard. He could clearly feel the power of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke's bodies had multiplied several times in an instant. Not far away, Uchiha Hiruzen also seemed to notice something was off, looking a bit confused. Now, Uchiha Sasuke felt even more powerful than her. What are you two trying to do? Rebel. The ancient tree stood tall in the air, looking at the ready Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke with curiosity. Big brother Anoki, we have encountered the legendary sage of 6 paths. He told us to quickly seal this menace of the ninja world. After all these years, Uzumaki Naruto could not be brainwashed by the sage of 6 paths with just a few words. No need, with me here. Kagaya won't stir up any trouble. The ancient tree instantly appeared next to Kagaya, who was about to break free from this space. Seeing that Kagaya still wanted to sneak attack him, he backhanded her several times. Then, Kagaya covered her face, looking wronged as she stared at the ancient tree, instantly becoming obedient. But this guy's existence is only harmful to the ninja world. Her goal is to destroy all humanity, Uzumaki Naruto urged. The Ashura factor within him was already distorting his values. Anoki, let Kagaya go. You really might not be able to defeat me now. After saying that, Uchiha Sasuke's one eye glimmered with dazzling purple light. Rinnegan. Long before, Uchiha Sasuke had fused with Hashirama cells under Danzo's urging. Now, after the guidance of the Sage of 6 Paths, he had awakened the 6 Tomo Rinnegan. What do you mean? You little brat. Are you trying to defy the heavens and go against your master? Uchiha Hiruzen tore through space and appeared next to the ancient tree. Although she didn't know what Anoki's intentions were, she was still on his side no matter what. Even if Anoki planned to destroy this world, she was willing to go along with him. Teacher, upon seeing Uchiha Hiruzen's familiar face, Sasuke was momentarily speechless. He recalled the memory of being schooled by Uchiha Hiruzen a few years ago when she backhanded him. But soon, the power within him made him confident that even Uchiha Hiruzen might not be able to defeat him. After all, the ability of his Rinnegan was inherently effective against space techniques. Chapter 198. Pressure maxed out looking at Uchiha Sasuke's determined eyes. Hiruzen seemed to understand what he was thinking. This Uchiha Sasuke was indeed rebellious. With the power of the Rinnegan, Uchiha Sasuke was immune to the Genjutsu of Koto Amatsukami. At this moment, he had only one goal: to seal Kagaya and then start a ninja revolution. Relics of the old era. There was no need to leave them in this world. The first step was to have all tail beasts under his control. Uzumaki Naruto, are you sure you want to attack me? The ancient tree looked at the hesitant Uzumaki Naruto below, his tone carrying some mockery. As for Sasuke, a beating would make him obedient. Big brother Anoki, I don't want to be your enemy, but Kagaya must be sealed. Uzumaki Naruto understood that the Sage of 6 Paths was the creator of the entire ninja world. As for Kagaya, her sole purpose was to destroy the ninja world. Did you hear that? These two brats want to seal you. Show some reaction. The ancient tree looked at Kagaya in the air, who seemed unresponsive, with a helpless expression. This guy wouldn't think without Black Zetsu, would he? It made sense. Being sealed for so many years probably made her give up thinking. Otherwise, the endless darkness would definitely drive anyone insane. Seal. No, I don't want to. Upon hearing the word seal, Kagaya recalled the memory of being betrayed by her 2 rebellious children, her rage igniting like a wildfire. Her hair began to swirl violently behind her, transforming into sharp needles that indiscriminately attacked the surroundings. The ancient tree wore a puzzled expression. No. Is this attack intentional or accidental? Get lost. If it weren't for wanting to know how to get to the Otsutsuki clan's planet, I would really want to seal this naive Kagaya right now. At the same time, Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan shone brightly as he instantly used the technique of Tenchi Shinsei, switching places with Hiruzen. Teacher, I have no intention of fighting you. My goal is Kagaya. After saying that, Uchiha Sasuke's long sword, covered in blue lightning, slashed toward Kagaya's head. Swish! Kagaya sensed the danger and immediately used Aimanaminaka to leave the area. Running away? Uchiha Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly. He truly did not expect that Kagaya also had the ability to move through space. Moreover, the eyes on her head seemed to be Rinnegan as well. And it was a blood-colored Rinnegan with 9 Tomo. No, have you two been brainwashed by that old man, 6 Paths? Haven't you figured it out yet? The ancient tree looked at Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, who had also arrived in the sky. Among them, Uzumaki Naruto seemed to have obtained chakra from the other 9 tailed beasts from somewhere. Now, he already had 6 chakra orbs floating behind him. Brainwashed? Anoki, do you think I, who possessed the Rinnegan, would fall into a Genjutsu? Uchiha Sasuke said with a cold smile. After dispelling the Jinjutsu, he realized he had been protecting and killing his enemies. The Uchiha clan, led by Shimura Danzo. Thinking of this, Uchiha Sasuke no longer held back. With narrowed eyes, he began to sense the surrounding ninja chakra using In release. Soon, he locked onto a target farthest from the battlefield. Found you. Without a hint of hesitation, Uchiha Sasuke enveloped himself in Susanoo. A massive black flame formed into a bow and arrow, roaring towards the direction of Danzo. Swish! This strike seemed as if it would pierce the stars. The black flaming arrow streaked through the sky like a black meteor. Under the curious gazes of countless ninjas, it soared past overhead. At this moment, Danzo, who was on the edge, was. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong as he looked at the black dot getting closer to him. A look of terror crossed his face. What the hell is that? As the words fell, the black dot in the sky grew larger. It turned out to be an arrow, carrying scorching black flames. Whoosh! The flame released tore through space. Danzo recognized the attack and wanted to run. Unfortunately, this attack had already locked onto his body. Boom! In the shocked eyes of the surrounding root ninjas, the arrow directly hit Danzo's body and began to explode with black flames. Fortunately, Danzo possessed Izanagi and was not taken away by the arrow. Sasuke, enough. Danzo is under my protection now, understand? Gumo looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who was still planning to send a few more arrows. He immediately flashed and appeared in front of him. His entire body gradually began to manifest a pitch-black battle armor, making it clear that Gumo was serious. Although Danzo was not very useful, he posed no threat to Gumo. However, dealing with some dark matters could also be entrusted to him. Gumo, that bastard, is the culprit who caused the Uchiha clan's downfall. Do you think I can let him go? Uchiha Sasuke spoke with some excitement. Well, since that's the case, I will give you this opportunity. Between killing Danzo and sealing Kaguya, you can only choose one. Gumo presented this choice to Uchiha Sasuke. Originally, Uchiha Sasuke planned to decisively go and kill Danzo. Unfortunately, influenced by the Indra's chakra, his thoughts immediately changed. Because Sasuke realized that he could completely wait to seal Kaguya and then kill that old man Danzo. This was completely non-conflicting. Seal Kaguya. Uchiha Sasuke's answer surprised Gumo. He thought this kid would hesitate and immediately open a space wormhole to kill Danzo. Sealing Kaguya, huh? Let's see if you can pass my test first. Hearing Gumo's words, Uchiha Sasuke looked confused. Aren't you going to stop me? I only asked you to choose. I never said I wouldn't stop you. Gumo shrugged, standing in space, already putting pressure on both Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 199. Sasuke is anxious. Gumo's words truly left Uchiha Sasuke dumbfounded. Wait, so all this time he was just playing a word game with him? Gumo, come on, let me see how you plan to stop me from sealing Kaguya. Uchiha Sasuke stood by the deep pit, his purple Rinnegan constantly flickering with eerie cold light. Naruto wanted to remind Sasuke not to let power cloud his judgment. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Gumo's body suddenly appear in front of Sasuke. This terrifying speed of movement abruptly stopped in front of Sasuke, stirring up a gust of horrifying wind. Boom! Sasuke felt his hair being blown away by the sudden wind pressure. His mind was momentarily blank, unable to react. What are you doing? Are you sweating bullets? Gumo looked at the temporarily motionless Uchiha Sasuke and felt like laughing. How is this possible? How could he not react? Uchiha's words carried shock. He truly did not expect Gumo's speed to be so fast. If he initiated a substantial attack, Uchiha Sasuke really didn't think he would be able to successfully defend against it. Gumo originally wanted to pat Uchiha Sasuke on the shoulder to make him give up. Unfortunately, this kid was exceptionally tense. Seeing Gumo's hand-raising motion, he immediately used the Rinnegan's heavenly hand power to switch places with Uchiha Hiruzen, who was not far away. What do you want to do? Uchiha Hiruzen arrived at Gumo's side. Looking at him, raised his hand with a glimmer in his eyes. No, Sasuke probably has a persecution complex. Gumo shrugged, watching Sasuke, who was not far away, conspiring with Naruto in Gumo's eyes. Sasuke directly opened a space wormhole and vanished from the spot. This fool, if he doesn't deal with him properly, it seems he really won't work. Can it be done? Gumo looked at the expressionless Uchiha Hiruzen beside him. I'm not as weak as you think. Uchiha Hiruzen rolled his eyes charmingly and then activated his Manjiki Sharingan ability. He tore through space, bringing Gumo to Kaguya's initial ball space. In the dim yellow space, it was silent and empty. It seems she is not here. As soon as Gumo's words fell, Kaguya's body directly appeared in the sky. It was vaguely visible that without Black Zetsu's guidance, she was now very passive. Her robe was somewhat tattered, and one arm was drenched in crimson blood. Although she wouldn't die, Naruto and Sasuke possessed the power to seal her. This made Kaguya instinctively feel panicked. Suddenly, Kaguya saw Gumu and the others arriving in her initial ball space. She immediately used the heavenly realm and appeared behind Gumu. You thought you were smart, but it seems you know to hide behind me? Gumu looked at Kaguya behind him, his expression somewhat teasing. At least it hadn't reached the point of no return. Once she regained her sanity later, he could probably ask her about the Otsutsuki clan's lair. Hearing the teasing in Gumu's words, Uchiha Hiruzen pouted. Without a doubt, the jealousy pot was overturned again. Ahem. Protecting Kaguya? My wife is the most important. Gumu quickly explained. Uchiha Hiruzen coldly snorted, glancing at Kaguya hiding behind Gumu, temporarily suppressing the thought of killing Kaguya. Damn it, Sasuke, let that guy escape again. Naruto's scolding voice echoed in this space. Now, Naruto had already entered a fully transformed Nine-Tails state, his whole body radiating golden light. Moreover, there were several chakra orbs on his back, looking particularly imposing. Shut up, you idiot. Next time, I will use the Rinnegan's ability to switch places before he escapes. Just focus on the attack. Uchiha Sasuke stood beside Susanoo, his words filled with arrogance. In his current state, even if a dog passed by, it would get hit by his Amaterasu. But soon, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't be happy anymore because he noticed Kaguya appearing behind Gumu. Damn it, that bastard can still find support? I thought she was a useless being who couldn't think. Uchiha Sasuke's expression was disdainful. Just during that time, Kaguya had been unilaterally beaten, with no combat experience whatsoever. In the end, she was forced to use her space ability to escape frantically. As expected, Sasuke even planned to seal Kaguya in the next round. Heavenly Hand Power! The purple light of Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan flickered. Immediately, his body switched places with Kaguya. Naruto, with a tacit understanding, had already prepared his attack, seeking the truth-seeking ball, spiral, shuriken, accompanied by two truth-seeking balls in the hands of Kuraki. A terrifying ninjutsu was continuously being formed. Kaguya's Byakugan couldn't help but tremble slightly. This strike would probably hurt a lot. Stop. Little did they know. Just as the two truth-seeking ball spiral shurikens were thrown, Karaki's figure immediately blocked in front of Kaguya. His calm voice was filled with confidence and silence. If he really made Kaguya look like a fool, everything he did would be meaningless. Kuraki, big brother, be careful. Naruto Uzumaki unintentionally confronted Kuraki. However, Kuraki directly teleported in front of Kaguya, which startled Naruto. Only as the caster did he understand how powerful these two ninjutsu were. Easily destroying a village was not a problem at all. Unfortunately, Kuraki had not moved from the beginning. Even when hit by the truth-seeking ball shuriken, he still did not make any moves. Boom! The explosive sound echoed in the air. Where it passed, it stirred up a massive wave. Uchiha Hiruzen, seeing Sasuke wanting to leave, immediately extended his long blade and pressed it against his neck. You little brat, stop resisting futilely. Hearing Uchiha Hiruzen's indifferent voice and the long blade pressed against his neck, Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath and replied arrogantly, Teacher, are you going to stop me too? I now possess the power to create everything, the power of Senjutsu. Are you sure you want to be my enemy? As soon as Uchiha Sasuke finished speaking, he activated the heavenly hand power and switched positions with Uchiha Hiruzen. Seeing the blade that was just at his neck, Uchiha Hiruzen smiled. In an instant, he tore through space and appeared behind Sasuke. Are you sure you want to compare ocular powers with me? Uchiha Hiruzen once again placed the blade on Sasuke's neck, suppressing him. Watching this spatial teleportation ability, Uchiha Sasuke felt a bit embarrassed. No way this is possible? Undoubtedly. The consumption of the Rinnegan was naturally stronger than that of the Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke was somewhat uncertain if he could outlast Hiruzen. Susanoo. In desperation, Uchiha Sasuke decided to reveal his cards. Since it's like this, let's not play around anymore and go all out. Chapter 200 Ultimate Form of Susanoo. Crackle crackle, the purple Susanoo continuously emerged above Uchiha Sasuke's body. From the basic skeleton, it evolved flesh and blood, then covered with the armor of the Crow Tengu, and finally gradually grew larger, until it finally displayed its complete form. A pair of wings on its back, a full 100 meters in size, comparable to a small mountain, and a long blade in its hand looked like a war god, giving a strong, oppressive feeling. It seems today, I really need to tidy you up a bit, Uchiha Hiruzen said, also activating his complete Susanoo. The silver-white Susanoo unfolded a pair of angel-like wings on its back. It also looked incredibly oppressive. Teacher, it's also Susanoo. There is still a gap between us. Uchiha Sasuke stood on top of Susanoo, his words filled with arrogance. He still didn't believe he would be beaten by Hiruzen. If Kuraki couldn't win, it was impossible for Hiruzen to lose, right? Indeed, there was a gap. Let me show you where our differences lie. Just as his words fell, in Uchiha Sasuke's astonished gaze, Uchiha's 100-meter-tall Susanoo directly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Sasuke. Boom! The silver-white blade slashed violently down at the purple Susanoo. This sudden attack caught Uchiha Sasuke off guard. The entire Susanoo was sent flying with a single strike. Heavenly hand power. In the exchange of positions, it was Uchiha Hiruzen who started to fly backward. However, Uchiha Hiruzen seemed to know what Sasuke's next move would be. Almost at the moment the heavenly hand power was activated, Uchiha Hiruzen's Susanoo once again teleported and arrived at Sasuke's location. A direct punch aimed at Sasuke, who was atop the Susanoo, was launched. What the hell is this? So unfair? Uchiha Sasuke looked at Hiruzen, who had teleported over again, and couldn't help but start to break down. This is ridiculous. Who can fight? With just one punch, Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo was sent flying. As everyone knows, the larger the object, the faster it moves. The greater the air pressure it generates. Uchiha Hiruzen's rapid punch formed a shockwave that felt like a level 10 hurricane, causing Kaguya below to have her hair blown wildly. Fire style, great fireball technique. In desperation, the flying Uchiha Sasuke began to activate ninjutsu. The purple Susanoo blade began to be covered with black flames, ultimately forming an arrow aimed at Uchiha Hiruzen, howling toward him. Unfortunately, Uchiha Hiruzen had long predicted Sasuke's attack. Now Uchiha Hiruzen, with his Manjiki Sharingan, could foresee the next 5 seconds of attacks. For a powerhouse like him, this was almost unbeatable. Whoosh! The massive body once again disappeared and arrived at the flying Sasuke. A single kick pinned Uchiha Sasuke's complete Susanoo to the ground. Uchiha Sasuke was shaken, blood surging. He had already started to doubt life. He finally understood what kind of monster his brother had encountered years ago. Facing this freakish Manjiki Sharingan, he could only be one-sidedly beaten. Meanwhile, Kuraki activated battle mode. After taking 2 truth-seeking ball spiral shurikens head-on, not only did he suffer no injuries, but he also held 2 truth-seeking balls in his hand with a nonchalant expression. Naruto Uzumaki looked at the 2 truth-seeking balls in Kuraki's hand. Realizing that he couldn't recall them, his eyes filled with shock. Boom! Immediately, from the mouth of the Nine Tails, waves of tailed beast balls erupted. In his current form, Naruto no longer needed much time to gather tailed beast balls. Just like a pea shooter, he could spit them out accurately. Boom! The howling tailed beast balls tore through the sky and attacked Kuraki. Whoosh! Before they could make contact, they were cut in half by Kuraki's blade. The shock wave erupted around, obliterating the mountain peak. As soon as the attack landed, Kuraki noticed that Sasuke was already being pressed to the ground and rubbed by Hiruzen with one hand. Now, Sasuke would probably behave. Kuraki's words carried a hint of mockery. Then, he turned his gaze to Naruto, who had completely transformed into a tailed beast not far away. Naruto, are you still going to fight? Big brother Kuraki, never mind. I want to fight anymore. Naruto Uzumaki, controlling the Nine Tails, directly raised both hands. If he were to fight Kuraki alongside Sasuke, he might still want to argue a bit. But now, seeing Sasuke being knocked around like a ball, it really diminished Naruto's fighting spirit. What a coward! You weak bastard! Uchiha Sasuke was forced to use heavenly hand power to switch bodies with Kuraki. Give me the power of the tailed beast. Uchiha Sasuke angrily shouted at Naruto beside him. It was evident that the Susanoo on his body had already been beaten to pieces by Hiruzen. The current chakra is no longer enough to support the repair. Sasuke, let's stop. We can't win against Brother Gumu. Naruto Uzumaki shrugged his shoulders. In his mind, under the persuasion of the Nine Tails, he recognized his own strength limit. The strength of the two of them definitely did not surpass the Sage of Six Paths. And Gumu, even when facing the Sage of Six Paths, could easily dominate. The so-called Sage of Six Paths is merely a threshold to meet him. Bastard, don't make me look down on you. Uchiha Sasuke cursed. Watching Uchiha Sasuke break down and start to lose it, Naruto Uzumaki smiled wryly. Naruto, lend him the tailed beast's power for now. I just want to see what he intends to do. The Nine Tails voice appeared in Naruto's ear. Since Kurama agrees, then brace yourself. After saying this, Naruto Uzumaki began to control the Nine Tails, sending the chakra of nine-tailed beasts into Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 201. The arrow of Indra Yakushi Kabuto widened his eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief as he looked at the already vanished Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. What's going on? Lord Orochimaru, Naruto, and Sasuke actually turned against us. He really couldn't understand where these two found the courage and audacity to take such actions. Don't they realize the huge gap between them and Gumu? Yakushi Kabuto was well aware that Gumu had become terrifyingly powerful. Since the outbreak of the war, he had been silently observing Gumu's every move, witnessing how he swept away all enemies. From ancient times to the present, perhaps only Gumu possessed such terrifying strength and temperament. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened with anger and unwillingness, glaring fiercely at Naruto and gritting his teeth. What a coward. I'm not like you. At this moment, he was feeling the incredibly strong power of the tailed beast continuously pouring into his body. A near-manic expression filled his face, a twisted look born from an extreme desire for power. Boom! Accompanied by streams of silvery chakra flowing into Uchiha Sasuke's body like a flood. His Susanoo began to evolve under the impact of this powerful energy. The originally shattered Susanoo seemed to be reborn at that moment, with the broken parts rapidly repairing at an astonishing speed. Crack, crack, crack. A mechanical sound gradually echoed. Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo moved like a precise machine, each part moving in a rhythmic manner. He skillfully utilized Susanoo as a vessel for the tailed beast chakra, perfectly merging the powers of both. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke was no longer just a ninja with Susanoo, but had become a terrifying existence capable of controlling the power of the tailed beasts. Zzz, accompanied by the sound of flowing lightning. Uchiha Sasuke felt power filling his entire body. He knew this was the ultimate form of Susanoo. Gumu! Uchiha Sasuke shouted angrily and took the initiative to attack. He extended one hand, and endless silver lightning began to appear in the palm of Susanoo, forming a terrifying long spear. Come on! Uchiha Sasuke's voice carried unparalleled confidence and dominance. In Naruto Uzumaki's astonished gaze, Uchiha Sasuke brandished the lightning spear and violently charged towards Gumu. What the? Has Sasuke always been this brave? Naruto Uzumaki found it somewhat hard to understand. Perhaps he got carried away by the power. The Nine Tails commented in Naruto's mind. It felt helpless towards Uchiha Sasuke's actions, believing he was always so impulsive without considering the consequences. This idiot won't behave unless he gets beaten up a bit, the Nine Tails continued, revealing its dissatisfaction with Uchiha Sasuke. However, Uchiha Sasuke ignored the Nine Tails' remarks. His eyes were focused solely on the enemy before him, Gumu. He wanted to prove his strength with his own power. Gumu, that damn brat. Here I come. Uchiha Shinsui reminded as he watched Uchiha Sasuke fly over at high speed. This kid has inflated again. Gumu looked at Uchiha Sasuke, holding the lightning spear, with an expression of indifference. As soon as he finished speaking, Gumu's body vanished like an afterimage. He reappeared right in front of Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing Gumu suddenly appear, Uchiha Sasuke's pupils constricted. He swung his spear down violently. Boom! The sound of this strike was heavy enough to easily destroy a ninja village. Ding! The sound of metal clashing echoed in the air. A terrifying shockwave surged through the air, even causing ripples in space. As the shockwave gradually dissipated, Gumu caught the spear with one hand, looking coldly at Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, is this all the strength you have? Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly, his eyes turning blood red. Powerful chakra erupted from Uchiha Sasuke's body. Uchiha Sasuke swung forcefully, trying to push Gumu away. However, Gumu remained completely unmoved. Sasuke, you're still too green. Gumu's mouth curved slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. Hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke's expression turned fierce. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze growing increasingly fierce. Gumu, don't get too cocky. I will show you my true power. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, Then let me see, Sasuke. I hope this time you could bring me some surprises. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the scene before him, his expression filled with intense shock. What? His words carried disbelief. No way. How could Orochimaru's lightning spear be blocked by your broken sword? Damn it. Uchiha Sasuke's face was filled with rage as he gritted his teeth and shouted. How could this be? He unwillingly exerted force again, and with his other hand, he suddenly opened up, causing the sky to thunder. Immediately afterward, another lightning spear appeared in his hand, stretching over 100 meters long. with a majestic aura that seemed capable of shaking the sun and moon. Boom! He swung the spear down again, and the terrifying aura surged like a raging tide, as if it wanted to completely destroy this space. However, the result was still the same. It felt like an ordinary person hitting steel with a wooden stick, impossible to move even a bit. Sasuke, haven't you eaten? Gumu's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a mocking smile. He merely raised the long knife with one hand and easily blocked Uchiha Sasuke's cross attack. This taunting remark undoubtedly dealt a huge insult to the currently inflated Sasuke. He suddenly flapped his wings and violently flew into the air. Endless lightning swirled around his back. As he slowly extended his hand, the tailed beast chakra transformed into a massive bow and arrow, slowly aiming at Gumu below. Kagaya, sensing the terrifying chakra fluctuations unleashed by Uchiha Sasuke, narrowed her eyes and immediately brought Gumu and the others back to the real ninja world. At the same time, Naruto, Uzumaki, and Uchiha Sasuke also appeared together. Many ninjas, upon seeing the continuously evolving Susanoo in the sky, wore expressions of shock. What is going on? Someone asked in surprise. The sky suddenly darkened. Everyone looked up at the sky, which was originally clear, now turned gloomy and oppressive, as if shrouded by a powerful force. Kakashi's expression became serious, his brows furrowed. Is that Sasuke? Jiraiya asked curiously, his gaze fixed on the figure in the sky. Yeah, it should be Sasuke. Look at his Susanoo. It seems to be evolving. And this chakra fluctuation, could it be that he's merging with the power of a tailed beast? Kakashi's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Uchiha Sasuke in the sky. He never imagined that his former student would possess such terrifying strength. Sasuke and Naruto had already left them far behind. The ninjas who trained alongside Naruto and Sasuke displayed complex expressions of envy and nostalgia. They had witnessed the growth of two dear friends, and a sense of loss welled up in their hearts. Damn Konoha, why are these ninjas so extraordinary? The fourth Raikage, lay on a stretcher, looking up at Sasuke in the sky, his words filled with helplessness and resentment. He never expected to be outmatched by a young kid. This, Lord Raikage, I guess no one knows, right? But I heard that during the Warring States period, this place was ruled by the Uchiha clan, Darui explained. Before the 5 great nations were established, the world trembled under the battles between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Now, Konoha, which has the bloodlines of both Senju and Uchiha, producing such powerful ninjas seems to be something we can accept. After all, Konoha once gave birth to the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. That man single-handedly quelled the wars, established Konoha, and became an object of admiration for all. Now Konoha has produced prodigies like Naruto and Sasuke, which is truly remarkable. Perhaps this is destiny. Raikage sighed and fell silent. He knew he had lost. Losing to a young kid made him feel incredibly frustrated. But at the same time, he understood that this was reality. In this world, the strong always reign supreme. Only by continuously improving one's strength can one avoid being eliminated. Thinking of this, Raikage gritted his teeth, regretting that he wasn't strong enough. Take this. Uchiha Sasuke laughed maniacally as he began to gather an extremely terrifying amount of energy into his lightning bow, an arrow. He was confident that this strike could shatter the entire continent. Facing such a powerful attack, Sasuke concluded that the ancient tree could no longer defend as easily as before. Then, the warm-up should be over. The ancient tree gently moved its palm, and in an instant, transformed into a pitch-black beam, charging towards Uchiha Sasuke in the sky like lightning. Seeing the astonishing speed displayed when the ancient tree exerted its full strength, Sasuke's face showed a look of shock. He quickly activated Indra's arrow in advance. In an instant, the world changed color. A massive blue lightning bolt fell from the sky, as if it were divine punishment from above. However, under the sharp cut of the ancient tree's pitch-black blade, the arrow's attack was like a diverted water column, wildly spilling out in all directions. How is this possible? Sasuke stared in disbelief at his strongest attack, Indra's arrow, being effortlessly sliced apart by the ancient tree. At that moment, his worldview seemed to be torn apart, and he fell into a state of existential doubt. He widened his eyes and muttered to himself, "No way. How do we even fight now? It's impossible." He even began to search for a surrender button, thinking that it might be better to give up. Sasuke's eyes became confused, as if he had lost all hope. Just then, the Nine Tails let out a hearty laugh in Naruto's mind. "Haha, that kid finally sees reality," the Nine Tails said triumphantly. Meanwhile, Naruto showed a helpless expression, sighing sigh. "I told him long ago, but he just wouldn't believe it. At that moment, the ancient tree, wielding the demon blade, aggressively approached the Susanoo. With a single swing, he plunged the demon blade deeply into the cockpit of the Susanoo's head. With a loud bang, numerous cracks appeared on the head of the Susanoo, spreading rapidly like a spider web. Sasuke looked on in terror at the scene before him, and the last shred of his fighting spirit vanished. He had to admit that he had lost completely, with no strength to fight back. Crack! With the sound of the Susanoo shattering, the ancient tree appeared before Sasuke like a ghost. Foolish child, are you still going to seal Kaguya? Sasuke looked at the ancient tree, his face pale, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, shaking his head repeatedly. No. Seeing Sasuke's awareness, the ancient tree nodded in satisfaction. You can't be so impulsive in the future. With the presence of someone like the ancient tree, Sasuke knew he was no match, and he couldn't help but feel how terrifying the ancient tree was. However, although he still felt a bit unconvinced, he could only comply. After all, the ancient tree's strength was undeniable, and he couldn't believe that Kaguya could stir up any trouble under the ancient tree's watch. However, the ancient tree did not stop there, slowly extending his hand. Seeing this, Sasuke was scared to the point of trembling, unsure of how the ancient tree would punish him next. The ancient tree lightly flicked Sasuke's head. Boom! This seemingly gentle strike was, in fact, immensely powerful. Sasuke's body flew out of the Susanoo like a kite with a broken string, crashing hard to the ground. Sasuke, are you okay? Naruto, feeling worried, immediately used the body flicker technique to get to Sasuke's side. When he saw Sasuke collapse in a deep pit, unconscious, his face showed a speechless expression, thinking, see, this is what happens when you don't listen to advice. Naruto, do you still want to seal Kaguya? At that moment, the ancient tree's voice came. Ancient tree, big brother. Let go. The sage of six paths isn't necessarily always right, Naruto quickly replied. Now that you're here in the ninja world, Kaguya shouldn't act recklessly. Unlike Sasuke, who was so stubborn he needed to be beaten into submission, Naruto understood his master's immense power very well. Moreover, he had witnessed the aftermath of the ancient tree's battle, which could even shatter the moon. Chapter 202, Revolution of the Ninja World. At that moment, the Nine-Tails' tempting voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Actually, Naruto, if you really want to resist, I have another mode. However, Naruto immediately shook his head upon hearing this. He understood that the ancient tree's will could not be defied. Yet, what Naruto did not know was that the Nine-Tails' words were actually a secret indication from the ancient tree. If he had truly agreed, the ancient tree would have made him deeply understand what it meant to regret. Is it resolved? Uchiha Shizuku looked at the now normal ancient tree beside him, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. This battle had not ceased in the clash between them and their enemies. This battle had lasted for months. During this period, she and Gumu had almost no moments to catch their breath. Every time they just repelled a wave of enemies, new foes would surge forward immediately. This relentless battle was a tremendous test of both physical stamina and mental fortitude. It's almost over. Let's go out, Gumu said, nodding. He then shifted his gaze to Uchiha Shizumi beside him, who looked completely bewildered. Hey, are we going out? Gumu asked Kaguya, hearing what seemed to be directed at her. Kaguya snapped back to reality. After cautiously observing Naruto and Sasuke not far away, and noticing they had no fighting intent, she relaxed and transferred everyone out of the initial space. It's that guy. Everyone, get ready for battle. The surrounding ninja alliance immediately entered a state of preparedness upon seeing Kaguya appear. As a result, under the astonished gazes of Tsunade and Jiraiya, Gumu brought Uchiha Shizumi and Kaguya right up to them. What's going on? Uncle Gumu, what is this? Tsunade looked at Kaguya, who was still dazed behind Gumu, her expression serious. It's over. As for this guy, I'm here to keep watch. Nothing major, Gumu explained. He looked up at the nearly cloudless white sky, the aftermath of the battle having dissipated the surrounding clouds. You three countries, are you willing to submit? Now, I will unify the 5 great nations. Is there any objection? Gumu looked at A, who was wrapped in bandages, and Anoki, who appeared much older. We, the Land of Lightning, agree to your unification, sir. The Land of Earth agrees as well, Anoki said helplessly. There was no way to oppose this. To do so would mean preparing for national annihilation. The Land of Wind agrees. Gar's expression was resigned. He had long wanted to pledge allegiance, but the fourth Raikage had always pressured him, leading to many unnecessary sacrifices for the Land of Wind. Then, I will be the emperor. Is there any objection? Gumu's calm words rang like thunder in everyone's ears, causing the eyes of the 5 Kage around him to narrow instantly. especially Tsunade, who widened her eyes in shock, looking at Gumu with disbelief as waves of turmoil surged in her heart. This was completely different from what he had said before. When did Gumu ever say he wanted to be emperor? Tsunade's gaze was firmly locked on Gumu, her face filled with incredulity. What's wrong, Tsunade? Are you surprised? Gumu sensed Tsunade's shock and smirked slightly, a hint of mockery in his smile. Uncle Gumu, when did you say you wanted to be emperor? Tsunade's voice carried confusion and disbelief, as if she couldn't accept the fact before her. However, Gumu remained calm, as if he had long anticipated Tsunade's reaction. His tone was steady and firm. If I do not become emperor, what is the point of unifying the ninja world? Am I just playing around? His gaze swept over everyone present, his eyes flashing with sharp light. Then, he turned to Tsunade, his gaze revealing an invisible pressure. He slowly said, "So, do you want to represent the Leaf Village to refute my decision?" Gumu's voice was cold and serious, sending chills down people's spines. Tsunade's expression became grave. She knew she was facing immense pressure. She gritted her teeth, trying to explain, but we never discussed this issue before. However, Gumu interrupted her, his eyes becoming even sharper. You guys only think about the interests of your respective villages and have not considered the future of the entire ninja world at all. Now, I will become emperor, unify the ninja world, end the war, and achieve true peace. Anyone who dares to oppose, let us see what happens. After saying this, Gumu stood up, exuding a powerful aura that inspired awe. His figure seemed like an insurmountable mountain, making it hard for anyone to challenge him. Tsunade watched Gumu's departing figure, filled with conflict and confusion. She didn't know how to face the situation, but she understood that from this moment on, everything had changed. Is there anyone else who opposes? Hurry up, everyone is tired. We need to rest well. Gumu's disdainful gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on the fourth Hokage, who was wrapped in bandages like a mummy. He had thought this Hokage would stand firm, but surprisingly, when their eyes met, suddenly panicked and quickly nodded, saying, I agree. Gumu-sama is the emperor of the ninja world. His eager demeanor seemed as if he was afraid Gumu would change his mind. Seeing the fourth Hokage so compliant, Gumu couldn't help but chuckle. Since the other party was so cooperative, the Land of Lightning's Kumogakure could temporarily be spared. However, Onoki beside him was dumbfounded, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. He had originally hoped that Hokage would stand up for his village's interests, but unexpectedly, this Hokage didn't even utter a word of rebuttal. He even eagerly expressed agreement, which was truly baffling. Onoki sighed inwardly, thinking how could this young brat understand how to manage a country? What could he bring them? In the end, it would be easy to resolve things with a casual dismissal. And now, Hokage was actually willing to entrust his fate to such a young person, leaving Onoki feeling utterly confused and helpless. Could it be that the Hokage was truly willing to be led by a young man from now on? We, the Land of Wind, also agree. This time, Gaara had learned his lesson and immediately followed Hokage's lead to express his opinion. Not to mention, agreeing first is definitely not a bad thing. No, buddy, you? Onoki looked at Hokage, utterly astonished that he wouldn't even put up a fight. Isn't this about fighting for some benefits for our ninja village? Even if you agree, you shouldn't let your village bear such a huge cost. Plus, he's just a young brat who knows nothing about management systems. In the end, won't it just be a simple matter? Did Hokage really want to be led by a young man in the future? We, the Land of Wind, also agree. This time, Gaara had learned to be smart and immediately followed Hokage's lead to express his opinion. Not to mention, agreeing first is definitely not a bad thing. The Land of Water also agrees. Meitarumi also immediately expressed her stance. Not to mention, with the second Mizukage Uchiha Shizumi here, the treatment for our Land of Water will definitely not be too poor. Gumu, I want to know how you plan to allocate resources after unifying the ninja world. How do you intend to manage so many ninjas? Onoki neither agreed nor refused, but instead asked about the relevant interests. Meanwhile, the reanimated Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju also arrived here. Gumu, are you alright? Tobirama immediately asked upon arrival. No problem. Second Hokage, you came just in time. It's clear that you and Gumu have an unusual relationship. Could you inform us about it? Onoki looked at the arrival of the second Hokage and the first Hokage, as if he had found a breakthrough. Not to mention, the first Hokage definitely wouldn't want such a dictatorial situation to arise. This is my son. Do you have any objections? Senju Tobirama thought Onoki was looking for trouble for Kuroki. His eyes instantly turned cold. Oh, no wonder. The fifth Hokage has to call him uncle. It turns out there is this layer of relationship. Onoki's expression became dazed. Inside, He began to curse and greet his ancestors. This damn it, one Uchiha Shinsui is the second Mizukage of the Land of Water. One Kuroki is Tsunade's uncle. No wonder Konoha and Kirigakure would desperately support the Kuroki revolution. After this, the distribution of resources will definitely pour into these two countries. What happened? What did that guy take Madara? Senju Hashirama's gaze was focused on Kuroki, and behind him, Kagaya's expression was very dissatisfied. At this moment, seeing his own brother still mainly concerned about Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama truly had a helpless expression. Uchiha Madara is gone. Kuroki looked at Senju Hashirama with a blank expression. What, Madara is dead? Senju Hashirama's expression froze, seemingly still unable to buffer from this fact. It's nothing, uncle and father, you can leave this world now. Of course. You can stay too, after all. Not long from now, I will marry Uchiha Shinsui and be with her. You can also be witnesses. Kuroki's words immediately left Senju Tobirama's mind in a state of crash. In an instant, the starry universe covered his brain. If he were still alive now, he would probably die of anger directly. No way, is this for real? His son really wants to marry a kid from the Uchiha clan? Huh? Haruno Sakura, hearing Kuroki's public proposal, had a hint of blush on her face. At the same time, she looked at the unconscious Uchiha Sasuke with a hint of envy in her eyes. Not only her, but Hinata Hyuga and some other women also looked at Uchiha Shinsui with expressions full of envy. Being proposed to by the boy you like should be the happiest thing in the world for women. Sure enough, Uchiha Shinsui, upon hearing Kuroki's public proposal, known for her cold demeanor, couldn't help but show a flustered expression. She had waited for this sentence for over a decade. Especially Terumi Mei, with an ant-like smile on her face, naturally hoped that the second Mizukage could achieve a happy ending. She is locked in. Ahem, about this matter, I won't meddle too much, but let me first say, is the person behind you really okay? Based on my observations, she seems to be transformed by Uchiha Madara, right? Senju Hashirama was taken aback by Kuroki's sudden words. He glanced resentfully at Senju Tobirama beside him, as if to say, how did you educate the younger generation? She is Kagaya, an alien with me watching, it's nothing. As for Uchiha Madara, he's dead. With Kuroki's second confirmation, Senju Hashirama was also completely disheartened. However, being able to fight Uchiha Madara again after being reincarnated is already very satisfying for Senju Hashirama. Kuroki, you recognize? Fine. Senju Tobirama originally wanted to say, are you serious? Why marry someone from the Uchiha clan? But before he could finish speaking, he saw Uchiha Shinsui beside Kuroki, her eyes glowing red. He immediately touched his head and began to change his tone. With Senju Tobirama's approval, Uchiha Shinsui's eyes finally returned to calm. This old guy still understands the situation. Senju Tobirama helplessly pouted. Damn, before even entering the door, he was threatened by his daughter-in-law. Is Kuroki going to take the dominant position from now on? Sorry to interrupt your family affairs. Do you know that Kuroki now aims to become an emperor? I wonder what you, as Kuroki's elders, think about this. Anoki floated in the air, curious to inquire. Emperor? This, very cool. Senju Tobirama stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and reached his conclusion. Anoki, hearing Tobirama's words, looked confused. He immediately looked at the legendary, quite upright Senju Hashirama. Anoki had learned from the second Tsuchikage that this fool opened the 5 Kage summit, begging to send the tailed beasts out. He absolutely does not allow such a dictatorial thing to happen. Don't look at me, otherwise. Do you think I stopped Kuroki before for what? Senju Hashirama shrugged. He already had plans to leave this world, and Uchiha Madara was no longer there. Hashirama also felt it was meaningless. Senju Hashirama's words were very clear, that is, he didn't fight with Kuroki, which means he agreed with Kuroki's series of actions. It seems that the world in the future will indeed have the surname Senju. Anoki smiled sadly. Such straightforward words made Senju Tobirama's expression freeze. Don't say, this future ninja world will really have the surnames Senju and Uchiha. Our two clans have had grievances for so long. Unexpectedly, it ended in our son's generation. And they're going to get married. All right, Tsunade's niece. Do you still oppose? Kuroki looked at the land of Earth, already agreeing, and turned to Tsunade. Grandpa has already agreed to your approach, so naturally, I can't refute. Tsunade's words were very clear. Chapter 204 Discussion. Kuroki's actions have already received the approval of the first and second Hokage, and if there is resistance, it would indeed go against their wishes. So, Kuroki, before I leave, I want to ask, what will be the first thing you do after unifying the ninja world? Senju Hashirama smiled slightly. He only needed to ask Tobirama beside him about the release of the Edo Tensei technique to immediately return his soul to the Pure Land. The first thing, I want to abolish the ninja system and then establish 5 self-defense forces. Although Kuroki is not studying politics, he lived in a good environment in his previous life. He could just copy it directly. Undoubtedly, this sentence caused a huge stir. Everyone's eyes looking at Kuroki turned serious. Not to mention others. Even Senju Hashirama was stunned by Kuroki's bold idea. The ninja system has been passed down since ancient times. How could it be abolished just by saying so? Ahem, Kuroki, are you serious? Senju Tobirama seemed to know his brother's shock. The honest and obedient brother might be racking his brain, unable to figure out that Kuroki would create such a stir. Do you think I am someone who likes to joke? Kuroki retorted. This question indeed made Tobirama awkwardly smile. Indeed, his son had never made a joke about such serious matters. This kid not only wants to marry a kid from the Uchiha clan, overturning the family history of the Senju clan, but also wants to rewrite the entire history of the ninja world from this moment on, to make the concept of ninjas cease to exist. It should be known that the concept of ninja was given by the sage of 6 paths. No matter what, I support Kuroki. Uchiha Shinsui expressed her opinion calmly from his side. Don't think that Shinsui's words have no weight. She is a living second Mizukage. With her applying pressure, the originally indecisive 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei immediately spoke in agreement. We will follow the thoughts of the second Mizukage. The surrounding guards looked serious, but couldn't express their thoughts. Nowadays, this situation is not something a small character like him can interject. Even a 5th Mizukage has no voice, let alone him. Hearing that the mist-hidden village in a land of water quickly expressed its stance. The other 4 countries were under tremendous pressure. That simple sentence from Kyumak, without a doubt, could change the development of the world in the future. Do they agree, or should they refuse? So bold, this is simply too bold. Noki spoke up. Kyumak, are you planning to deny the development of thousands of years? Deny the ninjutsu created by the Sage of 6 Paths? Well, I deny it. What do you want? Kyumak looked silently at Noki, who seemed to want to stir up trouble. This old guy seems to still harbor some hope. You can call the Sage of 6 Paths out and see if I dare to make him come and never return. Kyumak's cold words made the surrounding ninjas tremble. Kyumak's aggression was truly excessive. Upon hearing this, Noki was directly dumbfounded. He had no words to say. He genuinely did not expect that Kyumak would not even respect the founder of the world, the legendary Sage of 6 Paths grandpa. Do you have any opinions? Tsunade looked at Senju Hashirama, whose mind was in a state of crash. In this world, you ultimately have the final say. Both Tobirama and I are people from the past. Whether you want to agree or refuse, I support you. Senju Hashirama kicked the ball back. Tsunade helplessly smiled upon hearing this. Our Konoha agrees with Chief Kyumak's decision. With Konoha's support, Noki could only helplessly shake his head in agreement. As for how to abolish the ninja system afterward, that would require everyone to discuss. Haha, I didn't expect to witness a historic moment in the ninja world before leaving. Senju Hashirama laughed heartily. Big brother, are you leaving here? Tobirama was surprised that he had just told Senju Hashirama how to lift the impure world reincarnation. And now he was directly leaving. Well, this place no longer needs me. As for how the ninja world will change in the future, I trust Kyumak. Because he is your son and also a member of our Senju clan. Senju Hashirama nodded. His whole body was flashing with white light. His soul gradually began to detach from this impure body. Big brother. Tobirama reached out his hand. He really did not expect that Senju Hashirama would leave so quickly. It seems that he was indeed tired and did not want to get involved in the matters of the ninja world anymore. What do you say? Kyumak looked at the stunned Tobirama, curious. What do you mean? Do you want old Z to leave? Tobirama couldn't help but curse. After being reincarnated, what kind of trouble had he encountered? There probably weren't many pleasant things. He really wasn't reassured that Kyumak could lead the ninja world well. Since no one opposes, you all go back first and wait for my notification. I will convene a meeting to discuss specific matters. Kyumak addressed everyone. This battle consumed too much time. It not only severely weakened the vitality of the countries, but also led to the direct annihilation of the rain-hidden village by the 10 Tails. In that case, we will wait for the Lord's notification. Noki was completely convinced. At least while Kyumak still existed in this world, they would definitely not be able to rebel. Lord, just notify us when the time comes, and our land of lightning will definitely be the first to arrive. The 4th Reikage, it was already quite honest. The Sage of 6 Paths established the world, and Kyumak's strength had already surpassed that of the Sage of 6 Paths. It seemed reasonable for him to revolutionize the world. Under Kyumak's gesture, everyone began to evacuate from this devastated battlefield. Wait, I want to establish a capital here in the land of rain. As for your neighboring countries, the land of earth, the land of wind, and the land of fire, just watch. In the end, Kumok determined the location of the new capital. Upon hearing that Kumok planned to establish the most important capital in the rain-hidden village, Konan had some tears of emotion on her face. She really did not expect that the weak, rain-hidden village would welcome its own moment of prosperity. This day was undoubtedly historically significant. After all, this was the starting point of the Great War, which was quite meaningful. Tsunade nodded and expressed her thoughts first. Chief, when the time comes, our Konoha village will send construction teams over. Damn it, we in the land of lightning also want to help. The fourth Raikage looked at the good things being monopolized by the land of fire, with a hint of anger in his words. Does your village have ninjas who can use wood release? Our village's Yamato is a top figure in the field of infrastructure. Yamato, where are you? At Tsunade's call, Yamato timely arrived from behind the ninjas. Lord Hokage, what is the matter? Yamato looked puzzled. Yamato, let them see what it means to build a skyscraper from the ground up. Tsunade placed her hands on her hips, her expression full of disdain. Yamato scratched his head, then I'll show off a bit. Originally, he felt a bit inferior, as his wood release was not on par with Senju Hashirama's. But now it seemed he still had his uses. No, regarding the construction of a new world, he should have a significant role to play. With this thought, Yamato suddenly slammed his hands on the ground. Wood release, 3 rooms and 1 hall technique. Accompanied by Yamato, using his jutsu, the surrounding ground began to vibrate intensely. Wood release? The fourth Raikage's eyes trembled, curiously observing Yamato, channeling chakra. This guy couldn't be as terrifying as the first Hokage, right? Not only him, but Noki also had a serious expression. One must know that there were hardly any ninjas in the entire ninja world who could use wood release. Soon, this concern was dispelled because Yamato's wood release seemed to cause no harm. It was entirely about building houses, just like the name of his jutsu. While Senju Hashirama's clap of hands could destroy the world, Yamato's clap of hands resulted in 3 rooms and 1 hall. We really can't compare to that. But we in the land of lightning can transport some construction materials. The fourth Raikage laughed heartily. They in the land of lightning were located between mountains and had no shortage of stones. Our land of earth can also help. Noki chimed in from the side. Not to mention anything else, preparing Kumok well now would definitely be beneficial for future development. Soon, ninjas from several major countries began to leave. Chief, what should we do next? Konan approached Kumok. Now, the rain-hidden village had been completely destroyed. They didn't even have a place to live anymore. Quickly, should the capabilities of ninjas be thought of with common sense? If they really needed to reside, half a day was enough. Kumok looked at the buildings that had already taken shape and began to arrange for the next steps. Soon, half a month passed since this revolutionary war. That night, Kumok stood by the window, watching the enormous palace still under construction not far away, his eyes flickering with an inexplicable light. This great hall would be the main hall of the future empire, and any important meetings would be held within it. As for the system, it would undoubtedly be centralization. Kumok wanted to control the armed forces in his own hands. Only in this way could he implement a series of operations to come. Kumok was still watching. It was all over. Uchiha Shizuku lay on the sofa, dressed in a black sheer nightgown, her long thighs exposed, making one's blood rush. With one hand slightly drooping, her black hair cascaded down her stunningly beautiful face. What are you doing? Gumu turned his head, looking at Uchiha Shizuku, who was dressed so lightly, his expression twitched. What do you mean? It's time to pay the tribute, isn't it? Don't you know? Uchiha Shizuku's expression was one of grievance. She glanced at Gumu, her eyes seemingly able to speak, and with a smile, she appeared charming and enchanting. Upon hearing this, Gumu became honest and approached slowly. People say that the road to climbing peaks is destined to be filled with thorns. However, if one can taste the fruit of victory, the process, no matter how difficult, can still be accepted. The next day, Gumu got up. As usual, he began his rounds. First, he arrived at the Imperial Hall, preparing to start the first round of the Imperial Council. Gumu has arrived. Upon hearing the reminder from Inoki, the fourth Raikage AI, who was discussing matters, immediately settled down. Oh, it seems everyone is quite punctual. Gumu looked at the shadows of the 5 great nations, who gathered here after receiving his notice, their words carrying a hint of teasing. Gumu, we don't know why you called us here. Inoki looked curiously at Gumu, who was sitting at the front of the meeting. Finally, it's coming. The distribution of post-war benefits. It's nothing much. Let's discuss the name of the empire now. Gumu sat in his seat. Behind him followed the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Seeing his son truly planning to merge the 5 great nations, his eyes showed surprise. In recent days, he had been discussing governance issues with Gumu. He genuinely did not expect that this kid seemed to always intend to have him help him in this world. Inoki's expression was silent. The merger of the 5 great nations was indeed a matter of necessity. Gumu Empire? Tsunade tentatively inquired. I agree. Terumi may directly expressed her thoughts upon hearing this. However, she felt some worry in her heart when she noticed that Uchiha Shizuku was not following Gumu. Little did she know that Uchiha Shizuku's absence was simply due to her exhaustion from last night. What about you guys? Gumu actually thought this was quite good. I have no objections. The 4th Reikage AI observed the situation and looked at Gumu, his expression seemingly unchanged, agreeing with this decision. After all, the ninja world was already unified, so what name was not important. We have no objections, Gaara spoke up. Their Wind Nation had been too honest on the battlefield, suffering too many casualties, resulting in their current weakness, and naturally having no significant say. Agreed. Inoki nodded. The name wasn't too important. The most crucial issue should be the distribution of benefits moving forward. Then the second matter, the establishment of the Imperial Guard. I will select all Jonin from the ninja world to become the exclusive guards of the Empire. Do you have any objections? Gumu's words undoubtedly changed the expressions of Inoki and Reikage AI. This was equivalent to completely undermining the strength of other ninja nations. Without Jonin, can a ninja village still be called a ninja village? Not even one Jonin left? Inoki spoke with curiosity. Indeed, leader, are you really not leaving a single Jonin? The 4th Reikage AI's expression also showed some confusion. I agree. Terumi May answered without hesitation. Actually, when you first proposed this idea, our Mist Village had already gathered all elite ninjas, waiting for distribution. Chapter 205, Daimyo. Single-handedly annihilate. I added 2,000 words in the front. You can take a look. There are benefits. Oh, that's really good. Gumu looked at Terumi May a few more times. He genuinely did not expect this person to be so sincere. Was it because of Uchiha Shizuku? Tsunade's expression was not good. She did not expect to be preempted by Terumi May. In the future, if they wanted to develop the city, she did not wish for the land of fire to fall behind. We have no issues. Tsunade immediately agreed. No problem. Gaara from the land of wind quickly followed suit, mainly because currently there were very few Jonin in their country. Naturally, agreeing had no significant impact. I think this proposal isn't too good. Leader, if all Jonin become the guards of the Empire, will our ninja village face attacks from rogue ninjas? Also, what about the daimyo? If they find out we have mobilized all our Jonin, what if they cut off our economic sources? Inoki began to counter Gumu's thoughts. Don't worry about the daimyo for now. As for the economic and material sources, Gumu responded, why do you need to let those who are powerless constrain you? As for the rogue ninja attacks, I will naturally dispatch the Imperial Guard as stationed in your various ninja villages. However, it is very likely that they will not be from the same village. Gumu's answer made Inoki's face stiffen. His last struggle had disappeared. If that's the case, then we have no objections. Since that's the case, let's quickly count the Jonin from each village. Just to say, if in the future there are any Jonin-level existences that are not part of the Imperial Guard, they will be considered a threat to the Empire and will be detained for questioning. Gumu spoke expressionlessly. This sentence undoubtedly dispelled Inoki's thoughts of hiding private power. Understood. Hearing the agreement from the several shadows, Gumu paused and continued. Since that's the case, let's talk about the third matter. The establishment of the capital will be determined here. Moreover, we will start developing outward from this location until it expands to encompass the entire ninja world. Behind him, Senju Tobirama listened to Gumu's arrangements, his eyes filled with intense curiosity. He wondered if Gumu had always been contemplating these matters. Otherwise, why would it be so meticulously planned? The several shadows fell silent, clearly tacitly agreeing with Gumu's thoughts. Your fist is big. You say it, and it's right. Since everyone has no objections, let me mention the fourth matter, which is the most important. Upon hearing Gumu's suddenly heavier words, the 5 shadows were momentarily taken aback. Is there anything else important that hasn't been said? The fourth matter is to abolish the aristocracy and establish a bank with a unified currency. Huh? Is that true? Inoki was stunned by Gumu's forward-thinking ideas. Wait, abolishing the aristocracy? Is this something a person can come up with? Isn't this self-inflicted harm? Gumu certainly did not wish for his descendants to all be aristocrats. Leader Gumu, this approach provides you with no benefits, the 4th Reikage AI said, puzzled. He couldn't fathom why Gumu would do such a thing. What benefits? Gumu's expression was somewhat solemn. If he was going to do it, he had to do it well. At the very least, he had to accomplish something meaningful in his lifetime. Otherwise, the subsequent life would be utterly meaningless. Gumu, your strategy seems somewhat difficult to achieve, huh? The one who spoke was Senju Tobirama behind him. This simple sentence was no longer a matter of strategy, but rather a desire to completely change the rules of the world. Senju Tobirama naturally understood. If this sentence were to spread, would those clans go crazy? Is it difficult to realize? Is there a possibility that many commoners actually possess the potential to become ninjas? Why don't you think about why the people of this world only have fear and dread towards the word ninja and completely lack any yearning for it? It's simple, I'll tell you. In their eyes, ninjas are synonymous with war. Then, following that, the next thing is the fifth matter. I want to abolish the ninja employment model and establish an imperial army. A series of words from the ancient tree left the five Kage in shock. They realized that the ancient tree genuinely wanted to change this world. If they had known about this idea in the past, they would have absolutely dismissed it. But now it's different. The one proposing this idea is the ancient tree. This guy undoubtedly has the power to change the world. You mentioned commoners. In fact, most of them reside in the feudal lord's territories. Logically speaking, we are indeed in an employment relationship. The feudal lords hire us to protect the country. Onoki briefly explained. So, the leader of the ancient tree said that unifying the ninja world actually means planning to eliminate the feudal lords? The fourth Reikage, spoke with surprise. After all this time, it turns out the plan is to take all the resources into one's own hands. But can ninjas coexist with commoners? One must know that the strength of a lower ninja is enough to slaughter hundreds of commoners. What else? The ancient tree's retort made the five Kage fall silent. So who will we strike first? Onoki asked curiously. Of course, it's you who will take action if you're reluctant. I can do it for you. The ancient tree casually replied. Isn't that a bit too cruel? Ancient tree? If we act against the feudal lords, we will definitely have to kill a lot of people. Gaara expressed his concerns. The establishment of a new world will always come at a cost. Do you think the number of people we kill is more than the number of dead refugees? The ancient tree glanced at Gaara. Is there anyone who opposes this? Taking action against the feudal lords? A silence fell below. Even if someone wanted to refute, there was no way. After all, the ancient tree's strength was there. Such orders are basically commands rather than discussions. Since that's the case, let us move on to the sixth matter. I learned from Kagaya that soon, aliens will invade. You should also know that chakra is not a product of this world, right? The ancient tree's words made the expressions of those present turn serious. Aliens? Are they very strong? Onoki asked curiously. Their strength is probably comparable to Kagaya, and some are even stronger than her. As for their purpose, it's obviously to enslave this planet. The ancient tree's words made the five Kage's expressions grow serious. They seemed to understand why the ancient tree was so keen on utilizing commoners. This clearly intends to increase the number of ninjas. If that's the case, I seem to understand why the leader wants to do this. Onoki spoke seriously. In the face of an existence like Kagaya, their entire world truly needs to unite. Since that's the case, our Konoha village is willing to take the initiative. Tsunade expressed her thoughts. However, at that time, Konoha's resources will likely be cut off. Tsunade, what are you afraid of? You have weapons in your hands, and you still need to listen to those people's orders? The ancient tree's words completely dispelled Tsunade's last shred of concern. If we were to deal with aliens, then they must make changes now. Otherwise, the entire world might fall into a crisis of collapse. Everyone briefly discussed. They were already preparing to rebel. Overthrowing the feudal lords is not a difficult task. The difficult part is whether they can gain the public's recognition. Uchiha Sasuke, you must come along on this mission. So please don't do anything against the mission. Kakashi Hatake said seriously while looking at Uchiha Sasuke, who was following him. Kakashi-sensei, is this mission we're going on together really that important? Naruto Uzumaki asked, confused. What kind of mission requires us to come together? Yeah, Kakashi-sensei, with Naruto's strength now. What mission can't he complete? Sakura Haruno also looked curious. This is the first order of the new Imperial Emperor. Abolish the feudal lords of the Land of Fire. Kakashi Hatake, sitting in the carriage, spoke with a quiet tone. What? Abolish the feudal lords? Sakura Haruno looked dumbfounded. The feudal lords are similar to the leaders of the ninjas. Abolishing the leaders is indeed somewhat revolutionary. Kakashi-sensei, is this really an order from Big Brother Ancient Tree? Naruto Uzumaki's eyes showed confusion. Acting against the feudal lords, a force of ordinary people, indeed feels somewhat like bullying. Naturally, this is an order directly from Lady Tsunade. Kakashi Hatake's expression was serious. overthrowing the feudal lords. There is no doubt that the history of the Land of Fire will begin to be rewritten from his hands. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, this mission of ours is a revolution. It's inevitable that we will face public criticism in the future. I don't know if you can accept that. Kakashi Hatake began to recall. His father, the White Fang of Konoha, had a tragic experience. He did not die at the hands of the enemy, but sacrificed himself under the public opinion of his teammates. Sometimes invisible attacks are the most lethal and despairing existence. Kakashi-sensei, I'm fine. As long as what we do is right, I won't feel any pressure. Naruto, Uzumaki nodded. He has grown a lot now. He is no longer naive and knows right from wrong. Moreover, he has the strength to take action for his ideals. What about Sasuke? Kakashi Hatake's greatest concern was still Sasuke. Of course, he was afraid of Sasuke being hurt under public opinion. He was afraid that the ninjas who criticized him would all be killed by his Amaterasu. Revolution. The ancient tree truly follows my ideals. The ninja villages should have ceased to exist long ago. Uchiha Sasuke crossed his arms, looking particularly cool. This handsome scene made Sakura Haruno beside him feel delighted. Mifine, I want to hold you back in this action. You can go ahead with confidence, even if many people will sacrifice. Kakashi Hatake nodded upon hearing this. At least his students were all quite good. However, Kakashi Hatake's expression was not relaxed, because there was still one thing he hadn't mentioned. In fact, he had another task this time, that is to eliminate all the nobles within the feudal lords. Kakashi Hatake didn't dare to imagine how many people that would involve. However, he recalled Tsunade's resolute demeanor when giving the order. He knew that Tsunade and the ancient tree were definitely serious about this. Kakashi Hatake fundamentally disagreed with this approach. Logically speaking, most of Konoha's ninjas are nobles. It should be said that compared to ordinary people, ninjas are like nobles. Under this destruction, will ninjas also disappear in the future? After a few days of travel, the four finally arrived at the heart of the Land of Fire. The most prosperous city came into view, the capital of the Land of Fire, Daimyo's residence. Wow, this is my first time here. It's several times larger than Konoha. Haruno Sakura stood on a cliff, gazing at the iron city below, her eyes filled with shock and amazement. After all, this is the most prosperous city in the Land of Fire. Moreover, most of our resources in Konoha are provided by the Daimyo's residents. So it's only natural that they're more prosperous than us. Hatake Kakashi casually explained. The group arrived at the east gate of the capital. Before they could enter, they were blocked by some armored guards. What is your purpose for entering the city? The guards, seeing the carriage approaching, took the initiative to stop them. After all, this capital does not welcome refugees or ordinary people. We are ninjas from Konoha, and we have business in the city. Hatake Kakashi opened the window of the carriage to express their intent. He thought they would be able to enter easily. Unfortunately, the guard's response was not as he expected. Procedures? You need procedures to enter the city. Upon hearing the word ninja, the guard's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. Ninjas pose some threat to ordinary people. After all, ordinary people have no backing. However, they're different. They are backed by the Daimyo's residents. A mere handful of ninjas, even if the Hokage came, would only serve as the Daimyo's guards. Why don't they need procedures? Uzumaki Naruto also got out of the carriage and came to Hatake Kakashi's side. They're nobles, all acquaintances, so naturally they don't need any. The guard's words were mocking. Whether someone is a noble can be seen just by looking at their attire. As for these ninjas, if it weren't for their headbands, the guard would have already considered driving them away. They look too shabby. It's just that the boy in the purple kimono, with a purple rope belt tied around his waist and a long sword hanging down, looks a bit noble. For 1,000 words, exhausting. Chapter 206. Are you just standing there talking to me? What happened? Uchiha Sasuke, feeling the guard's gaze, slowly got off the carriage. It's nothing. This person doesn't intend to let us in. Uzumaki Naruto replied with a hint of helplessness. How dare they not let us in? Uchiha Sasuke looked at the guard with a serious expression. No procedures, no entry. That's the order from the daimyo. Even if you're ninjas, you cannot defy the daimyo's orders. Go back. The guard spoke with disdain. In their eyes, ninjas are just unregistered mercenaries who will do anything for money. A definite presence in the gray area. Amaterasu. In Hatake Kakashi's bewildered gaze, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes glowed with a kaleidoscope of blood. Immediately, the arrogant guard didn't even have time to scream before being directly burned to ashes by Amaterasu. Who said Amaterasu is useless? Didn't Sasuke just use it to show off? No, Sasuke, what are you doing? Hatake Kakashi looked shocked at the guard who had already turned to ashes and immediately questioned loudly. This is too troublesome. And why does this person get to question us while standing there? Uchiha Sasuke looked at the guards rushing over. His eyes flashed with a blood-red glint once again. Amaterasu. In an instant, black flames, with terrifying heat, seemed to melt the space, completely engulfing the east city gate. Damn it! Someone is attacking the daimyo's residence. Which country's ninja is so bold? Don't they fear the retaliation from Konoha? However, before these guards could finish speaking, Hatake Kakashi struck them down like lightning, knocking them unconscious. Sasuke, don't indiscriminately kill the innocent. We only kill those who are part of our mission. Oof. Kakashi, if Naruto wasn't here, do you think you have the right to order me? Uchiha Sasuke casually threw away the long sword in his hand, piercing through the guards on the city wall who were trying to ambush them with arrows. Sasuke, if you keep acting recklessly, I will stop you. Hatake Kakashi said with a helpless expression. If I had known it would be like this, I would never have agreed to let Sasuke come along. Do you think you're worthy? Sasuke had a proud expression. Sasuke-kun, these people pose no threat to us. There's no need to be so cruel. Haruno Sakura spoke with a hint of pleading. Get lost, you saint. Sasuke shouted angrily. He was already planning to use heavenly hand power to slam this saint to the ground. But before he could act, he heard Naruto's cold voice beside him. Sasuke, what about me? Just as Sasuke was about to attack the guards, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly appeared beside him and grabbed his wrist. Naruto, we still have a battle between us. I'll be waiting for you in that battle. Sasuke said nothing, and after that, he walked to the front of the group. Meanwhile, inside the daimyo's residence, enjoying the service of several beautiful women, the daimyo hadn't had a chance to make a move when he heard the anxious voice of a guard nearby. Not good, my lord. It seems there are ninjas attacking from the east gate. What should we do? Ninjas attacking? That guy is so blind? The daimyo of the land of fire was an old man, but that still couldn't hide his lecherous nature. While speaking, he didn't forget to touch the two women beside him. I don't know. What should we do next? What to do? Let Asuma go take a look, however. Just as the words fell, the daimyo of the land of fire saw a figure crashing down from the roof, smashing heavily into the center of the main hall. What's going on? Asuma? The daimyo looked on as Asuma was stepped on the ground by a man in a white kimono, his words filled with surprise. No. Asuma has the strength of a jonin and is the direct descendant of the third Hokage. How could he be dealt with so easily? Is this a person? Sasuke, why did you attack the daimyo's residence? Asuma felt his blood boiling. He merely questioned why Uchiha Sasuke attacked the east gate and what his purpose was. Who knew that this guy would directly use his eyes glowing with purple light to transfer him here? With one foot, he stomped him down from the air. Asuma, if you don't want to die, just shut up. Uchiha Sasuke said expressionlessly. After that, he violently threw his long sword directly at the daimyo. Chapter 207. Lanterns and Festivities Boom. The long sword violently plunged beside the daimyo. The terrifying force caused cracks to appear in the wall. The daimyo was scared speechless by this violent scene. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. What do you mean by this? Do you really want to rebel? The daimyo's eyes twitched as he felt the heavy atmosphere, the pressure reaching its peak. This ninja clearly looks like he's not to be trifled with. If things don't go well, I might have to move. I need to handle it properly. Is it a budget issue? I remember that the military expenses for Konoha should be quite high by now. The daimyo seemed somewhat puzzled. Sasuke, leave it to me. You guys should leave here first. At that moment, Kakashi Hatake arrived at Sasuke's side, his whole body resembling blue lightning. Kakashi, can you do it? Sasuke glanced around and noticed Naruto was not present. He had no fear of Kakashi. The reasoning was simple. If you're stronger, you call the shots. If you can't win, you have to obey. Sasuke, I know your current strength is impressive. However, you shouldn't be too arrogant. Kakashi's expression was helpless. This Sasuke really just needed a good beating to be taught a lesson. He would probably be much more obedient afterward. Am I being arrogant? Is it you who's floating? Or am I just unable to wield the knife? Can you really command me? Uchiha Sasuke's gaze is sideways. His expression is filled with arrogance and dominance. Nowadays, he's like a dog passing by. If something displeases him, he might just unleash at Tsukuyami. The daimyo watches the two below, seemingly starting to argue. He feels a surge of joy and immediately plans to sneak away from here. Let them argue, let them fight. The more chaotic it gets, the safer he will be. However, the daimyo clearly underestimated the keen senses of the ninjas, especially in the eyes of such skilled ninjas. Whoosh! Sasuke swiftly launched a kunai, which suddenly pierced the chest of the daimyo. This terrifying force caused the daimyo's body to be knocked back like a cannonball, crashing hard against the wall. Unable to pull away. Sasuke, you didn't even ask a question, you just killed him? Kakashi had a puzzled look on his face. He was genuinely unsure how to handle Sasuke's decisiveness. What was he asking? Do you really think he would willingly hand over power? Kakashi, you are really too naive. Hatake Kakashi once again wore a puzzled expression, as he was actually educated by his own student. How would he not know? The daimyo probably wouldn't agree to the revolution. However, there should still be a formality. Otherwise, it would be quite excessive. What's going on? What's happened to the daimyo? Many of the daimyo's guards, armed with weapons, have already rushed in. You all should leave quickly. Kakashi Hatake looked back at the surging guard team behind him. These guys, aren't they just asking for death? Kakashi, what are you afraid of? I'm not a senseless killer. I only kill those I think should be killed. Uchiha Sasuke walked outside with a blank expression. Damn it, the daimyo seems to have been assassinated. Hurry up, go notify others to come for support. Daimyo being. As the words fell, that person's body was instantly pierced by a shuriken. Whoever moves dies. Stop. Kakashi Hatake directly used one hand to grab Uchiha Sasuke. Such acts of brutal killing against the guards have no effect on their plans at all. It might even impact their plans. Kakashi, they're planning to escalate the situation, and you intend to let them inform others? I'm here. Kakashi Hatake tore off his eye mask, revealing his crimson Sharingan. You imposter. You're quite skilled at this. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly, and then left immediately. Seeing Sasuke leave, Hatake Kakashi quickly approached the daimyo, who was barely clinging to life. This guy has really good luck. His heart is naturally positioned in the opposite direction, which prevented him from dying instantly. Why? Do you want to kill me? The daimyo, feeling Kakashi's presence, seemed to be speaking with curiosity. Of course, it's to make you hand over your power. Then just kill me. Upon hearing that he had to relinquish his power, the daimyo immediately tilted his head and couldn't accept it, dying on the spot. Kakashi Hatake looked confused. Wait, this can actually die? Helpless, Hatake Kakashi left this place. After a search, he found the high-ranking officials of the Land of Fire and completely confined them in a room. The daimyo is dead. Do you have any thoughts? No idea. I'm willing to wait and obey the orders. Kakashi Hatake looked puzzled. When he reacted, he found that Sasuke had already appeared here. His eyes glowed with blood, and his words were filled with disdain. What is the point of communicating with these mortals? I can just control them directly, and that's it. Just like that. Under Sasuke's domineering power, the entire upper echelon of the daimyo city was controlled. This mission ended so hastily. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Rain Village, the Imperial City area was already taking shape. Under the command of Komu, a grand wedding was slowly being prepared. Chapter 208. The Competition of the Imperial Guards. Is it true? Komu is getting married? Tans, who stayed in the Land of Fire's Konoha village, was stunned in place after receiving this information. He truly didn't expect that someone as crazy as Komoka would one day get married. As for who the partner is, Tans didn't need to think. It was undoubtedly Uchiha Shinsui. After all, this woman seemed to have been interested in Komoku since she was a child. What should we do, adults? The ninja at the root, with eyes full of intense curiosity. The power of the ancient tree is now known throughout the entire ninja world. There is no doubt that he is destined to become a being that will create a new history in the ninja world. What should be done? Of course, I'm going to show my support, and I've also prepared a cash gift. It can only be more, not less, you understand? Understood, my lord. The root ninja's expression turned serious upon hearing this. Not to mention him, even Danzo looked confused, because he had no idea what to give. The ancient tree lacked nothing at all now. If you mention money, others have already taken control of the daimyo's mansion. Would there still be a shortage of money? As for rights, that's even more impossible. Nowadays, people have established empires. They are definitely above everyone else under heaven. Should I send him some adult toys? Not only Danzo, but other major countries also fell into contemplation upon learning that the wedding of the ancient tree was about to begin. Among them, the Land of Earth even initiated active communication with the Land of Lightning. What will the fourth Reikage send? Well, let's send a pair of sculptures. As for the rest, I really don't think they need it. The fourth generation Reikage AI looked at the Tsuchikage who had come to the Land of Lightning and pondered his words. Sculptures? No. You send a sculpture. What should we send? This shouldn't be something our Earth Kingdom does. The Tsuchikage grumbled. Well, in that case, what should we give? How about some things for children? Forget it. Let my subordinates think about this kind of thing. Today, the most important thing for me to come here is to establish the Leitu Joint Development Economic Zone. Joint Development Economic Zone? Thunder Shadow looked confused. He was asking why Earth Shadow would come all the way here. It's just that we are allies. There is no doubt that, following this development trend, everything in the future will be under the rule of the ancient Wood Empire. For the development of our village, we must actively seek benefits. You wouldn't want our two villages to be the most backward in the future, would you? The words of the Earth Shadow made the fourth Raikage suddenly realize. Even the so-called peace may very well be a facade, just like Senju Hashirama. Compared to Senju Hashirama, Ancient Wood is merely a more radical version. If something unexpected happened to Ancient Wood and it died, would the ninja world still be able to maintain peace? I'm afraid that at that time, it would be a matter of which village develops the best, and that village would have the most say. I agree. Let me call a meeting with the higher-ups to discuss the specifics. The fourth Raikage's expression was serious. The imperial capital, after several months of construction, it has already taken on a preliminary scale comparable in size to the former Hidden Rain village. Konan, one of the core members of the former Akatsuki organization, looked at the towering buildings that seemed to rise from the ground, her gaze gradually lost in thought. Sigh now that we have peace. It feels like we have nothing to do. Suddenly it's so boring. Haiden looked at the workers coming and going around him. He was already feeling exhausted and bored. You may be bored, but I can't sleep. Kakuzu cursed. You know, the funding for this city construction is largely covered by the Akatsuki organization's advance payments. This made him, as the financial manager of the Akatsuki organization, feel quite pained. Peace is not good. This is the goal we have always pursued in the Akatsuki organization. With paper wings sprouting from her back, Konan seemed to hear the conversation between the two. Her words carried curiosity. Peace is good. Unfortunately, it came too quickly, and people can't adapt at all. Haiden looked speechless. He is a believer in the evil god, destined to be a villain. How could it possibly continue to be peaceful like this? Haiden likes to cause trouble. I don't mind as long as I can make money. Kakuzu shrugged his shoulders, speaking casually. What? You can eat randomly, but you can't speak randomly. I'm not a reactionary. Haiden immediately interrupted Kakuzu's words. Nowadays, in this new period of the empire, it is necessary to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Whoever dares to show their head will have to die. Do you think that is credible? Your so-called evil god surely wouldn't want to see this scene, because without war, there would be no large-scale death. Kakuzu's words made Haiden feel uncomfortable. Although he didn't want to admit it, this guy was very accurate in what he said. Haiden, let me remind you, if you don't want to be hunted down, don't do anything out of line. Konan's words carried a sense of silence. Also, aren't you going to compete for the Imperial Guard? It seems that this position has quite a bit of power. Konan reminded. By the way, don't say I almost forgot. I've been thinking about preparing a wedding gift for the Emperor and forgot about this matter. Kakuzu's expression froze, and he immediately reacted. The Imperial Guard is directly managed by the ancient Wood Emperor. There are only 100 ninja slots available. These 100 are the most elite in the ninja world. It looks like a lot, but in reality, only 20 slots remain for each major country. Plus, some familiar with the shadows and high ninjas will occupy slots. There really isn't too much left for them. Haiden, are you going? Just register at the Imperial Arena. Or do you want to rebel? Kakuzu said with a slight smile. If Haiden rebels, then he will go catch him. Perhaps he could earn some merit points then. Go. Why not? Let those guys see the power of the evil god. Ha ha. Fighting is exhilarating. Haiden also forgot about this matter. After all, Kakuzu followed him every day, complaining about how much money had disappeared from the treasury, like a nagging wife. He had long forgotten about this. Chapter 209. Who wants to stir trouble? Ancient Wood Empire. Eastern region. This is the military training area. Now, training has begun for the directly subordinate army of the Ancient Wood Empire. After all, to ensure the longevity of an empire, a powerful army must be stationed in the country. Of course, it is very difficult to become a member of the Imperial Guard. Not only do you need to be screened for which country's ninja you belong to, but you also need to submit various information. For example, your strength, what position you hold in a major country ninja village, and what module you are responsible for, whether it is intelligence, combat, or espionage. If any falsification is discovered, you will not only face severe punishment, but also implicate your ninja village. At that time, it will be a free private room, plus silver bracelets to serve you. Is this the training ground? It looks really different. Kakuzu looked at the bustling and massive circular arena, feeling his heart bleed. All these things cost money. Don't be sad, go sign up. After all, you have to fight for a spot. Otherwise, wouldn't it make others think that our Akatsuki organization is without people? Haiden cursed. Saying this, he took Kakuzu into the arena. The circular arena is enormous. capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people without any problem. Are you two here to register for the Imperial Guard? I am the guide. Please come this way. As soon as they entered, another ninja came over to lead them. This ninja had no forehead protector, clearly belonging to a ninja village and is part of the internal staff of the Empire. This means he is already part of the organization. Oh wow, there's even a guide? Such detail. Haydn looked curious. Carrying a large scythe, he looked tough. May I ask what you two wish to register for? Do you want to join the Imperial Battle Army or the more challenging Imperial Guard? The Imperial Guard. Hurry up and arrange 2 capable fighters. Haydn cursed, feeling somewhat dissatisfied that this person didn't recognize him. After all, he had previously worked for the Emperor. In fact, he had even been a colleague of the Emperor for a period of time. All right, please tell me your backgrounds, which place you are from, and your current strength. Can't you see our clothes? Haydn was really unable to tolerate it any longer and was about to draw his scythe to slash down. Haydn, what are you doing? Don't you fear losing your head by causing trouble like this? Kakuzu stopped Haydn with one hand, his words carrying seriousness. Losing my head? Do you think I'm afraid of losing my head? Ha ha ha. Haydn let out a crazy laugh. He wasn't afraid of death. What was there to fear about losing his head? This is truly ridiculous. Who was making noise? Before Haydn could go crazy, a distinctive voice belonging to Sasuke Uchiha came from outside. Sir, these two want to stir trouble. The reporting ninja quickly ran to Sasuke Uchiha. Now, Sasuke Uchiha is at his peak. Oh, reporting is quite fast. I want to see what is going on. Haydn turned around, but upon seeing the person coming, he immediately became obedient. Sasuke, what are you doing here? Haydn asked curiously. He didn't understand why this guy was here. Why am I here? Naturally, I'm here to manage you guys, who are all show and no substance. Sasuke Uchiha's expression was not very pleasant. You just said that you two are going to make trouble? Uchiha Shursui placed one hand on the hilt of his sword, his words carrying a sense of silence. Chapter 210, The Wedding Begins. It has been a month since the establishment of the ancient Wood Empire. On this day, countless elite ninjas from a ninja world gathered in the imperial capital. There were no political affairs today. They were there for one thing only. Their leader would complete his grand wedding today. In a bustling room adorned with festive decorations, Terumi Mei looked at Uchiha Shizuka, who was sitting in front of the mirror in a rare red bridal gown, her eyes filled with envy. The second Mizukage looks beautiful. I just wonder when I will find my own home. Her gaze was filled with anticipation for the future and a longing for happiness, as if she could see herself in a wedding dress at that moment. Tsunade, upon hearing this, covered her lips with a smile in her eyes. Fifth Mizukage. You will find your ideal man sooner or later, but definitely not now. Tsunade's words made Terumi Mei a bit unhappy, but she understood it was just a joke between friends. After all, they had both experienced storms and had a deeper understanding of love. Come on, as if someone is waiting for you. Terumi Mei rolled her eyes and said unhappily. She knew that her identity and status meant her marriage could not rely solely on love. She had to consider family, politics, and many other factors. All of this added to her pressure. Tsunade smiled, but did not engage further in this topic. Uchiha Shizuka did not choose a Western wedding. Just like in their past lives, this time the preparations were still in the traditional style. Outside the wedding venue, Ancient Wood stood at the end of a long red carpet, looking towards the entrance, feeling a rare wave of emotion inside. What's wrong? Are you actually nervous? Senju Tobirama, standing beside Ancient Wood, spoke with rare curiosity. Although he still found it hard to accept that his son was marrying a Uchiha brat, there was nothing he could do. His son had grown up. He could no longer control him, and he was proud of Ancient Wood's achievements. The Senju clan would not disappear in the long river of history. Instead, they would shine even brighter in this world. Senju Tobirama was grateful he had invented the impure world reincarnation technique. Otherwise, he estimated he would never see Ancient Wood again and witness this historic moment. Old man, you're still here? Ancient Wood joked. Why do you like it when I leave so much? Senju Tobirama rarely cursed. Not leaving is good. Not leaving is good. Ancient Wood smiled, his eyes shining as he looked at the red bride slowly walking out from the entrance. The time had come for the new bride to enter. The person officiating the wedding was Senju Gumu, who had been brought back through impure world reincarnation. This was also the reason Ancient Wood had delayed for so long. For this woman who was not his mother, but seemed to take on a motherly role, Ancient Wood had always considered her family. However, Senju Ryuen had decided not to stay in this world. She felt that being able to witness this historic moment was enough for her life. Accompanied by the sound of cannon fire around them, under the witness of thousands of people, Ancient Wood arrived at the center of the wedding stage. He watched Uchiha Shizuka slowly ascend with the assistance of her bridesmaids. Wow, So beautiful, I'm so envious. Sakura Haruno at the wedding banquet looked at Uchiha Shizuka in her red dress, her eyes filled with envy and yearning. She occasionally glanced at Sasuke, not far away, secretly praying for a day when she could also be this happy. However, everyone was quite curious about the red veil on Uchiha Shizuka's head, speculating about its meaning. Only Ancient Wood knew that this red veil was a unique romantic symbol between him and Uchiha Shizuka. Under the gaze of many guests, Ancient Wood slowly walked to Uchiha Shizuka's side, carefully lifting her red veil as if unveiling a beautiful mystery. As the veil slowly fell away, Uchiha Shizuka's stunning face appeared before everyone, her beautiful features leaving everyone in awe. At this moment, the entire wedding venue was filled with a sense of happiness and warmth, as everyone was touched by the sweetness of the newlyweds. Synopsis: transmigrating as the second Hokage's child, alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Ancient Wood, who did not show any talent, did not attract Tobirama's attention. He did not plan to stand out, only seeking a way to protect himself. Until one day, Ancient Wood learned that his fiancée, he had also transmigrated and had become the evil Uchiha brat in the eyes of the second Hokage. From then on, Ancient Wood joined the Ninja Academy and became a ninja student alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen.